Dear family, Qin Shi has traversed to the Douluo continent, becoming the younger brother of Tang San. At the tender age of 6, my martial soul awakened, manifesting the dragon spear in my left hand, coupled with innate full soul power. Upon returning to the village, the system activated, and I was bestowed with a beginner's gift pack that exploded with divine artifacts, including an extreme Douluo as my bodyguard. Subsequently, I ventured into the Sunset Forest, where I encountered the dark gold Terraclaw bear, narrowly escaping peril, thanks to the intervention of Elder Long. Allow me to elucidate this remarkable event, which traces back to my previous life. I am Qin Shi, who met an untimely demise in a most absurd manner. One fateful day, while engaged in a gaming session with my roommates, my second-hand iPhone 6, purchased for a meager $500, suddenly erupted in a spectacular explosion. In an instant, darkness enveloped me, and when I regained consciousness, I found myself plummeting into the Douluo continent. Moreover, I commenced my journey in hellish mode. As a mere infant, not yet a year old, I witnessed my future alcoholic father, Tang Hao, embroiled in a cataclysmic clash with the spirit hall. My sister-in-law, Ain, was sacrificed on the spot. The oppressive aura nearly sent me, the time-traveling individual, into oblivion once more. Thankfully, Tang Hao, with a compassionate heart, took pity on me, an orphan, and whisked me away to Holy Soul Village. Thus, I became the younger brother of Tang San. These past 5 years have been nothing short of monotonous. Each day consisted of watching my elder brother secretly practice his Shantian skill while I merely daydreamed. Given that I was privy to the plot, my strategy was quite simple. If I possessed exceptional talent, I would strive to become a titled Douluo. If not, I would cling to my brother's coattails, offering companionship as we leisurely ascended to the divine realm. Either way, it was a win-win situation. At long last, the day of my martial soul awakening arrived as I turned 6. Accompanied by Tang San and led by Grandpa Jack, we ventured to the Spirit Hall, where we encountered the man who would alter our destiny, Su Yuntao. He commenced with a transformation into a werewolf, sending the other children into fits of tears. My brother remained composed, having the psychological maturity of an adult. As for me, I was utterly captivated. Was this not far more exhilarating than a 3D movie? Then came the routine process, with the preceding children possessing worthless martial souls. When it was my brother's turn, he revealed his blue silver grass, endowed with innate full soul power. Su Yuntao sighed in lamentation, while I stood beside him, nearly beside myself with anxiety. Brother, do showcase the hammer in your left hand as well. My heart raced with anticipation. Finally, it was my turn. I positioned myself amidst the 6 black stones, my heart racing and hands trembling. Suddenly, a chime echoed in my mind. The system my golden finger had arrived. The next moment, a magnificent spear materialized in my left hand, instantly recognizable as the dragon spear wielded by Zhao Yun from my previous life, playing Honor of Kings. Upon witnessing the gun martial soul, Su Yuntao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he hastily urged me to test my soul power. As the crystal ball was placed in my hand, its radiance surpassed even that of my elder brother. Another innate, full soul power. Su Yuntao exclaimed, utterly exhilarated, grasping my hand and attempting to drag me into the martial soul hall, eager to introduce me to the elders as a potential student with generous benefits. But how could I? My father is Tang Hao. If I dared enter the martial soul hall, wouldn't he demolish it in fury? Thus, I obediently replied, Uncle, I must return home to console my father. Upon arriving home, old Jack excitedly shared the splendid news. My father, the notorious drunkard Tang Hao, who had rarely displayed more than 3 expressions in his lifetime, put on a dramatic performance akin to a Sichuan opera face-changing act. Initially, upon learning that Tang San possessed the blue silver grass, his gaze became exceedingly complex. Then, when Tang San subtly revealed the Hao Ian hammer in his left hand, my father's robust frame trembled, his eyes reddening as he embraced my elder brother, saying, Child, wield your hammer with your left hand, and safeguard your right hand's grass. He then turned to me and inquired about my martial soul. I answered the dragon lance, and also with innate full soul power. My father quivered again, uttering not a word, and retreated into the house. Once everyone departed, I hurried to the back mountain to begin exploring my system. It was then that the initial scene unfolded, and the novice gift pack yielded an extraordinary divine outfit. Without hesitation, I selected the physical enhancement potion and silently murmured absorb. Oh, the sensation was akin to having all my bones shattered and reassembled, only to be cast into a boiling oil vat. The intense itchiness and searing pain were unbearable. Yet, I remained silent, enduring for an entire hour. After persevering through that ordeal, the relief was unparalleled. I felt an immense surge of strength, capable of toppling a bull with a single punch. However, I expelled a layer of yellowish substance that emitted an authentically foul odor, nearly overwhelming me. I quickly leaped into the waterfall to cleanse myself. Subsequently, I fused with the immortal dragon wings and true two external soul bones. A momentary sharp pain surged through my eyes, and the world transformed into a stunning 4K clarity, with even the hairs on a caterpillar 100 meters away distinctly visible. As I summoned my soul power, two pairs of black and white wings unfurled with a swift flourish. I attempted to flap them, and to my astonishment, I soared into the air. Who could understand how I, who had never even boarded an airplane in my previous life, was now able to fly? At that moment, gazing down at the city of Notting, a singular thought consumed me. Why cling to others for support? From this day forth, I, Qin Shi, shall be my own pillar of strength. In the following month, I consumed every potion provided by the system, achieving a physique comparable to that of Soul Sect and a mental acuity akin to that of Soul King. Finally, Tang Hao relented, granting permission for me and Tang San to attend Notting Academy. Upon arriving at the academy, the events unfolded as in the original tale. My elder brother befriended the master, decisively defeated the dormitory leader Wang Sheng, and then my future sister-in-law, Xiao Wu, made her entrance. They engaged in a skirmish, and my brother, in a show of benevolence, deliberately lost, allowing Xiao Wu to become the leader. I, ever the cunning one, led the charge in calling her sister, much to my brother's chagrin. However, I never intended to linger here. To jest, given my current physical condition, to squander the first soul ring that lasts a century would be sheer folly. I must venture forth, to hunt down more formidable soul beasts. Upon sharing this notion with my third brother, he immediately erupted in indignation, vehemently opposing my plans. After much persuasion, he relented, albeit with the stipulation that I must secure my father's consent. Without a moment's hesitation, I hastened home, employing the 9 heavens shattering steps. Within half an hour, I returned from Notting City to Holy Soul Village. My father was reclining in a chair upon hearing my intentions. He did not even open his eyes, but calmly uttered, "If you wish to go, then go." He casually tossed me a pouch, instructing me to open it only in times of dire peril. As I grasped the pouch, my eyes grew warm with emotion, and I dared not look back, fearing tears would spill. Upon returning to the academy to bid farewell to my third brother and Xiao Wu, my brother insisted on gifting me his treasured hidden weapons, but I made a hasty exit. It was a jest. Those were his lifelines in dire straits. What would it mean if I took them? In Notting City, I acquired a map of the continent. Depleting my last 2 silver soul coins, my gaze fixed unwaveringly on the sunset forest. I found a secluded corner, unfurled my eternal dragon wings, and soared into the sky. Why did I choose this destination? Because the system indicated that my ultimate protector at the limit Douluo level awaited me there. The month flew by, my wings nearly sparked with every beat, and I felt as though I was on the verge of becoming legendary. At long last, I reached the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, specifically a place called Sunset Town, when a notification from the system chimed, indicating that my bodyguard was nearby. I settled into a hotel, the funds in my possession having been acquired from a few would-be robbers I had encountered along the way. Who understands the turmoil of family? The first taste of blood left me feeling nauseous, and I endured several nights of haunting nightmares. Just as I prepared to take a bath, suddenly, with a crash, the window flew open, and an old man floated in. Let me tell you about this old man. His silver hair was impeccably groomed, his complexion radiant, appearing more vigorous than I. The next moment, he knelt before me with a resounding thud. Clasping his fists in salute, "I am Long Xiaoyao, your humble servant, paying my respects to the young master." I was utterly taken aback. This was a level 99 limit Douluo. I hurried to assist him, exclaiming, "Old Long, please rise. I cannot accept such deference." I assured him that we were now family, and he should simply call me young master. He nodded in agreement, uttering not a single word more, and with a swift motion, he vanished as if teleported. With such a formidable ally as my bodyguard, the tension that had gripped me for a month dissipated in an instant, and I fell into a deep slumber as soon as my head touched the pillow. The following day, I strode boldly into the Sunset Forest. With Old Long by my side, I felt as though I were the most splendid presence in that forest, invulnerable to any danger. Yet, after merely 2 hours of travel, I encountered a formidable adversary, a dark golden claw bear towering over 5 meters, with an age of 5,500 years, exuding an aura of ferocity that was nothing short of terrifying. In that moment, I felt invincible, contemplating the robustness of my physique, comparable to that of a spirit ancestor, and my mental prowess, akin to that of a spirit king. Absorbing a soul ring that had existed for 5 millennia seemed a trivial endeavor. With a surge of determination, I brandished my dragon spear and charged forward. What was the outcome? The bear effortlessly swatted me aside, sending me crashing into a tree 100 meters away, dislocating my arm and causing my spear to fly from my grasp. This marked my first foray into actual combat since my arrival in this realm, and it delivered an invaluable lesson. Just as the bear prepared to deliver a final blow, Old Long intervened. I scarcely perceived his movement with a mere flick of his hand. A resonant thud echoed as the once mighty dark golden terror claw bear was sent sprawling, bloodied, and defeated. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive." Truly, the limits of Douluo are astonishing. My extraordinary constitution allowed for rapid recovery. Approaching the fallen bear, it roared defiantly at me. Shaking my head, I dispatched it with a single shot. As I gazed upon the deep purple 1,000-year soul ring, I inhaled deeply, seated myself cross-legged, and commenced the absorption process. The experience was astonishingly simple in less than 10 minutes. I stood upright, my first soul ring acquired, and my soul power soared to level 19. This is merely the beginning. In the following 6 months, I diligently roamed the Sunset Forest, seeking out soul beasts and those oblivious soul masters to hone my skills. With Long Lao by my side, acting as a personal coach, significantly enhancing my combat awareness. My soul power successfully broke through to level 20. It was time to obtain my second soul ring, and my goal was crystal clear, a minimum of 8,000 years. After wandering the forest for another fortnight, I found anything below 1,000 years unworthy of my attention. One evening, just as I was about to light a fire, Long Lao's voice floated over. "Young master, there is a thunder earth dragon over 9,000 years ahead." My eyes lit up. "Long Lao, that's the one." No sooner had I spoken than Long Lao vanished. 10 seconds. I tell you, just 10 seconds. He returned, dragging back a soul beast the size of a small hill, bloodied and on the brink of death. The Thunder Earth Dragon resembled a turtle, adorned with dragon-like horns, gazing at me pitifully. Alas, such is the law of the jungle. This absorption was no easy feat. The 9,000-year soul power rampaged within me, making me feel as though I would burst. My clothes ripped apart, and I felt white vapor escaping from my orifices. Just as I was about to succumb, my second martial soul, the gold and silver dragon spear, erupted with a surge of power, alleviating much of the burden. After enduring excruciating pain, an indescribable sense of relief washed over me, so pleasurable I nearly cried out. Success! My second soul ring, a deep purple. The soul skill was extraordinary, granting me an increase of 50 in speed and strength, along with 10 in armor penetration for a duration of half an hour. Combined with the 20 strength and 10 armor penetration from my first soul skill, quick thrust, it was simply perfect. With 2 soul rings, I made a beeline for Xinglua City. Upon entering the hotel, I eagerly opened my system space. To my astonishment, 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones and 2 immortal herbs lay quietly within. I summoned my second martial soul, the golden silver dragon spear, and I must say, it was far more impressive than Tang San's Haotian hammer. The system indicated it could not attach soul rings, but could unlock 10 restrictions, and for each one I unlocked, I would receive a golden blood ring. Those 2 herbs, known as Linglong Dragon Blood Immortal Herbs, were the keys to unlocking. I glanced at the instructions, but there were no directions on how to use them. Never mind, I downed them in one go. The next moment, I found myself dramatically bleeding from my orifices, the potency of the herbs nearly sending me into an ethereal state. Once again, the gold and silver dragon spear saved my life, absorbing most of the medicinal power. After regaining my composure, 2 golden rings began to hover around me, and my physical attributes surged to the pinnacle of a soul king. With my soul power reaching level 25, this immortal herb was truly my spiritual lobster, absolutely delightful. A few days later, I consumed the second herb as well. Armed with experience, my physical attributes soared to the strength of a level 66 soul emperor, and my soul power surpassed 30. I decided to refrain from attaching a soul ring for now and dedicate 3 years to compressing my soul power. With some free time on my hands, I ventured to the Grand Seoul Arena in Xingluo City. The following day, I donned a mask and made my way there. The immortal herbs had elevated my height to 1.70 meters, making me appear akin to a 15 or 16-year-old youth. The arena was teeming with people. I registered under the alias Gold and Silver Dragon King, receiving a black iron badge to await my turn to battle. In my first match, my opponent was a burly man named Manjurin, level 38, who had won 6 consecutive matches. As the host introduced him, the crowd erupted in chants for Manjurin to hammer him down. I smirked, brandishing the long Dan spear, as 2 deep purple soul rings slowly ascended beneath my feet. In that instant, the arena fell silent. My adversary was left utterly dumbfounded, and the audience was in an uproar, their minds nearly overheating with excitement. Although Manjurin attempted to maintain bravado, he faltered when it came to blows. He unleashed his soul skill, charging at me, but I met him head-on with my first soul skill, quick thrust, sending him hurtling away. Struggling to regain his footing, he awkwardly cupped his fist in salute. "Dragon King brother, you're impressive, I concede." And then he exited the stage. This victory catapulted me to fame, and my profile was promptly delivered to the table of Emperor Xingluo and Prince Davis. The next day, my opponent was indeed a royal, a level 39 white tiger martial soul named Daibin. He initiated the match by unleashing the white tiger's radiant wave, which I easily evaded. A single thrust from me nearly pierced through his defensive soul skill, which felt as flimsy as paper. In a panic, he activated his third soul skill, White Tiger King Kong Transformation, causing him to swell in size. What happened next? I could hardly be bothered to unleash my second soul skill. I simply retracted my spear and exchanged blows with him. He was sent flying off the stage like a cannonball, losing consciousness on impact. The audience was left in stunned silence until I inquired of the host. "I suppose this means I win?" They finally came to their senses, erupting in cheers that nearly tore the roof off. After a string of consecutive victories, I was strolling through the streets, whistling cheerfully, when I noticed a crowd thinning around me. With a sly grin, I remarked, "Come out, there's no need to hide." No sooner had I spoken than 8 figures in black cloaks surrounded me, led by Prince Davis of Xingluo. He feigned politeness, inviting me to the palace. But I met him with ridicule. His face flushed with embarrassment. He tore off the facade. "Qin Shi, since you know I'm the prince, why don't you kneel?" I found this hilarious. "Prince? In my presence, you are nothing." Davis's face turned an ashen hue with rage, and he ordered, "Capture him alive." 2 soul sages and 5 soul kings charged at me. I activated my dual soul skills, my power surging by 70, and with 1 thrust, I eliminated a soul sage. Turning swiftly, I executed the dragon slaying strike, dispatching a soul king who had just unleashed his ultimate move. However, they were too numerous, and I soon found my soul power dwindling. Davis, seeing my energy deplete, gleefully urged me to surrender. Leaning on my spear, I laughed heartily, shouting to the heavens, "Long Lao, it's time to lend a hand." In the next instant, a thunderous sound echoed as Long Lao made his grand entrance. An overwhelming aura descended upon the scene, causing Davis to collapse to his knees, while the remaining soul kings bled from their orifices and perished on the spot. Even the 3 hidden soul saints and 1 soul, Douluo, tasked with protecting the prince, were effortlessly extracted by Long Lao as if they were mere chicks. I approached Davis, patting his cheek. "Little Wei, let's go. Take me to see your father. I demand compensation for emotional distress." Davis's face went pale, and he begged me not to go. I replied, "No way, we must." Thus, in the study of the Xingluo Imperial Palace, Emperor Dai, he and his son trembled as they knelt before me. I calculated the damages: 30 million for soul power consumption, 10 million for emotional distress, and after some negotiation, I insisted he compensate me with 500 million gold soul coins. In the ensuing 2 years, I wreaked havoc in the soul arena, achieving a staggering winning streak of 3,999 matches, becoming a living legend in the soul fighting realm of the entire Xingluo Empire, adorned with a diamond badge. My fan base was so vast, it could circle Xingluo City 3 times, with daily cries from enthusiasts eager to bear my offspring. Yet, I found myself troubled. My system seemed as though it had fallen into a deep slumber, having failed to activate the sign-in feature even once in 2 years. Having become a legend, it was time to attend to serious matters. I resolved to visit the royal treasury of Xingluo to borrow a few treasures. Upon finding Dai, he looked upon me as though he had seen a ghost. I smiled broadly, saying, "Your Majesty, I wish to peruse your treasury." His face paled, and he exclaimed that it was the national treasury, the very foundation of Xingluo. I assured him I only wished to borrow 3 items and would leave immediately after. Upon hearing I would depart, he was overjoyed, eagerly leading me to the treasury. Upon arriving at the entrance, I activated my Eye of Truth, and to my astonishment, I detected 2 Soul Douluo concealed at the entrance. They attempted to assert their authority, but with a mere cold snort from Long Lao. They were almost reduced to the brink of vomiting blood, their minds likely screaming, "What kind of deity is this?" Trembling, he opened the resplendent doors, leading me inside. However, upon pushing the door open, I was left aghast. Wasn't the treasure supposed to be piled high? Instead, I was met with a mere 100-square-meter room. I must tell you, I was right beside her at that moment. Xiao Wu, with her quick tongue, nearly called our dean a shifty merchant in front of everyone. Tang San's reaction was instantaneous. He swiftly covered her mouth. Oscar, eager to smooth things over, interjected, "Stop joking, that SR Dean Flinder, the formidable soul sage at level 78. Upon hearing the level, Xiao Wu sighed in relief and innocently inquired if there were any soul Douluos around. Oscar was speechless, wondering if she thought soul Douluos were as common as cabbages. Tang San, puzzled, asked Xiao Wu what exactly she was worried about. Hesitating, she changed the subject, asking if the dean remembered them. Qin Shi, calm as ever, remarked that the dean was known for his protective nature. Once you entered Shrek Academy, you were considered family, and he wouldn't hold grudges. Flinder, however, paid no mind to our youthful whispers and directly instructed Dai Mubai to take us to pay our tuition, 100 gold soul coins each. Quite the extortion. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed us, advising everyone to adjust their states for the evening, except for Ning Rongrong and Qin Shi, whom he kept behind. I sensed something was amiss. Indeed, Flinder led the 2 to the academy gate, evidently having received a message from the Qi Bao Liuli sect, intending to assert some authority over the little princess. He approached Ning Rongrong and asked, as a support soul master, "How do you ensure your survival on the battlefield?" Without a moment's thought, the little princess replied, "Just hide behind my teammates, right?" Flinder frowned and countered, "What if your teammates are unable to protect you?" This ignited a spark. Ning Rongrong's smile vanished, and she no longer addressed him as Dean, but exclaimed, "Flinder, what do you mean? Do you look down upon my Qi Bao Liuli sect? With my support, my teammates' combat power surges by 30%. How could I possibly be ensnared?" Her prideful demeanor was undeniable, and she boasted about her innate spirit power level of 9 and her unrivaled martial spirit. Flinder's expression darkened, the oppressive aura of a soul sage bearing down on her, causing Ning Rongrong's face to pale. Sensing the brewing storm, Qin Shi quickly intervened. Flinder shot him a glare, reining in his pressure, then declared, "Xiao Qi, she is in your hands. If she comes to terms with it, let her run around the village 10 times. If not, expel her from the academy." With that, he departed. Qin Shi glanced at the shaken Ning Rongrong's side and suggested they find a place to talk. They settled upon a large stone, and Qin Shi began to enumerate Ning Rongrong's background. The little princess of the Qi Bao Liuli sect, daughter of Ning Fengji, cherished by the Sword de Luo and Bon De. Am I correct? Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned, likely pondering how this remote location could yield someone so well-informed. Without granting her a moment to respond, Qin Shi unleashed his sharp tongue, delivering a devastating critique. "Do you believe your talent is extraordinary? Let me introduce you to Oscar, who possesses innate full soul power and belongs to the food system, a rarity in a millennium. Can you compare?" Ning Rongrong was left dumbfounded, muttering, "How can this be?" He continued with Ma Hongjun, whose martial spirit is the evil fire phoenix, a top-tier beast martial spirit. He endured the torment of evil flames, yet reached level 29. Dai Mubai, the prince of the Xing Luo Empire, Achieved level 39 by 15. Zhu Zhuqing, younger than you, possesses greater soul power. And Xiao Wu, my sister, also has innate full soul power. As for my brother Tang San, he too possesses innate full soul power. Now, look at yourself. Apart from your noble lineage, what else do you have? Oscar runs with a 50-kilogram sandbag 20 times daily, and you complain about running 10 laps? After this barrage of words, tears streamed down Ning Rongrong's face, but her gaze shifted resolutely. Without further ado, she stood and began to circle the village. Qin Shi waited at the entrance, remaining until dusk. When Ning Rongrong approached, drenched in mud and sweat, she wobbled and declared, "I did it," before collapsing. With quick reflexes, Qin Shi caught her and rushed her to the dormitory. To his dismay, the girl's dormitory was empty, likely as everyone had gone to the Great Soul Arena. Looking at the unconscious Ning Rongrong, who was filthy, he couldn't simply throw her onto the bed. Ultimately, he mustered the courage to clean her up and changed her into one of his own garments. Upon returning to his own dorm, he finally exhaled, muttering, "What a delicate little frame." Just as he settled into a meditative posture, the system that had been dormant for 6 years suddenly chimed to life. "Delayed sign-in for 6 times. Would you like to sign in?" Qin Shi, brimming with excitement, nearly leaped up, shouting, "Sign in! Sign in!" To his astonishment, a massive gift package from 6 years was instantly credited. Among the treasures were a super martial soul fusion card, a 100,000-year-old head bone, a super vitality pearl, and various elixirs for mental and physical enhancement. Without hesitation, he consumed the vitality and mental enhancement potions, feeling a surge as he broke through to the Soul Sage level. Following that, he absorbed the vitality pearl, causing his soul power to leap 2 levels, reaching 39 and matching Dai Mu Bai. With a calm demeanor, he considered the remaining treasures. Gritting his teeth, he decided to fuse his 2 martial souls, the Long Dan gun and the Genin Dragon gun, using the Super Martial Soul Fusion card. The process was intense, causing him to sweat profusely, but after 30 minutes, it was complete. Although his dual martial souls merged into a single one, Qin Shi was ecstatic. This new weapon was extraordinarily powerful. His soul power transformed into a shimmering gold and silver, and all his soul skills were upgraded. Moreover, the fusion enhanced his external soul bone, the undying dragon wing, evolving it into the true dragon wing, permanently integrating it into his body. This feat propelled his soul power to level 40. By the time he completed all this, Tang San and the others had returned from the Great Soul Arena. Qin Shi promptly pulled Tang San into his dormitory, presenting him with 2 soul bones, 1 torso bone and 1 head bone. Tang San, taken aback, nearly lost his composure, hurriedly shedding his clothes to cover the soul bones, peering around to ensure no one was watching before whispering, "Xiao Qi, where did you get these?" Qin Shi, adopting an authoritative tone, declared, "The teacher gave them to me. I'm gifting them to you now." Tang San, reluctant, pushed them back. Qin Shi, displeased, retorted, "Brother, I don't want to absorb them. What is wrong with giving them to you?" The two continued to push back and forth until Tang San turned to leave. Qin Shi swiftly obstructed him, apologizing, and then unleashed his soul power, pinning Tang San down and binding him with rope before tossing him onto the bed. Who understands, right? In 2025, gifts are this hardcore. He placed the 2 soul bones directly upon Tang San, who was engulfed in a flash of red light as the bones forcibly fused. Once released, Tang San, bewildered, inquired, "Why are these soul bones so overpowering?" Qin Shi chuckled, "Brother, these are self-adaptive soul bones of 100,000 years." Tang San was left utterly speechless. 100,000 years. Such precious items. Ultimately, all his words condensed into a single expression of gratitude. "Thank you, Xiao Qi." The next morning, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of Shrek Academy. Upon hearing that scream, Qin Shi instantly recognized it as Ning Rongrong awakening. Leaving a note behind, he swiftly made his exit to Soto City. In the girls' dormitory, Xiao Wu was full of gossip, teasing Ning Rongrong. "Rongrong, it seems you and Xiao Qi have something going on." Ning Rongrong, glancing at the obviously male attire she was wearing, blushed so fiercely it seemed she could bleed. Unable to withstand the teasing from Xiao Wu, he could only divert the topic, suggesting, "You should quickly seek out your third brother." At this moment, Xiao Wu's face flushed. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong's mind was still in a muddle, completely unaware of who had helped her. Qin Shi had wandered around the city for an entire day before secretly returning to the academy that night. Upon entering the dormitory, he was greeted by the sight of Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San, all of whom regarded him with lewd gazes. Ma Hongjun stepped forward and exclaimed, "Seventh brother, you've really kept your cards close to your chest, managing to win over Ning Rongrong in just 2 days?" Dai Mubai joined in the jesting. "All right, Xiao Qi, no need to explain. An explanation is merely a cover-up." Qin Shi found himself at a loss for words. The following day, during assembly, just as Flinder was about to question Qin Shi about his tardiness, Ning Rongrong suddenly erupted, rushing over to seize Qin Shi by his collar, shouting, "Qin Shi, you shameless one! After touching me, you think you can run away? From today onwards, you're not allowed to leave my sight." Feeling guilty and seeing the ambiguous looks from those around, Qin Shi could only surrender. "All right, I want tea leave. How about starting tonight? You share a dormitory with me?" Initially, it was a jest, yet Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed as she shyly murmured, "All right." The crowd erupted with excitement, prompting Flinder to intervene hastily. That night, Ning Rongrong indeed moved into Qin Shi's dormitory without reservation. The two faced each other across a single bed, their eyes wide open, the atmosphere palpably awkward. Eventually, Ning Rongrong, her face ablaze, declared, "Time for bed. Half of the bed is mine, and the other half is yours. No crossing the line." However, neither could find sleep. Qin Shi softly apologized, explaining that he had merely helped her clean up because she appeared so dirty, having seen nothing else. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong sat up, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. "Qin Shi, you touched my body. My purity is gone. Will you take responsibility for me?" Qin Shi also sat up, looking at her beautiful face illuminated by the moonlight, and resolutely replied, "Rongrong, I will take responsibility." In the next moment, Ning Rongrong confessed, "Qin Shi, I've fallen for you. Will you be my boyfriend?" Qin Shi, utterly taken by surprise, inexplicably replied, "I accept." Subsequently, Ning Rongrong leaped into his embrace. Astonishingly, he had unwittingly entered a relationship. The following day, as they gathered in the plaza to prepare for their journey to the Xingdou Great Forest, Qin Shi and Ning Rongrong arrived hand in hand, her lips still slightly swollen, a clear indication of their previous night's activities. Qin Shi boldly announced, "Rongrong is now mine. Are you satisfied?" Aside from Zhu Zhuqing, everyone else wore amused smiles. Xiao Wu excitedly pulled Ning Rongrong aside to whisper, "Did you two last night?" Ning Rongrong's face turned crimson as she quietly replied, "I would have liked to, but Qin Shi said I was still too young." The group set off, scattering dog food along the way. After a hurried journey, they arrived at a quaint town catering to soul masters just as night fell. Zhao Wujie instructed everyone to find their own accommodations while he took a single room. Naturally, Qin Shi and Ning Rongrong shared a room as a couple. Seeing this, Xiao Wu immediately clung to Tang San's arm, playfully demanding the same arrangement. Poor Tang San was reluctantly pushed into sharing a couple's room. As they dined downstairs at the hotel, the atmosphere was lively until 8 individuals burst in, donned in matching light blue robes, with the words Tsanghui embroidered on their chests. Ma Hongjun, the rotund one, fixated on the only female member of that group, nearly drooling. Dai Mubai scoffed, "TCH, just a bunch of trash from Tsanghui Academy." His words were loud enough for everyone to hear. Oscar whispered to Tang San, "Looks like we're in for some entertainment." Qin Shi chimed in, "As our principal says, a soul master who doesn't dare to stir up trouble is not a good soul master." And here they come. One of the youths from the opposing side immediately exploded with anger, charging at Dai Mubai. Just then, a waiter carrying dishes walked by, and the youth intentionally bumped into him, sending a plate flying toward Dai Mubai. Tang San, unfazed, smoothly extended his hand, using his ability to catch the plate, ensuring not a single morsel was spilled. This infuriated Dai Mubai, who, without a second thought, landed a punch that sent the youth flying 5 meters away. The confrontation escalated dramatically. The leader of the Tsanghue Academy, a middle-aged man, was livid, pointing at Dai Mubai and shouting, "Step outside." The two groups faced off outside the hotel. The Tsanghue students displayed their soul rings, two in white and yellow, clearly proud of their display. Dai Mubai, amused, retorted, "Is this it? An advanced soul master academy? Unleash your martial spirits." In the next instant, everyone except Qin Shi activated their martial spirits. Dai Mubai revealed his yellow-yellow-purple configuration, while Tang San and the others displayed 200-year yellow soul rings apiece. The brilliance of their rings made the Tsanghue students' soul rings appear like mere fireflies. The leader of Tsanghue, Yi Zhiqiu, was momentarily taken aback, especially upon seeing Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. His expression shifted to one of flattery as he hurriedly inquired, "May I ask, are you all from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect?" Tang San, who understood social nuances, interjected to prevent the furious Dai Mubai from reacting, cheerfully affirming, "Indeed, we are from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. We are on our way to the Xingdou Great Forest. However, we cannot simply stand by and be blamed when it was your students who initiated the conflict." Before Yijicho could respond, his students erupted, pointing and shouting at them like firecrackers. This time, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun could no longer hold back. Dai Mubai stepped forward, shouting at Yijicho, "One chance to save face is enough. If your students are so ungrateful, don't blame us for being impolite." White Tiger, Fierce Light Wave. Ma Hongjun followed suit, Phoenix Fire Line. The two beams of light shot toward the rude students. I watched as Yijicho's expression changed, and with a furious shout of Xiangui body, a circle of black light erupted around him, forcefully absorbing the attacks. In the next moment, he transformed, resembling a ninja turtle, with a massive shell forming on his back as 5 soul rings appear beneath him. 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. A soul king of over level 50. The aura he exuded immediately suppressed Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. To be fair, his soul ring configuration was not impressive, but he was indeed a soul king, and his presence was formidable. Aside from me and Ning Rongrong, the others looked rather serious. Seeing he had subdued the situation, Yi Zhiqiu began a posture, lifting his chin. "You little brats are still not enough for me to take seriously. Go, summon your teacher. I wish to speak with him." I couldn't help but laugh at that, and Qin Shi boldly stepped forward, brandishing his Jin Yin Long Chong, and scoffed, "You, turtle shell soul king. Think you are worthy to meet our teacher? I'll entertain you." As soon as he spoke, 3 soul rings, purple, purple, and black, burst forth beneath his feet. At that moment, the entire scene fell into silence. Dai Mubai and the others had seen it before, but for Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, it was their first encounter. Their jaws dropped in disbelief, and I felt they could have dug several holes into the ground with their astonishment. Even the usually stoic Zhu Zhuqing wore an expression akin to seeing a ghost. As for Yi Zhiqiu, he was not merely shocked. He appeared on the brink of fainting, his mouth agape, as if a chicken egg could fit inside, his eyes filled with despair at the sight of such an extraordinary being. Once Qin Shi's soul ring configuration was revealed, it was simply breathtaking, reminiscent of the most exquisite beauty, leaving me in a state of disbelief. Yi Zhiqiu struggled to regain his composure, stubbornly retorting, "What of your soul ring configuration? I have 2 more than you. You are but a junior." Qin Shi could hardly be bothered to engage in further banter, sneering, "2 more rings? You don't even have a 10,000-year soul ring. Yet you dare to act so grand? Let us see your true abilities." In the next instant, Qin Shi made his move. I barely caught a glimpse of his motion. One moment he was there, and the next he stood before Yi Zhiqiu. The speed was astonishing. As a defense type, Yi Zhiqiu couldn't react in time, only to see a flash of golden and silver light as Qin Shi's spear pierced his left shoulder. With a sharp sound, blood was spilled. Qin Shi withdrew his gun and retreated, the entire process taking less than a second. Yi Zhiqiu clutched his shoulder, his face paling, eyes filled with trepidation. He understood that had that shot been aimed at his throat, he would now be a lifeless corpse. "Now do you comprehend your own frailty?" Qin Shi observed him coolly, commanding, "Take your people and leave." The group, terrified, hastily assisted their fallen instructor and fled, their retreat reminiscent of a pack of stray dogs. Once the commotion subsided, Ning Rongrong immediately clung to Qin Shi's arm, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiao Qi, what on earth is this soul ring of yours? It's absolutely terrifying. Tang San and the others also regarded him with curiosity. Qin Shi chuckled lightly, spinning a tail. Oh, it's merely a matter of physical training, enhancing mental fortitude, coupled with a stroke of luck from consuming a few miraculous herbs, which are now unfortunately lost. Tang San nodded thoughtfully, likely recalling his own divine herbs. The incident was soon behind us. The following day, we finally entered the Xingdou Great Forest. The trees towered high, blocking out the sun, rendering the paths nearly non-existent. Teacher Zhao Wujia urged us to stay vigilant, and Oscar distributed recovery sausages to each of us before we resumed our formation to explore deeper into the woods. Only Xiao Wu seemed unperturbed, bouncing around as if strolling through her own garden, her carefree spirit shining brightly. When we found a clearing to rest, it was not long before Qin Shi, Tang San, and Teacher Zhao simultaneously gazed in a particular direction. "Get up!" Teacher Zhao bellowed. "Something is coming." Instantly, we all summoned our martial souls, ready for battle. Qin Shi spoke decisively. "No need to scout. It's a Fengwei Jigwanch, over 2,300 years old." Teacher Zhao's eyes lit up. "This is perfect for Oscar." Yet Tang San expressed concern. "Isn't its age a bit too advanced for Xiao Ao?" Qin Shi interrupted. "Rest assured, have you forgotten the intensive training from half a year ago? Xiao Ao's current physical condition can handle this." Teacher Zhao recalled the rigorous training and slapped his thigh in realization. Right. Xiao Qi's training was not in vain. At that moment, the massive snake lunged forward, targeting Zhu Zhuqing. Quick on her feet, Zhu Zhuqing countered with a Yume thrust, but the serpent skillfully dodged, retaliating with a spray of colorful venom. Dai Mubai, alarmed, transformed into his white tiger form, while Ning Rongrong provided him with a speed enhancement. He dashed forward to shield Zhu Zhuqing, managing to block the venom, but was swept away by the snake's tail, both of them tumbling far away. Tang San's blue-silver grass swiftly ensnared the serpent, followed closely by Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire line. Sensing danger, the serpent attempted to escape, but Teacher Zhao employed a gravity enhancement technique to track and immobilize it with a series of relentless strikes, ultimately knocking it unconscious. "Done!" Oscar exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. Teacher Zhao handed him a dagger. "Quick, absorb the soul ring before it dissipates." However, just as Oscar prepared to act, a raspy voice interrupted. "Wait." An old woman, accompanied by a girl of around 16 or 17, approached. The elderly woman leaned on a serpent staff, her 6 soul rings indicating her status as a soul emperor. Her granddaughter, Meng Iran, glared furiously at the fallen Fengwei Jigwanch. The old woman introduced herself as the snake matriarch, claiming that they had been pursuing the snake first. Qin Shi stepped forward. "When we found it, it was already injured, clearly at your doing. However, we have slain it now, and the soul ring will only last for an hour. We cannot wait. Xiao Ao, proceed with your absorption." Oscar nodded and sat down to begin. The snake matriarch, realizing she could not intervene, begrudgingly proposed, "Since the soul ring is yours, you must at least offer some compensation. Let that boy fight my granddaughter. How about it?" She pointed at Qin Shi. I couldn't help but chuckle, and Dai Mubai and the others struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces turning red. Of all the contenders, they had to choose the most formidable. Meng Iran scoffed disdainfully at Qin Shi. "A mere child afraid to release his soul ring dares to fight me?" Qin Shi, with a hint of resignation, replied, "I am indeed weak, but I believe I am a tad stronger than a 30-level genius at 17. Her anger ignited. Meng Iran charged at him, disregarding her soul skills. Qin Shi smiled, waiting until she was close, then effortlessly caught her serpent staff with his left hand, while his right hand transformed into a pointed finger aimed at her throat. Of course, he halted just a mere centimeter from her neck. Meng Iran froze, and the snake matriarch was left dumbfounded. Regaining her composure, Meng Iran burst into tears, running back to her grandmother. I refused to accept this. I haven't even used my soul skills. The snake matriarch's face flushed with embarrassment as she dragged her granddaughter away. Once Oscar finished absorbing the soul ring, we inquired about his third soul skill, only for him to display a thoroughly awkward expression. Eventually, he hesitantly recited the soul incantation. I have a mushroom sausage. Its effect allowed one to fly for 2 minutes. Upon hearing this name, we erupted in laughter. The incantation was absurdly comical. Continuing our search for soul beasts, our luck was astonishing as we stumbled upon a dark gold terrorclaw bear and a crimson-flamed giant wolf engaged in a fierce battle. Both were top-tier soul beasts. Teacher Zhao decisively commanded, "Engage." We charged forth, with Qin Shi and Dai Mubai leading the assault against the faltering giant wolf. Qin Shi unleashed his third soul skill, Dragon Fury, granting a full attribute enhancement of 100%, moving with such swiftness that it resembled teleportation, piercing the wolf's left eye with a thrust. Dai Mubai followed up with his White Tiger's Radiant Wave, obliterating its right eye. Finally, Qin Shi delivered a crushing blow, and Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire line claimed the kill. Meanwhile, Teacher Zhao subdued the 9,000-year-old dark gold terrorclaw bear, with Dai Mubai stepping in to finish it off. Thus, both Fatty and Dai Mubai secured their soul rings. Once absorbed, their powers surged dramatically. Ma Hongjun acquired Phoenix Feather Burst, and Dai Mubai gained White Tiger Meteor Shower, both names resonating with immense strength. However, in the following 2 days, our luck seemed to have run dry, as we could not find suitable soul beasts for Tang San and Xiao Wu. Just as everyone began to tire, one night, calamity struck. While we were asleep, Teacher Zhao's thunderous roar jolted us awake. "Get up quickly." We rushed out of the tent, confronted by an oppressive and suffocating aura. Qin Shi's expression hardened as he murmured, "Titan Great Ape, 100,000-year soul beast, the king of the forest." Before us, 2 massive trees parted, revealing a colossal black gorilla resembling a small mountain. Teacher Zhao, trembling, stammered, "Respected king of the forest, we mean no offense." Before he could finish, the Titan Great Ape lunged directly at Xiao Wu. In that critical moment, Qin Shi suddenly shouted to the sky, "Old dragon, come forth." An ethereal figure materialized above him, adorned with 9 soul rings that pulsed rhythmically. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and the last 3, a blinding blood red. 300,000-year soul rings. All present were left awestruck by this soul ring configuration. The Titan Great Ape also noticed, its eyes flashing with fear, yet it continued its charge toward Xiao Wu. The old dragon merely waved his hand, and a gigantic energy palm sent the Titan Great Ape flying. In mere moments of combat, the Titan Great Ape was left prostrate, utterly powerless. Then, Qin Shi ambled over to the Titan Great Ape, gently patting its enormous head and whispering inaudibly to it. Miraculously, after listening, the Great Ape nodded in resignation, casting a reluctant glance at Xiao Wu before retreating deep into the forest. With the crisis averted, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Zhao excitedly inquired about the identity of the senior that Qin Shi mentioned, to which Qin Shi casually replied, "He is a subordinate of my teacher, here to protect me." Goodness, if even a subordinate is so formidable, then his teacher must indeed be a divine being. With his title Douluo as our bodyguard, we could traverse the Xingdou Great Forest with great confidence. 10 days later, Tang San found a suitable soul ring. Observing that we had been away for too long, Teacher Zhao decided to lead the main group back to report, leaving me, Qin Shi, and Xiao Wu under the protection of Old Long to continue our search for soul rings. Once the main group departed, Xiao Wu could no longer contain herself, and, with her head bowed, asked Qin Shi, "Did you already know?" Qin Shi smiled and replied, "Sister Xiao Wu, I have known for a long time that you are a transformed 10,000-year soul beast. Rest assured, no one dares to harm you." I stood by, utterly astonished. The legendary tale was unfolding right beside me. I hurried over to Xiao Wu, inspecting her closely to confirm she was still my sister. Seeing that we accepted her, Xiao Wu was moved to the point of tears. Eventually, Xiao Wu conjured her own soul ring, and Qin Shi found a 6,000-year golden tiger king, acquiring his fourth soul ring. In the end, Old Long took us directly to the core of the Qingdao Great Forest, the Lake of Life. The vitality in that place was overwhelmingly rich, providing immense comfort. Upon arrival, Xiao Wu felt at home and excitedly called out to the lake to Ming, Ming. As soon as she finished speaking, an enormous head resembling both a dragon and a serpent emerged from the water. Upon seeing that colossal dragon head, my heart raced, and I blurted out, could it be the Tianqing Yomeng? To my surprise, that great head completely ignored me, its massive eyes fixed on Old Long, exuding an air of dominance as it spoke. Human, you have crossed the line. I wanted to laugh. What kind of person was Old Long? He didn't even bother to lift an eyelid and calmly replied, a mere 15,000-year soul beast. What of it if I have crossed the line? Instantly, the bull-headed creature fell silent, likely reminded of Ming's tragic fate of being defeated in one blow. Noticing the atmosphere, I felt compelled to stoke the fire and said to that great head, if not for my sister Xiao Wu, today, in this core area, there would certainly be 2 fewer bosses. Upon hearing this, the massive head remained unconvinced and retorted, you, a mere soul master, dare to speak boldly here? My temper flared. Old Long shot a glare like a knife. When my young master speaks, do you have a right to interrupt? Do you wish to fight? The giant bull immediately wilted, casting a pleading gaze toward Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, ever supportive, sweetly said, Deming, they're my friends and treat me well. With that, the misunderstanding was resolved, and Deming admitted to harboring some resentment toward humans. Xiao Wu then asked about Ming, and just as she finished speaking, a colossal titan giant ape emerged from the forest. Ming. I tell you, the look it gave Old Long was one of sheer terror, akin to a mouse encountering a cat, as it cautiously approached and extended its massive hand to take Xiao Wu. 2 days flew by, and the 3 of us returned to Shrek Academy. Gazing at the dilapidated plaque, I felt a wave of nostalgia. It had already been half a month since we left. To my astonishment, Tang San dashed over like a cannonball, heading straight for us. No, rather, straight for Xiao Wu, reaching out to stroke her head. I stood awkwardly to the side, my hand half raised, feeling so embarrassed I could have scraped out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. I could only clear my throat and jokingly remarked, Bro, this isn't fair. With Sister Xiao Wu around, do you no longer need a brother? This caused both of them to turn beet red. After exchanging pleasantries, Tang San suddenly remembered something and said to me, Qin Shi, my teacher has come and wishes to meet you. I pondered for a moment. Master? Sure, why not? Arriving at the door of the master's office, I knocked, and a somewhat familiar, yet unfamiliar voice came from within. When the door opened, the master looked at me in surprise and asked Tang San, Little San, who is this? Teacher, this is my brother, Qin Shi. I smiled at the master, it's been a long time. The master, taken aback for a moment, finally responded, as 6 years had indeed brought about significant changes. His usually expressionless face managed to form a smile. It's been a long time. Come in and sit. Inside the office, the furnishings were quite simple, consisting of a table, a chair, and a sofa. Once seated, the master began his moment of boasting, detailing how he had trained Tang San to become a 33rd level prodigy at the age of 12. Then, shifting the conversation, he curiously asked back then, You didn't choose me as your teacher. Are you now at the 26th or 27th level? Tang San, sitting beside me, felt quite awkward. I cleared my throat and innocently replied, Master, I am currently at the 41st level, which is indeed a bit low. The master's reaction was immediate. What? 41st level? I tell you, the master seemed to malfunction on the spot, his expression so shocked I wished I could capture it on camera. Tang San hurriedly explained, Teacher, Qin Shi is indeed at the 41st level. We spent these days searching for soul rings. The master plopped back into his chair, looking utterly disheartened, murmuring, Have I failed too much? Family, who understands this predicament? I don't know what to do. I quickly reassured him, Master, you haven't failed. My brother is a soul master at 12. Who else can compare? Your teaching results are remarkable. This seemed to do the trick. Upon hearing my words, the master immediately revived, his face lighting up with a radiant smile, and he stood, patting Tang San's head with pride. Indeed, Xiao San is my pride. The next day, everyone busied themselves with their own matters. I was cozying up with Rong Rong, while Tang San and Xiao Wu went shopping, and Fatty found a place to vent his frustrations. On the third day, our good times came to an end. The master summoned us all to the square, announcing a month-long grueling training session, with him devising the plan while I assumed the role of overseer. To my surprise, 7 large baskets filled with stones were placed at the entrance, each labeled with names. I chuckled, grateful that I was the overseer and not participating. The following month was nothing short of a hellish experience. I must say, it was quite miserable, especially for Dai Mu Bai and his group, whom I closely monitored. Given that Tang San possessed a soul bone, I also provided him with extra provisions. Naturally, my dear Rong Rong received special treatment. We indulged in a public romance, much to the annoyance of others. After a month, the master finally showed some compassion and granted us a week's break. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San showcased his new invention, the Zhuge Divine crossbow. Rong Rong's eyes lit up at the sight, and she promptly decided to take it home to show her father. As a family member, I was naturally bundled along for the ride. Upon reaching Tiando City, Rong Rong's shopping spirit ignited. Within 2 hours, she managed to spend over 70,000 gold soul coins. And my heart bled at the thought. I had no place to cry. Finally, we arrived at the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Along the way, the disciples regarded me with such disdain that it felt as if they were etching little pretty boy onto my forehead. I couldn't help but scoff. Pure jealousy. As we entered the main hall, I was suddenly hit by 2 immense pressures that nearly knocked me down. My head spun, and veins bulged as I hastily drew my gold and silver dragon spear, revealing my 2 purple and 2 black rings to catch my breath. The 2 presences paused momentarily, only to unleash an even more intense pressure. Rong Rong exploded in indignation, pointing at the 2 elders on the high seat, shouting, "Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, please stop. If this continues, I will never speak to you again." This statement proved effective, and the pressure dissipated instantly. Steadying myself, I looked at the 2 elders. One was as thin as a bamboo pole, while the other was as robust as an iron tower. I grinned and said, "Bon Douluo Douluo, I trust my performance has not disappointed you." I was well aware that they were merely asserting their authority for having taken their precious little cabbage. Although the 2 elders were immensely pleased with my talent, their expressions resembled that of someone who had lost 8 million. Rong Rong was not one to coddle them. She puffed up her cheeks and declared, "I will never talk to you again." Bon Douluo, Gu Rong, immediately panicked and rushed to explain, "It's not that you took our little princess away. We were merely testing this kid." Jian Douluo Chunxin fervently nodded in agreement, while Ning Fengji, who had been silent until now and is indeed Rong Rong's father, finally spoke with a warm smile. Although he was already aware of my soul ring configuration, witnessing it firsthand was still profoundly shocking. I took Rong Rong's hand and remarked nonchalantly, "I believe I have passed the test." The moment I grasped her hand, the very fabric of space around the 2 elders began to distort, and a palpable aura of menace surged forth. Ning Fengji quickly intervened, saying, "Young brother, please take a seat." Rong Rong led me to sit beside Jian Douluo, huffing in his direction before turning to her father to complain, "Daddy, you knew I was bringing Xiao Qi here, yet you allowed them to treat him this way." Ning Fengji feigned a stern expression and replied, "Rong Rong, what brings you back? Have you missed us, or are you playing truant?" Rong Rong hastily produced the Zhuge Shenu and provided an explanation. Upon hearing her, Ning Fengji's eyes turned green with envy. Jian Douluo, undeterred, insisted on testing it himself. I took the divine crossbow and aimed at Chunxin in the center of the hall, unleashing a flurry of silver needles. With a swift motion, a gigantic silver sword appeared behind Chunxin, 9 soul rings dazzling in brilliance, as the massive sword effortlessly blocked all the silver needles. He himself was astonished and exclaimed, "Fengji, this device possesses remarkable power, comparable to an ordinary Soul King-esque strike." "What? Comparable to a Soul King?" Ning Fengji stood up in excitement, his gaze fervently fixed on me. "Young brother, can this be mass-produced? The price is negotiable. An opportunity had arisen, my family." I grinned mischievously, of course, but I require Rongrong's hand in marriage." Rongrong gazed at me with deep affection. Before Ning Fengji could respond, Rongrong eagerly shouted, "I agree." The two elders were left utterly stunned, finally exclaiming, "A daughter cannot be kept at home." Thus it was settled. One juga Shun Nu for 10,000 gold soul coins. That evening, I naturally took up residence in Rongrong's chamber. As she slept, murmuring about marrying Qin Shi, I held her soft form, yet felt a chill creeping down my back, likely stemming from the lingering resentment of the two elders. In the dead of night, I arose to relieve myself, but just as I was about to sneak back, darkness enveloped me, and a spatial rift sucked me in. Upon opening my eyes, I found myself back in the grand hall of the sect leader. Ning Fengji, Qin Xin, and Gu Rong were gathered, ready to interrogate me. Gu Rong slapped my head, demanding, "You brat, how did you manage such an abnormal soul ring configuration? Our sect has attempted to absorb beyond their rank, and the results were disastrous." A light bulb went off in my head. Now I understood. I chuckled softly. "Wish to absorb beyond your rank? It's simple. 4 words. Surpass your limits. If you train methodically, your body's strength will naturally lag behind. If you push your body to its limits daily, constantly fortifying it, what is there to fear in absorbing more powerful soul rings?" The three of them seemed to awaken to a profound realization, as if they had opened their meridians. Ning Fengji, brimming with excitement, patted my shoulder. "Young brother, you are indeed a prodigy." As he spoke, he switched his address. "No need to call me Sect Leader Ning. From now on, we are family. Just call me Uncle Ning. As for these two, refer to them as grandfathers. Yakuisket, hello, Uncle Ning, hello, Grandpa Yan, hello. Grandpa Gu." Grandpa Jian Qinshin laughed heartily, pleased to have gained a talented grandson, while Grandpa Gu Rong maintained a stern demeanor. Qinshin taunted him, "Old Gu, your inability to break through is simply because you lack resolve. Otherwise, you would have surpassed level 96 long ago." This struck a nerve with Gu Rong, and the two of them began to bicker. Observing their antics, I spoke up, "Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, I have a method to help you both break through." The room fell silent. Ning Fengji furrowed his brows, cautioning me, "Shao Qi, such statements should not be made lightly." "Uncle Ning, I speak no falsehood," I replied confidently. "In half a year, I assure you both will break through to level 98. The three of them were taken aback. Sensing their skepticism, I revealed my trump card. Shouting towards the ceiling, "Long Lao, come forth." A shadow materialized silently before us. Kneeling on one knee, "Young master." I instructed him to rise and introduced him to Ning Fengji and the others. "Uncle Ning, this is Long Xiaoyao, a subordinate of my master, a level 99 limit Douluo, who will instruct the two grandfathers." Surely that is sufficient? The expression on Ning Fengji's face shattered, while Chun Xin and Gu Rong's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. A limit Douluo merely serving as a subordinate? What manner of formidable individual must my master be? The three of them immediately bowed deeply to Long Lao, their respect palpable. Subsequently, Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu were taken by Long Lao for intensive training. Ning Fengji looked at me, his eyes filled with complex emotions, inquiring about my master. I shrugged innocently. "Honestly, I do not know. He left Long Lao behind and has since wandered the world." The next day, I awoke late, finding Rongrong beneath me, her skin glistening with a fragrant sheen. Unable to resist, I leaned down to kiss her. Just as we were engrossed in our affection, Ning Fengji sent someone to summon me, stating that his disciple, the father of the crown prince Xue Qinghe, had fallen ill again and required my attention. Upon hearing this, Rongrong's eyes sparkled, excited to see her sister Xue Ku again, and insisted on joining me. Though I was initially reluctant, given that Xue Qinghe was a considerable hassle, Rongrong's pleading gaze softened my resolve. Upon arriving at the Tiando Imperial Palace, we were greeted by an opulence beyond compare. We met Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, who possessed an air of gentle refinement and scholarly elegance. Ning Fengji introduced him as the son-in-law of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As I shook his hand, I noted its softness and fragility. I playfully remarked, "Your Highness, your hand is so well cared for, it resembles that of a maiden." Xue Qinghe likely felt a jolt of discomfort, but he maintained his composure, responding with a polite smile. Rong, witnessing my prolonged grip on the prince's hand, immediately turned into a jealous tempest, yanking my hand away. Just as we were conversing, a young girl burst in like a fragrant breeze, diving into Shui Qinghe's embrace, exclaiming, "Brother, I have broken through." This was Princess Shueko. After greeting us, Ning Fengji stated that she could accompany us to obtain her soul ring, which Shui Qinghe readily approved. Arriving in the Sunset Forest, little Shueku insisted that I carry her as we searched for soul beasts. I glanced at Rong, who nodded, granting me permission to embrace the little girl. She bore a delightful scent, and as I savored the moment, I was suddenly met with a swift, painful twist to my waist, courtesy of Rong, who was not pleased. With Jian Douluo present, locating a soul beast was a matter of mere moments. We soon found a 300-year-old white snow swan, which I swiftly incapacitated with a single strike. Shueku, upon seeing this, teared up, lamenting its plight and expressing her reluctance to harm it. I had to persuade her, saying, "Little Shueku, look at how adorable you are, and this majestic swan is equally charming. They're truly a match made in heaven." Her eyes lit up, Brother Qin. "Am I really adorable?" "Absolutely, just as adorable as your sister Rong. Then will you give me a kiss, Brother Qin?" she asked, leaning in with her rosy cheeks. After securing Rong's consent, I planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. Delightful. Upon returning to the palace, Shueko proudly showcased her new soul ring, boasting to her brother, "Brother Qin is so wonderful. He called me adorable and even gave me a kiss." Shui Qinghe regarded me with a knowing look. Brother Qin seems to have a particular fondness for affection. I hastily clarified, No, my heart belongs solely to my dear Rong. Rong pouted, tugging on my ear and dragging me out of the palace into a secluded corner, her expression one of sweet indignation as she demanded affection as well. I chuckled and embraced her, kissing her tenderly. After visiting the unconscious Emperor Shui Yi, we prepared to leave. Shui Qinghe escorted us to the entrance. Just as Shueku dashed out from the palace, clinging to my leg, tears in her eyes. "Brother Qin, I don't want to part ways. I want to go with you." At that moment, I felt overwhelmed. What does it mean to have a 7-year-old girl as a constant companion? Yet, Ning Rong, seeing Shueku's pitiful demeanor, softened and gently patted her head, saying, "As long as your brother agrees, little Shueku can join us. All right?" Shueku immediately lifted her head to gaze at Shui Qinghe, exclaiming, "Brother." The moment she uttered that word, Shui Qinghe understood perfectly. He swiftly relinquished his position, gesturing grandly. "Go, dear Shueku. Enjoy your time with your brother Qin." Upon returning to the Qibao Lily sect, this little princess transformed into my human-shaped pendant, akin to an octopus, clinging tightly and occasionally pouncing on my face with a peck. My intimate world with Ning Rong, it was utterly declared bankrupt. Rong's resentment was palpable. Yet there was no alternative. Having summoned this little ancestor, one must indulge her even if on one's knees. As the holiday swiftly passed, we packed our belongings to return to Shrek. Initially, I intended to escort this little pendant back to the palace, only for her to adamantly refuse to let go. Thus, we packed her along with us. Upon our arrival at Shrek, the scene was simply astounding. Everyone, from Dai Mubai to Master Zhao Wujia, regarded me as if I were a human trafficker, collectively exclaiming, "What the heck?" Zhu Zhuqing, in a particularly heavy-handed manner, labeled me directly, pervert. Who among my family could understand? At that moment, I longed to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Yet, this little pendant, with her large, innocent eyes, innocently inquired, "Brother Qin, what the heck?" The entire room instantly froze. Ma Hongjun, the hefty fellow, was the first to crack, laughing uproariously like a crowing rooster. I panicked and quickly revealed her identity. What are you all thinking? This is none other than the little princess of the Tiando Empire, Her Highness Shueku. With a gasp, Ma Hongjun's laughter was abruptly silenced. The room fell into a hushed stillness. The next moment, Master Zhao Wujia led everyone in a deep bow, exclaiming, "We greet Her Highness the Princess." Little Shueku, unaccustomed to such formalities, shrank back into my embrace. My heart ached at the sight, and I instinctively raised my hand. saying, "Everyone please rise." As soon as I uttered those words, Dai Mu Bai and the others looked at me with even more peculiar expressions, as if silently questioning. "You truly don't see yourself as an outsider." It was Tang San who adeptly shifted the topic, quickly inquiring about the hidden weapons. I chuckled, "Brother, it's all set. My father-in-law offered a flat price of 10,000 gold soul coins each, not allowing me to say much. And he stated that this would count as part of Rongrong's dowry." Upon hearing the mention of father-in-law, Ma Hongjun and Oscar's eyes turned green with envy, their jealousy unmistakable. As the holiday concluded, the Master's rigorous training for the second phase commenced. The target, Great Duhan Arena, Silver Duhan. Upon hearing this, I laughed. For was that not my hometown? I was quite the seasoned veteran during my time in the Xinghua Empire. I took the opportunity to enlighten them on the intricacies within, and Dai Mu Bai, curious, asked, "Little Seven, how do you know it so well?" Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing fixed her gaze upon me as if activated by a Sharingan, exclaiming, "Gold and Silver Dragon King." Dai Mu Bai appeared utterly befuddled. "What is that?" Zhu Zhuqing regarded him with disdain and explained, "The strongest genius in the history of the Great Duhan Arena of the Xinghua Empire, the only one to possess a diamond badge. No one knows what he looks like or what his name is, but his soul ring configuration is identical to Qin Seven's." She then shot me a glance, her expression resembling that of a judge examining a suspect. Ning Rongrong also caught on, softly clutching my arm. "Little Seven, it wouldn't truly be you, would it?" I could only shrug my shoulders in resignation. That was all ancient history from years ago. I had intended to keep it under wraps. Yet some insist on forcing me to flaunt it. Ma Hongjun was nearly drooling. "Little Seven, doesn't that mean you can graduate directly? If I had that identity, the girls would line up from Shrek to the Stardew Forest." No sooner had the words left his mouth than I felt a sharp pain in my ear. Ning Rongrong was viciously tugging at it, dragging me aside, teeth gritted. "Qin Seven, do you still wish to raise a horde of girls?" Nearby, little Shui Ke chimed in. "Sister Rongrong, what is a girl?" I hastily patted Shui Ke's head to defuse the situation. "Your sister Rongrong is a girl. I love girls the most, right, Rongrong?" Ning Rongrong was so incensed she was nearly at her breaking point. Throughout the month, the Shrek 7 monsters wreaked havoc at the Great Duhan Arena. Even the arrogant Royal Duhan team was outperformed by my third brother. However, Rongrong, as the support, was thoroughly exhausted. When I helped her recover her soul power, I discovered that my cultivation technique was akin to a cheat, enabling her meditation to accelerate tremendously. This revelation caught the master's attention. After thorough testing, it turned out only Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and I could utilize it. The master concluded this was a matter of soul power purity. Tang San's Xian Tiangong had a solid foundation and a purity of 8. Rongrong's Qibao, Lioli Pagoda, possessed innate purification with a purity of 7, while the others hovered around 5, with Ma Hongjun being abysmally low at merely 2. Had I not previously assisted him in purification, he would likely have been at 1. From that day forth, the hefty fellow became my new pendant, pestering me daily for cupping therapy. The night we defeated the Royal Duhan team, we were enjoying a grand feast at the hotel when suddenly someone knocked on the door. I was closest and opened it to find a young man in his 30s. Without acknowledging me, he bypassed and addressed Dean Flender. "Dean." It turned out to be Qin Ming, a senior who graduated from Shrek and now a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy, leading the Royal Duhan team. Remarkably, he was a sole emperor at the age of 30, truly a prodigy. Ma Hongjun, savvy in seizing opportunities, immediately invited him to join our once-in-a-lifetime banquet hosted by the dean. Qin Ming played along, offering to treat us. Ma Hongjun, with a glint of mischief in his eye, seized the menu and declared, "Waiter, remove these dishes and bring everything else." I observed Qin Ming's face turn green at that instant, likely pondering, "I'm still too young." Dean Flender boasted to Qin Ming, claiming that if I participated in the daytime, the Royal Duhan team wouldn't last a minute. Naturally, Qin Ming was skeptical. The dean sighed, lamenting that it was a pity Shrek could not participate in the Soul Master competition. An opportunity arose. Qin Ming's eyes lit up, immediately inviting us to join the Tiando Royal Academy, stating they could field 2 teams. The master agreed on the spot. "We shall go." Dean Flinder grew anxious. This was his labor of love. Yet the master posed a question that left him speechless. What can you offer the children? A simulated training environment? Or qualification for the competition? Flinder was left at a loss for words, storming out in a huff. However, not long after, he returned, patting the master's shoulder. Xiao Gang. You were right. I was too stubborn. And so, the matter was settled. Upon returning to the dormitory, little Shui Ku, this human-shaped pendant, surprisingly initiated her own training. Rong and I exchanged glances. This was a rare opportunity, so how could we resist? Just as the atmosphere heated up, this little girl broke through in merely 10 minutes. With her big eyes wide open, she curiously asked, Brother Qin, were you and Sister Rong being sweet? We both jolted apart as if electrocuted. Who knew her next question would be even bolder? Brother, isn't kissing mouth-to-mouth even sweeter? I want to try too. I felt so awkward I could nearly dig a hole to hide in and could only coax her. Well, that requires little Shui Ku to grow up first and find someone she likes. Upon hearing this, Shui Ku's spirit soared. Then I must train harder. I want to grow up quickly and kiss brother mouth to mouth. I sensed trouble and quickly glanced at Ning Rong, and sure enough, her gaze was sharp enough to cut. I could only force a smile. Children say the most innocent things. Children say the most innocent things. In the days that followed, little Shui Ku trained as if fueled by adrenaline. With some spare time, I noticed Tang San forging in a dilapidated hut, fulfilling orders for the Qibao Liuli sect. Thinking to lend a hand, we worked diligently for a month until the task was finally completed. Tang San gazed at the words Tang Min engraved on the crossbow handle, his eyes reflecting a depth of thought, expressing his desire to establish a Tang Min on the continent in the future. I chuckled at that. Brother, it's daytime now. Let us not dream. To realize dreams, one must first become stronger. Otherwise, it's all mere nonsense. Upon hearing this, Tang San's determination only grew more resolute. 2 months have passed, and we officially set off for Tiando City. The journey was long, and Flander, that old miser, began to hatch devious plans. Passing through Zireway City, he dragged us into the Grand Soul Arena, claiming he wanted to earn some money. The master was even more ruthless, directly arranging for us to face an opponent known as the Fierce God Squad, a name that radiated bloodshed. Flander vehemently opposed, asserting it was tantamount to sending the children to their doom. However, the master insisted this was an unavoidable path. I took hold of Xiao Shuika's hand and calmly stated, Director, I killed someone at the age of 7. They ought to witness blood too. That battle was hardly a battle at all. With a single command from Tang San, all 7 of us simultaneously raised our Zhuge divine crossbows. In the next moment, a series of sounds echoed, and the 7 burly men opposite us fell like human targets. Lifeless. I tell you, Rong and Xiao Wu were so shocked that they turned pale as paper and immediately vomited. Even Dai Mu Bai couldn't hold it in and ran to the side to relieve himself. This is growth, I suppose. Though brutal, it is essential. After several more days of arduous travel, we finally arrived at the Tiando Royal Academy. It was truly magnificent, nestled between mountains and rivers. However, upon reaching the entrance, we were blocked by a group of noble youths in uniforms, led by a disdainful young man who immediately called us country bumpkins. Dai Mu Bai and the others could not tolerate such insults and promptly retaliated. The opposing group, mere showpieces, was swiftly subdued. Yet, the leader, still defiant, shakily proclaimed, You are finished. I am the 4th prince of the Tiando Empire, Xuebing. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh and stepped forward, demanding halt. I then gently shook Xiao Shueka awake from her slumber and pointed at Xuebing, asking, Xiao Shueka, do you see who that is? Upon recognizing Xiao Shueka, Xuebing turned pale, managing a smile that was more painful than tears. Sister Shueka. In response, Xiao Shueka hugged my neck and sweetly exclaimed, Brother, I don't want to see him. He's a bad guy. That was sufficient for me. I entrusted Xiao Shueka to Ning Rong and approached Xuebing step by step. Smiling warmly, Your Highness, my little princess does not wish to see you, so I kindly ask you to leave. Xuebing attempted to retort. You are the one who told me to stop. I raised an eyebrow. Dare you speak back? You asked for this. I swiftly unleashed a series of fluid movements. delivering a flurry of blows that left him looking like a pig's head. Everyone from Shrek was stunned, likely having never witnessed such a violent side of me. Once the altercation concluded, I felt an exhilarating sense of relief, invigorated as my soul power surged and broke through at that moment. Tang-san. Ning Rong. Everyone, what the? Xiao Shueka, wow. This left Dai Mubai, feeling utterly defeated, gazing at me with a pitiful expression, saying, "Little Seven, what on earth happened? We were supposed to be on the same level, and now you've overtaken me in one shout. How can we continue?" Before I could even put on a facade, Teacher Zhao Wujia's booming voice resounded. Truly, my chosen little Seven, who understands? To engage in a brawl and experience an upgrade mid-fight. This maneuver is unprecedented. I chuckled and waved my hand dismissively. Keep it simple, keep it simple. This, of course, earned me a chorus of mocking jeers. All right then, without a guide, we Shrek group had to navigate our way into Tiendo Royal Academy. After just a few steps, a middle-aged man approached us, wearing a professional smile, inquiring, "Are you from Shrek Academy?" Flander's expression darkened immediately, his gaze sharp as a knife. What? Another troublemaker? The middle-aged man flinched, hastily clarifying, No, a misunderstanding. I'm a teacher from the academy, here to welcome you." Flanders' demeanor shifted quicker than a page turning, and he immediately nodded and bowed. Yes. We are indeed Shrek. I, the director. The teacher led us into a reception room, stating he was going to find Qin Ming. Shortly after, Senior Qin Ming rushed in like a gust of wind, greeting us with fervor. "Director, teachers, junior students," he expressed. "I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival these past 2 months. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep." Director Flander helped him up, chuckling, "All right, Xiao Ming. No need for flattery. From now on, we old bones will be with you. Is everything arranged?" Qin Ming, reliable as ever, nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, Director. Everything is ready. The Academy's higher-ups are eager to meet our Shrek geniuses. Everyone should rest today, and tomorrow I will introduce you to the esteemed figures." I felt a wave of emotion wash over me and remarked, "Senior Qin Ming, you are truly a role model for us at Shrek." Qin Ming smiled sincerely. "One must repay kindness. By the way, Xiao Qi and Junior Tang-san, I have sung your praises before the committee members. Do not let me down." Tang-san and I exchanged glances, resolutely agreeing. That evening, Qin Ming arranged dinner and accommodations before leaving. I immediately took Rong back to our room, while Xiao Shueka, a little light bulb, watched with wide eyes, though regrettably, some scenes were not suitable for her age. The next morning, after breakfast, Qin Ming led us in grand fashion to the committee's entrance. Upon arrival, we found 3 elder gentlemen already waiting for us. The leading elder laughed heartily. "Are you the teachers and students from Shrek Academy?" "Indeed, a group of extraordinary talents. Your spirit is unparalleled." I must say, the next segment left me utterly astonished. They began introducing themselves one after another. Director Flander was the first to step forward, bowing graciously. Director of Shrek Academy, Flander, Martial Soul Cat Eagle. Level 78, Agility Attack, Soul Sage. Teacher Zhao Wujia followed suit. Vice Principal Zhao Wujia, Martial Soul Mighty Golden Bear, Level 76 Power Attack Soul Sage. Then our teachers introduced themselves, and the 3 elders were captivated. When it was our turn, I stepped forward first. Qin Shi, Level 42 Power Attack Soul Master, Martial Soul Gold Silver Dragon Spear. Tang-san, Level 35 Control System. Ning Rong, Level 30 Support System. By the time we completed our introductions, the 3 elders looked as though their jaws might drop to the floor. The leading elder, Meng Shinji, trembled as he exclaimed, "My heavens, Shrek Academy is truly a hidden gem. 3 soul sages and 2 soul emperors. And the oldest among you is barely 15. Director Flander's pride swelled. The oldest is precisely 15. Upon entering the room, the 3 elders introduced themselves. I was taken aback. The chief committee member, Meng Shinji, was a level 86 control system, Soul Douluo. The second seat was an 85 level defense system, Soul Douluo. The third seat was an 83 level control system, Soul Douluo. My goodness, 3 soul Douluos, 2 control and 1 defense. This combination made me feel that even a titled Douluo would think twice. Meng Shinji expressed great admiration for Tang-san, lavishing him with compliments until Tang-san felt a bit embarrassed. However, in the midst of his praise, the elder suddenly exerted pressure directly on Tang-san. Tang-san, a formidable character himself, bore the pressure, activating his blue-silver grass martial soul and 8 spider lances external soul bone. When the pressure subsided, Tang-san was sweating profusely, but his eyes shone with intensity as he bowed to Meng Shinji. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed committee member. It seemed this was a form of honing his soul bone. Yet, just as things were getting interesting, the committee room's door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. A flamboyantly dressed elder burst in, accompanied by a green-haired elder and, astonishingly, the battered Shuebing prince. Upon seeing us, Shuebing looked like he had encountered a sworn enemy. Pointing at us and howling, Uncle Shueshing. It was them. They're the ones who attacked me. Please take revenge for me. The elderly figure known as Shueshing Qinhuang barely acknowledged our presence, his gaze fixated intently on Meng Shinji. Meng Shoshi, I have heard that you have brought a rather dubious group to our Tiando Royal Academy. I certainly did not give my consent to this. Meng Shinji erupted in anger. Shueshing Qinhuang, as the Academy's chief, do I require your approval to recruit individuals? Shueshing Qinhuang smiled thinly. Do not forget, this academy bears the Shui surname. It belongs to my royal family. I decide who may enter. With a wave of his hand, he gestured to the elderly figure behind him with green hair. Douluo, I would appreciate your assistance. My heart sank. Douluo. I saw Xiao Wu swiftly retreat behind Tang-san. The green-haired elder paid us no mind and stepped forward, revealing 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, shimmering brilliantly. A title Douluo, Douluo. My heart dropped. How could I have abandoned Long Lao at the 7 treasures Lili sect? This was a significant miscalculation. Meng Shinji and his companions, undeterred, activated their martial spirits, ready for a confrontation. However, Douluo merely snorted, causing the trio's imposing aura to deflate instantly, akin to a punctured balloon. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, existing in entirely different realms. Meng Shinji looked reluctantly at Dean Flandra. I apologize, Dean Flandra, it is our inadequacy. Dean Flandra trembled with rage, yet what could he do? Charge in to offer his life? He waved his hand dismissively, his voice hoarse. Meng Shoshi, I appreciate your intentions, but we shall take our leave. Thus, we slinked away from Douluo, our retreat marked by a sense of defeat. Shuebing called from behind, Uncle, avenge me. Shueshing shook his head, choosing not to escalate the situation, likely wishing to avoid further complications. As we strolled through the streets of Tiando City, the atmosphere was palpably oppressive. The rotund figure could no longer contain himself. 7th brother, where is your bodyguard elder? If he were here, that Douluo would have been dispatched in a heartbeat. No? What could I say? I could only shrug helplessly. I am not a fortune teller. How could I have predicted this? Long Lao remains at the 7 treasures Lioli sect. Just then, Senior Qin Ming caught up with us. To our surprise, he had resigned from his position for our sake. Although Meng Shinji and the others were reluctant to let him go, they could not dissuade him. Dean Flandra regarded him with a mixture of pride and sorrow. We wandered aimlessly, akin to headless flies, when Oscar's keen eye spotted an advertisement kiosk announcing that Lanba Academy was seeking teachers and students. Dean Flandra's eyes lit up. Let's go take a look. The entrance to Lanba Academy was quite impressive, yet the gatekeeper stopped us courteously. Dean Flandra stated our intention to apply as teachers, accompanied by a few students. The gatekeeper requested we display our soul rings. Goodness, here we go again with the showboating. As Dean Flandra and teacher Zhao revealed their soul sage and soul emperor rings, the gatekeeper's legs turned to jelly, trembling as he stammered, esteemed guests. I cannot make this decision. Allow me to take you to the dean. Following the gatekeeper through a winding path, we arrived at a quaint courtyard adorned with flourishing flora, where a woman stood with her back to us. The scene was nothing short of the best dramatic tableau of 2025. Dean Flanders' expression suddenly shifted, while the master trembled, attempting to flee, only to be restrained by Flanders' grasp. Xiao Gang. Upon witnessing this unfolding drama, I sensed a cliché about to materialize. I quickly took hold of Rong Rong and, cradling Xiao Shueka, stealthily retreated in the opposite direction. I had no desire to witness that spectacle. Finding a secluded grove, I settled onto a bench with Rong Rong. I gently stroked Xiao Shueka's head and said, "Xiao Shueka, it's time for you to return. Your brother Qing, he must be worried." Her eyes reddened immediately, filled with grievance as she asked, "Does Brother Qing dislike me?" My heavens, such a convoluted thought process. I hastened to clarify, "How could that be? Return to check on your brother and your father. I promise to come for you in a month, all right?" After much coaxing and a pinky swear, I finally calmed her down. I placed Xiao Shueka onto the royal carriage, sighed in relief, and turned to take Rong Rong back to the previous grove, where we could finally enjoy our time together without interruption. Upon our return to the courtyard, however, we found it deserted. After searching around, I spotted Dean Flandre, the master, and a woman clinging to the masteress' arm. It was undoubtedly the infatuated Lu Erlong. Dean Flandre introduced her as the Dean of Lanba Academy, also a formidable soul saint at level 78. Rong Rong and I, being astute, greeted her sweetly, "Hello, Aunt Erlong," which delighted her immensely. Just as we were conversing, a sudden change washed over the three of us. Me, Lu Erlong, and Dean Flandre. I detected an unusual scent. My heart raced as I shouted, "My brother has been captured." This was disastrous. My memories of the original narrative had dwindled to mere keywords: sunset forest, and ice, and fire yin yang. Everything else had slipped my mind. Curse be it. Everyone quickly regrouped, aware that Tang San was in trouble, and we began searching in different directions. I led Rong Rong to a secluded spot, kissed her forehead, and said, "Rong Rong, I know where my brother is. I must go find him. Wait for me. I will return safely." Without allowing her a moment to respond, I swiftly struck her neck with my palm, rendering her unconscious. I entrusted Rong Rong to Lu Erlong's care and dashed toward the sunset forest without looking back. Although I could not recall the precise location, I relied on my previous training memories to explore every unvisited area. Surely I would find it. After a full 2 days, I finally discovered a massive poison formation at the base of a cliff. This was the place. Simultaneously, the atmosphere at Lanba Academy, now renamed Shrek Academy, had plummeted to a freezing point. Ning Rongrong's complexion was ashen, and Ning Fengji, Bon Douluo, along with my bodyguard Long Xiaoyao, had all arrived. Long Lao's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. If anything were to happen to my young master, there would be no need for the Tiando Empire to exist. Meanwhile, I circled the poison formation several times, finally locating a spot where sunlight penetrated, and the toxic fumes were weakest. With a powerful flap of my true dragon wings, I shot into the formation like a cannonball. In that fleeting second, I traversed the poison formation, but my complexion turned green, clearly afflicted by the toxin. I quickly sat cross-legged, spending half an hour using my soul power to neutralize the poison, leaving me drained. Fortunately, my 9 turns soul refinement technique proved effective, replenishing my soul power within 10 minutes. Rising to continue my search, it wasn't long before I spotted a magnificent pool, half red and half blue, surrounded by an array of exotic flora. The ice and fire yin-yang eye. I found it. I thought to myself, regrettably, I did not recognize any of these celestial herbs and could only wait for my brother to arrive. I settled down over 300 meters away from the pool, sitting cross-legged to ponder life. My memories as a traveler were becoming increasingly vague, reduced to a few key points, and the sensation was quite distressing. Never mind, I resolved. As long as my strength was formidable enough, no problem would remain insurmountable. After waiting for about half an hour, that old rascal Douluo finally appeared, accompanied by my brother Tang San, entering my line of sight. Upon seeing me, Douluo was momentarily taken aback. "Kid, who are you? How did you get in here?" I smiled slightly. "Douluo, we have met before. Your poison formation is not as impenetrable as you believe." He pondered for a long while before recalling, "Oh, You are that son-in-law from the Seven Treasures, Liuli sect. Hurry and leave. This is not a place for you. I stood up, dusting off my pants. You have taken my brother captive. As his brother, how could I not come to see him? Tang Sen caught up, immediately accelerating to shield me, declaring fiercely to Douluo, if you dare to harm my brother, although I may not be your match, your granddaughter will certainly meet a dire fate. Douluo, rather than becoming incensed, chuckled. Very well, you both shall remain. Tang Sen quickly inquired how I had entered. I concocted a casual excuse. Upon hearing that my soul power could detoxify, Douluo's eyes gleamed with excitement as he seized my shoulder, the foul stench nearly overwhelming me. He fervently declared, young man, if you can aid my granddaughter in detoxification, I, Douluo, shall make 3 promises to you brothers. With a look of disdain, I pushed him away and coolly uttered 3 words. You are too weak. Those words struck him like a dagger to the heart, igniting his fury. Tang Sen swiftly intervened, assuring Douluo of his confidence in curing her, which momentarily quelled his anger. Douluo then procured a venomous snake, allowing each of us to be bitten to test our prowess. 2 hours later, both Tang Sen and I simultaneously detoxified, exchanging knowing smiles. Douluo was overjoyed, immediately urging us to commence treatment for his granddaughter. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Sen requested that Douluo send a message to alleviate the concerns of our friends. The old poison master complied readily, tossing us paper and ink before soaring off. Little did he know the perilous situation at Shrek Academy, where Long Lao and the others were on the brink of upheaval in Tiando City. The recently recovered Emperor Shui Yi had fallen ill again due to agitation. Upon Douluo's arrival at the academy, he noticed the sign had changed to Shrek Academy and momentarily thought he had gone astray. He bellowed, those of Shrek Academy. Qin Shi and Tang San have sent me with a message. Do come forth. His shout summoned all the prominent figures. Upon seeing Douluo, Long Xiaoyao wasted no time and launched an attack. Rings of various colors surrounded him. 9 soul rings, 3 of which were staggering 100,000 years old. Douluo's eyes nearly popped out in shock. Before he could react, Long Lao struck him down from the sky with a colossal surge of soul power, administering a thorough thrashing, emphasizing a physical reprimand. Once satisfied, Long Lao gripped Douluo by the collar and coldly inquired, "Where's my young master?" Douluo, nearly paralyzed with fear, gazed at the 3 vividly purple soul rings and felt as though the heavens had collapsed. Trembling, he handed over the message and scurried away. Upon reading the letter, everyone sighed in relief, realizing that Tang San and I were safe and still in training. Meanwhile, at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, Tang San, exhilarated by the abundance of celestial herbs, enthusiastically explained the magnificence of this place. The following morning, Douluo returned with a bruised visage, resembling a pig's head. Tang San and I exchanged glances at his pitiful state. It was a scene that elicited laughter, yet constrained us from expressing it, leaving me internally wounded from the effort. To my surprise, the old man, having learned his lesson, acknowledged our capabilities and requested that I demonstrate how I detoxified him. Very well, if that is your wish. I instructed him to sit cross-legged and refrain from resisting, then moved behind him, striking my palms together to channel my soul power directly into him. I assure you, my soul power was formidable, penetrating deep into his organs and bones. Initially, Douluo remained composed, merely sensing a slight itch akin to a mosquito bite. However, mere minutes later, the long-accumulated toxins within him erupted like a vengeful spirit, retaliating furiously. Douluo's expression contorted grotesquely, veins bulging and cold sweat streaming down his face. To inflict such pain upon a titled Douluo, who can comprehend such agony? The suffering index was off the charts. An hour passed, and I felt utterly drained, my legs trembling as Tang San quickly rushed to support me. I waved him off, assuring him I was fine. I merely needed a moment to replenish my soul power. Looking at Douluo, he stretched and sighed contentedly, his body cracking and popping with relief. He squinted at me, his gaze akin to that reserved for a monster, exclaiming that a mere 13-year-old with a soul power akin to a 72-level soul sage was simply inhuman. I humbly deflected the praise, attributing it to mere luck and a touch of fortune. Yet, the old man became frustrated, lamenting that not everyone could encounter such fortune. I secretly reveled in my amusement, then informed him that his toxins were deeply entrenched and would require 6 months of treatment. This implied that he would endure this excruciating pain daily. Just imagining it was exhilarating. To my astonishment, Douluo nodded without flinching, accepting the 6-month timeline. Impressive indeed. For the following month, I began the routine of detoxifying the old monster daily. On the first day of the second month, after completing his treatment, I gathered my soul power and was stunned to feel a surge within me, threatening to burst forth. Qin Shi, experienced a breakthrough, reaching level 43 with ease. Tang San, witnessing the spectacle, was left speechless, wryly commenting on my absurd rate of advancement. Douluo exclaimed, "Little demon, you are truly relentless." I retorted, "Old monster, isn't this your doing? If it weren't for you draining my soul power daily, would I progress so rapidly?" Over the course of that month, our bond deepened significantly, transforming into an unexpected camaraderie. He referred to me as Little Demon, while I called him Old Monster, and Tang San became known as Little Monster. Douluo mused that this had been the most effortless month since awakening his martial soul. Tang San playfully presented 100 of his refined detox pills, suggesting the old monster consume one each day to absorb the toxins into his soul bone. Just as we were reveling in our success, Douluo abruptly announced his departure, revealing turmoil in the Tiando Empire. Prince Xuexing had been ambushed and gravely injured, prompting his need to intervene. I sensed the gravity of the situation and urgently cautioned him to be mindful, warning against becoming entangled in royal affairs. Once he departed, Tang San and I exchanged knowing glances, grinning in anticipation of what was to come. Surveying the valley filled with celestial herbs, we silently agreed to initiate a zero-cost acquisition mode. After our arduous efforts, we tallied our spoils: 13 celestial-grade herbs and 109 rare medicinal materials. Tang San called out the names as if reciting a menu: 8-petal immortal orchid, wonder herb of the celestial chrysanthemum, and a variety called heartbreak red, each sounding extraordinary. He pointed out 2 herbs related to dragons: earth dragon melon and dragon blood celestial leaf, proclaiming them to be tailor-made for me. Naturally, I would not be courteous. As for him, he had his sights set on the 2 herbs nestled in the center of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, fire apricot blossom and 8-pointed ice grass. His eyes gleaming with fervor. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. During this time, Tang San recklessly absorbed both types of celestial herbs, refining his body with ice and fire, and his soul power surged to level 40. I, on the other hand, absorbed 2 dragon-related celestial herbs, propelling myself to level 50. Furthermore, I awakened 2 domains, the Golden Dragon Domain and the Silver Dragon Domain, effectively becoming my personal soundtrack. Once activated, my opponent's combat prowess would diminish by 30%. My wings had seamlessly fused with my spear, creating an astonishingly impressive sight. Who could have predicted that another 6 months would pass before Douluo returned in a fervor? Upon our reunion, he dropped a bombshell. The continent had descended into chaos. Prince Xuexing had been ambushed, and Prince Xuelang had also been attacked and rendered unconscious. Emperor Xueye's health had deteriorated, and Crown Prince Xueqinghe had seized control. The Spirit Hall had lost 2 titled Douluo, with the blame shifted on a Hautian sect. Furthermore, the Star Luo Empire had lost key officials and retaliated by placing the blame squarely on the Tiando Empire. Now, the Star Luo's 300,000-strong army was poised at the borders, with war imminent. He urged us to return to the academy, and with that, he vanished without a trace. Tang San and I shared a knowing glance. Truly, chaos was upon us. However, with dependable allies by our side, our foremost task was to gather the remaining treasures from this medicinal garden. Upon reaching the academy entrance, we were greeted by the sight of the Blue Tyrant Academy S sign, transformed into the resplendent golden characters of Shrek Academy. Master's operations were indeed impressive. A familiar scene unfolded as a senior student intercepted us, inquiring about our identities. Moments later, Senior Qin Ming dashed towards us, enveloping us in a warm embrace. Senior Qin Ming possesses a remarkable understanding, leading us to the entrance of a female dormitory. With a meaningful smile, he slipped away. I approached and knocked on the door, which was opened by Ning Rongrong. Oh my, after a year apart, she appeared so thin it was heart-wrenching, her delicate face pale. Upon seeing me, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she immediately threw herself into my embrace. I couldn't hold back either, enveloping her in my arms, unable to utter a single word. Tang San, understanding the situation, tactfully refrained from being a third wheel, taking the similarly red-eyed Xiao Wu inside. When they re-emerged, they found Ning Rongrong and me in a heartfelt embrace, reluctant to part. Their faces flushed crimson, akin to that of a monkey's bottom, and they hurried away hand in hand into a nearby grove. The four of us strolled along the college path, and I couldn't resist teasing Tang San, brother. When will you and Xiao Wu officially announce your relationship? After all, Rongrong is already my fiancé. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu, in a fit of anger, discreetly pinched Tang San's waist. Tang San, the epitome of a clueless straight man, appeared bewildered and replied, Xiao Wu and I are siblings. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at him. Just moments ago in the grove, he didn't mention being siblings while we were sharing affectionate embraces. Before long, we encountered everyone, the master, Flander, Zhao Wujing, all present, welcoming us with warm embraces. However, the dean, Flander, was notably absent. Upon inquiry, we learned he had been consumed by guilt over past events and had devoted the year to intense training, avoiding all company. Sensing the atmosphere growing heavy, I quickly interjected, announcing that my brother and I had brought some local specialties that could enhance everyone's strength at lightning speed. The master frowned at this, concerned it might be counterproductive. However, Tang San confidently stepped forward, asserting that these were customized celestial products with no side effects. At this proclamation, everyone's eyes sparkled with anticipation. We found a quiet spot, and Tang San began distributing the celestial herbs, akin to a year-end bonus. Each received a share. Dai Mubai's Qi Rong Tong Tianju, Oscar's 8-petal celestial orchid, Ma Hongjuan's rooster crown phoenix sunflower, and Zhu Zhuqing's water immortal jade bone, each presented as if it were a precious gift. The teachers were not left out either. Although not celestial products, they were still top-tier items. The master received a 9th-rank purple mushroom, his hands trembling with excitement. Flander and the others also received snow silkworms. Over an hour later, a miracle occurred. The master, who had been stuck at a bottleneck for half his life, broke through to level 30. Flander surged to level 80, just a soul ring away from becoming a title Douluo. Zhao Wujing and Lu Erlong also leveled up. After another half hour, the little monsters awakened one after another. Dai Mubai reached level 49. Ma Hongjun hit level 40, evolving his martial soul into a fire phoenix. Oscar reached level 40. Zhu Zhuqing attained 39. Xiao Wu also advanced to 38. The last to awaken was Ning Rongrong. She stared blankly at her martial soul, witnessing the originally 7-layered Qibao glazed tower now radiating with 9 layers of brilliance. She was utterly stunned, and once she regained her senses, she dashed into my arms, sobbing uncontrollably. I gently stroked her head and reassured her, "Silly girl, we are family. Consider this one of your betrothal gifts." The master, witnessing the transformation of everyone, excitedly declared, "Our goal is to win the championship at the Soul Master competition in a year." After this, Ning Rongrong insisted on sharing the news of her martial soul's evolution with her father. Flander agreed, suggesting that Ning Zhongzhu would likely have already known. Thus, we bid farewell to everyone and headed straight for Qibao Glaze Sect. Upon arriving at the Qibao Grand Hall, Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo were already waiting. My bodyguard, Long Xiaoyao, upon seeing me, immediately knelt on one knee in apology, stating he had not fulfilled his protective duties. I quickly helped him up, assuring him that this was all part of the training and not an issue. Exchanging a glance with Ning Rongrong, she summoned her martial soul. As the 9-layered glazed tower appeared, Ning Fengji sprang from his seat, while Sword and Bone Duo gasped in astonishment. Qibao, glazed tower? Ning Fengji rushed over, caressing the tower, his excitement rendering him speechless. Heaven bless our sect. Heaven bless our sect. Ning Rongrong attributed all the credit to me. Ning Fengji gazed at me, his eyes filled with gratitude. I smiled and said, Uncle Ning, consider this a betrothal gift. My intention in returning is to marry Rongrong. Ning Fengji immediately agreed, declaring that as soon as the competition concluded, we would hold the wedding. I smiled mysteriously. Uncle, my betrothal gifts are not limited to this. With that, I produced a martial soul evolution card, and amidst the perplexed gazes of those present, I tossed it towards Ning Fengji's Qibao glazed tower. The card in the tower erupted in a dazzling light, and after the white glow dissipated, Ning Fengji's aura began to soar, tears streaming down his face as he beheld his martial soul transform into the Qibao glazed tower. At this moment, Sword Douluo and Bone Duo were utterly astounded. A level 79 auxiliary soul saint and a future title dual level support. These were two entirely different concepts. The Qibao glazed sect was destined for greatness. After the excitement, Ning Fengji, as a gesture of gratitude, presented me with a token as Rongrong's dowry. It was a fist-sized black stone. He solemnly informed me that this stone had been discovered in the treasury 10 years ago, capable of absorbing medicinal materials, and once emanated a terrifying divine might exceeding even that of a limit Douluo by a fraction. He speculated that this stone was of divine origin. Divine? My heart skipped a beat as I tried infusing my soul power into it. In the next moment, the black stone shimmered with white light and vanished from my hand, appearing beside my dantian, quietly resting there. This bizarre scene left everyone bewildered. Ning Fengji pondered for a moment and suggested that since it had chosen me, I should keep it within the sect for observation over the next 10 days. 10 days passed, and aside from occasionally absorbing a bit of my soul power, the stone showed no noteworthy activity. Ning Rongrong insisted on taking me shopping, and as I sought an excuse to decline, Ning Fengji suddenly appeared, stating he was heading to the royal palace, and we should go together. Rongrong huffed, claiming she feared I would charm other girls. I chuckled and playfully pinched her cheek, planting a kiss on her lips. On the way, I discovered that after absorbing the soul ring, Ning Fengji had already reached level 85. His rate of advancement was astonishing. Following the evolution of his martial soul, he appeared much more cheerful, even joking with me. He expressed that the Qibao glazed sect now possessed the capability to confront the spirit hall and could no longer remain low profile. Suddenly, he turned serious, looking at me and asking, Shao Qi, what are your thoughts on the current situation across the continent? Upon hearing this, I realized he had struck a chord. Clearing my throat, I launched into a passionate discourse. Uncle Ning, do we even need to discuss this? The spirit hall has become increasingly audacious. Like a monkey trying to fly, it's only a matter of time before they soar. Among the lower four sects, aside from Jushin Haidang, which still retains some decency, the others have all become lackeys of the spirit hall. As for the upper three sects, the Haotian sect is full of cowards, hiding like turtles, while the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, like us, has only a handful of elite fighters. We simply lack manpower. The Spirit Hall is constantly awakening martial souls for commoners, playing their heart-winning tricks. If it comes to a fight, one shout from them, and our numbers would be overwhelmed. I paused to catch my breath and continued. Now that we have Old Long holding the fort, and you and Sword Grandfather and Bone Grandfather have both leveled up, we finally have top-tier combat power. However, relying solely on our own family won't suffice. We must recruit more allies. We need to bring the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and Jushin Haidang onto our side. Moreover, merely having soul masters isn't enough. We must establish our own army. Coupled with my brother Tang San's formidable weaponry, we can unite all trustworthy individuals into a cohesive force. When the time comes, no matter what schemes the Spirit Hall concocts, we can directly sweep them away. Ning Fengji nodded vigorously, clearly pleased, stating that he had similar thoughts but was wary of trusting others in the process of bringing them together. After some discussion, we we decided to secretly reach out to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and Jiuxin Haiding sect. Time was of the essence, with the Tiando Empire still providing cover. We needed to develop swiftly. I suggested we hold a meeting at my Shrek Academy to finalize our plans. Without hesitation, Ning Fengji dispatched someone to send the message. In no time, we arrived at the Tiando Imperial Palace. Upon seeing me, the fake Prince Shui Qinghe's expression changed. He likely sensed my newfound strength, which made him apprehensive. After exchanging pleasantries, we went to see Emperor Shui Yi, who was recovering well, though I did not catch a glimpse of my little Shui Ku. In a casual inquiry, I asked Shui Qinghe, who responded with a knowing smile, revealing that Shui Ku had been confined. I was taken aback, pondering the circumstances. It turns out, unbeknownst to her family, this little princess had spent the past year incessantly mentioning Qingge. With the current tensions outside, her father forbade her from wandering freely, prompting her to devise escape plans to find me, resulting in her capture multiple times, ultimately leading to her confinement in a small dark room. Hearing this filled me with both amusement and emotion, yet I realized that it was not the right moment to see her, as my surroundings were perilous. As for Shui Qinghe, the cross-dressing Qianren Xue, I was acutely aware of her true identity. I chose not to expose her just yet, intending to take decisive action once my plans came to fruition. With Long Lao's presence, Qian Douluo and Bibi Dong would pose little threat. Upon exiting the palace, we made our way back to Shrek Academy. Upon arrival, the scene was bustling. Tang San and the old poison master, Douluo, stood together. The moment Douluo spotted Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu, his face darkened, resembling that of a scowling pot bottom, his entire demeanor radiating wariness. Grandpa Gu, known for his fiery temper, confronted him directly, accusing him of making his granddaughter cry, stating he had yet to settle the score with him. Although Ning Fengji wore a smile, the politeness was laced with sharpness. When Douluo's gaze landed on Ning Fengji, his eyes nearly bulged out, stammering, Ning Zhongzhu, you've reached level 85? His expression was one of sheer disbelief. I quickly stepped in to mediate, introducing my brother Tang San to Uncle Ning. Uncle Ning, adept at handling social situations, embraced Tang San, declaring that we were all family and should not stand on ceremony, urging him to call him uncle from now on. Tang San, being the earnest lad he is, promptly addressed him as Uncle Ning. I then introduced Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu, causing Tang San to bow deeply upon learning that they were both titled Douluo. Mid-conversation, a magnificent golden carriage came to an abrupt halt before us. Two figures descended, an elderly man clad in a purple robe adorned with a golden dragon, exuding an air of authority, and a graceful matron in a flowing emerald gown, clearly of distinguished lineage. Upon recognizing them, Ning Fengji beamed with joy, for they were Yu Yuanjin, the master of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, and Yilin, the matriarch of the Nine-Heart Sitang sect. Yu Yuanjin, with a booming voice, approached Ning Fengji, only to become flabbergasted upon realizing Ning Fengji had broken through to level 80. His expression fell, likely contemplating the future stability of his long-held third position in the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. At this moment, Douluo joined the fray, embracing Yu Yuanjin, revealing that they were in-laws. Dean Flinder rushed out from the academy to greet us, and the scene was nothing short of a gathering of titled Douluo, making the atmosphere so tense that beads of sweat formed on the dean's forehead, yet he maintained his composure. As we moved inside, a more dramatic scene unfolded. The master and Lu Erlong, upon spotting Yu Yuanjin, reacted as if they had seen a cat, turning to flee. Yu Yuanjin swiftly immobilized them with his soul power. Trembling as he asked, "Shao Gang, you don't want to see me?" The spectacle resembled a dramatic family saga. The master, with a stiff neck, insisted on proving himself and attempted to drag teacher Erlong away, a move Yu Yuanjin did not obstruct, merely sighing. Once the awkwardness subsided, Yilin's eyes widened in astonishment as she surveyed the unique talents of our Shrek squad, inquiring about our ages and how we had all reached the soul sect. Dean Flinder, practically bursting with pride, feigned modesty, while Rong Rong eagerly took my hand, boastfully informing Yilin, "Auntie Yi, we are all little monsters." I'm already at level 40. Yilin praised Rong Rong for her prowess, then turned her curious gaze towards Tang San and me, admitting she could not discern our soul power. With a grin, I called out to Dai Mubai and the others, "Family, no need to hide your light. Unleash your soul rings and astonish our esteemed guests." In an instant, the reception room erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, nearly blinding everyone present. Dai Mubai stood at level 49, while the others, Fatty, Oscar, Tang San, and Rong Rong, each boasted levels around 40, with Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu close behind. When Yu Yuanjin and Yi Lin beheld my soul rings, they rose from their seats in shock, exclaiming, "Purple, purple, black, black. What extraordinary configuration is this?" Yu Yuanjin pointed at me, stammering, Xiao Qi, you are unprecedented." He sensed the dragon might emanating from my golden silver dragon spear, regarding me as if I were a prehistoric behemoth. I puffed my chest with pride indeed. Everyone from Shrek is top tier in martial spirits. Yedin Epresit had admiration, remarking that if our group matured, the spirit hall would have to step aside. She also mentioned Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's royal lineage, to which Dai Mubai declared, "What does the throne compare to brotherhood? I shall remain as Shrek. Let my greedy elder brother do as he pleases." This heartfelt declaration brought tears to our eyes. Dai Lao, a true man. As the atmosphere reached its zenith, Yu Yuanjin finally inquired about the purpose of our gathering. Ning Fengji exchanged a glance with me, and I stepped forward without hesitation, articulating our intention to form an alliance against the Spirit Hall and establish a Soul Master army. Dean Flender was the first to frown, believing we were overextending ourselves. However, Yu Yuanjin and Ning Fengji held a different perspective, revealing that there were at least 10 title Douluo within the Spirit Hall, and possibly even individuals at levels 98 or 99, with 3 of the lower sects having already defected. The revelation plunged the gathering into silence. Dai Mubai, incensed, was ready to confront the traitors on the spot. My eyes lit up as I produced a token and tossed it to him, saying, "Dai Lao, after the elite competition, return to Xingluo with this, and tell your father that the Dragon King intends to cleanse the ranks." I then recounted how Long Lao had previously intimidated his father in the Xingluo Empire with vivid detail. Yu Yuanjin and Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled with interest, cautiously inquiring if the Dragon Lao was indeed present, to which Ning Fengji nodded and Yi Lin gasped, 99. With the backing of a limit Douluo, our plans gained newfound confidence. Yu Yuanjin decisively declared that the 2 major sects would act boldly to divert the Spirit Hall's firepower, granting us time to develop. I promptly added, "Then my brother and I shall take charge of forming the sect, supplemented by my brother's hidden weapons. A Soul Master army of 3,000 will suffice." "Hidden weapons?" Yu Yuanjin inquired, puzzled. Tang San and I exchanged knowing smiles, and with a flourish, he produced an array of peculiar devices from his 24-bridge Minjuai. Initially, Yu Yuanjin scoffed, doubting the utility of such trinkets. However, when Tang San lifted the Zhugagod crossbow, he calmly stated, "Grandpa Yu, within 50 meters, even a Soul King would be brought to their knees." Sword Douluo nodded in agreement from the sidelines. Tang San continued to unveil several more devices, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Finally, I introduced the soul-devouring Demon S Heart, informing them that upon detonation, it would specifically shatter protective soul barriers, laced with potent toxins, capable of severely injuring even title Douluo if they were caught off guard. At this revelation, the title Douluo could no longer remain seated. Douluo skeptical chelinizme. But I retorted, "Old monster, if you don't believe it, don't use it." He immediately backed down. Ultimately, Tang San unveiled his trump card, the King of Hell's talisman, declaring, "This item ensures that when the King of Hell calls you at the 3rd watch, who would dare let you linger until the 5th? The room erupted in astonishment as all the elders, including Ning Fengji, stood in disbelief. Their expressions were more exaggerated than when they first beheld my soul rings. To eliminate a title Douluo in 3 minutes? If this were mass-produced, the continent would surely descend into chaos. Tang San hastily clarified that there was only one such talisman, crafted over 5 months, which eased their concerns. Ning Fengji inquired if these hidden weapons could be learned, to which Tang San replied that they were a family legacy and could not be disseminated. However, basic designs could be shared, with my brother and I crafting the core components. As the discussions reached this pivotal juncture, only formal agreements remained. Ning Fengzhi inquired about the name of my sect, and I had long since contemplated it. Without hesitation, I declared, "Let me name Tangman. My brother Tang San shall be the sect leader." I then proceeded to enumerate the organizational structure of Tangman as if reciting a menu, detailing the Lanlong Dian, Qibao Dian, the Elders' Hall, the Offering Hall, and the 6 major halls, laying out everything with clarity. As for myself, I would take on the role of the military minister, primarily focusing on leading our brothers into the streets. Everyone unanimously approved, and thus, the matter was settled. That evening, I summoned Tang San privately. I said to him, "Brother, there is something I must share with you. You are aware of how Tianzong, correct? Their direct lineage all bears the surname Tang, and their martial soul is a hammer." Tang San was momentarily taken aback, his voice trembling. "Shao Qi, are you implying?" I nodded, affirming, "Indeed, our father, Tang Hao, is affiliated with Hao Tianzong. Your second martial soul is the Hao Tian hammer." I recounted the grim history of how the Spirit Hall had compelled our mother to her demise, how our father, in a fit of rage, shattered the Spirit Hall's pope, and ultimately how he was forsaken by the sect. Tang San listened intently, and with a swift motion of his left hand, a small hammer materialized, its dark glow evident. His eyes reddened, a palpable aura of vengeance emanating from him. I patted his shoulder, saying, "Brother, a gentleman's revenge is best served not in haste. The Spirit Hall harbors formidable foes. We must first cultivate our strengths." Tang San took a deep breath, suppressing his wrath. Then I revealed my true intent. "Brother, Hao Tianzong once had 4 affiliated sects: Li, Yu, Min, and Pa, each boasting exceptional single attributes. Now that Hao Tianzong has retreated, these 4 sects are being oppressed by the Spirit Hall and are struggling to survive, harboring great resentment towards Hao Tianzong. We possess wealth from the Qibao Liuli Zong, technology in the form of hidden weapons, and our extraordinary talents, making it the perfect opportunity to recruit them." I grinned mischievously. "Let us first approach the Yu sect, known for their architectural prowess, to construct Tangman. However, prior to that, we must procure some soul rings of higher levels to enhance our persuasive power during recruitment." Tang San readily agreed. The following day, our Shrek's 7 monsters, accompanied by Long Lao, our elite bodyguard, embarked in a carriage drawn by century-old soul beasts towards the Douluo forest. Inside the carriage, the rotund one boisterously demanded the Titan Great Ape make another appearance, while Xiao rolled her eyes in exasperation. I jested, "Fatty, how about letting Long Lao take you on a private tour of the core area?" Fatty, startled, quickly shifted the blame onto Ao Si Ka. Tang San, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, remarked, "You all will soon be high-ranking members of Tangman. Can we not maintain a semblance of decorum?" Daimu Bai, with a charming smirk, retorted, "Little San, you are still too gentle. Had they dared to act thusly within Tangman, I would have already taken them to the law enforcement hall for a lesson." Upon hearing this, Ao Si Ka and Ma Hongjuan, the 2 jokesters, instantly subdued, their faces drawn in despair as they pleaded for mercy from Tang San. Our group erupted in laughter, the atmosphere brimming with camaraderie. However, our jesting was abruptly interrupted as we ventured deeper into the Douluo forest, a vast expanse that was almost unfathomable. Daimu Bai, acting as our pathfinder, traversed the underbrush effortlessly, as if parting paper. We each fulfilled our roles, some keeping watch while others observed, and after an entire day of wandering, we set up camp as darkness descended. To our astonishment, the next morning, Long Xiao Yao returned, dragging 3 half-dead giant pythons behind him. Titan great pythons, a species nearing extinction. One was 2,000 years old, and the other 2 were 800 years each, a bountiful gift right from the start. Without a moment's thought, we divided the spoils. Daimu Bai joyfully claimed the 2,000-year soul ring, while Fatty and Xiao Ao each took the 800-year ones, and the 3 began to absorb their newfound power with glee. When they awakened, They were positively radiant. Daimyo Bai showcased his fifth soul skill, the White Tiger Demon God transformation, boosting all his attributes by 50%. Fatty, not to be outdone, demonstrated his fourth soul skill, the Phoenix Howl, a localized area of effect attack that also inflicts dizziness and burns. Truly formidable. Then it was Ao Sika's turn, who, after much hesitance and stammering, finally shouted, "My fourth soul skill is called Excited Big Sausage. The incantation is, I possess a robust sausage." Those of us present erupted into laughter, tears streaming down our faces, for his incantation was simply outrageous. Nonetheless, the overall attribute enhancement of 20% was indeed quite advantageous. Just as we were doubled over in mirth, both Tang-san and I sensed an ominous presence simultaneously. I shouted, "Stop laughing. Something is approaching." No sooner had I spoken than a colossal spider, over 3 meters tall with a human face on its abdomen, leaped from the underbrush, an ancient man-faced demon spider. Without hesitation, I unleashed my full firepower, charging forward with my gold-and-silver dragon spear, aiming to dispatch it swiftly. I pierced its grotesque visage, only to discover it was a ruse. The creature fell, convulsing momentarily, before launching itself toward the slowest among us, Ao Sika. I swiftly maneuvered to pull Ao Sika to safety just as the spider missed its target, enraged and unleashing a torrent of venom that rained down like a storm. In a critical moment, Daimyo Bai stepped forward, activating his fifth soul skill, the White Tiger Meteor Shower, which absorbed much of the toxic deluge. Though his soul power rapidly diminished, Ao Sika, frantic, cried out, "I possess a robust sausage. I possess a small sausage." As he frantically stuffed sausages into Daimyo Bai's mouth, Daimyo Bai, ever valiant, bellowed that a man must not refuse, and he persevered. In that interval, Ning Rongrong's buff had subtly enveloped me. My speed surged, and with a swift dash, I found myself atop the spider's head, delivering 3 precise strikes to its eyes. Blinding it, it writhed in pain, attempting to throw me off, but I executed a graceful roll beneath it, plunging my spear into its vulnerable, human-faced core. Tang-san, quick on the uptake, readied his Zhuge crossbow and released a volley of bolts, ultimately sealing the creature's fate. We stood in awe at the lifeless body of this ancient soul beast, a testament to our first collaborative victory against such a formidable adversary. Tang-san, undeterred, approached the slowly coalescing black soul ring, intent on absorbing it. Xiaowu, distressed, clutched him tightly, warning him of the soul disturbances associated with ancient soul rings and their inherent danger. Tang-san, tenderly embracing her, replied, "Xiaowu, when have I ever entered battle unprepared?" After a glance at Long Xiaoyao, who nodded in approval, Xiaowu reluctantly released her grip. The absorption process was harrowing to witness. Tang-san's soul power surged uncontrollably, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, rendering him a bloodied figure. We stood vigil for over 4 hours until twilight approached, his blood crust beginning to shed as his soul power stabilized. With a sudden roar, he stood triumphantly. Xiaowu leaped into his embrace, a scene that would have left the 2 single gentlemen among us, Fatty and me, utterly blinded by envy. Not to be outdone, I took Ning Rongrong's hand and planted a kiss on her cheek. This spectacle sent Fatty into a frenzy, lamenting that he could no longer endure. Tang-san's fourth soul skill was a marvel, named Blue-Silver Prison, a group control technique spanning 100 meters, also imbued with the venom of the man-faced demon spider, a veritable game-changer in combat. In the days that followed, our luck seemed to have waned. We encountered not a single ancient soul beast, nor even a 1,000-year one. It was not until we traversed into an unusually tranquil region that I noticed Xiao was shrinking behind Tang-san, and I realized we had trespassed into the territory of a powerful entity. Long Lao confirmed our fears, suggesting that we had likely entered the domain of a 10,000-year soul beast. Just as we pondered our predicament, a thunderous roar echoed from above, and a deluge of violet lightning descended upon us with relentless fury. Long Lao scoffed, releasing his martial soul, his 7th soul ring glimmering as a colossal dragon, darker than the night, emerged, its might dispersing the storm. Opposing us was a massive creature adorned in violet scales, crowned with dragon horns. The legendary purple abyss tyrant dragon. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, with a fierce demeanor, declared to humanity, "You have crossed the line." I can hardly be bothered to respond. At that moment, I was filled with excitement and shouted at the Elder Dragon, "Elder Long, that one, I want its soul ring." No sooner had I spoken than the Elder Dragon unleashed his 8th soul ring, employing a skill known as Dark Dragon Prison Kill, sending forth a solid black dragon that roared and charged ahead. The opposing purple prison Tyrannosaurus Rex was taken aback, unprepared for our sudden escalation. It hastily conjured a lightning sphere for defense, but was no match for us, suffering grievous injuries from a single encounter. I quickly advanced, gun in hand, to deliver the final blow, claiming the substantial bounty. Gazing at the blood-red 100,000-year soul ring, my heart raced with exhilaration. I settled into a cross-legged position, embarking on the challenge of absorbing my first 100,000-year soul ring. I remained in that meditative state for 2 days and nights. Onlookers remarked that I resembled a statue, devoid of any signs of life. Had it not been for the energy of the soul ring still penetrating my body, they might have thought I had perished. On the 3rd night, I abruptly opened my eyes and stood, crying out to the heavens. My family, who understands? A soul king bearing a 100,000-year soul ring is an astonishing presence across the continent. Ning Rong Rong rushed to me, anxiously checking to ensure I was not missing any parts. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, it was truly a triumphant homecoming. Dean Flander requested we showcase our gains, and when he saw that my 3rd brother's 4th soul ring was a black 10,000-year ring, he literally leaped from his chair. When I revealed my configuration of 2 purple, 2 black, and 1 red soul ring, I can assure you, Flanders' expression was as if his CPU was about to overheat. He pointed at me repeatedly, utterly speechless. Subsequently, the master proposed a pre-competition training session, but my brother and I had pressing matters to attend to with Tang men. Dean Flander waved his hand, granting us a month's time and excusing me from the collective training. We wasted no time and immediately set our plans into motion. I instructed Elder Long to deliver messages to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School, urging them to economically target the Spirit Hall with a commercial ambush. Meanwhile, we personally visited the 4 affiliated sects of the Haotian School, beginning with the Yu family, renowned for their architectural prowess. Upon arriving, we presented the token bestowed upon me by Ning Fengji, and to my surprise, the guard, upon seeing the insignia, promptly addressed me as young master. Soon, a robust elder, the Yu family's patriarch Niu Gao, emerged. Inside, I overheard 2 clan members gossiping, speculating whether we were the patriarch's illegitimate children, which nearly made me laugh. My brother wasted no time and directly expressed our desire to invite them to join Tang men. As Niu Gao began to refuse, my brother revealed the Haotian hammer with a flick of his left hand. Niu Gao's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "The Haotian hammer?" Upon learning that my brother was the son of Tang Hao, this esteemed soul law of over 80 levels immediately knelt in reverence, calling him young master. My brother quickly assisted him up and explained Tongmen's independence and his unique twin martial souls, emphasizing the extraordinary talent of his 4th ring being a 10,000-year variant. Niu Gao, filled with surprise and joy, expressed his satisfaction and stated that if we could persuade the leaders of the other 3 clans, the Yu family would gladly join Tang men. What a fortunate coincidence, for that was indeed our plan. My brother promptly requested Niu Gao's assistance in inviting the other 3 clan leaders to this gathering, intending to secure all their allegiances in one fell swoop. Niu Gao cautioned us that Yang Wudi of the Pa family would be the most challenging to handle due to his stubborn temperament, possibly requiring a confrontation. My brother smiled mysteriously and patted my shoulder, assuring him, "Do not worry, my elder brother will resolve this matter." Niu Gao then noticed me, looking quite perplexed. 3 days later, the Grand Hall of the Yu family was filled with attendees. A brawny elder, the titan of the Li family, boomed at Niu Gao from his seat, inquiring about the purpose of our gathering. I must say, these elders had quite the fiery tempers. Yang Wudi, the scarred leader of the Pa family, impatiently exclaimed, "Speak quickly." I have no time for your ramblings. Titan, ever the jester, remarked to Niu Gao, look, even old goat is in a hurry. Niu Gao, in playfulist, replied. Of course, he needs to rush back to earn his little coins, ha. This remark infuriated Yang Wudi, who slammed the table and retorted. If it weren't for the spirit hall's oppression over the years, I would have long been the richest on the continent. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere in the hall plummeted to an icy silence, thick with tension. Just then, two clear voices broke the stillness, shattering the oppressive quiet. Greetings, esteemed elders. I am Tang San. I am Qin Shi. My brother and Qin Shi entered confidently. Titan, intrigued, looked at the two young men and asked Niu Gao, is this the distinguished guest you mentioned? Niu Gao beamed with pride, laughing heartily. Young children? Let me tell you, these two are the sons of my elder brother. Tang Hao of the Haotian school. Speak carefully, or you might injure your old back. Boom! I can tell you, that statement was like thunder, causing an immediate rift in the room. Yang Wudi was the first to react. His face darkened with fury. Tang Hao's sons? Aren't they from the Haotian school? Those turtles abandoned our four sects, and now you treat them as honor guests? Let them leave. I find their presence disgusting. The White Crane of the Min family chimed in with disdain. Exactly, out with them. However, a twist was at hand. The Titan of the Leaf family, his eyes reflecting excitement and complexity, rushed forward to kneel before Tang San and Qin Shi, exclaiming, I, the old servant Titan, pay my respects to the two young masters. I stood by, utterly bewildered. What was happening? He was acknowledging them as masters? My brother and Qin Shi were equally stunned, hastening to assist him. Elder, please rise. We are not masters. Yang Wudi, seeing this display, turned to leave in anger. Niu Gao quickly intercepted him. You stubborn old fool. We hold a grudge against the Haotian school, not against the children. Do you not remember Tang Hao's temperament? He was expelled by those old geezers long ago. These two children have no connection to the Haotian school now. Upon hearing this, Yang Wudi hesitated, casting a glance at Qin Shi and Tang San, then snorted but surprisingly sat down again. Titan stood, cautiously addressing Qin Shi. Young master, forgive this old servant for prying, but why do you bear the surname Qin? Qin Shi, with a carefree demeanor, shrugged. Oh, my father picked it up. Such a statement transformed the gaze of the three elders, filled now with sympathy and admiration. Except for Niu Gao, who was already in the know. As long as their martial souls were not the Haotian hammer, all would be well. Yang Wudi, now more receptive, inquired, all right, you two young lads, after going through such trouble to gather us old fellows, what exactly do you intend to achieve? My brother stepped forward, stating plainly, esteemed elders, let us dispense with the pleasantries. We have come today to invite you all to join our newly formed sect, Tang Men. Seeing Yang Wudi's temper flare again, Niu Gao quickly added, Tang Men, there is no connection to the Haotian school. It is purely a new venture initiated by these two children, seeking to forge their own path. My brother continued, indeed, joining Tang Men comes with no restrictions, and the sect will provide the finest resources. As soon as he finished, Titan was the first to raise his hand, declaring, I, of the Li family, shall join Tang Men. Niu Gao nodded in agreement. I of the Yu family will also join. Now, only Yang Wudi and Bai He remain. Bai He gazes at Yang Wudi, clearly looking to him for guidance. Suddenly, Yang Wudi bursts into a defiant laughter, exclaiming, ha, you're quite the bold one. You wish to recruit my Ji clan? Very well. Let me see what you are truly capable of. Qin Shi steps forward, his eyes gleaming with intensity, and proposes, Elder, shall we make a wager? Oh, what shall we wager? Our lives. The expressions of Tang San and Niu Gao turn pale as they urgently shout, Qin Shi, don't be impulsive. Qin Shi offers them a reassuring glance, fixing his gaze on Yang Wudi, and states clearly, I will withstand 5/10 of your power. If I succeed, I win. If I fail, you may take my life. Yang Wudi scoffs, how old are you? Betting my life against a child would only invite ridicule. Instead, if you can withstand 3/10 of my power, I shall unconditionally join Tang Men. Deal. Qin Shi smirks, let us step outside and fight. You should see the spectacle at the Yu Ji clan's Duhun Plaza. As they arrive, Qin Shi confidently announces, "I am Qin Shi, wielding the martial soul, golden silver dragon spear, a level 53 attack system, Soul King." This declaration ignites the crowd, erupting in astonishment, with the elders Titan and others leaping from their seats in disbelief. He incredulously asks Tang San, "Is this child really 17? Tang San replies nonchalantly, "Qin Shi has just turned 14. Family, a Soul King at 14. But that was not all. The real shock came next. 5 soul rings slowly rose beneath Qin Shi. Purple, purple, black, black, and red. When the blood-red 10,000-year soul ring illuminated, the arena fell silent. Even Yang Wudi could not suppress his astonishment, exclaiming, "What in the world is this configuration?" Qin Shi merely smiled. "Elder, let us begin." Having witnessed many battles, Yang Wudi took a deep breath, and his 8 soul rings, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 shone brightly. He solemnly declared, "I concede that you are an unparalleled prodigy, but my 3/10 of power is not easily withstood. Behold the Soul Spear." Without further ado, he lunged at Qin Shi. With a swift movement, Qin Shi executed the 9 heavens shattering step, evading the attack and countering with a dragon piercer. The 2 weapons clashed with a resounding impact, sparks flying as they found themselves evenly matched. Yang Wudi snorted, unleashing his 3rd soul skill, instantly maximizing his attack power, each thrust imbued with explosive force. Qin Shi, caught off guard, was struck by the spear's wind and was sent flying over 10 meters, his clothing shredded. However, this only ignited the fire within Qin Shi. His soul rings flared, activating his 3rd soul skill, Dragon Fury, boosting all attributes by 100%. His 4th soul skill, Golden Dragon Kill, allowed him to vanish and reappear behind Yang Wudi, a colossal golden dragon aiming to bite down. Yang Wudi reacted swiftly, turning to meet the attack, resulting in another violent collision. Yet, he did not relent, activating his 5th and 6th soul skills in succession, transforming the Soul Spear into a massive weapon, exuding an aura of relentless menace. He unleashed it like a bolt of black lightning towards Qin Shi. It was too swift. Qin Shi had no time to evade and could only brace himself. With a piercing sound, the spear pierced through his shoulder, blood gushing forth. Little Qi, Tang San, and the others went frantic, rushing forward. At that moment, in the haze of consciousness, Qin Shi's blood-red 10,000-year soul ring flickered twice. 5th soul skill, Tyrant Dragon Prison. 5th soul skill, Tyrant Body. Instantly, a field of gold and silver enveloped him. Thousands of long spears forged from soul power filled the arena, launching toward Yang Wudi in a torrent as his final consciousness willed it. After accomplishing this, Qin Shi's vision darkened, and he fell from the sky. Yang Wudi gazed at the deluge of spears. His expression shifted. He realized he had underestimated the situation. The 7th soul ring suddenly illuminated, activating his martial soul true form. A colossal shadow of the Soul Spear enveloped him, clanking as it shattered the countless long spears raining down. Little Qi, Tang San, and the others rushed forward, checking his pulse, and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he is not in danger. He merely exhausted his soul power and fainted. Titan and Niu Gao pointed accusingly at Yang Wudi, berating him, "Old goat, your attacks were too ruthless. If anything happens to the young master, I will hold you accountable." Yang Wudi felt he had indeed gone too far, wordlessly tossing Titan a white medicine vial before turning to leave. Niu Gao laughed heartily behind him. "Old goat, you lost. You even had to use your martial soul true form." Yang Wudi did not turn back, merely uttering a calm response. "I have lost. Let us return to the sect and pack up." "Ha ha. Remember to gather at my place first. We'll head to our new home together." Niu Gao's laughter echoed throughout the venue. With Yang Wudi gone, Bai He from a Minji clan was left awkwardly standing there. Titan chuckled at him. "Old Bai, why don't you let our young master practice with you?" Bai He hastily waved his hand. No, I will return to prepare for the move." With that, he vanished in a flash. A day later, Qin Shi awoke, wincing in pain. Tang San and the others entered, informing him that he had won the bet. Qin Shi grinned. "That's good. then closed his eyes to begin healing. 3 days later, the Minji and Paji clans finished packing and gathered at the Yuji clan. The four great clans, in grand procession, set off for the new location of Tang Men. I must tell you, the progress made this year was astonishing. With the financial backing of the Qi Bao Liuli sect and the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect, Tang Min's base was swiftly constructed. The Liji clan was responsible for crafting hidden weapons, and the Zhuge Divine crossbow was mass-produced. The Yuji and Paji clans became the military's backbone, while the Minji clan governed the law enforcement hall. Within a year, Tang Min evolved from a mere concept into a superpower boasting two titled Douluos, Dugubo and Long Xiaoyao, 5 soul Douluos including Niu Gao and Yang Wudi, and 15 soul sages. This configuration could easily place them in the top 3 of the continent's power rankings. Meanwhile, the Shrek 7 monsters were not idle, each fervently leveling up, preparing to participate in the upcoming elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent, with only one goal in mind: victory. At Tang Min, however, personnel were still insufficient, prompting Qin Shi to decide on public recruitment. Posters plastered the streets of Tiando City, offering outrageously generous terms: 30 gold soul coins monthly for soul masters, 50 for soul kings, and promising assistance in acquiring optimal soul rings. On the first day of recruitment, a disruptive individual, a middle-aged soul king, arrived, loudly accusing Tang Min of deceit. Yang Wudi's temper could not tolerate such affront, and he unleashed his 8 soul rings. The pressure of a soul Douluo sending the man flying. The crowd gasped, realizing he was indeed a soul Douluo. With that, no one dared to stir trouble and lined up obediently. As they were about to close up, 2 young ladies arrived, one in a green dress and the other in black. The girl in green, named Duge Yin, confronted Qin Shi, spewing venom. I must say, Qin Shi is also quite the iron-willed man. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the poison and retorted with such meager skills: "Even if you beg to join Tang Min, I wouldn't accept you." This maneuver nearly brought Duge Yin to tears, as she vowed to defeat him the next day. True to her word, Duge Yin returned the following day, accompanied by her boyfriend, Yu Qianheng, the heir of the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect, and their healer, Yi Lingling. Yu Qianheng arrogantly demanded an apology from Qin Shi for Duge Yin. Qin Shi chuckled, leisurely responding, "Oh, the Huangdo battle team? I recall they were defeated by my brother." Yu Qianheng was momentarily taken aback. "Who is your brother?" "Tang San." I must tell you, the mere utterance of those 2 words drained the color from the faces of the 3 before him. Duge Yin and Yi Lingling exclaimed in unison, "Are you the Qin Shi that my grandfather and aunt spoke of?" It turned out that Dugubo and the elders of the Jiao Xian Hai Tang sect had long advised them not to provoke Qin Shi. Yet, Yu Tianheng, brimming with pride, was unwilling to back down and insisted on challenging Qin Shi to a duel, wagering their 3 lives. Should they win, Qin Shi would apologize to Duge Yin. If they lost, they would join the Tang sect. Qin Shi deemed the stakes insufficient and provoked Duge Yin's ire further. Without hesitation, Yu Qianheng launched an attack, summoning his martial spirit, the Thunder Dragon Claw. However, Qin Shi did not even activate his martial spirit. With a mere slap of his bare hand, he sent Yu Tianheng flying over 10 meters, dislocating his arm in the process. Yi Lingling hurried to heal him, but once recovered, Yu Tianheng demanded that Qin Shi use his martial spirit. "Very well," Qin Shi replied with a grin. In the next moment, wielding the gold-and-silver dragon spear, 5 soul rings, purple, purple, black, black, red, rose around him. The 3 onlookers were instantly petrified. What was the point of fighting now? After a lengthy pause, Yu Qianheng conceded, retracting his martial spirit and promising to take both Duge Yin and Yi Lingling to report to the Tang sect after the elite competition. Let me tell you, this maneuver by Qin Shi effectively secured the future core members of the top 3 sects. It was nothing short of extraordinary. As the Tang sect flourished, whispers reached the Spirit Hall. Pope Bibi Dong convened a meeting, instructing Gue Mei and Zhu Huaguan to closely monitor this new force known as the Tang sect, as the soul-hunting operation seemed to be hastening. A month later, the Tang sect's roster of 3,000 was filled, including over 50 soul emperors and 2 soul saints. Various hidden weapons designed by Tang, San were mass-produced, with Zhuge, Shun Nu, and Flying Heavenly Claw becoming standard equipment for Soul Sect members. While Soul King ranks received additional weaponry, such as the Sand Shadow and Batwing reincarnation. As for the Soul Emperor elites, their gear was even more exceptional, each equipped with 1001 Knight's weapon, luxurious and irreplaceable, fit only for their core combatants. I also established 3 firm rules: no betrayal, no leaking secrets, and no bullying of the common folk. Anyone who dared to violate these rules would be expelled without negotiation. I temporarily entrusted these matters to Yang Wudi while I attended to another pressing task. Upon arriving at the Grand Soul Arena in Tiando City, I was struck by the sheer throng of humanity. It was the preliminary round of the Soul Master competition, and the atmosphere was electric. Looking up, I noticed the highest tier of the audience was occupied by prominent figures: the Snow Knight Emperor, Ning Fengji, Sorda, Bonda, and Yu Yuanjin of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, an assembly of elite powerhouses. Below them sat representatives from the Spirit Hall, including Salis and the leader of the Elephant Armor sect, making it a veritable gathering of the elite. I slipped backstage and found the lounge of Shrek Academy. The moment Rong Rong spotted me, she rushed over, embracing me with a sense of grievance. "Xiao Qi, you finally made it." She tugged at her yellow-green team uniform, exclaiming, "Look at Flinder's taste. It's as if it was generated by AI. So hideous, I can hardly bear to go out." I pinched her cheek, chuckling as I said, All right, skill is what truly matters. I've heard that Shrek has become the focal point of the arena, defeating opponents in seconds. Sangu even achieved a 10,000-year 4th ring, and Dai Lao has become a Soul King. Impressive indeed. The outfit may be unsightly, but your prowess compensates for it. Tang Sen nodded in agreement, adding, "Xiao Qi is right. We must play the role of the pig to eat the tiger, striking hard at the critical moment." The master entered with his usual serious demeanor, delivering a single admonition: do not underestimate your opponents. After a brief conversation, Rong Rong eagerly pulled me into a secluded corner and, without a word, kissed me. In that instant, my mind went blank and it took a moment to part. Her face flushed like an apple, and my breath became erratic. Oh no, I felt a bit overwhelmed. Following lunch, I carried her back to the Great Soul Arena. Ma Ongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar, seasoned veterans, immediately noticed something amiss between us. The chubby one approached with a mischievous grin, asking, "Chigo, is it official?" I kicked him away, exclaiming, "Get lost, this is not for children." His lewd gaze intensified. Once I set Rong Rong down, her leg wobbled, nearly causing her to falter, prompting me to steady her. At this point, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also caught on, their curious eyes seemingly piercing through us. Even Tang San, usually oblivious, sensed something was off as he glanced at Xiao Wu, his expression a mix of confusion, likely pondering whether his feelings for her were sibling-like or something more. For the next 3 days, I confess, I succumbed to indulgence, thoroughly enchanted. On the 3rd day, I bid farewell to Rong Rong as she boarded the carriage to Spirit City. "Be cautious on the road. I will have Long Lao protect you from the shadows." Watching the carriage grow distant, I felt a twinge of emptiness in my heart. However, sentimentality was not sustenance. I had pressing matters to attend to. Days later, cloaked in a hooded cape, I sat in a secluded corner of a dilapidated tavern, the entrance to the city of slaughter. Shortly after I settled in, 3 brutish men approached, seeking to intimidate me into leaving. The leader, whose face resembled a washboard, grinned maliciously as he swung a knife at me. Without lifting my head, I extended 2 fingers of my right hand, and with a sharp click I caught his blade. A gentle twist of my wrist, and with a snap, the knife shattered. Onlookers were left dumbfounded, including the hulking man himself. Rising to my feet, I unleashed my mental energy as 3 invisible needles, striking with precision, the trio collapsed, blood flowing from their orifices, lifeless in an instant. This silence enveloped the tavern. Half an hour later, a woman's voice echoed, "Welcome, everyone, but there is only 1 spot available." In an instant, everyone stood, eyeing each other like wolves. Noticing I remained seated, someone shouted, "That kid is too dangerous. Let's team up and take him down. All eyes turned towards me, yet none dared to make the first move. The woman's voice rang out once more. There is only one spot available. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves, revealing their martial spirit and charging at me. Followed by a throng. I let out a cold laugh, my 5 soul rings, purple, purple, black, black, red, glimmering into view. Activating my second soul skill, Resistance Dragon Pressure. Compounded with my gold and silver dragon domain, I unleashed it instantly. With a series of pops, those who charged at me found their bodies crushed by an invisible force. Even 2 Soul Kings perished within seconds. The remaining individuals fell silent. I pulled back my hood, revealing a handsome face, adorned with a mocking grin. At least you're wise enough to recognize your situation. A woman with an obscured face led me into the true city of slaughter. Upon entry, a voice greeted me. Welcome to the city of slaughter. Your soul skills will be disabled. Then my guide vanished, replaced by a woman in black who informed me she would protect me for 12 hours, explaining the rules, but warned that if I instigated trouble, she would not intervene. I nodded, too uninterested in idle chatter. Where's the Hell Arena? Take me there directly. The woman glanced at me, shaking her head, likely thinking yet another naive soul had come to meet their demise. As we traversed, my eyes were open to the horrors around me. This place was nothing short of a Hell's Cape, where disagreements led to slaughter, and the sight of human entrails being consumed and corpses being tortured continuously reshaped my worldview. I suppressed my nausea, reminding myself that I must adapt now that I was here, setting a modest goal for myself, to achieve 100 consecutive victories. Upon entering the inner city, the woman in black vanished, but I found a mental map to the arena forming in my mind. Just as I prepared to depart, I was surrounded by dozens of individuals. The leader, a greasy middle-aged man, leered at me, uttering the most revolting words. I stared at him impassively. Do you wish to die? Laughter erupted around us. I wasted no words. Once again, I activated my golden silver dragon domain, initiating the illusion of the silver dragon domain. The expressions on the faces of those dozens shifted from arrogance to sheer terror, one by one collapsing to the ground. Blood oozing from their orifices, lifeless. Those around me, hoping to seize an opportunity, felt the chilling aura of my murderous intent and fled in fright. Following the map, I arrived at the Hell Arena. At the entrance stood a tattered table, inscribed with the entry fee, a glass of Bloody Mary. I inhaled deeply. Astonishingly, they truly demanded human blood. Though I had no desire to take a life, I found myself with no other choice. Reluctantly, I returned to the heap of bodies, only to be met with the grotesque sight of a group ravenously feasting upon the remains. That image, dear friends, was enough to nearly make me lose my lunch. Unable to bear it any longer, I turned to leave when a blood-soaked lunatic called out to me, claiming he wanted my flesh and blood. I shook my head. These individuals had completely lost their minds. With a surge of mental energy, he collapsed to the ground. I fought against the tumult in my stomach, slit his throat, collected a bit of blood in a vial, and fled without a backward glance. Turning into a corner, I could no longer contain myself and leaned against the wall, retching for half an hour, utterly drained. The following day, I used that glass of blood to register. 6 months later, I had achieved 71 consecutive victories, earning the moniker Dragon Slayer. The aura of murder surrounding me had become nearly tangible. One day, the woman in black who had previously sought me out approached again, declaring that the King of Carnage wished to appoint me as a guest elder, bestowing upon me the title of God of Slaughter. I flatly refused. Could becoming a guest elder grant me access to the realm of the God of Slaughter? She replied no. I would have to traverse the path of hell. That was where our negotiations ended, for I had no interest in being a guest elder. Her face twisted with anger as she coldly retorted, You think you can traverse the path of hell? You seek death. With that, she departed. Upon reporting back to the King of Carnage, that scoundrel ordered that I be matched against increasingly formidable opponents, determined to eliminate me in the arena, fearing that I might indeed achieve 100 consecutive victories and challenge the path of hell. Unfortunately for them, they underestimated my resolve. 2 months later, I successfully reached 100 victories. On that day, the King of Carnage personally appeared, waving his hand to sacrifice countless fallen souls, using their blood to open the gates of the path of hell, then flashed me a sinister smile. "Dragon Slayer, enter and meet your demise." I dismissed him, unfurling my dragon wings and soaring directly inside. Upon opening my eyes, I found myself in a crimson world, standing on a narrow path flanked by bubbling magma. The good news was that my soul skills were operational. I cautiously advanced when, suddenly, hundreds of blood-red bats erupted from the magma. With a sweep of my dragon spear, complemented by the resisting dragon pressure skill, I easily dispatched them. However, this action provoked a swarm, and soon thousands of purple-red bats surged forth. I ascended into the air, unleashing my dragon domain. With my second, third, and fourth soul skills activated, my golden and silver dragon spear whirled like a whirlwind, slaughtering the thousands of bats. At that moment, in the divine realm, a figure seated upon a blood-red throne seemed to sense something, erupting in laughter, proclaiming that he had found a promising candidate for succession. Meanwhile, I was nearly exhausted in the path of hell, my soul power almost depleted. Just as I felt myself slipping into unconsciousness, I finally burst through a beam of light. When I awoke, I discovered myself lying in a world filled with crimson plants, devoid of any soul power and without the realm of the god of slaughter. As I was still dazed, an ancient voice resonated in my mind. "Child, you have awakened." Startled, I searched for the source. The voice continued, "Do not look for me. I reside within you." Upon introspection, I was shocked to see the black stone in my dantian glowing. "You are the black stone?" I inquired. "Indeed, I am the divine being, the creator god." I was left speechless. Had gods become so down-to-earth in this age? I feigned disbelief, and to prove his identity, the old man began to boast about being the creator god, claiming that destruction, life, and Azura were his subordinates. He explained that this place was a legacy ground established by the god of Azura, who wished for me to become his successor. I had little time for his ramblings. I only desired to return home. The old man grinned. "If you wish to leave, you must become my heir. I promise to grant you a realm 1,000 times more formidable than the god of slaughters, honest and fair." Such a proposition piqued my interest. How do I proceed? He promptly opened a spatial door before me. Considering he was already within me, I had no reason to distrust him. I took a step inside. In the divine realm, the god of Azura was left bewildered. Where did he go? The successor I just selected. How has he vanished? When I regained my senses, I found myself in a dilapidated hut, my complexion darkened. "What kind of desolate place have you sent me to, old man?" The creator god sheepishly explained that his divine soul power was too weak for accurate positioning. He then proceeded to enlighten me about the greatness of divine souls. I was disinterested and directly inquired about the promised benefits. "What about the powerful realm you mentioned?" "Patience, young one," the creator god chuckled. "I shall impart everything to you, and then I must depart." As his words fell, the black stone disintegrated into countless motes of light, flooding into my limbs. I felt my entire being reshaped, my soul power skyrocketing from level 55 to 57. My physical attributes reached the level of soul Douluo. My speed was astonishing, and my mental energy vast as the ocean. The golden and silver dragon spear elongated and sharpened, while the dragon wings on my back were imbued with venom. Most importantly, I had indeed acquired a new realm, the creation realm. Its function was simple. Within my domain, those I approved would experience doubled cultivation speed, while those I disapproved, regardless of their strength, would not even be able to approach me. This monumental enhancement left me elated. It was a pity that the old man departed too swiftly for me to inquire about any hidden functions of this realm. As I basked in my triumph, I suddenly sensed something amiss. 3 figures clad in black robes, thoroughly obscured, appeared before me, all exuding the aura of soul Douluo. Their malevolent presence was unmistakable. One of them, licking his lips, remarked, "Big brother, this fellow possesses a fine physique. Bringing him back could greatly restore Lord Blood Shadow." However, the one referred to as Big Brother, Blood Sea, shook his head, his gaze greedily fixed upon me. "No, this young man's vitality rivals mine. If I consume him, my power will surpass that of Blood Shadow. In a shocking turn of events, they began plotting against each other. Another named Blood Forest hesitated for a moment, but ultimately charged at me. I swiftly retreated, activating 5 soul rings, and met his advance with a dragon thrust. He quickly summoned his martial soul, revealing a massive black claw behind him. I evaded his dark mist and closed a distance, thrusting my spear downwards. Startled, he activated his martial soul's true form, forcing me back. Blood Sea, seeing the situation, commanded another named Blood Rain to join the fray. I unleashed my second, third, and fourth soul rings, channeling Dragon Fury and Golden Dragon Kill. My golden and silver dragon spear transformed into a colossal golden dragon, sweeping through the area. Blood Forest launched his 5th soul skill towards my heart, causing me intense pain, yet I endured it, striking down his left arm with a retaliatory thrust. Blood Rain, witnessing this, activated his martial soul's true form, unleashing countless ghostly claws upon me. The agony in my heart distracted me, despite my best efforts to evade. I was struck down, spitting blood. However, thanks to my robust physique, I sustained only light injuries. Both Blood Sea and Blood Rain were astonished, clearly not expecting my resilience. Blood Sea licked his lips, deciding to enter the fray himself. His martial soul manifested as a 3-meter-tall blood-colored giant tiger, and the stench it emitted nearly overwhelmed me. I doubled over, gagging, while Blood Sea smugly assumed I was intimidated, boasting about having me lick his feet. Blood Rain, unable to bear the scene, awkwardly reminded him, "Boss, the kid is just reacting to your stench." Blood Sea, enraged and humiliated, roared, "I will kill you." He transformed into a grotesque creature that was neither man nor tiger and lunged at me. I employed the 9 heavens shattering step and fled, pursued relentlessly. "You shall become my nourishment. Fool! If you have the ability, stop and engage in a duel of men. Fool! I will kill you. Fool!" The Blood Sea was nearly driven mad by my antics. Within this dense forest, he could scarcely keep pace with me. My time spent in Luri Sunlin was not in vain. When it comes to jungle warfare, I specialize in the art of reverse dog walking. Let me tell you, that old man's mentality is truly lacking. After being toyed with for a while, he was completely incensed. I noticed I had distanced myself from him, so I deliberately slowed my pace. Suddenly, he sprang forward as if fueled by a powerful stimulant, yelling, "You can't run forever, boy." I couldn't help but laugh. My stamina could easily rival that of a marathon runner. As he drew nearer, I executed a swift pivot, raising my hands to unleash a barrage of poison needles from the Juga divine crossbow, raining down upon him like a torrential downpour. Remarkably, he reacted swiftly, evading with a deft sidestep. The opportunity had arrived. I seized the golden silver dragon spear, launching it like a javelin, transforming it into a magnificent golden dragon aimed straight at him. Unfortunately, he, being a soul master, deftly leapt aside, avoiding my strike. Missing my target, I turned and fled, continuing my dog-walking venture. The old man behind me was so furious he could barely contain himself, his lungs nearly bursting with rage. My strategy was to tire him out while I remained elusive, avoiding any direct confrontation. As we continued our chase under the darkening sky, the scene was nothing short of spectacular. In the pitch-black forest, 2 shadows pursued me, a fleeting white figure, while I was buoyed by the 9 turns soul refinement technique. My soul power replenishing like a rechargeable battery, my spirits high. However, the 2 behind me, Shui Hai and his companion Shui Lin, were in dire straits. Though their soul power was not heavily drained, the constant barrage of hidden weapons had rendered their clothing riddled with holes, resembling a beehive. Anyone unaware might mistake them for beggars pursuing me for alms. Shui Hai shouted from behind, "You little brat, if you're able, don't run. Once I catch you, I will flay you alive and grind your bones to dust." I retorted from a distance, "Old man, have some dignity. How old are you? If you were my age, I'd make you unrecognizable." His fury was palpable, yet unable to catch up. He resorted to tempting me. "Listen, boy, I am an evil soul master. Want to know how we cultivate so quickly? Interested in learning? I can teach you." Upon hearing this, I realized he was attempting to exploit an information gap. I shouted back, "Oh, so you're the kind of rats everyone scorns?" No wonder you're hiding. I thought it was due to your hideous appearances. This revelation sent Shui Hai into a fit of rage, causing him to accelerate wildly. Nevertheless, I maintained a comfortable distance of several meters between us. Whether he sped up or slowed down, I ensured he could not lay a finger on me. The night passed, and as dawn broke, I spotted figures ahead, 2 old men and a stunning beauty. Upon activating my true sight, I was taken aback by their impressive lineup. 2 titled Douluos and a remarkable beauty on the verge of breaking through to Soul Emperor. What a formidable arrangement. Aside from the Wuhuan Temple, which noble lady would be accompanied by such a retinue? Reinforcements had arrived. I immediately called out 3 esteemed ones. Please help me. I am being pursued by 2 evil soul masters. The trio turned, clearly having sensed our presence long before. The beauty furrowed her brow and whispered to one of the old men, Elder Shijiao. The elder nodded, and in an instant, he vanished. Shortly after, I heard 2 agonizing screams from behind me. I exhaled, relieved that my ordeal had come to an end. I quickly bowed to the beauty, expressing my gratitude. Thank you. She smiled slightly, her voice laced with an official tone. No need for thanks. Exterminating evil soul masters is the duty of our Wuhuan Temple. I understood then that this was a subtle promotion. I readily climbed the ladder of flattery, saying, the Wuhuan Temple is indeed the continent's foremost power. Upholding justice without seeking reward, truly commendable. However, to my surprise, her golden eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery as she replied, the Wuhuan Temple indeed seeks no reward. But I never claimed that I do not. I was momentarily speechless. Not just me. Even Shui Hai and Shui Lin, who had been captured by Elder Shijiao, were stunned. Who knew that in these times, one must pay to do good deeds? Cautiously, I inquired, what do you desire in return? The beauty smiled lightly. It's quite simple. I want you to accompany me to Xingdou Daqin Forest to assist me in obtaining soul rings. I was taken aback. Sister, you are on the brink of becoming a soul emperor, and you want a mere soul king like me to help? I meekly remarked. She laughed. A soul king who can evade 2 titled Douluos for 2 days. Would that be considered an ordinary soul king? Her words left me momentarily speechless. Regret surged within me. In my attempt to show off, I had unwittingly volunteered for something I hadn't anticipated. Sighing, I conceded, very well, I will accompany you. By the way, my name is Qin Shi. I am Qian Shui, she replied. My mind buzzed. Qian Shui? Qian Ren Shui? I instinctively murmured her name. Qian Shui. Qian Shui. She asked curiously, what is wrong? Is my name unappealing? I quickly waved my hands. No, not at all. I find it beautiful, and you are quite lovely. This elicited a stunned reaction from Qian Shui. It was the first time in her life someone had so openly complimented her beauty. Uncertain, she asked, am I really beautiful? Absolutely, I affirmed with conviction. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, and I must say, it was a sight to behold. Her laughter was like 1,000 blossoms blooming, breathtaking and heart-stirring. I stood there, mesmerized, even conjuring memories of Rome. Yet, I shook off the thoughts, focusing on the present. Following Qian Shui and Elder Shijiao, we ventured into Xingdou Daqin Forest. Later, I discovered that this beauty was indeed Qian Ren Shui and the 2 old men. One was Elder Shijiao, the other was Elder Tsiju. They had recognized me long ago, as we had crossed paths during my time at the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Efficiency is a hallmark of noble families. They had even pinpointed the soul beast beforehand. A 33,000-year-old Bu Guangming Ke was swiftly subdued by Elder Shijiao, who executed his techniques with remarkable precision, leaving only a breath of life. Qian Shui calmly approached to deliver the final blow, initiating the soul ring absorption process. I observed from the sidelines as Elder Shijiao remained vigilant, his spiritual energy trained on me, clearly wary. I couldn't help but chuckle. What was a mere Elder Shijiao attempting to pry into my affairs? My spiritual power far surpassed his. I was acutely aware of his every move. Once I activated my creation domain, he couldn't even brush against my clothing. In less than an hour, Qian Shui completed her absorption, and her soul power skyrocketed to level 64. I was left utterly astonished. What kind of operation was this? It was as if she had taken a rocket to the next level. Noticing my shock, She chuckled. I have been on the verge of breaking through to Soul Emperor for over a year. My soul power has long been stifled. I realized then that I was out of my depth in the realm of prodigies. After the process concluded, Qian Shui unexpectedly asked Elder Shijiao to leave, expressing a desire to have a private conversation with me. Elder Shijiao cast a wary glance, as if to say, "Don't be fooled." But a single look from Qian Shui silenced him, and he retreated with lingering glances. I was left bewildered. Sister Qian Shui, what do you wish to discuss? Her golden eyes bore into me, inducing a sense of unease, before she dropped a bombshell. Qin Shi, I would like to invite you to join our Wuhuan temple. Would you accept? Could I accept? Of course not. Yet I couldn't outright refuse, so I responded diplomatically, I'm sorry, Sister Qian Shui, this is quite sudden. May I have some time to consider? She graciously nodded in agreement. I hastily shifted the topic. Sister Qian Shui, your position in the Wuhuan temple is quite elevated. You even have 2 titled Douluo accompanying you when you go out. To my surprise, upon hearing this, her expression instantly turned complicated, and she fell silent. After a considerable pause, she softly replied, Qin Shi, you are the first person to compliment my beauty. I feigned astonishment. How could that be? With your stunning looks? Surely admirers must line up from the Wuhuan temple to Tiando City. She shook her head, her voice barely audible. I have no friends. No one has ever spoken to me like you do. I am genuinely happy today. Upon hearing this, my heart softened, and I clumsily suggested, then let me be your first friend. How about that? Her eyes sparkled instantly, and she excitedly grasped my shoulders, exclaiming yes. Brother Qin Shi, from this day forth, you're my friend. My very first friend. I chuckled. Since we are friends now, please refrain from calling me Brother Qin Shi. Just call me Xiao Qi, as my family and friends do. Then I shall call you Xiao Shui. Sure, Xiao Qi. She beamed, her laughter reminiscent of a child, her eyes twinkling like stars. As we strolled and conversed, we unknowingly exited the Xingdou Great Forest. We found a patch of grass to lie down and gaze at the stars. I inquired whether there were gods in this world. She pondered and replied that perhaps there were. I knew she was destined to become the angel god, having undoubtedly been inundated with her grandfather Qiando Liu's grand notions of divinity since childhood. Just as we were engrossed in our conversation, I suddenly sensed a surge of malevolent energy. Alarmed, I swiftly grasped Qian Ringshu's hand and stood up. She was taken aback by my sudden action, her face flushing crimson. In the next moment, 2 bloodied figures materialized before us, as if by teleportation. One was a cloaked man missing an arm. He was Xuelin, and the other was an elderly man in red robes. Upon seeing me, Xuelin exclaimed to the elder, Lord Shui, it's him. He caused my elder brother and second brother to be captured by the Wuhuan temple. I couldn't help but laugh in anger. Are you trying to frame me? How could a Soul King capture 2 titled Douluo? The elder, Shuang, paid him no mind, instead scanning me with greedy eyes. A sinister smile creeping across his face as he said, what a splendid piece of nourishment you are. Young man, I am Shuang, titled Douluo. I wish to take you as my disciple. Would you be willing? I scoffed dismissively. You want me to take an evil soul master as my mentor? I would rather dash myself against a rock. Shuang's face darkened immediately. Little brat. Do you know the consequences of angering me? I coldly laughed. I do not know your consequences, but I know you are about to perish. No sooner had I spoken than a fierce wind swept through, and a serpentine spear clanged as it struck the ground before Shuang. The serpent spear Douluo had arrived. Shuang's expression turned grave, yet he retorted defiantly, serpent spear. Do you think just because I am injured, you can prattle on before me? So, you are merely a wounded beast. The serpent spear Douluo, a master of banter, immediately mocked him. Shuang, you are your last gasp, yet here you are posturing like a great wolf. Is that weakling beside you, who has lost an arm, your support? Xuelin, frightened, quickly hid behind Shuang. Enraged, Shuang roared, unleashing his martial spirit, a colossal and malevolent rhino horn apparition. The serpent spear Douluo did not hold back either, revealing his true form. The clash of the 2 titled Douluo unleashed a tempest, snapping trees all around us. I promptly pulled Qian Ringshu back. In that instant, I noticed Xuelin attempting to flee amidst the chaos. With determination, I wrapped my arm around Qian Rengshu's slender waist, spread my true dragon wings, and pursued him. Qian Rengshu, likely startled, buried her flushed face into my embrace. I felt a warmth envelop me, and when I looked down, I quickly said, "Xiao Shui, don't stoke the flames. I might lose control." Yet she ignored me, continuing to nestle closer. Bewildered, I could only helplessly continue the chase after Xiulin. Before long, I had inflicted numerous wounds upon him with my dragon wings, and feeling that he had invoked some secret technique, he hastened away, prompting me to cease my pursuit. Qian Rengshu peeked curiously, "Xiao Qi, why are we not chasing him anymore?" I smiled calmly. "He won T survive." To which Qian Rengshu blushed and, with a significant tone, replied, "Xiao Qi, I don't mind." Goodness, as an innocent young man, I was left utterly embarrassed by her teasing. When we returned to the battlefield, Shui Ying had already fled using blood escape techniques. The serpent spear Douluo, though pale, glanced at our clasped hands with a look of satisfaction, commending me for my excellence before departing to report the good news to the grand offering. Once he left, Qian Rengshu embraced me, burying her head in my chest, her voice tinged with a sob. "Xiao Qi, hold me." What could I do but oblige? In that embrace, she unexpectedly fell asleep in my arms. I stood there throughout the night, my back aching. The next morning, she awoke, her cheeks flushed as she apologized. I suggested escorting her back to the Wuhuan temple, but she shook her head, expressing a desire to play by the seaside for a few days. Very well. The young lady's wish is paramount. We chartered a boat to an uninhabited island. Using my soul power, I felled trees, constructing 2 small wooden cabins in half an hour. However, upon seeing the cabins, Qian Rengshu's eyes were filled with a hint of sorrow. At the time, I did not comprehend, but now I reflect. Dear family, what have I overlooked? That evening, we sat side by side on the beach, watching the sunset. The atmosphere was simply delightful. Yet, she shot me another glare and retreated to her cabin. I was baffled and returned to my own cabin to meditate. In the dead of night, the ocean suddenly surged with monstrous waves, crashing toward the island. I was jolted awake and rushed next door, scooping up Qian Rengshu in a princess carry. Bursting through the roof and soaring into the air, a colossal blue dragon emerged from the depths, roaring at us. I revealed the dreadful truth, and I gasped in shock. 100,000-year-soul beast, the deep-sea blue dragon. Wasn't this creature solely a figment of legend? The dragon even spoke, warning us that if we dared invade its territory, we would not escape unharmed. Without further ado, it attacked. I turned and fled, holding Qian Rengshu, my speed reaching its peak. But the blue dragon trailed us leisurely. Unable to fly toward the mainland, I sought refuge on a small island and activated my Genesis domain. Golden light enveloped a 100-meter radius, and within it, Qian Rengshu's soul power cultivation speed doubled, leaving her utterly astonished. Even more astonishing was that the 100,000-year deep-sea blue dragon was barred from entering my domain. I explained to her, in my domain, only those I permit may enter. Her worldview was completely reshaped. Thus, we remained in a stalemate for a full 10 days. The blue dragon, clever as it was, waited outside, biding its time until my soul power was depleted. On the 10th day, I truly reached my limit, my face pale and voice hoarse as I told Qian Rengshu, "Xiao Shui, I can't hold on any longer. You must flee while I cover you." She shook her head, tears brimming. "I want to leave. If we are to die, let us die together." Saying this, she suddenly lunged towards me, embracing me tightly. I, already worn out, collapsed to the ground, causing my Genesis domain to shatter instantly. The deep-sea blue dragon seized the opportunity, its massive claws descending upon us. I summoned the last vestiges of my consciousness, shielding Qian Rengshu beneath me, before succumbing to unconsciousness. I felt her embrace me tightly in the darkness, giving me a cool yet tender kiss. Then, we were both engulfed by the dragon. In that fleeting moment of being swallowed, I swear the entire world glitched like a bug. In the Wuhuan Temple's offering hall, a colossal beam of light shot skyward, aiming directly at our location. At the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong's paintbrush snapped suddenly, her heart wrenched. In the divine realm, both the sea god and angel god sensed their inheritors were in peril. The sea god, for the sake of his brother Tang San's resolve, decided to descend to the mortal realm. Meanwhile, the angel god, filled with fury, proclaimed, "Dare to harm my disciple." In the magnificent realm of Chuangshi, Tiangong, an elderly man with white hair chuckled, "Shao Hai and Shao Tianshi have descended. So I shall join the fray and let that little dragon offer a sacrifice for my disciple." In the next moment, upon the surface of the sea, a million-year-old deep-sea blue dragon king was preparing to reprimand his wayward son when suddenly the sea god appeared. The blue dragon king, terrified, knelt before him. The sea god commanded him to expel us, and we were released, enveloped in a radiant golden light, still caught in an embrace. Just as the sea god intended to spare the two dragons, a more domineering golden beam pinned them down, accompanied by a fierce and authoritative female voice. "Do you dare to harm my successor? If I don't flay you alive, I shan't be called an angel." The angel god had also arrived. She not only sought to slay the dragons, but upon seeing me, her intent to kill intensified. "Old, blue-haired man, this boy has adversely influenced my successor. He must perish." The sea god, visibly distressed, was interrupted by a thunderous sound from the sky, heralding the arrival of the creator god. A hazy figure materialized before the two deities, speaking softly, "Shao Tianshi, what ill thoughts do you harbor towards my successor?" Both the sea god and the angel god trembled with fear and hurriedly bowed. "We pay our respects to the creator god." Though his expression remained obscured, a hint of amusement laced his tone. "No need for formalities. This boy is my successor. Does he not deserve to inherit your legacy?" Upon hearing these words, the angel god was momentarily rendered speechless. The sea god, too, held his breath, fearing that the creator god might send them back to the divine realm for reflection. This was indeed a formidable being. The creator god waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Never mind, I am not so petty. Since this young couple has found mutual affection, you need not meddle." With that, his gaze fell upon the little blue dragon, akin to placing an order. "You, little blue dragon, stop dawdling and serve as the sixth ring for your young master." In an instant, the blue dragon, without a chance to protest, exploded into a myriad of shimmering lights that entered my disciple Qin Shi's body. Observing his son's disappearance, the deep-sea blue dragon king maintained a facade of calm, though it was evident from his expression that envy was overwhelming him. Who wouldn't he desire to be a companion of the creator god's successor, destined for divinity and immortality? As if reading his thoughts, the creator god inquired with a smile, "What, do you wish to become his soul ring?" The old dragon king, astute as he was, quickly shook his head. "Esteemed deity, I would indeed wish for that, but my family depends on me, and I have yet to avenge the deep-sea demon whale king." This exchange was a masterclass in negotiation. The creator god nodded, arranging matters clearly. "Very well. I shall seal you within Shao Chi's body. When he ascends to the rank of title Douluo, you may offer your sacrifice." He then glanced at the sea god, who was quick to assure, "No problem. The divine ring of your successor will be none other than the demon whale king. Rest assured, I shall protect his family." The old dragon king was elated, bowing repeatedly before transforming into a luminous sphere, magnitudes larger than his sun, and entering Qin Shi's being. With everything in place, the creator god, sea god, and angel god sensed an approaching presence and swiftly vanished, leaving behind no trace. Now, though Qin Shi was unconscious, his spiritual realm thrived with excitement. He observed two orbs, one large and one small, suddenly manifesting in his mind, curiosity brimming as he reached out to touch the smaller one. At that moment, the creator god abruptly appeared before him. Startled, Qin Shi exclaimed, "Please don't come closer." The creator god smacked the back of his head. "What are you pretending for? The smaller one is the one you just consumed, serving as your sixth soul ring. The larger one is its father, 1,000,000 years old, to be absorbed once you attain title Douluo." "Wait 1,000,000 years?" Qin Shi's eyes sparkled. "Old man, can't there be more of these good fortune? Scram. If you're capable, go earn it yourself." Qin Shi chuckled and pressed further. "All right then. Others who become gods must undergo divine trials, receive rewards and upgrades. What about me? You can't make me labor for nothing. The Creator God looked at him incredulously. You will inherit my divine position directly upon reaching level 99. Isn't that sufficient? What more do you want? Please, old man. Qin Shi pleaded urgently. At least arrange for some trials so that my soul ring can be upgraded. Otherwise, how embarrassing it would be in the divine realm. The Creator God, utterly speechless at his reasoning, left with a parting remark, I am departing, and vanished. When Qin Shi finally awoke, it was genuine. He felt a soft, moist sensation in his mouth and instinctively explored with his tongue. To his surprise, he found himself locked in an embrace with Qian Rinxue. Startled, he pushed her away, wiping his mouth, feeling unclean, and felt an overwhelming guilt towards Rong. However, Qian Rinxue also awakened, and upon realizing he was alive, she burst into tears and embraced him tightly. Shao Qi, it's wonderful that you're still alive. Overwhelmed by her emotional display, Qin Shi quickly consoled her. After her tears subsided, she began to pour out her secrets, revealing her identity as the young master of the Wuhuan Temple, her grandfather being the Grand Elder, and her experiences of cosplaying as the Crown Prince of Tiando. Each revelation was met with Qin Shi's calm responses of, "Oh, I see," maintaining an air of composure. Qian Rinxue was taken aback. Shao Qi, I played the role of Crown Prince Xue Qinghe in Tiando Empire. Qin Shi chuckled. I was aware. Qian Rinxue's mind momentarily short-circuited, her eyes wide with surprise. You knew all along? You scoundrel. Qin Shi laughed heartily. I knew from our first meeting. Your performance was indeed commendable. With the atmosphere now relaxed, Qian Rinxue blushed deeply and shyly confessed, Shao Qi, I like you. Such directness left Qin Shi momentarily speechless. He grimaced and said, Shao Xue, you know I'm the son-in-law of the Seven Treasures Liuli sect. I love Rong. Before he could finish, Qian Rinxue covered his mouth with her hand, her eyes glistening with tears as she earnestly declared, I do not seek a title. I only wish to love you, serving you in any way. Who could withstand such a declaration? Qin Shi steeled himself and boldly replied, No, I like you too. I will ensure Rong agrees. And then I will marry you openly. Qian Rinxue had never experienced such joy, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Just as they were lost in each other's affection, a fierce aura descended from the horizon. Qin Shi tensed, but Qian Rinxue joyfully called out, Grandfather, with a flash of golden light. An elderly man in a black robe with white hair descended. It was the Grand Elder of the Wuhuan Temple, Douluo. Qian Rinxue happily dashed forward, holding Qin Shi's hand and introducing, Grandfather, this is your future grandson-in-law. Douluo's gaze scanned Qin Shi as if it were an X-ray. Unfazed, Qin Shi met his gaze without flinching. After a few seconds, Douluo suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Good lad. I entrust my granddaughter to you. Was that it? Qin Shi was momentarily stunned, as was Qian Rinxue, who was elated. It was clear that this approval was not merely Douluo's own, but rather a directive from the celestial angel god, who had taken a liking to the situation. Just then, another flash of black light appeared, and Long Xiaoyao arrived. Without acknowledging Douluo, he knelt before Qin Shi. Young master, I apologize for my tardiness. Now, it was Douluo who was astonished. There were only one or two limit Douluo on the continent comparable to him. Who was this person before him? Long Xiaoyao stood, introducing himself as a guardian of the Tang sect. Upon hearing this, Douluo was even more astonished. The newly emerged Tang sect had secured the allegiance of a limit Douluo, two elderly gentlemen, whose combined age amounts to several centuries, engaged in mutual flattery, suddenly igniting a competitive spirit akin to that of schoolchildren challenging each other to a duel. They boldly declared their intention to meet on the rooftop, and in an instant, they soared into the clouds, engaging in an exhilarating clash. Meanwhile, as the two elders battled fiercely above, the younger duo below remained far from idle. Qin Shi tenderly grasped Qian Rinxue's hand, affectionately calling her name before leaning in to kiss her. With the advent of the creation domain, the intricate details of their encounter are best left to the imagination. When the two elders descended, thoroughly satisfied with their bout, They beheld Qin Shi supporting the limping Qian Rinxue as they emerged from the forest. A knowing smile passed between the two old men. Long Xiaoyao was elated for his master, while Qian Douluo rejoiced that his granddaughter had finally secured this golden son-in-law. Qin Shi, unfazed by the situation, wore a thick skin, while Qian Rinxue's embarrassment was palpable, her face nearly buried in the ground. Afterward, when Qin Shi inquired about the results of the Soul Master competition, he learned that his father, Tang Hao, had intervened to save his brother, Tang San. Instinctively, he glanced at Qian Douluo, given that Tang Hao's actions were tied to the death of his son, Qian Xuanji. However, the cunning old fox, having lived for over 3 centuries, had long since come to terms with it. He waved it off, attributing the blame to his reckless son and Bibi Dong. With the crisis averted, Qin Shi's confidence surged, and he boldly declared his intention not to return to the mainland, but to explore the mysterious sea. Qian Rinxue was the first to respond, exclaiming, "Qin Shi, I shall accompany you." Long Xiaoyao laughed heartily, proclaiming, "I, too, shall join the young master in this reckless adventure." Seeing his granddaughter running off with someone else, Qian Douluo had no choice but to acquiesce, saying, "Very well, I shall remain as well, curious to see what wonders you young ones will uncover." Thus, this remarkable expedition team, arguably the most extravagant in the history of Douluo, was formed. The following day, the quartet set sail, traversing the ocean for half a day until they found a deep water area, plunging into the depths with a splash. As they descended, the light dimmed and the pressure intensified. At a depth of 1,000 meters, Qian Rinxue began to struggle, engulfed in darkness and fear. Qin Shi activated his true eye, a flash of golden light enveloping her as he embraced her. It must be noted that Qin Shi's physical prowess was extraordinary, akin to that of a soul king, as he withstood the immense water pressure with remarkable ease, leaving Qian Douluo in awe, praising his granddaughter's remarkable choice in a partner. They continued their descent until they reached depths of 3,000 to 3,500 meters, where even Qin Shi began to falter under the immense weight pressing down on him, his face turning purple. Long Xiaoyao quickly conjured a soul power shield to alleviate his discomfort. Gasping for breath, Qin Shi inquired of the two elders about the ocean's depth, revealing that his spiritual energy had reached 15,000 meters but was obstructed by an unseen force. Upon hearing this, both Qian Douluo and Long Xiaoyao were astonished. Long Xiaoyao, intrigued, suggested they investigate further. Initially hesitant, Qian Douluo was soon encouraged by the fervor of Qin Shi and Long Xiaoyao, exclaiming, "What is there to fear? Let's embrace the madness." Thus, the four continued their descent, finally reaching a staggering depth of 15,000 meters. At that moment, a blue light flickered before them, and they were inexplicably drawn into a peculiar space. This chamber, though small and square, emanated a dark glow from its walls. At its center floated a stunning 9-petal white flower, breathtaking in its beauty. Qian Rinxue was immediately enamored. Qin Shi, ever the opportunist, activated his true eye, nearly overwhelmed by what he perceived. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed, "this is a treasure beyond compare." Qian Douluo, bewildered, asked, "What is this?" Qin Shi, in a state of excitement, stammered, "This is the Tianxian flower. Each petal can elevate a tidal Douluo by 2 levels. The stamen, known as Tang, can maximize one's talent, allowing an immediate ascension to level 90. However, its potency is so great that consuming it below the rank of Soul Sage could be fatal." The revelation left both Qian Douluo and Long Xiaoyao in shock. Though the flower's effects might not benefit them directly, its sheer power was undeniable. Qin Shi wasted no time and plucked the flower, distributing a petal each to Qian Douluo and Long Xiaoyao, claiming it would nurture their meridians and prolong their lives. They accepted gratefully. He then offered a petal to Qian Rinxue, who, overjoyed, kissed him before eagerly beginning to absorb its essence. Qin Shi kept the remaining petals for himself. But as for the stamen, he took a moment, swallowed it whole along with the petal, much to the shock of Qian Douluo and Long Xiaoyao, who feared for his safety. Immediately, a surge of terrifying medicinal power erupted from him, causing his soul power to boil within, plummeting from level 59. His spiritual sea rapidly evaporated. Just as panic began to set in, the voice of the Creator echoed in his mind. Do not be alarmed. Allow it to boil. It is purifying you. With the endorsement of such an illustrious figure, Qin Shi surrendered to the process. Time became meaningless. It felt as though days passed. His soul power level fell to 40, only to begin an explosive ascent. 60, 70, finally stabilizing at the pinnacle of 70. When he opened his eyes, they gleamed with vitality. Qian Renshue rushed to him, inquiring about his well-being. Qin Shi clenched his fists, reveling in the explosive power within him, proclaiming, "The rewards are immense. Not only has my soul power reached level 70, but I can now contend physically with title Douluo below level 90. Yet that was not all. The greatest boon was that his spiritual sea had transformed into the sea of divine souls, dramatically accelerating his cultivation speed. The 9 turns soul refinement technique had reached its 7th tier, while the 9 heaven-shattering steps had achieved its 9th tier, culminating in graduation. This remarkable transformation left both elders utterly speechless. Long Xiaoyao, bemused, remarked, "Young master, with such prowess, why remain merely a soul sage? The effects of that flower should have elevated you directly to level 90. I chuckled at his bewilderment, explaining, "Old Long, our soul power differs fundamentally. Others possess a standard form, while mine is a highly compressed package at 200G. Though my level appears modest, the release will astound you. This is what we call a dimensional strike." Qian Renshue nestled close, her curiosity piqued, igniting a warmth within me that was difficult to contain. Had it not been for the 2 elder gentlemen's presence, I would have acted on my impulses right then. Before they could fully process my explanation of the soul power compression theory, my upgraded true, I revealed its latest functionality. I could see through the essence of the space we had recently occupied, which was not an alternate dimension, but rather a soul bone created by a 600,000-year-old spatial electric eel. Without hesitation, I reached out to the spot where the flower had floated, and a peculiar soul bone shot into my hand, merging seamlessly with my right arm. In the blink of an eye, the entire space disintegrated, and we found ourselves submerged once more in the dark waters of the ocean. Long Xiaoyao and Qian Douluo reacted swiftly, enveloping us in protective barriers. Qian Renshue, perplexed, asked what had transpired and why the space had vanished. I casually informed them, that space was merely a 10,000-year soul bone that I absorbed, hence its disappearance. 10,000-year soul bone. Qian Renshue's jaw dropped in astonishment. The 2 elders, initially taken aback, quickly regained their composure, likely numbed by my audacity. Qian Douluo clapped me on the shoulder, his expression one of mixed admiration and concern, saying, "It is a good thing you are strong, young man. Your strength ensures my granddaughter's safety, relieving this old man of worry." However, as he continued, a hint of melancholy crept into his voice, revealing the depth of his affection for his granddaughter. After our conversation, we continued our descent until we reached the ocean floor, over 50,000 meters below. That place was nothing short of a graveyard for soul beasts, with fragmented bones scattered everywhere. As I was observing, a giant python, more than 10 meters long, suddenly erupted from the sand, its cultivation level at a staggering 130,000 years, lunging at us with its jaws agape. I must tell you, none of us even blinked at that scene. Elder Long let out a cold snort, and with a wave of his hand, an enormous dark claw seized the python as easily as one might grasp an eel. Just as he was about to twist it into a knot, I quickly intervened, saying, "Elder Long, show some mercy. Allow me to handle this." Elder Long was taken aback, but released the serpent. The gigantic snake, as if it had seen a ghost, fled in an instant. And guess what happened next? A smirk crept across my lips, and a flash of golden light sparkled in my eyes as I activated my newly acquired skill, softly uttering, "Unfilial child, why not return to greet your father?" A miraculous scene unfolded. That fleeing python actually turned around and swam back, heading straight towards me. Elder Long was startled and quickly positioned himself in front of me. Yet the great serpent halted before me, behaving as docile as a child. I reassured them, saying, "It's all right. I'm now its father, in the biological sense. This left them utterly confounded. Qian Renshue was bewildered, inquiring about what sorcery I had employed. I had no choice but to come clean, explaining that my spiritual power had evolved into a divine soul. Divine soul? Before I could finish my explanation, Qian Douluo and Long Xiaoyao were rendered speechless. The elder Qian Douluo turned away, covering his face while muttering about wanting some quiet, effectively shutting down. Elder Long looked at me with a mixture of astonishment and disbelief, exclaiming, "Young master, you are indeed a monster. The divine soul is a threshold that even the most powerful limit Douluo cannot touch in their lifetime. And you, a mere quasi-soul sage without a sixth soul ring, have achieved this? My family, who understands this? As a soul emperor, I had silenced the highest echelons of the continent. The feeling was exhilarating. I proceeded to explain that my new skill was called soul control, evolved from my external soul bone, allowing me to forcibly alter the memories of beings with weaker divine souls, making them regard me as their closest kin. However, the cooldown period was rather lengthy. It could only be used once a year. Upon hearing this, Qian Renshue's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Next year, we will control grandfather, and the year after that, we will control Elder Long." Qian Oliu's face darkened, likely pondering that he had wasted his efforts raising his granddaughter. Afterward, we emerged from a sea and arrived at a deserted island for a respite. The python I had tamed, affectionately named Xiaoxi, accompanied us ashore, curious about everything. On the island, we entered a 6-month period of seclusion and cultivation. I activated my creation domain daily, which functioned like a mobile super server, propelling everyone forward. Both Long Xiaoyao and Qian Douluo, who had reached their bottlenecks, were unexpectedly pushed to break through due to my domain's influence. Long Xiaoyao claimed his soul power was now 3 times that of others at the same level, while Qian Douluo was merely a step away from achieving a divine soul. My domain was incredibly potent, attracting surrounding sea soul beasts as if it were an all-you-can-eat buffet. The most astonishing part was that it even lured in 9-10,000-year soul beasts, unimaginable on the continent. And what was the result? They all became sustenance for Xiaoxi, granting us unprecedented freedom with our soul bones. In the end, I held 10,000-year soul bones in my hands, feeling immensely wealthy. With our seclusion concluded, I contemplated acquiring my 6th soul ring, the deep-sea blue dragon that had previously been sealed within me by the god of creation, which had sacrificed itself to transform into a pearl. I retrieved the pearl, infused it with my soul power, and lo and behold, it radiated brilliantly. A soul ring, red with 3 golden circles, slowly ascended, a staggering 300,000 years. It even came with a left arm bone as a bonus. Who would believe such a configuration if I told them? Qian Renshue rushed over, embraced me, and planted a kiss on my lips, her face flushed. I chuckled and, with a swift motion, wrapped my arm around her waist, boldly kissing her back. Then, with a thought, I transported us both into the independent space of my right arm bone. 3 hours later, we emerged. Upon seeing us, Qian Douluo wore a knowing smile, making me feel slightly embarrassed. Later that night, as Qian Renshue fell into a deep sleep, I sank my consciousness into the sea of divine souls, where the voice of the god of creation echoed once more. Cheerfully, he said, "Young one, come, I have a splendid gift for you." Instantly alert, I inquired about the nature of this gift. He conjured 2 orbs of light from thin air, one silver-purple and the other golden. I must say, when the old man spoke, my CPU nearly overheated. He explained that the silver-purple orb was the soul ring of the sea which King willingly sacrificed to me by that creature. I could hardly believe it. I suspected the crafty old man had coerced it behind the scenes. The golden orb, on the other hand, he revealed, was to serve as my 7th soul ring, a growth-type equipment that would increase in power as I infused it with soul energy, with a limit of 500,000 years. Good heavens, 500,000 years! This abundant fortune had finally come my way. Without a moment's hesitation, I lunged forward to seize it, fearing he might change his mind, for in this world, even divine promises could lose their value. The old man, bemused by my eagerness, tapped his forehead, saying he had to leave, instructing me to return once I achieved title Douluo, and mentioned that he awaited my ascension to his divine throne. At that moment, my mind was solely occupied with the prospect of the 500,000-year soul ring, and I waved him off, urging him to depart swiftly, lest he delay my fortune. When I finally emerged from the sea of divine souls, dawn was nearly upon us. We had serious business today, assisting Qian Rinxue in acquiring her seventh soul ring and, simultaneously, seeking the legendary Sea of Death. Remarkably, our guide, Xiao Shi, proved quite resourceful, leading us to the very edge of the Sea of Death. However, dear family, the sight before us utterly shattered my worldview. Beneath our feet, the ocean remained blue. Yet with a single step forward, it transformed into a pitch-black abyss. The surface was littered with the corpses of various sea-soul beasts, all decayed, and the stench was akin to a biological weapon, capable of overwhelming anyone even from 800 miles away. Even Qian Douluo and Long Xiaoyao, seasoned veterans of the world, turned pale. Qian Rinxue, unable to bear it, turned ashen and clutched my arm, pleading, "Xiao Qi, can we not go in? This place makes me feel incredibly uneasy." My heart ached for her, and I quickly offered, "My dear, why not stay in my soul bone space for now? The environment outside is indeed quite dystopian. I cannot bear the thought of my beautiful wife coming to harm." Yet, to my surprise, my wife proved remarkably resilient, shaking her head and tightening her grip on my arm, encouraging herself, "It's all right. With you and the two grandfathers here, I'm not afraid." Very well. Since my wife had spoken, we would charge forth. Thus, the four of us hung suspended above the Sea of Death, bravely flying inward. As we ventured deeper, the corpses became fewer, but the water transitioned from black to a pale red, growing darker until it resembled blood. The stench intensified, morphing from a mere decaying odor to a nauseating mix of rot and blood, nearly causing us to retch in the air. Eventually, I could no longer tolerate it and directly withdrew Qian Rinxue into my soul bone space. Qian Douluo nodded in approval from the side, his gaze seemingly conveying that my son-in-law was truly considerate. After flying for over an hour, we finally arrived at the heart of the Sea of Death. The water was a deep crimson, and beneath, I could vaguely discern what appeared to be a spire-like structure. With courage, I enveloped myself in protective soul power and dove beneath the surface. However, the moment I entered the water, I sensed something was amiss. Where were Qian Douluo and Long Xiaoyao? Why indeed they followed? My heart sank, and instinctively I dodged to the side. In the next instant, a small black fish appeared where I had just been. It was about a meter long, sporting a 3-meter-long black spike atop its head, resembling a mobile lightning rod. Quite terrifying. I activated my true eye to discern what this creature was, but to my astonishment, my ability failed, penetrating its body without revealing anything. The fish stared at me, seemingly lost in thought, and began to pirouette in place with an air of nonchalance. Just as I was bewildered, it lunged at me with frenzied aggression. I relied on instinct, dodging frantically and narrowly avoiding its strikes multiple times. Enraged, I drew my Jin Yin Long Chong and activated my soul skill to engage it head-on. "You think you can stab? Come on, let's mutually inflict harm." After a flurry of clashing sounds, my superior technique prevailed, and with a single shot, I severed its proud, long spike. To my surprise, the little fish emitted a roar akin to that of tiger. Fearing that the night would bring unforeseen complications, I swiftly dispatched it with another shot. Once the situation was resolved, I felt a twinge of confusion, pondering whether my combat prowess had waned due to my prolonged absence from battle, allowing a mere fish to trade blows with me. In the next moment, Qian Douluo and Long Xiaoyao suddenly appeared beside me. Long Xiaoyao, wearing a grave expression, informed me that we had been ensnared in an illusion, and we had actually been together all along. They had encountered a similar fish, albeit a larger version. Upon hearing this, I immediately boasted, "Oh, it was merely an illusion. Nothing to fret about. I just battled a massive fish over 10 meters long, going toe-to-toe for 300 rounds, perfectly evenly matched, until the illusion shattered." Long Xiaoyao, impressed, gave me a thumbs up, even more exaggerated than my own boast. "You are truly remarkable." The fish that Qian Lao and I faced was over 100 meters long, its spikes taller than buildings. We barely defeated it after unleashing our martial souls. Thus, we engaged in a friendly exchange of exaggerated tales, causing Douluo to chuckle. After our boasting session, we finally noticed the enormous black castle in the distance. It floated silently in the sea of blood, motionless. I peered inside with my true eye and gasped. At the very center of the castle was a pulsating silver heart, adorned with golden patterns. As I became entranced by the sight, darkness suddenly enveloped me, and my consciousness was abruptly pulled away. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself standing on an endless grassland, reminiscent of a classic computer desktop background. Before me stood an extraordinarily handsome young man in a white robe, his gaze filled with profound weariness. I cautiously inquired about his identity. He smiled slightly and replied, "I am the Emperor's heart." "What? That heart?" He nodded and explained that he had brought me here to find a friend of his named Luan Hui, having detected his scent on me. In exchange, the Emperor's heart would belong to me. I was utterly perplexed. Lui? Who was that? I had no recollection. I questioned whether he might have misidentified me. However, the man closed his eyes to sense something, then opened them suddenly, his gaze sharp as a knife, smiling as he stated, "Indeed, it is you. You shall lead me to him, where you shall remain here forever." A chill coursed through me as his mere gaze made me feel as though I were doing sit-ups at the gates of the underworld. I hastily summoned the Creator God within my sea of souls, but he vanished, cutting off all connection. Later, I learned that this so-called God was a cosmic-level scoundrel, one whom even the Creator God would avoid out of fear of entanglement. With no other recourse, I acquiesced to his demand. To my surprise, he promptly granted me the Emperor's heart, then took the form of a phantom, officially residing in my sea of souls. Thus, I now had two elder figures within my mind. As soon as my consciousness returned, Long Xiao Yao and Qian Dao Lu surrounded me, warning that if I did not awaken soon, they would demolish the castle. I quickly fabricated a story, claiming there was a peerless master inside, urging us to leave before meeting the same fate as the sea spirit beasts outside. Upon hearing this, the two elders were frightened and hastily turned to flee, their speed rivaling that of rabbits. When we returned to the small island, night had fallen. Observing Qian Runshui's adorable sleeping face brought me a sense of comfort. Diving into my sea of souls, I found the Emperor's heart suspended at the center, emanating a great energy that continuously fortified my spirit. The entity, known as the God, sat cross-legged beside the heart, absorbing energy. Days passed in silence. For the next 6 months, we remained on the island. During this time, Qian Runshui successfully absorbed a 50,000-year soul ring, advancing to level 72. I fared even better, utilizing the growth-type soul ring provided by the Creator God to reach a staggering 500,000 years, skyrocketing my level to 73. The Emperor's heart continued to transform my body, causing my blood to take on a gray hue. However, misfortune struck the god. In his attempt to deduce the whereabouts of his friend Luan Hui, consumed an enormous amount of energy. With the Emperor's heart now mine, he could no longer absorb energy and resorted to demanding blood from me daily. After 6 months, my complexion had turned pale, resembling that of a frail young master. Only during my deeper conversations with Qian Runshui could I regain some vitality. One day, we decided it was time to return to the mainland. It had been over 2 years since our departure, and I yearned to see Rome again. Moreover, I felt an unsettling worry regarding that woman, Bai Dong. With determination, we took flight, reaching the border of the Tiando Empire after 3 days. Another 3 days later, we finally returned to Tiando City. Gazing at the familiar city walls, Qian Runshui expressed her heartfelt emotions, saying she could finally return under her own identity. As we prepared to enter the city, a guard flew over to intercept us, declaring that flying was prohibited within the city limits. However, upon seeing Long Xiao Yao soar without using his martial soul, he was visibly frightened and spoke quite politely. We had no intention of causing trouble, so we landed discreetly. Long Xiao Yao returned to the Tang sect, while I led Qian Runshui directly to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon reaching the entrance, a new guard halted us. I smiled and said, "Brother, I'm looking for Ning Rong." At this, the guard's expression immediately soured, and with disdain, he retorted, Another one here to treat the young sect master? Hurry up and leave, don't waste my time. At that moment, my mind went blank. What did he mean by treating an illness? What had happened to Rong Rong? I seized the young man's collar, shouting in anger, what happened to Rong Rong? Let me in. Just then, a commanding voice boomed from within the sect. Who dares to intrude upon the 7-treasure, glazed tile school? I released the guard and bellowed back, it is I, Qin Shi. Let us see who dares to stop me. With that, I took Qianren Shui and flew inside. We encountered no resistance along the way. No one dared to impede us. Later, I learned that Ning Fengji and the others had long known of my return and were overjoyed. I dashed straight to Ning Rongrong's chamber. And upon opening the door, my heart shattered. Rongrong lay in bed, her complexion pale and her breath shallow. I rushed to grasp her icy hand, tears welling in my eyes as I repeatedly apologized while cautiously channeling the gray energy within me to her. I remained by her side for 2 days and 2 nights. On the 3rd day, she suddenly sat up, and upon seeing me, tears streamed down her face as she embraced me tightly, sobbing, Xiao Qi, you've finally returned. I'm not dreaming, am I? I held her close, filled with guilt. Qianren Shui, understanding the situation, had discreetly exited. We embraced until night fell. As Ning Rong wept and laughed, she recounted how she had not left her room during my absence, spending each day painting my portrait. As she spoke, she leaned in to kiss me. As for what transpired next, you can surely imagine. Longing surged like a tidal wave, uncontrollable and overwhelming. Initially, Qianren Shui had intended to bring us some food, but upon reaching the door and overhearing the commotion, her face flushed, and she hastily placed the food down and fled, muttering about my shamelessness. The following afternoon, we emerged from the room, invigorated, and made our way to the 7-treasure hall. Ning Fengji, Douluo, and Douluo were present, with Qianren Shui seated below. Upon seeing me, Qianren Shui rushed over to embrace my other arm. I nervously glanced at Ning Rong, fearing a confrontation between them. Yet, Ning Rong merely glanced at Qianren Shui with curiosity before cheerfully pulling her aside for a private conversation. I stood awkwardly, flashing a grin at Ning Fengji and the others, quickly correcting myself to address him as father-in-law. Ning Feng Ti Lao Ket, inquiring about my whereabouts over the past 2 years. I provided a brief explanation and casually informed them that I am now a soul sage of level 73. The 3 of them were instantly petrified, their expressions seemingly questioning what kind of extraordinary science and determination I had employed. To silence their astonishment, I produced a miraculous petal I had previously acquired, claiming that it could elevate a title Douluo by 1 level. Ning Fengji, albeit skeptically, consumed it. In the next moment, he radiated brilliance, skyrocketing from level 91 to 92. At this, their gazes toward me transformed entirely. Meanwhile, outside, the negotiations between 2 women concluded. Ning Rong grasped Qianren Shui's hand, beaming radiantly, and declared, Little 7, from now on, Sister Shui will be my sister. We have agreed to look after you and prohibit you from bringing anyone home. Qianren Shui nodded in agreement, her expression indicating a unified front. Observing the 2 of them, I suddenly felt a chill run down my spine. This was not a harmonious harem, but rather the establishment of a supervisory committee for Qin Shi. That very evening, this committee commenced its work. Just as I attempted to get close to Rong, she promptly pushed me away with a swift slap, her expression sour, as if she had consumed a barrel of vinegar. She demanded, Qin Shi, how dare you, having me already, still think of Sister Shui? I was momentarily speechless, fumbling for words. To my surprise, Rong sighed, stating that she had long been psychologically prepared, acknowledging that with my exceptional qualities, I could not possibly have only her by my side. My eyes lit up at this, interpreting it as consent. However, she swiftly shifted her tone, gripping my collar with one hand while gesturing downward with the other, fiercely asserting, let me make this clear, just Sister Shui and I, and the quota is full. If there are any other sisters, just wait and see what I do to you. Those who understand me would know that I felt a sudden chill in my nether regions, nodding vigorously in assurance that there would definitely be no next time. Only then was she satisfied. Just as I embraced her, the door creaked open, and Qian Ringshu stood at the threshold. The scene was simply surreal. That night was, in a word, exhausting yet joyful. When I awoke the next day, enveloped by both, I felt my life was complete. However, what followed was even more absurd. For an entire month, these two women were inseparable at night. But during the day, they treated me like air, bonding as if they were sisters and leaving me out of their fun. My heart was filled with a sense of melancholy. Of course, during this month, I was not idle. I had disclosed Qian Ringshu's identity to Uncle Ning, even acknowledging her as my goddaughter. Initially, Uncle Ning and the others were quite alarmed, considering she was the heir of the spirit hall. Yet, after my explanation, the matter was resolved. While I enjoyed my dual existence, my brothers were also busy. I heard that Tang San had been taken by his father, Tang Hao, to train under a waterfall, tirelessly honing his skills with the chaotic cloak hammer technique like a monk, striving to grow stronger. Even more amusing were Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who had ventured to the Xingluo Empire for training. One was stout and solid, while the other was as thin as a bamboo stick, turning heads wherever they went. The stout one remarked, "Little Ao, don't you think they are intimidated by our presence?" Oscar retorted, "Intimidated? No, it's just that your appearance is too disruptive to the aesthetics." As they bickered, a squad of city defense soldiers approached, led by a middle-aged man who clearly had malicious intent. He pointed at them, claiming, "Sir, these two are spitting everywhere. Their appearances are frightening, and their origins are dubious. Arrest them immediately." Ma Hongjun, unable to contain his temper, shot back, "You lecherous old man. Instead of confessing, you dare to wrongfully accuse us? You're just jealous of our handsomeness." The onlookers burst into laughter. In response, the armored youth waved his hand dismissively. "Stop laughing. Arrest all three." This was a blatant, indiscriminate attack. The old man was bewildered, shouting, "Hey, you can't do this. I'm a local." But it was futile. The captain had long wished to apprehend him, due to his unsightly appearance. Just as the chains were about to close in, the stout one, in a moment of brilliance, shouted, "We are brothers of your prince. If you arrest us, it will not end well for you." The captain paused, realizing they were indeed the prince's guards. He hesitantly asked for their names, and upon receiving Ma Hongjun and Oscar, he was startled, as these names were frequently mentioned by the prince. To confirm, he inquired about their martial spirits. In the next moment, the Fire Phoenix and Sausage martial spirits manifested simultaneously, dazzling the surrounding crowd. There was no turning back now. The captain's demeanor shifted drastically, bowing and apologizing profusely, respectfully escorting them away. Oscar, still holding a grudge, pointed at the lecherous old man as they departed. "Why not arrest him? He doesn't seem like a good person." The captain immediately understood and commanded the arrest of the old man. As he attempted to flee, a pair of yellow wings sprouted from his back, but a soldier swiftly knocked him down, demonstrating a decisive disparity in strength. Soon after, Dai Lao and Zhu Zhuqing personally came to greet us, finally reuniting with my brothers. Returning to my own matters, having settled familial affairs, I contemplated a visit to the Tang sect, as I had not been there in 2 years. I asked Qian Ringshu if she wished to accompany me. She hesitated, given that Tang Hao was her father's murderer. However, after some thought, she resolved to join me, stating that some matters must be faced directly. Upon arriving at the Tang sect, I was astounded. The place had expanded remarkably, resembling a royal palace. The venerable Long Xiaoyao emerged to receive us, and the 4 elder masters, Niu Gao and Yang Wudi, hurried over upon hearing the news. I introduced them, saying this is my wife Qian Ringshu, and gestured to Rongrong, and this is also my wife. The 4 elders were momentarily stunned, their expressions akin to that of an elderly person on the subway, engrossed in their phone. Before Titan Elder exclaimed, "What the heck? Young man, you've brought home a second one at such a young age. What does that make us old bachelors feel like?" Rongrong and Schwer blushed furiously. After exchanging pleasantries, I swiftly got to the point, requesting Elder Long to present the 4 soul bones I had prepared as rewards for their contributions to the Tang sect's development. The 4 elder masters were so excited that their hands trembled. Seizing the momentum, I promised that once they reached the level of title de law, I would present them with further gifts and have Elder Long guide them to hunt for soul rings. Unexpectedly, Elder Yang Wudi shook his head with a wry smile, explaining that their respective martial spirits had deficiencies and none of their ancestors had ever reached the title of Douluo. They were all stuck at level 89. Upon hearing this, I thought it was a fortunate coincidence. I immediately activated my creation domain, golden specks of light instantly filling the grand hall. I said, "Elders, give this a try." Elder Yang Wudi attempted it and was taken aback, exclaiming that he felt the long-standing bottleneck beginning to loosen. The other three quickly followed suit, each wearing expressions of ecstatic joy. I promptly decided that henceforth, I would come every afternoon for 2 hours, dedicated to providing them with energy therapy to assist their breakthroughs. Next, Elder Long took us to see the true core secrets of the Tang sect's military department. He led us to a massive 5-meter-tall door, explaining that just this door had cost 100 million gold soul coins. I utilized my spiritual sense to scan, and lo and behold, behind the door was an entirely different world. The door rumbled open, revealing an underground realm stretching 100 meters deep, akin to an artificial soul beast forest. Elder Long informed us that the total investment for this place was 70 billion gold soul coins. I stole a glance at Rong, who pouted, clearly indicating that the 7-treasure glazed tile sect had made a significant financial commitment. Schwer expressed concern over the structural integrity, and I reassured her, explaining that the underground, extending 90 meters deep, was composed entirely of high-temperature refined diamond rock. Not even a limit Douluo could breach it. Elder Long also reported the current military strength. Over 13,000 soul masters, including 2 titled Douluo and 5 soul Douluo, rendering their combat capabilities quite formidable. While we were exploring, a young man leaped down from a tree, introducing himself as Su Sheng, a genius saved by Elder Long, now a soul sage. However, he was rather arrogant. When I greeted him, he turned his head away, completely ignoring me. Long Lao was instantly enraged. The overwhelming aura of Ji Sindao erupted in a moment, causing the young man to bleed from all 7 orifices and kneel on the ground. Upon witnessing Long Lao's genuine anger, I felt a twinge of reluctance and intervened. Long Lao, cease the theatrics. I understand your regard for him. After all, he is a genius, and a bit of temper is only natural. Just beat him into submission, I suggested. Only then did Long Lao temper his fierce aura, offering a bittersweet smile as he revealed his desire to adopt this young man as his godson. I waved my hand, instructing him to take his people to recuperate and to bring the young man to the Qibao Liuli sect to find me the following day. Afterward, I discussed matters regarding military training with Yang Wudi and the others. To my surprise, Qian Renxue proved to be an expert in this area. During her portrayal of Xue Qinghe, she had learned a considerable amount about military law and strategy. I promptly appointed her as the chief instructor, with Rong and myself serving as her assistants. Once our discussions concluded, night fell, and I returned to the Qibao Liuli sect with my 2 wives. Naturally, another indescribable battle ensued. During a brief pause in the fray, I presented Rong with a long-prepared head spirit bone and a petal from an immortal flower, which delighted her immensely. Qian Renxue, pouting, inquired about her gift. I leaned in and kissed her, declaring that this was her present. Her cheeks flushed, and she fell silent. The battle resumed, and alas, the precious 10,000-year spirit bone rolled beneath the bed, ignored throughout the night. The following day, while my 2 wives studied military law at home, I made my way to Shrek Academy. Upon arriving at the entrance, I was intercepted, prompting me to shout for Dean Flender. Upon hearing my voice, Flender materialized at the door from his office, enthusiastically pulling me inside. Master and Anne Long also arrived, and we exchanged pleasantries. Once in the office, Teacher Zhao Wujie and Senior Qin Ming joined us. Zhao approached me and playfully punched my chest, only to wince in pain, exclaiming that I was a big monster. I laughed and replied, "Teacher Zhao, that punch was ineffective like striking tofu." He was about to retort when I casually added, "My father is Tang Hao." Zhao's face turned pale, and he stormed off to a corner, sulking. After some light conversation, I discovered that Senior Qin Ming had already reached the Soul Sage level. and both teacher Zhao and Aunt Erlong were on the verge of a breakthrough. I suggested they wait and hunt for soul rings together later. Upon returning from Shrek, I found Qian Rinxue and Ning Rongrong still engrossed in their studies. My heart ached for them, and as I approached to tease them about their exhaustion that would come at night, they simply replied, "We'll discuss tonight's matters later." By the way, Grandfather Long has been waiting for quite a while in the main hall. Upon hearing this, I declared, "All right, my dear wives, await my triumphant return tonight." As soon as I spoke, I vanished in an instant. Just outside the door, I felt an uncontrollable sneeze coming on. Surely, my two beloved wives were discussing me again. I must shower them with affection tonight. I hurried to the Qibao Hall, and upon pushing the door open, I was taken aback by the formidable gathering inside. My father-in-law, Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Gu, and Long Lao were all present. To my surprise, there was a new face beside them, glaring at me with an intensity that suggested he was ready to devour me. As I settled into a chair, the young man stood up, clasped his hands towards me, and boomed, "You must be Qin Shi? Yi aim Su Sheng. Long Lao claims you're the most gifted, but I disagree. Let's step outside and spar. If you prevail, I shall call you big brother and offer my apologies. If you lose, you must relinquish your position as the Tang sect's military minister." I couldn't help but chuckle at his boldness, crossing my legs and casting him a sideways glance. "Hold on, my friend. You may rise quickly, but have I agreed to spar with you?" Su Shang was momentarily taken aback, likely believing that I would succumb to his provocations due to my youth. Little did he know, this was no childish duel. He reddened, insisting, "What's the matter? Are you afraid?" I nearly choked on my tea. "Afraid of you? What a jest. I simply find it beneath me to engage in combat with you." At this, Su Sheng laughed, wearing a knowing expression. "If you are too timid to fight, then your title of the most gifted is likely to be stripped away today." I was taken aback. Most gifted? Me? When did this happen? I've only returned for 2 months, spending each day with my wives. When did I acquire such a grand title? Su Sheng, similarly baffled, turned to Long Lao, Elder Long. "Did you not say that Qin Shi is the most gifted in your eyes?" Long Lao chuckled, affirming, "Indeed, the young master is the most gifted in my heart." In an instant, realization dawned upon me, and I smacked my thigh. "Ah, it appears I am the most gifted in Elder Long's eyes." I emphasized the words in his heart distinctly. Su Sheng's face turned a ghastly shade of green as he pointed at me, shouting, "You are mocking me." I raised my hands innocently. "Mocking you? It seems you're the one performing a solo act, adding drama to your own narrative. My friend, your emotions are quite unstable. Are you trying to provoke me? Qin Shi, I will kill you." Su Sheng completely lost his composure, his spirit rings flaring with energy. The second of his 7 rings glowing fiercely as he swung a large black sword toward my shoulder with great force. "Please, is that all you've got?" I couldn't even be bothered to lift an eyelid. I merely extended 2 fingers and pinched his mighty sword, rendering it immobile. His eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. He had not anticipated my strength. Gritting his teeth, he activated his 4th spirit ring, and to my astonishment, he split into 3, the 2 clones flanking me. Such trivial tricks were laughable. I didn't even bother unleashing my domain. With a swift motion, I slapped him and his clones away, sending them tumbling across the ground before finally coming to a halt. Having dealt with this minor nuisance, I dusted off my hands, considering the matter resolved. The next day, I set off with Qian Rinxue directly towards Martial Soul City. Rongrong expressed her desire to join, but given the perilous nature of that place, sending her, a support type, will be akin to offering a feast to the wolves. After much persuasion, I finally managed to dissuade her. I was quite familiar with Martial Soul City. Upon entering, despite its vibrant atmosphere, I felt an inexplicable sense of oppression in the air. I dared not unleash my spiritual awareness here. This place was a nexus of the angel god and the Rakshasa goddess legacy, and if discovered, would the Rakshasa god not demand BB Dong to tear me apart on the spot? We soon arrived at the entrance of the papal palace, which exuded grandeur. However, the golden armored guards halted our progress, their disdainful tone evident as they scoffed. "You think you can see the Pope whenever you please? Begone." As I contemplated my next move, Qian Rinxue stepped forward, producing a token. To my astonishment, It was an elder's token. It bore engravings of a sword, chrysanthemum, ghost, hammer, dragon, and wings. Upon seeing the token, the guards turned pale, collapsing to their knees, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the elder." Qian Rinxue exuded an authoritative aura. Coldly commanding, "Rise." "May we enter now?" The guard nodded eagerly, behaving like a subservient child. Qian Rinxue turned back with a playful wink, and I smiled, taking her hand as we entered. Inside the papal palace, Bibi Dong sat regally upon her throne. The moment we entered, her complex gaze fixed upon our intertwined hands. "Elder Qian, it has been some time since you last graced the martial soul hall. I have missed you dearly," Bibi Dong said, her smile a mask of malice. Qian Rinxue did not yield, retorting sharply, "Miss me? Is it uncomfortable sitting in that pope's seat?" I discreetly tugged at her sleeve, bowing respectfully to Bibi Dong. "Your Holiness, my wife is unaware of her manners. Please forgive her." The mention of wife ignited a powder keg of emotions within Bibi Dong. She sprang to her feet, her voice high-pitched, "Wife, Qian Rinxue, you." She immediately discerned that Qian Rinxue was no longer a maiden. "Qian Rinxue, you are the heir of the martial soul hall. How can you share a man with others? Do you not feel shame?" Bibi Dong reclined back, her tone frosty. I seized the moment to respond. "Your Holiness, I share a deep connection with Xiao Shui, and my love for both her and the others is unwavering. My devotion is rooted in companionship and sincerity, a matter you need not concern yourself with." With a wave of her delicate hand, a barrier of soul power separated us. She fixed her gaze upon me, stating, "Qin Shi, I have heard of you. However, your talent pales in comparison to Shui heirs. You are not of the same realm. Leave her." I smiled in reply. "Your Holiness, if our hearts are united, what significance does talent hold?" Her reaction seemed to provoke her, and she burst into laughter. "What a sentiment! I do not trust a man's empty words. Begone." As her voice faded, countless black tendrils of soul power slithered toward me like venomous serpents. Without hesitation, Qian Rinxue stepped in front of me. "Bibi Dong, if you wish to harm Qi, you must first step over my corpse. Could I allow her to be injured?" What a jest! Genesis domain, activate. Golden specks of light instantly suppressed the black tendrils. Bibi Dong was taken aback. "A domain? You possess a domain?" Her expression towards me shifted entirely, the murderous intent dissipating, replaced by a desire for alliance. "Qin Shi, I can agree to your union with Qian Rinxue, but I have 3 conditions. If you comply, I shall arrange your wedding tomorrow." I gestured for the impatient Qian Rinxue to remain calm and asked, "Your Holiness, please state your conditions." "First, withdraw from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Second, leave me to Tang Hao. Third, join my spear hall." Upon hearing this, my tone turned steely. "Your Holiness, I cannot acquiesce to any of these conditions." She attempted to tempt me with power and wealth. But Qian Rinxue could no longer tolerate it, pulling me away. "Sister Bibi Dong, you underestimate Qi far too much. We did not come here to engage in idle chatter. Qi, let us visit Grandpa." We turned and strode toward the hall of worship. Upon entering, we found the elderly Qian Douluo seated in the main position, his complexion pale, his eyes filled with desolation. Upon seeing us, he mustered a smile. "Qi, Shui heir, you have arrived." After exchanging a few words, I learned that Bibi Dong had grown immensely powerful, nearly controlling the entire spear hall. Those who once pledged loyalty to the old man had turned into ungrateful wretches. The old man was like my internet mouthpiece, bluntly stating that those people were dogs that could not be raised. Now, he was sealed within the hall of worship by Bibi Dong's divine power, unable to escape. He urged us to leave quickly, but just as we were about to move, a shadow blocked our path. "Ghost Douluo, Hui Mei. Qin Shi, your Holiness requests your presence. Come with me." His icy gaze could terrify any ordinary person. Qian Douluo was immediately enraged. "You little brat, do you think I do not exist? How dare you cause a ruckus in my hall of worship?" Hui Mei, emboldened by Bibi Dong's support, dared to mock Qian Douluo. "Great worshipper, do not be ungrateful." Seeking death. Enraged, Qian Douluo raised his hand to strike. Hui Mei's skills were no match, and he was instantly sent flying, spitting blood, and severely injured. At that moment, Bibi Dong arrived. She assisted Gui Mei to his feet, her gaze icy as she confronted Qian Daolu. Qian Daolu, do you dare lay a hand on my people? The tension between the two was palpable, shaking the entire hall of worship. Bibi Dong, clearly growing impatient, revealed a dark sword-shaped mark on her forehead, the power of the Rakshasa god. Qian Daolu began to sweat profusely, sensing that Bibi Dong was poised to strike. A divine annihilation needle shot directly toward the old man's mind. In a critical moment, the entire hall was illuminated with golden light. A commanding voice echoed, "Rakshasa, should you dare intervene in the mortal realm again, the divine realm shall strip you of your divinity." It was the angel god. Bibi Dong, or rather the Rakshasa god within her, visibly recoiled, though she feigned defiance. "Angel, do not threaten me with the God King." The two deities engaged in a verbal confrontation from a distance, culminating in the Rakshasa god issuing a fierce ultimatum before vanishing. The angel god followed suit. With the crisis averted, Qian Rinxue gazed at the weakened Bibi Dong on the ground, her expression turning icy. "When you aim to harm my grandfather, our relationship ceased to exist." With that, she took my hand and departed without looking back. Upon returning to the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, Qian Rinxue could no longer contain herself and wept in my embrace, while Rong Rong and I provided comfort. Alas, Bibi Dong too was a pitiful figure, consumed entirely by hatred and divine power. As dusk approached, Shui Er's emotions stabilized. We three refrained from mentioning the events of the night, quietly spending the night together. The following morning, I held one of them in each arm, smiling. "Xiao Shui, Rong Rong, for the next 6 months, my training shall be entrusted to you both." Ning Rongrong laughed sweetly. "Qin Shi will forever belong to both me and Sister Shui." Qian Rinxue also smiled, her eyes rekindled with light. "Rest assured, as family, we will not speak of matters separately. Training is in our hands." In the underground military department, Long Xiaoyao had assembled 13,000 troops, with Qin Shi standing at the forefront of the platform, flanked by Qian Rinxue and Ning Rongrong. "Minister, all military personnel are gathered here, not a single one missing." Long Xiaoyao donned a specially tailored black robe, adorned with a golden and silver long spear on his chest, reminiscent of Qin Shi's golden and silver dragon spear, albeit a miniature version. Qin Shi was taken aback, having expected to wield a black hammer. He surveyed the assembled individuals, empowering his voice with soul power. "Greetings to all. I'm the military minister, Qin Shi." Upon hearing this introduction, murmurs rippled through the crowd. "Who is he? The military minister? Isn't our minister Long Sr.? He was responsible for recruitment back in the day. How did he become the minister?" Some older individuals with higher soul power recognized Qin Shi's extraordinary nature and refrained from discussing him further. Silence. The command, though soft amidst the chatter, resonated clearly, silencing the crowd, who turned their attention to Long Xiaoyao. "The minister holds the highest command in the military. I have always instructed you to treat the minister with utmost respect. What is this display?" Long Xiaoyao's voice was tinged with anger. Everyone felt his ire, standing straight, too intimidated to utter a sound. Qin Shi smiled calmly. "Long Lao need not be angry. I am merely youthful, and it is natural not to be taken seriously. I will prove myself." Among the crowd, a young man in his 30s stepped forward respectfully, pointing at Qin Shi and bowing to Long Xiaoyao. "Long worshipper, may I spar with him?" Hearing this, Long Xiaoyao received Qin Shi's acknowledgement in his mind and nodded. "I permit it." With Long Xiaoyao's approval, the young man beamed and leaped onto the platform, standing before Qin Shi. "Kid, don't beg for mercy later." His words dripped with disdain and combativeness. Anyone who garnered Long's admiration was certainly not an ordinary person. "Oh, Zhuanhao Douluo, in his 30s, possesses talents that can be deemed among the very pinnacle on the continent." Qin Shi gazed in astonishment at the young man. Having just witnessed the demise of one Su Sheng, another has now emerged. It appears that the continent is indeed teeming with exceptional talents, many on par with or even surpassing Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. "Are you afraid?" The young man glared at Qin Shi. "Afraid?" Qin Shi returned the glare. The golden and silver dragon spear, adorned with rings of purple, black, and crimson, spun around Qin Shi in a mesmerizing dance. Those who were unaware stood dumbfounded, including the young man. 100,000-year spirit rings. What an extraordinary configuration! The young man exclaimed, his astonishment palpable, as those from the military below struggled to cope with the overwhelming crimson spectacle. Are you frightened? Qin Shi provocatively glanced at the young man and continued, since I am capable of serving as the minister of the military, I possess both strength and talent. Outside, some may be lofty spirit masters, envied as prodigies, yet within the military, you are insignificant. Qin Shi's voice reverberated throughout the military compound, prompting all to lower their heads. Were they weak? It was clear that this fellow was simply extraordinary. The young man, regaining his composure from shock, was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. How could he know without a trial? You are formidable, yet I, Liang Xiao, shall not surrender. Prepare yourself. The martial spirit manifested as the earth-devouring dragon vanished, and Liang Xiao's height surged from 1.90 meters to 3 meters, horns sprouting from his head and yellowish dragon scales adorning his body, exuding an imposing presence. His fourth spirit ability, Fury of the Dragon, enveloped him in a crimson aura, transforming him into a bloodthirsty behemoth. His sixth spirit ring blazed forth, activating his sixth spirit ability, Dragon Tail Slam. A massive dragon tail, 10 meters long and composed of spirit energy, surged down towards Qin Shi, shaking the very foundations of the military compound, its might comparable to that of an 85th level Hound Douluo. As the deep-sea emperor's heart raced, gray spirit energy erupted forth, enveloping the golden and silver dragon spear. Third spirit ability, Dragon's Fury. Fourth spirit ability, Golden Dragon Slaughter. The golden and silver dragon spear gleamed, radiating a fierce killing intent. Under the supercharged enhancement of Dragon's Fury, Qin Shi wielded the spear, executing a horizontal slash imbued with waves of golden and gray light. The collision between the dragon tail and the light waves unleashed a tempest of spirit energy and dust, enveloping the two combatants. Only those spirit masters above level 70 could discern the unfolding events. Others could only witness the swirling dust. Liang Xiao's fervent followers below fervently cheered him on, urging him to crush the arrogant adversary. Moments later, as the dust settled, Qin Shi grasped Liang Xiao by the collar and flung him down into the crowd. Brushing off the dust, he smiled lightly and said, Liang Xiao, and to all present, do you submit? I concede. Liang Xiao, aided to his feet, forced a bitter smile, declaring, from this day forth, you shall be my elder brother. As he glanced at the crowd of supporters, his smile shifted to one of shame, and he bowed slightly, saying, I apologize. A soul saint at the front stepped forward, patting Liang Xiao on the shoulder and stating, there is no need for apologies. It is not your weakness, but rather the minister's overwhelming strength. However, I can acknowledge the minister as my elder brother, for I have been defeated, yet I have brought misfortune upon you all. This admission deepened Liang Xiao's sense of shame. It is all right. The minister's might has already captivated us. I believe that under such a powerful leader, our renown will soon echo throughout the continent. After speaking, the soul saint turned to the throng behind him, raising his hand and declaring, right? The collective voice, infused with spirit energy, resonated in every ear. All responded in unison, abandoning any resistance, the title of minister rising and falling like a tide throughout the military compound. In that moment, standing upon the high platform, Qin Shi felt a surge of fervor and excitement, exclaiming, excellent. The future of the military and Tangmen rests in your capable hands. Xiao Xue, Rong, please come forward and share a few words. Qianren Xue stepped forward, standing beside Qin Shi. She surveyed the gathering of over 13,000 and spoke calmly. From this day forth, I shall serve as the chief instructor. The four esteemed elders, Niu Gao, Yang Wudi Titan, and Bai He, along with Ning Rong, shall serve as vice commanders, while the minister oversees the proceedings and Long Gongfeng commands. Now, let's commence our first training session. Stand at attention. With that, Qianren Xue assumed a flawless military posture, having served as the crown prince of the Tiando Empire for several years. These were the most fundamental of skills. The four, Niu Gao and his companions, swiftly mobilized to organize the ranks. The first day passed, everything proceeding in an orderly manner. A month elapsed, with tailored training programs devised for warriors of every rank, and the coordination among the training leaders grew increasingly proficient. A year slipped by in the blink of an eye. All personnel remained within the military compound, never stepping outside, initially intended for 6 months of training. It was unexpected that all warriors were eager to continue their practice. Qin Shi, unable to refuse their enthusiasm, consented. Thus, the training continued for an entire year, unnoticed. The improvements each individual made were undeniably substantial. Throughout this time, Liang Xiao repeatedly challenged Qin Shi, only to be effortlessly defeated each time. Following Liang Xiao's example, many who contemplated challenging Qin Shi soon extinguished their fighting spirit, opting instead for steady training. At the Qibao Glaze sect, what did you say? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect discovered a group of Spirit Hall spirit masters and subsequently repelled them. Ning Fengji, clad in white, slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly, sensing that Spirit Hall was on the move. The discovery by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was likely only the initial wave. Soon, Tidal Douluo may be deployed. Sit down, Ning Fengji commanded, returning to his seat and massaging his temples. He turned to Chen Xian and said, "This must be the vanguard of Spirit Hall's soul-hunting operations. Sir Uncle, what is your perspective on this matter?" Chen Xin Zetpon Gazavili. We became aware of the soul-hunting operations a year ago and have been on guard ever since. It seems they have been preparing for quite some time. Chapter 91, The Soul-Hunting Operation. Ning Fengji replied, "You are correct. I will summon all disciples of the sect back immediately. Spirit Hall poses a significant threat to our sect. We must also inform Xiao Qi. Bone Uncle, please find Xiao Qi and give him heads up." Gu Rong nodded and departed promptly. Chen Xian added, "Old Bone, hurry back. If Spirit Hall attacks the sect while you are away, I fear I will be unable to withstand it alone." Gu Rong, unusually refraining from mocking Chen Xian, merely nodded before disappearing. At Tang, the doors of the military compound creaked open after a long absence. Qin Shi, who had been dozing, blinked in surprise and smiled faintly. "Grandfather Bone, it has been a while." Gu Rong returned the smile, believing it to be charming, and said, "Xiao Qi, you are quite comfortable here." Qin Shi lamented, "I hardly have time to rest, just a bit during lunch." Gu Rong shot him a glance before addressing the matter at hand. After listening to Gu Rong's report, Qin Shi's expression grew serious. "Grandfather Bone, I understand. As the sun sets, I will lead the military members to provide support." Gu Rong's expression brightened immediately. "Excellent. Then I shall return to prepare for those rascals at Spirit Hall." With that, Gu Rong vanished. Qin Shi chuckled, with a martial spirit of spatial attributes. He truly appeared and disappeared without a trace. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Shi gathered all members of the military. "You are all aware of the purpose of our military's existence. Tonight, we shall encounter Spirit Hall for the first time, and the scale of our confrontation will be significant. This evening marks the moment to showcase the fruits of our year-long training. Do you have confidence?" "Yes." Everyone shouted in unison, their spirits soaring with tremendous momentum. "Now, everyone heed my command. Liang Xiao and Long Lao will lead 3,000 men to support the Lan Dianba Wang Long zone, while 5,000 will remain stationed at Tang Men, and another 5,000 will accompany me to aid the Qi Bao Lu Li zone. We shall depart immediately. The 5,000 troops consist of at least soul respect level fighters, ensuring swift movement. Furthermore, given the proximity between Qi Bao Lu Li zone and Tang Men, we shall reach Qi Bao Lu Li zone in less than an hour. Xiao Shui and Rong Rong, you two will enter the sect first to report and prepare for battle. I will join you shortly." Qin Shi continued, "Young Grandpa, by Grandpa, each of you take 2,000 men to ambush around the sect. Remember, it is crucial that we remain undetected." After Yang Wudi and Bai He departed, Qin Shi led 1,000 men into Qi Bao Lu Li zone in groups of 3. Inside the Qi Bao Hall, Qin Shi greeted father-in-law. "I have arrived with my men." He nodded at Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and Gu Rong. Ning Fengji, beaming with a smile, replied, "You all arrived quite swiftly. Bone Uncle just returned not long ago." Indeed, a rare pride illuminated Qin Shi's face. It was his first time leading troops, and to receive praise was inevitably gratifying. "You rascal!" Ning Fengji laughed heartily. "The personnel within the sect have been arranged. We are merely waiting for the spirit hall to walk into our trap." Thus, the tense atmosphere within Qi, Bao, Lu Zone persisted for 3 months. Despite the ability to rotate rest, the mental strain was arduous for the soul masters, leading to murmurs of discontent. Was the sect master thinking? 3 months of preparation without so much as a glimpse of the spirit hall, one person complained. "It is better to be cautious." An older man stroked his beard and spoke slowly. "Ha, you old fool, be cautious all you want. I am not. I'm going back to sleep," retorted the earlier complainant. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals dispersed, each attending to their own matters. This was but one instance. Similar occurrences unfolded throughout Qi, Bao, Lu Zone. Ning Fengji observed it all, feeling helpless. The spirit hall was unpredictable, and, as the sect master, he understood the grievances of his disciples. Gu Rong suggested, "Sect master, perhaps we should allow the disciples to relax a bit. In their current state, if the spirit hall arrives, they may be nothing but a disorganized mob." Ning Fengji pondered this and was about to agree, but Qin Shi, who had remained silent, interjected, "We cannot afford to relax. Although we have cleared our internal spies, we cannot guarantee none remain. Should we let our guard down? We may face a sudden onslaught from the spirit hall." Qin Shi's words contradicted Gu Rong's, leaving Ning Fengji deep in thought. "Report." Came a call from those Qin Shi had stationed around Qi, Bao, Lu Zone. Ning Fengji abruptly lifted his head. "What is it?" Qin Shi inquired. "Minister, while on patrol, we discovered a 500-member Soul Master squad from the Spirit Hall, approximately 10 kilometers away." Qin Shi's eyes brightened. "Inform Commander Yang to refrain from taking any rash actions. Continue the reconnaissance and ensure everyone is prepared for battle." "Understood, Minister." It appeared that the Spirit Hall might launch an attack that very night. It seemed the squad dispatched by Dong 3 months prior was merely a ruse to heighten our vigilance, leading us to eventually lower our guard before they struck unexpectedly. Ning Fengji analyzed the situation and articulated his thoughts. The tactics employed by the Spirit Hall had indeed borne fruit. The disciples' current demeanor aligned perfectly with the Spirit Hall's intentions. Thankfully, Shaoqi had arranged for personnel outside the sect. Otherwise, Qi Bao Lu Zone would be in grave danger. Jianxin Yinyan deeply. As one of the 2 esteemed guardians of Qi Bao Lu Zone, he felt a profound sense of belonging. A sudden attack from the Spirit Hall would not inflict severe damage upon them, but the disciples might not be so fortunate, potentially leading to the sect's demise. "Indeed, we have been somewhat complacent," Gu Rong remarked, a hint of alarm in his voice. "Thank goodness for Shaoqi. Had Fengji taken your advice, old bone, you might have crumbled." Jianxin Dan Det. Gu Rong, feeling guilty, did not retort, acknowledging that he had nearly made a grave mistake. "Grandpa Bone, after all, nothing has happened. The Spirit Hall is merely cunning." Qin Shi consoled Gu Rong. He continued, "Father-in-law, I must go arrange the troops to deliver a significant blow to the Spirit Hall." With that, Qin Shi stood, cupped his hands in respect, and departed. What of Yang Xiao? Upon exiting Qi, Bao, Lu Zone, Qin Shi reunited with Yang Wudi and others concealed in the surrounding forest, concerned that issues might arise on Liang Xiao's end. Yang Wudi replied, "Minister, I have already sent someone to inform Commander Liang. They should be arriving shortly." Kinki nodded, smiling, young grandpa. "This is a splendid opportunity for our Tang men and the military to make a name for ourselves. We must strike with vigor and diminish the Spirit Hall's arrogance." Yang Wudi confidently thumped his chest, stating, "Rest assured, Minister, not a single one from the Spirit Hall will escape. Indeed, we must also show restraint. Otherwise, how will the Spirit Hall come to know of our reputation?" Qin Shi remarked. Laughter echoed as Yang Wudi responded, "Huh, the minister's thoughts are always profound." As night fell, the military warriors concealed themselves within the forest, controlling their heartbeats and breaths, watching as waves of Spirit Hall troops passed by. Each soldier felt the weight of gravity, with formations varying from hundreds to thousands, and already over a dozen groups had traversed their line of sight. Such a terrifying display could only be orchestrated by the Spirit Hall. Old Ghost, if we eliminate that old man Shinexan, Chi Bao Lu Li Zone will crumble without a fight. A sharp-voiced figure named Zhu Hua Guan turned to the nearby Gue Mei. Gue Mei let out a cold snort. This time, the Spirit Hall has dispatched 4 titled Douluos, and the Pope has issued a death order for us to annihilate Chi Bao Lu Li Zone. Failure could spell doom for us. Gue Mei seemed to recall something dreadful, involuntarily trembling. Zhu Hua Guan also shivered, clenching his fist as if to bolster his spirit. The Pope has empowered us to level 97, and even C.I. Shui and Qilong have reached 95. If we cannot destroy Chi Bao Lu Li Zone, I shall stand on my head. At that moment, a soul master of the soul, Dual level, approached to report. Elder Gay, Elder Zhu, all hunting squad from the Spirit Hall are in position. We can commence our operation. Zhu Huaguan narrowed his eyes and commanded, issue the order to swiftly take down Chi Bao Lu Li Zone. We shall handle the titled Douluos. Understood. All hidden hunting squads surged forth. Over 10,000 rushing towards the gates of Chi Bao Lu Li Zone. Yang Wu Di and Bai He, witnessing the unfolding scene, simultaneously charged toward their respective targets. The Soul Douluos. The military warriors grouped in threes, piercing through the ranks of the Spirit Hall forces like sharp needles. The disciples of Chi Bao Lu Li Zone and Sect Master Ningfeng Ji, who had already entered, stood prepared as Zhu Huaguan of the Spirit Hall declared. We have come for something. Zhu Huaguan soared into the sky, his voice amplified by soul power, echoing throughout Chi Bao Lu Li Zone. Ningfeng Ji narrowed his eyes. So they have arrived. Undeterred, he appeared in the sky above the Chi Bao Hall, flanked by Chun Xian and Gurong. Addressing Zhu Huaguan and Gue Mei with a sly smile, the Cuttlefish Doa and the Serpent Spear Doa have also come. Have you? Come forth. We do not mind your presence. Zhu Huaguan, Gue Mei, and the recently arrived C.I. Shui and Qilong were all taken aback. Zhu Huaguan's increasingly sharp voice betrayed his astonishment. Ningfeng Ji, you have broken through to title Douluo? You have actually overcome the flaws of the Chi Bao Lu Li Tower? Ningfeng Zhi chuckled and remarked, ha ha ha, it should be me who is shocked. Your improvements are quite substantial, with 2 at the 97th level and 2 at the 95th level. The Wuhuan Temple truly holds my Chi Bao Lu Li sect in high regard. Humph. Zhu Huaguan snorted coldly and commanded, Old Ghost, take action. The Wuhuan true forms of Zhu Huaguan and Gue Mei surged toward Chun Xian, prompting C.I. Shui and Qilong to hastily activate their Wuhuan true forms and charge at Gurong. Gurong bellowed, his Wuhuan true form unwavering in the face of C.I. Shui and Qilong, whose formidable presence momentarily stunned them. Jixu exclaimed in disbelief, Gurong, you have actually reached the 97th level. Are you permitted to advance while I am not? Gurong's face bore a sardonic smile. C.I. Shui and his companion were instantly filled with fury. Despite Gurong's 97th level, they were determined not to let him gain the upper hand. C.I. Shui's 6th spirit ring glimmered brightly as he unleashed his 6th spirit ability, Giant Breaking Bullet, while the 8th spirit ring of the Snake Spear also flared ominously, activating the 8th spirit ability, Snake Spear Soul Piercing. Gurong's 8th spirit ring lit up as well, indicating that the battle had escalated into a fierce confrontation right from the onset. With overwhelming power at the 98th level, Chun Xian forced Zhu Huaguan and Gue Mei to retreat repeatedly. Zhu Huaguan warned, Chun Xian, do not think that your 98th level allows you to act with impunity. As Old Ghost spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Gue Mei. Zhu Huaguan and Gue Mei, who had initially been separated by Chun Xian, swiftly closed the distance between them. Chun Xian's gaze sharpened, determined to prevent them from executing their Wuhuan fusion technique. With the 6th spirit ability, 10,000 swords returned to origin. The sky transformed into a myriad of swords that surged toward the point where Zhu Huaguan and Gue Mei were about to converge. The renowned Chi Bao's 5th ability emphasized offense, while the 6th amplified attributes, granting a full 100% enhancement to Chun Xian, who was already famed for his offensive prowess. Despite being merely a 6th spirit ability, It effectively thwarted the Wuhuan fusion technique of Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei. As Gui Mei was forced back by the onslaught of swords, he suddenly pivoted and launched an attack toward the rear, aiming for Ning Fengji. Seizing the moment when Gui Mei was distracted, Chen Xian unleashed his 8th spirit ring with a sudden brilliance, activating the 8th spirit ability, moving mountains and filling seas. Chen Xian commanded the 7 killing sword to create 12 sword shadows, each of which bore greater power than the previous attack. Observing Gui Mei's rush toward Ning Fengji, Zhu Huaguan exhaled in relief, preparing to assist Ci Shui and Shilong in subduing Gu Rong. However, he was taken aback when Chen Xian chose not to defend Ning Fengji, but instead pursued him directly with his 8th spirit ability. Caught off guard, Zhu Huaguan suffered the brunt of 5 sword shadows, plummeting from the air, his fate uncertain. Gui Mei also failed to successfully ambush Ning Fengji and was caught off guard by the explosive soul pursuit and soul-seizing dagger, suffering from poison that severely diminished his combat capability. Seeing their allies struck down, Ci Shui and Shilong felt their resolve waver, mentally preparing for a retreat. Yet, Gu Rong would not grant them such an opportunity. With the enhancement from Ning Fengji's 1st to 6th spirit abilities, Gu Rong relentlessly pressured the two, forcing them to retreat step by step. In no time, the 4 titled Douluos of the Wuhuan Temple were gravely injured, while Chen Xian and Gu Rong remained vibrant and undiminished in spirit. Supporting Zhu Huaguan, Gui Mei remarked sharply, "What a remarkable Qibao Liuli Tower! What a formidable Chen Xian and Gu Rong!" He then glanced at the ongoing battle within the Qibao Liuli sect, where victory was evident, with the Wuhuan Temple having lost nearly half its forces to capture. The Qibao Liuli sect shall see us return, Gui Mei declared with a fierce tone as he and Zhu Huaguan vanished into the darkness, leaving Ci Shui and Shilong bewildered. Exchanging glances, Chen Xian and Gu Rong noted the swift escape of Gui Mei, realizing they could not pursue him, but the 2 remaining adversaries were cornered. Without hesitation, Gu Rong unleashed his 8th spirit ability, Hell of Bone Extraction, his solitary control technique. Countless white bones emerged from the shadows, ensnaring the 2 before they could react. Aware of the dire consequences of capture, Ci Shui promptly activated his 9th spirit ability, as did Shilong, illuminating the dark sky with their formidable powers. A colossal spear measuring 100 meters and a spiny porcupine, each adorned with 3-meter-long spikes, manifested in the air, shattering Gu Rong's 8th spirit ability. Jian Xin Unde activated his 9th spirit ability, Divine and Demon Dual Slash. He unleashed a tremendous spatial wave, raining down countless beams of light towards Ci Shui and Shilong. Amidst their anguished screams, the sword lights overwhelmed their 9th spirit abilities and extinguished their lives. Below, the battle had concluded, and Qin Shi gazed up at Chen Xian, exclaiming, "Wow, that 9th spirit ability of yours is incredibly impressive." The minister, envious and calculating the number of captives, noted with a grin that they had defeated a force more than 3 times their own in total. "I am not envious. In a few years, I shall render sword Uncle Amir father-in-law in a single hand, and he likely won't stand a chance against me," Qin Shi boasted with pride. "That may be in the future. For now, I could still decisively defeat you 300 times, Chen Xian remarked lightly as he descended from the air. Qin Shi chuckled awkwardly and joined Yang Wudi in tidying up the aftermath. In this battle, aside from Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei who fled, the majority of the opposing forces were captured, with a small number killed. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had sent 5 titled Douluos, the 98th level Holy Dragon Douluo, the 97th level Ghost Leopard Douluo, the 97th level Demon Bear Douluo, the 97th level Thousand June Douluo, and the 97th level Demon Subduing Douluo. However, with Long Xiaoyao stationed, the conflict swiftly concluded, leaving the Ghost Leopard Douluo and Demon Bear Douluo behind, while the Holy Dragon Douluo and others mysteriously escaped from beneath the watchful eyes of the Limit Douluo. Minister, our military has suffered the loss of 301 soldiers, a significant toll. Fortunately, there were no casualties among those above the Soul Sage level. Yang Wudi reported somberly upon returning to Tang Men. Qin Shi pondered briefly, recognizing that all those who perished had sacrificed their lives for Tang Men, deserving of a proper burial. Additionally, for those warriors who left behind families, let each family receive 100 gold soul coins as a consolation, while those without families shall have their coins confiscated. We shall erect a hero monument in the center of Tang Men, so their names may be known to all. He decreed, having contemplated the inevitability of loss in war. By the way, what of Liang Xiao? Qin Shi inquired, looking at Yang Wudi. Liang Xiao is in the Hidden Weapons Hall. He mentioned that the contribution of hidden weapons was significant. Though he possesses his own hidden weapons, he is curious about their crafting process, hence his visit, Yang Wudi replied. This fellow, despite the considerable losses on their side, has yet to prioritize rigorous training and instead chooses to visit the Anchi Hall. Grandpa Yang, if you see him, kindly remind him of this. I am returning to the Qibao Liuli zone. Inside the Qibao Hall, Xiaoqi expressed gratitude. Thanks to you all this time, our losses were minimal. However, the Wuhuan Temple will surely feel the sting, having lost nearly 20,000 soul masters and 4 title Douluo. I find myself starting to feel sympathy for Bibi Dong. Ning Fengji chuckled in response. Qin Shi interjected, I doubt Bibi Dong feels any remorse. Her current power renders such feelings unnecessary. Those individuals are merely pawns in her game. Have you not noticed that all title Douluo of the Wuhuan Temple have seen their powers increase by 2 levels? Although they have elevated, their strength appears superficial. It is evident that Bibi Dong employed dubious methods to hastily elevate their abilities. Gu Rong immediately chimed in. Indeed, while Fengji may remain unaware, even with his enhancement, I would struggle to suppress 2 similarly ranked soul masters. Clearly, they resorted to improper means. Qin Shi waved his hand dismissively. Let it be. We will confront whatever comes our way. Regardless of Bibidong's tactics, they are futile. If she were not somewhat formidable at present, I would have ordered Long Lao to capture her. Chun Xian remarked with a smile. Xiaoqi, your courage is commendable, but it is merely a thought for now. By the way, Grandpa Jian, have you felt the bottleneck at level 99? Ning Fengji and Gu Rong cast curious glances in his direction. Chun Xian sighed, at present, I cannot even sense a bottleneck, so how can I break through? Ning Fengji comforted him. Uncle Jian, do not rush. The Wuhuan Temple will not stir up significant trouble anytime soon. The recent night raid against the 2 major sects will surely trouble them for a while. Moreover, breaking through to level 99 cannot be achieved through external means. It requires personal insight. Such matters cannot be hurried. Chun Xian nodded. True enough. I have been solely focused on rigorous training. Once this turmoil subsides, I intend to venture out for self-reflection and attempt to ascend to level 99. Rest assured, Uncle Jian. The sect has Gu Shu, along with Xiaoqi and Elder Long's assistance, so there will be no issue, Ning Fengji assured him. After a night passed, the rumors surrounding the Wuhuan Temple's nocturnal assault on the sects surged to the forefront of public discourse. Within the Wuhuan Temple, Bibi Dong radiated an aura of darkness, glaring with fury at the 5 titled Douluo, including Zhu Huaguan, kneeling before her. Incompetent fools. After my painstaking efforts to enhance your soul power, this is the result I receive. Out of 9 titled Douluo, only 5 have returned. A pitiful lot. Zhu Huaguan spoke up. Your Holiness, Ning Fengji has broken the restrictions of the Qibao Liuli Tower and has ascended to level 92. Chun Xian and Gu Rong have also elevated by 2 levels. An Illimit Douluo has emerged from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Furthermore, there is the Tang Sect's army. My subordinates are indeed. Bibidong's rage intensified. Strands of black mist materializing around the 5, swirling like blades, inflicting agony upon their bodies, echoing their cries throughout the hall of the Pope. At the brink of collapse, Bibi Dong waved her hand, retracting the dark threads. Return and nurse your wounds. Once you are healed, come to me. With all their strength, the 5 struggled to rise, limping out of the hall. Chapter 94. Departure. The homework has finally been completed. The first chapter today was saved yesterday, and the next chapter will come later. Tang Sect. Limit Douluo, Ning Fengji, Qin Shi, excellent. Once I complete the divine trial, the Douluo continent will belong to me. Ha ha! Within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yu Yuanjin expressed his gratitude. This time, the Tang sect has truly saved our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect from disaster. He patted Qin Shi on the shoulder, his voice booming yet filled with appreciation. Qin Shi scratched his head. Grandpa Yu, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and my Tang sect are allies. The Tang sect merely did what we could. Haha, well said. Regardless, the Tang sect is a benefactor to my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. After Yu Yuanjin spoke, a group entered the Grand Hall, carrying boxes. Set them down. After they exited, Yu Yuanjin pointed at the boxes. Shao Qi, inside are 1,000,000 gold soul coins, 3 10,000-year soul bones, several thousand rare metals, along with numerous precious treasures. This is to compensate for Elder Long and the military soldiers' assistance. Shao Qi, you won't find this lacking, will you? Qin Shi smiled. Then I shall accept without hesitation. The Tang sect has many areas in need of development that require substantial funding. This sum of gold soul coins and metals shall alleviate our immediate needs. Yu Yuanjin nodded. Good, as long as it is useful. Ning Fengji also tossed a few storage rings to Qin Shi. Shao Qi, take these gold soul coins for the Tang sect's development as well. Accepting the rings, Qin Shi grinned. Thank you, father-in-law. Ning Fengji chuckled. All right, enough of the banter. Let us discuss serious matters. The Tang sect's reputation has risen significantly on the continent, and the demand for hidden weapons is surely increasing daily. I propose we establish branches for hidden weapons in our 3 sects, the Qibao, Liuli Zone, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and Jiuxin Haidang sect. The assembly methods are secretive, and we can produce the components, thus enhancing the output of hidden weapons. Qin Shi pondered. It is not that I am unwilling to establish branches in all 3 sects. Hidden weapons are the legacy of my elder brother. Such matters should await his return for a decision. Moreover, the 5-year agreement should be nearing its end, so I will consult him then. Ning Fengji replied, that is acceptable. We shall return to the sect for now. Oh, by the way, Rongrong and Xiaoxua mentioned they are waiting for you at the sect. Qin Shi's eyes brightened, nodding eagerly. I will return tonight. 8 months passed quietly, and the Wuhuan Temple did not respond to the incident of the night raid on the sections. Gradually, people began to forget this matter. The Tang sect's orders for hidden weapons surged, and the production speed struggled to keep pace with the demand. In this 8-month period, the Tang sect amassed 25 million gold soul coins, with the total continually increasing. Everything was progressing positively. In another month, it will be 5 years. Surely, my brother will return soon. Qin Shi seized a moment of respite, sitting atop a secluded building with Qian Renxue and Ning Rongrong. I miss Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu. I am truly looking forward to it. Ning Rongrong playfully extended her long legs. Qian Renxue glanced at Ning Rongrong. Are these the Shrek's 7 monsters you often speak of? Ning Rongrong giggled. Of course, they are all top talents on the continent. Qian Renxue covered her mouth in laughter. Isn't Rongrong also one of them? You are indeed praising yourself. How shameless. Ning Rongrong proudly puffed out her chest. I'm already a soul sage. Am I not impressive? Qin Shi teased. Pinching Ning Rongrong's cheek, Rongrong is the most impressive, but Xiaoxua is already an 81-level soul Douluo. That seems even more impressive. Sister Xue is 3 years older than me. In 3 years, I too will be a soul Douluo. Ning Rongrong pouted defiantly. Qin Shi's small snake emerged from his arm, shaking its head before retreating back. Ning Rongrong noticed, look, even the little snake looks down upon me. She was genuinely upset. All right, Rongrong. The little snake merely needed some fresh air. Look at how agitated you are. Qin Shi continued while holding Ning Rongrong's small hand. By the way, I heard that the Emperor of Tiando is nearing his end. Qian Renxue nodded. Yes. It is said that the Emperor fell ill 3 years ago and has been bettered since. After that, Bibi Dong found a replacement for Xue Qinghe and increased the dosage of poison, causing the Emperor to succumb to the effects prematurely. Qin Shi suddenly realized why the old monster had been absent for so many years. He must be buried within the Shui Yi Xing Gong, treating patients. The old monster really has no business meddling in the affairs of the Imperial Palace and the Wuhan Temple. However, I genuinely anticipate a conflict between the Tiandou Empire and the Wu Hun Temple, for it is the Tang men that will reap the benefits. Xiao Shui. Having played the role of Shui Qinghe, do you understand the strength of the Tiandou Empire? Qianren Shui pondered for a moment and replied, the military strength of the Tiandou Empire is formidable, boasting over 5 million ordinary soldiers and nearly 100,000 Soul Master troops. However, most of the Soul Masters are of lower ranks. Those above Soul Master are predominantly officials. Even without Soul Masters, that 5 million strong army is sufficient to uphold the Tiandou Empire's stature on the Douluo continent. Do they possess any title Douluo? Ning Rong asked with wide, curious eyes. It seems they do not. There are 17 Soul Douluo at present, but I am unaware of any recent changes. Qin Shi chuckled. It appears that the strength of the Xing Luo Empire surpasses that of the Tiandou Empire by a significant margin. Yet, with the Wu Hun Temple suppression, had it not been for the Wu Hun Temple, the Tiandou Empire would likely have been obliterated by the Xing Luo long ago. Indeed, during my previous visit to the Xing Luo Empire on behalf of Shui Yi, I observed their imperialistic dominance. The entire Xing Luo Empire, if placed within Tiandou, would resemble an impenetrable fortress, Qian Ren Shui analyzed. The Tiandou Empire truly faces challenges. This vast piece of cake is desired by all. While Qin Shi was lamenting, Long Xiao Yao appeared from the shadows. Young master, old Qian has sent a letter. What did grandfather Qian say? He mentioned that the mistress of Shui should return to the Wu Hun Temple, stating there is a significant matter, and that I must escort her. His gaze sharpened as he recalled the divine being. Xiao Shui, it seems grandfather Qian has important matters for you. Allow Long Lao to accompany you. The development of Tang men cannot proceed without me. Once my brother returns, I shall seek you out. Qian Ren Shui nodded obediently, though a hint of reluctance lingered. She had already surmised the nature of the matter. They might not see each other for a considerable time. Xiao Qi, you must come find me. Qin Shi gently kissed Qian Ren Shui's forehead, a tender gesture laced with longing. Xiao Shui, be cautious of Bai Dong. Sister Shui, I will also come find you. Ning Rong eagerly interjected. Qin Shi's eyes lit up as he took Ning Rong's hand. Rong, you and Xiao Shui should go together. Ning Rong, slightly displeased, remarked, is Xiao Qi trying to avoid us and secretly pursue women? Qin Shi was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a playful grin, indeed. Once you and Xiao Shui leave, I shall venture out to find you a sister. All right, then I shall accompany Sister Shui. However, Ning Rong said with a mischievous smile, glancing at Qin Shi's lower body. Qin Shi was startled for a moment, quickly covering himself with both hands, swearing, after you leave, I will never entice any other women. I promise to remain virtuous. Huh, as if you were a woman, Ning Rong scoffed. If I were a woman, then you wouldn't have your scandalous life with me. Ning Rong retorted, her cheeks flushing as she argued. Can't 3 women lead a scandalous life? Unfortunately, Xiao Qi, you are a boy. If you were a girl, Sister Shui and I wouldn't have to bear children. Whoa, Rong, isn't that a bit premature? Qin Shi exclaimed, startled. If that were to happen, would the 2 women drain me dry? Qian Ren Shui covered her mouth, laughing. Rong, stop teasing Xiao Qi. In the future, we shall have a whole brood for Xiao Qi. Wait, Xiao Shui, are you serious? I'm still young. Qin Shi lamented. Ning Rong clasped her hands together and whispered into Qin Shi's ear, Xiao Qi, don't you want Sister Shui and me to bear your children? Rong, we are still young. Moreover, there are countless matters concerning Tang men that require my attention. We shall discuss this later. After saying this, Qin Shi transmitted a message to the 2. Rong, Xiao Shui, spare me. If children are involved, I will either be drained or be on the path to being drained. Qian Ren Shui giggled. All right, we shall cease our jesting. Xiao Qi, Rong, and I will head to grandfather's place. After you finish your matters with Tang men, you must come find us, or else we shall miss you. With that, she threw Qin Shi a flirtatious glance. Qin Shi felt dizzy, and upon noticing Ning Rong doing the same, he shook his head and nodded. I will certainly come find you. Your self-control is truly lacking. I fear you may be lured away by some woman outside. Qian Ren Shui pouted. Ning Rong gave him a skeptical look. Qin Shi hurriedly explained, well, I indeed lack self-control when it comes to my two wives. Content. The two followed Long Xiao Yao towards the Wuhan temple. Qin Shi sighed in relief, grateful that the two charming ladies had finally departed. A month passed swiftly, and today marked the day of the 5-year agreement. What improvements might they have made? Alas, none could surpass me. Yet, why do I find myself thinking of my wives every night, to the point of insomnia? After washing up, Qin Shi arrived at the Shrek Academy. The current Shrek Academy was no longer the same as when he first took over. It had expanded nearly twice its original size. With the support of Tang men and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the scale of Shrek Academy now rivaled that of the Tiando Royal Academy, boasting a powerful faculty that could easily compete with the latter. Qin Shi approached Flinder's office. Principal, I have arrived. Flinder looked up, beaming upon seeing Qin Shi. Xiao Qi, you are here. Today marks the day of the 5-year appointment for the little monsters, correct? You're the first to arrive. Where are Xiao Shui and Rong Rong? Qin Shi smiled. They have gone to a place where they can enhance their skills, training vigorously. Flinder remarked, oh, I'm not accustomed to not receiving dog food. Qin Shi chuckled. Aren't you also looking for someone to show off your love? Flinder shook his head, deflecting. I am currently busy with the Academy's affairs. I have no time for such youthful displays of affection. By the way, Wu Ji and the others are preparing to welcome the return of the little monsters. Shall we go together? In the center of Shrek Academy's plaza, on the battle stage, two young men were engaged in a spirited duel, while the students gathered below cheered enthusiastically. The combatants on stage were two exceptionally talented new recruits, both 15 years old and boasting soul power of level 33. Though they may not match the little monsters, they're still among the top tier of talent. Xiao Gang and I have high hopes for them, Flinder said, pointing at the two, smiling. It seems that next year's Continental Soul Master Elite competition may very well see a champion from this group. Haha, another competition is just a year away. By the way, it seems you all are still eligible to participate, Flinder said, squinting his eyes, unable to hide his glimmering gaze. Qin Shi smacked his forehead. Principal, your obsession with money hasn't changed. Flinder smiled sheepishly. I have changed significantly. Look how well the Academy is being built. Flinder, you scoundrel, all you think about is money. Without Tang Min and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, would the Academy have reached its present scale? The Master approached, holding hands with Lu Erlong as they walked toward the two. Master and Erlong, it's been a long time, Qin Shi greeted respectfully. Xiao Qi, you haven't visited the Academy in ages. Is it due to affairs with Tang Min? The Master asked with a smile. Qin Shi sighed indeed. The orders for hidden weapons are increasing, and I'm gradually unable to keep up. While the money flows in, the troubles multiply. Lu Erlong consoled him. Xiao Qi, young people must undergo trials to achieve greatness. Qin Shi was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, acknowledging that Aunt Lu Erlong was right. The Master cast a sidelong glance at Lu Erlong and remarked, Isn't Xiao Qi quite remarkable? At that moment, a young man rushed in, breathless, and exclaimed, Dean, there are people outside claiming to be part of our Shrek 7 monsters. They insist on coming in, and I couldn't stop them. I had to call a teacher to pacify them, and I hurried over to report to you. Flander's expression darkened. Damn it. Do they really think I'm a sickly cat? Qin Shi inquired curiously, What's wrong, Dean? The Master, equally displeased, explained, I don't know how the 5-year agreement of the little monsters got leaked, resulting in a series of imposters showing up. Each time we go out, we end up disappointed. Let us go see who dares to impersonate us so brazenly, Qin Shi said, seething with anger as he made his way towards the Academy's entrance. At the entrance, for young individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, were engaged in a heated discussion with a middle-aged man wearing glasses. As Qin Shi and the others approached, their eyes lit up at the familiar voices and appearances. Dai Lao Da, Zhu Qing, Fatty Xiao Ao, Qin Shi called out from a distance. The trio, Zhu Qing, Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, had indeed arrived from the Xingluo Empire. Upon hearing the familiar call, all 4 turned their heads. Fatty was the first to react, shouting, Chi Dean Master, and Erlong. Dai Mu Bai and the others quickly joined in, their faces beaming with joy as they disregarded the flustered middle-aged teacher and moved to embrace Qin Shi. After exchanging hugs, Fatty put his arm around Qin Shi's shoulder, cheerfully recounting their experiences over the years, perhaps intentionally avoiding the more challenging moments. Every tale was filled with joy and laughter, prompting hearty chuckles from everyone. Dai Mubai playfully punched Fatty and Oscar, saying, "You two didn't share any of this when you visited my home with Zhu Qing." Oscar scratched his head. "We were just waiting for you all to be together before sharing." Suddenly, his expression shifted as he exclaimed, "But we're not even all here yet." "Fatty, how could you have mentioned it?" Fatty groaned. "Ah, how could I have forgotten?" Liu Erlong observed the warm scene with a smile, saying, when Xiao Wu returns, "I'll tell her that you two have good news you didn't share." Fatty and Oscar's expressions changed, recalling Xiao Wu's infamous 8-stage fall. Qin Shi laughed. "And Erlong, don't scare Fatty and Xiao Ao just because we just reunited. We can tell them later." "Ah, no, please, Chi-Chi." Oscar and Ma Hongjun wailed in unison, nearly down on their knees. This scene prompted another round of laughter from the group. Dai Mubai shukled, "Fachi, Xiaowao, you're truly cowards. Is Xiao Wu's 8th-stage fall really that terrifying?" Fatty and Oscar chimed in, Dai Lauda, "You should try experiencing Xiao Wu's 8th-stage fall yourself before you speak. That girl is truly formidable." Dai Mubai glared. "Haven't you two experienced it yourself? How could you be so afraid?" Dai Lauda, "Do you remember the elite competition? Xiao Wu's 8th-stage fall knocked one of the Spirit Hall team members out." Fatty remarked. After a moment of reflection, Dai Mubai realized that does sound quite frightening. Oscar and Ma Hongjun simultaneously suggested, "Let us head inside." Flander agreed, "All right." As they walked away, Ma Hongjun and Oscar couldn't resist throwing a smug glance at the middle-aged teacher, whose complexion turned pale as he realized he had just confronted actual members of the Shrek 7 monsters. He felt a mix of excitement and dread. After they had walked some distance, the middle-aged teacher finally calmed down. Just as he was about to head back into the academy, he heard the voice of the young man who had previously called out to Flander. "You, claiming to be the Shrek 7 monsters Tang San, are clearly just a pretty boy relying on imitating Tang San to get by." The middle-aged teacher turned to see a handsome face radiating an ethereal aura, with blue hair, blue pupils, and clothing that matched perfectly, simply impeccable. Unfortunately, he was a man. Nevertheless, recalling the earlier events, the middle-aged teacher politely asked, "Hello, do you have any evidence to prove you are Tang San of the Shrek 7 monsters?" Even when labeled a pretty boy, Tang San maintained a smile, replying, "I believe Dean Flander can vouch for my identity." The middle-aged teacher was taken aback and replied, "All right, please wait a moment while I go find the dean." Tang San nodded, while the young man continued to mock, "You really have a good mindset, pretty boy. Just wait until the dean comes out. If he doesn't recognize you, prepare to be beaten to a pulp." Shaking his head, Tang San knew he was indeed the real Tang San. But his transformation after awakening his martial soul had been significant. The arrival of the dean would quickly clarify everything. Soon, Qin Shi emerged first, shouting, "Who dares to impersonate my brother?" with fury in his voice. The young man seized the opportunity, rushing to Qin Shi and pointing at Tang San. "Brother, it's him. He is definitely an imposter." Qin Shi stared at Tang San's face in astonishment. Has his martial soul evolved? However, he couldn't be entirely sure. When Tang San saw Qin Shi, his eyes turned red as he moved to embrace him. But Dai Mubai, who had followed closely behind, reacted quickly, invoking White Tiger Avatar to push Tang San back. Tang San froze for a moment before shaking his head. "I really am Tang San. Long time no see." Dai Mubai hesitated as he noticed the Rui Bai Bao Nang, and the Arshu Su Chongming Yue, 24 bridges on a moonlit night, at Tang San's waist. "What happened to Xiao San? How do you possess Xiao San's treasures?" Tang San was momentarily taken aback. "These are mine." Dai Mubai se anjur flerd. "Don't try to wriggle out of this." White Tiger's light wave. Dai Mubai unleashed a white beam towards Tang San, who swiftly utilized the ghost shadow perplexing step to evade. Dai Mubai paused, momentarily hesitating. "You?" Tang San smiled wryly. "I am truly Tang San." As he spoke, 6 soul rings appeared. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black, while his right hand revealed the golden and blue intertwined blue-silver emperor. Then, the soul rings and martial soul vanished, and a black hammer slowly materialized in his left hand. Dai Mubai was momentarily stunned, and Qin Shi reacted, embracing his brother after 5 years of separation, expressing their longing. Dai Mubai joined in the embrace with Tang San as well. Qin Shi joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, you have finally returned. I have been waiting for you at Tangmen." Tang San replied with equal joy, "I'm back." Soon after, Flander and the others rushed over, and after a round of explanations, Tang San happily embraced everyone. "Brother, where have you been all these years? Why didn't you come back to see us?" Qin Shi inquired with curiosity. Tang San smiled wryly. "I've been training with father all these years." Qin Shi quickly asked, "What about father? Why hasn't he come? He should arrive in a few days." Tang San replied with a smile. Qin Shi was overjoyed. "Our family will finally be reunited." Indeed, they agreed. In the room where Lu Erlong had previously stayed, everyone shared their experiences from the past few years, filled with laughter and occasional sadness. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been quiet, suddenly recalled something and asked, "Chi, why hasn't Rong Rong arrived yet?" Qin Shi responded, "Rong Rong went to train in a certain place and will return after some time." Zhu Zhuqing sighed softly and looked at Tang San, asking, "What about Xiao Wu?" "Xiao Wu is still in the Stardo Forest. I am now a soul sage. In a few days, we will go to the Stardo Forest to bring back Xiao Wu," Tang San said, his eyes reflecting his longing for her. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt an even greater sense of despondency. The young man who had mocked Tang San appeared pallid, while the middle-aged teacher felt a tinge of relief. As the conversation shifted towards Tang Min, Tang San's inquisitive gaze fell upon Qin Shi, who proceeded to elucidate the developments of Tang Min over the past few years. Tang San expressed his admiration, saying, "Xiao Qi, you have worked hard these past few years." Qin Shi smiled, replying, "It's not arduous. Most of the effort has been made by the 4 esteemed seniors. I merely assist occasionally." In Chapter 97, Tang San remarked, "That is still quite strenuous, with just a few individuals sustaining an entire sect." "Thank you, Xiao Qi." Pretending to bow to Qin Shi, he was hastily restrained. "Brother, we are all family. There is no need for such formality." A hint of a smile appeared on Tang San's face. "Let's explore, Tang Men." "Very well. We old fellows shall not accompany you. You young ones should go together. There are still numerous matters to attend to at the academy," Flender stated, acknowledging that he could not join them due to pressing responsibilities. Tang San cast a glance at the master, who nodded in agreement. And thus the group bid farewell to Flender and the others. As they exited the academy gates, an irate voice echoed within the academy, "Flender, come here." Upon entering Tang Min, the group was greeted by a fragrant aroma. They beheld the blue-silver grasses swaying gently in the breeze. Tang San instinctively closed his eyes, releasing his blue-silver emperor martial spirit, causing the surrounding blue-silver grasses to surge towards them, as if they were reuniting with a long-lost kin. Only Qin Shi remained relatively composed, while Dai Mubai and the others were taken aback, especially Ma Hongjun, who had already summoned his martial spirit in preparation to unleash a fiery attack. Qin Shi quickly intervened. "Fatty, do not set anything ablaze. These blue-silver grasses are drawn to my brother." Ma Hongjun retracted his martial spirit, eyes fixed on Tang San. The blue-silver grasses began to grow wildly, wrapping around Tang San and forming a cocoon nearly 5 meters high, radiating a brilliant blue light. The inhabitants of Tang Min noticed this spectacle. Their curiosity piqued. But Qin Shi swiftly dispersed them. The cocoon formed by the blue-silver grasses persisted for an hour before gradually retracting, returning to the delicate blue-silver grasses. Tang San was gently lowered, his eyes flickering with blue light. "Brother, this must be martial spirit resonance," Qin Shi suggested. "Indeed, my martial spirit has evolved into the blue-silver emperor. Following its evolution, my appearance has undergone a dramatic transformation," Tang San nodded. "The literal interpretation is the sovereign among the blue-silver grasses. No wonder their reaction was so profound," Qin Shi remarked playfully. "Ah, third brother. Had it not been for seventh brother's timely intervention, I would have set fire to them, Ma Hongjun admitted. If you had burned the blue silver grasses, I would have hung you at the 10-meter-high gate, Tang Sen pointed out. Fortunately, seventh brother stopped me. Ma Hongjun feigned fear, prompting laughter from the group. By the way, Xiao Qi, why is there blue-silver grass everywhere in Tangmen? Qin Shi explained, and Tang San nodded in agreement. Recognizing that the extensive root systems of the blue-silver grass indeed provided excellent concealment for the military's presence. After touring the entirety of Tangmen, Dai Mubai, as the crown prince of the Xing Luo Empire, marveled at the sect's formidable strength, noting that aside from the Dragon Senior, Tangmen could easily rival the upper three sects, particularly the underground military, which was truly eye-opening and held immense potential for development. Qin Shi stated, Tangmen is essentially complete, but the military is still expanding. My aim is to establish an underground military comparable in size to the Sunset Forest. That must require a substantial amount of gold soul coins, Ma Hongjun, a disciple of Flinder, remarked, being particularly sensitive to the currency. If my current aspirations materialize, it may require several billion gold soul coins. Qin Shi responded, providing a rough estimate. Ma Hongjun gasped, several billion? The Tiando Empire would need to liquidate its treasury to gather that amount. Dai Mubai was equally astonished, realizing that not only the Tiando Empire's treasury, but even the combined reserves of the Xing Luo Empire would likely fall short. These are merely ideas at this stage. They have yet to be realized, Qin Shi reassured. Tang Sen exhaled, relieved that such expenditures had startled him. Xiao Qi, you brought friends but did not inform me. A robust voice resonated. Turning, Qin Shi smiled. Grandpa Niu. Do you not recognize them? Niu Gao paused, scrutinizing them closely before bursting into laughter. Ah, it is Mubai, the little fatty Xiao Ao and Zhuqing. It has indeed been a long time. I almost did not recognize you. Dai Mubai chuckled. 5 years have passed, yet you remain as spirited as ever, senior. Niu Gao laughed heartily. You have become the crown prince. You certainly know how to speak now. Senior, please do not say such things. If you praise him too much, his tail will surely rise to the heavens. Zhu Zhuqing remarked coolly. Dai Mubai chuckled, taking Zhu Zhuqing's hand. Zhuqing, we're like an old married couple now. Grant me some face. Zhu Zhuqing feigned reluctance, softly muttering, who is an old married couple with you? The soul masters present clearly heard this, and Ma Hongjun and Oscar fumed silently, feeling oppressed as single individuals, though they dared not voice their indignation for fear of receiving a thrashing from Dai Mubai. Niu Gao's gaze shifted to Tang San. Xiao Qi, who is he? Grandpa Niu, it has been a while. I am Tang San, he replied. Niu Gao appeared astonished, and Qin Shi did not refute, thus confirming that he was indeed Tang San. Little San, how have you changed so much? Tang San forced a smile and explained. Niu Gao found it hard to believe that martial spirit evolution could alter one's appearance, exclaiming, such wonders exist in this vast continent. Qin Shi led everyone to the great hall and requested refreshments. Brother, now that you have returned, that foremost position should be restored to you. Qin Shi indicated towards the highest seat in the hall. Tang Sen was about to decline, but Qin Shi continued, Brother, please do not refuse. You must handle the sect's affairs. My head is nearly bursting from it. Tang San acquiesced, naturally ascending to take his seat, while Qin Shi and the others casually found their places. Should I address you as sect master from now on, or shall I continue calling you third brother? Ma Hongjun inquired playfully. Tang San was taken aback, stating, call me however you did before. That remains unchanged. Very well, I shall continue to call you third brother. Anything else feels awkward, Ma Hongjun chuckled. All right, Fatty, as a senior member of Tangmen, try to refrain from that lewd expression, Qin Shi teased. Sure thing, seventh brother. Ma Hongjun responded with a grin. Qin Shi shook his head, realizing that this fellow's lewdness was innate and likely unchangeable. Since the sect master has returned, I shall summon the 3 old fellows to convene a small meeting, so the sect master can be apprised of the current state of Tangmen, Niu Gao proposed. Tang San nodded, and Niu Gao swiftly summoned the 3 individuals. Upon their entrance into the great hall, Dai Mubai and the others promptly stood to greet them. Niu Gao then explained the reason for Tang San's dramatic transformation, eliciting their astonished expressions. Sect Master Tang Min is currently developing rapidly. Yang Wudi has provided Tang San with detailed insights into the present situation of Tang Min, and Dai Mu Bai and the others listen attentively. Chapter 98. The plan. Tang San pondered for a moment and remarked, "The pressure on the Anshi Hall is indeed considerable. Let us proceed as you suggested. We shall establish branches for the Anshi Hall within the three major sects, Qibao, Liuli Zone, Lanyan Bawanglong Zone, and Jiuxin Haidang Zone, responsible for collecting metals and manufacturing components. It would be appreciated if Grandfather Titan could send someone to impart the intricacies of crafting these parts to the three sections." Titan nodded, and Tang San continued. "The Yao Hall will also set up branches in the three sections. Currently, the Tang sect is somewhat understaffed, and we still rely on the three sects for rare medicinal materials. I will entrust this task to Grandfather Yang. Starting tomorrow, for the next 3 days, we will recruit personnel at the various halls, particularly in the Battle Hall and the Law Enforcement Hall, which require more members. Zhu Qing, you shall promptly inform Senior Qiming, and Mu Bai, you must also prepare urgently. Remember, it is essential to thoroughly investigate the backgrounds of those we recruit to prevent any infiltration by the Wuhuan Hall." "Understood, brother." The old monster is preoccupied in the Tiando Imperial Palace, and the Poison Hall currently lacks oversight. Then let us postpone recruitment for the Poison Hall until the old monster returns. In a short span of 3 days, the recruitment for the Tang sect concluded successfully. Aside from the Poison Hall and the branch established at Shrek Academy, other halls attracted no fewer than 200 recruits. The Law Enforcement Hall alone welcomed over 500 individuals, revitalizing the Tang sect considerably. Wuhuan Hall, Juhuaguan knelt on one knee and reported to His Holiness the Pope. The recruitment at the Tang sect has concluded, and unfortunately, no individuals from the Wuhuan Hall have joined. Juhuaguan, I demand an explanation. Bai Dong, seated at the head of the table, opened her eyes, her black pupils lending her an otherworldly aura. With a tremor, Juhuaguan replied, "Your Holiness." The Tang sect's recruitment was exceedingly stringent. Every individual underwent meticulous scrutiny, and all toxins carried by our members were detected. Such a formidable Tang sect. For now, we shall temporarily disregard them. Have you absorbed the divine power I provided? Yes, Your Holiness. I have reached the 98th level. Good. Once the others have completed their absorption, I shall grant you further divine power to elevate you to the 99th level. Juhuaguan was elated and expressed his gratitude to the Pope. Bai Dong closed her eyes and dismissed him. "Qin Shi, Tang sect, Haoqian sect. The moment I complete my 9th trial will herald your destruction. At that time, the continent shall belong to me, Bai Dong." She cackled. "Tiando Imperial Palace, old fool, with Douluo gone, no one is here to protect you, and your demise is imminent. Over the years, I have treated you well, Haven Ti. The future of the Tiando Empire will belong to the Wuhuan Hall." Shui Qinghe laughed maniacally while gripping Shui Ye's neck. "Qinghe, you are gravely ill." Shui Yi gasped in disbelief at the child he had cherished. Now declaring allegiance to the Wuhuan Hall. "You can still speak. It appears I haven't tightened my grip enough." Shui Qinghe exerted a slight pressure. Dark soul power coursing into Shui Yi's neck. Shui Yi's pale face flushed crimson as he attempted to speak, but failed, ultimately succumbing to breathlessness. Shui Qinghe meticulously examined Shui Yi, finding no flaws, and then burst into tears. "Father! Father! Ah!" With his cries, the entire Tiando Imperial Palace trembled. The emperor of the Tiando Empire had passed away. Soon, Xuelang, Douluo, Shui Xing, the empress of the Tiando Empire, and several Douluo attendants gathered at Shui Ye's palace. It could be said that all the high-ranking officials of the Tiando Empire were present. Shui Qinghe ignored them and continued to weep beside Shui Yi, repeatedly calling father. All present fell silent, not daring to utter a word, the stillness persisting until Shui Qinghe's emotions steadied. "The emperor has passed. The state funeral shall be held tomorrow." Shui Qinghe's voice trembled slightly. The majority of those present bowed in unison. "Yes, your majesty." Only Xuelang clenched his fists, his eyes reddening. "Shui Qinghe, what do you mean by this? The emperor has just passed, and you seek to declare yourself emperor?" Do you not respect his majesty? Xueqinghe looked up at Xuexing, Prince Xuexing. I possess the edict personally inscribed by father. Do you wish for me to present it? Xuexing clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. I do not need to see it. I only wish for you to wait until the emperor is buried. After the period of mourning, you may ascend without hindrance. But now, when have you had the authority to interject in my affairs? Xueqinghe, do not forget, a majority supports me. He leaned closer to Xuexing, pointing at him. I am the emperor. Douluo Bo had vanished by now. The current situation was beyond his intervention, and it was time for him to return to the Tang sect. Pope Bai Dong sat alone at the head of the table, flanked by 2 men and 1 woman. Anyone who had participated in the finals of the elite tournament would recognize them as the golden generation of the Wuhuan Hall, Xiaoyu and Hu Laina. 5 years ago, the 3 soul kings of the golden generation dominated all talents in the elite tournament, save for Shrek Academy. Hu Laina, a cherished disciple of Pope Bai Dong, held a noble status. At the enormous oval conference table, nearly 20 individuals were seated below the Pope, each adorned in splendid attire, exuding a dignified presence. Their garments revealed that they were all pivotal figures within the Wuhuan Hall, at least heads of various Soul Master factions. The 2 existing Hall Masters of the Wuhuan Sacred Halls, the Platinum Bishops, were also present. If an outsider were to witness this gathering, they would undoubtedly understand that a significant event was unfolding within the Wuhuan Hall. Every gaze in the assembly was fixed upon Pope Bai Dong, awaiting her address. Bai Dong surveyed her subordinates with a solemn expression and stated, after discussions with the elders of the Elder Hall, I hereby announce 3 critical decisions. Everyone sat up straight, eagerly listening to the Pope's pronouncement. As members of the Wuhuan Hall's upper echelon, they had been privy to Bai Dong's actions over the years, particularly her decisive move to imprison the Grand Offering Qian Douluo, which had instilled fear in them. The first matter, as the Pope, I have determined my successor, approved by the Elder Hall. Henceforth, Hu Laina is appointed as the saintess of the Wuhuan Hall. Do you have any objections? This decision was anticipated, and the assembly naturally voiced no dissent. Moreover, Hu Laina, at merely 26 years of age, had already achieved level 59, a feat unparalleled in the history of the Wuhuan Hall. Even as the Pope's direct disciple, no one dared to challenge her status. Bai Dong surveyed the crowd with authority, listening to their uncontrollable admiration, and felt a sense of satisfaction. The second matter, the 10,000-year transformed soul beast that appeared during the elite tournament, has recently been sighted in the Star Do Great Forest, and it has been confirmed that it remains in its juvenile phase of transformation, concealed therein. This time, we must not allow any mistakes. Therefore, I have decided to dispatch the Holy Dragon Daw to lead a team comprising Qinjunlaw, Zhangmalaw, Gaidadaw, Juwalaw, along with 30 red-cloaked bishops of level 70 and above, as well as Hu Laina, Xiaoyu, and Yin to search for its whereabouts. We must capture it alive and present it for my judgment. Chapter 99. The Wuhuan Empire, several titled Douluo from the lower ranks simultaneously rose, bowing to accept their orders. Hu Laina, standing behind Bai Dong, was filled with excitement. Her teacher's soul bones had been fully equipped. There was no longer a lack of soul bones. Her teacher had hunted the 10,000-year soul beast to absorb its soul ring, and naturally, the soul bones would belong to her. The Pope's direct disciple and the next Pope of the Wuhuan Hall, Bai Dong, cast a sweeping glance, addressing the third matter. The soul hunting operation inflicted significant losses upon my Wuhuan temple, stemming from various factors. Foremost among these threats is the recently ascendant Tang men of the Tiando Empire. Furthermore, as the power of our Wuhuan temple expands, numerous newly initiated soul masters join our ranks, yet many also depart. Although we stand as the largest congregation of soul masters on the continent, we are not the sole entity. Numerous formidable soul masters disregard our Wuhuan temple. To ameliorate this situation and foster greater unity among soul masters, I have resolved to establish an empire in a month under the banner of Wuhuan, rallying a grand army of soul masters to vanquish all adversaries of the Wuhuan temple, particularly the 7 great sects. After all these years, it is high time for a recalibration of power. The phrase Wuhan Empire weighed heavily upon the hearts of all present in the conference room, akin to an explosive soul guide, igniting a fervent uproar. The already outrageous soul-hunting operation now bore the ambition of founding an empire. Would the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire acquiesce to this? Or has the Wuhan Temple grown formidable enough to defy the might of these two great empires? Silence fell as Bai Dong slammed her palm upon the table, her overwhelming aura instantly silencing the room, leaving everyone in a state of trepidation. A dark glimmer flashed in her eyes as she scanned the assembly with a cold gaze. I have not come here for discussion today. I am here to issue commands. The Wuhan Temple is under my dominion, and all matters concerning the Wuhan Empire will be dictated by me. Your only duty is to obey my orders resolutely. Should you defy me, do not blame Bai Dong for her wrath. Slowly, Bai Dong lifted her gaze towards the opulent dome of the conference room. How it can sect. Tang Hao I Bai Dong have endured for over 20 years. It is time for vengeance. When the moment arrives, you shall learn who truly reigns as the master of this continent. Shui, by that time, you will also understand your mother's heartfelt intentions. Report to your holiness. The Tiando Empire has fallen under the control of the Nightmare Beast. The Tiando Emperor, Shui, has passed away, and following the national mourning, the Nightmare Beast has ascended as the new emperor. The ghost leopard Douluo, having rushed in from the Tiando Empire, knelt before Bai Dong, delivering his report. Bai Dong, maintaining her indifferent demeanor, glanced at the kneeling ghost leopard Douluo. Understood. Return and ensure the protection of the Nightmare Beast alongside the Magic Bear. After the ghost leopard Douluo departed, a chorus of admiration erupted among the attendees. They suddenly perceived that the construction of the Wuhan Empire might not be as formidable a task as once thought. In the Angel's Inheritance Land, Sister Shui, what do you think Shao Qi is doing? Ning Rongrong, enveloped in a gentle golden light, resembled a celestial being. Qian Renxue, too, was shrouded in a golden glow, albeit more radiant than Ning Rongrong's. A hint of longing flickered in her eyes as she mused that perhaps Shao Qi was charming some beautiful maiden. Though the separation had not been long, it did not diminish their yearning. If Shao Qi hears you say that, he would surely be displeased, Ning Rongrong giggled. Naughty Rongrong, hurry and cultivate. Otherwise, when the golden light fades, you won't be able to practice swiftly. Qian Renxue playfully flicked Ning Rongrong on the forehead. Rubbing her head, Ning Rongrong pouted, falling into silence. At Tang Man, old monster, if I do not see you for a few more years, I might suspect you have been imprisoned in the Tiando Imperial Palace. Qin Shi remarked jokingly at the increasingly youthful Douluo Tang. Sen also smiled. What if we haven't met for a few years? Do you long for me, old man? Douluo responded cheerfully. Having spent so many years in the Tiando Imperial Palace, he was nearing the point of exasperation. Had it not been for the numerous benefits bestowed by that Shui, he would not have remained there. You old monster. Who would yearn for you? Perhaps I would dream nightmares instead. Qin Shi jested, now slightly taller than Douluo, who, despite his white hair, did not appear out of place. Tang, Sen noted Douluo's choice of words. Old monster, what benefits has the Emperor Shui conferred upon you to retain you? A title, Douluo? Douluo replied nonchalantly. Nothing much, just 1,000,000 gold soul coins and a 10,000-year soul bone. Though he spoke lightly, pride flickered across his wrinkled face. For it was a pride befitting a title Douluo. Only a title Douluo could command such offerings from an empire. Douluo scrutinized the two, attempting to discern their reactions. Upon hearing the term soul bone, Tang San's expression revealed surprise, while Qin Shi displayed disdain. Old monster, I must say, you are easily swayed. A mere soul bone and 1,000,000 gold soul coins have you working for them for years. Before Douluo could retort, Tang San interjected. At least it is a 10,000-year soul bone, which is considered rare. Douluo nodded vigorously. Young prodigy, with your tender age, do not overlook the significance. A 10,000-year soul bone, if revealed, would surely incite a bloody storm across the continent. He ceased to feign ignorance. I truly look down on 10,000-year soul bones. Sighing, he lamented Qin Shi's perspective as somewhat too distant and unrealistic. Not wishing to prolong the debate, Qin retrieved 8 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones from his system space. Here, old monster, do you now think my vision is too far-reaching? Douluo's eyes widened in astonishment, while Tang San was equally taken aback. Xiaoqi, where did you acquire such a multitude of 100,000-year soul bones? 100,000 years, Tang San exclaimed. Douluo's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly losing consciousness from the exhilaration. Young prodigy you. Qin smiled and recounted the origin of the soul bones, prompting Tang San to marvel. Truly, the ocean is unfathomable. Douluo, seizing a right arm bone, declared, this piece is for me. Qin chuckled. That ice-toothed sea serpent bone was intended for you. Douluo, having calmed his racing heart, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, young prodigy. With that, he vanished from sight. Tang San laughed. The old monster fears you might have regrets. Haha, if I truly had regrets, I would not have given it to him. Qin retorted, sharing in the laughter. Qin and Tang San soon found Dai Mubai and the others, each selecting a piece, their expressions brimming with excitement. Excluding Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and the Shrek 7 Devils would soon undergo a remarkable enhancement. In the office of the master at Shrek Academy, Qin and Tang San knocked on the door. Who is it? Teacher, it's me and Xiaoqi, Tang San called out. Upon recognizing his voice, the master smiled and opened the door. Xiao San and Xiaoqi, come in. After pouring them a cup of tea, the master inquired, what brings you both here? Without hesitation, Qin produced the remaining 3 soul bones, and the master's eyes widened in astonishment. Although his level was not high, he could sense the extraordinary nature of these soul bones. Xiaoqi, you possess 3 10,000-year soul bones? The master exclaimed. Qin nodded. Master, these are not mere 10,000-year soul bones. They are 3 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones. The master glanced at Tang San, who nodded in confirmation, leaving the master genuinely astounded. Xiaoqi, how? Qin recounted the origin of the soul bones, realizing that anyone who beheld them would inevitably inquire about their source. Once more, he found himself explaining. Upon hearing his tale, the master understood. It is said that the ocean is mysterious and unfathomable, just within a single region. So many 100,000-year soul beasts exist. To date, the only known living 100,000-year soul beasts on the continent are the Forest King, the Titan giant ape, and the heavenly blue bull python. The ocean is truly formidable. Aside from ocean soul masters, few other soul masters can navigate the sea with such ease. Moreover, ocean soul masters are few in number and lack formidable strength, rendering the ocean a paradise for soul beasts. The master spoke in one breath and then took a deep breath. Xiaoqi, I must confess that my brother and I possess several 10,000-year soul bones, nearly completing our set, but these particular soul bones do not suit us. Thus, I intend to bestow them upon Shrek Academy. Whoever is suitable may absorb them. Qin presented 3 soul bones to the master. Initially, the master intended to decline, but Tang San interjected, Teacher, please accept them. Mubai and the others can each take one. The master, despite his inclination to refuse, could not help but examine the soul bones. 3 fire attribute soul bones. Was there truly a fire attribute soul beast within the ocean? Qin smiled and remarked, I have encountered sea soul beasts engulfed in flames. Why would there not be fire attribute soul bones? The master sighed. Although he was called a master, he possessed a clear self-awareness. Knowledge is an endless pursuit, and he had only just dipped his toes into the vast ocean of learning. This matter alone had completely overturned his understanding. What fire could exist underwater without being extinguished? Shall I allocate these soul bones then? The master looked at the 2. Qin nodded affirmatively. Suddenly, the master recalled something and addressed Tang San. Oh, right, Xiao San. I have already identified the most suitable soul beast for your 7-soul ring and Qin Ming's 8th. After we attend His Majesty's funeral in 3 days, we shall set off. I have notified Flender. Now return and rest, for your soul beasts will be difficult to locate. Tang San paused momentarily, then nodded, understood. Teacher. Upon exiting Shrek Academy, the 2 did not return to Tangman, instead purchasing several tents and provisions in Tiando City. Brother, is this sufficient? Qin inquired, each carrying a large backpack. After a moment's calculation, Tang San nodded and stored the 2 backpacks into his 24-bridge Minjiwai, preparing to return to Tangman. Just then, the people on the street began to retreat to the sides as a cavalry soldier waved a whip. A woman with a child had not managed to escape in time, and the thick whip came to a halt just inches before her. The soldier, momentarily taken aback, attempted to retract the whip to deliver a lesson when he found it seemingly pinned down by a meteorite, unable to pull it back. I say, how could you possibly be selected for the Royal Guard? Qin spoke in a calm tone, exerting slight force, causing the whip to slip from the soldier's grasp, who stumbled backward, nearly falling. Enraged, the soldier summoned 4 soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and purple from beneath him. A voice from a luxurious carriage called out, "Stop!" The soldier quickly retracted his soul rings and turned to face the carriage, standing beside it. Qin had no desire to engage further with such a person. One who could casually insult the common folk under the guise of the Royal Guard was not worth his time. If you have business, speak. If not, be gone. You are disturbing my good mood. Huh. This is the first time I have encountered someone so bold as to speak to me in such a manner, the female voice from the carriage responded, now tinged with coldness. Qin coldly retorted, "You must be of royal lineage. How can you allow your subordinates to harm the common people? I assure you, no one will treat you kindly." An elderly man, standing at the edge of the street, whispered to Qin, "Young man, you must flee. You cannot provoke her." The carriage curtains opened, and a striking woman clad in a red gown, around 23 or 24, descended. However, her gaze was devoid of warmth, marring the beauty her figure and face might have conveyed. "Flee? You injure my subordinate, and still wish to escape? Seize him." With a wave of her hand, over a dozen members of the Royal Guard surrounded Qin, Tang San, the old man, and the woman with the child. 4 identical soul rings appear beneath their feet, a combination of white, yellow, purple, and purple, as they advanced menacingly toward Qin. Qin's eyes turned icy. These were lethal moves. The red-clad woman was indeed ruthless. Before Qin could act, Tang San unleashed his 6 soul rings, activating his 4th soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison. The entire Royal Guard surrounding them was ensnared within the Blue-Silver Prison, all eyes fixated on Tang San's 6 soul rings. "Soul Emperor, you are actually a Soul Emperor." The woman's expression shifted dramatically. A Soul Emperor so young was utterly unheard of. Yet, this only intensified her murderous intent. Having offended her, they must be eradicated. "Tang Lao," the red-clad woman called out to the carriage. "Princess Xueming, you truly are a source of concern," Zheng Lao replied, stooping down as he emerged from the carriage. 7 soul rings appearing beneath him. White, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black. The emergence of a Soul Emperor and a Soul Sage on the streets of Tiando City instilled both fear and envy in the surrounding commoners. In contrast, the soul rings of the encircled royal guards appeared rather dull. The cold demeanor of the red-clad woman faded as a playful smile graced her lips. "Zheng Lao," she said, tugging at his arm. Zheng Lao smiled faintly. "Very well, you troublesome girl." He squinted at Tang San's 4th soul ring, realizing it was a configuration exclusive to Shrek Academy's Tang San. "You do not resemble Tang San. Who exactly are you?" Just as Tang San was about to respond, Qin intervened, addressing Zheng Lao, "Old man, I have no desire for idle chatter. Withdraw your men and cease harming the common people, and I shall allow you to depart. Otherwise, none shall leave." Chapter 101. What a young man, speaking with such bravado. "I shall see what you are made of." Zheng Lao, incensed, summoned a light yellow hammer, his martial soul, ancient wood hammer, the true form of the weapon. The ancient wood hammer instantly enlarged, its handle towering over Zheng Lao. He leaped several dozen meters into the air, the hammer radiating a brilliant yellow light. 6 soul skill. Hammer shockwave. The massive hammer descended mercilessly toward Tang San. Knowing that to harm Qin, he must first neutralize Tang San. Tang San smiled. A hammer martial soul could not possibly rival his Haotian hammer. Yet, Zheng Lao was not worthy of facing him with that. In a flash, Tang Sen summoned his most frequently used forging hammer, which appeared much smaller than Zheng Lao's martial soul. Zheng Lao glanced at it dismissively. Just as the hammer descended to within a meter of Tang San's head, Tang San gripped the hammer with his right hand, channeling his soul power into it. He then swung upward, the two hammers clashing with tremendous force. Zheng Lao's confidence wavered as he was propelled backward without having a chance to speak. Except for Qin Shi, everyone else was left in shock. Logically, a soul emperor should not be capable of besting a soul sage. However, they overlooked Tang San's unique soul ring configuration. Of course, the three 10,000-year soul bones within Tang San also played a significant role. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San relentlessly struck the ancient wood hammer, Zheng Lao's strength waning while Tang San surged. As a user of the hammer martial soul, Zheng Lao recognized what was happening. The chaotic hammer technique. You are, just as Qin Shi and the others were on the verge of revealing their identities, without hesitation, Qin Shi activated his 7 soul rings. Third soul skill, Dragon's Fury. Fourth soul skill, Golden Dragon Slaughter. The aura of slaughter emanated from the Jin Yin Long Chong. As Qin Shi soared into the air in an instant, with a sweeping motion, he struck down vertically, unleashing 2 formidable golden dragons that mercilessly descended upon Elder Zheng. Preoccupied with countering Tang San, Elder Zheng had paid little attention to his surroundings and was caught off guard by the 2 golden dragon strikes, which landed squarely upon him. Following a cloud of dust, a severely injured Elder Zheng lay in the pit, while Princess Xueming gasped in horror and hurried to assist him, helping him to his feet. Elder Zheng took a deep breath, coughed a couple of times, and said, "Xiaoming, it seems we have provoked an undesired opponent." The damage from Qin Shi's attack could only be unleashed by a soul master above level 75, at the very least, and it is undoubtedly the 6th soul skill. "Today, I shall spare your life, begone." Noticing Princess Xueming about to retort, he forced himself to take a breath and declared, "We leave." Tears welled in Princess Xueming's eyes. Yet faced with Qin Shi's overwhelming might, she had no choice but to relent, gritting her teeth as she said, "We depart." The 2 retreated in disgrace, not daring to board their carriage, while those under Tang San's control were released, fleeing in disarray, evoking both amusement and restraint among the observing crowd. After the distance grew between them, a woman, saved by Qin Shi, knelt, holding her child, and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, benefactor." Her tears flowed freely, a testament to her relief from peril. This unexpected gesture startled both men, prompting Qin Shi to quickly assist her, saying, "There is no need for thanks. We merely found them displeasing." After a heartfelt exchange, the woman finally ceased her insistence on gratitude. Qin Shi, with a playful demeanor, even managed to promote Tang Men, eliciting a smile from Tang San, as this clever advertisement garnered popularity for the sect. The following day, Qin Shi and Tang San set forth to the royal palace as representatives of Tang Men, for today marked the burial of the Snow Knight Emperor. A guard at the entrance inquired, "From whence do you come?" To which Tang San replied, "We are here to pay our respects to His Majesty on behalf of Tang Men." Upon hearing the name of Tang Men, the guard's expression shifted. "Please wait. I will announce your arrival." The countenance of the 2 darkened. Those who revealed their backgrounds were granted entry, even individuals from the Douluo Empire. Known for their strained relations with the Tiando Empire, were allowed in, yet members of Tang Men faced exclusion. Tang San was perplexed, while Qin Shi seemed to recall something. Once the guard entered the palace, Qin Shi quietly remarked to Tang San, "Brother, I think we may be targeted shortly. Perhaps we should forego attending this funeral." Tang San was taken aback and lowered his voice, asking, "Why?" Qin Shi explained, "I returned 2 years before you. Let me recount my encounter with the young master of the Spirit Hall." Tang San's expression changed. "You mean you had dealings with the young master of the Spirit Hall?" Fearing that Tang San might overthink, Qin Shi elaborated, and Tang San exhaled in relief. "That's good. Our grievances with the Spirit Hall will be resolved in time. Are Ron and Qianren Shui safe within the Spirit Hall?" Qin Shi nodded. "They have protection. Otherwise, I would not have permitted their departure. The Tiando Empire is on the verge of upheaval. It is unexpected that Shui Qing, he has already met his demise, Tang San remarked. It seems we must gain entry. While it is unwise for us to meddle in royal affairs, we can offer assistance. If we can align the Tian-Do Empire with us, our strength will significantly increase. Qin Shi nodded in agreement, and at that moment, the guard emerged leisurely. Smiling as he addressed them, "You may enter, but you must pay 1,000 gold soul coins." "Here it comes," Qin Shi thought to himself. Tang San produced the required sum and tossed it to the guard, who beamed with delight. "You may proceed." The guard waved his hand, his eyes solely fixed on the coins. Upon entering the palace, they spent an additional 10 gold soul coins to hire a guide. Swiftly arriving at the hall of ancestral worship of the Tian-Do Empire's emperors. This sacred space was off-limits to all but royal blood relatives. Yet outside the hall, numerous meditation cushions were available. Qin Shi and Tang San found a spot to sit and awaited the arrival of Xueqing, he to honor the ancestral spirit tablets. After 2 hours, the cushions filled up, and those without seats stood at the back. Another hour passed, and Xueqing he, adorned with a golden crown and robe, entered, flanked by the demon bear Douluo and ghost leopard Douluo, both clad in black armor. Notably, their expressions bore no hint of sorrow, and their attire seemed ill-suited for a funeral. Xueqing he strode into the hall of ancestral worship, casting a bloodthirsty smile at the ancestral spirits of the Tian-Do Empire. Yet he refrained from causing a scene in front of the gathered crowd. He produced the plaque of the Snow Knight Emperor from his storage soul guide, casually tossed it aside, and exited the hall. Addressing the assembled crowd, he said with a faint smile, "The funeral is concluded. You may leave." Everyone was taken aback as a portly man, who had benefited from the Snow Knight Emperor's grace, rose from his cushion, exclaiming, "Your Highness, is the Emperor's funeral to end in such a hasty manner?" Xueqing, he maintained a nonchalant demeanor. "And what would you have me do?" The man, perspiring slightly, mustered his courage to say, "The Emperor granted me life and elevation. I wish to see him once more. Please, Your Highness, grant me this wish." With that, he knelt on the ground. Chapter 102. Xueqing, his expression darkened. "How could my father's divine presence be seen by one such as you?" The man attempted to protest, but his words failed him as a tremendous pressure crushed his knees, causing them to shatter and his eyes to bulge with blood. Save for Qin Shi and Tang San, all gazes turned towards the demon bear Douluo, their expressions filled with horror. "You may leave now," came the command, yet no one dared to respond. One by one, they fled in terror, each faster than the last, until within the span of a single incense stick, only Qin Shi and Tang San remained. It was not that they wished to stay. Rather, they found themselves unable to leave, as the murderous gazes of the demon bear Douluo and ghost leopard Douluo were fixed upon them. Qin Shi's expression grew serious. He had miscalculated. He had anticipated mere difficulties, but unexpectedly, Bai Dong harbored murderous intent towards him. "Tang San, Qin Shi, I shall take you to Lord Luocha for reward." Xueqing he declared, extending a tongue unlike that of a human, red as blood, licking his lips with a menacing aura. Qin Shi scoffed. "The worth of 100,000-year soul beast is unnecessary to elaborate upon. Is it?" Tang San was momentarily taken aback. The demon bear and ghost leopard Douluo exchanged glances with Xueqing he, their skepticism evident. They had accompanied Xueqing he for half a year, during which he had repeatedly exhibited behaviors uncharacteristic of humanity, leading them to question whether he was indeed a soul beast. Upon hearing Qin Shi's assertion, they became somewhat convinced yet still uncertain. Xueqing, he was alarmed. He trusted Lord Luocha's methods and believed Qin Shi could never uncover his true identity. Thus, Qin Shi must be guessing. "I am not a 100,000-year soul beast. Demon bear, ghost leopard, seize them," he instructed, attempting to keep his tone neutral. The demon bear Douluo and ghost leopard Douluo, however, did not dwell on the matter further. If he were truly a 100,000-year soul beast, he would have been claimed by Bai Dong long ago. How could it come to this? "My martial soul possesses a unique ability. I can ascertain that he is indeed a 100,000-year soul beast." A voice pierced their ears. Qin Shi raised his head, meeting the gaze of the two with confidence. As he noticed the ghost leopard Douluo almost swayed to belief, A smile graced his face. "Gentlemen, do not take action. Allow me to test this matter, and we shall discern the truth." In the mind of Gue Bao, the voice of Qin Shi echoed. Gue Bao cast a glance at Mo Xiong Douluo, and the two retreated several steps simultaneously. Observing this, Qin Shi brandished the Jin Yin Long Chong, its golden and silver hues illuminated before the Hall of Incense. As 7 soul rings rose around him, with a flash, he appeared 2 meters in front of Xue Qinghe, thrusting the dragon spear directly towards the heart. Xue Qinghe remained unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Your soul rings are indeed intimidating. 5 centimeters, 3 centimeters, thud." The Jin Yin Long Chong pierced through Xue Qinghe's heart without any resistance. The watching Gue Bao and Mo Xiong Douluo were taken aback, poised to act but hesitated. They were astonished to find that the heart, pierced as it was, did not spout the expected blood. Accompanied by the transformation of Xue Qinghe's body into fragments of stone, Qin Shi realized he had been deceived. Hastily, he grasped the Jin Yin Long Chong with both hands, aiming its tip downward to resist the dragon's pressure. An invisible wave of light surged outward from Qin Shi, and a tearing sound above drew everyone's attention. "Kin Ki Di Ha!" A dark figure wielding a large blade descended from above. Qin Shi felt a tightening at the scalp, employing the 9 heaven-shattered steps to narrowly evade the blade's strike. "Quick reflexes," the shadow remarked, leaping to deliver successive downward slashes. Qin Shi continuously parried with the Jin Yin Long Chong, declaring, "Crack open, enemy." The shadow leapt again, the blade extending from 2 to 5 meters. Frowning, Qin Shi summoned the power of Long Nu 6 soul skill, breaking Heaven's Mad Dragon. As he beheld the descending blade, he assumed a throwing stance, gripping the Jin Yin Long Chong with one hand. At the moment of release, the spear transformed into a blood-red dragon, roaring fiercely. Thud! The dark figure's blade shattered piece by piece as the Jin Yin Long Chong pierced its shoulder. The shadow crumpled to the ground before Qin Shi, unresponsive. Approaching, Qin Shi withdrew the spear, and the shadow convulsed. "Qin Shi, you cannot kill me." A shrill voice emanated from the figure. Qin Shi stepped upon its head, taking the opportunity to observe it closely. Strangely, the figure was so dark that its features were obscured, resembling a human coated in 2 centimeters of black powder, rendering its face indecipherable. It was evidently a humanoid entity. However, under the influence of the true eye, Qin Shi discerned its identity: Nightmare Beast. It was recognized as the most malevolent among the 3 great mid-tier soul beasts in Douluo. The mere mention of its notorious title instilled fear in many. Yet, there were unyielding soul masters who had searched for the Nightmare Beast in the Star Do forest for decades without a trace, resulting in the loss of over 30 lives, with only one returning utterly deranged. Why? Because they had encountered the 3rd most sinister soul beast, the Ghost Eye Cat Demon. Just a single glance at the Ghost Eye Cat Demon had led to their demise. The sole survivor, upon emerging from the Star Do forest, muttered a single word incessantly: "Meow." Within days, he too perished. And now, beneath his feet lay the first of the Nightmare Beast. It was no wonder that the true I had faltered. Upon first seeing Xue Qinghe, it had also identified him as a Nightmare Beast. After all, no one had ever witnessed a genuine Nightmare Beast in the last 150,000 years, leaving Qin Shi uncertain if this was merely a facade of the Nightmare Beast. The 3 observers were drawn closer out of curiosity, though the distance maintained by Gue Bao and Mo Xiong Douluo due to their adversarial stance did not hinder their view of the Nightmare Beast. "Who is this person? So dark?" Tang San inquired, his curiosity piqued. "This must be the Nightmare Beast," he concluded. "What? The Nightmare Beast?" Tang San gasped, astonished that such a malevolent soul beast truly existed. Nightmare Beast. The other 2, upon hearing the name, could not help but exclaim. Qin Shi was perplexed. Was their astonishment warranted? Moreover, whether this truly was a Nightmare Beast remained questionable. This creature could have numerous manifestations, lurking anywhere. Upon hearing this, Tang San cautiously glanced around but found nothing. Unbeknownst to them, Gui Bao Luo's gaze had grown vacant, as if devoid of life. Suddenly, as Qin Shi stood atop the nightmare beast's foot, it vanished. Gui Bao, what are you doing? Mo Xiongdeluo's voice prompted both Qin Shi and Tang San to look up, only to find Gui Bao seizing Mo Xiongdeluo by the collar. Without a moment's chance for resistance, Mo Xiongdeluo ceased to exist. Gui Bao Deluo opened his mouth, inhaling deeply as wisps of purple threads flowed into him. Turning to Qin Shi and Tang San, he grinned wickedly. The feedback from the true I no longer reflected Gui Bao Deluo, but rather the nightmare beast. Those who betray me are all enemies. With a swift motion, the nightmare beast vanished. Thud! Thud! Qin Shi and Tang San felt as if struck by a mountain. Lacking any time to react, they were instantly propelled through several walls. Coughing, Qin Shi pondered, is this the true form of the nightmare beast? The creature approached, raising a hand and opening its mouth. Qin Shi, entrust your soul power to me. I shall safeguard it, it cackled. In chapter 103, Qin Shi grasped the hand that lifted him, yet the strength of a 98-level tidal Douluo was overwhelming. He could not open his eyes as he felt his soul power being drained. His complexion began to pale. Old man, save me. Senior, please. Qin Shi felt utterly powerless, his head spinning. Sigh. The creator god sighed, and a golden beam descended from the heavens, enveloping both Qin Shi and the nightmare beast. The nightmare beast let out a shriek, its body igniting like paper, disintegrating into fragments. Qin Shi half-kneeled on the ground, his vision darkening as he collapsed. Xiao Qi, we must leave quickly. Ultimately, I cannot escape your grasp, senior. We are inherently one. What is there to escape? The voice of the senior, which had resonated in Qin Shi's mind, manifested in the divine realm. Ha! This lad has truly suffered. Should I not grant him some benefits? The creator god chuckled. The senior inquired, what more can I offer him? I have already bestowed all my treasures upon that lad. Moreover, fuse with me quickly. Your power should ascend further. The creator god shook his head. No, you seem to be in a decent state. You should last a while longer. I shall entrust the deity to him while I search the depths of the universe for something to revive you. Thank you, Brother Lun Hui. The senior's voice suddenly turned sweet. The creator god shuddered. You are still a male. Be mindful. The emperor's heart continued to pulse, gray energy gradually restoring Qin Shi's soul power. Just like that. Back at Shrek Academy, Tang San laid Qin Shi upon a bed, recounting the events to the master. Upon hearing, the master murmured, what does the spirit hall truly desire? He had not anticipated that Bibi Dong's ambition encompassed the entirety of Douluo Delu. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the Tiando Imperial Palace, and fortunately, Xue Qinghe had dismissed the surrounding individuals, for the clash between Qin Shi and the nightmare beast had not attracted much attention, although some would inevitably hear of it. Fortunately, Tang San swiftly fled with Qin Shi, evading capture by the offerings of the Tiando royal family. The crown prince is missing. The crown prince is missing. A guard, unable to contain his curiosity, attempted to sneak a peek, only to be met with the sight of a lifeless body. In a state of panic, he could not suppress a cry. Having been bribed by Xue Qinghe, the offerings received the news in rapid succession and hurriedly arrived, their legs moving swiftly, yet their faces betraying no sorrow, even adorned with smiles. After all, they were the ones whose hearts had been bought, who would mourn the disappearance of another. Naturally, the Prince Xuebeng also received the news and made a bold decision to seek out Xue Qinghe. After an hour, Xuebeng, clad in a dragon robe, incessantly drummed his fingers on the chair. Have you located the crown prince? Your Highness, I regret to inform you that we have been unable to find him, the guard replied, his eager expression reeking of insincerity. Xuebeng smiled, a flicker of excitement illuminating his features. I never anticipated such fortune would befall me. Inform the 3 chief officials and the esteemed offerings that, following a week of national mourning, we shall convene to discuss the crown prince's disappearance. Also, ensure that the gifts are prepared. Understood, Your Highness. The corners of Xuebeng's mouth could not help but curl upwards. He found himself unable to contain his joy. Happiness had descended upon him as unexpectedly as a tornado. Xue Beng sought counsel from Prince Xue Xing, Uncle Xue Xing. What do you think would be appropriate to offer those avaricious offerings? After years of being overshadowed by his elder brother, their impression of him and the populace was far from favorable. Xue Xing pondered for a moment. We must find a reliable ally, one who can be counted upon. Without hesitation, Xue Beng exclaimed, "The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. No, we should consider Tang Men. Why not the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School?" Xue Xing, having been through similar experiences, wore a mocking expression. Those major sects are nothing but grapes that do not spit out their skins. Grapes? Grape skins? Xue Xing slapped his forehead in disbelief. What sort of nonsense is this? Are you truly this oblivious? After a round of explanations, Xue Beng's eyes lit up. Uncle, Tang Min is indeed an excellent choice. Is this Tang Min? The recently awakened Qin Shi lay on the bed, surveying the familiar surroundings and murmuring, "Ah, my head aches." Sitting up, he repeatedly tapped his head. Perhaps my spiritual power has severely depleted. Without the Emperor's heart, I fear I may not survive. Qin Shi lamented. He had always sailed smoothly with Long Xiaoyao's protection, allowing him to act without concern. Now, without that protection, he suddenly felt as if he were too weak. Or was it that the title Douluo was simply too formidable? Enough of this. I do not wish to dwell on it any longer. My head is killing me. Qin Shi shook his head, dismissing the excess thoughts, and lay back down to rest. The nightmarish beast had perished, and the plan had failed, yet Bai Dong remained concealed in a dark space, her voice echoing without a visible form. The light hid beyond the horizon, revealing only half of its face, as the final rays of sunlight cascaded upon the earth. I have awakened once more. Stretching lazily, Qin Shi slapped his head, still feeling a twinge of pain. Through the window, the afterglow bathed his face. "I'm quite the handsome fellow," he sang cheerily. Dressed and stepping out of the room, he took a deep breath. Was that delightful aroma? "Xiao Qi, you are awake." Tang San approached, carrying a bowl of soup. "Here, drink this." Qin Shi, not one to be polite, accepted the bowl and gulped it down. "By the way, brother, how long did I sleep?" "Just an afternoon." "Phew, that is good. I thought I might sleep for several days." The injury was to the sea of spirituality. It is only natural to rest longer. Only you could recover so swiftly under such spiritual exhaustion. Perhaps my vitality is robust. Qin Shi offered with a grin. Tang San did not dwell on it further. "You should rest some more." "It's fine. I have already awakened. I am now well rested." "What a peculiar being." "Very well. I shall inform Grandfather Long and the others." Upon hearing of your injury, they nearly stormed the palace. Qin Shi rubbed his nose, contemplating the chaos that would ensue if they did. The Tiando royal family must be in disarray now. Indeed, when I fled, the surrounding palaces were deserted, allowing us to escape unscathed. However, Prince Xue Beng seems to have stabilized the situation. It was indeed surprising that Xue Qinghe was a manifestation of the nightmarish beast. Xiao Qi, that golden light. Tang San had been captivated by the golden light that descended from the heavens for quite some time, recognizing it was not one of Qin Shi's soul techniques, as he had witnessed all of Qin Shi's soul skills except for the true form of his martial soul. That was a senior I encountered along the way. He assisted me in obtaining my 6th soul ring. Tang San did not question this revelation, sensing the immense power of that individual, akin to Long Xiaoyao. Xiao Qi, it is truly shrouded in mystery. Chapter 104, A Flicker of Starlight. A night passed without incident. Prince Xue Beng has arrived. Prince Xue Xing has arrived. A sharp, resonant voice echoed throughout Tangmen. Upon seeing the prince, especially Prince Xue Beng, the guards hastily cleared the way, wary of provoking him. Contrary to expectations, Xue Beng and Prince Xue Xing alighted from their carriage. "Hello, is your sect master present?" Xue Beng, observing the distant guards, felt a twinge of awkwardness. His influence was indeed substantial. Upon hearing that the sect master was not present, the guards perked up. "Your Highness, the sect master is elusive. We, the gatekeepers, rarely catch sight of him." "Oh, may I enter to seek your sect master?" Xue Beng endeavored to soften his tone, smiling gently. "Ah, your Highness, please proceed." The guard, momentarily stunned, could hardly believe how accommodating Prince Xuebeng was. Nodding, Xuebeng stepped into Tang men. Master, Prince Xuexing and Prince Xuebeng have arrived. Shall we bring them in? Liang Xiaoshan, donned in battle armor, exuded a sharp intensity, appearing more gallant than before. First, summon Shao Qi, then welcome the prince and the royal uncle inside. Understood, master. As Qin Shi entered the main hall, he inquired, Brother, what is it? Has the Tian Dou royal family come to cause trouble? Confused, he had been dreaming of his two wives when he was abruptly awakened and was not in the best of moods. Prince Xuebeng and Prince Xuexing have arrived. I suspect they come to court our favor. Let them come. Brother, you can handle it. I shall return to my slumber. Wait, since they wish to court our favor, let us seize the opportunity to see if we can gain control over the Tian Dou royal family. This is a non-bloody yet highly effective method. Fine. I shall be a mere specter in this matter. As long as I do not snore, I will not be discovered. With his head drooping, Qin Shi found a secluded spot to sit down and resumed his sleep. Tang Xin chuckled helplessly. Prince Xuebeng, the sect master awaits you in the Grand Hall. Thank you. Liang Xiaoshan welcomed Xuebeng and Xuexing inside, astonished by the prince's courteousness. This royal's reputation was indeed difficult to fathom. Prince Xuebeng, Prince Xuexing, welcome to Tang men. Upon their first glance at Tang San, both Xuexing and Xuebeng were momentarily taken aback, realizing that the sect master was surprisingly youthful. The esteemed leader of the Tang sect, Tang San, stepped forward to shake hands with Prince Xuexing, who had long been anticipated. Meanwhile, Xuebeng stood to the side, scanning the surroundings with keen vigilance. The prince, displaying courteous demeanor, invited them to take a seat and enjoy some tea. Although the Tang sect has a relatively brief history, its strength is not in the slightest inferior to that of the lower four sects, Xuebeng remarked. The prince humbly disagreed, asserting that the Tang sect's development is still in its nascent stages, falling short of the lower four sections. Tang San, maintaining his polite facade, suggested that they take a tour of the Tang sect. Unbeknownst to the leader, both he and Xuebeng had come with ulterior motives. Prince Xuexing, with a wry smile, expressed that their visit was not merely for pleasantries. Tang San, feigning ignorance yet still smiling, inquired about their true intentions. With the crown prince missing, the palace has descended into chaos, leaving only Xuebeng and me as the remaining members of the royal family, he explained. Unfortunately, my age renders me unable to manage the situation effectively, and Xuebeng's past has garnered him some discontent among the people. Thus, I seek an alliance with the Tang sect to support Xuebeng's ascension and stabilize the hearts of the populace. Having delivered his rehearsed speech from the night before, the prince's face shimmered with anticipation. However, Tang San's expression turned troubled as he responded. The Tang sect is currently in a phase of rapid development, and our financial resources are depleting swiftly. He hesitated, contemplating the implications of their alliance. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Prince Xuexing reassured him that the Tang sect need not worry about finances. Over the years, Xuebeng and I have accumulated some savings, and our noble status allows us access to a portion of the national treasury, approximately 10 million gold soul coins. Should you agree to the alliance, the funds will be transferred to the Tang sect by tomorrow. Impressed by the prince's generosity, Tang Sen struggled to maintain his composure, opting instead to smile broadly. Fortunately, I had anticipated this situation. Rest assured, I have conducted research on the Tang sect's hidden weapons and their significant demand for metals. The medicinal and poison halls also require ample supplies of herbs. Therefore, I have prepared everything in advance. Once Xuebeng ascends, the City of Metals will be gifted to the Tang sect, along with 80% of the various herbs collected by the Imperial Treasury over the years. What say you? Provided Xuebeng takes the throne? Xuebeng's expression shifted. This detail had not been discussed with him by his uncle. However, given the current circumstances, he chose to remain silent. Tang sensed a mischievous glint in Qin Shi's eyes, recalling that Qin Shi had mentioned that adopting a troubled expression would yield benefits for the Tang sect. Clearing his throat, Tang San remarked, "It appears that both your highness and Prince Xuebeng are quite eager to form an alliance with the Tang sect. Therefore, I shall no longer feign reluctance." Liang Xiao, please bring 10 Zhuge divine crossbows to present to His Highness as a token of our goodwill. With a light cough, he smiled. I must admit, I feel somewhat exasperated. After all the effort I have put forth, you think 10 Zhuge divine crossbows will suffice? Nevertheless, he recognized the necessity of appeasing them, feeling a tinge of bitterness. Thank you, esteemed leader. The Zhuge divine crossbows from the Tang sect are indeed rare treasures. Many covet them, but cannot obtain them. Prince Xuesheng praised. 10 will suffice. It is certainly better than nothing. Once the crossbows were in hand, Prince Xuesheng announced, Xuebing and I shall return to the palace now. We shall not impose any further. Tang San replied, You seem quite busy. I shall not see you off. After the national mourning, you may directly seek out Douluo, who will send assistance your way. Both princes departed, their faces radiant with joy. Meanwhile, Qin Shi, who had been discreetly observing, mused about the bounty they had acquired, noting that the city of metals alone was exceptionally precious. Not to mention the 80% of the imperial herbs. Who knows how many of those might include celestial herbs? His thoughts shifted to the ultimate goal, the sea god's legacy artifact, the Hanhai Qinquan shield. They had yet to mention it, but he planned to request it from Xuebing later. As if sensing his thoughts, Xuebing rubbed his nose and pondered aloud. Why do I feel like someone is thinking of me? However, excitement soon eclipsed his curiosity. I am about to become emperor. Days swiftly passed, and soon they found themselves in the Douluo forest. Blue-silver prison, golden dragon slaughter, roar. With a thunderous clash, the 5,000-year-old crimson flame horned wolf was felled, suitable for Senior Qin Ming to absorb its soul ring. Holding the golden and silver dragon spear, Qin Shi encouraged Senior, quickly finish it off. Upon absorbing the soul ring, you will become a soul Douluo. Their party, having set out a day prior, had spent a night in the Douluo forest and now encountered the formidable beast. Qin San and Qin Chi swiftly dispatched the soul beast, and with great joy, Qin Ming ended its life with a dagger, adjusting his state to absorb the energy. For Qin Ming, a 5,000-year-old soul beast proved trivial, and within an hour, he had completely absorbed it. Although the age of the soul beast did not match his ideal expectations, its enhancements surpassed those of older soul beasts. Master, he said, the soul ring does not have to be of high age. It is better to obtain one that is most suitable for oneself. You are quite fortunate, Xiao Ming. Xiao San, see if the soul beast possesses any soul bones. I'm already satisfied with such a remarkable soul ring. As for the precious soul bones, I dare not wish for them. Qin Ming replied modestly. How will you know if you do not search? Qin Shi interjected, moving closer to the fallen beast. Found it, he exclaimed. Master was taken aback. Really? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Qin Shi took Qin Ming's small dagger, enveloped it in soul power, and carefully made a cut on the soul beast's left foreleg, retrieving a crimson soul bone. Master's eyes lit up. Quickly absorb it. But there are no buts. Just absorb it. Without further hesitation, Qin Ming prepared to absorb the bone, just as a thunderous roar echoed from 50 meters ahead. Emerging from behind 2 towering trees, Qin Shi smiled upon recognizing the silhouette, Titan Great Ape. The Titan Great Ape pounded its chest, seemingly responding to Qin Shi's call. Where is Xiao Wu? Qin Shi speculated, though the beast's response was ambiguous. Titan Great Ape, please take my brother Tang San to find Xiao Wu. Qin Shi gestured towards Tang San, cautiously speaking. The Titan Great Ape, recalling Tang San, seemed to harbor doubts due to his significant transformation, looking at him with a hint of hostility, as if viewing a rival in love. Qin Shi slapped his forehead in exasperation. What are you thinking? Though Tang San was less fearful than during their first encounter, trepidation still coursed through him. Yet, for the sake of Xiao Wu, he resolved to proceed. Titan Great Ape, please lead me to find Xiao Wu. Upon hearing this, the Titan Great Ape reached for Tang San, who did not shy away, allowing himself to be taken away. As they departed, only Qin Shi and Zhao Wuji remained composed, while Master Lu Erlong and Qin Ming were filled with trepidation. Is this what a 100,000-year-old soul beast is like? Truly terrifying. With the Titan Great Ape's appearance, Qin Ming hesitated to absorb the soul bone. carefully placing it into his storage soul guide, intending to wait until they returned to absorb it. Qin Shi also expressed understanding, remarking that it was entirely normal to exhibit such behavior when encountering a soul beast for the first time. Xiao Qi, is this the Titan giant ape that you and I discussed, the one that was beaten by Long Lao? The master inhaled deeply and inquired, will Xiao San be in any danger? Qin Shi nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed, it is a friend of Xiao Wu, along with the Tianqing Yunong. They would never harm my brother. Long Lao has secretly followed as well. That is reassuring. Xiao Qi, have you ever encountered the Tianqing Yunong? It truly exists. The master exclaimed, astonished. He recalled having spotted references to the Tianqing Yunong in obscure ancient texts of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, which he had come across during his early years of searching for various books, ultimately confirming the existence of this soul beast. He was astonished to learn that Qin Shi had seen it many years prior. Curiosity piqued. The master wondered if the Tianqing Yunong truly resembled the depictions in the texts. He yearned to observe it for himself, to document the Tianqing Yunong, and to dispel any notions that he was merely a dilettante reliant on book learning, thereby silencing his critics. Isn't it merely a 100,000-year soul beast? What's so astonishing about that? I possess several 100,000-year soul rings myself, Qin Shi remarked nonchalantly. The master's expression darkened, but he refrained from responding, for Qin Shi spoke the truth. After Tang San and Long Xiaoyao departed, only 5 individuals remained in the team. With nothing pressing to attend to, they decided to return to Tiando City. At Tangmen, Liang Xiao was busy dispatching hidden weapons outside the sect. Qin Shi, just returned from the Stardow Forest, intercepted Liang Xiao and inquired, which faction requires such an abundance of hidden weapons? I have seen thousands being loaded onto carts from afar. Director, these are hidden weapons required by the royal family of the Xinglua Empire, totaling 3,000 pieces. 3,000? That is quite a significant demand. Exercise caution during transportation, especially regarding the Wuhuan Temple. Understood, Director. This batch is led by Senior Yang and Senior Niu Gao, so there should be no issues along the way. After offering a few more words of caution, Qin Shi returned to his room in Tangmen, while the master and others returned to Shrek Academy. Lying on his bed, Qin Shi's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Who could fathom why he seemed so unwell after having been perfectly fine moments ago? It seemed his spiritual power had yet to recover, rendering him unable to move. I must endure the pain, Qin Shi murmured to himself, cradling his head in distress. As the pain gradually subsided, he slowly slipped into slumber. Senior Yang, 5 miles ahead. I have spotted a group of individuals clad in black, exuding a formidable aura. Should we take a detour? I fear they harbor ill intentions. Liang Xiu whispered to Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi furrowed his brow, recognizing that they were traversing a shortcut frequently used by Niu Gao and others for communication between the Xinglua Empire and the Tiando Empire. It was a path typically unnoticed by outsiders. Why would there be a group of black-clad individuals here? He sensed a hint of danger. I'll halt. We shall take a detour, Yang Wudi commanded the caravan. A detour? What do you intend to divert to? You think you can evade me right under my nose? A sharp voice echoed, drawing closer. As the words fell, 100 black-clad figures emerged, encircling the convoy. In front of Yang Wudi, one black-clad individual lowered their hood, revealing a familiar female face. Jihuaguan. Yang Wudi ground his teeth in anger. This path is mine, and this tree I have planted. If you wish to pass, you must pay a toll. The voice of Jihuaguan dripped with mockery. Damn it, Jihuaguan, this road is mine. What business does the Wuhuan Temple have here? Please do not obstruct us. Yang Wudi attempted to maintain a calm tone, aware that even a title de law should not intimidate him. You old fool, leave your convoy behind, and I will allow the Tang men to depart unharmed. If you do not comply, the consequences are beyond what mere 3-soul Douluos can bear. Jihuaguan's tone was unyielding yet laced with sharpness. Niu Gao's temper flared, and he was about to strike, but Yang Wudi hurriedly intervened. All right, Jihuaguan, we shall leave. But the carts must remain. You old goat, those hidden weapons are immensely valuable. Niu Gao protested, exasperated. 3,000 hidden weapons are worth over 10 million gold soul coins. Even Tang men cannot afford such a loss. Yang Wudi appeared unperturbed by Niu Gao's words, slowly retreating while Yang Xiao and the Tang men members followed suit. Just as they were about to turn and flee, Zhu Huaguan's figure reappeared before them. Chapter 106. Were it not for the fear of you damaging the hidden weapons, I would have already dispatched you. However, it is not too late to act now. Attack! Each black-clad figure was adorned with at least 5 soul rings, illuminating the sky in a kaleidoscope of colors. Zhu Huaguan, my subordinates are not cowards, Yang Wudi declared, summoning his 8 soul rings one by one. Liang Xiao and Niu Gao, and all members of Tang men unleashed their martial souls. A glance revealed that the lowest among them was at the soul master level, which was a stark contrast to the Wuhuan Temple S forces. Yet none of them displayed fear. Their faces were etched with unwavering fighting spirit. A battle among soul masters was imminent. Launch the hidden weapons. Young Wudi Beloet, noticing that Zhu Huaguan showed no inclination to take action. He sought to exploit her hesitation by employing hidden weapons to swiftly eliminate some of her subordinates. In an instant, countless silver flashes flickered, and the Wuhuan Temple's black-clad members, caught off guard, were pierced through by an array of silver needles. Zhu Huaguan was taken aback, but soon a smile graced her lips. What exquisite hidden weapons! Imagine how powerful they would be when equipped to my Wuhuan Empire's army. Wuhuan True Body. Yang Wudi engaged the 3-soul Douluos of the Wuhuan Temple with unwavering resolve. Employing a reckless-style combat, Liang Xiao and Niu Gao, their eyes ablaze with fury, fought with all their might, unleashing 200% of their strength. 10 miles away, a figure clad in a black robe with a stubbled face, Tang Hao, furrowed his brow. The presence of several soul Douluos, along with familiar auras, struck him. Zhu Huaguan. Tang Hao hastened towards the direction of the battle. All of you shall perish. The formidable breaking soul gun dispatched the 3 soul Douluos one by one, then swiftly targeted a nearby soul emperor. Zhu Huaguan faltered, realizing the loss of 3 soul Douluos was a significant blow to the Wuhuan Temple. I cannot afford to waste time. All of you shall perish. 6 soul skill. Golden petals rain. The Wuhuan Shirong Tong Tian Ju appeared in her hand, causing the surrounding trees to bloom with golden flowers. The petals, infused with immense soul power, were unleashed like a meteor shower, bombarding the battleground. The Wuhuan Temple members appeared to be prepared, swiftly retreating from the battle, while the Tangmen members were caught off guard by Zhu Huaguan's soul skill. Boom! The meteor shower of petals created a massive crater upon impact. And, as the dust settled, none of the Soul Saints or lower-ranked members of Tang men remained unscathed. The Soul Saints were gravely injured, while Yang Wudi and his companions sustained only minor wounds. As Soul Douluos, even Zhu Huaguan, a title Douluo, could not inflict severe injuries with just a single 6 soul skill. As Zhu Huaguan prepared to unleash the golden petals upon the surviving Tang men Soul Saints, she suddenly turned, her voice sharp as she cried out, Tang Hao. Yang Wudi was momentarily stunned. He had encountered Tang Hao years prior, though he harbored deep resentment towards the Haotian sect. He had maintained a relatively amicable attitude towards Tang Hao, who had sincerely apologized for past grievances. Now, seeing Tang Hao felt akin to spotting a beacon of hope. For no one desired death, including Yang Wudi and Niu Gao. What is it, Zhu Huaguan? Is it just you today? Tang Hao's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet his words were distinctly clear. He no longer feared Tang Hao. He had now stepped half a pace into the realm of ultimate Douluo. Dealing with this rabble was a mere trifling task for him, including you. Martial spirit true form. The extraordinary Chirong Tong Tian Ju spirit manifested, instantly elevating the aura of Zhu Huaguan. Tang Hao, I wish to waste no time with you. Let us settle our old grudges today. With a cold snort, Tang Hao remarked that vengeance was indeed due. Rest assured, you shall not walk the path to hell alone. The specters will accompany you. 9 circles of soul rings appeared beneath Tang Hao's feet, his hand clasping the heavy and imposing Haotian hammer. Weapon spirit true form. Prepare to meet your demise. With his eyes ablaze, Tang Hao unleashed a devastating strike. Zhu Huaguan's expression shifted as he recognized the initiation of Tang Hao's strike, recalling all too well how the Pope had once been grievously injured by this very move. The Pope had been a formidable 95th level title Douluo, while Tang Hao had only recently ascended to title Douluo. The disparity between them was not insignificant. Yet, Tang Hao had still managed to wound the Pope, underscoring the tremendous damage this blow could inflict. The ninth soul skill, Zhu Hua Can, a landscape marred by wounds, petals fall, and hearts ache. Zhu Huaguan unleashed the Qirong Tong Tianju, scattering petals that transformed into a colossal tornado of destruction, surging toward Tang Hao. Tang Hao felt the weight of Zhu Huaguan's attack. Though their soul power levels differed by only one rank, that rank felt insurmountable. With a thunderous collision, a massive mushroom cloud erupted, clearing the surrounding area for miles, sending Yang Wudi and others tumbling through the air. As the dust settled, Tang Hao and Zhu Huaguan remained suspended in the sky, motionless. Gritting his teeth, Zhu Huaguan unleashed his ninth soul skill once more. Tang Hao's gaze sharpened, recognizing the amplified power of this impending strike. God of Death's domain, chaotic wind hammer technique. Countless petals, sharp as blades, relentlessly assaulted Tang Hao. In that moment, few noticed that Zhu Huaguan's hands had turned black, the darkness creeping up his arms. Feel the divine might of the Pope, Tang Hao. Zhu Huaguan wielded a 5-inch-long Rakshasa sword, feeling as though the world belonged to him. I come to guide you on your journey. As Tang Hao continued to parry Zhu Huaguan's ninth soul skill, he noticed the black sword aimed at him, prompting a swift change in his demeanor. Great Sumeru hammer technique, exploding ring. 2 black soul rings detonated in succession, causing Tang Hao's muscles to quiver, the Haotian hammer tainted with a hint of crimson. The chaotic wind hammer technique, the final blow of the 81 strikes, charged to its zenith. A colossal wave of invisible energy surged from the collision of the Haotian hammer and the Rakshasa sword, propelling both Tang Hao and Zhu Huaguan into the air, the weapons vanishing from sight. In an instant, the battlefield fell silent, broken only by the heavy breathing of Tang Hao and Zhu Huaguan. Yang Wudi, having been blown a great distance, stealthily approached the gravely injured Zhu Huaguan, retrieving a rope from his storage soul guide, quickly binding Zhu Huaguan's hands and feet, even gagging him with a towel. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, trembling yet upright, observed Yang Wudi's actions with a mix of astonishment and amusement. Niu Gao approached cautiously, supporting Tang Hao and inquiring about his well-being. Chapter 107. Tang Hao did not take offense at Niu Gao addressing him by name. Their enmity had been resolved years prior, and they were now equals, no longer needing formal titles. I am fine. It is fortunate that Zhu Huaguan lives. We shall take him back to Tang Min for interrogation. Tang Hao bent forward, gripping his knees to steady himself. It seems the minions of the Spirit Hall cannot be apprehended now. First, we must retrieve the scattered hidden weapons. You all continue transporting the remaining ones while I return to Tang Min alone, Tang Hao instructed, fearing for Zhu Huaguan's life. Yang Wudi administered a healing herb before hoisting the bound Zhu Huaguan and tossing him to Niu Gao. Niu Gao supported Tang Hao with one hand while grasping Zhu Huaguan with the other. Why are you giving me this fellow? You take Tang Hao and Zhu Huaguan back to Tang Min. Liang Xiao and I will continue to transport the hidden weapons to the Xingluo Empire. Niu Gao nodded in agreement, urging caution on the journey. Yang Wudi gathered the hidden weapons and led the remaining members of Tang Min onward to the Xingluo Empire. After allowing Tang Hao a moment to recuperate, Niu Gao and the others set forth, now joined by the 3 of them. Tang Hao, where have you been all these years? Niu Gao inquired. Shao Qi has been mentioning you daily. At the mention of Shao Qi, a smile graced Tang Hao's face. I have done little, just extinguished a few small branches of the Spirit Hall. Niu Gao was taken aback. Why have we not heard of any branches of the Spirit Hall being destroyed? Tang Hao smirked, well aware of the Spirit Hall's modus operandi. You should know that if a branch of the Spirit Hall were to be obliterated, such a significant event would likely leave no witnesses alive, except perhaps myself. Huh, it has been quite some time since I engaged in battle. Niu Gao asked, then why not eliminate all branches of the Spirit Hall? I simply do not wish to implicate the innocent. I fear those caught in the crossfire might suffer dire consequences due to my actions. Nu gao sidenti at mit Tang Hao. Appreciating his clarity of vision, unclouded by hatred. Tang Hao chuckled ruefully. After all these years, had I not suppressed my hatred, it would not have been Zhu Huaguan who was defeated today. As Tang Hao's condition improved, their pace quickened, and within the hour, they returned to Tangmen. Upon awakening, Qin Shi's eyes filled with emotion upon seeing Tang Hao, and the two embraced in silence. Observing this reunion, Niu Gao reflected on Tang Hao's life. Though his wife had passed, and he had been expelled from his sect, the presence of two sons, each more extraordinary than himself, made life worthwhile. After a long while, they released each other, and Tang Hao patted Qin Shi's shoulder. Indeed, you have grown strong over the years. Of course, in a few more years, you will surpass me. Laughter erupted as the previously somber atmosphere lightened. Unbeknownst to them, many familiar faces had gathered. Bai He, Titan, Tang San, Daimu Bai, and Ma Hongjun. Tang Hao marveled at the long-awaited reunion, joyous to see his old friends flourishing. Bai He and Titan embraced Tang Hao, while Daimu Bai and the others bowed. Your Highness. Tang Hao greeted them with a smile. No need for formalities. You are all brothers of Shao Qi and Shao San. Just call me Uncle. The Shrek's 7 monsters cheered in unison. Uncle Tang. Good, good. Tang Hao Lauet Hatitili. Zhu Huaguan was taken to the military headquarters under guard. As night fell, Qin Shi organized a welcome gathering for Tang Hao. Afterward, they ascended to the rooftop of Qin Shi's chamber, where she rested her chin on her hands, gazing at the stars. Father, it has been 10 years since we last met, yet you remain unchanged. Are you not going to change your attire? I heard from my brother that mother has been taken to the ice and fire Yin Yang Ai. Indeed, I shall take you to see Yin tomorrow. It is time I change my outfit as well, Tang Hao replied. Qin Shi nodded slightly. And I heard my brother mention that you returned to Hao Yinzhou? Tang Hao replied with a wry smile. Indeed, but we are not allowed to acknowledge our ancestral roots. However, we were given an opportunity to choose, with 3 conditions. First, Shaosan must obtain a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone within 3 years. Second, Shaosan must break through to soul Douluo before turning 25 and bring you back. Third, 2 soul bones over 50,000 years must be returned to the sect. Qin Shi pondered for a moment, finding the conditions seemingly simple. Well, the main challenge is for Shao San to reach soul Douluo before 25, which is quite difficult. As long as my brother puts in some effort, he will surely achieve soul Douluo by then, Tang Hao reflected. After some thought, he decided to set those matters aside for the time being. The night passed without a word. In the early morning, as the first light of dawn appeared, Tang Hao and Qin Shi had already arrived at the ice and fire Yin Yang Eye. Between the ice eye and the fire eye, the 2 immortal herbs previously dug up by Tang San had sprouted anew after several years, revealing small shoots. In the middle of the 2 herbs was a plant about 1 meter tall, adorned with 2 leaves, the blue-silver grass swaying gently in the wind. Qin Shi recognized it as a yin. Tang Hao gently caressed one of a yin's leaves, and to his surprise, a yin seemed to come alive. Wrapping its leaves around Tang Hao's large hand, Tang Hao quickly waved to Qin Shi, who approached. Just as he was about to speak, a yin's other leaf slowly extended, reaching Qin Shi's height, gently brushing against his head. Qin Shi was momentarily stunned, feeling a lump in his throat as he murmured, "Mama." A yin visibly trembled, perhaps filled with joy at having gained another son. The gentle touch of the leaf on Qin Shi's head became even softer. That day, Tang Hao and Qin Shi spoke at length, ushering in a new day. Qin Shi groggily rose from bed, his face pale and feeling quite unwell. Although his spirit had recovered significantly, the forced extraction had damaged his sea of consciousness, indicating that full recovery would take some time. "Shao Qi, are you awake?" "Shao San is back," came a loud call from outside the hall. "I'm up. I'm coming," Qin Shi responded. As Qin Shi entered the hall, Shao Wu bounced over, patting his shoulder. "Shao Qi, have you missed your sister Shao Wu?" Qin Shi smiled back. "Of course, it's been 5 years, and you have become even more beautiful." Tang San interjected, "Shao Qi, stop flattering Shao Wu. If you keep it up, she might fly away." "Well, I can't just say that Shao Wu is getting uglier. Can I? Xiao Wu fumed, with a swift kick from her long leg aimed at Qin Shi. He deftly caught it with his left hand and tossed her toward Tang San, who caught her with a grin. Chapter 108. After Xiao Wu steadied herself, she exclaimed, Xiao Qi, you become a soul saint. I thought only Sangu was a soul saint. What you think is just that, what you think. I'm already level 76. While you're only at 65, and you dare to challenge me. Qin Shi found a place to sit, a mocking smile gracing his face. Xiao Wu, furious, was ready to retaliate when Tang San interjected, Xiao Wu, don't cause trouble. We have important matters to discuss. Feeling somewhat defeated, Xiao Wu realized that despite her rapid progress in the Stardow Forest, she could not compete with Tang San or Qin Shi. In the Stardow Forest, we encountered Bai Dong, Long Xiao Yao stated gravely. Her goal might be the core area of the Stardow Forest. However, halfway through, it seemed she received some news, laughed maniacally, and vanished. Even I couldn't sense a trace of her. She's become more terrifying. Upon hearing Bai Dong's name, Xiao Wu fell silent, no longer causing a ruckus. Tang San's expression turned serious as he remarked, Bai Dong may be plotting something. Tang Hao clenched his fists, his teeth gritting at the mention of her. Alas, he sighed, feeling powerless against Bai Dong's growing strength. How could he seek vengeance? Zhu Huaguan is a trusted aide of Bai Dong. He should know something. Qin Shi recalled Zhu Huaguan, prompting Tang Hao to slap his forehead, having forgotten about him. Tang San and Xiao Wu were both taken aback, asking in unison, Zhu Huaguan? Yes, yesterday. My father encountered Zhu Huaguan trying to forcefully seize a batch of concealed weapons escorted by Grandpa Yang to the Xing Luo Empire. He was defeated and captured. Qin Shi explained. Tang San's face lit up with joy, while Xiao Wu's expression darkened with hatred. Zhu Huaguan was among those who once hunted her mother. In the military headquarters, since Zhu Huaguan was a titled Douluo, even when sealed, they dared not let their guard down. He was assigned a single room, with several soul saints stationed to watch over him. Qin Shi had instructed those soul saints to punish Zhu Huaguan each time he showed signs of recovery. If his injuries were too severe, they were to concoct a medicinal soup for him to drink. This cycle of recovery and punishment continued back and forth. And although only 2 days had passed, they had worn down the will of a steadfast title de law, to the point where even the soul saints had lost count of how many times they had beaten Zhu Huaguan. Terrifying. The five, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Tang Hao, Long Xiao Yao, and Qin Shi, stood outside the cell housing Zhu Huaguan. Old Zhu, I've come to see you. How are you? I even sent 3 soul saints to take care of you. Qin Shi inquired with feigned concern. In the past, Zhu Huaguan would have struck Qin Shi down with a single blow, but now he remained silent, his demeanor somber. Upon seeing Zhu Huaguan, Xiao Wu's veins bulged visibly as she cried out, Zhu Huaguan, you killed my mother. You must pay. She attempted to pry open the diamond-like bars to kill him, but her efforts were in vain, leaving her to collapse to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Tang San knelt beside her, comforting her. Xiao Wu, Zhu Huaguan's life is now in our hands. Once he loses his value, I will take his life. Xiao Wu looked up at Tang San, her eyes red and filled with emotion. Really, Sengu? Tang San nodded firmly, and Qin Shi stepped forward. Sister Xiao Wu, rest assured. His life will be yours to claim when the time comes. Xiao Wu nodded, curling up in Tang San's embrace, wishing not to see Zhu Huaguan again. Zhu Huaguan grew up in the spirit hall, ridiculed for awakening a small flower. Even with innate soul power at level 7, I could not escape the fact that my martial spirit was deemed worthless. I worked tirelessly, ultimately ending the lives of all who mocked me, and was bound to the spirit hall, becoming an elder. To others, I was a high-ranking elder of the spirit hall, a powerful title dog, but within the spirit hall, I was merely a dog dispatched by the Pope and the offerings. I persevered until I reached level 95, finally catching the Pope's eye, becoming his right-hand man. Yet I could never hold my head high in his presence. Zhu Huaguan's once glorious voice had become hoarse as he recounted his past. Upon mentioning the Pope, he glanced at Xiao Wu, then at Tang Hao. I know why you are here. I will tell you one thing. There will be a great change in the Spirit Hall in 25 days. What change? Tang San inquired urgently. I said, I won't tell you anything else. Do as you will, Zhu Huaguan replied coldly. When Tang San pressed him again, Qin Shi intervened. Father, if he is unwilling to speak, let it be. After a few more days of torment, he should be more cooperative. Qin Shi deliberately raised his voice, ensuring Zhu Huaguan heard him, causing Zhu Huaguan's body to tremble, yet he remained unresponsive. Even as Xiao Wu frantically gripped his neck and slapped his cheeks, he remained unresponsive, leaving the onlookers to depart in vain. In the depths of Luocha secret realm, Bai Dong brandished a black longsword measuring 3 meters in length and 3 inches in width. If Tang Hao were to behold it, he would undoubtedly recognize it as the weapon wielded by Zhu Huaguan, yet the sword in Bai Dong's possession was worlds apart from that of Zhu Huaguan. This was the Luocha divine sword, a divine artifact, and soon the Douluo continent would be mine. Upon receiving news that Zhu Huaguan had been captured by Tang Min, Bai Dong's expression remained unchanged. In her hand appeared a black, peculiar mushroom known as Tong Tianju. With a squeeze, it shattered like ice. Yu Huaguan, confined in his cell, underwent a drastic transformation, his form melting away into a pool of black liquid, exuding a foul stench. He did not even let out a single cry. The soul saint guarding Zhu Huaguan entered to find the situation alarming. Zhu Huaguan was nowhere to be seen. Qin Shi and the others rushed to the scene, only to find a puddle of black liquid remaining. When Tang Hao attempted to inspect the substance, Long Xiaoyao quickly intervened, warning him to keep his distance, for this liquid was highly corrosive. Zhu Huaguan must have been dissolved by it, leaving no trace of his remains. Tang Hao, drenched in cold sweat, wondered where this liquid had originated, as it was improbable that Zhu Huaguan would carry such a dangerous substance. Long Xiaoyao shook his head, stating that he had never encountered such a liquid before and advised burying it on the spot. Xiao Wu and Tang San wore satisfied smiles, feeling a sense of vengeance fulfilled. This was likely Bai Dong's doing, connected to Zhu Huaguan's sudden surge in power. As his strength grew, his life had become entirely in Bai Dong's grasp, leaving only the loyal elder Zhu Huaguan to suffer. Chapter 109, Gui Mei. Upon learning from Bai Dong that Zhu Huaguan had been taken by Tang Min, he prepared to embark on a mission to rescue him. Aware that Tang Min possessed a limit Douluo, he himself had reached the pinnacle of 99 levels and harbored no fear of them. Before his departure, Bai Dong posed a perplexing question. Your name will be known in the Spirit Empire. Gui Mei moved swiftly, reaching the skies above Tang Min in less than an hour. Yet he sensed no trace of Zhu Huaguan, and his expression darkened with fury. 9 soul rings appeared beneath him, the 9th glowing brightly. Infinite ghost shadow devour. Gui Mei unleashed his most formidable attack, creating a black hole at his feet from which countless specters surged downward toward Tang Min. Long Xiaoyao's countenance shifted as he hastily exited his chamber, witnessing the swarm of dark spirits closing in. How dare they ambush Tang Min? Utilizing his 9th soul skill, Dragon devours the world. He summoned numerous colossal dragons from the surrounding space, each one hundreds of times larger than the spirits emerging from Gui Mei's black hole. The collision sent shockwaves, affecting nearly the entire city of Tiando, though the protective efforts of the Soul Saints and Soul Douluo of Tang Min mitigated significant damage. Within a short span, the dragon's consuming force rendered Gui Mei's 9th skill ineffective, as it relied on soul power that was now depleted. In contrast, Long Xiaoyao appeared vibrant and unyielding, as if he were not the one expending energy. Gui Mei's expression soured, having lost a dear friend. He vowed to annihilate Tang Min for vengeance. Transforming into a ghostly shadow, he fled, pursued by Long Xiaoyao. In the Tang Min conference room, the atmosphere was charged with anger. How audacious of the spirit hall to brazenly assault Tang Min. Tang Sin slammed his hands on the table in frustration, while Qin Shi's countenance darkened. The others, including Tang Hao and Douluo Bo, shared their ire. Qin Shi insisted that they could not endure this provocation any longer. Although they could not retaliate against Spirit City, they could strike down a few of its branches. This sentiment was unanimously agreed upon, and preparations were set in motion. With only Qin Shi, Tang San, and Tang Hao remaining in the conference room, Qin Shi remarked, "Brother, that individual must be Gue Mei. There are few with ghostly martial spirits on the continent, and he is the only titled Douluo among them. Moreover, he was a friend of Zhu Huaguan, likely seeking revenge." Tang conceded, "We did not kill Zhu Huaguan. Bibinong ist trodi kilkeling." Tang Hao expressed confusion, recalling what Elder Long had said, that Bai Bai Dong was stronger than him. Why doesn't she act herself? Bai Bai Dong must have restrictions, otherwise Tang Min would have been annihilated long ago. Now, she can only send her subordinates to vex us. Furthermore, we cannot explain Zhu Huaguan's death to Gue Mei. After all, he has spent many years in the Spirit Hall and will not believe our words. Qin Shi pondered. Enough analysis. The Spirit Hall has issued a clear provocation, and the debt must be repaid, Tang San declared, determined to retaliate in kind. You are the limit Douluo of Tang Min, Long Xiaoyao, Gue Mei, filled with rage and helplessness, was forced to halt. Long Xiaoyao, refusing to utter a word to the assailant, unleashed his soul skills relentlessly as Gue Mei dodged frantically. Realizing that his attacks were ineffective, Long Xiaoyao abandoned his soul skills and engaged in close combat. Long Xiaoyao's martial spirit was the Dark Holy Dragon, endowing him with superior physical prowess compared to ordinary soul masters. He lunged forward with a punch aimed at Gue Mei, who, sensing the formidable power behind it, understood that he could not withstand the blow without his soul skills. Gue Mei activated his martial spirit's true form, his seventh soul ring shining brightly as he transformed into a ghostly entity, reciprocating with a punch of his own. His martial spirit true form allowed him to absorb nearly half of Long Xiaoyao's strength, enabling him to withstand the clash. Without it, he would have been reduced to mere pulp. However, having already depleted some soul power from his ninth skill and now sustaining his martial spirit true form for an extended duration, Gue Mei felt himself drained, to the point of losing consciousness, unable to comprehend the depth of Long Xiaoyao's soul power. Upon seeing Gue Mei faint, Long Xiaoyao hoisted him and returned to Tang Min. Yang Wudi employed a unique method to revive Gue Mei, who, upon opening his eyes, found himself gazing into numerous pairs of eyes. Attempting to move, he discovered himself bound to a pillar. The intense glares from his captors, particularly from one familiar face, Tang Hao, and another that seemed vaguely recognizable, sent a chill through him. Gue Douluo, it has been a while. Do you remember me? Qin Shi approached. Gue Mei recognized him instantly. Of course, Qin Shi. If it weren't for that old fool Qian Douluo, you would have long since perished. Such a pity that I survived. You will meet your end eventually. I cannot predict my fate, but it seems you are the one in peril. Though filled with wrath, Gue Mei felt powerless, resigned to whatever fate awaited him. You and Zhu Huaguan are indeed good friends. Your last words mirror each other, Qin Shi remarked. We shall not take your life, at most. We will bind you to a pillar for 3 days. If you survive this duration, I shall release you. No one desires death, especially someone like him who has reached the pinnacle of Douluo and has a lifespan of a millennium. Such longevity makes him even more reluctant to embrace the end. Are you speaking the truth? Indeed, I am. Qin Shi had no intention of interrogating Gue Mei, if his assumptions were correct. The outcome for Gue Mei would mirror that of Zhu Huaguan tonight. That evening, Bibi Dong encountered Gue Mei, but did not see him. With a sinister smile, she produced an object of the same hue as the previously shattered Chirong Tong Tianju, except this time it was the martial spirit of Gue Mei. In the presence of Qin Shi and the others, Gue Mei transformed into a mass of black liquid. Bibi Dong's methods were frightening, eliciting a complex gaze from the master who had arrived from Shrek. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong sensed a palpable threat. With a swift motion, he executed a 360-degree spin of his right hand around the master's waist, causing the latter to gasp in pain. He was only at the 39th rank and had no means to resist against Lu Erlong, who was at the 82nd rank. This was genuine pain, and a deep sorrow welled within him. Why was he unable to contend with even his wife? Du Gubo stood behind the master, witnessing this scene, also feeling a pang of heartache. My dear, why did you depart so early? Chapter 110. After the incidents involving Gue Mei and Zhu Huaguan, Tang men adopted a more subdued approach. For every significant order, a titled Douluo personally accompanied the delivery. On occasions, when the orders were abundant, Long Xiaoyao and Du Gubo found themselves overwhelmed, prompting Qin Shi to invite Chen Xian. A month later, Xiao Guiwu, Xue Peng has encountered difficulties. The royal tribute has received his benefits, yet refuses to assist him. Do you think we should lend a hand? Du Gubo inquired. Tang San remarked that Xue Peng had granted us numerous advantages, so we ought to assist him. Old monster, you should make a visit. Hold on. Just as Du Gubo was about to leave, Qin Shi rushed in, declaring, Old monster, we shall go together. The two swiftly arrived at the Tiando Imperial Palace, where a palace maid guided them to a conference room. Outside, Qin Shi could hear the sound of heated arguments. Without hesitation, he kicked the door open and stepped inside. What are you all arguing about? Prince Xue Peng, we are here to resolve matters. An enraged attendant shouted, Where did this little brat come from? Get out. The attendants, each around a century old, were taken aback by Qin Shi's youthfulness and hastily demanded his exit. What did you say? Upon seeing Du Gubo enter, the attendants immediately ceased their quarrel. Despite being sole Douluo, they found themselves powerless against the titled Douluo, even if this one were the weakest among them. Your Highness, I have not spoken a word. Please have a seat. An attendant quickly vacated his position for Du Gubo to sit down. Prince, our sect leader has instructed us to assist you to the best of our ability. Du Gubo paid him no mind and simply addressed Xue Peng with a remark. Xue Peng felt a surge of confidence. Esteemed guests, look. Those who had previously opposed Xue Peng's ascension now unanimously supported him, clearly demonstrating Tang men as formidable influence. Du Gubo nodded in satisfaction. Little demon, perhaps you have something to say? Qin Shi, enjoying the same treatment as Du Gubo, tapped the table lightly. Please, take your seats. Allow me to speak. First, let me introduce myself. I am Qin Shi, an honorary elder of Tang men. Upon hearing Qin Shi's name, Xue Peng was taken aback, then hesitantly murmured it might be a coincidence. I shall say but one thing. Tang men wishes not to interfere in the imperial succession dispute. However, we shall fully support Prince Xue Peng's endeavors. I hope that upon our departure, no dissenting voices will arise. This is already an interference, and this statement is a blatant threat, lacking any semblance of subtlety, which rendered the attendant's expressions rather grim. Qin Shi's declaration was indeed a threat, for without it, how could he prompt Xue Peng to hasten his delivery of the promised items? Upon hearing Qin Shi's words, Xue Peng was filled with excitement, realizing he had made the right choice. Thank you, Elder Qin and Hall Master Du Gu. The commitments made earlier shall be personally delivered to Tang men on the first day of my ascension. Very well, Prince Xue Peng. By the way, it seems we have met before, perhaps at the Tiando Royal Academy? Qin Shi remarked with a bemused smile directed at Xue Peng. Xue Peng's mind raced. It must be him. It's not just a coincidence, he quickly replied. Elder Qin must be referring to an event from many years ago. How could I forget? Oh, let be. Qin Shi found the conversation uninteresting and turned to leave. Xue Peng sighed in relief, grateful that he had not incurred too much enmity. Elder Qin, Hall Master Du Gu, safe travels. Uncle, Tang men has dispatched Du Gubo to assist me. If all goes smoothly, I shall ascend on the first day of next month. Preparations must be made. Xue Peng promptly informed Xue Xing of the good news, who shared in his joy but also harbored some regret. Had he known Tang men would send a titled Douluo to bolster their cause, he would not have gifted those 10 hidden weapons to the vampires. Having consumed my flesh, they offer no assistance, a pack of ingrates. Perhaps only the 3 deans of the Tiando Royal Academy truly care for the Tiando Empire. I was indeed blind in the past. I must make amends. A month passed swiftly, heralding a new day. The sky was overcast, hinting at impending rain, prompting ordinary folk to retrieve their laundry. While this should have been a tranquil wait for the rain, the streets of the Tiando Empire were teeming with people. Despite the crowding, they left a 3-meter-wide path in the center, each individual eagerly hoping for a glimpse of the new emperor to boast about to their spouses. Xue Peng, radiating confidence in a golden dragon robe, sat atop a carriage crafted from stone adorned with gold patterns. Even the horses pulling the carriage were the finest tamed soul beasts, fiery steeds. On either side, imperial soldiers ensured the safety of the emperor and the civil and military officials. Behind the carriage, officials and attendants formed a lengthy procession. As they traversed the streets of Tiando City, some in the crowd cheered loudly, while others expressed disdain, occasionally hurling rotten eggs from the throng toward the carriage. Shui Peng sat within, exhilaration on his face, yet a sense of helplessness in his heart. His reputation was tarnished. Nevertheless, as the new emperor, he must gradually reshape public perception, for the common people are the foundation of the nation. Soon the procession concluded, and Shui Peng ascended the throne as he had wished. In the Wuhuan city, Bibi Dong had already dispatched individuals to dismantle all the angelic statues within the Hall of the Pope and replace them with Rakshasa statues, even taking down the colossal angelic statue atop the Douluo Hall. Furthermore, the territory of the Wuhuan Hall expanded, claiming 1/3 of Wuhuan City. The sacred dragon Douluo, having surpassed the 99th rank, hovered in the air, amplifying his voice with soul power. Today, Wuhuan City shall become the imperial city, connecting the Tiando Empire to the north and the Xinglua Empire to the west, thereby establishing the Wuhuan Empire. The citizens of Wuhuan City erupted in fervent cheers. Each was a soul master, their voices resonating with such vigor that the ground trembled. The sacred dragon Douluo was pleased with the residents' response and continued. The first emperor of the Wuhuan Empire shall be the Pope of the Wuhuan Hall, His Excellency Bibi Dong. The cheers from the crowd grew even louder, for her beauty and strength were enough to enrapture the hearts and minds of the residents of Wuhuan City. After delivering a series of inspiring remarks, Douluo declared the establishment of the Wuhuan Empire. From this day forth, the creation of the legions is entrusted to you all. The branches in various regions will assist you in recruiting personnel. Within a year, I require an army of 100,000 soul masters and 1 million common soldiers. Can you achieve this? Bai Dong narrowed her eyes, surveying the individuals present. Douluo promptly responded, Your Majesty, we shall not disappoint your expectations. Since the disappearance of Juhua Pass and Gue Mei, Douluo had become increasingly respectful and cautious in his demeanor towards Bai Dong. Excellent. I'll look forward to your news. Now go and prepare. Do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance. The several titled Douluo respectfully rose and retreated, only daring to turn around and fly towards their respective palaces upon reaching the entrance of the Papal Palace. Chapter 112. The Star Luo Empire and the Tiando Empire were naturally among the first to learn of the establishment of the Wuhuan Empire. Dai continuously thumped the dragon throne, his expression grave as he scanned the ranks of civil and military officials flanking him. What are your thoughts? A civil official stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, the Wuhuan Palace is already formidable, possessing several titled Douluo. The establishment of the Wuhuan Empire will undoubtedly amplify their influence. The relationship between the Empire and the Wuhuan Palace has always been adversarial, and the formation of the Wuhuan Empire poses a significant threat to our empire. Dai nodded. You speak wisely. You may leave. Does anyone else have an opinion? Another military official emerged, exuding a powerful aura at the Seoul Douluo level. Your Majesty, with the establishment of a new emperor in the Tiando Empire, our relationship with them is not overly strained. The elevation of Shui Bong to emperor is largely due to Tang Min's intervention. Furthermore, the Crown Prince is still developing within the Tang Min. It would be prudent for us to proactively engage with Tang Min. With the Crown Prince's assistance, should we forge an alliance, the Tiando Empire will likely side with us, enabling us to contend with the Wuhuan Empire. Dai pondered for a long while, then decided, Let be as you suggest. I shall dispatch you to deliver a letter to the Crown Prince and oversee the execution of this matter. The military official knelt. Yes, Your Majesty. In the Tiando Empire, Shui Bong, seated upon the dragon throne, found his initial excitement dissipated upon receiving news of the Wuhuan Empire's establishment. The impact of the Wuhuan Empire's formation on our Tiando Empire is considerable, particularly with the potential loss of a significant number of soul masters. Bai Dong is truly calculating, he lamented. At Tang Men, Qin Shi speculated. What Juhua Pass referred to must be the Wuhuan Empire. It is possible that the Wuhuan Empire is merely a facade for Bai Dong. Her primary objective is likely to establish a formidable army. With years of operation, the Wuhuan Palace has substantial allure for both high and low-level soul masters and commoners alike. The situation in the Star Luo Empire may be manageable, but the Tiando Empire will experience a severe loss of both soul masters and commoners in a short time frame. We must prepare to eliminate the Wuhuan branches across various regions swiftly. A month of observation has been sufficient, Qin Shi advised. Tang San nodded. Indeed, Shao Qi is correct. We should expedite the eradication of the Wuhuan Palace branches. Let us commence in a few days once the last batch of hidden weapons from a 7-treasure glazed tile school is completed. 5 days passed, and after delivering the hidden weapons to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Tang men initiated their plan, attacking 11 predetermined Wuhuan branches simultaneously, leaving no opportunity for the Wuhuan Palace to react. Qin Shi led 2 soul saints, 10 soul emperors, and 20 soul kings to a city known as Ziyucheng, renowned for its production of a jade product called Ziyu. The streets were lined with shops selling primarily Ziyu, with only a few food vendors scattered about. As Qin Shi scanned the shops, his eyes lit up upon seeing a pendant in one of the stores. He approached the shop, picked up the Ziyu pendant, and noted its cool, smooth texture, imbued with a hint of golden hue. Shopkeeper, how much for this pendant? The shopkeeper, noticing the noble air about Qin Shi and the entourage behind him, flashed a sycophantic smile. Young master, you're clearly not from the city. This pendant took me 10 days to carve. You can surely see its flawless craftsmanship. Given your distinguished presence, I can offer it to you for half price, 5 copper soul coins. 5 copper soul coins? Are you attempting to rob me? It is merely a trinket. The shopkeeper's demeanor changed as Qin Shi haggled. Typically, young nobles would not quibble over hundreds or thousands of gold soul coins. This man, however, was bargaining even for 5 copper coins, leading the shopkeeper to suspect he might be wearing stolen clothing and the people behind him mere actors. 5 copper soul coins. Take it or leave it. If you do not wish to buy, kindly leave and do not hinder my business. The shopkeeper reached out to snatch the pendant from Qin Shi's hand. Qin Shi stepped back, evading the grasp. How about this? I will give you 3 copper soul coins, and you allow me to take it. The shopkeeper hesitated. Very well, 3 copper soul coins it is. Qin Shi produced the coins, exchanged them for the pendant, and discreetly stored the pendant in his system space before departing. The shopkeeper, witnessing the pendant vanish into thin air, was taken aback. His face filled with regret as he realized he should have held firm at 5 copper coins, which would have netted him a greater profit. Qin Shi and his group checked into an inn, having agreed to strike at midnight with the other 10 teams. With ample time until their operation, they aimed to rest and rejuvenate. As daylight lingered, Qin Shi found himself unable to sleep, so he opted to meditate instead. His spiritual sea was recovering well and should be fully restored in approximately 2 months. The 9th layer of the 9 heavens, Shattered Sky Step, had stagnated for a while, indicating his level was still somewhat low. He anticipated breaking through at level 80. The 9 turns soul refining technique had also reached its peak at the 7th layer, with his strength nearly at its zenith. Other than enhancing his soul power, there were no further avenues for advancement. Thus he settled into a steady meditation. Time passed swiftly in deep meditation, and before he realized it, the moon had risen to its zenith, indicating that midnight was fast approaching. After vacating their room, Qin Shi led 32 individuals clad in black robes to the entrance of the Ziyu Wuhuan branch. Who are you? The guards at the entrance were swiftly and silently dispatched. Qin Shi led his team inside at a rapid pace. Similar events unfolded across the other 10 cities. The Wuhuan branch Qin Shi infiltrated housed a limited number of personnel, allowing them to breach the main hall swiftly. Inside the main hall sat a man clad in shining silver armor, flanked by 2 heavily made-up women who were caressing him, while an elderly man knelt in the center of the hall, too frightened to lift his gaze. The armored man, enjoying the attention from the 2 beauties, exhaled heavily as he noticed Qin Shi and his group. Displaying no signs of alarm, he angrily commanded, "Get out, or face death." Chapter 113. Qin Shi's expression turned icy as he discerned the rank of the armored man before him. A title Douluo of the 91st level. Wasn't a title Douluo typically an elder of the Spirit Hall? How would he possibly be here? Could it be that the Spirit Hall had so many titled Douluos that they could dispatch one to a sub-hall? Even if Bibi Dong could forcibly elevate a soul master's power level, it would not be feasible for her to do so for everyone. This individual must have previously possessed a soul power of around 87 or 88, which Bibi Dong forcibly elevated to title Douluo. Yet, with a title Douluo present, he was utterly oblivious to the events occurring outside. Qin Shi remarked, "How did you know I'm a title Douluo? What is happening outside?" The armored title Douluo, momentarily taken aback, inquired. Qin Shi replied, "I do not wish to disclose how I know you are a title Douluo. What I must inform you is that this Spirit Hall sub-hall has become a mere shell." The armored title Douluo's face darkened as he sensed the situation and cursed under his breath. "You, very well," he said, pointing at Qin Shi, his words laced with a subtle killing intent. The fate of the Spirit Hall's personnel was of no concern to him. Qin Shi's actions had already transgressed against the Spirit Hall. The armored man shoved aside two women, rising to his feet as 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black hovered beneath him. With the embodiment of the flame lion, his 3rd and 4th soul rings shone brightly, igniting his hands and feet with crimson flames. He executed the explosive flame kick and explosive flame palm, swiftly closing the distance to Qin Shi. As his right palm descended upon Qin Shi, the latter instinctively leaped sideways, seizing the armored man's left arm with both hands. Gray energy enveloped his hands as he forcefully pulled, causing the already off-balance armored man to nearly tumble headfirst into the ground. The members of the Tang sect behind him hastily dodged. "I'll handle this. You go capture that old man." The Tang sect members turned their gazes toward the elderly man, who had been watching the scene with rapt attention but suddenly appeared flustered. Though he was a soul saint, he did not believe he could contend with 2 soul saints of higher rank and 30 soul emperors and kings. With a flash of his 7 soul rings, white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black, the 5th soul ring flared brightly, and a pair of horns sprouted from his head. He smashed through the great hall's wall and fled outside. The Tang sect soul saint was taken aback by the old man's swift escape and hurried after him. Meanwhile, Qin Shi had already exchanged blows with the armored man numerous times, with neither emerging victorious. The astonishment on the armored man's face remained unabated. To him, as a title Douluo wielding his 3rd and 4th soul skills, he should have been able to dispatch any soul saint. Yet, Qin Shi had shattered his expectations, managing to match him without even utilizing his martial soul, showcasing his formidable strength. The armored man resolved not to prolong the fight any further. He broke through the great hall's ceiling, launching into the air to unleash his martial soul's true form, rapidly transforming into a human-like lion with a mane of fiery red hair. 6th soul skill, explosive flame ray. Countless flames coalesced in his mouth, clearly intending to obliterate both Qin Shi and the hall. Just as he was about to unleash his attack, Qin Shi activated the 9th heaven-shattering step. To the armored man, Qin Shi's figure suddenly became indistinct, causing him to hesitate. However, the arrow was already on the string and could not be retracted. Boom! 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 The main hall of the Spirit Hall sub-hall was engulfed in flames, resembling a volcanic eruption from above, with the fire continuously spreading outward. Under normal circumstances, a soul saint would have been reduced to ashes, but Qin Shi was no ordinary soul saint. Gold and silver dragon domain. The voice echoed from behind the armored man. Before he could react, he found himself enveloped by the domain. Overlord Dragon Prison. Qin Shi tossed the gold and silver dragon spear backward, and it instantly transformed into thousands of spears. With a downward sweep of his hands, the myriad dragon spears surged toward the armored man. Startled, the armored man conjured a wall of flames to push forward. The temperature of this fiery barrier was several times higher than that of the previous explosive flame ray. Being his 8th soul skill, the lava barrier, As the myriad dragon spears struck the lava barrier, it was as if fire met water, dissolving upon contact. Yet the lava barrier continued to advance toward Qin. Due to the pressure of the gold-and-silver dragon domain, the ferocity of the fire barrier gradually diminished. Martial soul, true form. Breaking heaven's mad dragon. The gold-and-silver dragon spear reappeared in his right hand. Leaning back, he suddenly lunged forward, thrusting the spear which transformed into a colossal dragon, crashing into the barrier. The tumult of their battle sent waves of fear through the residents of Ziyu City, who gazed at the flames erupting from the spirit hall with trepidation, their first thought being who had the audacity to set the spirit hall ablaze. At the moment of impact between the barrier and the colossal dragon, it was devoured, leaving only scattered remnants. The armored man landed on all fours, his ninth soul ring glowing as he unleashed Lion King's roar. The powerful sound wave stirred up clouds of dust, extinguishing the recent flames. The dragon formed from the gold and silver dragon spear was halted by the sound wave, twisting and turning in a desperate attempt to break free from the confines of the Lion King's roar. Yet, the ninth soul skill of a title Douluo was not so easily overcome. Ultimately, the dragon was dissipated into glimmers of light, returning to Qin grasp as the gold and silver dragon spear. Qin appeared unaffected, his expression unchanged, save for his robe gently fluttering. What is happening? How can your spiritual power be so formidable? The armored man's face turned pale, disbelief etched across his features. He could not fathom that Qin spiritual power had long since transformed into divine soul power. Even though his sea of divine souls was still recovering from injury, it was not something a mere title Douluo could influence. You, as a title Douluo, are lacking substance, Qin taunted, unwilling to waste further time with the armored man. He invoked his sixth soul skill once more, allowing the breaking heaven's mad dragon to engulf the armored man. The armored man's soul power had been forcibly elevated. Thus, his internal reserves remained at the level of a soul Douluo. His ninth soul skill, combined with his earlier exertions, had completely drained him. Consequently, Qin easily dispatched him. With the title Douluo vanquished, Qin exhaled in relief, a slight smile gracing his lips. It was his first experience in slaying a title Douluo, and the sensation was exhilarating. The fleeing master of the Spirit Hall had also been eliminated by the members of the Tang sect. Despite the chaotic interference of a title Douluo, it had not altered the tide of battle. A perfect conclusion. After exiting Ziyu City, Qin and his companions journeyed northward. Due to the need to restrain the pursuing Soul King, their progress was slow. An hour later, they arrived at the predetermined location, Baiming City. This city was one of the larger ones within the Tiando Empire, known for its lord's affinity for consuming the meat of marine soul beasts. As such, it had become the only inland city where one could purchase marine soul beast meat, with even Tiando City needing to procure it from Baiming City. Chapter 114. Qin and his companions arrived at a small tavern in Baiming City. To their surprise, it was already open for business in the early hours of the morning. This tavern was their agreed-upon rendezvous point, and also the first covert base established by the Tang sect since its inception. The Tiando Empire mandated that every city lord must report annually to the royal palace regarding the state of their respective cities. Whether during the reign of the Snow Knight Emperor or after the ascension of the Snow Avalanche Emperor, the lord of Baiming City had never once traveled to Tiando City, even changing lordships without the empire's approval. The empire had attempted multiple times to hold the Baiming City lord accountable, but each envoy sent to Baiming City returned to the palace with the excuse that the Baiming City lord was occupied with personally escorting marine soul beast meat from overseas and thus could not attend the banquet. The Snow Knight Emperor initially intended to intervene, but the reasoning presented was indeed plausible. Furthermore, given the emperor's numerous responsibilities, the matter gradually faded from his mind. After Xiubeng ascended to power, the other city lords gathered, yet the lord of Baiming remained elusive. Upon sending another envoy, it was discovered that the lord of Baiming had unexpectedly broken through to the title Douluo level. According to the imperial regulations, once a title Douluo appeared within the empire, their freedom could not be curtailed, nor could it be effectively restricted. Xiubeng, feeling helpless, contemplated confronting the issue directly but hesitated to do so personally. He attempted to send several worshippers, yet each one deferred, citing various excuses. Ultimately, the singular reason was their refusal to go. With no other recourse, Xuebing sought assistance from Tangmen. In exchange for their cooperation, Tangmen constructed a covert observation point within Biming City to monitor the movements of its lord. After nearly half a month of observation, they finally caught sight of the Lord of Biming at the Wuhuan branch hall, leading them to conclude that he was indeed affiliated with the Wuhuan temple. The sudden leap from level 85 to title Douluo was a method they believed only Bibi Dong could achieve. Now, they awaited the arrival of the others at the observation point to collectively apprehend the Lord of Biming. Before long, Liang Xiao, Yang Wudi, Niugao Titan Bai He, Daimu Bai, and Zhu Zhuqing, along with leaders from 3 other teams, had assembled, leaving only Tang San and Xiao Wu's group unaccounted for. I feel uneasy. You all stay here, and I shall investigate, Qin Shi stated. I will accompany you, Xiao Qi, Bai He replied. No, by Grandpa, you are swift. Return to Tang Min and notify my father. Bai He nodded and vanished like a wisp of wind. Yang Wudi and the others also expressed a desire to find Tang San. But Qin Shi rejected each proposal, asserting that if danger arose, they could escape, but the others could not. Qin Shi proceeded to Sussy City, where the raging flames ignited a sense of urgency within him. Unfolding his true dragon wings, he accelerated towards the Inferno's heart, where he found Tang San, battered and cradling the unconscious Xiao Wu, interfering with my affairs. Yet here comes a more delightful girl, a figure clad in lustrous silver armor, with a scruffy beard and hollow eyes, approached them. If Ma Hongjun were present, he would recognize that this individual had succumbed to excess. However, the aura emanating from him was formidable. This was a titled Douluo. His gaze, filled with lascivious intent, drew closer to Xiao Wu. Tang San's expression twisted in rage, his body frozen in regret as he prepared his hidden weapon, not to kill, but to end his own life. The man was now merely 2 meters away, and he taunted, "Ah, the fragrance of your companion is delightful. Shall I take her before your very eyes?" How thrilling! With tears of fury in his eyes, Tang San watched as the titled Douluo's hand reached for Xiao Wu. "You seek death," he roared. From behind him, a gold and silver spear lunged at the man, who, sensing the threat, swiftly retreated. Qin Shi appeared before Tang San. "Brother, are you unharmed?" Upon seeing Qin Shi, Tang San breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiao Wu and I are fine. That is good. Brother, you should recuperate while I confront him. That is a titled Douluo. Fear not, I have slain one before." Tang San was taken aback. "Huh, preposterous. You, a mere soul sage, could kill a titled Douluo?" The man, still fixated on Xiao Wu's legs, addressed Qin Shi. "Your time is short, yet you ponder other matters?" Qin Shi stepped to the right, shielding Xiao Wu. The man's gaze finally shifted to Qin Shi, producing a black shield. "You claim to kill a titled Douluo? Allow me to eliminate you first." Shield force rotation. He grasped the shield with both hands, spinning in midair before releasing it. Initially appearing harmless due to its broad edges, the shield's true threat lay in the titled Douluo's 8th soul skill. The distance between them was not great, and Qin Shi could clearly sense the sharpness of the shield. Indeed, it was razor sharp. As he attempted to evade, Tang San could not escape in time. Without hesitation, he summoned his martial spirit, invoking his 6th soul skill, the Breaking Sky Mad Dragon. The dragon's claws met the shield momentarily, but were swiftly torn apart. Although the shield's sharpness was diminished, it retained its formidable power. With no other options, Qin Shi released the small serpent he had kept within his soul bone space for an extended period. The serpent hissed, expanding to envelop both Qin Shi and Tang San, a thin layer of water shielding them. When a shield collided with a water barrier, it did not shatter as the titled Douluo had anticipated, but instead rebounded as if striking a solid wall. The man was momentarily stunned, realizing it was a 100,000-year soul beast. He rushed to retrieve the shield, but the serpent surged forth like a spear, aiming directly at the titled Douluo. The man twisted midair to evade the serpent's venomous fangs. However, The serpent's intent was not to consume him. Instead, it coiled around him like a rope, severing his head before swallowing it whole. The serpent then shrank in size, slipping into Qin Shi's sleeve while proudly swaying its head. Qin Shi chuckled and turned to Tang San, who had sensed the commotion. Shao Qi, your 100,000-year soul, beast, seems to have grown stronger. It must be nearing 14,000 years. It has indeed increased by 1,000 years in just a few years. Tang San replied, astonished. My soul bone space accelerates the cultivation of soul beasts, yet the speed at which the serpent has advanced still surprises me. It appears the serpent possesses remarkable talent. Tang San smiled. You have certainly struck gold. Qin Shi rubbed his nose, realizing the serpent was merely under the control of his true eye. Chapter 115. However, having a soul beast companion is quite advantageous. Brother, let us depart for Biming City. Grandpa Yang and the others should still be awaiting us. Indeed, upon arriving at the observation point in Biming City, Qin Shi was surprised to find Tang Hao and Douluo present. As they entered, Tang Hao quickly inquired, Are you both unharmed? We are fine. Only Xiao Wu has fainted from her injuries. After settling Xiao Wu, Qin Shi summoned the leaders of each team, along with Tang Hao and Douluo. The Biming City and Ziyu City both encountered tidal Douluo, each at level 91, seemingly forcibly promoted, akin to the situations at Jihua Pass and Guimei. Though they're the weakest among tidal Douluo, they still hold that title. The tidal Douluo in Ziyu City was approximately level 85, while the one in Sussy City was around level 89, yet both had an additional 9th soul ring, their power barely reaching tidal Douluo level. The methods Bibi Dong employs to enhance Soul Master's power are indeed formidable, even if it only allows Soul Douluo to forcibly advance to tidal Douluo. How many Soul Douluo does the Wuhuan Temple possess? We are all uncertain, but one thing is for sure, the quantity is undoubtedly substantial. Qin Shi articulated his analysis. Tang Hao furrowed his brow, his expression grave, stating that even the weakest tidal Douluo is still a tidal Douluo. The gap created by an additional soul skill is insurmountable. Yang Wudi, the four of you should escort Xiao San and Xiao Wu back to Tangmen. Focus on your training and strive to break through to tidal Douluo as soon as possible. With your strength, once you transcend the tidal Douluo, you will be capable of contending with a level 90 tidal Douluo. Should Bibi Dong create a large number of tidal Douluo, we will be prepared to confront them. The seriousness of the situation dawned on Yang Wudi and his companions, and they hurriedly departed with the lower-ranked soul masters of Tangmen. Now, only Douluo, Tang Hao, Qin Shi, and 3 other tidal Douluo remained. According to reports from our informants, there are 3 city gates in Biming City, located in the east, west, and north directions. Tang Hao looked at the 3 tidal Douluo and instructed them to each guard 1 gate, reminding them to keep a close watch on the city gates, as the portrait of the city lord of Biming would be provided to them shortly. The 3 tidal Douluo responded in unison. Tang Hao, along with Qin Shi and Douluo, proceeded to the city lord's mansion of Biming, taking a direct aerial route rather than the usual path. City lord of Biming, may I request an audience? Tang Hao's voice resonated far and wide. A young man in a green robe emerged from the mansion, and upon seeing the 3 floating in the air, the previously amiable smile on his face vanished, replaced by a fleeting look of terror. Although Qin Shi possessed wings, Tang Hao and Douluo did not. Few could maintain composure in the presence of 2 tidal Douluo. Qin Shi's spiritual soul had yet to fully recover, limiting his range of perception, yet he easily enveloped the entire city lord's mansion to prevent the city lord of Biming from escaping. We have a city lord who has gone to the overseas realm to procure marine soul beast meat, the young man stuttered, his fear evident. City lord of Biming, do you require us to enter and escort you out? Qin Shi's indifferent voice echoed through the mansion. Moments later, a corpulent, greasy man emerged from the mansion. Your Excellencies, I am unaware of where I may have offended you, he stammered. No more idle chatter. Tang Hao summoned the Haoyan hammer, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of a super Douluo across Biming City. Tang Hao. The city lord of Biming gasped at the sight of Tang Hao's 9 soul rings and the hammer in his hand. Accompany me to the royal palace, where you will find it impossible to withstand my hammer. The city lord of Biming hesitated, but upon seeing the Haotian hammer raised, he quickly swallowed his words. Douluo, seize him. We are leaving. Douluo nodded. Having intimidated the city lord of Biming into immobility, he easily apprehended him. The trio moved swiftly, returning to Tang men in less than half an hour. Inside the military dungeon, the city lord of Biming was firmly bound by 6 iron chains. I will ask you a question, and you shall answer. For every extraneous word, you will receive 10 lashes, Qin Shi warned, brandishing a whip before the city lord. Why, you may ask? I will answer truthfully. The city lord trembled, his rotund form quaking. How did you elevate from level 85 to title Douluo in just 6 months? Qin Shi inquired. A mysterious individual provided me with a black liquid and coerced me into consuming it. After a brief slumber, I sensed that I had become a title Douluo, but I know nothing else. The city lord replied hastily. Truly know nothing? Qin Shi narrowed his eyes. I truly know nothing. Crack, 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 do you understand now? Have mercy. I genuinely know nothing. Tears welled in the city lord's eyes as he pleaded. If you know nothing, then that is that, Qin Shi said, retracting his whip. Just as the city lord was about to express relief, Liang Xiao entered the interrogation room. Wielding a large butcher's knife, remove his 3 legs and dispose of them in the sunset forest. Let him contribute to the cultivation of soul beasts on the continent. Liang Xiao commanded. The city lord of Biming was paralyzed with terror, yellow liquid streaming down his pants. Liang Xiao remained unfazed, raising the knife to strike. No, please, the city lord cried, realizing the permanence of losing his legs. I will talk. Liang Xiao halted, glancing at Qin Shi. A smile graced Qin Shi's face. Speak. To the city lord. That smile bore the essence of a devil's grin. I am from the Wuhuan Empire. Had you spoken the truth earlier, I would have inquired further. Do you know the Black Long Sword? Qin Shi's eyes narrowed once more as he glanced at Liang Xiao, who nodded in understanding and aimed the knife at the city lord's legs. I know. The Black Long Sword is the mark of the Rakshasa war god. Within the Wuhuan Hall, any soul master who consumes the black liquid and then breaks through to title Douluo can join the ranks of the Rakshasa war god. The Rakshasa war god is a personal guard of the Rakshasa Emperor Dong, and there are currently 15 title Douluo in total. Qin Shi asked 1 question, and the city lord answered 3. Excellent. Now, do you know if the Wuhuan Empire is currently recruiting? The city lord hesitated. Upon noticing, Liang Xiao swung the knife menacingly above the city lord's head, causing the latter to break into a sweat. I know. His Majesty has instructed the Rakshasa war god to split into 2 teams to discreetly recruit in the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. The Shenglong Douluo leads 1 team responsible for the Tiando Empire, while the Jiangma Douluo and Qianjun Douluo lead another team responsible for the Xingluo Empire. The exact number of recruits, I genuinely do not know. The city lord of Biming exhaled rapidly, and Qin Shi nodded in satisfaction. Liang Xiao kept a watchful eye on him. Qin Shi relayed the city lord's words to Tang Hao and the others. The title Douluo teams are indeed formidable. Even the weakest title Douluo is still a title Douluo. I can manage 1 or 2, but if there are more, Uncle Long may struggle to cope. This would leave us short of top-tier combat power, especially considering Bibidon's prowess, Tang Hao remarked gravely. Everyone understood the implications of Tang Hao's words, their expressions turning serious. Yang Wudi, you must hasten to break through to title Douluo. If this continues, we may find ourselves unable to cope when the decisive battle arrives, Douluo urged. We understand, came the reply. Regarding the Wuhuan Empire's recruitment, we shall handle the Tiando Empire, while for the Xingluo Empire, Mubai. You must send a message to your father to prepare accordingly. Understood, Uncle Hao. My father has already dispatched envoys to our location and will arrive by tomorrow for detailed discussions, Dai Mubai responded. The following noon, envoys from the Xingluo Empire arrived. After thorough discussions, an alliance was formed between Tang men, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the Xingluo Empire, and the Tiando Empire, creating a 6-party coalition. In terms of sheer numbers, the newly established Wuhuan Empire could not compete with the 6-party alliance. However, the top-tier combat power of the Wuhuan Empire, known to them, surpassed that of the 6-party alliance. Thus, the The confrontation between the Six-Party Alliance and the Wuhuan Empire commenced. While ordinary individuals remained oblivious to the undercurrents sweeping across the continent, the Soul Masters on the main roads could sense the shifting dynamics among the continent's foremost powers. Consequently, factions began to align, with some joining the Six-Party Alliance, others siding with the Wuhuan Empire, and some remaining in a state of observation. The standoff between the two parties persisted for 6 long months, during which numerous battles took place, all culminating in a stalemate. Strangely, not a single title Douluo from the Wuhuan Temple was sighted. According to reports, only 2 title Douluo were present at the entrance of Wuhuan City. While this information might seem trivial, it nonetheless underscored the terrifying nature of the Wuhuan Empire. With title Douluo guarding the gates, how could one not feel apprehensive? Tang Sen observed the growing might of the Wuhuan Empire with increasing anxiety, yearning to elevate his strength swiftly. Yet in his haste, he nearly fell into the perilous state of demonic deviation while practicing his Shintian Gong. Ultimately, he resolved to seek opportunities in the sea. The ever-mounting power of the Wuhuan Empire left us increasingly bewildered. I wished to enhance my abilities rapidly, but progress at the Soul Sage level was not so easily achieved. Therefore, I yearned to venture out and cultivate my strength, Tang Sen expressed. We are at odds with the Wuhuan Empire. Should the Master harbor any concerns? Tang Sen offered a faint smile. Master, you once taught me that to become a formidable Soul Master, both talent and diligence are required. However, we currently possess only talent, devoid of real strength. Confronting title Douluo, we stand powerless. Merely residing in the sect for training is not a viable solution, as the pace of improvement is painfully slow. Tang San's eyes gleamed with determination. The Master regarded Tang San's steadfast gaze and sighed. Very well. Where do you intend to go? Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances and replied in unison. To the sea. The Master quickly shook his head, firmly rejecting the notion. No. The dangers of the sea are not something mere soul saints and soul emperors can face. Before the Master could elaborate, Tang San interjected. Master, I am troubled by my prolonged stay within the sect, unable to achieve deep meditation. The Master was taken aback. He had always seen Tang San as an obedient and well-mannered boy, never expecting him to speak back for the first time. However, he bore no resentment, for he understood Tang San's feelings, yet his concern lingered. Brother, you should go to Devil Island. There lies a tremendous opportunity. Qin Shi entered from outside, his tone laden with significance. Really, Xiao Qi? Tang San's face brightened, for he knew Qin Shi would not deceive him, yet he felt compelled to confirm. Of course it is true. The place I speak of is called Devil Island. Qin Shi asserted. What is this Devil Island? No, it is too dangerous. 2 title Douluo from the Wuhuan Temple perished there. The Master hastily countered. Master, hear me out. I saw Devil Island during my time at sea, and my little serpent had informed me it had been there before. The inhabitants are quite peaceful. If you do not provoke them, they will not trouble you. The Wuhuan Temple was merely repelled for violating the island's rules. Moreover, I assure you, if my brother and the others venture to Devil Island, they will undoubtedly reap significant rewards. Qin Shi's assurances planted seeds of doubt in the Master's mind regarding the authenticity of Devil Island. Then you may go, but it is imperative that someone accompanies you for protection. The Master's tone softened, granting permission for Tang San and his companions to embark for Devil Island. Thus, Tang Hao took on the role of protector, while Tang San and the 6 Shrek monsters, along with the determined by Qin Xiang, set out for the fabled Devil Island. Qin Shi, too, decided not to remain in the sect as he sought to find 2 wives, having grown increasingly impatient over the past year. To enter the offering hall, one must first gain entry to the Wuhuan Empire and Wuhuan City. With the latest map of the continent in hand, Qin Shi meticulously scanned it, and, after much contemplation, he settled on a location. The Wuhuan Empire spanned a vast territory, rivaling that of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. Naturally, such an expansive area presented challenges, necessitating a substantial military presence along the borders for protection. A portion of the Wuhuan Empire encompassed the outskirts of the Star Do Great Forest, which served as Qin Shi's breakthrough point. With his true dragon wings unfurled, he soared at remarkable speed into the Wuhuan Empire. En route to Wuhuan City, he encountered numerous cities in various stages of construction. "Please, kind sir, have mercy and allow me to enter to beg for a bit of money. I have not eaten for 10 days." Clad in a tattered robe patched in numerous places, with a ragged hat atop his head, he bore the stench of soul beast excrement. This individual was none other than the hastily arriving Qin Shi, who sought every means to gain entry to Wuhuan City but ultimately failed. Left with no choice, he resorted to abducting a beggar, stripping the beggar of his clothing to don them himself. He then smeared a portion of soul beast waste on his face, rendering him even more beggar-like. Along the way, some compassionate souls offered him a few copper soul coins, a truly disheartening turn of events. Chapter 117. There are still many kind souls in the world. Qin Shi felt an urge to weep in despair. "Begone, begone. Only soul masters may enter Wuhuan City. What business do you, a filthy beggar, have here?" The guarding soul sage shoved Qin Shi aside. "My lord, please. I have elderly and young dependents at home. Have mercy and let me in. Even if I perish from hunger, my family is innocent." Tears streamed down Qin Shi's face, nearly washing away the soul beast waste. But fortunately, he managed to suppress his tears in time. The soul sage's expression turned impatient. "Will you leave?" Qin Shi's eyes brightened as he quickly accepted the silver soul coin. "My lord, this is insufficient. My family includes my uncle and younger relatives, who have also been starving for quite some time." Seeing that Qin Shi still showed no signs of departing, the soul sage glared at him with a fierce gaze. Qin Shi maintained his sorrowful demeanor. The soul sage, unwilling to waste further time, lifted his foot to kick Qin Shi away. "Wait, I will take him inside." A young man stepped forward from the crowd, speaking calmly. The soul sage almost uttered the words, "Mind your own business," but upon seeing the young man's face, he swallowed his words, replacing them with a forced smile. "Your Highness, of course, you may take him inside." The young man nodded, grasping Qin Shi's arm and leading him into Wuhuan City. They first indulged in a lavish meal, after which the young man bestowed upon Qin Shi a sum of 70 gold soul coins, departing with a complex expression. "Take good care of your parents and family." Qin Shi eagerly nodded in gratitude, his eyes brimming with tears of joy. After the figure of the young man vanished from his sight, Qin Shi found an inn to stay in, bathed, and changed into clean clothes. "How dashing," he thought. "Now to seek out my wives, concealed in the shadows." Qin Shi stealthily made his way toward the offering hall. The offering hall, Douluo Hall, and Papal Hall constituted the 3 pillars of the Wuhuan Temple. With the establishment of the Wuhuan Empire, the Douluo Hall and Papal Hall expanded, evolving into a royal palace. The offering hall remained unchanged, not due to Bibi Dong's reluctance to act, but rather because it was under the protection of celestial beings. Qin Shi had visited this place before its transformation. Although the Douluo Hall and Papal Hall had grown in size, the offering hall retained its original form, allowing Qin Shi to locate it with ease. On his journey toward the offering hall, he found it devoid of the throngs of guards he had anticipated. Bibi Dong had not stationed anyone to watch over it. "I'm about to meet my wife." Without any hindrance, Qin Shi swiftly pushed open the grand doors of the offering hall. Inside was dimly lit, with only a golden door behind the position where Qian Douluo once sat. The angelic secret realm? Qin Shi stepped forward, and after a wave of dizziness, he opened his eyes. The scene before Qin Shi sent his blood racing. Ning Rongrong and Qian Rinxue stood completely bare within the golden radiance, as if undergoing some profound trial. Their faces bore a slight blush, but most striking was their enhanced beauty, which, under the golden light, made them resemble celestial maidens. Both Qian Rinxue and Ning Rongrong noticed Qin Shi, their cheeks flushed, tears welling in their eyes. Who could fathom the depth of longing they had endured for Qin Shi over the past year? They yearned to rush towards him, but were obstructed by a barrier of light. Qin Shi hurriedly approached, astonishingly managing to breach the barrier. "Rongrong, Xiaoxue, you have become even more beautiful. I find it utterly irresistible," Qin Shi exclaimed, embracing both of them, feeling an elevation of his heart, body, and soul. "You little rascal. But it seems you become braver as well," Qian Rinxue whispered. Ning Rongrong eagerly nodded in agreement. Without you, my days were devoid of joy. Qin Shi teased. Have you both been here all this time? Yes, I have received the recognition of Sister Angel. If I pass the 9 trials, I will become as formidable as Sister Angel, Qian Rinxue declared proudly. Me too. I'm also involved in the 9 trials, albeit in a supportive role for Sister Shui. Ning Rongrong chimed in, revealing a proud expression. You both are quite impressive, Qin Shi praised, ruffling their hair. But alas, my grandfather has passed away. Qin Shi was not surprised. He understood that Qian Douluo possessed the angelic divine set. To bestow this set upon Qian Rinxue, he would have to sacrifice his life, which weighed heavily on his heart, but there was little he could do. Grandfather did it for me. I know he did it for my sake. But that is precisely why I feel sorrowful, Qian Rinxue sobbed, burying her face against Qin Shi's chest, while Ning Rongrong merely clung to his arm, showing little interest in vying for attention. Qin Shi tenderly stroked Qian Rinxue's golden hair. After a considerable time, Qian Rinxue's emotions settled, although her body still trembled slightly, her eyes swollen from crying. Yet, a beautiful smile graced her face. Grandfather did it for me. I cannot disappoint him. I will strive to pass the trials. Qin Shi offered a reassuring smile. Excellent. I will cheer for you. Can't you lend us a hand, little 7? This trial is exceedingly difficult, Ning Rongrong lamented. I wish I could assist you, but I fear that Sister Angel would not permit it. Nevertheless, I will cheer for you. You will surely be filled with strength. Qin Shi replied. Humph! They both pouted in unison. At that moment, a voice echoed in their minds. 4th trial. Exhaust the man before you. Time limit, 1 month. Good luck, young ladies. Both girls looked astonished. ISNT our 4th trial, supposed to be enduring beneath the golden light for a day. How did it change so suddenly? And in such an embarrassing manner? Seeing their expressions shift, Qin Shi was taken aback. What is wrong? Our 4th trial has changed, Qian Rinxue said, a slight smile creeping on her lips, her flushed cheeks giving Qin Shi a sense of foreboding. What has changed? Qin Shi inquired. While Ning Rongrong mustered her courage to speak, little 7, we must exhaust you. Qin Shi was stunned. What? Our 4th trial? Upon passing the 4th trial, all soul rings will increase by 300 years, and the compatibility with the angel will rise by 5%. The voice resonated in their minds. Yay, we did it! I didn't expect this trial to be so simple. Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully, and Qian Rinxue also smiled brightly. Chapter 118. Finally arriving at the extreme north. The cold here is unbearable for ordinary people. It's truly beautiful here, Ning Rongrong remarked, completely detached from the conversation. Since passing the 4th trial, the trio had journeyed to the extreme north. Before them lay a vast expanse of snow, with not an inch of bare earth visible. Occasionally, a few medicinal herbs swayed in the snow, indicating that few humans had tread here. Just on the outskirts, they could spot medicinal herbs with every few steps. One could only wonder what lay deeper within. The trio pressed on, harvesting mature herbs along the way, encountering various types of soul beasts. Soon, the continental map they possessed became obsolete. They had ventured into the furthest reaches known to the mapmakers, where the deeper areas were marked in red with the word danger. They found themselves in a small basin, where temperatures were comparatively higher, with small lakes formed by melting snow, presenting a magnificent sight. Shall we build a small shelter here? It looks splendid, both Qian Rinxue and Ning Rongrong suggested, prompting Qin Shi to acquiesce, extracting pre-prepared timber from his system space. A simple wooden cabin was erected in under 10 minutes. Ning Rongrong generously produced a large bed from her storage soul guide, ample enough for 5 people to sleep comfortably. Upon witnessing this, Qin Shi's lips twitched, realizing that escaping the night was futile. How burdensome for you, my husband. I shall reluctantly accept your affections. Qin Shi mused to himself. Just as Qin Shi was lost in thought, Qian Rinxue had already taken Ning Rongrong's hand, and the two leapt into the small lake to wash up. Wow, the water is warm, Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully, having expected a cold bath. Qin Shi hurried over to check the water temperature. It appears we are quite fortunate. There may be treasures here. With that, He plunged into the water, swiftly diving deeper. However, after a prolonged descent, he still had not reached the lake's bottom. As he explored, he noticed the surrounding space narrowing. Initially, the lake had a radius of 15 meters, but had shrunk to 6 meters. Ning Rongrong and Qian Rinxue followed closely behind. This lake is quite deep, Ning Rongrong gasped, realizing they were now submerged 200 meters underwater, with the temperature rising steadily. Perhaps you should ascend. I can manage the descent alone, Qin Shi suggested. Noticing that Ning Rongrong was beginning to struggle, Qian Rinxue nodded. Be careful, little seven. We will wait for you above. With that, they swam upward, leaving Qin Shi to continue his descent. The temperature was still manageable for him. 600 meters, 700 meters, 800 meters, 1,000 meters. The space widened considerably. At last, Qin Shi scanned his surroundings, revealing a vivid crimson hue, reminiscent of molten lava, with sand beneath his feet all bearing the same fiery color. Yan Fen Tianzi. Qin Shi exclaimed in astonishment. Jiyan Funtianji was an extraordinary fire attribute celestial herb, resembling a lotus flower, but containing 5 small lotus seeds and 1 large one. Unlike other fire attribute herbs that thrived in active fire environments, Jiyan Funtianji preferred the extreme cold, transforming the frigid surroundings with its own warmth. As a peak celestial herb, it had developed a semblance of consciousness, gradually moving to seek colder environments for nourishment. This particular Jiyan Funtianji had likely not migrated long ago. Its natural temperature exceeded 1,000 degrees, while the highest temperature here was merely over 500 degrees. Qin Shi slowly approached the Jiyan Funtianji, but as he drew nearer, the temperature intensified. He bit his lip, enduring the rising heat. In the final stretch, Qin Shi lunged forward, his fingertips brushing against the figure of Jiyan Funtianshu. In an instant, she vanished, absorbed into his system space. The heat was intense. Despite being submerged in water at 500 degrees, his garments remained unscathed. It was merely proximity to Jiyan Funtianshu's attire that incinerated his own. With the treasure secured, Qin Shi hesitated no longer and transformed into a beam of light, darting out of the small lake. Xiao Qi, you're radiating such heat, remarked Ning Rongrong, noticing the high temperature emanating from him. His skin appeared strikingly prominent against the snowy terrain, steam rising from his body. Unable to contain her laughter, she playfully patted his shoulder. Ah! Ning Rongrong quickly withdrew her hand. Phew, that's hot, she exclaimed, blowing on her palm. Qian Rinxue shot Ning Rongrong a glance. Xiao Qi's body temperature is evidently high. Why would you still touch him? Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue. How was I to know? She added. You're not a child anymore. Qin Shi fell back into the snow, which melted into water within a 5-meter radius around him, starting to boil. Both Ning Rongrong and Qian Rinxue were astonished. Qian Rinxue voiced her concern. Xiao Qi, you won't be harmed by such high temperatures, will you? Even a tidal Douluo might struggle to endure that. The temperature isn't that extreme. It's merely around 800 degrees. This level of heat cannot harm me, Qin Shi replied. Initially shocked, both Ning Rongrong and Qian Rinxue breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Qi, please don't frighten us, Ning Rongrong pouted. All right. Qin Shi assured her, as his temperature swiftly returned to normal. He donned his clothes and retrieved Jiyan Funtianshu from the system space, explaining its significance to the 2 women. He then handed each of them a seed. Ning Rongrong held the lotus seed, feeling its warmth even through Qin Shi's soul power. How do I absorb this? She inquired. Just eat it, he replied. Ah, won't that be dangerous? She worried. No, he reassured, demonstrating by swallowing the largest seed himself. Without hesitation, Ning Rongrong and Qian Rinxue followed suit. The moment the seeds entered their systems, they experienced an intense sensation as if their internal organs were being scorched, causing discomfort and pain. Qin Shi bore it without a sound, while Ning Rongrong and Qian Rinxue fared better due to their consumption of smaller seeds, which posed less harm and discomfort. However, they needed time to absorb the medicinal properties. Only Qin Shi knew the agony he endured as the sharp pain caused veins to bulge on his forehead, and his skin felt as if magma coursed beneath it. This experience was akin to being tormented by the notion that he could die yet was inexplicably kept alive. Fortunately, this torment was brief. Soon he felt a wave of relief as his internal organs began to absorb the medicinal essence, gradually healing their injuries. Level 77. Level 78. The potent essence propelled him to level 79 before it ceased. The excess medicinal power flowed to the Emperor's heart, which seemed to pulse with renewed vigor. Elevating his spirit, Ning Rongrong and Qian Rinxue rose one after the other. "How do you feel?" Qin Shi asked with a smile. "Incredible. I've gained 3 levels. I'm now an 85-level soul, Douluo." Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully. "Indeed, I'm at 89 levels now. Becoming a title Douluo is just around the corner," Qian Rinxue added, visibly excited. The aspiration of becoming a title Douluo was a dream for many, and even she, with her innate 20 levels, could not escape that ambition. "You both are remarkable. I'm still only at 79 levels." As night fell, the days slipped away unnoticed. Before sleeping, Qin Shi provided 2 lotus seeds to the little snake, knowing that for a 100,000-year soul beast, such divine herbs would be immensely nourishing. He wondered how much this would enhance the little snake's cultivation. After a night filled with joyous revelry, Qin Shi felt utterly drained, his eyes devoid of luster, as if he had sustained grave injuries, unable to muster the strength to rise. In contrast, Ning Rongrong and Qian Rinxue exited with enthusiasm. "Xiaoqi, Xiaoqi," came Ning Rongrong's impatient voice from outside the wooden cabin. Qin Shi opened his eyes and responded, "What is it, Rongrong?" "The little snake is missing." Qin Shi quickly sprang up and dashed outside, only to find the shed skin of the little snake. Utilizing the perception granted by his true eye and formidable spiritual power, he discerned the little snake's location. The 3 hurried towards it. Upon their arrival, the little snake, instead of joyfully approaching Qin Shi, writhed anxiously, attempting to flee. "Don't chase after it," Qin Shi intervened. "The little snake is about to undergo its 20,000-year tribulation." He sensed the immense pressure descending from the sky before the others could. Noticing that Qin Shi had halted, the little snake paused, coiling its body and raising its head, flicking its tongue towards the heavens. The next day, a vast expanse of dark clouds stretched for hundreds of miles above the land where the little snake resided. Thunder rumbled ominously as the clouds churned violently. The first bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, and the little snake conjured a massive water shield to protect itself. The thunder struck fiercely upon its head, sending shockwaves that shattered the thick snow surrounding it, fracturing the earth for miles around. The pressure from above intensified, and before anyone could comprehend the little snake's condition, another series of thunderclaps resonated, causing the ground to tremble violently. In the depths of the extreme northern region, within an ice palace radiating a faint white glow, the frigid air was potent enough to freeze a title Douluo instantly, marking it as a forbidden realm for humans. At that moment, a figure emerged from the palace, and upon closer inspection, anyone would gasp in awe at her ethereal beauty. Clad in a resplendent white gown, she obscured the brilliance of the falling snowflakes. Her skin, pale as snow, and her exquisitely perfect visage bore no flaws. This was the territory of the Ice Empress, the most esteemed among the 3 kings of the extreme north, a being of 690,000 years. Could there be a denizen of my realm on the verge of breaking through the 20,000-year barrier? She pondered, tilting her head in curiosity. "I shall investigate." With that, the Ice Empress transformed into snowflakes, disappearing from sight, reappearing within the vicinity of the little snake's tribulation. She sensed its lineage, which seemed to possess draconic blood, hinting at potentially dangerous tribulations. "If it succeeds, so be it. If not, I shall lend my strength," she resolved. The Ice Empress also noticed Qin Shi and the others, puzzled as to why humans were present to observe the soul beast tribulation. Could they be intending to interfere? She thought, uncertain, for she had always maintained a non-interference stance with humanity. Should these 3 attempt to meddle, she would act decisively. The moment the Ice Empress manifested, Qin Shi's spiritual perception registered her presence, causing him to freeze momentarily before becoming alert. At that moment, the little snake was nearing the completion of its tribulation, albeit in a weakened state. Just as the final bolt of lightning descended, the dark clouds dissipated, and the sky returned to normal, as if nothing had transpired. Sensing Qin Shi's urgency and the little snake's unwillingness to succumb, a voice resonated in his mind. The denizens of the sea shall not meet their demise so unjustly beneath the tribulation. The frail little snake was destined to succumb to the impending thunder tribulation, facing an end of utter annihilation. However, beside it stood Qin Shi, who would never allow such a fate. Over the duration of their companionship, Qin Shi's bond with the little snake had transcended the typical master-pet relationship. The voice in Qin Shi's mind stifled the words of gratitude he was about to utter. Suddenly, a golden blue light vanished from his consciousness, materializing above him into a colossal soul-beast apparition nearly 100 meters tall, the deep-sea blue dragon. Even the Ice Heaven Snow Maiden was taken aback, recognizing the entity. The deep-sea blue dragon then exhaled a stream of blue light towards the little snake, infusing it with a robust vitality that penetrated its body. The little snake's form flickered with blue light, and the life that had seemingly vanished began to rekindle. Qin Shi, witnessing this miraculous event, was overwhelmed with joy and was about to express his thanks when the deep-sea blue dragon dissipated, transforming into a blue orb that returned to his mind. He had no time for apologies, his gaze fixed intently on the little snake. The previously battered creature, now restored to its original state, its azure scales gradually shed, revealing a body of shimmering platinum. Remarkably, 5 small claws sprouted beneath it, and a pair of tiny horns emerged from its head, while a tuft of white fur adorned its tail. The once fierce little snake had now morphed into a creature of endearing charm. Qin Shi stared in astonishment at this transformation. 5 claws, horns on its head. Was this not a dragon? Could it be that the little snake was, in fact, a dragon? The Ice Heaven Snow Maiden, however, did not regard the little snake, but instead fixed a penetrating gaze upon Qin Shi, sending a chill down his spine. "How much longer will you linger in the skies?" Qin Shi inquired, his tone surprisingly friendly due to the little snake's revival. "Are you human?" came a reply, laced with incredulity. In Chapter 120, Ning Rongrong and Qian Renxue were unable to suppress their laughter upon overhearing their exchange. The Ice Heaven Snow Maiden shot a cold glance at the 2 girls, startling them. Qin Shi quickly positioned himself in front of them, saying, "If you have something to say, direct it at me. I have no business with you, merely inquiring about that blue apparition." The Ice Heaven Snow Maiden responded with a dismissive tone. "You two are a soul beast. Do you not recognize who he is?" Yi Tian, with a grave expression, focused intently on the clawed hand rushing towards his throat, narrowing his eyes just in time to evade the attack narrowly. The feast laid before them was meticulously prepared by the chef for Lioli, intended to evoke fond memories through her favorite dishes. Yi Tian shook his head, genuinely unaware of how Zheng Zhe and Yi Qingmei had become entangled. Both entities were formed from concentrated energy, exuding potent and domineering power, with their combined attacks resembling tangible manifestations akin to a white lotus. The strength of the martial techniques employed by the 3 formidable warriors was nothing short of extraordinary. As the energies clashed, the resultant force was unimaginable. Upon hearing Aunt Himu's words, Ai finally regained his composure and laid the injured person on the bed for Dr. Li to examine. After a thorough inspection, Dr. Li shook his head in exasperation. Who could be so cruel as to shatter a person's internal organs? He hurried to retrieve his concocted pills to administer to Wacho. Capturing that wild cloud leopard was remarkably unexpected. "I wonder if it has accepted a master to prevent future escape," Ji Yang remarked confidently, being well-versed in exotic beasts. "Old Lady Lu, what brings you here? Why is it so cold?" she asked, lowering her gaze to inspect herself. Had she once been so? Appearing friendly while harboring blatant mockery. How had she failed to notice this before? Yi Lu Xiang found the comment deeply ironic. An older sister? Perhaps, if one existed, it was merely to plot her downfall. This was Wang Yu's first time proposing something typically reserved for couples to lend duo. Mao Liyin chuckled, saying, "However, the jade ring is indeed on my person, a testament to his gift not something I pilfered. She intentionally blurred the lines of understanding. Previously, she had dismissed matters of the supernatural, but now having traversed realms, what could she possibly doubt? Did I not instruct you to prepare days ago? Why has nothing been done? Su Ruhue glared at her disapprovingly, prompting Bai Lu to tug at Fei O's sleeve, signaling her to remain silent. In the dim light, Funner retrieved a luminous pearl from Mao Lian, unveiling it from its dark shroud, instantly brightening the once dismal cold palace. Forget it. If I can't recall, it matters not. By the way, shall we wait for those individuals here? Ji Ling queried. By heavens, Ruewen is also wearing the 5 red armor. Wang Yu exclaimed in disbelief, unable to restrain his exclamation. Given Wang Yu's character, would he transition to ADC without reason if Feng Xiao did not show up? The scene shifted to a warm-lit setting where father, mother, and brother sat together as mother served food into the bowl. The following day, Su Ruhue, having prepared herself, donned a pair of jingling bells and accompanied Zhou Yi to the Tai Palace to pay their respects and express gratitude. The maidservant Xiaoxiang emerged to usher them in, while Hua Qingxie attended to the empress's grooming, smiling and nodding at the two. Everyone, Dong Yong began his labor in late May, during the season of flourishing seedlings. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was time for harvest. Thanks to Dong Yong's diligence, this year the landowner needed no additional laborers. Though he understood that leaving Yin Chengmei to rescue AI Jia could potentially offend her, jeopardize his mother's medical expenses in America. His rationality ultimately triumphed over his cowardice. He said nothing and sprinted towards the direction of the artificial mountain. In Chapter 121, she pulled Qin Shi aside, saying, Xiao Qi, do not feel burdened. Rong and I can accept another sister. Do not fret over this matter. But I made a promise to you. Qin Shi confessed, feeling a pang of guilt. Your relationship was also something we agreed upon. There is no need for promises, Qian Rinxue replied. I only wish to be the master's cherished pet, one that brings joy to the master. The little snake stepped forward, having overheard their conversation. It had never intended to be the master's woman, but desired to be the one behind the master. Yet I do not wish to let you down. As long as the master loves me and does not abandon me, I will forever remain the master's pet. Even if the master no longer wants me, I will continue to follow and serve as the master's pet, doing whatever the master desires. The little snake expressed its heartfelt sentiments, transforming into a miniature white dragon and burrowing into Qin Shi's sleeve. The sincerity of the little snake resonated within Qin Shi, who bowed his head, still feeling remorseful. Ning Rong reassured, since the little snake has chosen willingly, we cannot impose. In our hearts, it is our sister. Very well, Qin Shi sighed. Perhaps this is the essence of a scoundrel. Their journey to the extreme north had yielded considerable rewards. Qin Shi initially intended to return as planned, but suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards the depths of the extreme north, sensing a call that seemed to plead for assistance. Qin Shi felt perplexed. Having spent several days in the extreme north, it was peculiar that someone would seek help just as he was about to return to the mainland. Moreover, the call resonated not with the vibrations of mental energy, but with the essence of divine soul power. In Qin Shi's understanding, he and Bai Dong were the only ones on the continent to have evolved mental energy. So how could there be fluctuations of divine soul power in the extreme north? Curiosity compelled Qin Shi to venture forth. Yet he harbored fears that danger might befall Qian Rinxue and Ning Rong. After securing their consent, the two women hastily retreated inland, while Qin Shi, accompanied by a small serpent, cautiously stepped out of the diminutive basin and delved deeper into the unknown. In the heart of the extreme north, he dared not take to the skies. Instead, he opted for the safety of solid ground, following the direction of his summons. As he traversed the thick snow, a sudden roar disrupted his pace. A colossal white figure emerged before him, for the extreme north was no place for humanity. To Qin Shi's astonishment, the white figure spoke, revealing itself to be the Titan Snow Demon, a soul beast of 100,000 years. The Titan Snow Demon sensed the pressure emanating from Qin Shi and hesitated to strike. Although Qin Shi possessed strength comparable to a title Douluo, he was utterly powerless against such a formidable soul beast. However, the Titan Snow Demon seemed to harbor no intent to harm him, merely urging him to depart. Yet, Qin Shi had no intention of leaving. Having come this far, retreat was not an option. Without uttering a word, he turned and dashed back. Observing Qin Shi's retreat towards the exterior of the extreme north, the Titan Snow Demon let out a mighty roar and bounded away. However, Qin Shi swiftly turned back, plunging deeper into the frigid expanse. He sensed he was nearing his destination, and in the distance he beheld a towering black edifice, his goal. This structure, a black tower standing over 20 meters tall, yet only 3 stories high, was encrusted with rust and resembled an ancient prison. What perplexed Qin Shi most was the desolate expanse of snow surrounding him for miles, devoid of any soul beasts. The call he felt emanated from the very apex of the tower. Circling the structure, he discovered a door formed of iron pillars, each as thick as a person. But it was evidently not designed for human confinement, for there was a gap of a meter between the columns, allowing Qin Shi to slip through with ease. As he sensed an even more urgent summons from the tower's summit, he hesitated, pondering the possibility of encountering a 100,000-year super ferocious beast within. A mere breath from such a creature could spell his demise. "Enter. Your opportunity awaits," urged an elderly voice that appeared before him, grinning. Hearing the word opportunity sparked a glimmer of hope in Qin Shi's eyes, and he, trusting the old man's words, stepped forward without further hesitation. Upon entering the tower, he was greeted not by the darkness he anticipated, but by a continuous expanse of majestic mountains, with vibrant green grass beneath his feet. Qin Shi was taken aback. The interior of the tower was an entirely different realm. Was it a microcosm? Confusion clouded his mind as he realized he was on the first floor. How does one access the second floor? Suddenly, a cheerful female voice resonated. "Challenger, welcome to the Hell Tower. First floor challenge. Advance." Qin Shi paused, contemplating the challenge. If it's a challenge, then I shall rise to it. I shall fly. He unfurled his true dragon wings, leaping skyward, only to crash back to the ground. Mouthful of grass. "What the heck?" he exclaimed, spitting out the grass. "Ah, my apologies. I forgot to mention that soul power and divine consciousness cannot be utilized here." The voice chimed again, her tone devoid of any genuine regret, laced instead with a hint of amusement. Qin Shi was at a loss for words, feeling utterly helpless against her. His physical prowess rivaled that of a titled Douluo, and he believed he could traverse these mountains with relative ease. Although his soul power was inaccessible, his physical constitution remained formidable. He advanced, propelling himself forward with his left leg while coiling his right calf in preparation. With a swift motion, he found himself 50 centimeters ahead. "What the hell?" he exclaimed again as he tumbled once more. "I truly apologize. Your physical abilities have been reduced to that of a 5-year-old child." Despair washed over him. Could you not deliver all your information at once? Echoes of his frustration reverberated through the mountains, yet the voice offered no response. Qin Shi was genuinely astonished. The restriction on soul power mirrored that of the Slaughter City. Yet reducing his physical abilities was an unfathomable tactic. Who was the master of this tower? "Little serpent, come forth and guide me." He shook his sleeve, hoping for the serpent's assistance, but to his dismay, it was nowhere to be found. In his soul-bone space, the serpent also appeared bewildered, wondering why it was confined there. Qin Shi felt utterly helpless, as the voice had informed him that the serpent remained in his soul-bone space. Yet he now resembled a slightly stronger 5-year-old boy. With so many mountains to traverse, how long would it take? Despite his thoughts, he proceeded cautiously, wary of exhausting his energy by moving too quickly. As he emerged from the grassland, he had yet to scale the first mountain when his stomach growled, signaling hunger. He had not brought any provisions. What was he to do? Would Qin Shi, the illustrious figure of 2 lifetimes, perish here? Certainly not, almost as if fate had conspired. A massive wild boar, with a robust body and a coat of brownish yellow, emerged from the thicket, eyeing him warily. Elation surged through Qin Shi. Food had arrived. Thus, he began a standoff with the wild boar. After a minute, his stomach growled again, and he watched the boar, saliva pooling in his mouth. "I can't hold back any longer," he declared, shedding his outer garment and grasping its corners. The boar, seemingly cooperative, retreated and charged, its tusks aimed directly at him. Startled, Qin swiftly sidestepped, and the boar's tusks pierced his clothing, creating 2 holes. To his delight, the boar was momentarily blinded by the obstruction of his garment. With its vision compromised, the boar spun in confusion. Approaching cautiously, Qin picked up a sharp stone and waited for the opportune moment. As the boar's leaps grew less frequent, he seized his chance, leaping onto its back and relentlessly striking its head with the stone. His 5-year-old body, weakened by hunger, struggled to overcome the beast, but eventually he triumphed. Bloodied and covered in the boar's crimson, Qin beamed with joy. Clumsily cleaning the boar, he successfully ignited a fire using a fire-starting technique and commenced his roast. Thereafter, Qin journeyed tirelessly, resting when fatigued, consuming pork when hungry, and digging shallow pits in the earth to collect water. In his perception, a month passed, and he finally arrived at a grand black door. Summoning all his strength, he pushed it open and stepped inside. Before him stood black walls, and as he surveyed the space, he realized it was an immense arena, entirely enclosed by walls. Congratulations on passing the first round. In the second round, defeat 3 10,000-year-old beasts using only your physical strength. Upon hearing the sound, Qin clenched his fists and struck the wall with a punch. His strength had returned, yet his soul power remained inaccessible. "Come forth, the 10,000-year-old beast." In the shadows, 3 identical soul beasts materialized before Qin eyes. Their enormous heads were adorned with crimson fur, while their bodies exhibited a tawny hue, emanating a chilling aura of ferocity. A 10,000-year-old beast, the golden lion, its bloodline was more terrifying than that of the dark gold terraclaw bear, and its cultivation of 10,000 years was sufficient to shake a 50,000-year dark gold terraclaw bear. Now, before him stood 3 10,000-year golden lions. Even with the physique of a titled Douluo, Qin could hardly withstand the onslaught of 3 golden lions. A single misstep could lead to his instant demise. Yet, since it was a challenge, Qin was determined to accept. The leftmost golden lion stepped forward while the other 2 retreated. One by one, it seemed. Qin let out a sigh of relief. Facing them individually, he could hold his ground for a while, not succumbing immediately. The golden lion let out a mighty roar. Opening its gaping maw, the roar echoed. The golden lion unleashed its innate skill, a mental assault. This strike had no effect on Qin, causing the golden lion to display a human-like surprise, followed swiftly by rage. It leaped into the air, its claws several times larger than Qin, descending with terrifying force that shattered the air. Qin's expression shifted. He turned the tide, rolling under the golden lion's body. The golden lion missed its target and, in a fit of fury, swung its massive body around, striking down with its left forepaw. Just as Qin stood up, he realized he could not evade it. He hastily raised his arm in defense, but the giant paw slammed him against the wall. Fortunately, his robust physique mitigated the damage. Wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, he called out, "Come on." The golden lion lunged at Qin, jaws wide open, its foul breath nearly making him retch. He rolled beneath the golden lion's belly, the softest area apart from its eyes, gathering all his strength in his legs. He pushed off the ground, delivering a powerful kick that sent the golden lion flying several meters away. It roared in pain, struggling to rise. But the agony in its abdomen hindered its movements. Seizing the moment, Qin pursued with a flying kick, sending the golden lion tumbling further. The 2 observing golden lions could no longer stand idly by, flanking Qin from either side. His senses heightened, he prepared for their simultaneous strike. In an instant, he focused on the golden lion to his right, opting not to evade, but to confront its claws directly. However, his intention was not to engage in a brute force exchange. As he approached the paw, Qin sidestepped, using the golden lion's claw as a springboard to execute a spinning kick that connected with the lion's flank, producing a bone-cracking sound. The golden lion howled in agony, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. With only one golden lion remaining, Qin raised his hands in a universal gesture. Whether it comprehended his intent was unclear, but eliminating this human was its primary objective. Before the Golden Lion could make a move, Qin seized the initiative, launching himself into the air and executing a spinning kick aimed at the lion's waist. The Golden Lion, displaying human-like foresight, swiped down with a paw, anticipating Qin trajectory. With a smile, Qin momentarily halted his descent before plummeting again. The lion's paw struck nothing but air, and it attempted to evade too late. Qin left foot struck true against its midsection. With a pained wail, the Golden Lion fell, incapacitated. At that moment, a feminine voice echoed, announcing the completion of the second trial. "Come forth, young man." A luminous portal appeared before Qin, accompanied by a different, mellifluous voice that enveloped him in warmth. Unconsciously, he stepped into the light, and in a flash, he found himself on the third floor of the Black Tower. This time, there were no further challenges. Before him lay a mat with a beautiful young woman, around 30 years of age, seated gracefully. "Did you summon me?" Qin inquired with curiosity, though his heart remained vigilant. Deep within the extreme north, a young woman sat within a black tower. Anyone would be cautious in such a scenario. Given the previous encounter with the ice goddess, Qin wondered if this woman was a super soul beast akin to the Snow Empress. Currently unable to utilize his soul power, he recognized that it's true I required it for activation. Otherwise, he would discern her true identity with a mere glance. "You need not know who I am. I summoned you for a specific purpose. I require your assistance in locating a successor," the woman stated, her voice soft yet clear. Qin's expression darkened as he took a few steps back. "Find someone else," he thought regretfully, lamenting his momentary curiosity that led him here. It seemed as though she expected him to help her. "Old man, get me out of here," Qin communicated with the elder, wishing to leave on his own. But the surrounding darkness offered no exit. Just as he finished speaking, the elder appeared within the black tower. "Little ice child, you still can't let go?" The woman brightened, attempting to rise, yet something unseen weighed her down, preventing her from standing. "The Snow Lady is just like my daughter. I simply cannot bring myself to harm her," she said with a bitter smile. "Isn't there another way? One that doesn't require you to act?" The elder replied with a sly grin. The woman explained, "I haven't even told her. I merely mentioned that I committed an offense in the divine realm and was imprisoned here. Why go through all that? Come here, little Qi." "Old man, do you know this mortal? He is my successor. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here." The woman's shock was palpable. "Your successor? Apologies. I had no idea you were the elder's successor," she said, looking at Qin. Qin replied with a faint smile, "It's quite all right. It's all in the past. You haven't done anything. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luo Binglin, the inheritor of the ice god." As expected, anyone acquainted with the elder would likely be a deity from the divine realm. "I have met the ice god," Qin stated. "Just call me Little Qi. I'll refer to you as Aunt Luo." "Very well," the ice god responded with a smile, her tone lightened with joy. "Aunt Luo, why do you seek a successor? Is it true you cannot leave this tower?" The ice god shot him a glance. "If I could leave, would I still be conversing with you here?" Qin scratched his head. "But didn't you say there was a way out?" "There are two methods. One involves me personally ending my daughter's life, and the other requires my daughter to find a male human to lose her virginity. However, for years, she has only befriended a little scorpion and a small white bear, and has had no contact with any soul beasts, let alone humans. As a mother, I cannot force my daughter to do something against her will, which is why I have never mentioned it to her." A gentle smile appeared on the ice goddess' face as she spoke of her daughter. "Aunt Luo, who is your daughter?" "Her name is the Snow Lady. She is as beautiful as a snowflake," the ice god replied. Qin was taken aback. "The Snow Lady? Could be the Snow Empress?" Noticing the change in Qin's expression, the ice god inquired, "Do you know the Snow Lady?" I'm not quite sure. Perhaps I recognize you," Qin said, scratching his head. "Allow me to summon Xuan Nu, so you may become acquainted," Bing Shun suggested with a smile. Qin was startled, recalling the chilling gaze of Xuedi, causing him to shiver all over. "No, inimbalentoreliater. Mother, I have brought you the snow Ganoderma you adore," he exclaimed. Suddenly, The dark iron tower was illuminated by a radiant light, and Xuannu emerged from a spatial rift. Surrounded by delicate snowflakes, her beauty breathtaking. "Are you the human?" Xuannu's smile vanished upon seeing Qin Shi. Could this human pose a threat to her mother? Though this human appeared feeble, the ingenuity of humans was unfathomable. He might possess methods to restrain her mother. "Humans are not welcome here." Xuannu's icy voice enveloped Qin Shi, her small, snow-white hand brimming with frost, ready to strike at any moment. Startled, Qin Shi turned to locate the old man, but he had vanished without a trace. "Xuannu, wait. He was summoned by me. Do not harm him," Bing Shen said, though unable to rise. She grasped Xuannu's arm. "I fear he may pose a threat to you." Xuannu's tone softened as she spoke to Bing Shen, then turned her gaze back to Qin Shi, her eyes still cold. Bing Shen chuckled gently. "Silly child. Do you think a mere novice cultivator could harm a deity fused with divine essence like me?" Xuannu pondered this, realizing the truth. Despite his unique abilities, he was still fragile in the face of absolute power. "Mother, you have endured countless trials to attain divine essence. Do you not feel any sorrow in relinquishing it so easily?" "I am heartbroken for you," Xuannu said glumly. Qin Shi stood agape, astonished that the renowned Xue Di was no longer cold and aloof, but had shown a change in expression. It was utterly inconceivable. "What are you staring at?" "My mother's divine essence will not be passed on. You should leave. I hope you forget this place," Xuannu remarked, seemingly sensing Qin Shi's gaze without turning her head. "No, I will pass my divine essence to Shaoqi. Then I will be free to leave with Xue Air," she said, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Other deities only seek successors for their divine essence when they are unwilling to remain in the divine realm, having become a deity for less than 500,000 years, most of which were spent in this dark, desolate tower. She would undoubtedly find it difficult to part with her divine essence. Alas, the essence could not be passed to Xue Air. Bing Shen sighed inwardly. Xuannu found herself unable to counter her mother's reasoning, as she too yearned for her mother to accompany her into the world. "However, little girl, there is indeed another way to free your mother." A voice echoed in Xuannu's ears, though the old man had not revealed himself. She chose to focus solely on the words that could liberate her mother. Xuannu nearly shouted with excitement. "What is this method?" Bing Shen observed the swift change in Xuannu's expressions, sensing an ominous premonition. "What is it, Xue? Is your tribulation approaching?" No, Xuannu replied, realizing her cheeks were flushed. She glanced at the vigilant Qin Shi pressed against the dark tower wall, biting her lip, unaware of the vast shift in her emotions. Who could fathom the extent of knowledge the old man had imparted in such a fleeting moment? "Then why is your face red?" Bing Shen inquired, puzzled. Xuannu was, in fact, an innate spirit born from the divine essence she wielded, gradually developing intelligence and naturally becoming her mother's daughter. To say she was merely a girl of 50,000 years was an understatement, as she had not interacted with anyone besides Xuannu for so long, lacking experience in various matters. As for Xuannu, she too was inexperienced. However, the old man's detailed explanations had even enlightened a fool. "Ah, mother, do not ask. Please try the snow Ganoderma I brought for you," Xuannu said, her eyes evasive. Yet, Bing Shen, having known Xuannu for centuries, sensed no concealment in her words and thought nothing of it, delicately savoring the flavor of the snow Ganoderma. Seeing Xuannu no longer posed a threat, Qin Shi sighed in relief and plopped down on the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "I was not scared out of my wits. Absolutely not." Once Bing Shen finished tasting the snow Ganoderma, they conversed for a while longer before Xuannu took her leave. Casting a furtive glance back at Qin Shi, Bing Shen turned her gaze to the silent Qin Shi, smiling as she said, "I apologize. Xue Air can be rather impulsive. Please do not take offense." Qin Shi stood, brushing the dust from his pants, and said cheerfully, "No worries, Aunt Luo. I shall take my leave now. Please rest well." "Very well. Let me leave you with a mark. The soul beasts of the extreme north shall not dare approach you, making your exit from this place easier." Qin Shi was escorted out of the tower by Bing Shen. Gazing upon the vast expanse of white snow, he mused that a month had passed unnoticed. and he had encountered not only the old man and the esteemed deity, but also the true form of Bing Shan. After facing deities, as long as the aura of Shui Di did not target him directly, he felt no fear. Of course, if singled out, that would pose significant problems. Your mother has left the mark of Bing Shan upon you. I have never received such treatment. Come with me. Shui Di emerged from the void, her voice melodious yet chilling. With a wave of her jade hand, Qin Shi was instantly encased in ice, then vanished. When next he materialized, Xuannu had brought him to her palace, the Ice and Snow Divine Hall. With another wave of her hand, the ice surrounding Qin Shi melted, and he gasped for air, feeling as if he were on the brink of death. Shui Di, do not think me an easy target. Beware, I shall tell your mother. Qin Shi declared fiercely, though internally he felt utterly powerless, the sensation of growing stronger swirling within him. And what if I do? Xuannu's tone remained icy. After uttering this, Qin Shi's vision faded to black. Xuannu moved closer, awkwardly attempting to unfasten Qin Shi's clothing, but to no avail. Furrowing her brow, she tore at the fabric. Qin Shi's robust physique came into view, and Xuannu's pale cheeks flushed crimson. Mother is so sorry. Time passed uneasily, and in a secluded chamber of the Ice and Snow Divine Hall, Qin Shi's fingers twitched. It is so cold, so painful. Struggling to raise his stiff arm, he slowly lowered it again, his voice weak. By continuously nurturing his body with soul power, Qin Shi gradually regained sensation in his upper body and sat up. Where am I? He soon realized he was in an ice palace, resembling a prison more than a royal abode, as even the bed he lay upon was made of ice. Upon noticing his own lower half, still unresponsive, he was taken aback. It was snow white. He knocked on it with his hand. There was indeed sound. What on earth happened? Who stripped me bare and froze my manhood? Qin Shi exclaimed in shock, urgently circulating his Jiuzhuan Duan Hanju to unblock the meridians of his lower body. The gentle and pure soul power swiftly melted the ice, and Qin Shi, relieved, touched his now pliable member, grateful that he was still a man. Once he regained composure, Qin Shi retrieved a set of clothing from the system space, donned it, and began contemplating his predicament. I am undoubtedly still in the extreme north. I remember being brought to this palace by Shui Di. Surely, she would not deliberately set a trap for me, would she? Qin Shi's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallor. He shook his head furiously, realizing that the Snow Maiden was genuinely intent on tormenting him, leaving him no escape. That old man, truly despicable. Who are you cursing, you little rascal? The old man's ethereal figure materialized before Qin Shi. Casting a glance at the old man, Qin Shi retorted, I'm cursing you. You know not. Old man only wishes what is best for you. The old man suddenly grew melancholic, tears streaming forth like a spring, compelling any observer to believe that Qin Shi was bullying an elderly man. What good could that possibly be? You imprison me in this palace and strip me bare. Qin Shi nearly continued his tirade, feeling an urge to commit violence, though he knew he was outmatched. But I'm not afraid. The old man, unfazed, said, Look at your soul power. 80? Qin Shi was taken aback, for he had recently broken through to 79. At his usual pace, he figured it would take another year to ascend to Soul Douluo, yet here he was, puzzled, casting a curious gaze at the old man. I know not. My spirit cannot penetrate this palace. It is suffused with the aura of primal divine power, and I am utterly ignorant. The old man's countenance remained unchanged, nearly convincing Qin Shi of his sincerity. Do you think I will believe you? Qin Shi maintained a stoic expression, his mind racing with expletives. He recalled the old man's prior brief explanation about primal divine power, which comprised all divine essences, and that no one could tarnish a divine essence. Perhaps the presence of primal divine power here was due to the ice god. Believe it or not, the old man concluded as he departed. Old man, old man. Qin Shi called after him, but to no avail. Who are you calling? An icy voice echoed in Qin Shi's ears, causing him to tremble. Sheepishly, he replied, I wasn't calling anyone. The Snow Maiden appeared in her usual fashion, yet Qin Shi sensed an alteration in her demeanor, although he could not pinpoint the difference. You may leave now, and thank you. The Snow Maiden's tones softened slightly, leaving Qin Shi bewildered. Why thank me? A faint blush crossed her cheeks, and she appeared somewhat irate. I ordered you to leave, so leave. Her voice faltered momentarily, laden with meaning as she gazed at Qin Shi. I shall always be yours. All right, I shall depart. Qin Shi paid little heed to the first part of her statement and dashed away, bolstered by the ice god's lingering marks, which deterred any soul beast from approaching him. After an undetermined duration of running, he finally reached the small basin he had been to before. Observing the cabin now blanketed in ice and snow, Qin Shi strode inside. In Chapter 125, within the Black Tower, the ice god was assisted to rise by the Snow Maiden. Indeed, she could stand. The tower's suppression over her had dissipated. Schwer, why must you endure this? The ice god felt a mix of relief and guilt. It is my selfish desire that burdens you. You need not feel remorse, mother. I merely wish for your companionship, even if just for a month. The Snow Maiden spoke gently. Indeed, once the ice god broke free from the Black Tower-esque constraints, she must ascend to the divine realm within a month, lest the divine enforcers impose punishment upon her, potentially endangering the Snow Maiden. After her ascension, the Snow Maiden would return to confess, and if he could accept her, she would be elated. If not, she would persist until he did. Shao Qi is a clever lad, the ice god sighed, casting a glance at the Snow Maiden's abdomen, releasing another deep sigh. Inside the small cabin, Qin Shi held a jewel formed by the Sea Demon King, his face alight with excitement. At long last, was his first million-year soul ring about to arrive? Amidst his exhilaration, Qin Shi felt a twinge of apprehension. Would the million-year soul ring be too formidable for him to absorb? Do not worry, human. During the sacrificial process, as long as you do not resist my energy, I will cleanse your meridians with any excess energy. Remember, do not resist. Good. The jewel shone with a brilliant purple-gold light, transforming into 9 lines of the same hue that connected to Qin Shi's body. Initially, he felt a wave of comfortable soul power entering him, but this comfort was fleeting. A surge of excruciating pain radiated from every part of his body, contorting Qin Shi's visage into a grimace. The overwhelming soul power rampaged within him, relentlessly clashing against his meridians, which felt as if they were on the brink of rupture, clearly unable to withstand such tyrannical energy. At that moment, Qin Shi sensed not merely pain, but an all-consuming drowsiness. Stay alert, the Sea Demon King's commanding voice reverberated. Qin Shi snapped back to reality. He could not succumb to slumber, for to do so would render his efforts futile. He fought against the encroaching fatigue. Under the Sea Demon King's influence, his meridians hovered on the verge of collapse, yet, paradoxically, they expanded significantly. How much soul power resided within a million-year soul beast, Qin Shi could not fathom. His consciousness was dimming. He endured in this extreme state for an entire hour, nearing his limit, truly unable to persist any longer. At that moment, the Emperor heart, which had been pulsing slowly, suddenly accelerated, drawing in gray energy that frantically repaired his meridians. A frigid yet gentle energy surged from his abdomen to his mind, revitalizing Qin Shi's spirit. From whence did this chilling energy originate? He had no time to ponder. The gray energy was assertive, restoring at a pace that outstripped the damage, prompting the Sea Demon King to intensify his assault on Qin Shi's meridians. Veins bulged on Qin Shi's forehead. He wished to speak, but found his voice stolen. The pain intensified a deep-seated agony, and he gritted his teeth. Another hour passed, and the Sea Demon King's form grew increasingly ethereal, while Qin Shi's expression gradually softened into serenity. He maintained a meditative posture, devoid of any aura. This scene, if witnessed by others, would surely leave them agape, for achieving such tranquility was a requisite for ascending to ultimate Douluo. Once attained, it signified a 50% chance of breaking through to ultimate Douluo, a terrifying prospect that indicated Qin Shi's future advancement was already half assured. Observing this, the Sea Demon King nodded in satisfaction. The more extraordinary Qin Shi appeared, the more it affirmed his choice, signifying a high likelihood of divinity. Human, I hope I have not erred in my judgment. Upon uttering this, the Sea Demon King's figure began to dissipate, transforming into specks of light absorbed by Qin Shi. The instant he completed the absorption, Qin Shi's eyes snapped open, rising slowly as his bones cracked audibly. An aura emanated from him, one that belonged to his soul, Douluo, yet surpassed it. 8 rings of purple, black, and red, defying human comprehension, encircled him. Particularly remarkable was the 8th ring. A purple-gold hue, a color never seen in the annals of Soul Master history, emanating formidable power. Additionally, he bore a million-year skull soul bone, augmenting both his spiritual power and true vision, accompanied by an exceptionally potent soul bone skill, Demon God's Aurora. This skill unleashed 2 beams of purple light from his eyes, disregarding all physical and spiritual defenses. Typically, a million-year soul bone would possess at least 2 soul skills. Though this one only had a single skill, its might was evident. Truly formidable, his soul power had surpassed the 83rd level, even with 80% of it dedicated to enhancing his meridians. Otherwise, his soul power might have soared directly to 90. Such was the power of a million-year soul ring. After examining the 8th soul ring of the Broken Sky Mad Dragon, Qin Shi's expression turned peculiar. This soul ring possessed but a single soul skill. His 6th spirit ring also possesses a soul skill, which is undeniably powerful. It is not unusual for the 7th spirit ring to lack a soul skill, as it represents the true form of his martial spirit. However, to his astonishment, the 8th spirit ring also contains merely 1 soul skill. If the 6th soul skill can pose a threat to a title Douluo, what then of the 8th soul skill, especially considering it is a million-year spirit ring? Currently, there is no experimental subject available. If there were, Qin Shi would certainly have attempted to test it. Amidst this strength, Qin Shi experiences a faint pain in his meridians. The Sea Demon King has aided him in expanding his meridians using the simplest and most rudimentary methods, resulting in the most excruciating pain he has endured since birth. The expansion of his meridians is immensely beneficial for a soul master, yet forcibly expanding them often incurs side effects. Fortunately, Qin Shi possesses the gray energy generated by the beating of his royal heart to heal his wounds. Otherwise, he might have lost his life by now. With this thought, Qin Shi finds himself harboring some grievances against the Sea Demon King, yet there is no outlet for his complaints. Stepping out of the small room, Qin Shi takes a deep breath and stretches lazily. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. From whence did that chilling aura originate? Surely not. After some contemplation, he concludes that the coldness must belong to the Snow Empress. He recalls being stripped bare in her palace. Now, he finds himself in a quandary, pondering whether or not to return to the Ice and Snow Divine Hall for clarification. After considerable deliberation, he ultimately resolves to seek the truth. Without hesitation, Qin Shi retraces his steps back to the Ice and Snow Divine Hall. From a distance, he senses a massive white bear at the entrance, scanning its surroundings with vigilance. It is the Ice Bear King, leader of the Ice Bear clan, boasting an impressive cultivation of 190,000 years. Qin Shi remains unfazed, for he bears the mark of the Ice God. Without pausing, he calmly walks past the Ice Bear King, which watches him with suspicion, yet seems to sense an unusual power compelling it to kneel, an oppressive force it has only felt from the Snow Emperor and her mother. Chapter 126. The Ice Bear King is quite anxious, as the Snow Emperor has commanded that no creature approach the Ice and Snow Divine Hall. This human poses no threat to it, so it can only emit low growls of warning. As Qin Shi approaches, he prepares to enter the Ice and Snow Divine Hall, where the Snow Empress emerges, supporting the Ice God. Aunt Luo, I have come to verify something. Qin Shi glances at the Snow Empress, who suddenly flushes. There is nothing here for you to verify. She attempts to steady her voice. The Ice God smiles. You already know, do you not? Can you accept Shui? His words carry a sense of inquiry. I have already pledged myself to you. Whether you want me or not, I will cling to you. The Snow Empress declares boldly, rising to her feet. Qin Shi, along with the Ice God and the Ice Bear King, is left momentarily speechless. The Ice Bear King's breath quickens. Could it be that it is to have a father? After some contemplation, Qin Shi proposes, how about I summon them here? Little Snake emerges from his sleeve, nodding its head before transforming into a petite girl and rushing inland. The reason for this transformation, of course, lies in Qin Shi's fondness for such forms. Qin Shi, I acted as I did for my mother, and I have chosen you. Regardless of the circumstances, you will not escape my grasp, the Snow Emperor declares calmly, waving her small hand to reveal a red silk scarf. She then bites her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood, as white as snowflakes, to fall upon the scarf. Blood oath. The Snow Empress lifts the scarf, which begins to radiate a mesmerizing blend of red and white light. A drop of blood from Qin Shi's brow inadvertently falls onto the scarf, causing it to expand suddenly and envelop both him and the Snow Empress. The Ice God observes with delight, for the Blood Oath is a unique ability possessed by soul beasts of over 100,000 years in the far north. It bears similarities to a sacrifice, which involves offering one's soul and body to another, while the Blood Oath signifies a union of blood, representing loyalty and submission. In essence, once the Blood Oath is complete, Qin Shi will become the master of the Snow Emperor. The Ice Bear King's furry face displays a rare expression of joy. As the scarf encases the two, it spins gracefully in the air, the sounds and actions within, a cacophony unfit for any audience, would surely leave anyone blushing crimson. Thus, the day swiftly passes. The cocoon reveals a small crack, which grows larger over time, until Little Snake arrives with Qian Rinxue and Ning Rongrong in tow. With a sudden burst, the cocoon shatters, and Qin Shi descends slowly from above, his body bare. Qian Rinxue and Ning Rongrong rush forward to support him. What happened to you, little Qi? Now, Qin Shi is covered in frost, imbued with flames. He did not anticipate that the Ice Empress's ice would conflict with the extreme flame. Thankfully, the power of creation within him facilitates the merging of these two disparate energies, albeit with some initial discomfort. After a moment to gather himself, he reassures, "I'm fine, just a bit drained." He grins mischievously while pinching the chins of the two girls. Their faces flush with color at his playful gesture. "What of the Snow Empress? We would be delighted to have her join us," Ning Rongrong remarks playfully. Qin Shi, exasperated, gestures to the snowflake mark on his left arm. Inside the cocoon, he and the Snow Empress shared numerous conversations and experiences, and his desires for her have grown. Perhaps the adage that time breeds affection holds true for them. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Qin Shi feels his worries dissipate. "Shwet, you may come out now." The snowflake mark shimmers, and the Snow Empress's beautiful visage materializes before everyone. Just as she opens her mouth to speak, Ning Rongrong pulls her away, and the four girls chatter excitedly, oblivious to the outside world. The Ice God watches this scene with satisfaction, pleased that the Snow Empress finally has companions in the mortal realm. Her gaze briefly wanders to the bare Qin Shi, and her cheeks flush slightly. "Little Qi, should you put on some clothes?" Qin Shi hastily dons his garments, feeling a peculiar discomfort in being unclothed before the Ice God, who now serves as his mother-in-law. "Please treat Shue well." The Ice God's eyes brim with expectation, her words laden with hope. "I shall treat Shue with utmost care. I am good to all my women. You need not worry," Qin Shi promises earnestly, thumping his chest. "Then you're also little Chi's pet now," Little Snake whispers, prompting a swift glare from Qian Rinxue. "We are all sisters now." "Little Snake, how could you say such a thing?" Regretting her words, Little Snake sticks out her tongue in apology. "Snow Empress, I did not mean it that way," she pleads. The Snow Empress shakes her head, dismissing the matter with a smile. "Are you not also little Chi's pet? I have taken the Blood Oath with him, so I too am considered his pet. However, I trust that little Qi will treat us well. If he shows favoritism, I will." She lowers her hand and conjures an ice stick, crushing it with intensity. Nearby, Qin Shi feels a chill run down his spine, causing him to shiver. "Who is thinking of me?" "Snow Empress, that was quite impressive. Little Qi would not dare bully us," Ning Rongrong declares proudly. Qin Shi does not pay much attention to the girl's banter. Yet the Ice God hears every word, casting a significant glance at Qin Shi. After some time, they return to the Ice and Snow Divine Hall, where the Snow Empress presents an array of rare fruits on a long table crafted from ice. Without hesitation, they indulge. And before eating, Qin Shi does not forget to cast a flirtatious glance at the Snow Empress, who responds with a frosty glare. Happy days pass swiftly, and after a month has elapsed, a beam of light pierces the ice in Snow Divine Hall, signaling the arrival of the Ice God. The Ice God felt an immense reluctance to part ways, yet he had no choice. Before his form vanished, he entrusted Qin Shi with the care of the women. With the departure of the Ice God, it was time for everyone to leave as well. Though filled with sorrow, there was no alternative. Before departing, the Snow Maiden needed to resolve matters in the extreme north, such as the Ice Bear King, Xiaobai, who had become Qin Shi's godson. Xiaobai, you can take human form and leave with us, Qin Shi gently suggested while stroking Xiaobai's soft fur. With a low growl, Xiaobai gradually shrank in size until he transformed into a 3-meter-tall human. Dad, can I leave with you like this? Xiaobai clumsily inquired. During their time together, he had learned to speak, albeit not very fluently. Standing at 3 meters tall, his white fur still covered him entirely, and when he spoke, his voice resembled a tiger's roar, deep and resonant, unmistakably non-human. Chapter 127. Qin Shi found himself in a dilemma. He had encountered the continent's most elite soul masters, and bringing Xiaobai back would certainly attract attention. It wasn't that Qin Shi feared trouble. Rather, he was primarily concerned about being discovered by Bai Dong. The Snow Maiden, however, harbored no such worries. Her formidable strength and the rarity of her appearances on the continent ensured that no one in the mainland would recognize her. Moreover, she had sworn a blood oath with Qin Shi, and her current identity could be considered that of a human. As long as Qin Shi did not transform into a soul beast, the Snow Maiden would remain human. The Snow Maiden's current state could be regarded as Qin Shi's second martial spirit, one that could accompany him. Yet, Xiaobai could not enter the human world in this form, and Qin Shi did not wish for him to feel sorrow. Xiaobai, wait until you have endured the tribulation of 200,000 years, and then I will come to fetch you. Qin Shi found himself resorting to such a falsehood to comfort Xiaobai. As a peak soul beast of 190,000 years, Xiaobai possessed great intelligence and understood that his current state was unsuitable. Okay, Dad, you must come for me when the time comes. Xiaobai nuzzled his large head against Qin Shi's face. We are leaving now, Xiaobai. Remember to protect the ice and snow temple. The Snow Maiden had already entered the snowflake mark, and the little snake had shrunk and slipped into Xiao Qi's sleeve. After bidding farewell to Xiaobai, they departed. Xiaobai's reluctant roar echoed far and wide. The three arrived at a small basin where they had previously soaked in hot springs and engaged in combat. As night fell, Qin Shi was defeated by the 4 women, finding himself submerged in the pool at their mercy. Once the battle concluded, all 5 were panting heavily. Suddenly, the Snow Maiden recollected something. Xiao Qi, Xiaobai has a nemesis named the Titan Snow Demon King. I previously protected Xiaobai, so the Titan Snow Demon King dare not act. I am concerned that after we leave, he may trouble Xiaobai. The Titan Snow Demon King? Qin Shi was taken aback. Indeed, the Titan Snow Demon King, the Snow Maiden confirmed. Shall we eradicate them? Qin Shi replied with a calm smile. However, exterminating the Titan Snow Demon clan will disturb the balance of the extreme north, the Snow Maiden mused, rubbing her small head. We can eliminate just the Titan Snow Demon King. The clan can remain. My Snow Empress, do you agree? Qin Shi embraced the Snow Maiden and gently kissed her forehead. The Snow Maiden felt her heart melt at his kiss. When shall we go? Now, standing atop a snow peak, Qin Shi shouted, Titan Snow Demon King, I, Qin Shi, challenge you. His voice resonated throughout the territory of the Titan Snow Demon clan. Below, numerous hills began to tremble, and dozens of towering figures emerged. Some over 10 meters tall, others reaching heights of 60 or 70 meters. In the center, a colossal figure, towering over 100 meters, appeared. Qin Shi's expression turned grave. It was the Titan Snow Demon King. A mere human dares to provoke my Titan Snow Demon clan? You seek death. The Titan Snow Demon King stepped forward, towering over Qin Shi, who appeared like an insignificant insect in its eyes. Yet, This insect emanated a palpable sense of threat. The ice god's mark would naturally dissipate once ascension was no longer a concern. Thus the true threat lay with the Snow Empress. However, concealed within the snowflake mark, the Titan Snow Demon King could not perceive her. The Titan Snow Demon King bore a striking resemblance to a Titan giant ape, yet was even grander and more powerful. Raising a massive fist, it struck down towards Qin Shi. Quickly, Qin Shi shielded Qian Rinxue and Ning Rongrong, retreating hastily. The towering ice mountain shattered under the Titan Snow Demon King's blow, sending shards of ice flying as it was reduced by 50 meters. Qin Shi had already distanced himself, releasing the two women. He ascended into the sky, watching the Titan Snow Demon King. The Titan Snow Demon King glared at Qin Shi with its enormous eyes. To provoke this king comes at a price. A soul beast that has only recently ascended to 200,000 years and speaks so clumsily, if you cannot articulate. Do not speak. Qin Shi summoned his spirit rings. 8 rings encircled him. Both Ning Rongrong and Qian Rinxue were astonished to see him had reached level 80. And what is that purple golden spirit ring? The snow maiden inside the snowflake mark recognized the significance of the purple golden spirit ring. The Sea Witch King, a million-year spirit ring. The little snake was equally shocked, as was the Titan Snow Demon King, who instinctively retreated several dozen meters, only to become enraged upon regaining its composure. Spirit Ring, special as it is still a spirit ring. Dragon Rage, breaking Heaven's Mad Dragon. The 3rd and 6th spirit rings ignited, transforming the golden silver dragon lance into a gigantic dragon that lunged at the Titan Snow Demon King, who retaliated with a fist. The ground shook as the Titan Snow Demon King winced in pain. The golden silver dragon lance returned to Qin Shi's grasp. Martial spirit true form. Once more, breaking Heaven's Mad Dragon. The golden silver dragon lance was hurled again, morphing into a dragon. This time, Qin Shi utilized his soul to guide the dragon towards the Titan Snow Demon King. As it approached, the Titan Snow Demon King raised another fist to meet it. In midair, the dragon suddenly veered to the right, sinking its teeth into the Titan Snow Demon King's ribcage, a spot that elicited the most intense pain in both humans and soul beasts alike. The Titan Snow Demon King, experiencing excruciating agony, became utterly enraged. With a thunderous roar, it pounded its fists into the ground, causing white snowflakes to drift down from the sky, coalescing into ice orbs that bombarded Qin Shi. Qin Shi, wielding the true dragon wings, evaded in the air, but the sheer number of ice orbs was overwhelming. Soon, he could no longer dodge, and an ice orb struck him. One led to countless. The density of the ice orbs was simply too great. As they struck him, Qin Shi began to struggle to withstand the onslaught. Golden light emanated from his body as a golden armor gradually formed, providing him with a moment to breathe. The ice orbs that approached within a meter of Qin Shi began to melt as if encountering a natural enemy. The 5th spirit ring glowed brightly, Overlord Body. With his immediate danger averted, Qin Shi prepared to counterattack. He tossed the golden silver dragon lance into the sky, instantly conjuring thousands of dragon lances. Bending at the waist, the multitude of dragon lances seemed to receive a command. Overlord Dragon Prison. Some lances intercepted the ice orb assault, while others pierced the Titan Snow Demon King's skin, albeit only superficially. The Titan Snow Demon King cast a disdainful glance at Qin Shi, as if the damage was merely a tickle. Qin Shi had no intention of inflicting serious harm with that strike. At the moment the Titan Snow Demon King looked down at him, he had already maximized his 5th spirit ability. At the very least, the Titan Snow Demon King was no longer able to gather those bothersome ice orbs. The Titan Snow Demon King is not lacking in wisdom, and it has only now realized the purpose behind Qin Shi's actions. As it prepares to gather an ice ball once more, Qin Shi employs the 9 Heavens Shattered Void step and appears beneath the Titan Snow Demon King's abdomen. Unbeknownst to them, 2 graceful figures have vanished. Chapter 128, the Titan Snow Demon King's massive form creates a significant blind spot beneath it. At the moment it looks up, Qin Shi, having been poised and ready, has already taken position. The Titan Snow Demon King senses something amiss and halts its ice balls formation. At this juncture, Qin-Shi activates his sixth soul skill, enhanced by the power of Long Nu and his martial soul's true form, effectively doubling the strength of his sixth soul skill. He hurls the golden silver dragon spear upwards, causing the golden dragon to materialize once more. The rampaging dragon. The dragon crashes into the Titan Snow Demon King's abdomen, sending the towering creature, standing over 100 meters tall, hurtling back several meters before it lands heavily in the snow. Its colossal body renders it unable to rise immediately, as Qin-Shi's sixth soul skill creates a gaping hole in its lower abdomen, making it an arduous task for the Titan Snow Demon King to regain its footing. Ning Rongrong and Qian Renxue, having just vanished, now seize the opportunity to unleash their buffs on Qian Renxue. With 7 buffs bestowed upon her, Qian Renxue, empowered by her martial soul's true form and her 8th soul skill, now wields power comparable to a title Douluo of levels 93 or 94. Coincidentally, her immense angelic holy sword strikes the Titan Snow Demon King's already grievously injured abdomen, exacerbating its agony. The searing sensation of divine power causes the Titan Snow Demon King to writhe in distress, roaring in fury. The other Titan Snow demonic soul beasts, previously paralyzed by the Titan Snow Demon King's command, become agitated and rush forward, one after another. Qin-Shi quickly approaches the 2 women, who are momentarily stunned by the Titan Snow Demon King's imposing aura, grasping them and activating the 9 heaven-shattered void step to retreat hastily. The little snake, sensing the situation outside, emerges from Qin-Shi's sleeve, suddenly enlarging its form. The presence of a 200,000-year-old soul beast instantly suppresses all the Titan Snow demonic soul beasts, preventing them from advancing further. Seizing the moment, Qin-Shi's violet eyes shimmer, and a radiant purple aurora bursts forth from them. His million-year soul bone skill, Demon God Aurora. Every Titan Snow Demon that falls under his gaze collapses to the ground, and when he focuses on the Titan Snow Demon King, its body stiffens. Satisfied, Qin-Shi retracts his Demon God Aurora, though he appears somewhat pale from the significant drain on his spiritual power. Had he directed this power at the Titan Snow Demon King from the outset, it would have already succumbed, rather than merely becoming immobilized. Both Qian Renxue and Ning Rongrong, along with the little snake, are momentarily stunned. "Xiaoqi, how incredible!" exclaims Ning Rongrong in awe. Indeed, remarkable, but the consumption of spiritual power is rather severe. Notes Qian Renxue, supporting Qin-Shi on either side. Qian Renxue expresses her astonishment at the terrifying mental damage inflicted. After a brief pause, Qin-Shi ascends to hover above the Titan Snow Demon King's massive head. As golden light flickers in his eyes, the Titan Snow Demon King regains control over its body. Upon seeing Qin-Shi settle atop its head, it does not express anger. Instead, its large eyes reveal a sense of attachment. Control Soul. This ability does not deplete spiritual power and can manipulate beings below divine rank. Qin-Shi's previous spiritual drain does not hinder his use of Control Soul. Now, the Titan Snow Demon King has become Qin-Shi's pet. Xiaoqi's every skill is always a sight to behold. Marvels Qian Renxue as the 3 stand upon the Titan Snow Demon King's shoulder, which begins to move forward slowly. Control Soul forcibly alters the Titan Snow Demon King's memories, making Qin-Shi appear as the closest individual to it. The previous pain and injuries seem to have never occurred, and as a 200,000-year soul beast, it possesses the ability to transform into human form, unlike the Ice Bear King, who can only achieve a half-human state. Given that they are still in the extreme northern territory, the Titan Snow Demon King sees no necessity to become human just yet. It can do so when entering the human realm. Suddenly, a heavy snowfall descends from the sky, and from a patch of snow ahead emerges a scorpion approximately 1.5 meters long, radiating a brilliant green light. As the light dissipates, the scorpion vanishes, replaced by a woman clad in a flowing green gown. Her delicate features exude an icy elegance, while her fair, Translucent skin is adorned with 4 emerald green magical patterns on either side of her face. Her long, dark green hair cascades behind her. The expression of anger on her face is unmistakable, indicating her hostile intent. Upon seeing the emerald figure, the Titan Snow Demon King trembles, clearly demonstrating that this woman is an even more powerful soul beast than itself. Despite its altered memories, the Titan Snow Demon King recognizes her instantly. The woman in the green gown is the Ice Emperor, the Ice Green Emperor Scorpion, ranked second among the soul beasts of the extreme north. Qin-Shi senses the Titan Snow Demon King's fear of this woman, and a knowing glimmer crosses his eyes. Without needing to guess, he already knows her identity. With a smile, he pulls the 2 women down from the Titan Snow Demon King's back, just as the Snow Emperor appears. Upon seeing the Ice Emperor, the Snow Girl's expression becomes complex. The Ice Emperor, perceptive as she is, realizes that Qin-Shi has formed a blood pact with the Snow Girl, leaving her feeling resentful. Sister Schwer, why have you forged a blood pact with a human? Has Binger treated you poorly? The Ice Emperor glares at Qin-Shi with gritted teeth. This piercing gaze from the Ice Emperor sends a chill through Qin-Shi, but the cold aura is absorbed by the snowflake mark, sparing him from its full effect. The Snow Emperor wishes to speak, but the Ice Emperor does not grant her the opportunity. I know you have formed a blood pact, but I am unwilling to accept this. My sister Schwerer cannot be taken from me so easily. Is there a chance for me to contest this? The Snow Girl hesitates, wanted to voice her thoughts. Very well, Ice Emperor, should you insist on challenging me, I have a condition. If you fulfill it, I shall allow you to contest me. She knows she is no match for the Ice Emperor, but recognizes the longing in her eyes and wishes to offer her a chance. The Ice Emperor's eyes brighten, then dim again, her emerald gaze fixed intently on Qin-Shi. Speak your condition. Qin-Shi feels a chill run down his spine under the Ice Emperor's unwavering gaze, but maintains a calm demeanor. I have no other demands. I merely wish that after I defeat you, you will accompany us out of the extreme north. We can discuss the means of departure after determining the victor. Chapter 129. Upon hearing this, the Snow Girl hastily clutches Qin-Shi's arm. Shao-Chi, the extreme north cannot be without its master. After I leave with Atai, Binger must remain here. Qin-Shi gently tousles the Snow Girl's hair, smiling as he reassures her. Do not worry, we have Xiaobai. The Ice Emperor observes Qin-Shi's actions, especially noting the Snow Girl's expression of comfort, and jealousy begins to bubble forth from her. I have a condition of my own. If you are defeated, you must remain in the extreme north alongside Schwerer. Given that Qin-Shi and the Snow Girl have already signed a blood pact, the Snow Girl cannot stray too far from him. Therefore, should the Ice Emperor wish to keep the Snow Girl, she must also keep Qin-Shi. A glint of realization passes through Qin-Shi's eyes as he grins widely. Let us remain here, then. Jin Inlong Qiang. The 6th soul skill, Patian Kuanglong. Qin-Shi understood that utilizing other soul skills would pose no threat to Bing Di, so he directly activated his 6th soul skill, Julong Pakong. The two were in close proximity, and in an instant, the colossal dragon was within a mere 5 centimeters of Bing Di. Aside from the Titan Xue Ma Wang and Xue Nu, they were unprepared for Bing Di to merely wave her hand, freezing the dragon into an ice block. Qin-Shi's 6th soul skill, after all, had transformed from the Jin in Longqiang. To have it frozen in such close proximity was astonishing to the 3 of them. Bing Di spoke with a detached tone, a slight smile gracing her lips, seemingly mocking Qin-Shi's audacity. However, out of respect for Xue Nu, she maintained her composure, stating, "You have lost, human." Qin-Shi simply smiled faintly, demonstrating through his actions that he had not conceded. Was it merely that the 6th soul skill could not harm her? He still possessed his 8th soul skill. With a leap into the air, the Jin in Longqiang materialized in his hand, and a gigantic humanoid shadow appeared behind him, the manifestation of the Sea Demon King. The shadow also wielded a spear, remarkably similar to Qin-Shi's Jin in Longqiang. As Qin-Shi lifted the Jin in Longqiang, the shadow mirrored the action, and with the invocation of his 8th soul skill, Tides of the Abyss, he brought the spear down, and the shadow followed suit, generating an endless tide of spears that obscured the sky. Below, Qianren Xue ending Rongrong felt the heavens darken abruptly. Bingdi's expression turned grave as her hands and forearms became encased in a layer resembling diamonds, a skill known as Bingdi Jiao. Following this, her body became enveloped in ice crystals, her second skill being Huang Huti. She leaned forward and leapt to confront the tide of spears. As they neared one another, Bingdi Jiao met the tide. Upon contact, a brilliant light ignited in her eyes as the spear tide began to freeze slowly, rapidly spreading until, in no time, the once mighty tide was solidified. With a swift jab of her claw, it shattered into countless fragments. In the next moment, the Jin Yinlong Qiang, measuring over 100 meters and exuding an endless sharpness, descended from the heavens. This was, in fact, Qin Shi's true eighth soul skill. Bingdi, caught off guard, plummeted rapidly, while Xuanu looked on anxiously, fearing for Bingdi's safety, knowing Qin Shi's eighth soul skill was overwhelmingly powerful. As Bingdi landed, the Jin Yinlong Qiang disintegrated into specks of light that vanished into the air. Xuanu, supporting the pale-faced Qin Shi, rushed to offer comfort. Bien Nijidi, you have lost, Qin Shi remarked with a smile. He was aware that Bingdi had not exerted her full strength. A soul beast of 390,000 years could not be so easily defeated. I have lost, and I will leave with you, Bingdi stated, her anxiety and disappointment overshadowed by excitement and exhilaration at the prospect of remaining with Xuanu. Having learned of Qin Shi and Xuanu's blood oath, she relinquished her desire to keep Xuanu behind. Yet, feeling shy, she hesitated to express her wish to leave directly, resorting to this rationale instead. With her defeat, Xuanu could no longer prevent Bingdi's departure. Binger, you're not foolish, Xuanu observed, noting the many emotions reflected on Bingdi's face. Sister Xue, Bingbing simply does not wish to part from you. Bingdi nestled into Xuanu's embrace, greedily inhaling the scent that intertwined with her essence. She perceived a change in the aroma emanating from Xuedi, more fragrant than before, alongside other alluring scents. Bingdi, you still wish to claim what I love. Qin Shi chuckled at the scene. Wife, Bingdi exclaimed in surprise. Sister Xue, you actually entrusted yourself to a human? Xuanu responded with a gentle affirmation, and Bingdi's emerald eyes widened in disbelief. Ah, a human. I shall devour you. Bingdi bared her teeth and lunged at Qin Shi. At that moment, Xuanu stepped in front of Qin Shi, embracing the approaching Bingdi. It was my choice. Bingdi paused, her expression shifting to one of confusion. Sister Xue, you are no longer the Xue I once knew. Where has your coldness gone? Binger, you too have shed your coldness, Qin Shi remarked. This way, you become more charming and beautiful. Xuanu replied with a playful smile, her tone soothing as if comforting Bingdi. Really? Then shall I be gentler as well? Bingdi found humor in the notion. For the first king of the extreme north, the Snow Emperor, was hardly associated with gentleness. Indeed, you must be gentle. Xuanu insisted with a firm nod, though she left unsaid, I am only gentle towards Qin Shi. Bingdi shot a disdainful glance at Xuedi, left speechless. After much deliberation, Bingdi and Ning Rongrong forged a blood oath. Ning Rongrong was indeed a formidable assault-type battle spirit master, accompanied by a soul beast nearing 400,000 years. Who else could rival them, except for the dashing Qin Shi? The distance from the extreme north to Tiando City remained considerable, with the nearest route passing through the Stardo Forest, albeit merely its outskirts. Posing no threat to the trio, they navigated the Stardo Forest with ease, eventually arriving at a border city of the Tiando Empire. To their astonishment, a flag adorned the city, featuring a black longsword at its center, with red embellishments at each corner. The reverse side of the flag bore the bold inscription, Wuhu Indigua. Qin Shi hovered in the air, cradling both women, pondering the implications of the Wuhu Indigua. Had Bibi Dong already rallied her forces? A sense of impending danger stirred within him. Had the city fallen? Qin Shi had no intention of descending to inquire, for within that city resided two titled Douluos, both of whom were at the 95th rank. Without summoning the Ice and Snow Emperors, it was likely that the three could not swiftly defeat two 95th ranked titled Douluos. However, the intervention of the Ice and Snow Emperors would create too much commotion. After weighing the pros and cons, Qin resolved to return to Tongmen to strategize. Surely, Tongmen would already be aware of the situation. Chapter 130. Throughout their journey, Qin discovered that a city of the Tiando Empire had been overtaken. They were on the verge of reaching Tiando City, having been away for several months. First, let us check on Tongmen. Qin swiftly approached the skies above Tiando City when he was confronted by two young men clad in silver armor, each bearing the royal insignia of Tiando on their chests. Tongmen, Qin, he announced. Qin was intrigued. When he departed Tiando City months prior, he faced no hindrance. How had the city's defenses become so stringent in just 1 month? An unsettling premonition arose within him. Tongmen's Qin, Qian Renshua, Ning Rongrong, the leading youth noted, jotting down a few words in a small notebook. I will verify this with Tongmen. Please wait here. Qin, not one to disregard protocol, acknowledged the necessity of adhering to the rules, even though he himself was not bound by them. The leading youth nodded, leaving an older man, approximately in his 40s, to guard Qin and the others. Young brother, it seems Tiando City is currently the safest place on the continent. Once you enter, I advise you not to venture out again. The older man, seeing that Qin and his companions bore no ill intent, offered a warm warning. Qin, perplexed, inquired, "What has transpired on the continent, uncle? Why is Tiando City the safest?" The older man replied, "The Wuhu and Digua. I cannot elaborate further. If you manage to enter Tiando City, you may inquire about it there." Qin smiled, dismissing his worries, confident that upon returning to Tongmen, he would uncover all truths. You are permitted to enter Tiando City. The youth moved swiftly, having confirmed the information with Tongmen in mere minutes. Upon learning of Qin's affiliation with Tongmen, his tone shifted to one of respect and envy. For the true sanctuaries within Tiando City lay with the 3 major sections. Qin arrived at Tongmen's Grand Hall without any hindrance, but before he could step inside, a cacophony erupted from within. "Old goat, I have also broken through to the title Douluo level. Do not look down upon me. If you have the capability, step outside and test your skills." The deep voice of Titan resonated from the hall, followed by Yang Wudi's retort. "Just you? I could easily defeat you without even using my 9th spirit skill." "Nonsense. I don't even need to utilize my martial spirit's true form. First, make sure that your wife behaves, or else you're just a title Douluo in name only." Yang Wudi's calm voice reached Qin's ears, eliciting a laugh from him. Truly, these two were eccentric, lacking the ethereal grace expected of their seniors. "Who is it?" 2 frustrated voices called out, and Qin opened the Grand Hall's doors. "It is I, Grandfather Yang and Grandfather Titan. Congratulations on your breakthroughs to title Douluo," he continued. Qian Renshua and Ning Rongrong had already parted ways while in Tiando City, heading towards the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. "Ah, it is Xiao Qi," both sighed with relief. Titan privately mused about his own family's troubles, which seemed never-ending. Yang Wudi could not help but remark, "Xiao Qi, you've been away for months, with Tang Hao and Elder Long in seclusion and the sect leader also out training. We old fellows have been utterly exhausted. I was concerned about the absence of my father and Elder Long. Now I understand they are in seclusion. However, I have returned and can share some of the burden. Shouldn't a newly promoted title Douluo be brimming with energy? Why do you all seem so drained?" Titan replied, "Xiao Qi, you cannot imagine. Since your departure, the Wuhuan Empire has gone wild. 80% of the Star Luo Empire cities fell to the Wuhuan Empire in just a month. Aside from Star Luo City and a few main cities hanging on, the Star Luo Empire is on the verge of renaming itself. The Wuhuan Empire seems to hesitate to strike first, perhaps due to our 3 sects. But we cannot sit idly by, as we still have an alliance with the Star Luo Empire. Thus, we dispatched over 8,000 troops to assist the Star Luo Empire." Titan's voice faltered, and he sighed deeply. After a month of continuous battle, only a little over 1,000 returned, most of them severely injured. His tone grew more impassioned as he spoke of the elite members sent, comprising both Tongmen's finest and Spirit Hall soul Douluos. Qin was stunned and horrified, his body trembling. The Wuhuan Empire. Damn, the Wuhuan Empire. What kind of forces did they employ? Yang Wudi, noticing Titan's emotional turmoil, interjected 10 titled Douluos. His voice was grave, his eyes ablaze with righteous fury, tinged with a sense of helplessness. Qin Shi fell silent. Such a lineup could only be mustered by the Six Alliance and the Wuhuan Empire. Moreover, the Wuhuan Empire was not even exerting its full strength. The opulent Tangmen Grand Hall felt eerily empty with just the three of them, and silence enveloped them. After a prolonged pause, Qin Shi broke the stillness, asking, "What is the current situation in the Tiando Empire?" Titan shook his head, saying, "It is not optimistic. The Wuhuan Empire's might over the Star Luo Empire has led many border cities in the Tiando Empire to raise white flags and surrender. 2 of the 5 major kingdoms have already defected to the Wuhuan Empire, while the remaining 3 are still undecided, not yet declaring their allegiance. The Avalanche Emperor is also in dire straits, having sought our assistance numerous times. We are severely drained and lack the capacity to manage the affairs of the Tiando Empire. During your absence, we have encountered a series of misfortunes. Perhaps the only positive news is that the 4 of us have broken through to title Douluo. Does BB Dong harbor ambitions? Does Avalanche not? Does Daihe lack ambition? Does the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School not aspire for power? Everyone desires to dominate the continent, yet their strength does not permit them to act. BB Dong possesses strength. The Wuhuan Empire possesses strength. Can they not target other factions? Just as it is natural for soul masters to hunt soul beasts due to their superiority, what happens when soul beasts become formidable? Humanity may no longer be the most delectable prey. The reasoning is the same. The strong will reign. No one is at fault. The fault lies in the rules and human nature. BB Dong, I shall ensure your demise. Elder Long and my father should experience growth during their seclusion. By the way, where's the old monster? Qin Shi inquired, looking at the 2. Yang Wudi replied, Tang Hao is in seclusion to break through to level 98. Elder Long did not mention anything before his retreat, only leaving behind the method to cultivate the soul core. The soul core is exceedingly difficult to refine. If I could reach level 95, perhaps I might have a chance to condense the soul core, but it requires an abundance of soul power. The old poison master has gone to the Star Luo Empire, where he is wreaking havoc. That man's poison is truly terrifying, causing widespread destruction. In letters from Dai, he is praised for ambushing weaker teams of the Wuhuan Empire, even killing 2 titled Douluos under his ambush. He seems to be intent on avenging those 8,000 disciples. Had we 4 old fellows been in control of the Tangmen matters, we would have already carved out a territory in the Star Luo Empire. Yang Wudi, now a title Douluo, no longer refers to the old poison master as your excellency, but rather as the old poison master. He admires the old poison master's audacity in penetrating enemy lines. As the saying goes, the more powerful one becomes, the more one fears death. Clearly, the old poison master is not among this category. Upon hearing all this, Qin Shi felt a sense of admiration for the old poison master. Did you not equip the old monster with more hidden weapons? At the mention of hidden weapons, Titan took over the conversation. The old poison master took away 10 pairs of soul-chasing death lanterns and 5 king of hell seals. Qin Shi's mouth twitched at the thought of how many gold soul coins that must be worth. 10 million or 20 million. Then I shall not admire him any longer. Taking so many treasures, it would be a disservice to him if he does not kill a few titled Douluos. Just then, a figure entered the Grand Hall. It was Liang Xiao. Seeing Qin Shi's joyful expression, Liang Xiao's previous displeasure vanished. Big brother, you've returned. This matter can now be resolved. Qin Shi asked, what matter could you possibly handle? Liang Xiao's expression grew serious as he explained, the Grand Elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yu Lumian, suddenly betrayed us, launching a surprise attack and poisoning, resulting in the deaths of nearly half of the soul Douluos in the sect. Yu Lumian was ultimately killed by Elder Yu Yuanjin during the pursuit, but on his way back to the sect. Elder Yu Yuanjin was ambushed by titled Douluos of the Wuhuan Empire. Elder Yu Yuanjin had anticipated this scenario and had already sent a letter beforehand. Liang Xiao produced the letter and handed it to Qin Shi. As Qin Shi examined the contents, a pensive expression emerged on his face. After a moment, Qin Shi declared, Grandfather Yang, you four, along with myself, shall set out to rescue Elder Yu. To the north of Tiando City, in a grove 20 miles away, Yu Yuanjin found himself cornered. Yu Yuanjin, you have nowhere left to run. Come back with us to meet His Majesty, and perhaps His Majesty will spare your life. The leader of the black-clad figures laughed maniacally, having waited here for quite some time. If he completed the task assigned by His Majesty, he would gain even more resources. Level 99 was within reach. Yu Yuanjin cast a disdainful glance at the encircling black-clad figures, stating, "You think you can defeat me, a seasoned title Douluo? With your unstable foundations and feeble soul power? Enough talk, come at me." Floating in the air, Yu Yuanjin pressed down with both hands, summoning a colossal blue dragon behind him. The oppressive aura of a 97-level soul master swept across the forest, causing the faces of the 7 black-clad figures to change dramatically. Indeed, he was a formidable title Douluo. However, our foundations may be unstable. But that does not mean an old man like you gets to dictate our fate. Prepare to die, Yu Yuanjin. The leader of the black-clad figures suddenly surged in size to 3 meters, with a brown tortoiseshell appearing on his chest and back, robustly shielding him from neck to thigh. The other black-clad individuals also summoned their martial spirits, all of which were beast-type, though of a notably lower rank. If the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit is deemed sovereign, theirs could only be likened to silver or, rather, black iron. The mere pressure emanating from their martial spirits was overwhelming, and all 7 understood that although the rewards bestowed by Lady Bibi Dong allowed for rapid enhancement, their foundations would undoubtedly be unstable. However, becoming a title Douluo was the dream of each individual. Although they were all at level 95, their actual combat prowess only matched that of a level 90 title Douluo, with their total soul power aligning with that of a soul Douluo, albeit with the addition of a 9th soul skill, which was their source of confidence. The optimal combination of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings spiral beneath Yu Yuanjin's feet, with the 6th soul ring radiating brightly. Yu Yuanjin opened his mouth, and the blue lightning tyrant dragon behind him also did so, unleashing a thunderous dragon roar that reverberated through the air, creating a tumultuous sound of explosive energy. This was his 6th soul skill, the sky-breaking dragon roar, an indiscriminate, large-scale sound wave attack. This soul skill was unique within the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. It is known that regardless of the type of soul beast the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit hunts, the soul skills acquired remain the same 9 powerful attack type skills. His skill was particularly special, having undergone a transformation during the absorption of the soul ring, resulting in the current sky-breaking dragon roar. Due to this extraordinary soul skill, the 7 unprepared individuals suffered immediate minor injuries, with one succumbing to severe mental trauma rather than physical harm. The 7 were utterly astounded. Prior to confronting Yu Yuanjin, they had certainly gathered comprehensive intelligence. They were well aware of each soul skill belonging to the blue lightning tyrant dragon and had devised countermeasures accordingly. Yet, this sudden turn of events caught them completely off guard. The leader of the black-clad figures, closest to Yu Yuanjin, fainted on the spot, and the remaining 6 regained their composure, exchanging glances before synchronously activating their 9th soul skill. Yu Yuanjin's expression sharpened, despite their weakened state. Those were 6 black million-year soul rings. Yu Yuanjin swiftly fused his immense soul power with the might of thunder, coalescing into 9 colossal thunder dragons that spiraled above him. The sky darkened rapidly as dark clouds began to gather, besieged by the power of thunder. One of the black-clad figures laughed maniacally at Yu Yuanjin, asserting that no matter how powerful he was, he could not withstand their combined 9th soul skill. Yu Yuanjin remained silent as the 9 great thunder dragons approached corporeality. He roared towards the heavens, and the 9 thunder dragons surged forth in all directions. The 6 black-clad figures hastily unleashed their own 9th soul skill, retreating rapidly as dust clouds billowed, and the surrounding area was cleared in an instant. With a resounding boom, the clash of 7 9th soul skills erupted, resulting in a mushroom cloud of thunder and dust rising slowly. In the distance, Qin Shi and Titan quickly approached. Frustration coursed through Yu Engine. He found himself half kneeling on the ground, pallid and flickering with ominous blue thunder power. The 6 black-clad figures reappeared. Though their faces were pale, their bodies sustained little damage, merely exhausted from soul power expenditure. After all, they had forcibly advanced to title Douluo, while their total soul power still lingered in the early soul Douluo stage. Title Douluo represented a watershed. Once crossed, their total soul power would multiply. This was their disadvantage. The activation of a single 9th soul skill had nearly depleted their soul power. Chapter 132. Yu Engine found himself at the very center of the collision of soul skills and, unable to escape, sustained severe injuries. The black-clad leader sneered, gathering black soul power in his palm and aiming a strike at Yu Engine's crown. As the leader of the 3 sects on the continent, he would not remain passive. If you wish to kill me, you shall accompany me in death. Yu Engine's face contorted with rage, his thunder power surging even greater. The violent wave of soul power startling the 6 black-clad figures. He was about to self-destruct. The 6 immediately turned and fled, but Yu Engine stood tall, laughing. Do you think you can escape? No. Qin Shi shouted urgently, trying to halt Yu Engine. However, Yu Engine had already activated his soul power. Upon seeing Qin Shi, his expression changed. Do not come near. The Snow Maiden, Qin Shi shouted, descending amidst swirling snowflakes, her small hands forming seals. Just as Yu Engine was about to lose control of his self-detonation, he was instantly encased in an oval ice block. Qin Shi sighed in relief. Snow Maiden, go intercept those fleeing individuals. The Snow Maiden nodded and vanished, while Qin Shi carried Yu Engine back towards the Tang clan. Shortly thereafter, with the Snow Maiden's assistance, Yang Wudi and the others captured all the black-clad figures, undoubtedly leaving 6 ice blocks on the ground. The Snow Maiden then returned to Qin Shi's body. Only then did Yang Wudi and the others dare to speak. Who was that woman you just summoned? Xiao Qi. She was terrifying. All 6 black-clad figures were frozen with a mere wave of her hand. Qin Shi glanced at them, finding it amusing. Indeed, compared to the Snow Maiden, they were rather feeble after just ascending to title Douluo, and the Snow Maiden's power surpassed even that of an ultimate Douluo. That woman is my friend. Her strength, well, it is indeed formidable, Qin Shi replied. Liang Xiao exaggeratedly responded. What do you mean by formidable? Brother, that is exceptionally strong. Yang Wudi and the others nodded in agreement. Qin Shi smiled. Let's not dwell on this. Liang Xiao, please handle these individuals. I suspect they will be nothing but a puddle of pus by tomorrow. Liang Xiao nodded. Understood, boss. I will take care of them. At the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji squinted at Qin Shi, smiling. Xiao Qi, I heard from Rong that you've become a soul Douluo. Qin Shi replied, yes, father-in-law. I intended to visit you sooner. But after Elder Yu encountered an ambush by a title Douluo, I hurried over to assist. Ning Fengji remarked, I have heard about it. Sword Uncle is currently at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, guarding for a while. Where is Elder Yu now? Qin Shi responded, Elder Yu is at the Tang clan, but his condition is precarious. We froze him just before he was about to self-destruct. The freezing only affected his physical body and mental power. His soul power remains boiling, and we must find a solution. I came to see if there was any way to help. Ning Fengji stood up, saying, Bon Uncle, take us to the Tang clan. I want to see Elder Yu. As a top-tier combat force in the 6 Sects Alliance, Elder Yu cannot be absent. Gu Rong, who had remained silent, nodded, gesturing in the air, causing space to ripple and tear open a rift. The 3 of them appeared in the Grand Hall of the Tang clan, entering the Blue Dragon Hall where Yu Engine's chamber was located. Yu Engine remained encased in ice, and both Ning Fengji and Gu Rong furrowed their brows. Gu Rong stated, Elder Yu's condition is dire. Once the ice is removed, he may still explode. His soul power is beginning to flow in reverse. Even if we manage to restore his body, controlling his soul power will be impossible. Gu Rong shook his head, feeling a mix of regret and sympathy. Ning Fengji said, Bon Uncle, let me give a try. Since my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda was upgraded to the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, it has gained some restorative properties. I will attempt to help. Gu Rong shook his head at Ning Fengji, it is futile. Restoration may be possible, but with the soul power already in reverse. Even if the body is repaired, you will be unable to control the soul power. Ning Fengji held a deep belief in Gu Rong and let out a sigh. Who could have anticipated that the elder Yu Lumian would commit such an act of treachery against the sect? It must have been an insatiable greed that drove him to accept Bai Dong's coercive methods for advancement. Yu Lumian had once been a prodigy, yet he was unable to break through to the rank of title Douluo, which became a lingering affliction for him. The Lan Jian Ba Wang Long sect had consistently sought means to assist him in achieving this breakthrough, but to no avail. However, Bai Dong's stratagem offered him a glimmer of hope, leading him to the Spirit Hall, where he was tempted by a proposition to sacrifice the life of a title Douluo from the Lan Jian Ba Wang Long sect to attain the coveted rank of title Douluo himself. Ultimately, the allure of power proved too great, and he chose to betray his own sect. Yu Lumian truly deserves his fate, Qin Shi remarked. It seems we must awaken Long Lao. Perhaps he possesses a solution. Ning Fengji sighed and replied, it appears that there is no other option. No need to call. I am here, young master. Long Xiaoyao appeared silently before them, greeting Qin Shi and the others, his gaze fixing upon Yu Yuanjin. Long Xiaoyao addressed the young master. This ice block, where did it originate? It is remarkable, truly remarkable, that it has even immobilized one on the verge of self-detonation. Qin Shi paused, asking, is it not possible for the normal ice attribute to freeze him? Long Xiaoyao chuckled lightly. That depends on the level. Yu Yuanjin is at level 97. To be frozen at the brink of self-detonation while preserving his life is no small feat. The ice attribute must be at a temperature below negative 300 degrees. Perhaps even lower. Who could wield such power? I fear I would not be a match. Qin Shi rubbed his nose and replied, he is a friend of mine. She is indeed powerful, even surpassing you, Long Lao. Please assess Yu Laozhen's condition first. Both Old Bones and my father-in-law have stated that they are unable to assist. Sensing the change in topic, Long Xiaoyao smiled and refrained from pursuing the matter further. Gu Rong and Ning Fengji exchanged curious glances at Qin Shi. The vital signs of Yu Yuanjin are quite unstable. If we were to break the ice now, he may perish instantly. I will first use my soul power to calm his soul energy. He will also require numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The higher the quality, the better. Long Xiaoyao spoke rapidly. Qin Shi responded, all right, Long Lao, please proceed. Long Xiaoyao nodded and sat cross-legged before Yu Yuanjin, placing his hand upon the ice block, channeling his black-red soul power into it to stabilize Yu Yuanjin's agitated soul energy. Qin Shi continued, Yang Laozhen, as a member of the Apothecary Hall, how many medicinal herbs can we procure? Yang Wudi pondered and replied, approximately 1,000, given that heavenly materials and earthly treasures are difficult to acquire. Moreover, our frequent clashes with the Spirit Empire have led to significant consumption of medicinal herbs. 1,000 is indeed our limit. Qin Shi frowned at the mention of 1,000 herbs, which would amount to over 1 million gold soul coins, a sum he was reluctant to part with. Nevertheless, he thought, I am not a cold-blooded soul beast. Very well, let us gather all the herbs and also check with Shuabeng to see if there are any available. Yang Wuji nodded, stating, understood, you shall go. After more than an hour of recuperation, Yu Yuanjin's complexion appeared less pallid, and Yang Wudi soon returned with the herbs. I could only gather this much. He presented a storage soul guide, and with a flash of light, the room filled with a fragrant aroma, clearly indicating a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs. Yang Wudi announced, Little 7, we have a total of over 2,800 herbs. An elder from the Lan Jian Ba Wang Long sect also brought nearly 1,000, while the Tiando royal family contributed over 300, and the Jiao Xian Hai Tang sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect also sent some. With this many, it should suffice. Long Xiaoyao remained seated and declared, that is sufficient. Pile the herbs around us, and you may leave for now. Understood. A series of anguished cries erupted from the room, eliciting peculiar expressions from Qin Shi and the others waiting outside. Niu Gao could not help but exclaim, what method is Long Xinbei employing? Yu Xinbei seems to be in dire straits. Titan chuckled, patting Niu Gao on the shoulder, Why not go in and take a look? You might even learn a thing or two about Long Xianbei's secret techniques. Niu Gao retorted, if anyone is to enter, it should be you. I would not dare. One kick from Long Lao could very well take half a life. Titan suddenly shivered, recalling that a month ago, Yang Wudi had boldly challenged Long Xiaoyao. Believing himself capable of enduring at least 10 exchanges, only to be sent flying by a single kick, lying on the ground for over an hour before regaining his footing. Had it been anyone else, Yang Wudi would have fought back with unwavering determination, but Long Xiaoyao's overwhelming strength had extinguished that resolve. Approximately an hour later, Long Xiaoyao emerged. Qin Shi hurriedly inquired, how did it go, Long Lao? Long Xiaoyao revealed a faint smile. It is resolved. Yu Yuanjin is remarkably fortunate. Not only did he survive, but he also managed to break through a level due to the effects of those heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He should awaken by tomorrow. Please notify the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect. Qin Shi breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to Long Xiaoyao. Had it been anyone else, there would have been no solution. In the central square of Tang, 6 individuals, bare-chested and covered in bruises, were firmly bound to 6 pillars with heavy iron chains. Drawing the curiosity of the disciples of Tang, Qin Shi stood at the center, observing as more and more people gathered, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. He proclaimed loudly, as disciples of Tang, we often toil too hard in our cultivation. As the saying goes, one must balance work and rest. Today, in my name, I shall host an event in the central square of Tang, entitled the Douluo venting activity, allowing your friends and family to join in the fun. However, those without a Tangmen badge must pay a copper soul coin as a fee. The foremost disciple questioned, Minister, are they truly titled Douluos? Qin Shi replied with a smile. Of course, I assure you, no deceit here. Here's the deal. Whoever can extract their soul ring shall receive a special reward of 10 gold soul coins. But those at the Soul Emperor level and above cannot participate. With Qin Shi's affirmation, the crowd was astounded. After all, these were titled Douluos. Some disciples, lacking in talent, felt a surge of excitement. Even if I can never reach titled Douluo status in my lifetime, I must at least have the chance to strike them. The 6 individuals glared angrily, scanning the crowd as if issuing a warning. The previously restless disciples of Tang were momentarily startled by the fierce gazes of the 6. Qin Shi turned to face them, slowly approaching. Slap, 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 slap. The sound of 6 resounding slaps sent the crowd into a frenzy. Some immediately formed a line, while others rushed home to fetch friends and family. Soon, the city of Tiando was ablaze with excitement. The entrance to Tang jammed with eager participants. Qin Shi, glancing at the 6 bound individuals, chuckled and announced, residents of Tiando City, 3 copper soul coins per slap. The guards at the entrance understood the cue and set up a table to collect fees. Although 3 copper soul coins appeared trivial, small amounts accumulate. How many residents are there in Tiando City? Even if only a 10th participated, the revenue would approach 100,000 gold soul coins. Not to mention that half the residents seem to have joined the event, with many participating multiple times. Thus, the event continued unabated for 3 full days, culminating in the afternoon of the 3rd day, ending with the last woman's decisive kick. Some attendees, still unsatisfied, wished to pay more for additional strikes. Qin Shi cast a mournful glance at the nearly lifeless 6, silently nodding in acknowledgement. After 2 more days, the 6 ultimately succumbed to their fate. Qin Shi ordered them to be fed to the military's soul beasts, as the energy of 6 titled Douluos was immensely potent, leaving the beasts yearning for more. In the imperial palace of the Spirit Empire, Your Majesty, the actions of the Tang have gravely challenged the limits of our Wuhan Empire. The sacred dragon Douluo, kneeling on the ground, made a gesture of slicing his own throat. Sitting at the head of the table, Bai Dong exuded an ethereal aura, enhancing her already captivating beauty. The sacred dragon Douluo dared not raise his head too high, fearful of incurring her displeasure. There is no need, for our Wuhan Empire does not lack such boundaries. As for those worthless fools, their deaths are inconsequential. Bai Dong's gaze was devoid of emotion, as if the fallen were not human. The sacred dragon Douluo felt cold sweat trickling down his back, bowing his head even lower, acknowledging the brilliance of his majesty. Bye-bye, Dong commanded, "You may leave." The sacred dragon Douluo did not rise, but retreated backward from the grand hall, only daring to stand upright once the doors had closed behind him. In the Luo Sha's secret realm, you have passed your 9th trial. Are you certain you wish to merge with the divine essence of Lord Luo Sha now? The Luo Sha divine envoy observed Bai Dong with an expression of indifference, though a hint of greed flickered in his eyes. Bai Dong, well aware of the envy concealed within the envoy's gaze, coldly replied, "Accept it." The Luo Sha divine envoy snorted, vanishing in an instant, followed closely by Bai Dong's disappearance. Qin Shi summarized the recent activities, noting their substantial gains. Having amassed over 12 million gold soul coins, nearly exhausting half of Tiando City. This could be seen as Tiando City's contribution to the Tang men, especially since they had dispatched numerous individuals to assist the Xing Luo Empire, incurring significant losses. Perhaps they could exploit the Xing Luo Empire further, provided it still existed. Shao Qi, Elder Yu has awakened. Yang Wudi rushed in, currently waiting within the grand hall. Moreover, Tang Hao has also emerged from his seclusion. Qin Shi's face lit up with joy. Let us hurry. Chapter 134. Father, Grandfather Yu. Tang Hao, upon seeing Qin Shi, smiled and said, "Shao Qi has arrived. I have heard from Yang Wudi that you, young one, have caused quite the trouble, leaving 6 titled Douluo in utter humiliation." Qin Shi chuckled, merely teaching them a lesson. Yu Yuanzhan expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Shao Qi. You have saved me and my kin. You are our benefactor." No. We are all on the same front. There is no need for such formalities, Grandfather Yu," Qin Shi replied, scratching his head. Yu Yuanzhan, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "I never anticipated that you Luo Mian would betray us. What an utter disgrace. As a sect leader, I have failed," Long Xiao Yao remarked. "Which faction is devoid of spies? Bai Dong's methods are beyond our comprehension. It is no exaggeration to say that had she not been hindered, the Douluo continent would have long been under the Wuhan Empire's control. The current situation is dire. Bai Dong remains a formidable threat. Judging by the recent attacks on your Lan Dianbawang sect, other factions opposing the Wuhan Empire may face similar fates." Qin Shi nodded in agreement. Indeed, their method of power enhancement is terrifying. We cannot accurately ascertain how many titled Douluo the Wuhan Empire possesses. Regarding the siege against Grandfather Yu, the fact that 7 titled Douluo were slain without a single response from the Wuhan Empire suggests they possess a considerable number, conservatively estimated to be over 50. Yang Wudi interjected, "Just those useless fools. I could take them down with a single shot." Tang Hao shot a glance at Yang Wudi, saying, "They are not engaging you in a duel. They will swarm you. Let us see how you fare against that." Titan coldly countered, "No matter how strong you are, you cannot withstand their tactics of overwhelming numbers. Even Long Qian Pei has not spoken. So what makes you think you are impressive?" Yang Wudi awkwardly replied, "I was merely indulging in some banter. Do not take it to heart." Long Xiao Yao said, "Enough. In 2 months, Wuhan City will conduct a re-ranking of the 7 major sections. I suspect there may be conflict there. We must be prepared. Better safe than sorry." Long Xiao Yao's words rendered the group silent, shifting the atmosphere from lightheartedness to gravity. Yu Yuanzhan spoke, "I shall return to the sect to make arrangements. Our losses have been significant, but necessary defenses must be established. I, along with Uncle Gu, will prepare for the sect, and we shall meet at Wuhan City." Ning Fengji's eyes glinted with cold light. With Yu Yuanzhan and Ning Fengji departing, the Tang men began their preparations. "Minister, we have entered the vicinity of Wuhan City. We are merely 100 miles away. The soldiers are hastening towards this direction." Liang Xiaoshun, clad in battle armor, bore a solemn expression, clearly prepared for combat. Qin Shi instructed, "Good, gather the troops here. Tonight, you will slowly approach Wuhan City, ready to engage at any moment." Indeed, tomorrow marks the reselection of the 7 major sections. Under 2 months of infiltration, 20,000 disciples from the Tang men have successfully blended in, and they are to assemble and advance tonight. The borders of the Wuhan Empire are also fortified with numerous soldiers from the Tiando Empire. Douluo Bo has rushed from the Luo Empire to a small town within the Wuhan Empire, concealed and ready to strike. Though his individual combat power may be lacking, he excels in group battles, surpassing even Long Xiaoyao. In the Luo Sha secret realm, congratulations, Lord Luo Sha, on achieving divinity. The Luo Sha divine envoy knelt on one knee, his left hand resting upon his chest in respect. Bai Dong cast a cold glance at the Luo Sha divine envoy, saying, "Rise. My deity requires 2 months of acclimatization. Otherwise, the Luo Sha deity may become volatile. You will preside over this sect election. Those who oppose shall be annihilated." The Luo Sha divine envoy trembled, hastily responding, "Yes, Lord Luo Sha." Now, Bai Dong has fully embraced the Luo Sha deity, yet the deity's power is overwhelming, necessitating further adjustment. In 2 months, she shall become the god. Qin Shi, Long Xiaoyao, Ning Fengji, and Chen Xian had arrived at the gates of Wuhan City. As the gates opened, they entered seamlessly. But Qin Shi keenly noticed a titled Douluo at the entrance who vanished upon spotting them. They sought a renowned tavern, settling into a corner. A waiter approached, eager to serve. Noticing the opulence of their attire, Qin Shi smiled, "Please bring us your finest wine," and he tossed a gold soul coin to the waiter. "Keep the change." The waiter beamed, realizing the fortune in his hands, knowing that 4 cups of wine cost merely 5 silver soul coins. "Certainly, esteemed guest. Please wait a moment." Just then, the waiter turned back, ingratiatingly asking, "Is there anything else you require?" Qin Shi replied, "I cannot accept money without offering something in return. I have a few questions for you." The waiter feigned hesitation. "Say, what would you like to know? Answer correctly, and I shall reward you with another gold soul coin." The waiter quickly agreed, "Yes, of course. Please ask. I will answer truthfully to the best of my knowledge." Before Qin Shi could finish, a commotion erupted outside, and a dozen individuals clad in black armor, adorned with the emblem of a black short sword on their chests, entered. The waiter gasped, "Those are the personal guards of His Majesty. I am uncertain who has provoked their ire. The Imperial Douluo guards? The Wuhan Empire is truly." The dozen individuals scanned the surroundings, their gazes locking onto Qin Shi's group. The waiter, sensing the shift in atmosphere, hastily retreated to lower his profile. Even if he did not, they likely would not pay him any mind. "Is those 4 who are probing for Imperial secrets? Apprehend them." 8 soul rings ignited simultaneously on the guards, with the 3 leaders displaying 9 soul rings each. It was evident that they were there to cause trouble. Qin Shi recognized one of the titled Douluo as the same one from the city gate. Qin Shi's expression darkened as he stated, "Even the imperial guards of the Wuhan Empire cannot arbitrarily condemn others." The leading titled Douluo, of course, could not disclose his intentions, but merely smiled faintly, saying, "You have no right to pry into the affairs of the empire. You will meet His Majesty in the palace. Perhaps you are wrongfully accused, but His Majesty would never wrong an innocent. If you are truly innocent, you will be released." Qin Shi pointed at Ning Fengji, declaring, "Look at him. He is the leader of the Qibao glazed sect. Do you dare to detain him? Following the will of His Majesty. Anyone who dares to resist shall be executed without mercy." The leading guard waved his hand, and those behind him swiftly surrounded Qin Shi and his companions. The oppressive aura emanating from them caused the tavern to tremble slightly, prompting the surrounding populace to hastily retreat to a safer distance to observe. Chapter 135. If you seek death, then I shall oblige. Chen Xian would not waste words. The 7-killing sword was unsheathed, and its sharp aura struck pain into the faces of the guards. "My form is like a sword, exuding the overwhelming might of a rank 98. The 3 titled law were merely at rank 91, and their power was only slightly greater than that of ordinary soul. Chen Xian would not indulge their arrogance. As the 7-killing sword was raised, the guards' expressions shifted. Had not that esteemed individual claimed they would not dare to act within Wuhan City? They were utterly bewildered, clearly realizing they had been used. The central title Douluo hastily bowed and said, "Jian Douluo, we mean no offense. Please, enough of your nonsense." offending the Qibao glazed sect and Tang sect. You may escape death, but you cannot evade punishment. The 7 killing sword stood before Chun Xian, vibrating with excitement. Chun Xian thrust the sword's tip at the 3 title Douluo and declared slay. In a flash of silver light, 3 agonized screams echoed throughout the tavern. All eyes turned to the 3, whose arms had been severed by the 7 killing sword, blood gushing from the stumps. This scene left everyone in shock. The use of soul skills was rendered unnecessary as the arms of the 3 title Douluo were effortlessly severed. Such terror was unfathomable. The 7 killing sword returned to Chun Xian's grasp, once again aimed at the soul Douluo. Just then, a hoarse voice rang out. Have the Tang sect and Qibao Glaze sect come all this way to cause trouble in my Wuhuan imperial city? Before the 3 disarmed titled Douluo stood a scar-faced figure with deep red eyes and a gaunt appearance, the Rakshasa god envoy, who coldly gazed at Chun Xian while casting a meaningful glance at Long Xiaoyao, a flicker of caution passing through his eyes. However, since the Rakshasa lord had issued a command, he had to comply. The 3 disarmed individuals hurriedly knelt, trembling as they spoke. Lord Envoy. With an impatient wave of his hand, the Rakshasa god envoy interrupted. You may leave. I do not wish to see you again. The 3, along with the soul Douluo behind them, quickly exited, vanishing from sight. Chun Xian's pupils constricted. He felt a strong sense of impending danger from this individual. Yet he coldly retorted, It was your people who first provoked us. I trust you understand the reason behind this. The Rakshasa god envoy arrogantly declared. This envoy has been commanded by heaven to apprehend you. Comply with my orders, and perhaps you may yet live. Otherwise, Long Xiaoyao stepped forward, sensing the Rakshasa god envoy's formidable power, yet not intimidated. He sneered, commanded by heaven? To declare oneself as heaven before heaven itself is childish. The Tang sect and Qibao Glaze sect are here to participate in the sex election, not to engage in idle chatter with you. It seems the Wuhuan Empire does not welcome us. Very well, we shall forego participation in this sex election. Long Xiaoyao's words were in accordance with Qin Shi's intent. The re-election of the 7 major sects bore little relation to them. Their arrival in Wuhuan City was solely to gather information on the state of the Wuhuan Imperial City. With Bai Bai Dong's prolonged absence, he worried that she might have begun to accept divine powers, putting them at risk. The aura emanating from the Rakshasa god envoy bore a faint resemblance to that of Bai Bai Dong, intensifying his sense of crisis. Unfazed, the Rakshasa god envoy replied, The selection of the 7 major sects is initiated by my Wuhuan Empire. There is no compulsion for all parties to participate, even if you refuse to partake in the selection. Your actions in harming His Majesty's guards within the Wuhuan Imperial City are tantamount to provoking my Wuhuan Empire and His Majesty. If you wish to leave today, you must first pass through my hands. The Rakshasa god envoy emanated a dark soul power, and a black humanoid martial soul manifested behind him. The oppressive aura of rank 99 swept across Wuhuan City, and the Rakshasa god envoy began to ascend, surrounded by a swirling mass of dark and crimson soul rings. Suddenly, he transformed into a black pillar of light shooting towards the heavens, casting a shadow over the land as all present gazed skyward. The Rakshasa god envoy had undergone a complete transformation, towering nearly 3 meters tall, clad in black armor, with horns protruding from his head and a fierce set of fangs, revealing his true martial soul, the Rakshasa's true form. On Sea God Island, a beautiful woman looked skyward, her gaze fixated, murmuring, Rakshasa martial soul, the Rakshasa god envoy. The transformed Rakshasa god envoy erupted with a wild laugh, declaring, Offer your lives to me. Ha ha ha. Countless ghostly faces coalesced behind him, surging downward. Qin Shi's expression darkened as chaos ensued among the crowd, all eager to flee. The ghostly apparitions descended in a relentless, indiscriminate assault. Long Lao, you confront him. I shall protect the others. Long Xiaoyao nodded, transforming into his dark sacred dragon form, charging into the sky. Qin Shi summoned the golden silver dragon spear, which split into myriad fragments. With a gesture, he directed the spears skyward, the 9 revolutions soul refining art in full swing, channeling soul power into the golden silver dragon spear, transforming it into small dragons that devoured the ghosts. Yet, how could he withstand the onslaught of a limit Douluo? The spears might soon wane, and the ghosts voraciously consumed the surrounding populace, growing ever stronger. Just as Qin Shi felt he could no longer hold on, radiant 9-colored lights surged into his body. He nodded at Ning Fengji, increasing the output of soul power to maintain the Overlord Dragon prison. Chun Xian's 7-killing sword possessed only the 6th soul skill. 10,000 swords returned to origin, a group attack technique. With Ning Fengji's enhancement, Chun Xian's combat prowess nearly rivaled that of a limit Douluo. However, as he repeatedly unleashed 10,000 swords return to origin, the number of ghosts only multiplied. A tenth of Wuhan City was overrun by these specters, and the residents began to resist. After all, no one wished to perish. Observing the Rakshasa god envoy battling Long Xiaoyao in the sky and the ghosts appearing throughout, Qin Xian, having spent considerable time with Guron, became acutely sensitive to spatial powers. He discerned that the ghosts seemed to emerge from a hidden realm, though that realm was imperceptible, rapidly approaching Qin Shi. While unleashing soul skills, he conveyed in a hushed tone, "Xiao Qi, those ghosts are being released from some hidden space, but that space is formless. I have no expertise in spatial powers. See if you could devise a solution." Qin Shi shook his head, then suddenly his expression shifted, nodding slightly. Qin Xian was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the contradictory gesture. "I have a plan. Sword Grandpa, please protect me. I need to prepare." Qin Xian nodded without hesitation. The situation was dire, leaving no room for further inquiry. Trusting Qin Shi was all that mattered. Qin Shi seated himself on the ground, within the sea of consciousness. The deep-sea blue dragon king, a million-year soul beast, spoke as Qin Shi shook his head. "Kid, I have a solution," the deep-sea blue dragon king said, his tone imbued with excitement. Chapter 136. Consolidate the spirit into the likeness of Qin Shi. He gazed at the floating blue-golden orb and respectfully remarked, "Predecessor, what method do you propose? Release me, and I shall handle the rest." Qin Shi nodded slightly, opened his eyes, and a brilliant blue light radiated from his brow. A blue-golden orb slowly materialized, and in an instant, all the spirits surged towards Qin Shi like a frenzy. Chun Xian's expression shifted as he glanced at Qin Shi, who remained seated calmly on the ground, confident in the presence of soul that had existed for millions of years, bestowing fortune and sharing in the prime of life. Li Shimin gently waved his hand, and Zhang Ainen at his side immediately bowed and turned away. Checking the time, only a few minutes had passed. Upon exiting the magic tower, he lightly traced a symbol in the air, causing a magical rune to flicker briefly. Jack squeezed through the crowd on the street, struggling to find a favorable position to trade with the merchants, ultimately setting up his stall in a relatively quiet corner. Chao Kuan stepped out of the taxi and casually snapped a photo of the school gate, sending it to Su Jiao. Listening to Sun Wei's preachiness mixed with disdain, Chao Kuan's smile grew more pronounced. The two found a secluded spot where Su Kan informed Fong Chung Tao about the 2 soldiers who had come looking for him. Lin Wei rolled his eyes in annoyance, wondering why it was commonly said that only names could be mistaken, not nicknames. Moreover, both Caesar and Chu Zihong had undergone the Nibelungen project, enhancing their bloodlines to the S-rank level. Now, Caesar's word spirit had fully evolved into a powerful blood-sucking scythe, while Chu Zihong's Junyan had undergone terrifying enhancements. Zhang Xiangyang did not reveal Su Kan's true age to her, though she could guess it. Yuan Shi turned his head, calmer now, making the decision that in this world, he had his reasons to kill. He couldn't help but marvel at how unexpectedly real this world was, as if he had traversed into a game. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, citing a matter of importance, discreetly left the main group and arrived at the district governed by the underworld, the headquarters of the underworld. Thinking of this, he hesitated, glancing at the scattered food that had been licked by the dog. "Didn't you say my sister is getting married? Should I still be sleeping? Who knows, by the time I wake up, a corpse might end up being my brother-in-law." Su Emon Wan exploded in fury, feeling both angry and weak. making her appear adorably pitiful. Tang Yuan was fuming, pointing at Chunyang, stammering and struggling to find words. Confused, he realized that every time a deputy director was sent, they met with mysterious ends. Was it the doing of Wang Ming Jie? While feeding the two, Su Emon Wan did not notice the bottle of wine in the middle had turned towards her side. Sister Qian took a deep breath, looking at Lu Yuan, puzzled by his calm demeanor. A person who could easily provide 10 billion to help her and resolve the matter of withdrawing over 100 million in funds could still be so indifferent in the workplace? How about this? Let's find an inn nearby for a bite to eat, and we'll discuss the rest after we finish, Dabai suggested, glancing at the two. After all, they had waited so long without seeing anyone, so there was no rush. The most unreasonable aspect of the hall was the giant light screen standing prominently in the center, currently flashing various images. 3 months ago, Akra lacked the confidence to become a core disciple, but after undergoing the Dragon God trial and obtaining the boiling water, the kingdom of Sunflower, the realm of water, and the blood of the Dragon God, along with the Water Dragon Pearl and the Dragon's breath and power, he had significantly enhanced his Yuan Xian force, mastering his techniques to perfection. Ultimately, Akra painfully booked a luxurious suite, spending 2 purple gold coins, a decision that left him feeling quite pained. Chapter 137. Tang Hao was startled, unable to sense where the sound was coming from. This was the Tang clan's secret chamber, known only to the core members. Sneaky, come out, Tang Hao shouted, summoning 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. The black Haotian hammer appearing in his hand. The hidden Rakshasa deity paused, sensing danger emanating from the Haotian hammer. Without hesitation, he gathered a ball of black soul power in his hand, akin to a cannonball. Most of the netizens in Huaxia were discussing whether Rui Kong should simply stop selling longevity drugs to Americans, arguing that if they had good things, they shouldn't be engaging in conspiracy theories. Wu Tian nodded and remarked, the city besieged by zombies has already evolved a zombie king, and multiple ones at that. This was his perception, unaware that Huang Yuanping possessed considerable depth, which Bai Suzhen had learned through Link S system interface. Another security guard exchanged glances with security guard A, as if to say, how could you let her in so easily? The realms of questioning were divided into 5 major stages: Feiyun, Xingu, Taiyuan, Kunjin, and Chengyan. She was entirely correct. The divine martial master could not project divine light onto just anyone. You wish to protect me? You brought me here and intend to trap me in an illusion to protect me? Do you think I will believe your words? Jiaruo naturally did not trust his deceitful talk. Furthermore, Link was preparing to break through. If successful, it would be good, but the fear of losing control was ever present. Ultimately, if he were to hand over money to Lu Ningya, that was something he could never agree to. Having saved Lin Mei Mei in the Red Mansion, fought Pan Jin Lian in Water Margin, contended with Chao Mingda in the 3 Kingdoms, and scolded the gods in Journey to the West. He had battled the 3 heroes and made a ruckus in heaven, played Xi Min Qing, and served as the Duke of Ronghua. Tian Long snatched the bouquet from Tian Feng, feigning a strike towards her. Tian Feng dodged nimbly, sticking her tongue out at Tian Long. You really are a fool. Do you still need a rope? If I take your disguise, you're out. Yen Rui Qing remarked. The Yu rode on the great turtle, continuing their journey through the water, ignoring the monsters on the shore. Unexpectedly, the monster, not paying attention, unintentionally kicked, sending the Yu and the turtle tumbling back into the water. Suddenly, a somewhat shrill voice, urgent yet reassuring, echoed from beyond the mountain gate. Lon Lon, no matter what, I cannot bear to watch you die like this. Just listen to me. I would willingly die for you, the young man said tenderly. Sure, Shui, you replied, but what you said isn't scary at all. It even feels a bit gloating. Governor Zhu, helplessly playing the matchmaker, chose an auspicious date for Bai Mei Gue and Zhai Heng to joyfully unite, celebrated by the people of Chaozhou. Henceforth, it became widely known in Chaozhou that Bai Mei Gue possessed celestial powers, capable of punishing evil and promoting good, although it was indeed the merits of the White Fairy. Particularly, the scene of Xingang striking the wolf demon with stones lingered deeply in Chiyubai's mind. I'll step out for a moment, Hao Lan said as he took the door with him, leaving only Feng in the room. Hua Jiang, Qianing, let out a muffled groan. Her condition was indeed as described, with hundreds of people moving simultaneously. This required not only an understanding of Taoist techniques, but also significant cultivation and spiritual power. They summoned ancestral soldiers using their ancestral blood, a commendable idea. However, Yin Shisan sought their ancestral blood. Once the ancestral blood was out, he would use it to forge a physical body. It is indeed astonishing to think that Master Xuanzong could traverse from here to Tianzhu to retrieve the true scripture. Tian Shui and Long Ao, along with the four, displayed expressions of joy, as if they had already glimpsed their rise to prominence. This also indicated that Bai Yi's guardians would eventually surpass those of the Burning Heaven Saint Lord, and if Bai Yi could reach, or even surpass, the height of the Burning Heaven Saint Lord, the strength of his guardians would be immeasurable. Chapter 138. Qin Shi inhaled deeply, preparing to converse with the elder, only to have the elder glance at him and vanish. Qin Shi understood that the Luo Sha Shun was doomed. As he had anticipated, the elder had already arrived at the dwelling of the Luo Sha Shun in the divine realm. It was a modest thatched cottage, yet the malevolent aura surrounding it was chilling, though it affected the elder not in the slightest. He strode directly into the cottage, where at its center lay a single mat. Just as he hesitated to inquire further, a figure approached him. Although still youthful, the individual was clearly no ordinary person. Having discerned their intentions, Chen Jun refrained from further discussion. After conversing with Lin Changfa for a while, he heard footsteps approaching the entrance. Following a warm embrace, Zhou Zhirong whispered into Chen Jun's ear that she was willing to wait for him before striding confidently towards her dormitory. In his efforts, it felt as if he were grasping an incredibly solid magical artifact. Despite his attempts to channel spiritual energy, he could not tighten his grip in the slightest. The estate of the Hua family stretched endlessly before him. Upon entering the main gate, the path diverged. Before him lay an extensive waterway, its waters a deep azure, flanked by long flower beds bursting with various unknown blossoms, their branches and leaves meticulously arranged, clearly maintained by dedicated caretakers. Observing Lin Pingji's handsome profile and his intense focus stirred something within him. Zheng Kang, old master Hua gripped the railing tightly, his nails digging into the wood. Although second master Hua had brought this upon himself, he was still his flesh and blood, and witnessing his demise left old master Hua's face ashen, revealing the tears of a man who had spent his life in dominance. A mere 10,000 was sufficient, and 10 flying boats would suffice. The production of 300 to 400 boats was merely a ruse to mislead the spies observing the Songmang sect, making them believe that all its elites had been dispatched. Your Excellency, how could you say such a thing? Your esteemed presence graces the Xian Suo Academy, Shui Yinzi respectfully remarked. This time, Lin Huangyi did not refuse. After accepting the protective mirror, he stepped into the entrance of the forbidden ground. Xiangyi contemplated the nearby large trees offering shade and pulled over a mat for Jiang Tian to play beside him. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the glass windows, casting a warm glow on the man's striking profile, his eyelids slightly lowered, remaining silent as the elites below reported their findings. Even a talent as formidable as Ronaldinho, amidst a significant decline in form, was gradually being underestimated by his peers. In the ocean, enormous whales opened their mouths, launching large water bombs that exploded among the human ranks, sending some individuals and vehicles flying. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met. Enli Ying instinctively embraced the man's narrow waist, her movements skilled, intimate, and compliant. He had initially planned to refine the turtle demon in Huzhou City and create 2 more suitable magical artifacts. But this unexpected turn of events had taken him further down the path. The eyeglass zombie turned its head, swiftly manifesting bone armor on its arm, as it spotted a spinning black heavy sword coming straight at it from the right. The AC Milan fans in the stands cheered exuberantly, their excitement palpable as they chanted Kaka's name. At that moment, Wang Dao sheathed his dagger and retrieved a sword from the corner of a concealed chamber. The sword gleamed with a subdued radiance, its blade elegant and crystalline, emanating a chilling aura, clearly a remarkable weapon. Just then, Di Qing and 1,000 cavalrymen turned back to unleash a rain of arrows before pivoting their horses to flee once more. Shi Tang was a practitioner of the qi refining stage, even addressing Yun Wansheng as Shu, indicating Yun Wansheng's extraordinary background. I truly wish I could kick you. Meng Ziqiu lifted Ding Jia's head. I will never allow her to suffer in solitude. I shall bear her burdens entirely. His gaze was so resolute that it left me speechless. Chapter 139. The Tang sect had just been restored a day prior, each member now exuding a weightier presence. However, with the sound of dragon roars, the Tang sect structures began to collapse once more, nearly causing a cave-in in the military headquarters. Fortunately, the resilience of diamonds did not disappoint. Undoubtedly, the most heartbroken was Niu Gao, who had not even had the chance to boast about his accomplishments before the painstakingly restored Tang sect crumbled again, all due to internal strife, leaving one in a state of bemusement. Nevertheless, this formidable aura was met with delight as she cheerfully greeted the responsible party before happily cycling home. The master peeked out and, seeing the second-in-command with an unfriendly expression, was taken aback and quickly signaled his companions to flee the kitchen. Wang Sanju stealthily made his way to the doorway. Noticing that the kitchen was now devoid of any figures, he slipped inside. Zhao Yinhui raised her head slowly, her cold gaze piercing through the gaps towards Guyu, as she spoke in a hoarse voice. You are an official. I'm a bandit. What is there to discuss? Her tone lacked the elegance of the past. Yet, at that moment, she found herself unable to touch any equipment, with no weapon in hand. How could she break through the assault from this master and servant and turn the tide? However, the song by the Black Pig was simply newer compared to the one by Duckhead. After all, the former had only been released a few years prior. It was the restaurant owner's son who noticed that she was struggling to lift the boxed meal, assisting her in placing it in her vehicle, then casually remarking, "Your company certainly eats a lot. My cooking hand is worn out." He then waved her off dismissively as he returned to the restaurant. The Gu people, upon hearing the whistle command, were equally perplexed, unsure whether to fight or retreat, clutching their heads and wailing in agony, instantly losing their lethality. Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback, realizing that indeed, being a family heirloom, and with ancestral teachings to uphold, it would be unwise to force the issue. Chu Mulan did not anticipate that Song Tingyu would be so impatient this time, quickly rising to intervene, yet as she stood, she felt dizzy and had to steady herself against the table for a moment. The likelihood of such a scenario was minuscule. Otherwise, the Jinwu master would not dare to venture directly into the endless sea with a single warship. However, for the practitioners living near the endless sea, they had heard too many instances of this minuscule possibility. Very well, Shikong pondered for a moment before agreeing with his brother's decision. After all, his brother was the main authority in Taiwan, and besides, his brother understood far more than he did. Since his brother had considered all aspects and made such a decision, there was reason behind it. Feng Jun's suggestions did not end there. He kindly proposed that since they were developing the Ning cave, they might as well construct additional caves for golden core cultivation, even including those for dam formation. Therefore, despite still feeling some indignation, even shaking his fist at the soldier, he complied with Xi Meng's orders. For once they fled, it would mean that these individuals would no longer be high-ranking officials, but rather fugitives subject to capture. Moreover, he recalled the words he had exchanged with Qian Longxi. Although the Ming dynasty was vast, where could these people possibly escape? The already scarce exotic beasts began to seek hiding places, for they too were aware of the impending events. Impressive, impressive. Kong Ti's eyes sparkled, gazing at Mu Lingfeng as if he were an extraordinary leader, clearly of a different caliber. Fan Yongdo mused that this was indeed ruthless. Yet since the performance had reached this point, they must continue onward. The mountains were enveloped in the fragrance of flowers, the scent of grass, and the aroma of the wind. Even the setting sun seemed to be dyed with fragrance, as sweet as the soft hair of a lover brushing against one's cheek. After a brief discussion with the child's parents, they decided to perform a ritual at midnight for the child, to summon the soul. However, upon reflection, despite engaging in robbery, it was merely the plundering of other merciless battle factions, a deed that could be construed as virtuous. The title of Qingwan is indeed quite misleading. Chapter 140. Normally, detaching a piece of soul bone entails a price. However, Qin Shi is an exception. The power and enigma of the divine being are far beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. A flash of golden light ensued, and 8 pieces of soul bone fell away without cost, enveloped in divine radiance, transforming into 8 golden orbs of light. Having successfully fused with the divine being, Qin Shi was naturally privy to the unfolding events within. Each of the 8 soul bones exhibited distinct transformations, and Qin Shi discerned that all had reached the illustrious level of a million-year soul bone. The soul bones of the deep-sea blue dragon king and the sea which had even turned golden, appearing more splendid and formidable than their counterparts. 2 days later, the soul bones were reformed and returned to Qin Shi's body. Suddenly, 5 distinct auras surged forth from within him, still in the form of eggs. Yet, Qin Shi sensed their connection to himself. They resembled loyal servants. They circled around him incessantly. Within his left arm, the Snow Maiden remained tranquil, her training complete, having attained the million-year level and become a divine beast rather than a goddess. Nonetheless, she understood the need for stability, knowing that this was not the moment for intimacy with Qin Shi. As Qin Shi retracted the 5 eggs and rose to his feet, a peculiar expression crossed his face as he regarded the contented elder, questioning, "What is the meaning of this? Shouldn't I have ascended to divinity immediately upon fusing with the divine being? Why am I still merely at level 95? The elder shot a glare at Qin Shi and retorted, "So now that you have fused, you think you can speak with such bravado?" However, he continued with a wry smile, "I must confess, my divine being is merely half of what it should be. Yet even this half is sufficient for you to gradually cultivate into divinity. To ascend in one leap requires a complete divine being." Perplexed, Qin Shi inquired, "A complete divine being?" The elder gazed skyward, his expression a tapestry of emotions, revealing traces of nostalgia. "The supreme deity was once my counterpart. We were united as one, husband and wife. Yet upon ascension, the divine being I inherited was merely of the 3rd tier, incapable of bringing her to the divine realm. I relinquished my divine position, and at that time, my strength allowed me to linger in the cosmos for an extended period. I resolutely chose to seek opportunities in the universe, a chance for us to remain together. After a millennium of searching, I finally discovered the cosmic treasure, the source of creation. Filled with excitement, I hurried home to find the 3rd-tier divine being who was to guide me. Together, we ascended to the divine realm. However, the treasure of the cosmos proved too potent, causing the divine realm to nearly collapse under the high-dimensional pressure of my source of creation, leading to devastation. The creator of the divine realm, the dragon deity, was rendered mindless due to my actions. In desperation, I divided the source of creation into 2, the source of life and the source of transformation. The supreme deity inherited the source of transformation, becoming androgynous. I felt little from this change, yet the supreme deity could not endure it. Our separation lasted for millennia. We both knew each other's whereabouts, but neither dared to acknowledge the other. Until your arrival, she realized you would be my successor, and she chose to take on a male guise to deliberately guide me into existence. After much internal conflict, we finally recognized each other during a crisis you encountered, but remained only as friends. Qin Shi stood agape, his mouth agape as he stammered, "Androgynous? Neither male nor female?" The elder's face darkened instantly, reflecting, "Neither male nor female? Well, perhaps you have a point." Qin Shi continued, "Then you must be quite happy. I noticed you've changed significantly since the supreme deity acknowledged you." The elder enveloped them both in divine energy and whispered, "Hush, do not let the supreme deity hear. I cannot contend with her now." Just then, a voice resonated. "What are you saying, reincarnation?" It was not the familiar male voice of Qin Shi, but an ethereal female voice. Following this, the elder vanished, and the voice of the supreme deity ceased. Only a golden orb rolled to the ground, leaving Qin no time to ponder the elder's fate. Suddenly, The source of life within his consciousness began to tremble, and the nine-turn soul refinement technique activated instinctively. The golden orb transformed into fine threads, merging seamlessly with Qin Chi's third eye. The process was remarkably simple, devoid of pain or resistance. Within less than an hour, the fusion was complete. The imperial heart pulsated rapidly, establishing a bridge with the source of creation within his consciousness, as if they were destined to be one. The imperial heart, already extraordinary, proved capable of establishing a connection with the cosmic treasure, underscoring its remarkable nature. Suddenly, Qin Shi felt an invisible barrier shatter, and the nine turns soul refinement technique accelerated uncontrollably. Every part of his being began to transform. His blood transitioned from a vivid red to a radiant gold. The imperial heart altered the blood, and the nine-turn soul refinement technique circulated it swiftly throughout his body. This state did not persist for long, and soon, all of Qin Shi's blood had fully transmuted to gold. From an exterior perspective, every inch of him radiated golden light, his aura transcending, embodying an otherworldly presence. His hair shifted from white to a soft gold, yet a frown marred his handsome visage. 95 level, and you speak of ascending to divinity in one step? The elder had vanished, and with Qin Shi's current strength, he could not trace the elder's whereabouts. Swallowed by confusion, he could only suppress his questions, though he surmised he could likely defeat even an ultimate Douluo with a mere flick of his wrist. Should he test the waters with the Wuhuan temple? Such musings would have to wait until he returned to the Tang men. As his divine consciousness expanded, he enveloped the entirety of the extreme north region in a firm grasp. Visualizing clusters of exploratory teams and vast numbers of five-year soul beasts in his mind. This was the creation domain of the Elder, and it seemed he too could replicate it, albeit with some limitations. Muttering to himself, Qin Shi acknowledged the situation, having gleaned information from the teams about the influence of the source of life. The sheer volume of humanity threatened to spoil the pristine nature of the extreme north, which was also the homeland of the Snow Maiden. He could not remain idle. Suddenly, he soared into the air, commanding, "You all must retreat at once." His voice, laced with formidable divine energy, resonated throughout the region. All humans in the extreme north looked skyward, many displaying fear, while others exhibited uncertainty. A small faction disregarded his words entirely, appearing oblivious, including a team from the Wuhuan temple, led by the holy dragon Douluo, followed by the Qianjun Douluo and the Jianhua Douluo, with over 30 titled Douluos in tow. Such a terrifying assembly ignoring Qin Shi's pronouncement was not unexpected. The Qianjun Douluo furrowed his brow. Not out of fear. This magnitude of voice was something any titled Douluo could achieve, but because he found the voice somewhat familiar. He glanced at the holy dragon Douluo, who remained unresponsive and chose to refrain from further inquiries, aware that the holy dragon Douluo had become a favored individual of the emperor. Although they were all ultimate Douluos, the holy dragon Douluo's strength now eclipsed theirs, and they dared not even contemplate ascending to higher realms. A cruel smile emerged on Qin Shi's face as he contemplated the presence of the Wuhuan Temple's elite. He sensed something peculiar about the holy dragon Douluo's aura, presuming his true strength was nearing level 100. To Qin Shi, the holy dragon Douluo was merely an obstacle. Their reluctance to flee was fortuitous. It allowed him to capture this isolated faction of the Wuhuan temple. Qin Shi's figure reappeared before the holy dragon Douluo and his companions. Startled, the holy dragon Douluo stumbled back several steps, and only then did the titled Douluos react. The holy dragon Douluo furrowed his brow, sensing the danger emanating from Qin Shi, and refrained from any rash actions. He clasped his hands politely and inquired, "Esteemed friend, why do you obstruct our path?" Qin Shi smiled, seemingly unrecognized. This time, the divine fusion had significantly altered his appearance. Not just his aura, hair color, and eye color, but even his attire was no longer that of the Tang sect. "I am here to cause you trouble," Qin Shi stated coldly, emanating a barely detectable aura of danger. The holy dragon Douluo, however, was an exception. He sensed the formidable threat Qin Shi posed and was perplexed by the emergence of such a young and handsome powerhouse on the continent. Despite his confusion, anger welled up within him at Qin Shi's words. He inhaled deeply but refrained from striking, his tone turning somewhat frigid as he remarked, "Sir, I am the imperial master of the Wuhuan Empire. I do not recall my empire offending you at any time." Qin Shi shrugged and replied, "I simply find you displeasing." His tone was relaxed, and his expression natural, which made the holy dragon Daw even more wary. He halted the enraged titled Douluos behind him and turned to them, saying calmly, "You all retreat." With that, he locked his aura onto Qin Shi, declaring, "Since you have shown disrespect after being offered courtesy, do not blame me for the ensuing enmity. White armor Earth Dragon, manifest." Qin Shi had heard of this martial spirit from Yu Engine. While the white armor Earth Dragon was not of the true dragon caliber like the blue lightning tyrant dragon, it possessed an exceptional defensive capability, rivaling even the Xuanwu shield, renowned as the strongest defensive martial spirit. He was eager to test its strength. The gold and silver dragon spear materialized, exuding the pressure of level 95, scattering the surrounding snowflakes. The holy dragon Douluo was taken aback. Only level 95? Yet, he dared not underestimate him. Having lived for over a century, he had learned to never underestimate anyone. Otherwise, he would not have survived to this day. The momentum surged, and astonishment rippled through all present. Not only the holy dragon Douluo, but also the titled Douluos who had taken refuge at a distance. They were incredulous, believing Qin Shi would be overwhelmed in an instant. As the 9 transformations soul refining technique activated, Qin Shi stepped into the 9 heavens shattering step, instantaneously appearing behind the holy dragon Douluo. He thrust the golden silver dragon spear forward. To his astonishment, sparks flew upon contact. Seizing the opportunity, the holy dragon Douluo grabbed Qin Shi's right hand, which held the spear, and violently slammed it down. Following this, he clenched his fist, radiating white light, transforming his hand into a dragon's head, and smashed down like a meteor. Before Qin Shi could even touch the ground, he was met with the enormous dragon head descending upon him. He swiftly raised both hands, forming a golden soul power shield that enveloped him. The impact was akin to a cataclysmic explosion, felt by all souls and spirit beasts within hundreds of miles. Qin Shi stood upright in the crater, unscathed, not a speck of dust on his garments. The holy dragon Douluo was astonished, his heart heavy. This was damage bolstered by his martial spirit's true form. How could Qin Shi emerge without a single scratch? This defied logic. Is this all your strength? Qin Shi disappointedly shook his head, wielding the gold and silver dragon spear and casting it towards the holy dragon Douluo. In midair, it transformed into a golden dragon. And amidst roars and screams, the holy dragon Douluo was utterly annihilated. The Qianjun Douluo, the demon-suppressing Douluo, and the 30-odd titled Douluos were struck with shock, fleeing in various directions. Qin Shi had no time to act, and once the fleeing titled Douluos were distant, the creation domain activated instantly, locking onto those escaping. The gold and silver dragon spear flickered, multiplying into over 30 spears, and in that moment, anguished cries echoed throughout the extreme north. Many adventurers who had not yet fled witnessed this scene, panicking and hastily departing the extreme north, restoring a quietude to the area that had come to be known as the Land of Death. Under Qin Shi's leadership, the spirit beasts of the extreme north united, with the Ice Bear King as their leader. Qin Shi had even intervened to block the heavenly tribulation for the Ice Bear King, aiding it in breaking through the 300,000-year threshold, establishing him as the undisputed ruler of the extreme north. With the extreme north arranged and the divine position inherited, it was time to face Bai Dong. In the imperial palace of Xing Luo City, the emperor of the Xing Luo Empire, Dai He, appeared disheveled, his face pale and hands trembling. Anyone could discern that he was gravely ill. However, he was not unwell in the traditional sense. The Xing Luo Empire had only the imperial city left unscathed from the Wuhuan Empire's onslaught. How could he not be this way? It was all due to his burdens. Watching their territory diminish day by day, his heart tightened with each passing moment. Though the Tang sect and the 7 treasure glazed tile sect were providing their utmost support. It was but a drop in the bucket, and many disciples from both sects had lost their lives in the struggle. After several assaults on Luo City, the Wuhuan Empire had ceased its attacks and instead surrounded the city with a massive army, cutting off water and food supplies. While such a strategy was time-consuming, it was a fragrant alternative to conquering the Luo Empire without a single soldier. The misfortunes of a Luo Empire did not end there. Even reinforcements were obstructed outside, including the notorious Douluo, who had been wreaking havoc within the empire. In a small tavern corner of a city already captured by the Wuhuan Empire, a figure clad in a green robe with half of his face covered by a black scarf and a green cap, revealing a few strands of graying hair, was none other than Douluo, who had persistently thwarted the Wuhuan Empire. His one visible eye gleamed with a green light, tinged with anxiety. The Wuhuan Empire had grown increasingly cautious. What was once a force that could be easily dispatched now proved difficult to engage. Perhaps I must return. I miss home and my precious granddaughter, he mused. As for the Luo Empire, it is left to fate. At this point, the Luo Empire had severed all ties with reinforcements, and Luo City drifted like a solitary boat in a vast ocean, with the looming threat of capsizing at any moment. Qin moved swiftly, reaching Tiando City from the extreme north in less than a day. He had heard of the Luo Empire's plight on the way and could not help but lament. Who would have thought an empire could be on the brink of collapse in just a few years? Bing had been residing within the Tang sect for over 2 months, even reviewing official documents there. She was deeply anxious. If the Luo Empire faced such a fate, how far could the Tiando Empire be from the same end? The Tiando royal family lacked titled Douluos and would likely succumb to the Wuhuan Empire in less time than it took the Luo Empire. She had no choice but to seek help from the Tang sect, hoping they could send some powerful individuals to assist the Tiando Empire. This required the involvement of those in charge, and without a doubt, Tang San and Qin held significant sway. However, both were absent, and she could not find Long Xiaoyao or Tang Hao, as they were also in seclusion. Yang Wudi and the others felt equally helpless. It was one thing for an emperor to stay in another sect's domain and consume their resources, but now he was even reviewing official documents. No emperor had ever exhibited such audacity. The important thing was they could not drive him away. If Qin returned, perhaps he could seize an opportunity. Old goat, Shao Qi has returned. In the main hall, Niu Gao hurriedly found Yang Wudi, who was responsible for accommodating Bing. Yang Wudi's face brightened at the news, and he replied, "Great. I will go find him right away." Sensing Bing's arrival, Qin revealed a faint smile. Standing to greet her. "Welcome, Your Majesty, to the Tang sect. I apologize for not providing better care during your stay." Bing gazed at Qin, who had undergone a dramatic transformation, momentarily taken aback. However, she withheld her confusion and simply smiled wryly, saying, "Minister Qin, please refrain from calling me Your Majesty. Just address me by my name. Unbeknownst to you, I have come to Tang's sect with a few requests for assistance." Qin opened his mouth, and Xue Peng quickly replied, "Rest assured, Minister, the royal family will exert every effort to support your needs." Qin coughed lightly. For him, resources held little value. However, since it would benefit Tang men, he expressed gratitude to His Majesty, stating that when needs arose, Tang men would naturally reach out for collaboration. "How many powerful individuals do you require at present?" Xue Peng secretly scoffed, realizing the lack of formality in their exchange. "We currently need 10 Soul Douluo and 2 Title Douluo to oversee the situation. As you know, the Tiando Empire has 5 principal duchies, many of which do not heed the royal family summons. In fact, 2 duchies have covertly allied with the Wuhuan Empire. Our primary reason for requesting assistance from Tang men is to unify the remaining 3 duchies, thereby providing a buffer against the Wuhuan Empire's assaults." Qin replied, "We are all on the same front. If you exert effort, we shall do the same. How about this? I will send 4 of Grandfather Yang's group to assist you, along with 15 Soul Douluo, and simultaneously eliminate those 2 wavering duchies. However, the resources of those 2 duchies will be taken over by Tang men. Is that acceptable, Your Majesty?" Shui Peng's legs trembled slightly, almost causing him to collapse. Such a lion's share. How much could the resources of those two duchies be? Certainly substantial. But could Qin Shi demand such a price? Noticing Shui Peng's silence, Qin Shi pressed, "Your Majesty, do you not agree? If you do not, I shall withdraw my offer." "Very well," Shui Peng relented. "The royal family will not touch a single resource from those two duchies. All shall be yours." Qin Shi smiled, expressing his gratitude to His Majesty. "My people will arrive tomorrow." Although Shui Peng felt regret, securing 4 temporary title Douluo was still a significant advantage, and he silently reassured himself. Niu Gao, Titan, Yang Wudi, and Bai He, the pillars of Tang men, departed, leaving Liang Xiu to take full charge of the organization. With the resources directed towards him, Liang Xiu had already reached the rank of an 87th level soldat, despite being merely in his 30s. He was likely to break the record for the youngest title Douluo, previously held by Tang Hao. Of course, he cannot be compared to Qin Shi. As for management tasks, Liang Xiu was more than capable. Qin Shi had no interest in such laborious duties and decided to enter seclusion, sitting cross-legged in his private chamber. He turned inward to examine his body. The flow of energy from the Emperor's heart and the Creator God was becoming increasingly harmonious. Qin Shi sensed an indescribable aura transforming his soul power. It was no longer merely soul power, but had transcended into divine power. Once this transformation was complete, he would attain divinity. Before achieving godhood, he needed to remain low-key. Bai Dong was a ticking time bomb. If she discovered that Qin Shi was nearing the divine level, who could predict her reaction? She might come to eliminate him. Bai Dong might have already ascended to godhood herself, so it was prudent to tread carefully for now. Qin Shi dismissed further thoughts and quietly operated the 9 turns soul refining method, gradually converting his soul power. A year later, in the Luosha secret realm, Bai Dong's exquisite face bore 4 dark lines, her eyes obscured by a blood-red hue. A small black sword flickered at her brow, indicating the restoration of her divine being. A year ago, her divinity had inexplicably erupted, leaving her gravely injured, and her divine being had also sustained damage. Bai Dong had her suspicions about the cause, and after a year of recovery, she stood once more, feeling the overwhelming strength of a first-level divine being stirring her spirit. Her plans for conquering the continent were no longer mere plans. The continent was now a plaything in her hands. Concurrently, the sea began to surge, countless sea soul beasts roaring as all humans on Sea God Island erupted in fervor. A new sea god was descending. Strands of golden light emanated from the depths of the ocean, all converging towards a blue figure sitting in the sky. This figure held a golden trident, and his blue hair made him appear as one with the sea, a smaller golden trident glimmering on his brow. As he absorbed more golden light, his aura intensified. This individual was Tang San, who had successfully passed the Sea God's 9 tests, attaining the Sea God position. Just as everyone believed he had succeeded, time suddenly froze. The originally pale blue sky transformed into a deep crimson, centered around Tang San, unleashing an overwhelming aura of slaughter across the sea. Both the sea soul beasts and the people on Sea God Island were affected by this murderous energy. Those without cultivation felt the assault on their mental fortitude. At the highest point of Sea God Island, in the Sea God Temple, Dai Mubai and the others anxiously watched Tang San, caught off guard by the abrupt change. Xiao Wu's eyes gradually became tainted with blood, yet no one noticed this scene. Everyone's attention was fixed on Tang San above. In the divine realm, the sea god Poseidon observed the Shura god in red robes with astonishment. His cultivation technique and martial soul do not seem suitable for inheriting your divinity, do they? The Shura god replied, "Indeed, they're not appropriate. His cultivation is gentle and all-encompassing, certainly not fitting for my divine being. However, he has acquired my slaughter domain, and that Hao-Ian hammer is rather apt for cultivating the spirit of slaughter. Using his beloved as a medium to pass down the divine position to him does not violate divine regulations. After all, that young man disappeared without a trace, and I have finally found a suitable successor. I shall not disappoint my divine position." While he may not surpass the Lord of Reincarnation in the future, he will at least become a supreme god king, comparable to the strongest of the dragon god during his peak. Poseidon had previously been displeased with the Shura god intervening. Upon hearing his words, Poseidon's pupils contracted. According to the Shura god's assertions, such a level could indeed be attainable, albeit with great difficulty. At least there was a glimmer of hope, was there not? They had labored for over 1,000,000 years, yet remained stagnant at the pinnacle of the God-King level, unable to breach the bottleneck to the supreme God-King. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment, Poseidon conceded. In the skies above Sea God Island, Xiao Wu stood beside Tang San, their bodies enveloped in blood-red divine power, akin to flames burning away worldly energy, and both had succumbed to unconsciousness. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing soared into the sky to catch the two, gently lowering them onto the beds within the sea god temple. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, stating, Xiao San and Xiao Wu are progressing positively. At least they are not in danger. Zhuqing and I will keep watch here. Fatty, Oscar, you both should go down and explain to the island's inhabitants that the divine power shock was too intense, and Tang San has fainted. He will recover in a few days. Ma Hongjun and Oscar nodded in agreement and departed. Dai Mubai clasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand, worry etching his features. Do you think Xiao San and Xiao Wu are in any mortal danger? Your instincts are sharp. Have you sensed anything? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. No, their auras are stable. It is likely, just as the sea god Douluo suggested, a divine position shock. Dai Mubai nodded, accepting that explanation, but lamented the sacrifice the sea god Douluo had made for Xiao San. What a pity. Zhu Zhuqing smiled gently. It is merely a mission. Did not the sea god's apparition state that the sea god Douluo would be resurrected once Sangu ascended to the divine realm? The divine realm is within Sanji's grasp. We shall certainly reach it as well. Saying this, Zhu Zhuqing grasped Dai Mubai's hand tightly. Dai Mubai reciprocated, affirming, we shall indeed succeed. After all, you are now a titled Douluo. In the secret chamber, the 9 soul rings beneath Qin Qi slowly rotated. Unlike the previous purple, black, red, and gold, his soul rings had now transformed into 9 golden divine rings, pure and radiant. The Emperor's heart had finally fused completely with Qin Qi, becoming an integral part of him, which he referred to as the true heart. Qin Qi has successfully fused his divine essence, which he named the Genesis Divine Essence. He has completely transformed into a deity, yet remains uncertain of the extent of his own power. Gradually lifting his gaze, he finds himself above the clouds, his eyes radiating divine light as he perceives the vast continent, the expansive ocean, and indeed he spots Tang San on Sea God Island. It appears that his brother has also accepted the divine essences of the Sea God and the Azura God. In the realm of the Rakshasa, Bai Bai Dong seems to sense something, her brow furrowing as she vanishes from sight, only to reappear before Qin Qi. Anticipating her presence, he greets her with a smile, saying, Rakshasa God. Bai Bai Dong casts a cold glance at Qin Qi, remarking on his rapid growth, stating, indeed, your pace of development is astonishing. I should have extinguished you back in the day, but it is not too late now. You shall be the first god to perish in my hands. A black longsword materializes in Bai Bai Dong's hand, sprouting black wings that vanish with a flap. A faint smile graces Qin Qi's lips as he summons the Jin Yin Long Chong, pivoting to thrust it into the air behind him. The spear meets resistance akin to piercing through cotton, as Bai Bai Dong's figure slowly materializes nearby, her face adorned with flowing black patterns, as if alive, causing the surrounding space to quiver, threatening to shatter at any moment. With blood-red eyes, she observes the white clouds around her, tainted by ink, transforming into a dark mass that expands relentlessly. To those on land, it appears as though a storm is brewing, hinting at impending rain. The rumbling of thunder reverberates within the dark clouds, and suddenly, a bolt of black lightning is unleashed, striking directly at Qin Qi, triggering a chain reaction that blankets the sky with furious black lightning. Qin Qi does not flinch, activating the Genesis domain as golden light permeates the black clouds. some of which are instantaneously purified. As the Jin In Long Chong twirls, the black lightning is deflected, losing its power and dissipating into small arcs. Bai Dong, taken aback, had anticipated that the lightning would inflict some damage, only to find it ineffective. Clawing her hands, she conceals herself in the void, rapidly approaching Qin Shi. He glances upward to see Bai Dong descending with the Rakshasa divine sword aimed directly at him. As Qin Shi swiftly retreats, Bai Dong accelerates, refusing to relent. Gripping the Jin In Long Chong tightly, he channels golden soul energy into it, causing it to radiate brilliantly. Bai Dong's expression shifts. The Rakshasa sword, a super artifact, trembles at the moment that Jin In Long Chong shines, indicating that it too has attained the status of a super artifact, perhaps even more formidable than the Rakshasa divine sword. With determination, Bai Dong braces herself for the clash of super artifacts, aware that the outcome remains uncertain. Indeed, under the influence of divine power, the Jin In Long Chong has transcended its status as a martial soul, evolving into an immensely powerful super artifact. Qin Shi speculates that upon ascending to the divine realm, the Jin In Long Chong will absorb the celestial energy there, ultimately transforming into a true super artifact. However, for now it suffices. A cataclysmic explosion of golden and black hues erupts at the epicenter of their confrontation, causing the very core of Douluo star to tremble, as if on the brink of shattering under the weight of their divine might. Both Bai Dong and Qin Shi are struck with a realization. They had underestimated their own power, as the force of deities could indeed influence the fate of the entire Douluo star. Chapter 144, Bai Dong, The Battle in the Cosmos. Bai Dong nods in silence, vanishing from sight, while Qin Shi focuses on protecting Douluo star, aware that she fears damaging its core and disrupting her plans. Both ascend into the cosmos in unison. As they breach the atmosphere, a slight sensation of weightlessness envelopes them, causing their forms to sway momentarily. Aware of the opportunity before them, they forego marveling at the beauty of the universe and decide to strike first, having not yet acclimated to their surroundings. Almost simultaneously, Bai Dong and Qin Shi pivot, their weapons colliding repeatedly, sending waves of energy rippling above Douluo star. Bai Dong's power has approached that of first-level deity, while Qin Shi, having just attained divinity, finds the disparity akin to an insurmountable chasm. Relying on the strength of his Genesis divine essence, Qin Shi manages to hold his ground against Bai Dong for several exchanges. As time progresses, Qin Shi begins to feel the strain. Bai Dong's malevolence has been fully unleashed, her sword 100 meters long, instilling fear within him as he evades her strikes. Realizing that a single blow could spell his doom, Rakshasa divine technique, redemption of fear. A black halo envelopes Qin Shi, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he attempts to retreat, but it is too late. The black halo constrains his body, unleashing an overwhelming sense of dread from within. Threads of darkness penetrate his brow and heart. Struggling desperately, Qin Shi finds himself unable to escape. Black liquid seeping from every pore of his body. Liquid he recognizes all too well, reminiscent of the aftermath of Yu Guan's demise. Is he destined for a similar fate? Reluctantly, he strives to resist, forcing down the rising terror. With his right hand, the Jin In Long Chong gleams, and golden divine rings emerge around him, illuminating a corner of the dark cosmos, even overshadowing the sun's radiance. The black halo dissolves, and the sensation of fear vanishes. Bai Dong, spitting black blood, watches in horror as her divine technique is shattered, her body rebounding from the backlash. How could this be? She mutters frantically, shaking her head in disbelief. Once a revered pope and the founder of the Spirit Empire, she had ushered in an era of prosperity on Douluo continent, with numerous titled Douluos under her command. Yet now, she finds herself in a dire predicament, the tide of battle shifting unexpectedly. As the golden light fades, Qin Shi's aura begins to retract, a circular mark on his forehead flickering. Despite a distance of 2 miles between them, he strides forward, appearing before Bai Dong in an instant. seizing the Rakshasa divine sword from her grasp. Being a super artifact, the Rakshasa divine sword possesses a degree of sentience. Sensing danger, it instinctively attempts to resist in Bai Dong's hopeful gaze, humming in protest and causing Qin Shi's hands to tremble. With a cold snort, he unleashes his formidable soul power into the sword, obliterating its spirit. The legendary super artifact is now rendered powerless. Previously, the Elder had enlightened Qin Shi about the nature of artifacts. Ordinary artifacts belong to second and third level deities, while super artifacts are wielded by first-level deities and law enforcers. However, super artifacts vary in strength, depending on the deity wielding them. Artifacts possess spirits. Treat them well, and they will return the favor. Once the spirit is annihilated, the super artifact loses its status, becoming merely a soulless half-artifact. Bai Dong's eyes widen in disbelief as she perceives the diminishing aura of the Rakshasa divine sword. Hope for a comeback evaporates. Without the super artifact, how can she contend with Qin Shi? Nevertheless, her resolve does not falter. Having inherited the first-level Rakshasa divine god through her formidable talent and strength, she has never wavered in her pursuit. Her gaze remained tranquil, her complexion unchanged. With the blood at her lips already congealed. Internally, she grappled with a tumult of emotions. Was she truly to surrender her body to him? After a brief moment of hesitation, she dared not linger any longer. Luo Sha, it is entrusted to you. Jia. Little girl, leave it to me. Your exquisite form shall be mine. I shall bring you glory. Ha 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 ha. Qin Shi, observing the transformation of the Luo Sha divine sword, was seized by alarm. Retreating several hundred miles. Upon focusing his gaze, he saw Bai Dong engulfed by a tide of black energy. In that instant, he could discern nothing within. Yet the surging waves of formidable energy emanating from it told Qin Shi that he could no longer afford to hesitate. Countless golden orbs materialized behind him. With a sweep of his hands, they surged forward into the shrouded area like ravenous wolves. Yet none offered the answers he sought. They vanished without a trace. As if cast into the ocean without a ripple, the black energy gradually expanded, reaching a diameter of 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers, 500 kilometers, and finally 1,000 kilometers, halting only after a staggering 3,000 kilometers. Qin Shi felt as insignificant as a grain of sand. Suddenly, the black energy began to contract at an alarming rate, shrinking to a mere 5 meters in less than 2 seconds. From within the dark mass emerged a shadow, its presence causing the surrounding space to tremble, fissures appearing as if the very fabric of reality could scarcely contain it. What manner of being was this? No, it could not be called a mere human. Bai Dong's form had undergone a profound transformation. Standing 5 meters tall, her eye sockets were as large as bells, her black pupils radiating a malevolent aura akin to a black hole, instilling fear in all who gazed upon her. Her visage was marred by dark patterns that resembled writhing insects from afar, utterly repulsive. From her purple, short hair sprouted a pair of horn-like appendages, while dangerous fangs emitted a threatening white light. She bore a pair of 3-meter-long white bone wings, embodying a presence that was no longer Bai Dong, but another being entirely a man. The Luo Sha divine's gaze remained fixed upon Douluo Xing, his words dripping with scorn, his eyes betraying disdain. We're humans, but ants. What of inheriting divinity? Without the baptism of celestial spirit, they remain mere insects. Qin Shi's expression turned grave. The celestial spirit could only be found in the divine realm. Douluo Xing had never encountered true celestial spirit. The Luo Sha divine, employing Bai Dong's corporeal form, had not undergone such a baptism. Yet the Luo Sha divine's soul had indeed experienced the celestial spirit's cleansing, and coupled with the absorption of Bai Dong's essence, he was certainly not at his peak. But Qin Shi sensed an unprecedented danger emanating from him, an overwhelming threat. This was the true essence of a first-tier deity. The Luo Sha divine's singular focus lay upon Douluo Xing. Only by devouring it could he touch the pinnacle of divinity and establish his own divine realm. He had even conceived a name for it. Of course, this was merely a figment of his imagination. Before him stood the heir of his adversary, and neglecting to torment him would be a disservice to his own rebirth. Reluctantly tearing his gaze from Douluo Xing, he cast a glance at Qin Shi, raising his left hand to conjure a minuscule black hole. Qin Shi found himself irresistibly drawn toward the Luo Sha divine, and as his eyes flickered, the light at his brow pulsed, enveloping both himself and the Luo Sha divine within the Genesis domain. The black hole in the Luo Sha divine's hand was instantaneously enveloped by golden specks, transforming from black to gold before exploding, becoming an integral part of the Genesis domain. The Luo Sha divine's expression sharpened as he took a step back, crossing the threshold of the Genesis domain. With a grin, the Luo Sha divine regarded Qin Shi with newfound interest. I did not anticipate that the old fool would impart the Genesis domain to you. Clearly, he holds you in high regard. However, this excites me even further. Once I seize you and absorb your divine essence, I shall not need to devour Douluo Xing. I could ascend directly to divinity, ha ha. Standing within the domain, Qin Shi gazed at the Luo Sha divine, declaring, "The Genesis domain ceased to be what it once was the moment I ascended to divinity. It has merged with my very bloodline. Luo Sha divine, do not harbor such thoughts." Indeed, after his ascension, Qin Shi had wrestled with his thoughts regarding the two domains, ultimately deciding to prioritize the Genesis domain and merging both into one. This was an unprecedented event. No one had ever possessed two domains before. Thus Qin Shi had forged a new path. Post-merger, the Genesis domain remained as it was, merely enhanced by the attributes of the Jin Yinlong domain. Most significantly, during the fusion process, the Emperor's heart had intervened, intertwining within his blood, ultimately settling around his dantian. A surge of kinship flooded his being, leading Qin Shi to realize that the Genesis domain had become part of his bloodline, signifying hereditary potential, a daunting notion, for his descendants might possess talents surpassing his own. What I desire is never beyond my grasp. Seizing you will yield my desired outcome. The Luo Sha divine, having lived for countless years, refrained from uttering words of submission, well aware that Qin Shi would never yield. Raising his arms, the Luo Sha divine brought his hands together, and above him a rift in space, hundreds of meters long, began to tear open. Three identical-headed monstrosities emerged, their bodies twisting with a rasping sound, already a mere 100 meters away from Qin Shi. 100 meters was trivial for a being of Qin Shi's caliber, traversable in an instant. The three-headed creatures, resembling horse-headed humanoids with elongated necks and an extra hand sprouting from each, stood towering at over 100 meters, akin to three swiftly moving hills. With the Jin Yinlong spear in hand, Qin Shi channeled divine power into it, as the three-headed monstrosities lunged forward, their fists aimed at him from three directions. Qin Shi intensified the soul power within the Genesis domain, igniting every speck of light to burst forth in resplendent brilliance. The three creatures recoiled simultaneously, their forms appearing as if scorched by flames, exuding a foul stench. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Shi instantaneously appeared behind the nearest creature. The Jin Yinlong spear, charged with tremendous energy, unleashed its dreadful might as he thrust it into the creature's midsection. The sound of shattering bones resonated, followed by a cataclysmic explosion that scattered its remains across the cosmos. 5 drops of black blood hovered before Qin Shi, which he recognized all too well. With a look of astonishment directed at the Luo Sha divine, he waved his right hand, drawing them into the system space. Ordinary storage items could not contain such blood. Only the system space could accommodate it. It had been silent for so long that Qin Shi had nearly forgotten its existence. Naturally, he collected the more intact remnants of flesh as well, along with the small serpent. The Luo Sha divine's countenance turned pale in an instant. This was the divine corpse he had painstakingly crafted. Each was comparable to a first-tier deity. Upon achieving the rank of divine king, these 3 creatures would be further refined into corpses of divine caliber, forming the foundation of his strength against the divine realm. Creating such a divine corpse was no simple task. Each required 5 drops of his divine blood, along with numerous rare materials. Divine blood was the essence of a deity, Using even a single drop could jeopardize his very foundation, and recovery was arduous, necessitating numerous divine artifacts. The treasures of first-tier deity, especially those of the ancient Luo Sha divine, were countless, yet all had been expended in the creation of these three divine corpses. Because the divine corpse utilized his essence blood, it inherently possessed his bloodline, creating a profound connection between them. Yet now, it had been effortlessly dispatched by Qin Shi with a single strike, inflicting significant damage upon the Luo Sha god. The Luo Sha god glared fiercely at Qin Shi, intent on reclaiming not only his divine blood, but also every shred of flesh. What vexation! Qin Shi provocatively cast a glance at the Luo Sha god, brandishing the Jin Yin Long Chong, his gaze shifting towards the two monstrous beings with palpable excitement. A mere fragment of flesh equated to an exquisite celestial herb. The towering body before him contained a vast quantity of flesh, not to mention the divine blood, 10 precious drops that would serve as an extraordinary boon for him. The expression of the Luo Sha god underwent a drastic transformation as he prepared to withdraw the two creatures. But an invisible golden light seemed to obstruct the rift in space. The Luo Sha god's countenance darkened as he looked up at a nearby planet. The corners of Qin Shi's mouth slightly lifted. "Ah, old man, this assist is truly on point." With a flicker in his eyes, Qin Shi reappeared before one of the monsters, gripping the Jin Yin Long Chong with both hands and delivering a powerful downward strike. The creature raised one of its hands, effortlessly grasping the weapon between two fingers, then opened its maw wide, gathering dark energy, unleashing a beam of black light directed at Qin Shi. In a rush, Qin Shi released the Jin Yin Long Chong, sidestepping the creature's breath attack. He raised his left hand, summoning golden light that erupted into a colossal golden beam soaring into the heavens. The monstrous hand that had grasped the Jin Yin Long Chong was utterly consumed beneath the golden pillar, leaving only an arm oozing black blood. Chapter 146. The monster let out a furious roar, gathering an even more dense and terrifying black energy in its mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Shi found the Jin Yin Long Chong had mysteriously lengthened by 5 meters as he thrust it towards the creature's head, delivering a fatal blow that rendered even a creature comparable to a first-tier deity lifeless. A complete corpse lingered in the cosmos, and with a wave of his hand, Qin Shi made it vanish. However, his complexion turned somewhat pale. That last strike had depleted an excessive amount of divine power. The Luo Sha god's expression was one of utter dismay, fixating intently on the planet that shimmered faintly with golden light. His lips moved, muttering, "You old wretch. I shall remember this enmity. When I descend upon Douluo Xing once more, it will mark your end. Would I fear you? Yet you have no future. Today, you shall remain. You shall serve as a supplement for my inheritor." The old man's figure gradually materialized, though his form appeared somewhat ethereal. The Luo Sha god's gaze was filled with resentment as he rasped, "I concede, but I shall make my escape. With just your projection and that weak inheritor, neither of you can hinder me." With that, black mist began to envelop the Luo Sha god, who cast a deep glance at the two before being entirely shrouded. As the mist dissipated, the Luo Sha god had vanished. Qin Shi, too exhausted to act further, turned his gaze towards the old man, who seemed unfazed, as if oblivious to the unfolding scene. Qin Shi felt a pang of urgency, exclaiming, "Old man, the Luo Sha god poses an endless threat." The old man ignored Qin Shi, his eyes closed, a fleeting golden light flickering at his brow. On a distant planet, the Luo Sha god descended upon a massive crimson stone, surveying the endless expanse of rocky formations, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. In the next instant, the Luo Sha god's body erupted violently, leaving behind a hexagonal crystal enveloped in black mist, the very essence of the Luo Sha god. The old man opened his eyes, revealing the divine essence in his hand, which he presented to the astonished Qin Shi. He gestured towards himself, then pointed at the old man, who nodded in affirmation. Qin Shi, filled with joy, eagerly accepted the offering. As he marveled at the old man's formidable power, he was equally exhilarated, the divine essence of a first-tier deity. In the realm of gods, when deities perish in the mortal realm, they automatically return to the divine realm to select a new host, and deities are not permitted to devour one another. Yet, Qin Shi's creation deity did not belong to the divine realm, and he aimed to consume the divine essence, not the deity itself. As for the remaining monster, bereft of the Luo Sha god's control, Qin Shi dispatched it effortlessly with a single shot. After reclaiming it, Qin Shi felt a surge of delight, envisioning the countless celestial herbs he would soon acquire. Douluo Xing, old man, are you truly leaving? With your strength, who could possibly challenge you in the divine realm? Why embark on this arduous journey? Would it not be more pleasant to live comfortably alongside the esteemed god? Qin Shi's eyes shimmered with reluctance. After several years, much of his strength had been bestowed upon him by the old man. The bond they shared now felt clearer, transcending the blurred lines of a master-student relationship. The old man shook his head, his expression melancholic. Shao Qi, in a few hundred years, you may surpass me. I can no longer guide you. Everything that was meant for you has been given. I intend to wander into the depths of the universe. My time in the divine realm has grown dreary, and certain matters must reach their conclusion. The old man, too, felt a sense of reluctance, yet some matters simply required resolution. A scoundrel. He had played that role for half his life. Perhaps that woman still awaited him. He aspired to be a man of integrity, and Qin Shi had set a fine example for him. Understanding the significance of the moment, Qin Shi refrained from pressing further, mustering a smile as he said, Master, this is my first time calling you that. Once all is resolved, return to the divine realm. Only there can you find joy, and it is where you shall discover your second kin. The old man did not look back, but his body trembled slightly, creating an atmosphere akin to that of lovers on the brink of parting. Once I have concluded my affairs, and if I am not felled by your master, I shall surely return. Perhaps you will even gain an additional master. Qin Shi chuckled, yet the old man's figure had already faded from sight, leaving only his lingering voice. Long Xiaoyao emerged from the shadows, standing behind Qin Shi, exclaiming, Young master, it has been some time since we last met. You have grown considerably stronger. I fear I may no longer be your match. Qin Shi replied, Long Lao, indeed, I have made significant progress. Please summon all the high-ranking members of Tang men to the main hall, as well as the emperors of the Tiandou Empire and the Xing Luo Empire. Invite all the rulers of the anti-Wu Han Empire on the continent. Long Xiaoyao nodded and vanished into the air. Brother, you have finally returned. The sea god's position. Indeed, you have inherited it. Qin Shi exclaimed as Tang San and Dai Mubai, along with 7 others, descended slowly from the sky. Qin Shi embraced each of them warmly. A single statement from Qin Shi astonished Tang San and the others. Shao Qi, ew. Qin Shi interjected, the old man informed me. Tang San and the others paused. Which old man? Qin Shi replied, my master, of course. His foresight is unparalleled. It was merely a small prophecy. Understanding dawned upon everyone. To be the master of Qin Shi was undoubtedly to possess extraordinary strength. Shao Qi, what is your current level of power? Why can I not sense your rank? Tang San inquired. Qin Shi responded, I am stronger than you, brother, and winked playfully. Master, all high-ranking members of Tang men have assembled. Emperor Xuebing of the Tiandou Empire and Emperor Dai, he of the Xing Luo Empire, are on their way here. Long Xiaoyao reported respectfully as he settled into a chair behind Qin Shi. Good, Qin Shi nodded, taking hold of Qianren Xue with his left hand and Ning Rongrong with his right. I shall preside over the proceedings. The ruler of the Wuhan Empire, Bai Bai Dong, is deceased. Today marks the commencement of a full-scale counteroffensive. Without Bai Bai Dong, the Wuhan Empire is but a scattered mass. Tang men shall take the lead in obliterating the Wuhan Empire. Brother, you shall elaborate on the details next. I shall take my leave. Tang Xin glanced at Qianren Xue and nodded in agreement. As Qin Shi mentioned Bai Bai Dong, Qianren Xue visibly trembled. In the military headquarters, in Qin Shi's room, both he and Ning Rongrong regarded Qianren Xue. For a moment, Qin Shi was at a loss for words. Sensing Qin Shi's dilemma, Qian Rinxue remarked, Xiao Qi, Rong Rong. I'm fine. After all, Bai Bai Dong is my biological mother. Even though we are adversaries, I cannot be indifferent. I apologize, Xiao Qi. Qin Qi reassured her. Xiao Shui, there is no need for such apologies. Bai Bai Dong is not truly dead. Qian Rinxue suddenly lifted her head, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of despair intertwined with hope. She understood that Qin Qi would never deceive her. Qin Qi spoke. Bai Bai Dong has already attained the status of a Rakshasa god, but her overwhelming resentment has clouded her judgment. In an inexplicable transaction with a fragment of the Rakshasa god's consciousness hidden within the deity, Bai Bai Dong's awareness was subsequently replaced. After my master vanquished the Rakshasa god, he entrusted the divine essence to me. I discovered that a trace of Bai Bai Dong's consciousness lingered within it. Upon ascending to the divine realm, we shall have the option to resurrect her or not. Qian Rinxue, overwhelmed with emotion, quickly steadied herself and inquired, Xiao Qi, what do you mean by resentment? Does Bai Bai Dong still harbor hatred towards me? After a moment's hesitation, Qin Qi replied, Xiao Shui, your father is Qian Xuanji. Do you know the reason for his demise? When my father severely injured Qian Xuanji, he should not have perished. However, a man who had always sailed smoothly through life found himself unable to cope with such adversity, leading to an emotional eruption. At that time, Bai Bai Dong was Qian Xuanji's disciple, and he had always harbored feelings for her. Qin Qi recounted the memories of Bai Bai Dong and Qian Xuanji to Qian Rinxue, leaving her utterly stunned. She realized that she was the source of Bai Bai Dong's anguish. Tears streamed down her face as Ning Rongrong comforted her, while Qin Qi regretted his choice of words. Despite being at the semi-divine realm, Qian Rinxue found it manageable to control her emotions. As her feelings gradually calmed, she resolutely declared, let us resurrect her, but she must not regain her memories. Perhaps, without her memories, a new body will allow my mother to truly be my mother. The words mother slipped from Qian Rinxue's lips in a whisper, yet the divine essence in Qin Qi's grasp trembled slightly before settling into silence. Preparations were complete, and the martial Soul Empire would declare its demise in a year, even without Qin Qi and the others intervening. A year later, Qian Rinxue ascended to become a god, with Ning Rongrong accompanying her as the deity of light. They did not ascend to the divine realm immediately. 2 years passed, during which Dai Mubai became a second-level war god, Zhu Zhuqing a second-level speed god, and Ma Hongjun married by Chen Xiang as he successfully inherited the fire god status with Qin Qi's assistance. Bai Chen Xiang would ascend alongside Ma Hongjun to the divine realm. Oscar was chosen by the food god, inheriting the food god status. Long Xiaoyao, aided by Qin Qi, inherited the first-level dark god status, while Yang Wudi by He Titan, Niu Gao, and Liang Xiu ascended to the divine realm alongside Long Xiaoyao. Flender, the master, Tang Hao, and Yin followed the sea god Shura, Tang San, into the divine realm. 3 more years passed in the divine realm, where Qin Qi utilized celestial spirit energy to revive Bai Bai Dong, though she had lost all memories and was set to begin anew. A century later, a colossal golden pillar burst forth into the sky, marking Qin Qi's ascension to the supreme God King. Another millennium passed as Tang San, Xiao Wu, Qian Rinxue, and Ning Rongrong all broke through to God King status, with the divine realm's celestial spirit energy reaching its zenith. 2,000 years later, the son of Qin Qi and the Snow Maiden was born, filling the divine realm with jubilation. To ensure his swift growth, Qin Qi left his son on the Douluo continent, which was home to several divine kings, and entrusted him with a jade pendant inscribed with the name Qin Daoming. Thus, barely a year old, Qin Daoming was exiled to the Douluo continent. This led to Qin Qi enduring considerable punishment from his wives, as their reprimands were quite painful. Thus concludes the first chapter of this tale. Initially, I had intended to continue writing, but as a novice author, I found the protagonist's aura somewhat overpowering, and the introduction of Long Xiaoyao and the system posed significant challenges. Reflecting on it now, I recognize that it nearly led to my downfall. While there are many critics, I understand their sentiments. as even I find the writing difficult to endure. I am grateful for the opportunity to sign a contract and for the numerous recommendations from the editors. Lastly, I sincerely appreciate those who have supported me with monthly votes, recommendations, and donations. I graciously accepted them. Thank you all. As for the next chapter, I am uncertain what it will entail. I shall do my utmost to write it. It will not recount the events of Douluo II, but rather the 2 millennia following Tang San's ascension to the divine realm, with the protagonist being Qin Daoming. Anticipate it with excitement. Ha ha ha. After enduring countless battles, my body was already in a dire state, sustained solely by willpower. At that moment, the root had just awakened, sensing the vital energy within my blood. It was utterly depleted, and it consumed a few mouthfuls of energy. The last remnants of Qian Xing's strength collapsed, and chaos erupted within, causing me to faint. Initially, Xian Yuan Yi's expression shifted subtly as he glanced at Sheng Mingzhu, yet he remained silent. As he uttered the final 2 words, despite his efforts to maintain an indifferent facade, the fluctuations of emotion in his eyes were unmistakable. Zhao Wanwan remained silent, her large eyes fixed on her, exuding an air of trepidation. She grasped Zhao Wanwan's wrist, causing her to cry out in pain, while Li Yuanhao, with clenched fists, refrained from rescuing Zhao Wanwan. Upon hearing Black Hawk's explanation, Wei Mushin laughed heartily, raising a toast to Black Hawk. Aware of the issues with the wine, Black Hawk nonetheless lifted it and drank it down. Regardless, the 3 approached their dwelling with hostility and intent to kill. They would not hesitate to strike. Uncle, is there really only one way for Fenghua's eyes to heal? Chen Yao expressed concern not only for Fenghua's safety, but also for her eyesight. Director Zhou, did you summon me for a specific reason? After enduring more than half a year of trials, Tang Yuro had softened her sharp edges, becoming more graceful in her speech and demeanor. After speaking, she shot a flirtatious glance at Qin Shun and offered an apologetic look to Yu Qingya before sashaying toward the nearby booth. Wei Yong observed her expression. Startled to realize that she spoke the truth, she genuinely harbored feelings for Qi Mu Bai. The time frame could stretch to 5 years, or as little as 3. However, the old man in black shook his head at that moment, speaking solemnly. Clang! The sword's radiance halted at the flames, unable to advance even a fraction. How could this be? The crowd had lost faith in this outcome. Yet, Jianghua did not immediately depart from the lobster shop. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings and approached a table tucked away in the corner. After witnessing this scene, before old Shun could pose a question, the other party uttered words that left him dumbfounded. As he beheld the unfolding spectacle and sensed the power of this world, his body emitted a crack, transforming shock into joy. By the following day, Qingyang had grown weary and leaned against the cave wall, observing the crimson figure of Bai lying unconscious on the ground. He had exhausted all methods. As they ventured deeper, the malevolent energy in the air thickened. However, as martial artists, they could still withstand it temporarily without succumbing to bloodlust. The Silver Corpse King let out a furious roar, its sharp claws poised to strike, only to find the rotund figure before it had suddenly vanished, replaced by a towering golden warrior. Gu Huang swiftly suppressed the breakthrough on-site to avoid any interruption, for a disruption could yield dire consequences. Breakthroughs must occur naturally, and any forced interruption could lead to permanent injury. Thus, it was imperative to weaken and disrupt their plans before these individuals could form a coalition, ideally dismantling their unity to defeat them one by one. You big men, clutching your aching wrists, found it hard to suppress your astonishment. Who would have thought this seemingly delicate beauty could fight so fiercely? They had clearly underestimated her. She turned and walked away, her feet seemingly untouched by dust, not even stirring a breeze. Do not mention it. Xingdong let out a bitter smile, her voice slightly hoarse. Last night, after dining with several friends, she was unsure what had caused her distress. Upon returning home, she had been afflicted with both vomiting and diarrhea and had yet to recover her strength. As she spoke, she coughed a few times, appearing quite uncomfortable. "What do you enjoy eating?" asked Hu Cece, inquiring about her guest's preferences, given her position as the host. It was rare for A.O. Li He to discern that Zhang Qingyi was not quite herself, yet one thing was evidently clear. The thoughts that occupied Zhang Qingyi's mind had not yet crossed his own. The scouts departed, and before long, the troops divided into two factions. One group, consisting of approximately 2,000 men, slowly advanced into the woods, while the other, numbering over 8,000, followed Li Xiu, continuing westward across the open plains, heading directly towards Meng County. Tu Ku, while indulging in his meal, engaged in conversation with Mo Wensheng and others, with the topic revolving around the culinary delight of potatoes. "Sayer, is something troubling the wet nurse? You appear quite anxious," remarked the graceful man as he assisted the fallen Sayer to her feet and waved away the distractions from the lively hall. The preparations of the Shiliang Han army were thorough. They had erected a lengthy, low wall along the riverbank, effectively fortifying against the new army's assault. Meanwhile, on the northern bank of the Jinghe River, the new army, equipped with massive shields, had formed a defensive stance. Yet both sides had remained in a stalemate for several hours, unwilling to initiate an attack. Before long, a cacophony of hoofbeats echoed outside the gates as Yang Jian returned with 100 followers clad in red robes. Today marked his sister's wedding, and Yang Jian was in exceptionally high spirits, having rushed back from Fengyi County, even preparing a grand gift for her. "What is this?" inquired a burly man, gazing bewilderedly at the banner radiating a peculiar luminescence. The aura of the Divine King was difficult for others to replicate. "Never mind," he concluded. "Since Feng Yi claims the Divine King is dead, then he must indeed be so." Ba Tuo, with a flourish, entered the room. Simultaneously, from all directions surrounding Shihuang City, remnants of the previously vanished insect tide re-emerged. 8 directions and 64 locations swiftly absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. Though no one occupied those spots, it felt as if 64 unparalleled experts were simultaneously channeling their inner energies, resonating together. "Very well, my dear wife speaks wisely," exclaimed Long Feng, as he spun around and lifted Shun Rue into the air, twirling her about. Chapter 147. The sea god Tang San and the creator god Qin Shi ascended to the divine realm 2,000 years after their ascension. Over the course of these 2 millennia, Tang men earned the title of the preeminent sect in the world, while Shrek Academy was hailed as the foremost institution of learning. Shrek Academy is situated at the very heart of the continent, bordered to the north by the Tiando Empire, to the south by the Xinghua Empire, and to the west by the continent's largest gathering of soul beasts, the Stardow Forest. In Baiwei City, a quaint town to the north of the Tiando Empire, it lies adjacent to the imperial city of Wailawire, one of the 16 principal cities of the empire. Within the central lord's mansion of Baiwei City, a child of approximately 5 years twirled around a beautiful, voluptuous woman. The graceful matron, smiling, bent down to catch the child, yet he deftly evaded her grasp, flitting left and right like a little bird spreading its wings. What manner of child is this? He possessed a pair of enchanting large eyes that seemed to contain the entire starry sky, and his charming face was captivating enough to incite envy among many girls. Dressed in his favorite white garment, with hair of varying lengths and dark hues, he exuded an air of nobility, radiating an aura that could mesmerize countless beautiful maidens. This was merely a 5-year-old boy. Imagine the trouble he would cause as he grew older. The beautiful woman struggled in vain to capture the boy, her irritation evident as a flicker of purple light flashed in her eyes. Her delicate hands reached into the air, yet the boy remained nestled in her embrace. Squirming in dissatisfaction, wishing to escape, after several attempts to break free, he finally surrendered, his soft voice declaring, "Mama, you're being unfair. You even used soul power, HMPF. Naughty mama." The woman smiled sweetly, ruffling the boy's hair. "Dao Ming will awaken his martial soul next year, you know. By then, I might no longer be his match. This child is Qin Dao Ming, the sole son of Lord Qin Jinhu, the eldest son of the Lord's mansion, cherished by all within its walls. Some maids affectionately nicknamed him Dao Ming the Little Princess, a fact that Qin Jinhu was aware of, but never chastised them for, as Qin Dao Ming was simply too beautiful. As the topic of martial soul awakening arose, the displeasure on Qin Dao Ming's face vanished, replaced by excitement. "Mama, tell me about martial souls." I want to hear. You always said you would tell me before I awaken my martial soul. And now that I'm 5, please share. The beautiful woman, unable to withstand her son's eager gaze, relented and explained, a martial soul is something each of us awakens by the age of 6. After the awakening ceremony, one's martial soul may be the same or different from others. However, the continent is vast, and many martial souls can be inherited. For instance, my martial soul is the purple jade flute, just like your grandfather's. Qin Dao Ming nodded, seeming to understand. Will I inherit my father's martial soul or my mother's? Upon hearing his question, the woman's gaze momentarily dimmed, yet she quickly regained her composure, smiling. Martial souls can be endlessly varied. No one can control what martial soul they awaken. Even if you inherit your father's or mother's martial soul, it may still undergo mutation, potentially resulting in a new martial soul. I am certain that one day, Dao Ming will awaken a powerful martial soul. Qin Dao Ming's little face tightened with determination as he nodded. Mama, I will do my best. The woman replied cheerfully, I believe in you, Dao Ming. Following the awakening of one's martial soul, each individual would also possess soul power. At the mention of soul power, Qin Dao Ming understood they were approaching the crux of the matter. He straightened his back, all ears. Soul power is ranked from levels 1 to 99. Upon awakening their martial souls, everyone possesses varying innate soul powers. The higher the innate soul power, the greater the individual's talent. Innate soul power is categorized from levels 1 to 10, with level 10 being exceptionally rare. There are not many on the continent, and from level 7 onwards, one is considered a high-level genius, while those above level 7 are exceedingly rare. Of course, some individuals may lack innate soul power altogether, rendering them incapable of becoming soul masters. Initially, Qin Daoming nodded, then shook his head, saying, those without soul power are so unfortunate. The woman smiled. People without soul power can still lead fulfilling lives. Having soul power means you must strive. Regardless of the level, if you possess soul power, effort is essential. In the realm of soul masters, those without talent and diligence are hardly different from those lacking soul power, perhaps even worse off. Sometimes, I truly wish Dao Ming could live without soul power and be an ordinary person, free from suffering. Yet, this last thought remained unvoiced. Qin Dao Ming, still somewhat confused, being so young, grasped little of the complexities. Mama, I will become a powerful soul master like father and marry a wife as beautiful as you. His eyes sparkled with determination. The woman's expression darkened. Just as she was about to respond, a booming voice echoed from outside. My son speaks well. He must marry a wife 100 times more beautiful than you. As the words fell, the gate of the small courtyard swung open, revealing a towering figure. Bare-chested and muscular, radiating vitality, the epitome of the ideal boyfriend in the hearts of millions of women. The woman shot a fierce glare at the man, declaring, Qin Jinhu, we shall discuss this later. The young man forced a smile, and Qin Daoming did not dwell on it. He quickly broke free from his mother's embrace and wrapped his arms around the robust frame of Qin Jinhu. As Qin Jinhu gazed at his handsome son, he could not help but think that his child was indeed a striking young man, and his heart brimmed with joy. Qin Daoming looked up and asked, Father, can you take me out for a horse ride? Qin Jinhu laughed heartily, exclaiming, Of course, my dear wife, I shall take our son out for a ride. Please prepare us something delicious. Even though the beautiful woman was exasperated, she could not scold her husband in front of their son, so she merely nodded. Qin Jinhu, akin to someone escaping a disaster, hoisted his son onto his shoulders and dashed out, leaving the door ajar. The beautiful woman sighed, intending to head indoors to prepare a meal, but at the entrance stood a young woman dressed in a flowing white gown, her round face adorned with a gentle smile and dimples that added to her charm. The girl appeared gleefully atop the courtyard wall, and sensing her presence, the beautiful woman turned and, upon recognizing her, smiled, saying, Wan Yue, have you come to witness my misfortune? Chapter 148. Wan Yue landed gracefully before the beautiful woman, supporting her shoulder as she cheerfully replied, Of course, I am here to enjoy the spectacle. Sister Jior? Master Mu has expressed a desire to see Xiao Daoming and has sent me to invite you to visit him. Mu Jiu'er shot a glare at Wang Yue, retorting, humph. I see you are quite taken with my Daoming. Do not hide behind that old man as a shield. Wang Yue, maintaining her calm demeanor, replied, Not at all, Sister Jiu'er. The old man has indeed been speaking fondly of Daoming lately. He has already captured the hearts of both the old man and the old lady. A day without seeing him feels like an eternity. Cut out. It's you who feels that way, Mu Jiu'er scoffed. Wang Yue, as if caught in a lie, waved her hands in front of Mu Jiu'er, who, exasperated, said, all right, you usually lie without a hint of embarrassment, but today you are clearly putting on a show. With too many holes in your story. I'll give you a chance. If you can manage to bring Daoming from Qin Jinhu, we will accompany you. Wang Yue stuck out her tongue, saying, let's forget that. It's nice to sneak a glance at Daoming from afar. How about, Sister Jiu'er, you speak to Jinhu for me. He fears you. Mu Jiu'er replied, no way. You go if you want to. I have to go prepare dinner. Tell the old man that we shall depart tomorrow to visit him. Wang Yue's face brightened, but then it clouded again as she said, but it's quite a distance, and with my speed, it will take several days. What if we set off together tomorrow? May I share a room? Mu Jiu'er sighed, finding herself at a loss with her sister. All right, fine. Just help me out a little. Wang Yue nodded eagerly and followed Mu Jiu'er into the house. That evening, Qin Jinhu returned to the city lord's mansion with a muddy Qin Daoming in tow. Despite being covered in dirt, Qin Jinhu was in high spirits, whereas Qin Daoming felt somewhat exhausted. He reassured himself that once his soul power awakened, he would surely feel better. Bored, Wang Yue saw Qin Daoming's return and, without a hint of disdain for his muddy appearance, immediately scooped him up, planting kisses on his little face, causing Qin Daoming to blush. He protested, Sister Wang Yue, I'm all dirty, look at all this mud. Wang Yue kissed him again, declaring, Sister is not afraid of dirt. Qin Jinhu cast a sharp glare at Wang Yue, but said nothing. Mu Jiu'er approached, and upon seeing his mother, Qin Daoming wriggled out of Wang Yue's arms and dashed into Mu Jiu'er's embrace. Wang Yue, catching the challenging look from Mu Jiu'er, felt a pang of frustration but could say nothing, as she was merely Qin Daoming's aunt. A night passed without incident. The next morning, Qin Daoming, still drowsy, found himself nestled in Mu Jiu'er's arms, seated in a horse-drawn carriage alongside three others. He mumbled sleepily, Mother, where are we going? Wang Yue pinched Qin Daoming's cheek, saying, We are off to your maternal grandfather's home. He has missed you dearly. Wow, we're going to grandfather's. That's splendid. He used to visit me, but now I get to visit him. Qin Daoming exclaimed, suddenly alert, bouncing around excitedly in the spacious carriage. After a 10-day journey, they finally arrived at the city belonging to the Mu family, Shrek City. Shrek City was established when Shrek Academy relocated to this region, and after a millennium of development, it surpassed both the capital of the Tiando Empire and Xingluo City in the Xingluo Empire. The prosperity of Shrek City was beyond imagination. It housed not only the #1 academy in the world, Shrek Academy, but also the foremost sect, Tang. The synergy of these two formidable forces had birthed the illustrious Shrek City, the premier city of the realm. The city gates of Shrek City towered over 10 meters high, with the surrounding walls slightly lower, visible from afar, but awe-inspiring up close. After a lengthy wait in line at the city gates, they finally reached the entrance. The entry fee was a silver coin, but Wang Yue produced a purple token instead, unadorned except for a prominent character Mu inscribed in the center. Upon seeing the token, the soldier immediately stood at attention and saluted. Welcome to Shrek City. May I assist you with directions? The entry fee is 1 silver coin per person. As they entered Shrek City, they were approached by eager individuals vying to offer their guiding services. One man stood out among the rest, attempting to lead them. But Wang Yue let out a cold snort. An invisible wave of energy dispersed the crowd. Those who had gathered quickly retreated, for they recognized the strength of Wang Yue, and none dared to approach. Qin Daoming, filled with curiosity, asked, Mother, who are those people? They each asked for a silver coin. That's quite expensive. But Sister Wang Yue is amazing. She scared them off in an instant. Before Mu Jiu'er could respond, Wang Yue embraced Qin Daoming again, explaining Shrek City is highly competitive. Those individuals are either ordinary people or soul masters with low talent, seeking jobs that do not require them to be soul masters. They choose this line of work. And 1 silver coin per person isn't exorbitant, considering the high cost of living here. For instance, a bun in Baiwest City costs 3 copper coins for 3, while in Shrek City, it costs 1 copper coin for just 1 bun. The disparity may seem small, but it has a significant impact. Qin Daoming felt a bit bewildered by Wang Yue's rapid-fire explanation, yet he understood that even before arriving in Shrek City, his mother was sharing its history with him. Shrek Academy was the dream destination for all young individuals, and gaining admission there was a matter of great pride. I will definitely be accepted into Shrek Academy one day. Mu Jiu'er teased him. Your martial soul has yet to awaken, and you already have such lofty aspirations? Qin Daoming scratched his head, responding, but mother always says that one must have dreams to find motivation. Mu Jiu'er blushed at his words, while Wang Yue giggled behind her hand. Qin Jinhu, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. They were at the bustling gates of Shrek City, where the crowd was substantial, and Qin Daoming's striking appearance drew the attention of passersby. Jinhu's laughter caused heads to turn, and people regarded him as if he were a fool. Wang Yue and Mu Jiu'er placed a hand on their foreheads, feigning ignorance of him, while Qin Daoming imitated them, appearing adorably naive and drawing even more gazes from the crowd. Chapter 149. After Qin Jinhu's boisterous laughter subsided, a hint of awkwardness crept upon him. The 4 of them hastily quickened their pace, as if fleeing into the depths of Shrek City. They swiftly traversed the bustling streets, arriving before a towering edifice inscribed with the character Mu. Passers-by cast reverent glances at the character. This structure seemed akin to a city within a city, yet upon entering, the grandeur Qin Daoming had envisioned was replaced by an air of desolation. Mu Jiu'er sighed, lamenting how long it had been since her last visit, and remarked on the continued emptiness of the place. Qin Jinhu responded, acknowledging the lack of a powerful clan's presence. Mu Jiu'er shot him a fierce glare, questioning his need to speak. Qin Jinhu quickly shook his head, and Wang Yu chuckled, teasing that it was evident Jinhu was intimidated by Jiu'er. Qin Jinhu admitted to his fear, adding a somewhat awkward comment about Jiu'er not spending the night with him, only for Wang Yu to interrupt him with a cough. However, Mu Jiu'er caught his words, turning to him with a shadowed gaze. Qin Daoming, sensing the tension, tugged at Mu Jiu'er's sleeve, calling for his mother. Mu Jiu'er lowered her head, her earlier expression vanishing, replaced by warmth and a smile. After traversing a darkened passage, they finally encountered another person, a stunning woman clad in a flowing azure gown. Wang Yu rushed forward, embracing the woman, exclaiming, Wan Xing, did you miss your sister? Wan Xing, startled, replied with delight, Sister, you're back. I was so worried after you were gone for over 10 days. Wang Yu grinned, revealing, Look who I brought back. I put in quite the effort to have them return. Wan Xing gasped, spotting the others. Your brother Jinhu, wow, Daoming's here too. She then dashed to Qin Daoming, showering him with kisses. Sister Wan Xing, it's been so long. Wan Xing replied, Yes. I miss you terribly, shout Daoming. Mu Jiu'er chimed in, teasing that Wan Xing need not worry about attracting suitors in the future. Wan Xing playfully stuck out her tongue, asserting her disinterest in marriage. Besides, Xiao Daoming is a boy. As long as he likes me, that's enough. Qin Jinhu jested that by the time Daoming grew up, Wan Xing would be an old woman, and Daoming would likely find her repulsive. Qin Daoming declared, I will always like Sister Wan Xing. This caused an awkward silence, followed by laughter from the group. Wang Yu suggested they enter and see the old man, who had missed them dearly. The sprawling grand hall of the Mu family dazzled Qin Daoming. Yet they soon arrived at a modest wooden house, starkly contrasting with the opulence around it. Even Qin Jinhu, usually imposing, displayed a demeanor of respect. The interior was simply furnished with a wooden table for chairs and a small wooden bed. In the corner lay a recliner, occupied by an elderly man with graying hair, his face marked by the passage of time, though remnants of his youthful handsomeness remained evident. Mu Jiu'er, Qin Jinhu, Wang Yu, and Wan Xing all bowed in respect, greeting their grandfather. Qin Daoming, having met his maternal grandfather, was warmly welcomed. Mu Tianlong opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning. first landing on Qin Jinhu and then on Mu Jiaoer. He slowly spoke. Jinhu, it seems you've forgotten about this old man, returning after so many years. Daoming, come closer. Let your grandfather have a look at you. Qin Daoming, feeling a deep affection for his grandfather, exclaimed, Grandfather, I missed you so much. Mu Tianlong affectionately ruffled Qin Daoming's hair, expressing his own longing for the boy. Your mischievous parents never bring you to visit, he added. Qin Daoming, sticking out his tongue, announced, Grandfather, I'll be 6 in a month, and I will awaken my martial spirit. Mu Tianlong's eyes momentarily clouded before brightening with joy. Ah, how time flies. Soon, you will stay with your grandfather, and I shall help you awaken a powerful martial spirit. Qin Daoming rejoiced, spinning around in excitement. Hooray! Long live grandfather! A voice echoed from outside, and before the words had settled, the person entered the room. Qin Jinhu and the others hurriedly greeted her, grandmother. The newcomer was Mu Tianlong's wife, Wan Sulan. Qin Daoming joyfully rushed to her. Grandmother, I missed you. Wan Sulan laughed, lifting him into her arms. Grandmother missed you too. Look how much you've grown. I can hardly lift you anymore. Qin Daoming pouted. Grandmother, you're still very young. I'm light. Wan Sulan cast a playful glance at Qin Jinhu and Mu Jiaoer. You taught him to speak like this, didn't you? Xiao Daoming is getting quite cheeky. She suggested they stay a while longer, allowing Wan Xing and Wan Yu to show them around Shrek City. Qin Jinhu interjected, Grandmother, Daoming is about to turn 6. Let him stay here to awaken his martial spirit. Jiaoer and Daoming will remain. I must hurry to Baiwest City. Those beasts in the Hailai Valley are restless again. His eyes sparkled with a blend of excitement and resentment. Upon hearing Qin Jinhu's words, the others fell silent, including Mu Tianlong, who had risen from his chair. All right, I'll send a few people to assist you. If it weren't for the protection of the sea god, I would have already dealt with those beasts. Qin Jinhu nodded in understanding and turned to Qin Daoming. Daoming, your father has matters to attend to. I promise I'll return by the time you awaken your martial spirit. Although reluctant, Qin Daoming understood. You go, father. You are a great hero, and great heroes must sacrifice for the greater good. Qin Jinhu stood tall, his eyes gleaming with pride. Well said, son. These words illuminated the hearts of all present, igniting a warmth within Mu Tianlong and Wan Sulan. The little one's unexpected wisdom was truly delightful. With Qin Jinhu's departure, Qin Daoming became the center of attention for Wan Yu and Wan Xing. Chapter 150, A Princess Dress. A princess makeup. A young boy found himself transformed into a princess by 2 women, exuding both elegance and adorableness. Qin Daoming felt tears welling in his eyes as he stealthily sought out Mu Jiaoer, clinging to her and crying, Mother, save me. I don't want to become a girl. Mu Jiaoer gazed at her beautiful son, unfazed. She recalled a similar incident when Qin Daoming was 3, a time when he had been blissfully unaware and delighted. Remembering her innocent child, she chuckled softly. Seeing this, Qin Daoming, cheeks puffed in indignation, stormed off, muttering complaints about his wicked mother. Mu Jiaoer shrugged, realizing her son had misunderstood. Grandmother, Wan Yu and Wan Xing turned me into a girl. I don't want to be a girl. Qin Daoming lamented, clinging to his grandmother, who was tending to flowers. Wan Sulan suppressed her laughter, imagining how lovely Xiao Daoming would look as a girl. Why not let me perform a little magic to transform him completely? No, grandmother is wicked. I'm going to find grandfather. After being playfully teased by her maternal grandfather, Qin Daoming, feeling rather dejected, sought out Mu Jiaoer once more. At that moment, Wan Yu and Wan Xing were also present, and the 3 of them were seated in a circle, engaged in some conversation that elicited laughter so hearty they could hardly straighten their backs. Initially reluctant to intrude upon the revelry of his perceived adversaries, curiosity ultimately compelled him to eavesdrop on their joyful exchange. As he drew closer, Qin Daoming's expression changed, and he turned to flee. However, it was impossible for Wan Yu to allow a little one devoid of soul power to escape her grasp. Eavesdropping on adults was deemed inappropriate, and thus little Daoming would have to face the consequences. They would embark on an exploration of Shrek City together. Qin Daoming cast an innocent gaze toward Mu Jiaoer. Mama, for a fleeting moment, Mu Jiu'er felt a pang of sympathy. Wan Yu poked her, and upon locking eyes, Mu Jiu'er's sympathy dissipated. Her daughter appeared to be quite splendid. Thus, the trio of enchanting beauties, accompanied by one adorable little beauty, made their way to the most bustling area of Shrek City. The initial discontent on Qin Daoming's face vanished, replaced by exhilaration. He had never encountered such a throng of people, the distance between each individual barely a meter apart. The four striking figures drew considerable attention, and some individuals began to harbor ulterior motives. Mu Jiu'er, aware of her own prowess, remained unfazed by the emotions of commoners and lower-ranked soul masters, as her spiritual energy allowed her to sense good and evil. Nevertheless, she dismissed these concerns, confident that the elder had arranged for their safety, leaving such matters to those in the shadows. In this crowded place, however, three immense structures stood with lamentably sparse foot traffic. Noticing Qin Daoming's puzzled expression directed at Mu Jiu'er, she explained, "Those three locations. The tallest one ahead is an auction house established by Shrek Academy in Tang. The one to the left is the continent's most expensive inn, a place reserved for the affluent. To the left of that is a venue where Shrek Academy assigns tasks to its students. This area can be considered Shrek's private property, and outsiders are not permitted entry." Qin Daoming nodded excitedly. "So, Mama, are we wealthy?" Mu Jiu'er, along with Wan Yu and Wan Xing, was taken aback by his question. Qin Daoming continued, "I want to see that incredibly expensive inn." Mu Jiu'er's expression darkened, concerned that her son might develop undesirable habits, and she intended to refuse. However, Wan Yu and Wan Xing, true to their sisterly bond, simultaneously leaped with excitement. They had long coveted the illustrious inn, and now, with Qin Daoming as their shield, entering was deemed a responsible choice in life. Despite Mu Jiu'er's attempts to refuse, she ultimately succumbed to the enthusiasm of the two spirited girls, and together they approached the inn. Passers-by could easily discern their destination and promptly made way, noting the exquisite attire of the four, which hinted at their significant status. Those with ulterior motives thought better of their intentions, yet many still watched, as entering the inn was a mark of true prestige, while failing to do so would render one a mere pretender. Not far ahead, they soon arrived at the grand entrance of the glorious inn, where guards halted their progress, their eyes briefly sparkling before lowering their heads. "Greetings, you must present your identification." This interaction left the group with a favorable impression. At least the guards were not overly arrogant, nor did they regard them with disdainful looks. Wan Yu stepped forward, adjusting the wooden plaque inscribed with the character Mu at her waist. The guard gasped in surprise, quickly bowing, "Ladies, please enter. The glorious inn welcomes your arrival. Allow me to escort you." Upon hearing the term ladies, Mu Jiu'er, Wan Yu, and Wan Xing maintained their dignified demeanor in front of the onlookers, though their trembling shoulders betrayed their excitement. Qin Daoming, still young and unaware of any awkwardness, simply lowered his head and clung to Mu Jiu'er's arm. Wan Yu nodded, and although the guard was perplexed, his professional ethics prevented him from probing further. He naturally positioned himself ahead to the left, gesturing politely. "This is likely your first visit. May I share some history of the glorious inn with you, if you're interested?" "Curious." Wan Yu nodded, and the guard began. The glorious inn was established 2,000 years ago by the legendary figures, the creator god and the sea god, upon their ascension. It has since evolved through countless iterations over the centuries and has become the most renowned inn on the continent. You may have heard that we are the most expensive inn. Our dishes are crafted from the essence of 10,000-year-old soul beasts, combined with rare medicinal herbs, resulting in culinary masterpieces that not only tantalize the palate, but also significantly enhance soul power for those below the 40th level. Some individuals may even ascend a level directly. Now you understand why the glorious inn is truly esteemed. As they ascended to the inn's uppermost level, they found only 2 rooms, both named the Imperial Suite, exuding an aura of opulence. Upon entering one, Qin Daoming's eyes darted around with curiosity. The 3 elongated sofas were adorned with unknown colorful stones, and a table fashioned from imperial purple gold lay before them. The flooring was crafted from the trunks of golden paulownia trees. Each piece was worth a fortune outside. Yet here they were, in grand abundance. "Ladies, Please take a seat. Here is the menu. Kindly select your ingredients, and we shall prepare them for you. A rectangular wooden menu materialized in the guard's hands, surprising the three, though they were somewhat accustomed to such wonders. Qin Daoming, however, was awestruck. Wow. Is this the storage soul guide Mama spoke of? It's amazing. When I awaken my soul power, I must ask for one from my maternal grandfather. With a smile, Mujia replied, No worries, Daoming. Once you awaken, Mama will gift you a splendid one. Qin Daoming nodded enthusiastically. Yes, yes. As Wan Yu and Wan Xing perused the ingredients, they noted that the menu was limited and featured only freshly sourced items, allowing them to take their time with selections. The least expensive option was the meat of a 10,000-year-old by Su Lang, whose lineage was rather mixed. While some might possess a similar age, their rarity and talent were lacking, leaving only decent flavor. Without hesitation, when you bypassed this item, they were not short on funds. And at 10 gold soul coins per pound, it was the cheapest on the menu. As they delved deeper into the options, the prices escalated. Observing one US in gross selection, the guard glanced at Qin Daoming. Miss, please choose wisely. This youngest lady may not have awakened her martial soul yet. The meat from soul beasts with powerful bloodlines and longer ages may not be suitable for her. He continued, The inherent strength of soul beasts means much of their essence resides within their bodies. While this offers significant benefits for you three ladies for her, the soul power within may be too overwhelming. Mugla was taken aback, smiling and nodding at the guard, saying, Thank you for your reminder. Could you recommend something for us? The guard took the menu and pointed to a soul beast located slightly above the center. Miss, this 2,000-year-old blue-eyed tiger is quite suitable for you. Blue-eyed tigers are naturally gentle and are considered an anomaly among tiger-type soul beasts. Their primary focus in cultivation is their pair of blue eyes, which are connected to their nerves. Consequently, their cultivation speed is slower than that of many other soul beasts. The energy within their blue eyes is also quite docile, and the meat of the blue-eyed tiger is tender and melts in the mouth. Mujia nodded. All right, we'll have this. The guard replied, Very well, miss. The wait may be a bit long, so please be patient. With that, the guard departed. Wan Yu, feeling disappointed, remarked, I wanted to choose that turtle shell earth dragon, which would surely benefit Xiao Daoming's future. Mujia replied, Even without that, my son is formidable. Qin widened his innocent eyes in determination, asserting, Yes, I will definitely be strong in the future. The three of them laughed, realizing they were still just children. They could only imagine how amusing this would be to recount in the future. After 2 hours of waiting, a fragrant feast was laid out on the imperial purple gold stone table. Wan Yu's eyes sparkled as she picked up a piece of meat from the blue-eyed tiger and began to devour it. Surely, there was more than enough meat from a blue-eyed tiger. Every part was a delicacy, filling the entire table. Wan Yu and Wan Xing ate with great delight, while they also fed a small piece of meat to Qin Daoming. Upon swallowing it, Qin Daoming felt the meat burst in his stomach, a warm sensation enveloping him as if an invisible force was transforming his body. Mujia, concerned, asked, Son, how do you feel after eating? Qin Daoming replied, It feels wonderful. My boy is suvarm. Mugli felt relieved, realizing that the meat of the soul beast had significant benefits for her son. Go ahead, my dear. You can have those 2 eyeballs as well. Qin Daoming cheered and grabbed a piece of blue-eyed meat that was the size of his head, beginning to feast. Before long, nearly half the table of blue-eyed tiger meat was consumed, and contrary to expectations, Qin Daoming had eaten the most. He didn't even feel full and wanted to continue. But alas, the food was all gone. With innocent eyes, he looked at her and said, Mom, I still want to eat. The meat I just had has already been absorbed by my body, and I feel so comfortable. Mother could no longer allow her son to indulge recklessly. After all, his appetite surpassed even his father's. The 3 women conferred and decided to take Qin Daoming back to consult him regarding the situation. They hurriedly returned to the Mujia amidst envious and jealous glances, detailing Tang's condition to Wu Tang. Grandfather, I'm worried that something might be wrong with Daoming's body. Mugud expressed her concerns. Wu Tang placed his hand on Qin Daoming's back, gently probing with his soul power. The observation began smoothly, but suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from within Qin and a series of dragon roars caused to tremble slightly, hastily withdrawing his hand. Mu Tianlong instructed Wan Yut, Wan Xing, "Please take Dao Ming outside for a moment." After they left, Mu Tianlong's brow furrowed. Mujur, anxious, inquired, "Grandfather, what's happening with Dao Ming?" Mu Tianlong appeared to have come to a realization, his expression relaxing as he replied with a smile. "Dao Ming is extraordinary. His future achievements may surpass my own." Mudra was taken aback, her heart racing as she stammered, "Grandfather, are you saying that Dao Ming's talent is greater than yours?" Mu Tianlong affirmed, "Indeed, there exists a mysterious force within him that restricts my soul power and consciousness from entering. This force is formidable. Whether it is beneficial or detrimental will only be revealed once Dao Ming awakens his martial soul. If it is advantageous, I won't mention it. But if it poses a threat, I will risk everything to protect my great-grandson." Mudra covered her mouth. "Grandfather, the continent is unstable. In recent years, the evil guild has taken control of the Sea Rift, and the future will be perilous. I do not wish for Dao Ming to face such dangers with us." Mu Tianlong sighed. "As Dao Ming's parents, you can make your own choices. I will not interfere, but you should decide soon, preferably before his martial soul awakens. By the way, tomorrow, take Dao Ming to the Glorious Inn. It will be good for him to consume more meat from soul beasts with dragon lineage or higher cultivation." Mujur nodded, wiping her tears. "Thank you, grandfather." "Go on," he said. Wan Yit and Wan Xing noticed his emotional state and refrained from speaking further. They entrusted Dao Ming to her care and departed. The next day, took Dao Ming to the Glorious Inn once more, this time just the two of them. They encountered the same guard as before, but today, they ordered a 5,000-year-old turtle shell earth dragon and a 90,000-year-old emerald-eyed royal python, both possessing dragon lineage. The prices, however, were exorbitant. The turtle shell earth dragon cost a staggering 1 million gold soul coins, while the emerald-eyed royal python was even more expensive, reaching 5 million gold soul coins. With no fractions at all, the guard did not inquire further. For that morning, their employer had instructed that whatever these two wished to eat, they should serve without charge. Thus, Mud and Xingming frequented the Glorious Inn daily. A month later, the day arrived that belonged solely to Dao Ming and other children of his age, as they were now 6 years old, and it was time for destiny to choose their paths. In the awakening hall of the Mujia, 5 black stones, nearly as tall as Dao Ming, emitted a faint glow. Gently patted her son's shoulder, saying, "Go on, my son. Mother eagerly awaits your martial soul." Indeed, over the past month, Ud had come to a decision. She would consider her child's wishes. Life is about making one's own choices. When Dao Ming firmly declared he wanted to become a soul master, also resolved to support him. Parents and family could only offer suggestions. They must not influence the child's own decisions. Hence, today, she brought her son to awaken his martial soul. Taking a deep breath, filled with excitement, Dao Ming ascended the steps and entered the space between the 5 black stones. Now 6 years old, standing at about 1 meter tall, anyone who saw these 5 black stones would surely be astonished, for such awakening stones were worth a fortune, far surpassing the imperial purple gold stone. Such an extravagant awakening ceremony was a privilege few could experience. As Dao Ming stood firm, Mu Tianlong stepped up the steps as well, placing his hands on one of the black stones. Gently channeling his soul power, the awakening stone suddenly erupted with dark light, and the other 4 stones began to shine in unison. Had the dome of the hall not blocked the radiance, it would have surely reached the heavens. As the stones glimmered, a wisp of white mist began to envelop Dao, forming the shape of a sword. The onlookers held their breath, knowing that something extraordinary resided within Dao Ming. Whether it was a blessing or a curse would soon be revealed. Dao Ming felt a warm sensation enveloping him, as if something within him had shattered, followed by a surge of sharp energy radiating an overwhelming pressure throughout the vast awakening hall. Dao gazed gravely at the sword hovering before Qing, sensing a dragon's might, though it was unclear. He murmured, "I cannot discern the situation within." Certainly, the pressure exerted in that moment had little effect on those present. As the brilliance of the awakening stone gradually dimmed, Dao Ming descended from the steps with an air of confidence, embracing Mu Jiao'er. Mother, I have awakened, but my spirit is neither like yours nor like Father-S. With a smile, Mu Jiu'er encouraged, Son, unleash your spirit for me to see. All right, Qin Daoming replied, following the usual method taught by Mu Jiu'er, channeling his soul power. His martial spirit manifested, a sword, imposing and majestic. It measured 1 meter in length and 1 inch in width, crafted entirely from gold. 9 golden dragons danced along its blade, vividly alive, and the sword's edge gleamed, akin to 9 mighty dragons roaring in unison, exuding a sense of danger and weight. All present were formidable soul masters, each acutely aware of the extraordinary power of this martial spirit. The Haotian hammer, upon its awakening, could hardly compare to even a fraction of the might embodied in this sword. This was the most direct impression felt by Mu Tianlong. Son, what is the name of your martial spirit? Mu Jiu'er inquired. It's called the Jiulong sword, Qin Daoming exclaimed with delight. Just now, I saw 9 great dragons soaring through the sky. Isn't that amazing? Do you think it's impressive, Mother? Does the awakening of a martial spirit involve any illusions? I don't believe so. Are there 9 great dragons? It seems not. Mu Jiu'er pondered aloud. That's remarkable. Son, do you feel any discomfort? Perhaps a headache or a stomachache? Not all, Mother. In fact, I feel invigorated all over. Qin Daoming's words eased the concerns of everyone present. As Mu Tianlong examined Qin Daoming's condition once more, he noted that the earlier dragon roar had vanished, allowing him to easily assess the boy's health. Everything appeared to be in excellent order, even better than many children who had just awakened their martial spirits. Mu Tianlong quietly marveled, Jiulong sword, Jiulong sword. I have never heard of such a martial spirit. A power of this caliber should not remain obscure. Mother, did I inherit Father's martial spirit and then mutate it? Has it become even more formidable than his? Qin Daoming wondered aloud. Father's spirit is the Bai Long sword, and mine has 8 more dragons. Mu Jiu'er chuckled. That seems likely. The changes in martial spirits are beyond anyone's control. Let us first test Daoming's innate soul power. There's no need to test. Daoming's innate soul power is at level 1, Mu Tianlong stated. This revelation struck all present like a bolt from the blue, leaving Mu Jiu'er in a state of shock. Her grandfather had no reason to deceive her. Undeniably, level 1 innate soul power was now confirmed. However, Daoming's talent was exceptional, and his level 1 soul power was of remarkable strength and purity, surpassing even that of many with full innate soul power. Moreover, did anyone notice that on the Jiulong sword, although all 9 dragons were in motion, only one shimmered with golden light? I suspect Daoming's level 1 soul power was derived from consuming the energy of a 10,000-year-old beast for a month. It may require 8 further evolutions to reach level 10, or perhaps it can awaken a golden dragon without attaining level 10, he speculated. Qin Daoming gasped. Grandfather is so impressive. He even guessed this. The Jiulong sword requires 9 evolutions, each necessitating the gathering of a dragon core. This awakening is just 1 evolution, and the next will demand an immense amount of soul power to support it. Dragon cores, you say? Mu Jiu'er declared assertively. Very well. I will take you to continue feasting on meat. We'll talk about reaching level 10 for my son later. Yay! Long live Mother. Mu Tianlong was equally determined not to be outdone by his granddaughter, promising to provide dragon blood and treasures for his great-grandson. Wan Sulan was equally eager, vowing to return to her family for the last 3 immortal herbs to supplement him. Wan Yu and Wan Xing were left speechless. Immortal herbs and dragon blood. What treasures were these? They couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy towards this little fellow. Chapter 153. Level 10, even Mu Jiu'er was astounded. Immortal herbs. There are certainly no more than 20 of such herbs across the continent. And for Wan Sulan to present 3 at once, it must have cost the entire Wan family dearly. Yet, Wan Sulan appeared unconcerned. Although those 3 immortal herbs were precious, their martial spirits were inherently unsuited to utilize them. The Wan family was a super family in the Xingluo Empire, rivaling the imperial family, boasting significant renown across the continent. Especially for their martial spirit, the space card, a powerful spatial attribute spirit with exceptional abilities in evasion and pursuit. Their assassination capabilities were particularly formidable, earning them the moniker of the Ghost family, known for their stealth. The three immortal herbs had been collected since the family's inception, and although they were all of the fire attribute, their martial spirits could not absorb them. Gifting them to their great-grandson was not a loss. No elder in the family dared to object. After all, the Mu family was the Mu family. Wan Yu and Wan Xing departed, each claiming they would prepare gifts for Daoming. Mu Jiu'er felt a spark of anticipation, curious about what gifts the usually frugal pair might choose for little Daoming. Upon awakening their martial spirits at the age of 6, all individuals with soul power would enter a Junior Soul Master Academy for study. Once they surpassed the first soul ring, they could graduate to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Those who broke through before the age of 20 could graduate from the Intermediate Academy. However, some exceptionally talented individuals who reached level 20 before the age of 16, or those with unique martial spirits, might be admitted to more prestigious Soul Master Academies, such as the Tiando Royal Academy or Xingluo Royal Academy. Those who achieved level 20 by the age of 15, demonstrating extraordinary talent, would be eligible to participate in the recruitment of Shrek Academy, the foremost academy in the world. Thus, many strive to break through early, as achieving level 20 by 15 allows for participation in recruitment, which is a point of pride. Even those who join the academies of the two great empires will receive exceptional treatment, truly top-tier talents. In fact, Qin Daoming could enroll in an academy right now. But Mu Jiu'er wished for him to reach level 10 first, ensuring he would not be ridiculed. In the following 3 months, Mu Jiu'er took Qin Daoming to the Radiant Inn for meals daily, indulging in soul beast meat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Although Mu Jiu'er had broken through to level 1, she was beginning to tire of it, while Qin Daoming remained enthusiastic, finishing every morsel without fail. Practicing the concept of clean plate from a young age, the results over 3 months were evident. Just as Mu Tianlong had predicted, Qin Daoming had indeed absorbed the energy from the soul beast meat, advancing his soul power to level 5. Within him, 5 dragon cores had coalesced and were glowing brightly, and he had grown a bit taller, likely due to the impact of his enhanced soul power. Unbeknownst to him, as his soul power increased, a gray, egg-shaped object was slowly coalescing in his mind. Today, Mu Jiu'er did not take Qin Daoming to the Radiant Inn because both her grandfather and grandmother had arrived. Daoming has already reached level 5 soul power. His progress is remarkable, Mu Tianlong exclaimed, pinching Qin Daoming's cheek with a smile. Qin Daoming beamed with pride. Of course I'm the best. Mu Jiu'er chuckled. If grandfather praises you this much, then once you break through to level 10, you'll surely soar into the skies. I want tea, Qin Daoming protested. Mu Tianlong presented a ring, stating, let us not jest with the child. Jiu'er, your grandmother and I have prepared some gifts for Daoming, all contained within this storage soul guide. We must ensure he breaks through to level 10 and attends the Junior Academy promptly. First, let him go to the Baiwa City Junior Soul Master Academy. Once he completes that, he can come to Shrek City. There will be a special recruitment 3 years from now. Mu Jiu'er nodded. I understand, grandfather. Daoming will progress quickly and won't take long. After bidding farewell to Mu Tianlong, Mu Jiu'er returned to their residence with Qin Daoming. She opened her storage ring to reveal 5 vials of crimson blood and 5 unique medicinal herbs. With her discerning eye, Mu Jiu'er easily recognized their significance. After swallowing hard, she turned to the curious Qin Daoming and said, Daoming, these 5 vials contain dragon blood. Starting today, you will absorb 1 vial every 10 days. Pairing it with the 5 celestial herbs. Begin with the 3 fire-attributed herbs first. The remaining 2, known as the ferocious Longshui herbs, should be consumed only after you break through to level 10. All right, Mama, let's start now. I am eagerly anticipating my first soul ring. The 3 fire-attributed celestial herbs each boasted 5 purple leaves and a red root. Though Mu Jiu'er had never absorbed celestial herbs, she had studied their properties. The name of the herbs, Zihong Fun Tian Yin, sounded formidable, yet their medicinal qualities were quite gentle. Wan Salon had chosen these herbs for Qin Daoming precisely for this reason. 2 months passed. and Qin Daoming had successfully absorbed the 5 celestial herbs and 5 vials of dragon blood, achieving his desired breakthrough to level 10. They returned from Shrek City to Baiwei City as the enrollment period for Baiwei Junior Soul Master Academy was approaching in 10 days. Upon arriving home, Qin Daoming felt a tinge of disappointment at not seeing Qin Jinhu, directing his puzzled gaze towards Mu Jiu'er. "Mama, why hasn't Papa returned yet?" Mu Jiu'er gently rubbed his head and replied, "Daoming, your father's work keeps him very busy. I cannot predict when he will return, but perhaps he will be back soon." Despite her reassurances, Qin Daoming remained disheartened. "But I start school in 10 days. I hope Papa can come back." Another 10 days went by, and as the afternoon of enrollment at Baiwei Junior Soul Master Academy approached its conclusion, Qin Daoming had to register. Although the enrollment was nearing its end, there were still several adults with children ahead of him in line. When it was his turn, the teacher at the registration desk, a young man, spoke in a calm tone, yet an aura befitting a great soul master enveloped Qin Daoming. However, the next moment rendered him speechless. The children before him struggled to withstand even half of the young man's pressure, yet this child appeared unaffected. This intrigued the young man, leading him to wonder if he was about to recruit a prodigy. Consequently, he intensified his pressure. Qin Daoming remained unfazed, and Mu Jiu'er, observing the scene, smiled and declared, "Qin Daoming, 6 years old, martial soul is Jiulong Jian, innate full soul power." "What?" the young man exclaimed, doubting his ears. Mu Jiu'er reassured him. "You heard correctly. He possesses innate full soul power." The young man was ecstatic, although he had never heard of the Jiulong Jian martial soul. None associated with dragons were weak. "Excellent. Qin Daoming, you are accepted. Take this wooden token and report to the advanced class," he said, handing Qin Daoming a brown wooden token and patting his shoulder. Noticing no one else was in line, he hurried away. Confused, Qin Daoming asked, "Mama, did that uncle not like me? Why did he leave so quickly?" "It's all right, son. We will come back tomorrow to report," Mu Jiu'er replied. "Okay, Mama." The next day, under Mu Jiu'er's reluctant gaze, Qin Daoming stepped into the Soul Master Academy. The academy was modest in size, and after several inquiries, he finally located the advanced class. The classroom spanned over 200 square meters, arranged with 5 rows of seats ascending from front to back, in a central area likely designated for the teacher's lectures. Strangely, no one was present. Just as Qin Daoming was about to exit the classroom, a large hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, causing him to instinctively crouch and lurch forward 2 steps. Turning around, he rubbed his head sheepishly and chuckled. "Oh, it's just you, uncle. You startled me." The young man replied with a smile, "Don't call me uncle. My name is Luo Sai, the teacher of the advanced class. Since you are now part of our academy, you may address me as Teacher Luo." Qin Daoming bowed slightly and said, "Hello, teacher." This was a lesson imparted by his mother. One must greet teachers with respect. Luo Sai's satisfaction grew as he observed the remarkably handsome Qin Daoming. At that moment, a dirty little head peeked into the classroom, observing Qin Daoming and Luo Sai. Upon being beckoned, the owner of the little head revealed himself entirely. "This is Xiao Yueban, another student in our advanced class. He is also 6 years old and possesses innate full soul power," Luo Sai introduced. Qin Daoming was taken aback. Was innate full soul power so common? How many students could this class possibly have? Xiao Yueban did not strike him as a genius at all. With thick eyebrows and a pragmatic haircut that seemed heavy on him, his small eyes emitted a light that girls found repulsive. He gnawed on the leg of some unfortunate soul beast, devouring it with abandon. However, such behavior in a child of his age appeared rather peculiar. His stout legs and protruding belly did not reflect the demeanor of a child, though his dimples were somewhat endearing. Noticing Qin Daoming's expression, Luo Sai felt a bit embarrassed and explained, "The advanced class has not been active for quite some time. The enrollment standard requires an innate soul power of level 5 or above, but it is rare to find anyone with such power in Baiwei City. Last year, a senior with innate level 7 was accepted into the Tiando Royal Academy. This year, I am fortunate to have encountered 2 students with innate full soul power. The principal is quite impressed. After a year, when you both have grown stronger, we will invite formidable teachers from the main school to assess you." You may even be directly admitted to the Tiando Royal Academy. As he spoke, a look of envy crossed Luo Sai's face. He could not harbor jealousy towards the two children, especially considering their remarkable backgrounds, ones that a mere teacher like him could not afford to offend. All right, you two should get acquainted. Xiao Yueban knows the location of the dormitory. Once you are familiar, prepare your belongings as classes will commence in the afternoon. Understood, teacher. After Luo Sai departed, Xiao Yueban initiated the conversation. Although the teacher had introduced him, he felt the need to share more about himself. My name is Xiao Yueban, and my martial soul is the Black Magic Gorilla. I come from Tiano City. Qin Daoming smiled in return. Hello, Xiao Yueban. I am Qin Daoming, and my martial soul is Jiulong Jian. I am from Baiwa City. Were you really 6 years old? Qin Daoming expressed his doubt. Xiao Yueban chuckled wryly. This is just how I look. I was born weighing over 10 jin, and now at 6 years old, I already exceed 150 jin. Since childhood, people have considered me an oddity, with an appetite several times that of an adult. My family felt embarrassed by my appearance, so they cast me and my parents out, and I ended up in Baiwa City. Aside from my parents, you are the person I have spoken to the most in my life. Upon awakening my martial soul, I discovered that my family, known for their innate full soul power, was intent on summoning me back. Despite my parents' vehement objections, they ultimately acquiesced under the family's coercion. After completing this year, I shall return to the family, and I can only surmise that my circumstances there will not be favorable. Qin Daoming was somewhat taken aback by the sudden influx of words from Xiao Yueban. Xiao Yueban, why share such secrets with me? Xiao Yueban flashed a smile and replied, It is because you are remarkably handsome. It is my first encounter with a boy possessing such striking looks. Grateful for the compliment, Qin Daoming beamed in response, and the two strolled towards their dormitory, their shoulders linked. The dormitory for the advanced class was a relatively upscale thatched cottage, featuring 2 new beds on either side, clearly prepared specifically for them. In the afternoon, they arrived punctually at the advanced class classroom, where Luo Sai was already waiting for them. Upon their arrival, a faint smile graced Luo Sai's face as he addressed them. Daoming Yueban, from today onward, this is how I shall refer to you. Our first lesson today will be an introduction to your martial souls and their characteristics. Yueban, you may begin. Certainly, teacher, Xiao Yueban replied thoughtfully, continuing. My martial soul is the Black Magic Gorilla, characterized by an insatiable appetite. However, the food I consume is transformed into soul power that enhances me, which is also the primary reason for my weight gain. My mother has assured me that once I acquire a soul ring, the energy conversion will become complete, and as long as I manage my weight, I can control it. Additionally, my strength is considerable, and I possess remarkable resilience. As she spoke, Xiao Yueban's excitement was palpable. My martial soul has inherited my father's martial soul, the mighty gorilla. However, my martial soul has undergone a beneficial mutation, evolving into the current Black Magic Gorilla. The fundamental characteristics remain largely unchanged. Since I was 3, my mother has wept daily while whipping me. Strangely, every time I awaken from sleep, the scars on my body vanish completely, and my vitality increases. Consequently, I have endured relentless torment, ultimately awakening my martial soul with innate full soul power. Chapter 155. The Gray Giant Egg. Luo Sai gasped in astonishment. So if everyone in your family was subjected to such treatment from a young age, wouldn't they all possess innate full soul power? Xiao Yueban replied, I have posed this question to my mother as well. She explained that the mighty gorilla martial soul has limitations. Its recovery speed and resilience do not compare to my Black Magic Gorilla. Luo Sai understood. Yet the name Mighty Gorilla sounded vaguely familiar. It hails from Tiano City, he realized, so is that family. Quite formidable indeed. Daoming, please introduce your martial soul. Luo Sai prompted. Qin Daoming straightened his posture, feeling compelled to boast after hearing about Xiao Yueban's formidable martial soul. My martial soul is called the Nine Dragon Sword, a mutation of the White Dragon Sword. Upon hearing the name White Dragon Sword, Luo Sai trembled with excitement. His face flushed, clearly overwhelmed with emotion. Noticing the teacher's unusual demeanor, both Qin Daoming and Xiao Yueban exchanged puzzled glances. Sensing their gaze, Luo Sai inhaled deeply, calming himself before saying, "Daoming, please continue." The teacher merely recalled something. Qin Daoming nodded cautiously. "My mother mentioned that my martial soul's mutation is also beneficial and remarkably powerful, akin to that of the robust martial soul. It has granted me an exceptional appetite. I can consume an entire 1,000-year soul beast, and even devour most of a 10,000-year soul beast." Xiao Yueban and Luo Sai were left speechless. Luo Sai exclaimed, "You claim you can consume an entire 1,000-year soul beast? That is simply terrifying." Qin Daoming shrugged. "I am unsure why. Perhaps it is just my good appetite." Xiao Yueban interjected, "Good appetite? You can eat the equivalent of 100 people's meals. I am in awe. It seems you have been modest all along. I wonder how you maintain such a physique. I am envious." Qin Daoming scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. Luo Sai chuckled. "It appears the Academy will have to allocate a substantial budget. Your appetite could potentially bankrupt the institution." Qin Daoming quickly shook his head. "No need to trouble the school. My mother takes me out to eat daily. I am here solely for my studies." Luo Sai insisted, "The Academy must provide the necessary support. Dining out is fine, but you must also avail yourself of the funding." Xiao Yueban chimed in, "Daoming, why not take me out to eat as well?" Without hesitation, Qin Daoming agreed, thinking that having Xiao Yueban along would not be an inconvenience. After 5 months of indulging in high-quality ingredients, he had witnessed Mu Jiuer's financial prowess, having spent a staggering 9 million gold soul coins over this duration. His mother had handed over a collection of storage soul guiding devices to the Guanghui Inn. Whether he brought along Xiao Yueban or not made little difference. That night, as Xiao Yueban began to snore, Qin Daoming found it difficult to fall asleep, feeling a sense of unease from being away from his mother for the first time. Sitting cross-legged, he activated the 9 dragon cores within his dantian, gradually absorbing the ethereal soul power surrounding him, enhancing his own soul power in the process. The gray egg in his mind had already taken shape, evolving into a towering 3-meter giant egg. Each time Qin Daoming practiced, it would assist in purifying his soul power, subsequently returning it to him, allowing his training speed to increase. The existence of this giant egg was known to both Mu Jiuer and Mu Tianlong, yet its mysteries remained inscrutable even to the continent's top powerhouses, let alone Qin Daoming. He could summon the egg, which appeared as a projection resembling its form in his mind, albeit somewhat ethereal. The egg possessed another characteristic: it could devour. After absorbing 3 vials of dragon blood and a celestial herb, it had already transcended the 10th level. Qin Daoming's soul power had reached saturation, rendering further absorption impossible. Given the potency of the celestial herb, they decided against additional absorption. However, the black giant egg trembled slightly, and an involuntary black vortex appeared in the palm of Qin Daoming's hand, consuming the remaining dragon blood and celestial herb. This ability to control the devouring process was now his own, with the essence of the celestial herb and dragon blood stored within the giant egg, perhaps to be absorbed after he acquires a soul ring. Moreover, the giant egg possessed the skill to manipulate space, albeit for a mere 0.1 seconds, which was sufficient for his needs. While he might struggle against opponents of significantly higher ranks, this ability rendered him invincible among those of equal standing. Thus, it could be deemed a second martial soul for Qin Daoming, albeit one that could not bond with a soul ring, a rather unfortunate limitation. With the giant egg purifying his soul power, Qin Daoming no longer needed to exert excessive effort in controlling the purification, swiftly entering a deep meditative state. Time always seemed to fly during training. After a night without sleep, Qin Daoming felt remarkably invigorated. He roused Xiao Yueban, and together they made their way to the classroom. It seemed that someone had noticed them leaving the advanced class dormitory, leading to their being followed. Although Qin Daoming was aware of it, he paid it no mind. Surely, no one would dare commit violence within the academy. Upon entering the advanced class classroom, the student who had been following them turned to leave, heading towards the intermediate class dormitory. Luo Sai instructed them to take their seats and began the day's lesson. In our advanced class, the school committee has granted us the autonomy to design our curriculum. From now on, We will have academic classes in the morning and practical training in the afternoon. As long as you complete the tasks assigned by the teachers, you are free to manage your time as you see fit. Allow me to share with you the knowledge of the soul beasts. I possess a replica of a book written by Yu Shaojiang, the esteemed mentor of the sea god Tang San, a millennium ago, titled Soul Beast Encyclopedia. This tome meticulously documents the characteristics and habits of nearly half of the soul beasts inhabiting our continent, proving invaluable for future encounters with these creatures. You shall take turns studying it, beginning with Dao Ming, who will then pass it to you, Ban. Soul beasts are essential targets for us, the soul masters, as we must hunt them to acquire soul rings and thereby enhance our own abilities. Remarkably, 2,000 years ago, the creator god Qin Chi lent assistance to the soul beasts during his ascension. In the millennium that followed, their population surged dramatically, and despite humanity's relentless hunting, their numbers could not be diminished. It was only during the subsequent millennium, up to the present day, that their populations have been tenuously controlled. It appears that our human leaders have forged a century-long pact with the formidable soul beasts, permitting us to hunt them, yet forbidding indiscriminate slaughter. Should anyone be caught transgressing this agreement, they are swiftly handed over to the soul beasts for resolution. This principle applies equally. Soul beasts are also prohibited from wantonly killing humans. Currently, the continent enjoys a semblance of peace, although rumors suggest an area known as Haley Valley has emerged, where the sea soul beasts seem to be acting under some form of control, surging towards the mainland. It required the united efforts of the continent's most prestigious families to repel these frenzied creatures. The reasons for this phenomenon remain under investigation, and whether the truth has been uncovered or not, such matters are beyond the comprehension of us lower-tier soul masters. Chapter 156, Lei Ming. Your talents are remarkable. Perhaps one day you will have the opportunity to learn more. Subsequently, Rose imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding soul beasts, largely drawn from the Soul Beast Encyclopedia. Thus, the morning lesson concluded on a high note. The two students eagerly rushed towards the school gates, for at noon, Mujioer would treat them to a more sumptuous meal. As they reached the entrance, a lad of approximately 10 years halted them, leaving them momentarily stunned. Qin Dao Ming politely stated, "Senior, we have special permission to go out. We're not skipping school." The boy hesitated, gazing at them with pity, and replied, "It's not that. The dean wishes to speak with you regarding certain matters and has sent me to inform you." Qin Dao Ming glanced at the sky and nodded. "Very well, senior. Please lead the way." The boy shook his head. "I must attend class. The dean is waiting for you in the cafeteria." Although Qin Dao Ming felt a twinge of confusion, he did not dwell on it and expressed his gratitude before hurrying towards the cafeteria, hoping their conversation would not linger too long, lest it impede their mealtime. The cafeteria was not far, and they swiftly arrived. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The area was crowded, and at the nearest table, a boy, seemingly around 12 years old, was surrounded by admirers. He bore a 5-centimeter scar on his left eye, and his smile appeared rather menacing. Tall for his age, he stood nearly 1.7 meters, clad in a black tank top, his muscular arms imposing. The boy regarded them for a moment before addressing a companion. "Are these two really from the advanced class? Are you jesting?" The companion, suddenly anxious, replied, "Young Master Lei Ming, I assure you, they are indeed studying under Teacher Rose. They must be advanced class students." Lei Ming turned to them. "So you're advanced class students, newcomers?" Yu Ban was about to respond candidly, but Qin Dao Ming intercepted him, sensing the underlying tension. He spoke slowly. "What business do you have with us, senior?" Lei Ming replied, "I merely wish for you to withdraw from the advanced class. I offer you 2,000 gold soul coins each for your departure." Qin Dao Ming replied sternly, "Is this the dean's directive?" Lei Ming chuckled. "My words hold more weight than those of the dean. That so-called dean is but a lapdog before me. I prefer not to resort to violence. Thus, I propose 4,000 gold soul coins for your exit. I can provide protection for you in the intermediate class." Exchanging glances, Yu Ban retorted angrily, "Even if you offered us 10,000 gold soul coins, we would not leave the advanced class." Qin Dao Ming, equally incensed, declared, "If you possess the means, produce 20,000 gold soul coins, and we shall consider leaving the advanced class. Anything less is out of the question. Lei Ming appeared to discern their defiance. Very well. 20,000 gold soul coins for you to leave the school. Here. He tossed 2 circular storage soul devices to them. Qin Dao Ming caught one, infused it with soul power, and glimpsed the glittering mountain of gold coins within, a smile forming on his face. Senior, we shall withdraw tomorrow, he stated, and the pair turned to depart. Lei Ming watched them leave with a smile, while his companion expressed discontent. Brother Lei Ming, that 20,000 gold soul coins. Just like that? Lei Ming merely chuckled, remaining silent as he observed their retreating figures. As Mu Jior arrived at the academy gate, she spotted the two emerging with elated expressions. Qin Dao Ming embraced her arm, grinning. Mother, guess what fortuitous event transpired today with Fatty? Curious, Mu Jior inquired. What event? Qin Dao Ming recounted. A senior from the intermediate class approached us, offering us 20,000 gold soul coins to withdraw from the school. He brandished the storage device containing the coins before her. Mu Jior's expression darkened. Did they threaten you? Quickly, Qin Dao Ming waved his hands. No. They merely asked us to withdraw, and we ended up earning 20,000 gold soul coins. Aren't we impressive, Mother? Suddenly, Mu Jior laughed, taking Qin Dao Ming's hand as the trio set off to indulge in delectable soul beast meat. The expenses in Bayou City were not as exorbitant as those in Shrek City. After feasting, they spent less than 100 gold soul coins. Mu Jior escorted the two to the academy entrance before departing. Filled with joy, Qin Dao Ming and Yu Ban returned to their dormitory, preparing to pack their belongings for withdrawal. For having received the 20,000 gold soul coins, they felt obliged to express their gratitude. At that moment, the dormitory door swung open, and a throng of boys, all around 12 years old, surged in. The two leaders were none other than Lei Ming and his lackey, whom Qin Dao Ming recognized. Qin Dao Ming's countenance darkened as he lowered his head, whispering, Fatty, be prepared. Fatty nodded subtly. He was no fool. If he could not discern the hostility in their approach, he would truly be naive. His fists clenched, ready for a confrontation at any moment. Lei Ming maintained a smile, but now it bore a sinister edge as he gestured for his entourage to encircle the two. The cramped dormitory quickly became crowded, the group expertly surrounding them, with no one standing more than a meter apart. In a low voice, Qin Dao Ming stated, Senior Lei Ming, are you intent on reclaiming your 20,000 gold soul coins? What has become of the Academy's rules? Do not forget, every academy within the Tiando Empire is under the jurisdiction of the Tiando Royal Academy. Should you be apprehended, your family and friends will also face repercussions. Lei Ming disdainfully remarked. In the Tiando Empire, apart from the royal family and that particular clan, no one can rival my status. In fact, I'm also part of the royal lineage. As it happens, the Tiando Royal Academy is managed by my grandfather. I merely came to this small town to experience life. You may return the golden soul coins you just took from me. Perhaps I might even allow you to leave with your lives intact. Qin Dao Ming and Xiao Yueban exchanged anxious glances, for they were merely 6 years old, surrounded by 12-year-olds. The mention of leaving in one piece heightened their trepidation. Chapter 157, Expulsion. Furthermore, the two had never even seen a corpse. Qin Dao Ming strove to steady his slightly trembling voice as he cautiously stated, I believe we have not offended you in any way. Without concealing his intentions, Lei Ming retorted, this young master cannot even enter the advanced class. Yet you two little brats can. This displeases me greatly, and I wish to expel you. However, you greedily took so many golden soul coins from me. Tell me, can I simply swallow my pride? You both must perish here today. Of course, if you choose to submit to me, I might spare you. Qin Dao Ming crossed his arms and scoffed. You promised to give them to us, yet now you retract your words. Mother was right. One must be wary of their own kind in this continent, rather than the soul beasts. A faint smile flickered across Lei Ming's face, revealing a hint of ruthlessness in his gaze. He signaled his underlings, who immediately summoned yellow 100-year soul rings. Qin Dao Ming and Xiao Yueban were astonished. Each possessed a 100-year soul ring, indicating that Lei Ming treated his subordinates quite well. However, provoking them was a grave mistake. Qin Dao Ming summoned the 9-dragon sword, its golden radiance piercing to the eye, accompanied by the resounding roars of dragons. Xiao Yueban stepped forward, manifesting the black magic gorilla martial spirit. The creature, with its copper bell-sized eyes, towering height of 3 meters, and muscular arms, instilled fear among those present, causing some to step back. Its fierce aura was palpable, indicating that this being was indeed a formidable soul master. Nevertheless, the disparity in their respective soul rings, exceeding a dozen in number, presented a significant challenge. Possessing soul rings signifies one's true status as a soul master, and these individuals were not merely at levels 11 or 12. Qin Daoming, having consumed the flesh of numerous mental-type soul beasts, possessed a mental strength akin to level 20, enabling him to discern the levels of his adversaries. None were below level 15. To his astonishment, Lei Ming's soul power had reached level 20, and upon acquiring a soul ring, he would ascend to the rank of Great Soul Master. Achieving such a status at 12 years of age was indeed impressive. Yet, Qin Daoming pondered, why had he not entered the advanced class? Take them to the back mountain, Lei Ming commanded before turning to leave. His underlings blocked the view of the 2 children, gazing at them with pity. Qin Daoming narrowed his beautiful eyes, thinking, if you wish to capture us, then let us see you try. The 9-dragon sword gleamed with golden brilliance, its 1-meter length bolstering Qin Daoming's confidence. Rendering the martial spirits of the others, sheep, cattle, short swords, and small hammers, insignificant in comparison. Seizing the initiative, Qin Daoming gripped the 9-dragon sword with his right hand, leaning forward as he thrust towards one of the attackers. The assailant scoffed derisively, but nonetheless complied with his 100-year soul skill. The short sword, which was perfectly countered by the 9-dragon sword, was wielded with impressive speed, creating afterimages as it struck at various parts of Qin Daoming's approaching body. A smile crept across Qin Daoming's face, while the opponent sensed something amiss as the speed of his swordplay intensified. Just as the 9-dragon sword was about to pierce the assailant, the short sword met it halfway. However, Qin Daoming's true target was not him. He deftly redirected the sword towards another onlooker 2 meters away. Realizing the danger, the latter attempted to evade, but Qin Daoming's eyes shimmered with a fleeting silver light. He found himself immobilized, his expression one of horror. By the time he regained mobility, the 9-dragon sword had already pierced through his left shoulder, leaving Qin Daoming swiftly retreating to stand back-to-back with Xiao Yueban. The fallen attacker writhed on the ground, blood gushing from his shoulder, emitting a piercing scream of agony. Qin Daoming's complexion paled, not due to the exertion of soul power, but rather from the unsettling experience of harming someone for the first time. Despite his parents frequently imparting combat wisdom, he had never inflicted pain upon another. Xiao Yueban stared wide-eyed, incredulous at Qin Daoming's prowess. The surrounding assailants were taken aback. The one with the short sword was filled with rage, feeling humiliated and yet wary. He exchanged glances with his companions, and all 4 attacked simultaneously, their 400-year soul rings posing a significant threat to the 10th-level Qin Daoming and Xiao Yueban. Xiao Yueban's gaze sharpened as he clenched his fists and raised his arms, the black magic gorilla mirroring his actions. Enveloped in dark mist, he let out a roar, spinning to face the 200-year soul skills head-on. With a resounding crash, Xiao Yueban was violently propelled against the wall, his face pale and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The 2 attackers were not unscathed either, each spitting blood in response. Worry etched on Qin Daoming's face as he glanced at Xiao Yueban, then turned to confront the 2 assailants advancing towards him. Silver light flickered in his eyes as he unsheathed his longsword. In swift succession, the heads of the 2 attackers fell, their lives extinguished before they could even unleash their soul skills. The remaining onlookers were struck with fear at Qin Daoming's inexplicable prowess, retreating several steps. With the 9-dragon sword embedded in the ground, Qin Daoming's gaze swept over all present. His pallor did not diminish his intimidating presence. Cautiously, he approached Xiao Yueban, keeping a vigilant eye on the others. The 5-meter distance felt interminable, yet the assailants made no move. Qin Daoming strained to lift Xiao Yueban, only to set him down again, as the latter was simply too heavy. In that moment, Xiao Yueban regained consciousness, trembling as he rose to stand shoulder to shoulder with Qin Daoming, his chubby face adorned with two small dimples, just as they braced for a desperate struggle. The door they had been pinned against shattered, and three figures entered. Upon seeing the blood-soaked ground and the two children huddled in the corner, the expressions on the three faces mirrored shock and even fear. One among them hurriedly pushed aside Lei Ming's underlings, exclaiming, "Daoming Yueban, are you all right?" Qin Daoming halted Xiao Yueban, pulling him back a step. Disappointment washed over him regarding the academy. After such a lengthy wait, the teachers had only just arrived. Were they truly blind or deaf? Luo Sai's expression was grim. "Daoming, let me explain." Qin Daoming averted his gaze, choosing silence. He had no desire to engage. Luo Sai then turned to Xiao Yueban, who also lowered his head. "Teacher Luo, Daoming, and I are no longer students of this academy." His voice trembled slightly, reaching Luo Sai's ears, leaving the latter at a loss for words. "I and the fatty are already dead. You should leave," Qin Daoming stated matter-of-factly, having raised his head. The nine-dragon sword firmly gripped in hand, an intangible aura emanated from him. A faint golden light enveloped Qin Daoming, resonating with the nine-dragon sword, which hummed in response. The elderly man who accompanied Lus was astonished as he gazed at Qin Daoming, realizing that he possessed an extraordinary mastery of the sword. The old man's body trembled, and Lus, along with another middle-aged man, were equally taken aback. Who was this individual? He was a representative from the royal family, his strength unfathomable. Could they possibly deceive him? The old man hastily pushed Lus aside and grasped Qin Daoming's hands, introducing himself. "Greetings, young one. I am Li Gang, the president of the Tiando Royal Academy. Would you be willing to join our institution? We shall provide you with the utmost treatment, including admission to the super talent class and a guaranteed pathway to Shrek Academy for further studies." This revelation left everyone in awe, and Qin Daoming was momentarily stunned, as if the very essence of his being had been dulled. "President, when did you arrive?" he stammered. Li Gang glanced at the other man. "You came with that brat. Lei Ming, did you not? Go and inform him that his father wishes for him to return." The man shuddered and departed with all of Lei Ming's cohorts. It was at this moment that Qin Daoming regained his composure, breaking free from Li Gang's grip. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he replied, "Senior, Lei Ming sought to take my life. Do you truly believe I would let him go?" While others might have hesitated to speak in the presence of such authority, Qin Daoming dared to voice his thoughts. Li Gang, evidently a formidable soul master, was a gamble. He was wagering that the old man would not retaliate. However, Li Gang surprised Qin Daoming with his words. "That boy ran away without permission." Lus timidly interjected, "I offended Lei Ming, and he came to settle the score with me. I fear I have implicated you all." Xiao Yueban's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Why did you not inform us sooner?" Lus bowed his head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. "I did not anticipate Lei Ming's retribution to be so swift, and that it would involve you all. I apologize." Qin Daoming sighed. "Teacher Lus, this will be my final address to you as such. From now on, we are strangers." "What about you, fatty?" Xiao Yueban affirmed. "Indeed, Daoming is correct. From this day forth, we are strangers, and we have decided to withdraw from the academy." "You wish to withdraw?" The middle-aged man finally spoke. Qin Daoming glanced at him and said, "Is withdrawal not an option?" The man looked helplessly at Li Gang. "Senior, what do you think?" Li Gang, unfazed, replied, "Do not inquire of me. I cannot offer them guidance." Upon seeing the resolute expressions on Qin Daoming and Xiao Yueban's faces, the middle-aged man understood the outcome. They would not remain. As they shouldered their packs and exited the academy, having minimal belongings since their parents resided in Baiwei City, Li Gang followed closely behind. Seeing them pause, Li Gang smiled gently. "You may wish to contemplate my earlier words. As for the matter with Lei Ming, though troublesome, it is merely a minor issue. Once I resolve it, I will send someone to inform you. I hope you consider your options carefully." Qin Daoming and Xiao Yueban nodded in agreement. Individuals of Li Gang's caliber were rare on the continent, and such an invitation could not be declined. They would need to consult their parents for input. As they parted ways, within the Lord's mansion, Qin Daoming could no longer contain himself. His previously rosy complexion turned pale and weak as he leaned against a wall and began to vomit. After expelling nearly all of his lunch, he felt a sense of relief. The actions of Luz and the academy left Qin Daoming profoundly disappointed. They should have acted the moment they were surrounded. Yet they allowed Lei Ming to proceed unchecked. Should he inform his father, the lord of Bai West City, about this incident? Son, what troubles you? Mu Jiwer approached. Noticing her son's distress and the remnants on the ground, her expression darkening. Qin Daoming sobbed, Mother, I nearly lost my life. What? Mu Jiwer gasped. Are you hurt? Who dared to harm my son? Qin Daoming clung to Mu Jiwer, stating it was a senior from our academy, a middle-class student. But I have heard his background is quite powerful, and I fear. Mu Jiwer held him tightly, reassuring him, no one can harm my son. Regardless of their status, those who injure my child must face consequences. Who is it? I shall accompany you for retribution. Qin Daoming replied. His name is Lei Ming. He seems to hail from Tiando City. By the way, an elder named Li Gang mentioned he wanted to bring me and Fatty to Tiando Royal Academy, along with a guaranteed spot at Shrek Academy. Mu Jiwer remarked, the president of Tiando Royal Academy. Is he the one recruiting you? Yes, mother. He mentioned I possess the embryonic form of sword intent, though I do not fully understand it, Qin Daoming explained. Mu Jiwer's eyes gleamed. The embryonic form of sword intent is a significant threshold in the path of swordsmanship. Surpassing it leads to explosive growth in strength and enhances soul skills. Even defeating opponents several levels higher is within reach. My son is truly remarkable. Then you must attend Tiando Royal Academy. Remember, securing that spot at Shrek Academy is essential. Indeed, having settled Qin Daoming, Mu Jiwer departed. In a rather opulent office within Baiwei Junior Soul Master Academy, Mu Jiwer lounged in a chair, observing Li Gang's obsequious demeanor. My son was harmed here, Li Gang. I demand an explanation. Hand over the perpetrator, or I may choose not to inform my family. Otherwise, the repercussions for Tiando Royal Academy will be severe. Li Gang, renowned as a powerful figure on the continent, ranked as a super Douluo of level 95, found himself smiling apologetically at a woman, a sight that would astonish any observer. Miss Mu, that boy is the favored son of Lei Tianhu, the third president of our academy. It would be unwise for me to act against him. It was then that Li Gang comprehended why Qin Daoming's talents were so extraordinary. He was indeed a prodigious seed from these two illustrious families. Mu Jiwer sneered. Very well, if you will not take action, I shall. Shadow, bring that Lei Ming to me, and inform Lei Tianhu to come as well. From the shadows emerged a deep voice, as you command. Li Gang was taken aback, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Miss Mu, is it truly necessary to involve Shadow for such a minor character? Lei Tianhu is the pillar of Tiando Royal Academy, surely. Quiet, Mu Jiwer interrupted impatiently. Leave some words for your descendants to hear. If it were my family's representative, would they still be alive? Li Gang fell silent, not daring to utter another word, and waited for the father and son to be brought before them. True to Shadow's reputation, within an hour, two battered figures, a large and a small, materialized before Li Gang and Mu Jiwer. The elder, struggling to lift his head, glanced at Li Gang and Mu Jiwer, then mustered all his strength to rise. President, Miss Mu, it is all my son's fault. He overstepped his bounds and offended you. I implore you to show mercy and spare us. Mu Jiwer shot a glance at him. Lei Tianhu, it seems you still remember me. Have you forsaken your role as steward merely to wield power at Tiando Royal Academy? Lei Tianhu's legs weakened, and he pleaded with Miss Mu, admitting his failure to manage the situation and accepting responsibility as a father. Please forgive him. I will take on his sins. Miss Mu, seeing his earnest apology, was swayed. Li Gang chimed in at the right moment. This pillar of the family cannot be lost. Miss Mu furrowed her brow, while she could overlook Lei Tianhu's face. She felt compelled to respect Li Gang, especially since she had already decided to send her son to Tiando Royal Academy. She also could not send her shadow to protect her son at all times. Observing Lei Tianhu's fierce protectiveness over his child stirred her compassion. Let it be this way. His cultivation is ruined, and I shall not make things difficult for the Lei family. However, should there be a next time, the Lei family will face annihilation. Lei Tianhu rejoiced and knelt, repeatedly exclaiming, Long live Miss Mu. Li Gang also breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the child had not encountered any dire consequences. Thus, Lei Ming's meridians were completely severed, rendering him utterly useless. This overwhelming sense of loss nearly drove Lei Ming to despair, with his father dealt with. He found no motivation left to take revenge on Qin Daoming. A month later, Qin Daoming and Xiao Yueban arrived at Tiando Royal Academy, having declined their family's escort and traversed the journey without incident. Tiando Royal Academy, second only to Shrek Academy on the continent and renowned alongside Xing Luo Royal Academy, was nestled in a forest 100 miles from Tiando City. The environment was breathtaking, and even outside the academy, one could sense the vibrant essence of soul power. A single breath felt as if one was immersed in a sea of flowers, enhancing the flow of soul power. Here, even those with innate first-level soul power could potentially cultivate to soul master. As Qin Daoming pondered, a young man descended from the mountain. Mistaking the two children for local kids playing, he smiled and said, "Children, hurry back down. This area is unsafe." His gaze remained fixed on Qin Daoming. As beauty is universally appreciated, Xiao Yueban replied, "Uncle, we are not children. We have come from Baiwest City to enroll in Tiando Royal Academy." The young man's smile faltered as he assessed Xiao Yueban. "You call me what? Uncle, what is the issue?" Xiao Yueban scratched her head in confusion. "Should I call you Grandpa instead?" The young man pointed to himself, incredulously asking, "I'm an uncle?" Qin Daoming, sensing the awkwardness, stepped in front of Xiao Yueban, offering a charming smile. "Big brother, we truly are here to join Tiando Royal Academy, sent by an elder named Li Gang." "Director?" The young man contemplated before instructing them. "Do not wander. Wait here while I inform the director." "No need to notify. I have already arrived." Li Gang's voice echoed from the mountain, and he soon appeared before them. The young man promptly bowed. Li Gang nodded, turning to Qin Daoming and Xiao Yueban with a gentle smile that radiated warmth. The two mimicked the young man's bow. With a wave of his hand, they felt as if lifted by a gentle breeze, and in an instant, the four of them vanished from their spot. A refreshing breeze swept over them, revealing Li Gang's opulent office. Yet, Qin Daoming and Xiao Yueban, being somewhat worldly, did not react overly to the spectacle. "Daoming, little fatty, I have arranged for you to join the Super Genius class. There are 13 members in total, and with you, there will be 15. Shrek Academy has only 3 slots. You will receive abundant resources and instruction from a title Douluo level mentor. Whether you secure a spot depends on your own abilities." Qin Daoming and Xiao Yueban nodded resolutely, while the young man was taken aback, realizing they were not merely distant relatives of the director, but two prodigious youths entering the Super Genius class. "Now, if you have further questions, consult Shinji Chai. Shinji Chai, please show them around the academy to familiarize them with the environment, then take them directly to the classroom." Shinji Chai hesitated, but ultimately nodded, eager to assist his younger peers, though he excluded the little fatty. "Thank you, big brother," Qin Daoming sweetly expressed. Shinji Chai, initially reluctant, felt his resolve soften. "All right, ask me anything, and I shall provide answers." As they walked, Qin Daoming inquired, "Big brother, are the Super Genius class members all formidable?" "Of course. Each possesses innate soul power above level 7. And this cohort even includes 2 geniuses with innate soul power at level 9. The competition will be intense." Shinji Chai replied. "Are they older than me and the fatty?" Qin Daoming asked. "Not by much. Everyone in the Super Genius class is under 8 years old, generally with level 10 soul power. The academy takes considerable time to arrange suitable soul rings for each individual and to locate corresponding soul beasts for hunting. Even without breakthroughs, each person's soul power will increase, and the longer the wait, the greater the rewards. This Super Genius class will likely hunt for soul rings in a month. You haven't broken through level 10 yet, so you can join them for the experience. Even if you don't obtain a soul ring, it will still be a valuable trial." Chapter 160, The Points Pavilion. "That's great. I thought the Super Genius class was composed of individuals above level 20. But they are at the same level as us." Xiao Yueban straightened her back with pride. Shinji Chai glanced at her, saying, "They have all suppressed their powers for at least a year, some even for 2. I see you are barely over 7 years old, presently. There may not be a difference, but once the soul rings are obtained, the gap will become apparent. Little one, do not be so arrogant. By the way, in the academy, external currency holds no value. A point system is in place. Points are required for everything. Each little genius in the super genius class earns 1 point daily. Others must earn theirs through effort. Of course, if you have enough golden soul coins, you can exchange 1,000 gold soul coins for 1 point. Qin Daoming exclaimed, 1 point is so costly. Does that mean we need to earn 1,000 gold soul coins daily? What are points even used for? The utility of points is significant. They could be exchanged for rare materials or locations of soul beasts, and you can use points to hire academy seniors or teams to assist in hunting soul beasts. With sufficient points, even the director can be at your service. Goodness, the director bows for 5 points? Xiao Yueban remarked in astonishment. Not just 5 points. Securing one of the 3 title Douluo chairs costs 10,000 points. The director is a super Douluo, starting at 100,000 points. Depending on the strength of the soul beast to be hunted, Shun Zhichai explained. Wow, that is impressive. If I could be as powerful as a super Douluo, earning 10,000 points at once, how many gold soul coins would that require? Xiao Yueban mused. Shun Zikao remarked, all right, I will conclude the discussion on points here. The academy boasts 3 treasures. One is the points exchange, another is the treasure pavilion, and the last is the task hall. The items within the treasure pavilion start at 1,000 points, which you currently cannot afford, so I shall refrain from elaborating. As for the task hall, as the name suggests, it is where tasks can be accepted. Once a soul master reaches level 20 and obtains their 2nd spirit ring, they become eligible to undertake tasks. These tasks are categorized into 5 levels. The white level is suitable for soul masters at level 20 venturing out for experience, while the yellow, purple, black, and red levels require corresponding ranks. You will learn more about this in due course, but for now, let us proceed to the points exchange. With Shun Zikao leading the way, Qin Daoming and Xiao Yueban quietly follow behind. Soon, they beheld a towering black tower-like structure comprising 3 stories, with a grand entrance wide open before them. Many individuals clad in the exclusive white academy attire of the Tiando Royal Academy were coming and going. The trio smoothly entered, where the stark contrast of the interior revealed walls adorned with a golden stone. Even the ground was paved with polished golden stones. Before them stood a reception desk, bustling with diligent staff. This is indeed the points exchange. Shun Zikao smiled. It has the highest foot traffic in the academy, second only to the small grove. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Shun Zikao, grabbing his shoulder with a firm hand. Shun Zikao responded, somewhat irked, Lu Bai, what is the matter? Do you wish to be hit? Lu Bai had an ordinary appearance, yet his aura was unmatched in this place. Qin Daoming, having encountered a title Doa before, could discern that this senior possessed extraordinary strength. Although his presence was notably lower than that of a title Doa, he was undoubtedly a formidable force at the Soul Saint level. Lu Bai quipped, I have just broken through a rank. What do you have to contend with me? Shun Zikao replied nonchalantly, I have a wife to fight you with. Lu Bai's expression shifted. Come on, can't you show a bit of masculinity? Shun Zikao simply stated, I do not possess such attributes. Lu Bai, seemingly unfazed, turned to Qin Daoming and said, Shun Zikao, are these 2 underclassmen? He exclaimed, what a delightful combination of beauty and charm. Xiao Yueban did not comprehend the remark, while Qin Daoming understood it. He wished to laugh, but felt it inappropriate to jest at his friend's expense. I brought the underclassmen here to tour the points exchange. What brings you here? Borrowing points? Shun Zikao inquired. Lu Bai retorted, I did not come here to borrow points, did I? Shun Zikao replied blandly, is that so? Clearing his throat, Lu Bai said, you take the underclassmen on a tour. I shall take my leave. Farewell. He turned and walked away. Shun Zikao chuckled. That guy is something else. Qin Daoming asked, Senior Shun, who is he? Shun Zikao explained, he and I hold similar positions within the academy, both serving as deputy heads of the law enforcement hall. However, he is somewhat impoverished and often borrows points from the academy, though his strength is formidable. Changing the subject, he continued, every student entering the Royal Academy must first visit the points exchange to receive their personal points card. Only with this card can they claim the points they have earned. Each member of the Super Genius class is awarded 10 points by the Academy. Now, let's go and collect your points cards. All right, Senior. Shinzukeo led the two to the reception desk, where they waited in line for a while. A curvaceous figure soon appeared before them, leaving both boys momentarily astonished. The young woman chuckled lightly. Shinzukeo, are you bringing the underclassmen to collect their points cards? Shinzukeo replied, Indeed, they're students of the Super Genius class. Oh, the young woman said, casting a curious glance at the two. A handsome underclassman and a chubby one. Remember to visit your elder sister. She turned and rummaged through a cabinet, retrieving 2 golden, pentagonal wooden tokens. Qin Daoming gasped. This is golden phoenix wood. The young woman confirmed. Indeed, you seem quite knowledgeable, young one. This is golden phoenix wood, which takes a millennium to mature. Its vitality is robust and significantly enhances a soul master's training efficiency. The tokens are crafted from the branches of this wood, and several skilled woodcarvers invest years to create just one. Xiao Yueban's eyes sparkled with excitement. Doesn't that make it incredibly valuable? What would happen if we sold it? Shinzukeo shot her a strange glance and replied, If you sold it, you would become the enemy of the entire Tiando Empire. Xiao Yueban shivered slightly. I was just joking. The young woman and Shinzukeo dismissed her comment, merely perceiving it as youthful folly. Yet, who could predict the future? As Qin Daoming accepted the wooden token from the young woman, a peculiar sensation arose within him, bringing an overwhelming sense of ease. His soul power was even gradually increasing, albeit slowly, yet over the years, this would prove beneficial. A smile spread across his face as he exclaimed, Thank you, big sister. This token is truly remarkable. It can even accelerate my training speed. The young woman gently patted Qin Daoming's head, saying, Of course it can, but this token costs 50,000 points. This is merely a temporary loan from the Academy. After graduation, it must be returned. However, if you wish to keep it, you will need to purchase it for 50,000 points. Suppressing the urge to curse, Qin Daoming replied with wide, sparkling eyes, That is still quite impressive. Shinzukeo stated, Now that we have obtained the points cards, let us depart. Tang Yuyu, we are leaving. Tang Yuyu waved her hand. You may go. Remember, underclassmen, to visit your elder sister when you have the time. She seemed particularly fond of Qin Daoming, perhaps due to his handsome appearance. Exiting the points exchange, Shinzukeo led the two for quite some time until a series of sprawling buildings came into view, with each floor ascending in grandeur. The 7th floor, the pinnacle of this dormitory area, was a most luxurious, comprising 8 rooms. Shinzukeo guided them straight into one of the innermost rooms, which contained 2 small beds, each neatly adorned with a quilt and pillow. It appeared less extravagant than the exterior, but it exuded a simple elegance. After informing the two about their class location, Shinzukeo departed in a hurry, the reason for his haste unknown. Xiao Yueban plopped down on the right small bed, causing it to creak ominously as if the legs might splinter. Qin Daoming grimaced slightly, saying, Take it easy, chubby. Your weight is somewhat alarming. Xiao Yueban retorted, I'm sturdy enough. Daoming, how long do you think we'll stay here? When can we go to Shrek Academy? Qin Daoming gazed at the ceiling, pondering. I do not know. Perhaps once we shine in the Super Genius class, we will be able to enter Shrek Academy. Xiao Yueban clenched his fist for a 6-year-old. Shrek Academy was indeed their dream destination. Then we shall strive to surpass everyone in the Super Genius class. Of course, after tidying up their belongings, the two followed the route Shinzukeo had described and arrived at a classroom nestled within a small grove, which radiated a sense of seclusion, likely designed to foster a tranquil atmosphere for the Academy's training. Upon knocking, a weathered middle-aged man soon opened the door, coldly stating, Which students are you? Present your points cards. After Qin Daoming and Xiao Yueban produced their cards, the man's expression softened slightly. He was aware of their arrival, recognizing them as prodigies with innate full soul power, stirring a sense of excitement within him. Please come in and introduce yourselves to the future classmates. Upon entering the classroom, a dozen youthful faces turned simultaneously towards the two newcomers. Qin Daoming first clasped his hands in greeting, saying, Hello everyone, my name is Qin Daoming, hailing from Baiwa City. In the time to come, I hope to learn alongside you. Thank you. Xiao Yueban also offered a brief introduction. Qin Daoming was assigned to the front row, while Xiao Yueban was seated in the second row. The classroom was spacious, accommodating 2 students per row, making room for the gathering of several classmates. The middle-aged man at the front introduced himself. I am Luo Kuan, and you may call me Teacher Luo, just as your classmates have. Now, since you have introduced yourselves, I would like each of you to share your names, starting from the front row. Qin Daoming's desk mate, an exceptionally beautiful girl, stood up, her cheeks slightly flushed as she glanced at Qin Daoming and said, I am Shui Lele. My martial spirit is the White Jade Swan, and I possess innate soul power at level 9, currently a soul master of level 10. Skipping over Qin Daoming and Xiao Yueban, it was now the turn of Xiao Yueban's desk mate, who had an ordinary appearance but a resolute gleam in his eyes. He stood up and introduced himself. I am Li Qianyu. My martial spirit is the 7-star sword, with innate soul power at level 9. He spoke briefly and sat down. After all the classmates introduced themselves, the 2 newcomers had learned their names. The morning lessons concluded, and Qin Daoming and Xiao Yueban received their white academy uniforms, adorned with an elegant white swan, proud and charming. In the afternoon, Luo Kuan led the 16 students through a dark, imposing door, revealing 10 additional doors, each emanating a distinct elemental energy. Luo Kuan entered the leftmost door, and the prodigious class followed suit, already discerning the elemental attributes from the energies that pervaded the air. Inside, they found themselves in a snow-covered realm, a vast expanse of white, radiating an endless chill. When Luo Kuan turned back to face the students, he noted that nearly all of them were merely curious about their surroundings, undeterred by the cold. Indeed, they're the prodigious class, Qin Daoming thought to himself. Luo Kuan nodded in satisfaction and announced, this is the simulated training scene of the ice and snow world at the Tiando Royal Academy. It is the most suitable environment for students with ice attributes to cultivate. Among us, only Shui Lele possesses an ice attribute martial spirit, so you shall remain here to train. We will reconvene in the classroom in a month. Shui Lele nodded, responding, thank you, teacher. Next, Luo Kuan guided them to the simulated training scene for fire attributes, where 3 students with fire attributes were present. After touring various environments for poison, lightning, and wind attributes, only Qin Daoming, Xiao Yueban, and Li Qianyu remained. One possessed the black magic gorilla, known solely for its brute strength and defense, while another wielded the 9-dragon sword, which was attributeless. Li Qianyu's 7-star sword belonged to the star attribute, yet the corresponding training environment had not yet been developed. The trio felt a tinge of disappointment. However, the following words from Luo Kuan lifted their spirits. Your martial spirits are quite unique. Without a simulated training environment, your progress may lag behind your peers. Nevertheless, to compensate, the Academy will arrange for you to receive individual instruction from a soul Douluo mentor whose martial spirit aligns closely with yours. 3 esteemed soul Douluo veterans will come to guide you. Please wait here. Li Qianyu felt a surge of excitement, while Qin Daoming and Xiao Yueban remained indifferent, thinking, what is so impressive about a soul Douluo? We've seen our fair share. Li Qianyu, noticing their lack of enthusiasm, inquired curiously, but they are soul Douluos. Don't you think that is impressive? Qin Daoming replied, not really. I too hope to have a formidable teacher guide me. Li Qianyu, come with me. A voice echoed from afar as a white-haired elder, stepping on a massive sword, appeared, grasping Li Qianyu with a hand of soul power and whisking him away in a daze. Wow, are the Academy teachers that forceful? Just like that, he was taken away. Xiao Yueban exclaimed. Qin Daoming remarked, we don't even have a soul ring, yet they expect us to feel honored. Who could be pleased? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yueban realized the truth in that statement. Soon, Xiao Yueban too was seized by an old man, followed by Qin Daoming as well. Towering trees rushed past Qin Daoming's vision, the rapid speed forcing him to squint to gauge their distance. He was soaring at least 10 meters above the ground. Should he fall, his life would be in peril. The tense flight did not last long before it came to a halt, and he found himself atop a mountain, confronted by a modest thatched hut. An old man with a head of gray hair and a rigid expression, stood at the door. Qin Daoming cupped his hands in greeting. Asking, "Grandfather, may I ask who you are?" The elder coldly replied, "You may call me Master Hua. For the next month, I shall guide your training and instruct you in the knowledge of soul beasts and martial spirits. I will only speak once. Now, tell me about your martial spirit." The expression of Master Hua was quite intimidating. "Greetings, Master Hua. My name is Qin Daoming, and my martial spirit is the Nine-Dragon Sword," Master Hua stated. "My martial spirit is also a sword, named the Scarlet Flame Sword. Without further ado, summon your martial spirit and strike at me. Only if you can make me move will you be allowed to eat." "What?" Qin Daoming muttered in dissatisfaction. "If I don't eat, how can I muster any strength?" Nevertheless, Qin Daoming obediently summoned the Nine-Dragon Sword, a sharp aura emanating from it. Master Hua felt as if his skin were being sliced, suppressing his shock and delight as he exclaimed, "Excellent martial spirit. Now attack me." With widened eyes, Qin Daoming stepped forward, his left foot lunging as he exerted force through his calf, gripping the Nine-Dragon Sword without employing any technique as he swung it down. Master Hua shook his head, extending 2 fingers to anticipate the sword's trajectory. Just as it approached within 10 centimeters, Qin Daoming shifted his body, spinning mid-air. The Nine-Dragon's sword followed suit, coming to within mere centimeters of Master Hua's waist. Suddenly, a hand grasped the Nine-Dragon Sword, rendering it immovable despite Qin Daoming's desperate efforts. Master Hua lifted him effortlessly and tossed him 5 meters away. Qin Daoming, now disheveled, stood up and looked at Master Hua with an innocent expression, saying, "Master Hua, could you please let me have a chance?" Master Hua found himself slightly disarmed by those beautiful, large eyes and simply closed his own, refusing to look at Qin Daoming. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Daoming positioned the Nine-Dragon's sword upright and swung it horizontally towards Master Hua. However, he had greatly underestimated the prowess of a soul Douluo. Though Master Hua had closed his eyes, his mental acuity remained fixed on Qin Daoming. The moment Qin Daoming moved, Master Hua recognized his intent and prepared to catch the Nine-Dragon Sword at the last moment, hoping to provide Qin Daoming with at least a glimmer of hope. Yet, things did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. The Nine-Dragon's sword grazed Master Hua's clothing, and just as he reached out to seize it, Qin Daoming's pupils transformed to silver in the briefest instant. In that fraction of a second, Master Hua felt a cut on his skin, and his body recoiled. Landing some distance away, his expression darkened. "What has happened?" Master Hua began to question Qin Daoming, but a voice resonated within his mind. "Do not inquire too much. Focus on being your student's teacher." Master Hua's body shuddered, his mouth opening and closing in silence. "You may eat now, but it's not mealtime yet. Return to your dormitory." Although Qin Daoming was somewhat perplexed, he obediently departed. After watching Qin Daoming leave, Master Hua bent his body at a 40-degree angle, while behind him, his shadow quietly transformed into 2 figures. The shadow gradually coalesced, taking the form of a middle-aged man. Master Hua's body was covered in goosebumps, yet he dared not turn his head. The shadow, it was indeed a shadow. Master Hua's heart roared. That figure belonged to the young master of my family. Instruction can proceed normally, but should your actions endanger my young master's life, I shall not hesitate to strike you down. Furthermore, the sustenance required by the young master will be delivered daily by me, to be handed over to him. Do you understand? Master Hua's complexion dramatically changed. What sort of prodigy had arrived at their academy? The Shadow was part of that family's elite organization. Could it be indeed my Lord Shadow? I shall ensure proper instruction and would never harm him. You have my word. The Shadow nodded slightly before seemingly melting away into nothingness. Master Hua let out a deep sigh, gazing at the soul guide ring that had inexplicably appeared in his hand, lost in contemplation. It seemed the martial soul of that family was quite distinct from his own. Perhaps it had undergone a mutation. In the ensuing month, Qin Daoming learned a myriad of practical skills under Master Hua's guidance, and made some breakthroughs concerning sword intent. When Master Hua realized that Qin Daoming had grasped the rudiments of sword intent, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Sword intent, a concept he had merely heard of, was predominantly comprehended by Qin Daoming himself. His soul power had not significantly increased, due to the absence of soul ring. He merely felt that the 9 dragon cores within him were already saturated and could not be further enhanced until he acquired a soul ring. Having barely interacted with other classmates, Qin Daoming and Xiao Yueban found themselves once again amidst unfamiliar peers after a month. They both felt somewhat neglected. While a few girls approached Qin Daoming for a brief chat, Xiao Yueban was left entirely overlooked, or rather, outright ignored. Li Qianyu, whose personality was already solitary, found no acceptance from his classmates, thus joining the duo in neglect, forming a trio of disregard. Shuelele, although surrounded by a group of girls chattering excitedly, frequently cast glances toward Qin Daoming. Seeing that all the students had gathered, Luo Kuan cleared his throat and announced, "Dear classmates, the long-awaited Soul Ring Academy has been arranged for you. Our next destination is the Sunset Forest. Before we head to the Sunset Forest, I will grant you a day off to prepare your belongings in the city. This journey may take a considerable amount of time, so ensure you notify your parents. Is that clear, everyone?" Having heard this, Qin Daoming found little to prepare and returned to his dormitory alone, while Xiao Yueban was escorted away by a figure clad in black. Observing the lack of resistance, Qin Daoming surmised that this individual might be a relative of the plump boy. Now alone, Qin Daoming sat cross-legged on his bed, introspecting the 9 dragon cores surrounding his dantian, which emitted a faint golden glow, tinting even his dantian to a golden hue. He attempted to use the great egg to absorb soul power and then feed back the exceptionally pure soul power to himself. But this time there was no feedback. Instead, the golden egg absorbed it without a sound. Disappointment washed over him, perhaps due to the saturation of the dragon cores. Reflecting on the fact that he would acquire a soul ring the following day made Qin Daoming's heart race with excitement. At 6.5 years old, he had eagerly anticipated the soul ring for quite some time. However, could the Tiando Royal Academy truly find a soul beast that matched his martial soul? In the early hours of the following day, before the purple mist dispersed, the super genius class had already set off. The distance from Tiando City to the Sunset Forest was not great, and, as the sun began to emit a hint of warmth, they arrived at the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. A refreshing aura greeted them, invigorating the 9 dragon cores within Qin Daoming and deepening the golden light. Before them stood towering trees, each nearly several dozen meters high, with trunks so thick that it would take 5 students to encircle one. Undoubtedly, the excitement on everyone's faces was palpable, yet Luo Kuan maintained a grave demeanor. He did not wish to dampen the children's spirits, but it was crucial to remain vigilant. "Students, this is one of the larger forests on the continent, known as the Sunset Forest. Over the millennia, due to certain circumstances, the strength of soul beasts has significantly increased. There are many powerful soul beasts within this forest, so do not let your guard down. Form a circle around Shuelele." "Understood, teacher." Qin Daoming, Xiao Yueban, and Li Qianyu were positioned at the end of the line. The teacher's earlier warning rendered the trio somewhat anxious, their vigilance scanning the surroundings. Following the Academy's designated path, Luo Kuan pressed on toward the first soul beast lair. Before long, a massive cave emerged before them, and from its entrance crawled a toad of icy blue hue. Measuring 2 meters in length, its back adorned with numerous green nodules, presenting a rather chilling sight. Its cheeks puffed up, and it breathed evenly. At once, Qin Daoming deduced the identity of this soul beast. The ice-poison toad, possessing both ice and poison attributes, had nodules on its back that released frost and venom, favoring dark and damp environments, with a strong territorial instinct. Since the teacher had led them here, it indicated that this soul beast was indeed the first soul ring for a student in the super genius class. Among them, only Shuelele possessed an ice attribute, while none had poison attributes, indicating the soul beast was meant solely for her. The ice poison toad was a 320-year-old soul beast, pre-selected by the Academy for Shuelele, perfectly suited for her, as it could infuse her martial soul with a touch of poison, proving invaluable in combat. As it sensed their approach, the toad's gurgling became increasingly frantic, and the nodules on its back sprouted green ice spikes, which were evidently laced with poison. Lacking intelligence typical of a 100-year soul beast, It merely recognized the intrusion into its territory and sought to reclaim it. Hundreds of ice spikes shot into the air, accompanied by green venom, and then rained down like arrows. The teacher would surely protect them, yet anxiety remained inevitable. Although Qin Daoming felt a twinge of nervousness, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure, possessing some knowledge of 10,000-year-soul beasts. Luo Kuan snorted coldly, his hands enveloped in azure soul power, as 6 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, rose. The third purple ring shone brightly, and a lion with azure mane roared behind him. An azure barrier enveloped everyone, halting the venomous ice spikes mid-air. One by one, they shattered upon impact, and the poison was kept at bay. The azure lion transformed into a streak of light, its massive paw striking the ice-poisoned toad, sending it crashing against a nearby tree, leaving it gravely injured. Luo Kuan retracted his martial soul and gestured to Shuelele, who nodded, approaching the ice-poisoned toad with a dagger in hand. After a moment of hesitation, she ended the creature's life to secure her soul ring. As the ice-poisoned toad collapsed, yellow soul power began to emanate from its body, coalescing gradually. A 350-year soul ring now lay before everyone's eyes. Its faint yellow glow dazzling to every member of the Super Genius class. Shuelele bit her lip, took a deep breath, and sat beside the ice-poisoned toad's corpse, preparing to absorb the soul ring. She is the 7th princess of the Tiando Empire, having been exposed to the knowledge of martial spirits from a young age. She has repeatedly practiced the methods of absorbing spirit rings in her mind and is approaching this absorption process with utmost seriousness. Her classmates form a circle 5 meters away, attentively observing every step of her spirit ring absorption, which they will later utilize when their own turns come. Luo Kuan has ordered this arrangement, as it is also one of the reasons the Academy arranged for Shuelele to be the first to absorb a spirit ring. Shuelele's absorption goes smoothly, as she has suppressed her spirit power for over a year, making the absorption of a 350-year spirit ring relatively easy. After successfully absorbing the century-old spirit ring, the temperature within a 5-meter radius drops by 10 degrees the moment she stands up, and a white swan appears behind her, flapping its wings twice before vanishing. This is her martial spirit, the Bayou Swan. Luo Kuan approaches and says, Shuelele, please share with everyone how you feel after absorbing the spirit ring. After a moment of contemplation, Shuelele responds, I feel like I have transcended. My martial spirit seems to have strengthened significantly, and my strength has multiplied compared to when I was at level 10. My spirit power has now reached level 14. Her face radiates an undeniable excitement. Luo Kuan smiles and says, now, please elaborate on your spirit abilities, as you're the first in our class to obtain a spirit ring. Shuelele sticks out her tongue. Say no, Teacher Luo. May I wait until the next spirit beast appears to demonstrate my spirit abilities? That way, everyone will know too. Luo Kuan replies, all right, Shuelele is a princess. I dare not command her to do anything. Let happen naturally. Luo Kuan retrieves a map once more, quickly locating a spirit beast den. The den is dimly lit, and he does not dare to take the students inside. Instead, he descends alone to investigate. Shortly after entering, an enraged roar shakes the surrounding foliage, and Luo Kuan emerges covered in azure light, pursued by a holy white tiger. Its back and neck resemble a sword's edge, glimmering with a cold brilliance. Upon seeing the group of prodigies, the tiger halts, its limbs bent, its continuous roar intimidating everyone, though it does not advance. Luo Kuan's voice carries from behind, classmates. This spirit beast is a 380-year-old sword tiger, a rare kind of spirit beast particularly suited for sword martial spirit soul masters. Most importantly, this type of spirit beast is attributeless, capable of adapting to various sword-type martial spirits. In our class, Li Qianyu and Qin Daoming both possess sword-type martial spirits, but I recommend that Li Qianyu absorb this spirit ring. Qin Daoming responds, then let Li Qianyu absorb it. I'm not in a hurry for my spirit ring. I feel this one is not suitable for me. Luo Kuan turns to Li Qianyu and instructs, all right, I will injure it, and you could deliver the finishing blow. Li Qianyu nods, gripping his dagger tightly, prepared at any moment. Just as Luo Kuan charges forward, Shuelele activates her martial spirit. Her newly acquired Century Spirit ring glowing brightly. Cold air surges from her hands as she raises them, slowly parting them to form a 1-meter-long blue-green ice spear, which she then hurls directly at the sword tiger's head. Luo Kuan realizes the strength of Shuelele's first spirit ability. This strike would likely overwhelm any spirit master of level 18 or 19. Yet, the sword tiger disdainfully glances at the beautiful human, shattering the ice spear with its tail and opening its massive jaws to devour Shuelele. In just 2 leaps, it closes the 100-meter gap. Luo Kuan, a soul emperor, reacts swiftly. As the tiger leaps, he channels his azure soul power, intercepting the beast mid-air. Without a doubt, the sword tiger is sent flying several meters by his powerful strike, struggling to rise, its large eyes filled with fury. Luo Kuan suppresses the tiger with his soul power. While Li Qianyu approaches, crouching to stroke the tiger's soft fur, whispering soothing words. With a sudden flash of sharpness, his dagger draws forth a stream of crimson blood as the yellow spirit ring condenses. Li Qianyu sits cross-legged, gradually guiding the spirit ring closer. To everyone's astonishment, Li Qianyu completes the absorption in merely 10 minutes. Luo Kuan's expression reflects surprise. Indeed, the sword tiger seems quite cooperative. As the second person in the class to absorb a spirit ring, other students grow increasingly excited, eagerly anticipating their own turns. Days pass, and nearly the entire class has acquired their own century spirit rings, except for Qin Daoming, the only one without a spirit ring. His martial spirit is too unique, requiring a spirit beast with dragon blood and high offensive capability, which are exceedingly rare. The outskirts of the setting sun forest have been thoroughly searched, yet none of the prepared spirit rings from the academy are suitable for him. Disheartened, Qin Daoming wonders if there truly is no spirit ring that fits him after this long wait. Xiao Yueban pats his shoulder and reassures him. It's all right. If there are none in the setting sun forest, surely there will be some in the Stardow forest. Once we return to school, let's ask my parents to take us to the Stardow forest. Qin Daoming gratefully responds, "Thank you, Fatty. If I find myself at a loss, I will seek your help." As Shuelele is his desk mate, she expresses her concern, saying, "I will also speak to my father and ask him to assist you." Qin Daoming responds with gratitude, "Thank you, Shuelele." Feeling a blush rise as she gazes at the handsome Qin Daoming, Shuelele shyly adds, "No need to thank me. After all, there's still a chance. The setting sun forest is vast." Luo Kuan interjects, "While the setting sun forest is indeed large, we cannot delve deeper. Beyond that lies the territory of 1,000-year spirit beasts. For ordinary 1,000-year spirit beasts, I can protect you, but for stronger ones, I cannot guarantee everyone's safety. Let us return to the academy. The principal should find a solution." Upon returning, night has fallen. After arranging for the fatigued students, Luo Kuan heads to Li Gang's office. After returning to the dormitory, Qin Daoming finds Xiao Yueban already asleep on her bed, while he too feels exhausted but is troubled by the spirit ring dilemma, making it difficult for him to rest. Is it time to seek my parents' help? Perhaps they will have a solution. He mumbles to himself, his hair tousled from his anxious grasping. Never mind, I shall sleep. Tomorrow shall bring clarity. Principal, what should we do? There are no spirit beasts in the setting sun forest that match Qin Daoming's martial spirit. Now the entire class has spirit rings, and Shuelele has already reached level 15. I fear that child will fall behind his peers, Luo Kuan urgently states. Li Gang reassures him. Do not worry about Qin Daoming, I will handle it. By the way, the Xingluo Royal Academy has dispatched 3 first-ring Genius Soul Masters to challenge our Super Genius class. They will arrive in a few days, so you should prepare accordingly, particularly enhancing the combat awareness of the students and increasing the training intensity. Luo Kuan replies, Principal, the children are all exceptionally gifted, but they are still young. I worry that excessive training may impact their health. Li Gang responds later. Go to the Points Pavilion and collect 1,000 points to purchase some supplements for the children. This way, you need not worry during training. Luo Kuan's expression brightens, understood. Principal. The following day, Li Gang roused the drowsy Qin Daoming, saying, Daoming, I shall take you to acquire your soul ring. At the mention of the soul ring, Qin Daoming became alert and replied, Certainly, Dean, but there are no suitable soul rings for me in the Sunset Forest. Li Gang smiled mysteriously and said, I shall explain on the way. Is there anything you need to prepare? Qin Daoming penned a note for the still-sleeping Pongzi and followed Li Gang out. The path Li Gang took was evidently not the route to the Sunset Forest they had traversed the previous day. Instead, it was in the opposite direction. Dean, where are we headed? Qin Daoming inquired curiously. Li Gang cheerfully responded, We're going to Xingdou Great Forest. What? The Xingdou Great Forest? Please don't, Dean. My soul ring need not be obtained from the continent's foremost gathering place for soul beasts, especially since it is merely my first soul ring. Ah, but you are too demanding of your martial soul. You must acquire a soul ring that is fitting for your needs, lest it hinder your future, Li Gang remarked. He had a word unspoken. If you do not procure a better soul ring, your father will surely be displeased. Qin Daoming expressed concern. Isn't the Xingdou Great Forest a bit perilous, Dean? As long as we avoid 10,000-year soul beasts, I can ensure your safety. Besides, we will only be on the fringes of the Xingdou Great Forest. There is little danger. Do not forget, I am a titled Douluo, Li Gang declared proudly. Qin Daoming found himself speechless. What was there to be proud of between them? He shifted the topic, asking, What kind of soul ring do you think would be most suitable for me, Dean? Li Gang replied, Any soul beast aged between 300 to 400 years with dragon lineage would be quite appropriate for you. However, dragon bloodline soul beasts are exceedingly rare. Even if they exist, they are predominantly over 1,000 years old. A century-old dragon lineage is often just a cub, making it difficult to encounter. I observed your martial soul while the Fire Master was instructing you. At present, it remains somewhat difficult for you to control. The sword's length is considerable, and while its attack power is formidable, it lacks agility. Although sword intent can enhance the speed of the wielder's movements, its elevation is challenging. Thus, we must focus on the soul ring. The combination of rapid speed and immense attack power will undoubtedly enhance your capabilities significantly. Qin Daoming nodded, seemingly in agreement. Pondering that with speed, he could indeed become invincible at the same level, especially considering his time-stopping ability. Excitedly, he exclaimed, Dean, can you make it even faster? Li Gang laughed heartily. Very well, I shall take you for a whirlwind ride. Suddenly accelerating, Qin Daoming, previously brimming with excitement, found his expression shift as the speed was overwhelming. The wind distorted his small face, rendering his mouth unable to open, and he kept his eyes tightly shut, overwhelmed by the velocity. With the speed of a super Douluo, they arrived at the Xingdou Great Forest as the sun began to warm the land. Once on the ground, Qin Daoming finally dared to open his eyes, feeling a slight sting on his skin. The scene before him transformed his perception of forests entirely. He was unaware of the vastness distinguishing the Sunset Forest from the Xingdou Great Forest. The trees in the Sunset Forest were primarily over 10 meters tall, reaching a maximum of about 15 meters, while those in the Xingdou Great Forest were no less than 20 meters, presenting a dense display of verdant flora. As Qin Daoming breathed in deeply, he felt a wave of lightness wash over him, as though an invisible energy was reshaping his body. He noticed that the deeper he ventured into the forest, the more potent this energy became. Unconsciously, he closed his eyes, quietly absorbing the surrounding energy. Li Gang observed Qin Daoming with profound insight, recognizing his extraordinary potential, truly a worthy heir. The young master would surely be pleased to hear your praise. An unseen shadow appeared behind him, and Li Gang, unfazed, anticipated that it was Miss Mu conveying a message. Indeed, Mrs. Scentward, the young master's first soul ring requires an iron-winged dragonhawk. Furthermore, 5 years hence, Miss will await the young master at the Shrek Academy. Understood, Li Gang responded. Daoming, how is your comprehension? Qin Daoming replied excitedly, my mental fortitude has increased a bit. Mental fortitude? Li Gang mused, then said, Very well, let us enter the forest. I shall clear the path ahead. Certainly, Dean. Summoning the Julong sword, Qin Daoming cleaved through the obstructing vegetation as if it were mere tofu. Suddenly, Li Gang called to a halt, prompting Qin Daoming to cease his swordplay and scan the surroundings with caution. Dean, what is it? Li Gang's gaze sharpened as he calmly replied, "Ahead lies a pack of wolves. 15 10-year-old white wolves. 15 wolf-like soul beasts, approximately 1.6 meters in length, bore a pristine white coat, their eyes shimmering with an eerie green light, now advancing slowly towards Qin Daoming and Li Gang. The white wolves seemed uneasy with Li Gang's aura, moving in a semicircular formation as they approached. Li Gang stepped back slightly, his hand waving to envelop 13 of the white wolves in an invisible force, leaving 2 wolves still advancing toward Qin Daoming. Li Gang chuckled nonchalantly, "Those 2 are yours." With the Jiulong's sword poised, Qin Daoming affirmed, "Understood, Dean." Facing 10-year soul beasts posed a significant challenge for Qin Daoming, who was merely a soul practitioner. He stood his ground as the 2 white wolves, flanking him, lunged forward with ferocity. Remaining calm, Qin Daoming focused intently. The left white wolf moved slightly faster than its right counterpart. The Jiulong sword glimmered with golden light, and the 9 golden miniature dragons etched upon the sword seemed animated, emitting a faint dragon-esque roar. Qin Daoming's aura surged, causing the 2 10-year white wolves to howl in distress and abruptly halt, turning to flee. Yet, Qin Daoming would not allow their escape. With a flash of silver in his eyes, he halted the 2 wolves mid-leap, and the Jiulong sword swept down, cleaving them in half at the waist. Having perused the weaknesses of wolf-like soul beasts in the Soul Beast Encyclopedia, Qin Daoming knew that wolves were renowned for their copper head, iron bones, and tofu waist, identifying their waist as their most vulnerable point. Leveraging this knowledge, he swiftly dispatched the 2 10-year white wolves. The remaining white wolves under Li Gang's control were easily subdued, their forms collapsing lifelessly. "Well done," Li Gang commended, genuinely impressed by Qin Daoming's decisive execution, which belied his youth. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the area, interrupted only by faint rustling sounds and a pungent odor wafting through the air, accompanied by a low growl. From the location where the white wolves had appeared, a tiger emerged, measuring around 2 meters in length, its muscular limbs exuding formidable power, its purple fur glistening in the sunlight. Its sapphire-like eyes fixed upon Qin Daoming before it hesitated and turned to leave. Qin Daoming found the occurrence perplexing, and Li Gang shared his confusion, glancing at the fallen white wolves before realizing the situation. Li Gang explained that Blue-Eyed Tiger and the white wolves were likely adversaries. By slaying the white wolves, you inadvertently aided it in eliminating its foes, which is why it refrained from attacking us. Qin Daoming murmured, "So, we have assisted the tiger?" Li Gang chuckled. One could indeed interpret it that way. The 2 individuals continued their journey, albeit laterally, for venturing vertically would lead them into the territory of the Millennium Soul Beasts. While they were not particularly fearful, Qin Daoming merely sought a century-old soul ring. Entering the realm of Millennium Soul Beasts would simply be a waste of time. After meandering for an entire day in the vicinity frequented by century-old soul beasts, the sky had turned dark, yet they had yet to find a suitable soul ring. With a tidal Douluo providing protection, Qin Daoming maintained a tense spirit throughout the day, and an overwhelming fatigue began to envelop his mind. Li Gang, seeing no other option, cradled Qin Daoming, and they spent the night resting against a tree. As dawn broke, Li Gang led Qin Daoming directly into the territory of Millennium Soul Beasts. Some soul beasts possessed robust bloodlines, allowing even those of centuries cultivation to rival ordinary Millennium Soul Beasts. It was certain that they would encounter century-old soul beasts here. However, such creatures were relatively rare. "Allow me to take you aloft so we may observe from the sky," he suggested. With that, Li Gang grasped Qin Daoming by the collar and leapt into the air, commencing a sweeping reconnaissance from over 20 meters high. Fortune favored the diligent. Li Gang's formidable mental prowess soon revealed their ultimate target, the iron-winged dragon eagle. Towering at 3 meters, its crown, nape, and sides were a dark brown, adorned with white-tipped feathers. The brow bore a striking pattern of white interspersed with black, while its back exhibited a mottled dark brown hue. Below its chest, a dense array of gray-brown and white horizontal stripes decorated its form, and its silvery wings, spanning nearly 5 meters, bore 2 sleek black lines. At that moment, it was engaged in a standoff with a bear-like soul beast, a massive creature cloaked in dark golden fur, standing over 3 meters tall, its eyes devoid of emotion, exuding a chilling indifference and cruelty. Its entire body was draped in dark golden fur, with arms that were particularly robust, shoulders broad and powerful as if they were walls. The ends of its stout arms were equipped with razor-sharp dark golden claws, each exceeding a meter in length. As it extended its arms, the mere movement of those claws slicing through the air produced a faint hissing sound. This was a top-tier soul beast, the dark golden claw bear. As the two superior bloodline soul beasts clashed, Li Gang and Qin Daoming quietly descended behind a nearby tree to observe. The dark golden claw bear let out a thunderous roar, its powerful legs thrusting mightily against the ground, causing fractures to erupt beneath. It swung its massive paw at the iron-winged dragon eagle. The eagle, spreading its wings, ascended into the sky in an instant, emitting a cry reminiscent of a dragon, and began to spiral downward like a descending spear. The dark golden claw bear swiped at empty air, and as it witnessed the iron-winged dragon eagle plummeting, it seized the rapidly rotating creature with its sturdy paws. The sound of their collision echoed like steel grinding against steel, causing Qin Daoming to instinctively cover his ears, while Li Gang observed the dark golden claw bear with growing admiration. The force of the iron-winged dragon eagle, coupled with its accelerated descent, was nearly that of a soul king, yet the dark golden claw bear, unperturbed, clutched the eagle, a testament to its terrifying strength that could surely cultivate a formidable power-type battle soul master if taken back to the academy. However, the outcome of their confrontation ultimately favored the iron-winged dragon eagle, as the dark golden claw bear's speed proved to be its Achilles heel and the eagle's strength was well-rounded. The enormous bear found itself deprived of any opportunity to retaliate. Now, with one of its paws shattered, the bear's most potent attack had been reduced to mere futility, effectively sealing its fate. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Li Gang conjured 2 transparent shields to separate the two beasts. The dark golden claw bear was forcibly rendered unconscious, while the iron-winged dragon eagle, in a frenzy of resistance, found its assured victory thwarted by human intervention. Its fury erupted in a piercing shriek, its wings unfurling, radiant silver light illuminating the surroundings as its feathers transformed into lethal weapons, attempting to sever the shields that encased it. Under the relentless assault of the iron-winged dragon eagle, the shields began to show signs of wear. Li Gang, taking decisive action, delivered a powerful strike that incapacitated the eagle's wings. Daoming, go and finish it off. It shall be your first soul ring, he commanded. Qin Daoming hesitated, but Dean, this is a Millennium Soul beast. I fear I may not be able to absorb it. Li Gang reassured him. This iron-winged dragon eagle is merely 400 to 500 years old in terms of soul beast age. Its potent bloodline is what renders it formidable, allowing it to thrive in the territory of Millennium Soul beasts. For 500 years, Qin Daoming exclaimed incredulously, but its previous display of power was so overwhelming. Surely, you must have misjudged, Li Gang urged. Absorb it quickly. I assure you I do not make mistakes. Reluctantly, Qin Daoming drew his sword, and in the life of the iron-winged dragon eagle, a deep yellow soul ring began to coalesce around him. Trusting Li Gang's words, he settled beside the eagle's carcass, relaxing his body as he gradually drew the soul ring onto himself. In an instant, torrents of soul power surged through his meridians, cleansing his physical form, eliciting a sound of pleasure from him. However, soon after, his complexion changed. The soul power within him became increasingly turbulent, as if his meridians were now too filled to absorb anymore. His physical body felt saturated, and the 9 dragon cores were already at capacity, leaving him unable to assimilate any additional volatile soul power. What should I do? Qin Daoming's mind became chaotic. If he continued absorbing, he feared he might meet a tragic end. He wished to open his eyes and speak to Li Gang, but found himself unable to do so. Li Gang stood quietly beside him, vigilant. Suddenly sensing the anomaly in Qin Daoming's soul power, he placed his hands on Qin Daoming's back, channeling gentle soul power into him, calming the tumultuous energy in an instant. Steady your heart and mind. Do not fear. Maintain your composure and redirect any excess soul power into the soul ring. Li Gang instructed. Without hesitation, Qin Daoming directed the surplus soul power into the yellow soul ring already encircling him, which brightened slightly, though the overall change was minimal. With the crisis averted, Qin Daoming exhaled in relief and began to focus on strengthening his control over the soul ring. An hour later, he gently rose, stretching his body, and faint popping sounds emanated from his bones. With a sense of relaxation washing over him, the tension that had gripped him for an hour finally dissipated, and fatigue began to lull him into slumber. Upon awakening, Qin Daoming found himself back in the academy dormitory, courtesy of Li Gang. Glancing out the window, he beheld the stars twinkling brightly in the night sky. It was indeed evening. Nearby, Xiao Yuehan was sound asleep, her bed adorned with food that had long since grown cold. Witnessing this scene, warmth filled Qin Daoming's heart. I have reached level 17. I can't believe it, he exclaimed inwardly, elated. Just that morning, he had lagged behind his classmates, yet by evening, he had surpassed them by at least 2 levels. The unexpected joy had come swiftly, and as he lay in bed, sleep eluded him. The next day, he attended classes as usual, and his classmates regarded him with curiosity. Shuai Lele, acting as the representative, inquired, "Did you journey to the Stardow Forest?" "Indeed, my first soul ring was acquired there," Qin Daoming replied. "Wow, that's incredible." A girl interjected, her eyes filled with envy. "I've never been to the Stardow Forest. Is it truly beautiful?" Qin Daoming responded, "In truth, the Stardow Forest is not as idyllic as it seems. Danger lurks everywhere, and one misstep could lead to death. I merely stumbled upon my first soul ring by sheer luck." In the class, the tallest and oldest boy, Li Wenhui, expressed his displeasure, stating, "What is so great about the Qingdou Great Forest? Pei Xiao, what is there for you to envy?" Pei Xiao, the girl who had inquired about Qin Daoming, glanced at Li Wenhui and asked, "Have you been there?" Li Wenhui replied, "Of course I have. Let me tell you, the Qingdou Great Forest is..." He proceeded to share his rather exaggerated perceptions of the forest. Qin Daoming, unable to contain himself, stifled a laugh, for Li Wenhui's tales were quite ludicrous, filled with talk of soul beasts that had existed for 100,000 years. The most absurd part was that the naive youngsters were hanging onto his every word. Although the laughter was subdued, Li Wenhui, whose martial spirit was an owl, clearly heard Qin Daoming's suppressed chuckle. He pushed through the crowd, towering over Qin Daoming, and taunted, "What are you laughing at? You've only been to the Qingdou Great Forest once. Are you brave enough to compete with me? I am a level 14 soul master. You cannot defeat me. You may call me brother now, and I will not hold it against you." Before Qin Daoming could respond, Xiao Yueban chimed in, "Seriously, do you have no shame? You're 8 years old, and Daoming is only 6. Li Wenhui sneered, "What of it? Age is not a measure of strength. That is a saying from Shrek Academy." Shuai Lele stood protectively in front of Qin Daoming, glaring fiercely at Li Wenhui. "Li Wenhui, I warn you in the name of the class leader. The academy forbids private duels." Li Wenhui instinctively took a step back, his expression darkening. What connection did this princess have with Qin Daoming? They had only known each other for a few days, yet she was already so protective. "Princess, I merely intend to invite Qin Daoming to battle in the soul arena. Surely, that venue does not restrict our combat." Shuai Lele turned to Qin Daoming and asked, "Do you know about the soul arena?" Qin Daoming scratched his head, confused. "Soul arena? I don't know what that is." Not only Shuai Lele and Xiao Yueban were taken aback, but nearly the entire class was astonished. Shuai Lele explained, "You don't even know about the soul arena? It is the sacred ground for soul masters battles on the continent. Conflicts can be resolved there, and challenges can be issued. The soul arena allows for various battle formats: 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, and even 7v7. Each format has its own dedicated platform. Moreover, it is a great place to earn money. You can bet on the fighters you believe will win. If your chosen fighter triumphs, you could double or even multiply your earnings in gold soul coins. The soul arena is also a fertile ground for discovering talents, making a place sought after by countless factions. The ranks are categorized as black iron, silver, gold, blue gold, diamond, and purple gold. Each victory against an opponent of the same rank earns you a point. Defeating someone of a higher rank grants double points. Black iron requires 10 points, silver 100, gold 300, and blue gold 1000. As for diamond, I cannot say. The most unfair aspect is that if your level reaches 11, you will be matched against soul masters from levels 11 to 20. So, you must not accept Li Wenhui's challenge. You just broke through and need a day to stabilize your power. Besides, your combat is inherently unfair. Qin Daoming nodded. Oh, I understand. Li Wenhui, I accept your challenge. Let us go to the Soul Arena tomorrow. Li Wenhui retorted. Do you even know where the Soul Arena is? Qin Daoming shook his head. No, but Shui Lele, Qiao Yueban, Li Qianyu, and the other classmates are aware, so you need not concern yourself. With that, Qin Daoming departed. As their first class of the day was a practical lesson to be conducted outdoors. Shui Lele, Li Qianyu, and Qiao Yueban hurried to catch up with him, while the other classmates hesitated, unsure whether to follow Qin Daoming, as they did not believe he could surpass Li Wenhui. For now, aligning themselves with the right side seemed more important. Thank you earlier, Shui Lele, Qin Daoming said. Shui Lele replied, It's nothing. We are classmates. Just call me Lele, and I'll call you Daoming, all right? Qin Daoming nodded, of course. Qiao Yueban chimed in, Lele, just call me Fatty, haha. Li Qianyu added innocently. You can call me Little Li. Qin Daoming took Shui Lele's small hand, smiling brightly, Lele, let us go. Startled by the sudden grasp, Shui Lele quickly pulled her hand away, blushing. Daoming, what are you doing? Boys and girls shouldn't be so close. Aside from her father, Qin Daoming was the first male to have touched her, yet she felt no resistance within. Qin Daoming, undeterred, grasped her other hand. Thank you, Lele. This time, Shui Lele did not resist, shyly lowering her head. No, you don't need to thank me. Li Qianyu and Qiao Yueban teased from the side, causing Qin Daoming, who had merely wanted to express his gratitude, to feel a bit bashful, and he released Shui Lele's delicate hand. At the practical training ground reserved for the super genius class of the Tiando Royal Academy, Luo Kuan introduced the foundational training methods to all the students. He stepped forward with his left foot, quickly bending forward, arms spread wide with fingers pointing down, maintaining a straight body, toes raised, while his abdomen and knees remained suspended in the air, arms bent with effort. After demonstrating a few repetitions, Luo Kuan stood up and clapped. This training method was left by the creator god, Qin Shi, 2,000 years ago, and it is quite suitable for your training at 12 years old and below. The motion just demonstrated is called a push-up. He then proceeded to teach the class various exercises like sit-ups and high knees. Upon hearing the name Qin Shi, Qin Daoming visibly trembled, indicating a special significance attached to that name. This is the complete set of training. Starting today, you shall perform 10 of each movement daily, along with running 10 laps around the playground. Each exercise must adhere to my instructions, and you're not allowed to use soul power. Following the teacher's guidance, the Super Genius class students, already soul masters, quickly grasped the exercises and accomplished the day's tasks, leaving the remainder of their time free. Outside the Tiando Soul Arena, a throng of people bustled about, and the four of them felt like small sailboats adrift in the vast ocean. With considerable effort, they squeezed into the Soul Arena, where both sides featured reception desks. Shui Lele, familiar with the place, led them to a less crowded counter. Big sister, we wish to register for a Soul Arena identity. The receptionist glanced at the group of children who were taller than the counter and offered a professional smile. Sure. Here, fill out these forms. She produced several sheets of paper and pens from beneath the counter. Please write down your names, ages, and martial spirits. If you're attending classes at the academy, you must also include the name of your academy. Receiving the paper and pens, the four of them swiftly filled in their information and handed it back to the receptionist. Wow, you are all prodigies from the Super Genius class of Tiando Royal Academy. The Tiando Soul Arena welcomes you. I will take you to the lounge, and we will expedite the production of your badges. Also, think of your nicknames during your rest. Okay, big sister, they replied. Upon arriving at the lounge, Shui Lele settled onto a soft sofa and declared, I've already thought of my nickname, J. Crown Swan. What about you guys? Li Qianyu responded. I've thought of mine too, 7 stars. Qiao Yueban chuckled. Mine will be Black Magic War God, haha. Qin Daoming pondered for a moment. Yours all sound quite imposing. I shall follow little Li and use the first two characters of my martial spirit for my nickname, Nine Dragons. The code name has been established, and the identity badges for the Tiendo Dahan Arena have been swiftly crafted. The wooden badges, entirely adorned in a lustrous golden hue, bear their names on the front, while the emblem of the Dahan Arena graces the reverse side. The bearer of these badges is a middle-aged man who addresses them as little geniuses. He informs them that their identity badges have been completed and that they should possess the specially designed score badges from the Tiendo Royal Academy's Super Genius class. By channeling their soul power simultaneously, the badges will merge into a singular, portable identity badge. The four of them nod in agreement, retrieving their score badges and inputting their soul power. In an instant, the identity badge transforms into a golden light and merges into the score badge. Although the appearance of the score badge remains largely unchanged, the names on the front are now inscribed in gold, while the words Royal Academy appear on the back. And miraculously, their newly conceived code names emerge at the edges. A sense of confusion washes over the four. The middle-aged man explains that the identity badges are also crafted from Jinsi Wutong wood, albeit from leftover pieces. When the two badges merge, they will acquire a semblance of sentience, consuming their soul power and recognizing them as their masters, with the code name manifesting as a result. Qin Daoming expresses his astonishment. Sentience? Can plants possess consciousness? The man replies, it's quite normal. Plant-type soul beasts are, after all, plants. Furthermore, Jinsi Wutong would boast a lineage far superior to that of ordinary plant-type soul beasts. Shuelele shoots a disapproving glance at Qin Daoming, exclaiming, You truly know nothing, you big fool. Qin Daoming scratches his head. I genuinely don't know. All right. Daoming, how do you plan to confront Li Wenwei? He is exceptionally strong, with an owl as his martial soul. His reaction speed is undoubtedly top tier within the same rank. What level are you currently at? Qin Daoming responds, I am only at level 17, yet I still have confidence in dealing with Li Wenwei. Shuelele breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Wait, you are at level 17? Yes, is there something wrong with that? Li Qianyu and Xiao Yueban are both taken aback, with Xiao Yueban exclaiming, Brother Qin, you are truly amazing. 17 at this age? Li Wenwei will surely be overwhelmed. Li Qianyu smirks, at a loss for words. Qin Daoming turns to the middle-aged man, asking, Sir, when can we take the stage? May I schedule a battle with someone? The man replies, of course. As long as the person is registered with a valid identity at the Tiendo Dahan Arena, you may challenge them, but only within the same rank. If you wish to challenge someone, simply inform me of their name and code name. Qin Daoming says, I do not know his code name, but he is my classmate named Li Wenwei. Could you assist me in finding out? The man chuckles. There was indeed a student from the Tiendo Royal Academy's Super Genius class who just registered. He is likely waiting for his identity badge. I can check with him for consent, and once he agrees, you may schedule your battle. Qin Daoming replies, Thank you very much, sir. The man responds, It is my fortune to serve a little genius like you. Please wait a moment. Approximately 10 minutes later, Li Wenwei, clad in a sleek black outfit, enters the lounge where Qin Daoming and the others are gathered. He provocatively gazes at Qin Daoming, declaring, I agree to your challenge. Await your turn. I will crush you. With that, he stylishly turns and departs. Xiao Yueban, who had just taken a sip of water, bursts out laughing. You've made my day. Li Wenwei truly is a fearless rookie. Ladies and gentlemen, the next contestants to enter the arena are Jiu Long, facing off against the Owl Hunter. Please welcome them. As the announcer finishes, a pair of white wings unfurl behind them, rising from the circular arena amidst scattered applause. The striking figures of Qin Daoming and Li Wenwei simultaneously step into the arena. The two take their positions 5 meters apart. Please release your martial souls, the announcer instructs. A deep yellow soul ring gradually rises beneath Qin Daoming's feet as the Jiu Long sword materializes in his grasp. Meanwhile, Li Wenwei's martial soul, the owl, emerges, revealing a pair of brown wings sprouting from his back, his pupils transforming into slits. As their eyes lock, Qin Daoming senses a tremor in his mental energy, while Li Wenwei's expression shifts, indicating that his mental acuity is formidable. Observing the tension, The announcer raises the microphone and with a decisive chop, initiates the battle. In that instant, both Qin Daoming and Li Wenhui spring into action. With wings unfurling, they ascend gracefully. Li Wenhui's left hand morphing into a claw as he lunges towards Qin Daoming. The Jiu Long sword strikes with unyielding force, and Li Wenhui's claw finds itself powerless against the oncoming blade. A smile spreads across Li Wenhui's face as he performs a mid-air spin, his right hand transforming into a claw. The yellow soul ring ignites, and a blinding light radiates from his eyes, causing Qin Daoming to momentarily falter, his vision obscured by the brilliance. Suddenly, Li Wenhui's claw descends, but to his astonishment, Qin Daoming opens his eyes, a silver glimmer flashing within. The Jiu Long sword alters its trajectory, slicing horizontally and halting mere centimeters from Li Wenhui's neck. Cold sweat beads on Li Wenhui's brow as Qin Daoming smiles and introduces himself. I neglected to introduce myself earlier. I am Qin Daoming, a level 17 Soul Master. Wielding the Jiu Long sword, Li Wenhui, taken aback, realizes the implications of a 17-year-old at this level. He sighs, Qin Daoming, you have won. Approaching Li Wenhui, Qin Daoming extends his hand, stating, I may have won, but you have not lost. There will be future opportunities for you to surpass me. Let's strive together. Li Wenhui, touched, shakes hands with Qin Daoming, resolving their rivalry. Time swiftly passes, and 5 years elapse in the blink of an eye. Now, 12 years old, Qin Daoming's increasingly handsome visage captivates nearly all the girls at the Tiando Royal Academy. The subsequent days are filled with stable classes and learning, his soul power having surged to level 29. The 9 dragon cores within him are now fully developed, making level 30 seem inevitable. However, he appears to have encountered a bottleneck, unable to break through to level 30, which would otherwise place him at least at level 35 by now. At 12, his level 29 is unmatched among his peers on the continent. Within the Super Genius class, he stands as the unequivocal first, followed by Shui Lele, a 13-year-old at level 28, and Xiao Yueban, a 12-year-old at level 26, along with Li Qianyu, also at level 26. The progress over 5 years is remarkable, even astonishing. Super Douluo gang. This current cohort of young talent surpasses the quality of previous Super Genius classes. 5 years ago, Qin Daoming's stellar performance against the Xingluo Royal Academy earned the Tiando Royal Academy 5 slots at Shrek Academy, and now they hold a total of 15 slots. A true testament to their fortune. Throughout these 5 years, Qin Daoming has wisely utilized his points, amassing an impressive total of 1855, a sum that places him among the elite within the Tiando Royal Academy. Xiao Yueban has also accrued 1,000 points, but he has squandered his on food, much to the chagrin of Luo Kuan and Qin Daoming. As night descends, the sky peppered with stars, the day's extensive training concludes, leaving everyone weary. Yet, Qin Daoming and Xiao Yueban feel invigorated, for today they are to redeem the long-awaited items at the Points Pavilion. Arriving at the pavilion, they are greeted by the familiar and enchanting sister, Tang Yuyu. Over the past 5 years, they have frequented this place, often leaving empty-handed but gaining valuable experiences, especially for Qin Daoming and Tang Yuyu, who have even adopted sibling-like terms of endearment. Xiao Yueban felt a pang of jealousy, pondering why Qin Daoming could befriend a beautiful elder sister while he could not. Was it merely because of his appearance? After all, he had undergone significant changes. He had lost considerable weight compared to 5 years ago, and his squinted eyes seemed larger now, though perhaps this was just an illusion. Yuyu Jia, have you saved our things? Tang Yuyu chuckled softly. Do you really need me to save them? Not many in the academy can afford them, you know. Then hurry and take us there. All right. They meandered their way to the 3rd level of the Points Pavilion, a room approximately 200 square meters in size. The sight of numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures took their breath away, each item encased in glass with golden plaques detailing their enticing prices. The least expensive item required 300 points, and at the far end of the room stood 3 resplendent treasures. Qin Daoming's gaze was fixated on a completely golden orb, the Qilong Zhu, which ominously bore a price of 1,500 points. Xiao Yueban's attention was drawn to a black root nearby, a fleeting look of greed revealing itself in his eyes, something Qin Daoming and Tang Yu had grown accustomed to. Each time Xiao Yueban encountered this root, he could not suppress his desire, though nothing untoward had occurred in the past 5 years. Although the black root's point exchange value paled in comparison to the orb, it was still a substantial 998 points. After redeeming a heavenly material, both felt a pang of regret as their points dwindled, yet they consoled themselves with the thought that it was a worthy investment for their strength. Upon bidding farewell to Tang Yu, they returned to their dormitory, sitting cross-legged on their beds. Xiao Yueban devoured the black root with the fervor of gnawing on sugarcane. His aura surged exponentially, effortlessly breaking through to the 27th level and continued to rise. Wisps of mysterious black mist streamed from his mouth and nose. Qin Daoming also ingested the Qilong Zhu, feeling the fiery soul power circulate throughout his body, saturating his 9 dragon cores with a crimson hue. The dragon cores throbbed violently, absorbing the intense soul energy, while Qin Daoming refined his body with the power, enhancing both his physical and mental strength. Golden energy silently seeped into the dragon cores, causing their trembling to accelerate, accompanied by 9 distinct roars of the dragon. Qin Daoming trembled, a faint sound of shattering echoed. He had reached the 30th level, breaking through after languishing at 29 for a year. A wave of emotion surged within him, wishing to cry. For just one soul ring would elevate him to the rank of Soul Master. At that moment, an ominous aura enveloped the room, prompting Qin Daoming to swiftly open his eyes and glance towards Xiao Yueban's bed. Xiao Yueban was completely shrouded in black mist, causing Qin Daoming to furrow his brows in concern. He had seemed fine just moments ago. At 12 years old, Qin Daoming had matured significantly. Facing such a scenario, he remained calm. He released a bit of soul power, which evaporated upon contact with the black mist as if meeting extreme heat. Chapter 170. The second mutation. Qin Daoming summoned the Jiolong sword, cautiously extending the tip into the mist. A hissing sound erupted as the Jiolong sword met the mist like high-temperature meeting water. He quickly withdrew it, finding no damage. Steadying himself, he inserted it again, wary of harming Xiao Yueban, probing about 10 centimeters before retracting it swiftly. Li Gang arrived, prompting Qin Daoming to stand and inquire anxiously, "Dean, what is happening?" The fatty turned like this after consuming that black root. Li Gang's eyes glimmered with understanding. Xiao Yueban is fine. He is undergoing evolution, and this time his level may even surpass yours. Qin Daoming had faith in the words of a super Douluo. Whether Xiao Yueban would surpass him was not a concern. Having known each other for 6 years, they shared a bond akin to brothers, and he felt joy at Xiao Yueban's breakthrough. An hour later, the black mist around Xiao Yueban dissipated, revealing a transformed individual. He no longer bore the heavy frame of before. His belly seemed to have shrunk, now showcasing 8 abdominal muscles, and his arms were muscular. Standing at 2 meters tall, Qin Daoming, at 1.50 meters, appeared as a mere child beside him. Xiao Yueban rose, incredulous as he spun to admire his new physique. "I feel overwhelmingly powerful." "Daoming, Dean, is this really me?" Qin Daoming teased. "What, don't you want this body? Want to give it to me?" Xiao Yueban chuckled. "No way, I quite like myself now." Li Gang smiled. "Your enhancement is remarkable. Your martial soul must have changed as well." "Yes, Dean," Xiao Yueban exclaimed. "My black magic gorilla has grown more robust. I feel my speed has greatly enhanced." Li Gang replied, "It seems my guess was correct. Xiao Yueban's martial soul, originally a variant of the Qiao family's mighty gorilla, now possesses double the strength compared to a typical mighty gorilla at the same level. It appears that under the influence of the heavenly materials, it has undergone a second mutation, and a favorable one at that. If all goes well, the current black magic gorilla is a perfectly mutated version." "Second mutation?" Qin Daoming inquired, intrigued. He had never heard of a martial soul undergoing a second mutation. Very few were aware of the second mutation as a millennium ago. After the ascension of the creator god Qin Shi, his deeds were celebrated across the continent. A martial soul could experience 3 mutations, all referred to as second mutations. Even Tang San, the sea god, and his mentor Yu Xiaojing underwent similar transformations, with the martial soul evolving from malignant mutation to a medicinal-induced mutation. Only geniuses from Shrek Academy were known to possess the potential for such second mutations, but more details would become apparent in time. Is this what a second mutation entails? It sounds impressive. Fatty, let us step outside and test your strength against me. Qin Daoming said, tapping Xiao Yueban on the shoulder, marveling at his extraordinary height. After 5 years of sparring, Xiao Yueban had been consistently overwhelmed by Qin Daoming, with no chance of resistance. Now, filled with vigor, he declared, "All right, Daoming, this time, I will show no mercy." Though it was already deep into the night, the Tiando Royal Academy remained lively, illuminated by luminous stones, bustling with people entering the Points Pavilion and Task Pavilion. The exclusive territory of the Super Genius class lay hidden within a secluded mountain of the Academy. A tranquil haven where Li Gang led the two. Standing opposite each other, with Li Gang as the referee, both possessed 2 yellow soul rings. However, Xiao Yueban's martial soul had transformed. While its appearance remained unchanged, its height had soared to 5 meters, exerting an undeniable aura of intimidation over anyone. Daoming, I shall go first. First soul skill, Forcequake Fist. Xiao Yueban's right hand was enveloped in black mist, his muscles taut as he unleashed a punch towards Qin Daoming, sending a wave of invisible energy crashing toward him. The Jiulong sword stood before him, radiating golden light as 9 golden dragons seemed to awaken, engulfing the blade in fierce flames. Qin Daoming moved, activating his first soul skill, Blazing Cut, with a swift stroke of his sword. The light waves were sliced in half as if they were mere tofu. Was it due to insufficient power? Not at all. The 2 halves of the light waves simultaneously struck 2 trees, causing the leaves to tremble violently. This triggered the dragon core, making the first soul ring glow even brighter, while the flames on the Jiulong Jian became more fervent, raising the temperature significantly. Even 5 meters away, Xiao Yueban could feel the scorching heat on his face. Li Gang was astonished. The aura of the celestial herb? Indeed, Qin Daoming had acquired his first soul skill from the Iron-Winged Dragon Eagle. Logically, the first soul skill should pertain to dragons and eagles, yet it was a fire attribute skill, which puzzled him for quite some time. Eventually, he thought of the celestial herb. The fire attribute celestial herb, Zihong Fenshin Yin, gifted to him by his grandmother, was incomparable to a century-old soul beast. Xiao Yueban was unfazed. His intention was merely to capture Qin Daoming's attention. His arms and hands were enveloped in gray rocks, and with a sudden burst of strength in his legs, the hard ground cracked open like a spider's web around him. His second soul skill, Rocky Arm, activated. Qin Daoming raised an eyebrow as the Jiulong Jian met Xiao Yueban head-on. Suddenly, Xiao Yueban halted, crouching down just as his immensely powerful rocky arms came within a mere centimeter of Qin Daoming's waist. Li Gang frowned, ready to intervene, but in the instant that silver light flickered in Qin Daoming's eyes, he swiftly drew his sword across the rocky arm and retreated rapidly. At this moment, Xiao Yueban's body regained mobility. He understood that Qin Daoming possessed this technique, having previously been defeated by it. However, he had now utilized his incredible speed to avoid being instantly vanquished. As the old adage goes, the best defense is a good offense. Qin Daoming steadied himself and remarked, "Fatty, it seems your strength has increased significantly. Your rocky arm can now withstand the damage from my Jiulong Jian, and your speed has also improved." Xiao Yueban, feeling dejected, responded, "But I still can't defeat you." He then twitched his eyes and suggested, "How about we settle this with one final blow? That would be beneficial for both of us as powerful assault-type soul masters." Qin Daoming waved his hand dismissively, "Not really, but I would like to give it a try." Chapter 171. The slot at Shrek Academy secured. Xiao Yueban exclaimed with excitement, "All right, let us do this." Both his first and second soul rings illuminated simultaneously. The rocky arm, imbued with vibrational power, doubled his strength under the conditions of vibration and inflicted mental damage as well. Li Gang nodded, acknowledging the reasonable application of the 2 soul skills. Qin Daoming's second soul ring also glimmered to life, an invisible force swirling around him. In Xiao Yueban's eyes, the might of the Jiulong Jian seemed to have significantly heightened, becoming even sharper. Xiao Yueban grew solemn, realizing he could not delay any further. He was unaware of the effects of Qin Daoming's second soul skill, which he had never employed before, but it appeared to enhance his sword intent. The Jiulong Jian was already formidable. With an added buff, it would be absurdly powerful. Combining his hands, the rocks on his arms continuously merged upwards, forming a massive hammer made of rock, a hereditary ability from his family, rockification. Whether it was the unmutated Great Strength Gorilla or the mutated Black Magic Gorilla, they shared a trait. At least 5 soul skills related to rock abilities, making this skill exceedingly useful and capable of catching opponents off guard. Qin Daoming gazed in astonishment at the ability Xiao Yueban had never utilized before, yet his movements did not falter. His second soul skill, Sword Intent Ascendant, derived from a 900-year-old Qilin python, boasted a high rank among soul beasts. Qin Daoming had effortlessly hunted it, perhaps due to the inherent pressure of his dragon lineage, causing the Qilin python to hesitate during their battle. This soul skill could instantly enhance Qin Daoming's sword intent nearly twofold, though the soul power consumption was substantial. With 9 dragon cores, he could only maintain it for a minute. At this moment, Xiao Yueban charged forward, wielding the rocky giant hammer, accompanied by a rushing wind. The Jiulong Jian, enveloped in searing flames, sliced through the rock and came to a halt about 5 centimeters from Xiao Yueban's head. Whether it was the intense heat or sheer fright, beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped from Xiao Yueban's forehead, and his body froze in place. The once confident, rocky giant hammer had been cleaved as easily as tofu. What kind of monster is this? Fine, I concede, Xiao Yueban sighed, stepping back awkwardly. Qin Daoming retracted his martial soul and hurried to support Xiao Yueban, saying, "Fatty, you performed admirably. I fought with all my strength, and didn't expect you to possess such abilities. But I still lost. It's still you," Xiao Yueban replied. "We are brothers. Your strength is my strength, and vice versa. Why overthink it?" He straightened up. Indeed, why should he dwell on such thoughts? They were brothers. Was his talent lacking? Clearly. He was formidable. It was just that Qin Daoming was exceptionally gifted. Classmates, we will depart for Shrek City in a month. After 5 years of cultivation, you have all made rapid progress. I am genuinely proud of you. Our Super Genius class has 15 opportunities to enter Shrek Academy, and the first 5 slots have already been decided. You should have an idea of who they are, but we still need to go through the process. Lele, please announce the first 5 slots for Shrek Academy. Luo Kuan handed the document to Shuel Lele. Shuel Lele stood and took it, stating, "The candidates for the top 5 slots in the Super Genius training class of Tiando Royal Academy are Qin Daoming, Xiao Yueban, Li Qianyu, Shuel Lele, and Li Wenhui." While Shuel Lele was not surprised to find herself on this list, she was bewildered by Li Wenhui's inclusion. Li Wenhui himself was equally astonished. After resolving his conflict with Qin Daoming 5 years ago, he had diligently trained, even requesting tasks from Luo Kuan, who had readily agreed. His efforts over the past 5 years had not gone unnoticed by his peers in the Super Genius class. However, his innate talent still held him back, for with a 7th level innate soul power, he lagged far behind. No matter how hard he tried, he could not surpass those with innate soul power reaching the 8th level. It is important to note that a genius with 7th level innate soul power would find it arduous to break through to the rank of titled Douluo, while those with 8th level innate power could almost inevitably reach that realm with diligent training. The disparity was significant. The Super Genius class boasted 2 geniuses with innate 8th level soul power. Thus, it was unlikely that a 15-year-old still stuck at level 25 would qualify. Luo Kuan smiled. "Are you surprised by the Academy's arrangement? I believe everyone has witnessed Li Wenhui's performance over the past 5 years. While he may not have had many spectacular displays, he has cultivated an indomitable spirit and a steadfast heart. Shrek Academy is a school for monsters, which sets it apart from our Tiando Royal Academy. Tell me, classmates, who among you has completed tasks in these 5 years?" Only Li Wenhui, correct? He has accomplished nearly 100 tasks, facing life-threatening situations. Yet he has never chosen to give up. Now you understand, don't you? The members of the Super Genius class were not inexperienced. They realized that aside from the few monsters ahead of them, very few could match Li Wenhui's resolve. Li Wenhui recognized that teacher Luo Kun was indeed encouraging him and resolutely stated, "Teacher, I am grateful for the Academy's nurturing. Within Shrek Academy, I will strive to cultivate diligently and give back to the Academy in the future." Luo Kun responded appreciatively, "Excellent. I look forward to your performance." His gaze shifted to the other students as he announced, "The next 10 slots will be assessed from the perspective of the entire Academy. Only those achieving top 10 results will qualify. Classmates, I believe in you. Let us work hard. Daoming, you 5 may take a temporary rest. But do not neglect your training." "Understood, teacher." Luo Kun departed with the others, leaving only them behind. Shuai Lele cheerfully inquired, "Where do you all plan to go this month?" Qin Daoming replied, "I'm not going anywhere. My home is too far away. I shall remain in the dormitory." "What about you?" Qiao Weban stated, "I, on the other hand, will return to my family with my parents." Li Qinyu added, "I have nowhere to go either. So I will stay in the dormitory to cultivate, just like Daoming." Li Wenhui clenched his fists and declared, "I intend to continue taking on tasks." Qin Daoming patted Li Wenhui on the shoulder and encouraged, "Those who work hard will always reap rewards. Be cautious outside." Li Wenhui acknowledged, "I understand." "And what about you, Lele?" Shuai Lele shrugged nonchalantly, "My home is not far. I can return any time. For now, I will stay at the Academy." Qiao Weban glanced at Qin Daoming and then at Shuai Lele, suggesting, "Little Li, why don't you accompany me to my house?" She playfully winked as she spoke. Chapter 172. The auction house. Li Qianyu immediately comprehended the underlying meaning and exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Daoming, saying, "All right, plump friend, I shall disturb you for a few days at your home." Qiao Weban took Li Qianyu by the arm and turned to leave, while Li Wenhui bid farewell and exited, plunging the classroom into silence. Qin Daoming felt a bit of perspiration on his palms and wiped them on his clothing. He then suggested, "Lele, how about we go out for a bite? You must know a lot about Tiando City." Shuai Lele still did not dare to look up, responding softly, "Sure. I'll go home first to change my clothes. Shall we go tomorrow?" Qin Daoming shrugged and replied, "Of course. I will return to the dormitory to practice for a while." Shuai Lele brightened and skipped out. In the dormitory, Qin Daoming sat cross-legged on his bed, raising his hands. Behind him, a colossal egg floated, and strands of dark energy trickled into his palms, gradually coalescing into a small black point. As the black dot emerged, the space around Qin Daoming began to subtly distort, emanating a powerful suction that caused the soul power in the air to surge as if children had found their way home. Qin Daoming's aura rapidly intensified, and soon, the giant egg emitted a low hum as he withdrew a black vortex the size of an apple from his grasp. Upon opening his eyes and exhaling, he noticed the giant egg had vanished. Is it still not sustainable for long? It seems I'm still too weak. Since obtaining his second soul ring, Qin Daoming had been exploring the capabilities of the giant egg. Beyond spatial fixation and accelerated cultivation, its devouring ability was truly extraordinary. The first time he attempted to control it, a 1-meter diameter black hole nearly consumed the back mountain of Tiando Royal Academy. After more than 3 years of exploration, he finally learned to manage the expansion of the black hole, greatly enhancing his cultivation speed. However, it could only be sustained for about 10 minutes at a time, showing significant effects. He even entertained dreams of a future where he would break through to the tidal Douluo and use the black hole to devour everything. For now, it remained a mere fantasy. At that moment, Li Gang emerged from the shadows, commenting, "Kid, this ability of yours is truly extraordinary. Make good use of it. Your future is limitless. I have matters to attend to outside and will not take you all to Shrek City in a month, though I will be absent. I hope you can bring me good results, bringing honor to Tiando Royal Academy, which nurtured you." Qin Daoming replied, "I understand, Director. I will certainly strive to bring honor to the Academy during the Shrek Academy assessment. You can rest assured." Li Gang affirmed, "Cultivate diligently. I shall take my leave. Goodbye, Director." The following day, Shuai Lele and Qin Daoming appeared as promised on the bustling streets of Tiando City. In terms of prosperity, Tiando City was certainly on par with Shrek City, having stood on the continent for thousands of years with many factions and individuals establishing their homes within. Shuelele proudly remarked, "What do you think? Isn't Tiando City splendid? This is all part of my family's legacy." She discreetly glanced at Qin Daoming, whose expression was beyond her comprehension. Qin Daoming acknowledged, "Indeed, it is quite prosperous, comparable to Shrek City, though most of Shrek City is occupied by soul masters." Shuelele, influenced by her royal upbringing, retorted unhappily, "Fool, the Tiando Empire is an empire. Surely the majority are commoners." She added, "Commoners are the foundation upon which the empire stands." Yes, yes. Where shall we go to have fun? Should we visit the auction house? There are many valuable items there. Qin Daoming waved his hand, allowing Shuelele to lead him along. As a princess, she naturally enjoyed privileges. In the auction house's premier royal suite, they found themselves at a long table with 2 chairs and a massive transparent glass dome, providing a comprehensive view of the entire auction house. Not long after, a stunning woman ascended to the auction stage, igniting the atmosphere. The audience erupted with excitement, captivated by her presence. For a moment, Qin Daoming found himself entranced. Her figure was extraordinary. He was not naive, aware that in Douluo continent, individuals married and had children by the age of 12. Yet he felt a flush creeping to his cheeks, relieved that Shuelele was oblivious to his reaction. Unbeknownst to him, Shuelele was on the verge of an outburst, contemplating whether to request her father to replace this insufferable woman. "Hello, everyone. I am the auctioneer Xue Qianqian," she announced, her dimpled smile accentuated by her figure, captivating the audience. Some in the crowd were utterly enamored, emitting sounds of delight. Qin Daoming averted his gaze, thinking, "Goodness, it cannot withstand this. I must find a way to evade." He noted the audience as fervor and felt Shuelele as annoyance dissipate slightly, realizing this fellow was not entirely devoid of charm. Yet, how could a dullard like him understand the nuances of attraction? Next, our first auction item will be presented. 2 women wheeled a cart adorned with a red cloth from behind the curtain. Our first auction item is the Tang hidden weapon, the Dragon Whisker Needle. As you know, the materials for crafting the Dragon Whisker Needle are becoming increasingly scarce, and its price has risen year after year. The quantity of Dragon Whisker Needles circulating within the Empire is also exceedingly limited. Today, we have 100 needles available, which can be considered priceless. Whether for stealth attacks or self-defense, they are immensely valuable. The starting bid is 100 gold soul coins, with each increment no less than 10 gold soul coins, with no upper limit. Now let the auction begin. As soon as the words fell, a wooden plaque was raised, 2055, 500 gold soul coins. Not long after, another plaque shot up, declaring 600 gold soul coins. Before long, the price of the 100 Dragon Whisker Needles skyrocketed to 1,000 gold soul coins and continued to rise. The speed of this increase left Qin Daoming astounded. For him, 1,000 gold soul coins was a trivial amount. Yet for those in the ordinary section, it must have felt like they were risking everything. It was all due to appearances. Ultimately, the 100 Dragon Whisker Needles were sold for 1,300 gold soul coins. The subsequent auction items included many treasures, even featuring 2-century-old herbs, astonishing everyone. Throughout the event, Qin Daoming remained passive. Although there were appealing items, none compelled him to bid. Shuelele, with her noble status, also refrained from bidding, perhaps due to the absence of jewelry that piqued her interest. Next came the piece de resistance of today's auction. 2 individuals emerged from behind the curtain, this time not covered by a cloth, but rather presenting an object contained within a jade vessel. Chapter 173. The return to Shrek City. As Xue Qianqian opened the jade vessel, a rush of icy air surged forth, causing the glass dome to crack under the chill. Tendrils of frost cascaded down upon the 2, prompting Shuelele to spring to her feet. The heavenly treasures of ice attribute are certainly of no less than a millennium in age. How could she not be captivated? As the frigid air gradually dissipated, the glass dome teetered on the brink of collapse, revealing below a fruit, roughly the size of a palm, encircled by delicate icy mist, adorned with swirling blue patterns. This was a 5,000-year-old ice fruit, procured by an adventurer from the farthest northern lands. The ice fruit is exceptionally suited for soul masters with ice attribute martial souls, significantly enhancing both their martial soul and their own capabilities. However, it carries a notable drawback. Its heavy yin energy renders it suitable only for female soul masters, who must find a partner within 3 years of absorption, lest they suffer severe injuries or even perish. Xue Qianqian felt helpless. This script was prepared by her father, intended for her sister, no doubt. The starting bid was set at 100,000 gold soul coins, with increments no less than 100 gold soul coins, and with no upper limit. Despite its serious flaw, many were eager to take a chance, igniting fervor in the auction house as the price soared to 200,000 gold soul coins. Everyone relished the spectacle. Xue Lele was anxious. 100,000 gold soul coins was no small sum. The competition within the palace was fierce, and though her father protected her, she remained wary of those with ulterior motives. The means to enhance her strength lay before her. How could she not feel urgency? She paid little mind to the side effects, deeming them trivial. At that moment, Qin Daoming raised his paddle, bidding 300,000 gold soul coins. Xue Lele cast her gaze toward him, and he offered her a reassuring glance before continuing his bidding. Xue Qianqian regarded Qin Daoming's box with intrigue, sensing her sister's presence, yet hearing a male voice. Why was Lele not bidding? Was someone else buying for her? The little one was indeed clever. Xue Qianqian was puzzled. After all, the royal family would reimburse the gold soul coins. How could she know that Xue Lele simply did not possess such wealth? Even if she did, who would carry such a fortune? As for Qin Daoming, his funds stemmed from the over 1 million gold soul coins that Mu Jiao had sent along with the soul beast meat, making the 300,000 merely a trifling amount. Treasures of heaven and earth, starting from millennium in age, are rare finds anywhere, and the 300,000 offered barely represented half the value of the ice fruit. The bidding escalated to 500,000 gold soul coins. The bidder from the opposite room clearly held an equal standing with Qin Daoming. Just as Qin Daoming was about to increase his bid, a slightly hoarse voice emerged from the opposite box. Young brother, let the ice fruit be mine, and I shall privately return 20,000 gold soul coins to you. This voice resonated in Qin Daoming's mind. Telepathy? His heart raced with caution. Such a technique could only be wielded by soul, or title de law, suggesting that the person seated there was undoubtedly a high-ranking soul master. They must be aware of the circumstances within their box. How could they not recognize the identity of Princess Xue Lele? The ice fruit holds great significance for my classmate. I hope you can concede. I am willing to offer you 20,000 gold soul coins privately. If not, let us compete fairly. Over the past 5 years, Xue Lele had aided him in numerous matters, and Qin Daoming had long sought an opportunity to repay her. Now that the moment had arrived, he felt compelled to seize it. The princess had discerning tastes, and such an opportunity might not arise again. Most importantly, an inexplicable impulse within him urged him to assist her. Shaking his head, perhaps it was simply his aversion to owing favors. Then let us compete fairly. I shall bid 600,000. Qin Daoming promptly followed with 600,000 and 100, 601,000, 601,000 and 100, 602,000, 602,000 and 100. Each time, Qin Daoming only increased his bid by 100 gold soul coins. Eventually, the voice from the opposite box grew slightly irate. You little rascal, I bid 700,000. If you exceed my price, I shall withdraw. Very well, I bid 700,000 and 100. In a moment of realization, Xue Qianqian hammered down Qin Daoming's price 3 times in succession. Qin Daoming, too, grasped the situation, casting a resentful glance at the opposite box, as if he could see a hypocritical old man laughing maniacally. Xue Lele was anxious. Daoming, why are you spending so much gold soul coins? How shall I repay you? Qin Daoming reassured her, it's all right. Most of my money was swindled away by an old rascal. Ah, Xue Lele exclaimed in shock. That old man is the one auctioning this herb. Most likely. Qin Daoming waved his hand dismissively. Xue Lele was astonished. Those who could ascend to this level were all prominent figures on the continent. She had only managed to enter due to her royal status. Who exactly was that person? That herb is yours, Daoming. Rest assured, I will repay you, she declared stubbornly, wishing he would consider other possibilities, such as compelling her to marry him. Ah, How infuriating! Lost in thought, her beautiful face flushed with warmth. Qin Daoming dismissed her concerns, stating, "If you wish to repay me, I shall not accept." Thus, a day filled with mixed emotions passed, while Shuelele vented her frustrations internally. A month swiftly passed, and the slots for Shrek Academy had been finalized, comprising individuals known to Qin Daoming, with a super genius class occupying all the positions. Luo Kun wore a beaming smile, stating, "Classmates performed brilliantly. Let us now set off for Shrek Academy." Departing from Tiando Royal Academy, the 16 of them sprinted for 3 days, traversing over 100 cities until the vast outline of Shrek City emerged on the horizon, leaving everyone in awe. Qin Daoming, on the other hand, felt a surge of excitement. Would he finally meet his parents, as well as his grandparents? Approaching Shrek City, it appeared unchanged from his visit 6 years prior. The city gates remained congested, with the sounds of vendors ringing out. Upon revealing their identity as students of Tiando Royal Academy, they were escorted through the gates without hindrance. After settling into accommodations, they had a day before the assessment, and the students of the Super Genius class scattered like sheep, exploring the renowned Shrek City. Chapter 174. Homecoming. Qin Daoming, accompanied by Qiao Yuehan and Shuelele, made his way to his grandmother's residence. Upon seeing the Grandmu plaque, Shuelele was astounded. She had not anticipated Qin Daoming's connection to the Mu family. What an extraordinary fortune that must have taken years to cultivate. The Mu family, indeed. Li Qianyu and Xiao Yuehan were equally astonished, with Xiao Yuehan exclaiming, "Daoming, you actually know someone from the Mu family. You've been concealing quite a lot." Qin Daoming humbly replied, "Let us go inside." He has matured and gained a general understanding of the continent, where numerous large factions stand tall. These so-called large factions are defined as families or sects that possess at least one title Douluo and 2 soul Douluo. There are over 100 such factions on the continent, along with 7 major superpowers. The foremost among these superpowers is the Qin family, followed by the Mu family. Upon learning about these 2 families, Qin Daoming comprehended the identities of his parents. Indeed, he is undoubtedly one of the elite second-generation heirs of the continent. The third-rank faction is the Wan family, to which his grandmother belongs, followed by the Xingluo royal family, the Tiando royal family, the Qiao family, where Qiao Yueban is from, and finally, the largest force in the northwest of the continent, the Guangming Jiao. The outer area of the Mu family remains quiet, but as they venture into the inner circle, they encounter several silver-armored guards from the Mu family. Upon seeing Qin Daoming, they each kneel on one knee, exclaiming, "Welcome home, young master." "My goodness, you are indeed a young master of the Mu family." Xiao Yueban's face flushed with excitement. Qin Daoming did not respond to Xiao Yueban. Instead, before them stood Mu Jiao, clad in green, joyfully facing Qin Daoming. As he gazed at his mother, unchanged after 5 years, tears filled his eyes, and he suddenly dashed into Mu Jiao's embrace. With tears welling in her eyes, Mu Jiao exclaimed, "My son, you have finally come to find your mother. I have been hindered by many matters. I have wronged you, dear son." Qin Daoming replied, "It's all right, mother. It is I who has been unfilial, not visiting you all these years." Mu Jiao wept. "It is I who am sorry for you. You haven't suffered any grievances, have you?" Qin Daoming reassured, "No. Mother, I have made many friends at the academy. Let me introduce them to you." He took Mu Jiao's hand and pointed at Xiao Yueban, saying, "Mother, he is the fatty, the little fatty from back then?" Mu Jiao exclaimed in surprise, "What a transformation!" Xiao Yueban shyly responded, "Aunt Mu, I am Xiao Yueban. It's been a long time. The Qiao family's martial soul rarely undergoes mutations, and it has experienced a second mutation, which is indeed a rare occurrence." Xiao Yueban, feeling somewhat familiar with Mu Jiao, chuckled, "Aunt, you flatter me. And this is Li Qianyu, a great friend of mine from the Tiando Royal Academy. We all call him Xiao Li Zi." Qin Daoming continued. Li Qianyu, tense, stammered, "Hello, aunt. I am Li Qianyu." Mu Jiao smiled gently, "Child, don't be nervous. Just call me Aunt Mu." "Why, yes, Aunt Mu," Li Qianyu replied, still visibly anxious. Qin Daoming patted Li Qianyu on the shoulder, saying, "It's all right, Xiao Li Zi. Don't be nervous. My mother is very gentle. With Qin Daoming's reassurance, Li Qianyu relaxed slightly. Qin Daoming then directed his gaze towards Shuelele, stating, "Mother, this is Shuelele, my classmate and deskmate." Mu Jiao observed Shuelele with a meaningful glance. Sensing that her son's gaze towards Shuelele was distinctly different, hinting at a peculiar feeling. "Hello, are you the little princess of the Tiando Empire? How are your father and mother?" Mu Jiao inquired. Shuelele, feeling nervous, replied, "Hello, aunt. My father and mother are well." Mu Jiao retracted her gaze, saying, "Everyone, there is no need to be tense. Here, you're like family. Tomorrow, I will take you to participate in the Shrek Academy assessment. For today, enjoy yourselves. Daoming, come here with me." In a daze, Qin Daoming arrived at a familiar place, where his maternal grandparents resided. Two stooped figures stood before a thatched cottage, their faces radiating joy. "Grandfather, grandmother, I miss you so much." Qin Daoming rushed forward, embracing the two elderly figures. "My grandson has grown up," exclaimed Mu Tianlong with a hearty laugh. Wan Sulan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Daoming has grown so fast. It has been 5 years without realizing it. Daoming has become a big child. Of course I have grown. I have also become stronger, Qin Daoming declared, stepping back as 2 yellow soul rings ascended from his body, revealing the Jiulong sword in his hand, which he waved a few times. Upon witnessing Qin Daoming, Mu Tianlong, Wan Sulan, and Mu Jiao recognized his soul power level. Although he bore the aura of a level 30 soul master, he exuded the presence of a level 40. Is this the Jiulong sword? Clearly, Mu Tianlong and Wan Sulan held great expectations for their great-grandson. "My son is truly impressive," Mu Jiao said with tenderness. "That's a given." Qin Daoming lifted his chin. "Mother, what about father? Why is he not here?" Mu Tianlong responded, "Daoming, your father is bravely fighting on the front lines to protect our continent. He hasn't returned for quite some time." Qin Daoming's eyes brimmed with longing. Yet he understood that his father is a great hero. Over the past 5 years, Luo Kuan has shared with them the continent's predicament, a matter every soul master must comprehend, for each soul master bears the duty of safeguarding the continent. As an elite among soul masters, Qin Jinhu naturally shoulders the responsibility of being stationed on the front lines. A millennium ago, the once tranquil sea suddenly birthed a massive mountain range, spanning the edge of the territories controlled by the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire, effectively encircling nearly half of the continent's area and severing the two empires' explorations of the ocean. This mountain range, resembling a gorge, is referred to as the Hai Lai Gu. Simultaneously, a force named Guangming Jiao rose in the northwest, rapidly becoming one of the 7 major superpowers within a mere century. The northwest region, untouched by the encirclement of Hai Lai Gu, became a hotspot for the emergence of low-level one-eyed monsters. These creatures, characterized by a single pale blue eye, lack mouths and noses, breathing through their skin and navigating through sensory perception, stand approximately 3 meters tall. Their skin color denotes their power level, ranging from copper, silver, gold, purple, to red. The copper-skinned creatures represent the strength of soul masters who have yet to acquire soul rings, while silver signifies the great soul master level and gold corresponds to the soul sect level, and so forth. The apex, marked by red skin, may even possess the strength of a limit Douluo. Below the purple-skinned, the one-eyed monsters lack the ability to fly. Thus, most of them emerge from the sides of Hai Lai Gu to attack the continent. The northwest, being an area not blocked by Hai Lai Gu, has become the territory where low-level one-eyed monsters appear, with occasional sightings of formidable ones. Once slain, the power source within the one-eyed monsters, their eyes, is collected by soul masters. Over time, humans discovered that these eyes significantly accelerated cultivation, and those of gold and above could even enhance mental strength, proving to be immensely beneficial. Under the integration of leading forces, a new profession emerged, known as eye hunters. The Hai Lai Gu lies within the confines of the ocean. Millennia ago, the sea deity Tang, fearing the threat posed by the sea soul beasts to humanity, forged a pact with countless sea soul beasts under his dominion, wherein neither party could interfere with the other. Consequently, The exploration of the ocean by the Tiando Empire could only remain exploratory, devoid of any further actions, lest the sea's wrath be provoked. Since the emergence of the one-eyed monster, it seemed they were aware of this covenant, confident that humanity would not dare to utilize their sole power within the ocean, relegating humans to a passive position. Qin Daoming's father, Qin Jinhu, was in Baiwei City to safeguard a section of the mountains located 100 kilometers away. However, due to the pressing war in the northwest continent, he was compelled to participate in the conflict. Naturally, this was merely Qin Daoming's conclusion, and he remained oblivious to everything else. I will strive to become a formidable soul master and assist my father on the front lines in vanquishing those vile monsters, Qin Daoming declared resolutely. Mu Tianlong was filled with pride, marveling at the young boy's grand ambitions. Daoming, upon entering the Shrek Academy and attaining the Soul Master rank, you must accept missions once you reach the advanced class. At that time, numerous tasks will be available, including those aimed at confronting the one-eyed monsters of bronze and silver rank, which will grant you insight into these invaders. Qin Daoming nodded in agreement. Very well. My journey shall commence once I reach the Soul Master rank. The following day, after informing Luo Kun, Mu Jiu'er brought several individuals to Shrek Academy, which is situated 100 miles from Shrek City. As they approached the academy's entrance, a majestic atmosphere enveloped them. Above the towering gate, the 5 characters spelling Shrek Academy hung prominently. After presenting the Mu family token, they entered Shrek Academy. Unlike the outside world, this place was teeming with life. In addition to students like Qin Daoming, there were many candidates drawn from across the continent. After presenting their qualifications to the academy staff, they traversed a VIP passage and quickly found themselves ahead of most candidates. Here, only a little over 100 individuals remained, among whom were familiar faces from Qin Daoming's class. At this moment, a white-haired elder, approximately 5 feet tall, appeared on the high platform ahead, speaking in a calm tone. I am Tang, the Dean and Vice Dean of the Outer Academy of Shrek Academy. Today marks the commencement of the Academy's 5-year enrollment. Those possessing Shrek Academy's reserve quotas may pass through the first 4 challenges to enter the 5th. Others will start from the first challenge. After speaking, Tang Jia vanished, and a middle-aged man approached, calling out the names of the 100 individuals with reserve quotas, leading them into a dark chamber measuring 1,000 square meters. With over 100 individuals standing together, the space felt expansive. The middle-aged man spoke. Congratulations on obtaining a reserve quota for Shrek Academy, but this is merely a reservation. To truly enter Shrek Academy, much work remains. Compared to other candidates, you have bypassed the first 4 challenges, leaving only the final 2. If you can conquer these, the doors of Shrek Academy will be wide open for you. Best of luck. As the middle-aged man's form began to fade, a sudden pressure enveloped the room. For the elite academy students, this pressure felt akin to running after a hearty meal. Every face displayed ease, yet some, particularly the students from the Tiando Royal Academy's Super Genius class, felt otherwise. The night prior, Mu Jiu'er had informed them of some insider knowledge. The challenges of Shrek Academy would not be simple, though they effortlessly passed the first 4 challenges. Their 4th challenge was distinct from that of the others. Indeed, gaining admission to Shrek Academy was no trivial feat, as Mu Jiu'er had foretold. The challenges soon intensified. They observed the pressure steadily increasing. After several minutes, many began to take notice, their expressions growing grave. 10 minutes elapsed, and numerous individuals began to sweat. After 30 minutes, half the group found it difficult to stand. An hour later, only 30 remained in the chamber. Behind them, 5 ethereal figures looked on with admiration. Among the 30, only 7 from the Super Genius class persevered, with Qin Daoming and Xiao Yuehan still managing to stand, while the others were on the verge of collapsing under the strain. Another 10 minutes passed, and Xiao Yuehan finally succumbed, leaving Qin Daoming gritting his teeth to endure. His consciousness began to blur, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Just as he felt himself on the brink of unconsciousness, the 9 dragon cores within him erupted with golden light, releasing slender, pale golden dragons that coursed through his body like lifeblood. Qin Daoming's eyes snapped open, his pupils reflecting the roars of countless dragons. An indomitable aura radiated from him as the multitude of golden dragons surged throughout his being, rapidly enhancing his physical prowess and halting the trembling of his legs. The 5 ethereal figures were utterly bewildered, questioning how he had regained his footing. Qin Daoming straightened, his clarity restored. At that moment, he felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration. After a spell of inactivity, in the chamber, Qin Daoming made the decision to collide headfirst into a wall. His form began to grow ethereal before vanishing. Daoming, are you all right? My head hurts. Am I out? Yes, you have emerged. You secured first place in the 4th challenge, enduring for a full hour. How impressive. Shueleilei's eyes sparkled with admiration. In their shared glance, Qin Daoming suddenly sensed a unique allure in Shueleilei's gaze. Indeed, I have shattered the unprecedented record for the 4th challenge of Shrek Academy. The previous record was held by someone who lasted only 1 hour and 10 minutes. You truly persevered for a complete hour, the middle-aged man remarked, his tone a mix of envy and astonishment. Such a beautiful young man with remarkable talent. My daughter. Qin Daoming was oblivious to the middle-aged man's thoughts and simply replied modestly, I merely hold a slightly higher rank than them. It's nothing significant. Many classmates can last as long as I did once they reach level 30. Your achievement is not merely due to your rank, the middle-aged man chuckled. This gravity chamber was created by the founding deity Qin Chi a millennium ago. Only your spiritual essence enters here. I believe this student has realized that as well. Qin Daoming nodded, having witnessed how others vanished while he persisted. This was also why he had chosen to collide headfirst into the wall. Congratulations to those who endured for 30 minutes. You have passed the 5th challenge. Next, I will lead you to the 6th challenge. Be forewarned. The difficulty of the 6th challenge is considerable, and there exists a possibility of peril. Those who do not wish to proceed may withdraw now. Upon hearing of the potential for danger, some began to waver, for life is singular, and none dare gamble with it. After a moment of internal conflict, of the remaining 50-odd individuals, only 29 chose to stay, with half of the super genius class opting to leave. Naturally, Qin Daoming and his companions remained. After all, who would expect a smooth journey without enduring trials? Having lived in comfort for over a decade, reaching level 30 is a significant bottleneck, and apart from Qin Daoming, others require necessary trials as they accelerate towards level 30. The pursuit of cultivation is inherently defiant against the heavens, which title Douluo is an insignificant figure. Each has endured countless trials to attain their esteemed title. The middle-aged man was pleasantly surprised. This cohort was rather commendable, with 29 individuals remaining. One of them inquired, was the previous enrollment even lower than this? The middle-aged man replied, certainly. The Outer Academy has opened new classes, and those who have passed the first 4 trials can enter the ordinary classes of the Outer Academy. This means that your acceptance already makes you a member of our institution. Those who previously opted out can choose to remain in the ordinary class or leave. If the ordinary class students pass the assessments after a year, they may join the junior class. Those who do not pass will regrettably have to leave the academy. To directly enter the junior class, one must, like you, pass the first 5 trials. Thus, you 29 are now members of Shrek Academy. Congratulations to you all. Everyone was taken aback. What? They were already official students of Shrek Academy? Following the initial shock, excitement, and joy erupted. The middle-aged instructor would not deceive them. After all, he was a teacher from Shrek Academy. Qin Daoming, Shueleilei, and Xiao Yueban remained relatively composed, but the others were not so restrained. They embraced one another, some with flushed faces, others in tears. They had become students of Shrek Academy. Qin Daoming interjected, Teacher, isn't there still the 6th trial? Does passing it allow entry into the intermediate class? The middle-aged man coughed lightly and said, You have already passed your 6th trial. Those who are overly timid do not qualify to enter the academy alongside you. Granting them a year to hone themselves was already a chance from the academy. Qin Daoming understood now. The 6th trial was rather arbitrary, yet it had still eliminated so many. He bit his lip, feeling a simple sympathy for those who had been dismissed. The middle-aged man produced 29 pale golden badges, emblazoned on one side with the 5 resplendent characters of Shrek Academy, while the reverse bore each of their names, as if already reserved. Qin Daoming took his badge, curiously examining it, and asked, "Teacher, what is the purpose of this badge?" The middle-aged man explained, "This badge functions much like the point card from your previous school. It symbolizes your affiliation with Shrek Academy. Points are essential here as well, and everything must be exchanged for points. Even a 100,000-year soul ring can be procured by the Academy if your points are sufficient, illustrating the immense value of points." "So, teacher, how can we earn points? Will they be given for free?" one student asked, reflecting the curiosity of them all. The middle-aged man assured them, of course. "But this benefit is only available to those who enter the inner academy. For you, this seems far off. In 3 years, once you transition from junior to senior class and can accept tasks, the simplest way to earn points will be through completing those tasks. There are other methods to acquire points as well, which your teachers will explain later. Additionally, the points you had from your previous academy can be exchanged for points here. 100 points from the senior academy can be traded for 1 point at Shrek Academy, while 10 points from Tiando Royal Academy and Xingluo Royal Academy can be exchanged for 1 point here. Then don't we end up losing out?" Xiao Yueban expressed his dissatisfaction. The middle-aged man chuckled. "Actually, you won't be at a loss. 1 point at Shrek Academy is worth more than at your previous institution. Moreover, the value of Shrek Academy's points is immeasurable, far beyond any amount of gold soul coins." He laughed heartily, as each cohort of students harbored similar thoughts. Though it was a common occurrence, it never failed to amuse him. "Now, you may report to the academy. Guides will assist you in familiarizing yourselves with the institution." The group departed, following the teacher's directions to the registration area, where they received their academy uniforms. The vibrant green uniforms featured a small green monster woven on the chest, which, as explained by the registration staff, was the origin of Shrek Academy's name. Dressed in the green uniform, Qin Daoming felt an odd sensation. Yet in that moment, an unprecedented sense of pride welled within him, and he stood a little taller. Shrek Academy had maintained this tradition for millennia, always having more teachers than students. The number of students in Qin Daoming's cohort was already among the largest in the Academy's history. As they traversed the grand buildings, they arrived at the dormitory area, which was surprisingly tranquil compared to the anticipated hustle and bustle of students. The shift from the clamor of various academies to this serene environment was indeed significant. Each dormitory at Shrek Academy was single occupancy. After settling his belongings, Xiao Yueban knocked on Qin Daoming's door, saying, "Daoming, let us go for a walk. I've heard that there's a large lake at Shrek Academy called Haishan Lake, which is said to enhance cultivation and prolong life when one swims in it. Let's go take a look." Haishan Lake. Qin Daoming recalled hearing about it from Mu Jior. It was one of the symbols of Shrek Academy. At the center of Haishan Lake lies the legendary sanctum of Shrek Academy, the Inner Academy. Entering the Inner Academy would signify a future filled with countless possibilities, as the vast resources of Shrek Academy were concentrated on the mere dozens within. Even a pig could soar to great heights under such circumstances. As they wandered, asking questions, he discovered that there were indeed many students in the Outer Academy. However, most belonged to the ordinary classes. Shrek Academy enrolled students once every 5 years, leaving Qin Daoming and Xiao Yueban puzzled about how there could be so many students. Upon passing the last grand tree, they were captivated by the breathtaking sight before them. The boundless azure waters of the lake exuded a pure vitality, with wisps of white mist rising from Haishan Lake, enveloping the air in a dreamlike beauty resembling lovely clouds. Gazing out, they could faintly discern a dark silhouette beneath the surface, presumably the fabled Inner Academy. The water rippled gently, and the tension and excitement of their arrival at Shrek Academy seemed to dissipate. Unconsciously, Qin Daoming closed his eyes, while Xiao Yueban had already lain down and fallen into a deep slumber. The 9 dragon cores glimmered subtly, as if resonating with Haishan Lake. Each flicker of the dragon cores caused the lake's waters to ripple, as though they were engaged in a silent exchange. When they awoke, they found themselves back in their dormitory. Qin Daoming patted his head and sat up, aware of how he had returned, and understood the interaction between the dragon cores and Haishan Lake. He merely recalled a kindly old man who had returned his slumbering form to the dormitory. "Lord God, your child has arrived at the academy," were the murmured words of the old man as he departed. No matter how hard he tried, Qin Daoming could not fathom the meaning. Who was this god? What connection did the dragon cores have with Haishan Lake? Frustrated, he scratched his head, deciding to abandon the thoughts for now. The speculation was leaving him weary. It was midday, and upon finding Qiao Yueban still fast asleep, he chose not to disturb him. Instead, he made his way to the dining hall of Shrek Academy. Although there were few people, the dining hall was extraordinarily spacious, spanning approximately 3,000 square meters. Chapter 180. Astonishment aside, for a true gourmet, this place is nothing short of a sanctuary. I wonder what delectable dishes are offered in the cafeteria of the renowned Tianxia Dai Shuyuan. Upon entering the cafeteria, I found it to be quite serene, with only a sparse few individuals present. These individuals were ordinary class students who, upon noticing the badge emblazoned on Qin Daoming's chest, gazed at him with eyes filled with envy and jealousy. As Qin Daoming passed by them, they merely lowered their heads and brushed past him. Qin Daoming was perplexed. These individuals appear to be around 16 or 17 years of age. Why were they still lingering at Shrek Academy? At such an age, they should logically have either entered the inner academy or graduated from the outer academy. Contemplating this, Qin Daoming halted momentarily and called out to the trio. "Could you please spare a moment, seniors?" The leader of the three turned, curious, and asked, "What is it?" Qin Daoming blinked his captivating eyes, causing a momentary daze among them. He continued, "I would like to inquire about some matters regarding the academy, if you don't mind." "Oh, I will be delighted to treat you to a meal." The individual on the left was about to decline, but the leader interjected, "All right." Having gained their consent, Qin Daoming led the three to a corner where he ordered a plethora of dishes. "Seniors," he began, "how long have you been at our academy?" "I just arrived yesterday and am still unfamiliar with my surroundings." "We have been here for 3 years," one of them replied, "and we are about to face an assessment. If we do not pass, we will have to leave the academy." At this point, the leader's demeanor noticeably shifted, his voice quivering with melancholy. Qin Daoming remarked, "But you appear to be 16 years old. Why have you been here for 3 years?" The individual managed a bitter smile. "The ordinary class is divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. When I was assessed, I only managed to pass the 3rd trial and was deemed unfit for the 4th, which led me to enter the ordinary primary class. Now we are in the ordinary advanced class. I believe you, as a junior, can understand this now. Talents like yours are rare. Each year, only a few can directly enter the elite primary class, and you must be one of this year's recruits. Having conquered the 5th trial, truly, you possess extraordinary potential." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qin Daoming replied, "There is no need for you to feel disheartened. If there is an opportunity, seize it. Take advantage of this time to cultivate diligently. Trust me, your efforts will not go unrewarded." After a brief pause, he added, "Could you share with me the structure of the academy?" The senior's eyes brightened, realizing that despite his age, he was being instructed by a junior. "If I do not strive, how will I know my own limitations?" This time, his interaction with his junior was no longer merely for a free meal. He began earnestly explaining the layout of Shrek Academy. "Our academy comprises the Points Pavilion, Task Pavilion, Law Enforcement Hall, and at the center, the Sea God Pavilion and the Creation God Pavilion. The Sea God Pavilion and the Creation God Pavilion are inaccessible to us in the outer academy. You should be quite familiar with the Task Pavilion and Points Pavilion, as our academy pioneered the points system, which has since spread to various other academies." Qin Daoming nodded, but then inquired, "The Creation God Pavilion?" For some reason, upon hearing the words creation, he felt an uncontrollable shiver course through him, a sensation of joy. Chapter 181. The Creation God Pavilion. The senior collected his thoughts and continued, "I do not have much information about it, but I have heard that it is even more mysterious than the Sea God Pavilion. It is said to be the force left behind by the Creator God when he ascended 1,000 years ago, belonging to Shrek Academy. Yet it operates as an independent entity. Of course, this is merely hearsay." At this juncture, the senior lowered his voice. "I have also heard that during the invasion of the one-eyed monsters, 5 red-armored one-eyed kings, comparable to Limit Douluo, emerged. before the various forces could respond. A middle-aged man appeared from Shrek Academy. This man wielded a white long sword, 2 meters long and 3 inches wide, and with a single strike. He vanquished the 5 red-armored one-eyed kings. The most terrifying part is that he did not even unleash his soul skills. By the time anyone could see his appearance, he had vanished. However, one limit Douluo from the Xinglao Empire managed to catch a glimpse of his identity. He was bare-chested with 2 golden rings encircling his arms. Subsequently, all forces declared that the creation god pavilion must not be provoked. Qin Daoming was astounded. To slay 5 limit Douluo-level powerhouses with a single stroke was indeed preposterous. The enigmatic creation god pavilion, however, was still beyond his reach, and understanding so much offered him little benefit. Then, is it true that points in the academy can only be acquired through completing tasks and contributions? Are there no other means? The senior chuckled, of course. It is not limited to that. There are numerous ways to earn points in our academy, such as excelling in assessments, performing well during training, or posting valuable materials, insights, or even popular gossip in the points pavilion. As long as you set a price and someone purchases it, you will earn points. After all, aside from the cafeteria, everything in the academy requires points. There are many other methods. You'll gradually learn them. Qin Daoming nodded, realizing that the avenues for acquiring points at Shrek Academy were plentiful, which was a relief. By this time, the dishes had all been served, their enticing aromas wafting through the air. The 3 seniors swallowed in silence, and Qin Daoming smiled. Seniors, let us begin our meal. All right, Junior. We shall not be polite then. In a flurry, the 3 of them devoured their meal, astonished by Qin Daoming's appetite. He consumed over 1,000 gold soul coins worth of food, devouring more than half of it by himself. They had already eaten, so they did not partake much. Yet here was a junior, only 12 years old, who could eat so voraciously. It was quite astonishing. He outshone them in this regard despite the 3 to 4 years age difference. After bidding farewell to the 3 seniors, Qin Daoming strolled along the academy's smooth terrain. Before long, he found himself wandering into a grove, where he caught a whiff of water. Just as his curiosity piqued and he was about to venture further, he spotted a girl with slanted eyes and long eyelashes, clad in a red gown, standing nearly 2 meters tall, requiring Qin Daoming to look up at her. He instinctively took a step back and inquired, Senior, who are you? The girl in red giggled, covering her mouth. Junior, you mustn't cross boundaries. This is a sacred area of the academy, and entry is prohibited. Qin Daoming was taken aback. A sacred area of the academy? I apologize, Senior. I was unaware. I shall leave at once. Chapter 182. Having said that, Qin Daoming turned it apart, but the long-legged senior called out to stop him. Junior, is there something you wish to discuss? The girl smiled cheerfully. Oh, it's nothing really. I simply find you quite charming. I might allow you to enter for a brief visit, but do not let this opportunity slip away. Ah, Senior, I think I will refrain from entering. Qin Daoming hesitated, pondering if beauty grants one the license to act with impunity. Could it be that her intentions were sinister? As this thought crossed his mind, a chill ran down his spine. The strength of this senior likely exceeded that of a soul sect master, and if this truly was a sacred area, formidable individuals would surely be present within. Fear not, Junior. It is not as grave as it seems. The area merely contains some water extracted from the sea god lake. The Academy has designated it as a tranquil place for cultivation, and I am merely patrolling, the girl in the red dress explained with a smile. As long as you do not disturb the peace, you may enter whenever you wish. Really? Qin Daoming questioned skeptically. Of course. As a senior, why would I deceive you? Junior? Come along with me. The girl in red smiled sweetly at Qin Daoming. I think I will pass, Senior. I must take my leave. Qin Daoming remained unconvinced and turned to leave. The woman, witnessing her plan unraveling, cast a fierce glare at the receding figure of Qin Daoming. Such an attractive junior. She thought, I can't believe this. Tianhong Pai has not recruited for a long time. This time, those 4 little ones must succeed. The woman clenched her fists in frustration, blaming herself for meddling in the sacred grounds of the academy. Reluctantly, she pursued him once more. At this moment, Qin Daoming had returned to his dormitory, exhaling deeply. vowing not to wander aimlessly again. Such sacred grounds of the academy were utterly terrifying. After checking on Xiao Yueban, who was still asleep, Qin Daoming earnestly began his meditation. This time, he refrained from using the giant egg for cultivation. Its speed was indeed remarkable, but here at Shrek Academy, the fluctuations in cultivation would inevitably lead to unnecessary trouble, as his mother had cautioned him. Though he did not utilize the giant egg, Qin Daoming's cultivation speed remained swift. The absence of the giant egg's devouring power did not hinder him, as the giant egg itself was a buff, enhancing his pace. The soul power in the air was continuously absorbed into his dragon core, steadily increasing, while a portion nourished his physical body. He had already reached the 30th level, now merely awaiting the opportunity for a soul ring. However, he was reluctant to break through prematurely, intending to compress his soul power to its utmost limit before doing so, ensuring a rapid enhancement post-breakthrough and solidifying his foundation for future ascensions to title Douluo. A night passed in silence. On the second day of their arrival at Shrek Academy, Xiao Yueban awoke, calling upon Li Qianyu and Shui Lei to directly proceed to the previously inquired junior class route. Soon, an expansive 3-story building, over 1,000 square meters in area, loomed before them, its entrance marked by 3 gleaming golden characters, Elite Junior Class. Upon entering, they were greeted by an expansive area adorned with lush grass, housing 30 seats, each inscribed with a name. Taking their places according to their names, a plump middle-aged man entered, adjusting his glasses, and introduced himself. Greetings, everyone. My name is Nandajing. Chapter 183. Instruction 1. I will be your practical training instructor for the next 3 years. You are all talented individuals hailing from various parts of the continent, and I trust you are well acquainted with the knowledge of cultivation and soul beasts. The time ahead will be dedicated to training and undertaking tasks. Now, please introduce yourselves. Starting from the first row, far left. As each student introduced themselves, Qin Daoming observed that most in the junior class were around 12 years old, with a few aged 13 to 15. Generally, the 12-year-olds possessed soul powers ranging from 21 to 25, while those aged 15 had already attained levels above 30. When Qin Daoming and Xiao Yueban revealed their levels, not only was Nandajing astonished, but the entire class was taken aback. At 12 years old, one was at 29 and the other at 30. Such talent was likely unparalleled, even compared to the original Shrek 7 monsters of years past. Excellent. We shall now conduct a practical training session. Our classroom is quite spacious, and the training will take place right here. Qin Daoming, please step forward. Qin Daoming nodded and stepped out to stand 5 meters away from Nandajing. You will attack me, and I will defend. Remember, use your full strength. Qin Daoming tilted his head and replied, Teacher, I cannot unleash my full strength. Nandajing smiled with a hint of pride. You are free to unleash your full potential. Very well, teacher, prepare yourself. With a golden glow, 2 rings of soul power emerged, and the Julong sword radiated brilliantly, enveloped in blazing flames. Qin Daoming leaped into action, bringing the Julong sword down in a fierce arc. Nandajing, with a casual flick of his fingers to adjust his hair, summoned a gray-skinned rhinoceros behind him, revealing 7 rings of soul power at his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Upon seeing the 7 rings, Qin Daoming hesitated momentarily in midair, but quickly discarded any reservations. His second soul ring surged with light, enveloping him in a torrent of sword intent. His feet propelled him like a cannonball, crashing down toward Nandajing. Nandajing's expression shifted slightly, and as his third purple soul ring illuminated, he was enveloped in a silver-gray aura, standing firm. Qin Daoming's eyes sharpened. Flames and dirt erupted, splattering mud onto some of his classmates who were unable to evade in time. Qin Daoming had already retreated to his original position, intently watching Nandajing. Xiao Yueban swallowed hard and remarked, Daoming, you won't defeat the teacher, will you? Absolutely not. A mud figure waddled out of the pit, the rhinoceros apparition behind, Nandajing spraying water to clean him off. Nandajing felt quite pleased with Qin Daoming's attacking power, but noted, your attack was indeed powerful, but it was riddled with flaws. Did you realize that? He regarded Qin Daoming with a calm gaze. Qin Daoming replied, "Please enlighten me, teacher. Your martial spirit is formidable, one of the strongest I have encountered among many classes. However, possessing great strength without knowing how to apply it is a pity. Just now, while airborne against opponents of the same level, those with flying martial spirits might exploit your disadvantage. Even if you can leap into the air a second time, you cannot evade the disadvantages of being airborne. In future battles, you must reject such a combat style. Learn to utilize everything at your disposal and turn those elements to your advantage." Chapter 184. For instance, if you're not suited for aerial combat, you should do your utmost to avoid direct confrontation with flying soul masters, drawing the battlefield downwards, not upwards. Control the pace of the battle and lead your opponent into your traps. Do you understand? Qin Daoming responded, "I understand, teacher, but you are not a flying soul master. So being airborne also puts me at a disadvantage and can increase the damage to you." Nan Dajing countered, "Many soul master techniques have long-range capabilities. Do you think that favors you? For instance, I possess 3 long-range techniques among my 7 soul skills. Had we been of equal level earlier, you would have been unable to counter my attacks while airborne, and even if you managed to defend, it would have drained your stamina and soul power." Qin Daoming acknowledged. "I understand, teacher. Good. Now attack me once more." All right. The first and second soul rings illuminated in succession as Qin Daoming refrained from leaping into the air, instead thrusting directly at Nan Dajing. The searing flames drew closer to him, but Nan Dajing shook his head, activating his third soul skill and raising his hands to intercept Qin Daoming's sword. However, Qin Daoming suddenly bent his body, lowering the Jiulong sword's height, causing Nan Dajing to grasp at empty air. Qin Daoming spun low, aiming the Jiulong sword at Nan Dajing's waist, a vital and vulnerable point for any creature. Even with soul techniques for protection, it could not be avoided. Yet, Nan Dajing, having taught at Shrek Academy for many years, was no ordinary instructor. To teach effectively, one must possess exceptional skills. Reacting swiftly, he retreated several steps, narrowly evading Qin Daoming's strike. Qin Daoming missed his target but quickly pursued Nan Dajing, turning to deliver another strike, this time aimed at his abdomen. Nan Dajing was not about to let him succeed easily. Both attacks were lethal, and even he, as a soul sage, could not avoid being struck without some pain, particularly as he did not wish to lose face in front of his students. He firmly blocked the onslaught of the Jiulong sword with one hand, while the other gently rested upon Qin Daoming's chest. With a sudden thrust, Qin Daoming was sent flying, landing on the ground with a trickle of fresh blood escaping his lips. Upon witnessing this, Shuelele rushed forward, exclaiming, "Daoming, are you all right?" Her eyes flared with anger as she directed a fierce glare at their teacher, Nan Dajing. "What do you intend to do?" Xiao Yueban and Li Qianyu stepped in front of him, their martial spirits already summoned. Nan Dajing, unfazed, replied, "I am doing nothing. You're not in a position to question your teacher." Shuelele retorted, "You." "I am fine, Lele," Qin Daoming interjected, spitting out blood. "The teacher's strike was skillful. It did not injure me, merely stung a bit." Yet, Shuelele was not satisfied. Her beloved had been harmed, and she would not let it go with just that acknowledgement. Xiao Yueban and Li Qianyu nodded in agreement, though their initial worry had subsided. The cultivation of a soul master is inherently a balance of effort and reward. Without some sacrifice, how can one expect to grow, right, Qin Daoming? Nan Dajing glanced at Qin Daoming, speaking with a measured tone. "Indeed, teacher is correct," Qin Daoming affirmed, suddenly rising to bow deeply to Nan Dajing. Having just met this teacher, he had received a shocking lesson, yet it illuminated his own shortcomings. For a long time, he had been entranced by the formidable power of the Jiulong sword, considering all other combat techniques to be mere embellishments. This obsession had earned him the title of the Academy's top genius. However, he now recognized his prior error. If the Jiulong sword could be so potent without any techniques, how much stronger could it become when paired with skill and soul techniques? Qin Daoming had never pondered this before. He had participated in numerous practical classes at the Tiando Royal Academy, often observing Li Gang, who had never corrected him. Li Gang, a super Douluo, surely could not be surpassed by a soul sage. Could he? Certainly not. It was simply that Nan Dajing's expertise in this area was profound. After all, the faculty of Shrek Academy was far superior to that of the Tiando Royal Academy, boasting a more robust teaching prowess. Shualele was somewhat bewildered by Qin Daoming's reaction. Tugging at his sleeve, "Daoming you?" Qin Daoming grasped Shualele's small hand and smiled. "Indeed, this is Shrek Academy, the dreamland of countless soul masters. Do you not think such a teaching method is beneficial? Without pain, how could one acknowledge their shortcomings? If we were to face a true enemy, we might lose our lives." As a princess of the royal family, Shualele understood the implications of Qin Daoming's words. Yet she could not comprehend why he was so oblivious to his own feelings. How infuriating! Xiao Yueban and Li Qinyu patted Qin Daoming's shoulders from either side, silent in their support. With Qin Daoming's words, they too realized their newly acquainted teacher's genuine intentions. In unison, Xiao Yueban and Li Qinyu bowed to Nan Dajing in apology. Offering no extraneous words, Nan Dajing nodded. He had encountered many students like them, possessing extraordinary talent and a willingness to learn. What teacher would not cherish such pupils? Amidst the contrasting emotions, the day's training left everyone exhausted, sprawled on the ground, unwilling to rise. While Nan Dajing acknowledged some, others were not so fortunate, facing double penalties along with a scathing reprimand. Upon returning to the dormitory, Qin Daoming anxiously introspected his body. The 9 dragon cores, which had once circled his dantian, were now inching closer to it. Though the process seemed slow, they would likely collide with the dantian within a month's time. What to do? Qin Daoming was at a loss as to whom to ask for guidance. The dragon cores were the reservoir of his soul power and a significant factor in his rapid cultivation. The dantian served as one of the conduits for transferring soul power to the dragon cores, but what would happen upon their collision was unknown. Though anxious, Qin Daoming had no immediate solutions. Night deepened, and he resolved to wait until tomorrow to seek answers. The night passed without incident. As a wisp of purple energy floated across the sky, Qin Daoming abruptly opened his eyes, flipping over and hastily heading to Nan Dajing's office without pausing to freshen up. As the head of the elite class, Nan Dajing had his own office adjacent to the junior class classroom. "Duang, come in," Nan Dajing's warm voice resonated. Upon seeing the hurried entrance of Qin Daoming, a flicker of surprise crossed Nan Dajing's eyes. Could this young man be here to seek guidance? Alongside this surprise was a touch of appreciation. Such a diligent student was indeed rare. "Daoming, feel free to ask whatever you wish. I will address each of your queries," Nan Dajing encouraged. At this, Qin Daoming felt a tinge of embarrassment. He believed it improper to request leave so soon after arriving at the academy. Yet he had no choice due to his physical condition. "Teacher, I am not here to seek your counsel. I am here to request a leave of absence." "What?" Nan Dajing exclaimed, rising from his seat. "You wish to take leave? You can't endure after just one day?" His disappointment was palpable. Qin Daoming's profile was impressive. Innate full soul power, a formidable martial spirit, the Jiolong sword, and exceptional physical and mental attributes far beyond his peers. To think that he could not withstand a mere day of training was disheartening. If not for his extensive teaching experience, he might have doubted whether he had overexerted the young man. Qin Daoming scratched his head, explaining, "Teacher, it is not that I cannot endure. My body has encountered some issues that my family can only resolve. I have no alternative." Nan Dajing shook his head firmly. "That will not do. The academy has powerful healing soul masters. I can summon them to assist you. What exactly is the problem with your body? Please tell me. I'm still uncertain whether it is a result of my martial spirit or a bodily issue. My family will handle it. It cannot be resolved here, and these matters are confidential." Nan Dajing furrowed his brow. Confidential? He held little interest in secrets, yet Qin Daoming's earnest gaze did not suggest deceit. "If I grant you leave, how long do you intend to be away?" Qin Daoming pondered. "I do not know, but I will certainly return within a month." He had an unspoken thought. If he could not return in a month, he might never come back. Nan Dajing nodded. "Very well, you may go. I will inform the academy on your behalf. However, upon your return, the training intensity will be doubled, and you must also make up for any missed training during your absence." "I assure you, teacher, I will catch up upon my return," Qin Daoming replied, turning to leave. Observing his hurried departure, Nan Dajing's mind buzzed with questions. What sort of ailment had he encountered? A family secret? Could it involve a second awakening? This thought sparked a glimmer of realization. This matter must be reported to the academy. At the Mu family residence, Mu Tianlong regarded Qin Daoming with a compassionate gaze. Daoming, why have you returned? Did you request leave? Yes, grandfather, Qin Daoming replied hurriedly. I have taken a leave of absence. My dragon cores are gradually approaching my dantian, and now I cannot even absorb soul power. What should I do, grandfather? Mu Tianlong's eyes narrowed as he grasped Qin Daoming's shoulders, channeling gentle soul power mixed with mental energy to scan the young man's body. Qin Daoming tensed momentarily before relaxing. In a short while, Mu Tianlong's mental energy reached the area near the dantian, and the sight before him astonished this top-tier expert of the continent. In his eyes, the 9 dragon cores resembled the brightest suns in the sky, yet they were not merely one, but 9 colossal, golden dragon-shaped cores that pierced his vision to the point where he could scarcely open his eyes. The spiritual form within Qin Daoming was nearly overwhelmed and on the verge of explosion. What manner of existence was this? A deity? Or something unknown? This great secret of his great-grandson left him utterly astonished, stirring feelings long buried within him. Exiting the spiritual realm, Mu Tianlong opened his eyes and said with a smile, Do not worry, Daoming. Your grandfather will find a way to resolve this. Just be patient and wait in your chamber. Chapter 187. Qin Daoming was acutely aware that Mu Tianlong had no feasible solution. It seemed he must resolve the matter independently. After offering a brief consolation, Mu Tianlong hurriedly departed. With a sense of helplessness, Qin Daoming retreated to his room, sitting cross-legged as he stared at the impending battle within his body. He felt powerless. He had just discovered that he could no longer utilize his soul power. Anxiety surged within him, yet he forced himself to remain calm, extending his feeble mental energy towards the dragon cores. In that instant, as he approached the cores, his mental power was instantaneously obliterated. Feeling almost empty, he coughed up blood, his vision darkening as he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the realm of darkness, Qin Daoming felt lost, engulfed by an endless void. Time passed unmeasured until he finally summoned the courage to take a step forward. At that moment, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Filled with joy, he disregarded the potential dangers lurking in the darkness and hastened towards the beacon of illumination. 1 minute, 10 minutes, an hour, a day, perhaps even a year? Qin Daoming ran desperately. Yet no matter how far he ran, that ray of light remained tantalizingly out of reach. He paused, pondering the nature of this place. Meanwhile, the Mu family was in an uproar. Upon hearing that her great-grandson had returned, Wan Sulan, filled with urgency, abandoned all her affairs and rushed back from the Xingluo Empire. However, upon entering the house, she was confronted with the sight of Qin Daoming, devoid of consciousness. The Mu family was thrown into chaos, with over 100 relatives flocking to the bedroom to speculate. What happened to little Daoming? Why has he suddenly lost consciousness? It seems it might be due to his martial soul. He should be fine. Otherwise, the old man would have summoned us to question Shrek Academy. Since Daoming has just returned from there, no need for discussion. Daoming's condition is not severe, merely a significant depletion of spiritual power. He merely needs time to recover. You may all disperse. At that moment, Wan Sulan emerged from the room, accompanied by an elderly woman whose face was etched with wrinkles, her eyes and mouth appearing small. Yet, her rosy complexion and bright eyes indicated her robust health. Clad in a black and white tailcoat, she bore a faint green 9-petal begonia flower emblem, recognized by all. This was Yi Ro, one of the elders of the Tang sect. The inheritance, martial soul of the Begonia Hall was the 9 Hearts Begonia, a supportive martial soul rivaling the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, known for its formidable healing abilities that elevated them to greatness. All 9 soul skills were focused on healing, which was crucial given the urgent state of affairs on the front lines. Once everyone had departed, Wan Sulan turned to Yi Ro with a smile, saying, "Thank you for your assistance." Yi Ro replied, "It's nothing. After all, you're my close friend. This time is complimentary, but next time, I may not be so generous, for my soul power is quite precious." Wan Sulan laughed. "All right, I understand. Shall we have some tea? Yiro shook her head, no. Someone has offered a handsome price for my services in detoxification. Wan Salon inquired, is it Dai Tianxia? Chapter 188. Indeed, Yiro confirmed. His toxins are beyond even the capabilities of Dugu Xian. Wan Salon sighed. Very well, you may proceed. I will also assist in finding an antidote for Dai Tianxia's poison. Yiro responded, then I'll take my leave. If little Daoming awakens, please inform me. I will bring my granddaughter so they may become acquainted. Wan Sulan nodded, certainly. But I must warn you that the daughter of Shui Huang's son has taken a liking to my great-grandson. Be prompt. Of course, Yiro replied as she departed. Wan Sulan felt relieved. Her great-grandson was safe, yet she wondered where that old rascal Mu Tianlong had gone, having been absent for so long, stirring a hint of irritation within her. Deep within the Tang sect, in the grand hall of the military headquarters, two elderly figures were engaged in a heated argument, occasionally glancing at the opulent vaulted ceiling. Xiao Tian, what do you think is wrong with my great-grandson? Mu Tianlong asked anxiously. Tang Xiao Tian replied, I need to investigate the specifics further. Then let us proceed. Grasping Tang Xiaoyan's arm, Mu Tianlong disappeared, reappearing in the Mu family residence. Wan Salon, unperturbed by their sudden appearance, merely remarked, Xiao Tian, you have arrived. What were you and Tianlong up to? Tang Xiaotian glanced at the two and quickly understood, stating, Tianlong sought me out to assess the condition of your young descendant. Upon hearing this, Wan Sulan grew anxious, opening the door to usher them into Qin Daoming's chamber. After a thorough examination, Tang Xiaotian was left speechless. Was Mu Tianlong exaggerating? Not in the slightest. Each of the 9 golden dragons stretched over 10,000 meters long, rendering the tallest mountains insignificant in comparison. He, Tang Xiaotian, the leader of the Tang sect and the Haotian clan, had lived for over 300 years and had never witnessed such a magnificent sight, especially occurring within the body of someone merely at the soul master level. It was difficult to assess. It could be advantageous or detrimental. They would have to wait for him to awaken to discern the truth. He cannot possibly be the child of Zhenhu, can he? Tang Xiaotian pondered, his gaze deepening. This child was undoubtedly extraordinary. Sighing, he recalled events from a decade prior when Daoming was discovered by Zhenhu in the Stardo forest. At that time, he was only 2 years old, carrying a wooden token inscribed with the character Qin. Thus, Zhenhu named him Qin Daoming and took him in. That year, my son, Mu Tianlong's expression darkened, revealing a glimpse of sorrow in his eyes, betraying the stoicism of one who had seen much of the world. Tang Xiaotian offered words of comfort in time. The malevolent entities from beyond will be eradicated. Mu Tianlong replied, let's hope for that. Qin Daoming fixated on the light, seeking any flaw within it. He was now certain that this realm was an illusion, and where there was an illusion, there must be a means of resolution. As he contemplated, he searched for that flaw. Could it be? Cautiously, Qin Daoming stepped back, and in doing so, he felt no solid ground beneath him, but rather the sensation of suspension. He had stepped into emptiness. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he tilted backward, the chance of escape resting on this moment. Upon reopening his eyes, he was no longer engulfed in darkness. Before him loomed towering mountains, as he found himself upon a tree, the vast white clouds obscuring the ground below. He was unaware of the mountain's magnitude, overwhelmed by this unprecedented experience, feeling panic rise within him. Chapter 189. His calves trembled incessantly, compelling him to slowly crouch down and embrace the sturdy trunk of the tree. Peering below, he beheld the endless mountain range, lifeless and still, save for the verdant trees standing in eerie silence. A sense of dread surged within him, and he repeatedly questioned himself, what is this place? Could there truly be such a location on the continent? Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the sky, and an unimaginable sight unfolded before him. 9 colossal golden dragons, each spanning thousands of meters, emerged from the clouds, arranged in a magnificent line, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of 9 colors, illuminating the sky in a vibrant display. The 9 dragons approached the mountain where Qin Daoming stood, their forms gradually shrinking. In his fearful gaze, the 9 diminutive dragons plunged into his body, colliding with his dantian. Am I to perish? Images of his dear friends, parents, and family flashed through his mind, followed by a fleeting white figure that crossed his vision. Who was that? Shuelele? Qin Daoming was taken aback. It felt as though his eyes were shrouded. He once again descended into darkness, losing consciousness. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. When Qin Daoming slowly opened his eyes, he was met with the caring gazes of his family, tinged with weariness. He had been unconscious for 10 days, during which various precious medicines, including a rare celestial herb, had been administered to him. Finally, he awakened, as everyone had hoped. Mujior helped him sit up and asked with concern, Daoming, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Qin Daoming embraced Mujior, his voice tinged with tears. Mother, it's so wonderful to see you all. It's all right, my son. Everything will be fine. I will always be here with you, she reassured him. Mu Tianlong chuckled. No worries, my great-grandson is quite resilient. Wan Sulan rolled her eyes. You chatterbox, go help me prepare a meal for our great-grandson. All right, the elderly couple hurried off. Qin Daoming shared a laugh with Mujior. Mother, I fainted for 10 days. It seems it was all a dream. Qin Daoming took a deep breath, but it felt too real. What happened, my son? What did you dream? He recounted his experience, but Mujior found it hard to believe. His tale was indeed quite fantastical. 10,000-meter dragons. Even legendary soul beasts of 1,000,000 years are unlikely to reach such heights. Seeing her disbelief, Qin Daoming grew anxious. Why don't you believe me, mother? All right, just rest, my son. I must assist your grandparents with dinner. Wait for us at the dining table, she instructed. Okay, he replied, his hunger overwhelming after 10 days without food. Taking a moment to center himself, Qin Daoming introspected his body. He recalled the 9 dragons entering him just before he lost consciousness. If they were real, it would indicate he was not merely dreaming. Indeed, as he had suspected, the dragon core was absent. Instead, his dantian had transformed into a spectrum of colors, with 9 dragon-like entities akin to earthworms swirling around it. Qin Daoming was filled with excitement. His soul power had reached its peak, now more refined than ever, and his strength had at least doubled. Although he remained wary of the golden dragons, there were no immediate concerns. Since his family could not resolve his issues, he would tackle them himself. After all, outside interference would only add to his troubles. With this thought, Qin Daoming felt a significant weight lifted from his shoulders. His soul power had amassed to its limit. He merely required a soul ring to ascend to the rank of Soul Master. Chapter 190. The transition from a Grand Soul Master to a Soul Master is a formidable hurdle. Once crossed, great achievements await, and for Qin Daoming, it was merely a matter of acquiring one soul ring. Another 10 days passed. During this time, Wan Yu and Wan Xing visited him, but they left in haste. Qin Jinhu also returned, but Qin Daoming was unaware. He had only cast a quiet glance at his son before departing. They were vital forces on the front lines and could not afford to linger too long. After 20 days at home, Qin Daoming felt it was time to return to Shrek Academy. However, before leaving, he needed to acquire his 3rd soul ring. Perhaps enduring the grueling training at the academy would be manageable, but the thought of the intensifying training regimen sent shivers down his spine. In the mixed region of the Douluo Great Forest, Mujior guided Qin Daoming in search of suitable soul beasts. A century-old, lower-tier 1,000-year soul beast no longer sufficed for Qin Daoming. He aimed for a 1,000-year super soul beast with a formidable bloodline. Mujior's formidable mental prowess not only deterred lurking soul beasts with ill intentions, but also assisted in locating appropriate soul beasts for Qin Daoming. Super bloodline soul beasts were incredibly rare, even during the era of soul beast outbreaks, with most concealed by the soul beast kings in the heart of the Douluo Great Forest. Even the mixed region, where a few 10,000-year soul beasts occasionally roamed, was a rarity, but opportunities still existed. After exploring the mixed region for over an hour, they arrived at a clearing where a bear-type soul beast lay. Qin Daoming recognized it immediately. It was one of the pinnacle soul beasts of the Douluo Great Forest, the dark gold fearsome bear, and it was a 2,200-year-old soul beast. It was clearly injured, licking its wounds not far from them. Upon noticing Qin Daoming and Mujior, its golden eyes filled with suspicion, and its curled claws unfurled, revealing shimmering silver claws that exuded a dangerous aura. Beneath its belly lay a gruesome wound, and given the dark gold, fearsome bear's nature, it would typically attack upon sight. In the Douluo Great Forest, it was a paradise for soul beasts, yet for an injured king like the dark gold, fearsome bear, it was merely prey waiting to be slaughtered. Under Mu Jiaoer's protection, Qin Daoming cautiously approached the dark gold, fearsome bear. Its soul ring was undoubtedly the most suitable for him at that moment. Without hesitation, he struck, his sword slicing through the bear's neck. As it raised its paw, its eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. In the eyes of humans, soul beasts are mere soul rings, soul bones, and tools for enhancing strength. Conversely, to soul beasts, aren't humans merely a delectable meal? Thus, Qin Daoming felt no compassion. A circle of purple soul rings gradually coalesced above the dark gold, fearsome bear's corpse. Qin Daoming sat down, and Mu Jiaoer stood guard around him. He began to draw the soul ring closer with his soul power. Before long, he had fully absorbed the soul ring, and 3 soul rings, yellow, purple, and purple, rose from beneath him, exuding the aura of a soul master. Mu Jiaoer was astonished. Why had the dark gold, fearsome bear's soul ring become so easy to absorb? Mother, I am now a soul master, Qin Daoming exclaimed with joy. My son is incredible. The dark gold, fearsome bear's soul ring is notoriously challenging to absorb. She replied, Indeed. Chapter 191. Mother, I wish to return directly to Shrek Academy. I've been on leave for over 20 days, and I need to resume training. Otherwise, I will fall behind my classmates. The teacher has said that my training intensity will be increased. At Shrek Academy, in the office of Nandajing, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Nandajing looked up at Qin Daoming and said, You have finally returned. How is your health? My body has healed, Qin Daoming replied. Nandajing, breathing heavily, grasped Qin Daoming's shoulders. Then, has your martial spirit undergone any changes? Qin Daoming was startled by Nandajing's sudden reaction. Teacher, my martial spirit has indeed changed somewhat, and my soul power has become much purer. As he spoke, the Douluo sword materialized in his hand. The sword had transformed. Its dimensions remained unchanged, but the 9 golden dragons on the blade had vanished, replaced by golden stripes, radiating a spectrum of colors. Nandajing was ecstatic. This was a second mutation. Though the change was subtle, he could clearly sense that the Douluo sword's might was now several times greater than before. Moreover, Qin Daoming has surprisingly attained the rank of Soul Master. Nandajing cannot help but commend his previous decision to grant Qin Daoming leave. Very well, Daoming. You should return to your dormitory. Following this, you may find yourself unable to remain calm. Remember, if any factions invite you, do not agree, understood? Qin Daoming, bewildered, responded, Teacher, what is wrong with me? Nothing. Just keep in mind what I just said, and hurry back to your dormitory. All right. In Qin Daoming's dormitory, Shuelele, Qiao Yueban, and Li Qianyu were already present. Shuelele pulled Qiao Yueban aside and sat next to Qin Daoming, pouting in displeasure. You naughty boy. Do you know how anxious I was? I was worried sick. Qiao Yueban chimed in. Indeed, I was quite worried as well. If my grandfather hadn't said you were fine, we would have barged into the Mu family ourselves. Li Qianyu nodded in agreement. The bond among the 4 had long been solidified, and to claim they were not anxious would be untrue. As Qin Daoming was about to explain, Qiao Yueban suddenly shifted the topic. Lele has hardly spent any time at the academy for over 10 days, mostly searching for you. Also, the Tiando royal family's forbidden army has mobilized. Shuelele's heart trembled, and she hurriedly shook her head. I didn't. I was just worried about Daoming. Qiao Yueban rolled her eyes. I was merely stating facts, as though I and Little were not anxious. Shuelele's face flushed crimson. Perhaps her reaction had been too intense. Well, yes, haha, she awkwardly laughed. Yet her large eyes could not help but drift toward Qin Daoming. Qin Daoming felt a twinge of nervousness, unconsciously recalling the illusion he experienced after fainting, where Shuelele had appeared at the end. At that time, he had been somewhat surprised, but he had not given it much thought. However, observing Shuelele's current reaction, Qin Daoming seemed to grasp something about his feelings toward her. Just as Qin Daoming was about to speak, Nandajing brimming with excitement, barged into Qin Daoming's dormitory without knocking. Upon seeing the four of them staring at him, he felt a bit awkward and smiled. Daoming, Xiao Yueban, could you step outside for a moment? I need to discuss something with you. What is it, teacher? Can we talk here? Qin Daoming sighed in relief as the teacher arrived. He genuinely did not know how to face Shuelele. Unaware of Shuelele's murderous expression, Nan Dajing hesitated before responding. Very well. I have 3 matters to discuss with you. The first is to promote Qin Daoming and Xiao Yueban directly to the special class. The second matter is that Shuelele and Li Qianyu, upon breaking through to Soul Master, will also be able to join the special class. The third matter is that once all 4 of you have entered the special class, the internal academy assessment will commence, lasting 3 years, during which you will earn points by completing tasks to determine your eligibility for entering the inner academy. Special class? The 4 of them were puzzled. They had never heard of such a class. The special class is a specially established class for students with unique martial souls. You 4 possess extraordinary martial souls. Qin Daoming's second mutation, Xiao Yueban's second mutation, Li Qianyu's 7-star sword, a special star attribute martial soul, and Shuelele's martial soul. The Ice Jade Swan, which is a variant of the Tiando royal family's Ice and Snow Swan, also considered a second mutation. Do you understand now? Remember, to join the special class, each of you must earn 10,000 points within 3 years to advance to the inner academy. The path to promotion is far more arduous than that of the advanced class. However, once you enter the inner academy, you will receive an extraordinary allocation of resources, 10 times that of regular inner academy students. The benefits are evident. The choice is yours. Nan Dajing spoke in one breath, looking expectantly at the 4 of them. Others may not know, but he was aware that the establishment of a special class was solely for these 4, along with 3 others, making a total of 7. He could discern the Academy's intentions. They aim to cultivate the future 7 monsters of the Academy, Shrek's 7 monsters. It is worth noting that the previous Shrek 7 monsters were all at the Soul Douluo level, and each was barely over 30 years old, showcasing their incredible strength. In every elite competition, Shrek Academy consistently ranked first, a testament to its glory. After contemplating, Qin Daoming exchanged glances with the 3 and resolutely stated, "Teacher, we will enter the special class." Qin Daoming's response encapsulated the thoughts of all 4. Nan Dajing nodded excitedly, saying, "Wonderful. Remember, during the initial tasks, it is best for you to work together. Later, once you all reach the Soul Sect level, you can undertake tasks individually, as your tasks will be at least level 4, corresponding to the Soul Sect level. Do not underestimate anyone. Be cautious. I eagerly await the moment you enter the inner academy." Nan Dajing took the time to instruct and settle the 4, which touched them deeply. This teacher truly cared for them, despite their short acquaintance. "Teacher, we will strive to achieve excellent results within these 3 years," Qin Daoming promised. "All right, you all return to your dormitory to pack your things. Someone will come to escort you shortly, and I shall not see you off. Goodbye, teacher." After returning to the dormitory and packing their belongings, the 4 were led by a young man to a forest. Qin Daoming was quite familiar with this forest, as it was where he had encountered that senior sister. It seemed to be a significant location for the academy. As they arrived at the waterfall, Qin Daoming's lips twitched. What kind of important place is this? The waterfall certainly looked imposing, cascading from a height of several dozen meters, with crystal clear water shimmering with a faint blue glow, truly picturesque. Yet, the ground before the waterfall was a disarray of debris. 3 wooden huts, damp and covered in green moss, surrounded by fallen branches and leaves, with a few unidentified soul beast bones scattered on the ground. The young man, feeling slightly awkward, remarked, "The environment here is not ideal, but the concentration of soul power is exceptionally rich, making training highly effective. As for those 3 wooden huts, you should refrain from touching them. You can choose to build your resting places elsewhere." "Senior, does anyone live in those huts?" Qin Daoming inquired. "Of course," the young man replied, casting a meaning-laden glance at Qin Daoming and the others. These 3 were the top-ranked students from the Outer Academy, already close to the strength of Soul Kings. Qin Daoming expressed his astonishment. How old are they to be nearing the rank of Soul King? They're around 16 or 17, a bit younger than me, but immensely powerful. Since you can enter here, your talent must be exceptional as well, the young man sighed. He himself was a top student in the elite advanced class, but felt significantly inferior compared to these three. After all, he had just recently advanced to the soul sect level. He had heard that among these four, one was already a soul master, and another was nearly at the same level, at just 12 years of age. Qin Daoming humbly replied, "No, senior, we are quite ordinary. We merely work harder and are a bit luckier than others." Luck? Hard work? The young man found himself at a loss for words, chuckling bitterly. The stronger the talent, the greater the pressure. It is not easy to enter the special class. I wish you smooth training. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Thank you for guiding us, senior. After the young man departed, Qin Daoming and the others exchanged glances. Xiao Yueban expressed her dissatisfaction. I expected the special class to be a more luxurious place. I didn't anticipate it to be so shabby. With 3 seniors living here, I doubt they amount to much. Li Qinyu cautioned, "Careful with your words. Fatty, those 3 mysterious seniors might already be at the Soul King level. Watch out. They might take action at night." Xiao Yueban straightened her body and spoke with a firm tone. "Humph, I'm not afraid." Li Qinyu replied, "All right, just don't blame me when you get dealt with by the senior." Xiao Yueban retorted, "Who needs your help? You aren't even a soul master." Li Qinyu started to push back, "So what? Just because I'm not a soul master, does that make you one? Without a soul ring, you aren't a soul master." "I am. I'm not. I am. I am." Qin Daoming interjected, "Enough. Lele has already walked far away. Let's find a quiet place to build a few houses." Although the two stopped arguing, the animosity in their gazes persisted. Ignoring the two, Qin Daoming quickened his pace to catch up with Lele, observing her contemplative expression. "Lele, what's wrong? Are you feeling overwhelmed by the noise? Afraid it will affect your training?" Qin Daoming inquired curiously. Lele replied, "No, I just think I should build a small castle, or perhaps a princess room." Qin Daoming remarked, "Just build whatever you like. After all, we'll probably be out on missions like those 3 seniors for a long time before returning, so there's no need to make it extravagant." Qin Daoming chuckled, assuming Lele was simply worried the sound of the waterfall would disrupt her training. Lele pouted, "If we're going to build, we must build something nice. We are soul masters. Do you think we lack the strength to create something good?" Qin Daoming sighed. Lele covered her ears, insisting, "I won't listen. I want to build a castle, and you will be my personal attendant." Qin Daoming replied, "I don't want to. How about this? I'll team up with Xiao Lizi, and we'll see who can build the fastest and best. What do you think?" Xiao Yueban and Li Qianyu, having caught up at some point, found this proposition quite agreeable. Lele clenched her small fist, declaring, "All right then. Daoming, you carry the wood, and I'll make some decorations." Qin Daoming found himself at a loss for how to refuse. Witnessing the three's enthusiasm, and thus complied with Lele's request. Their ambitions were evidently grand, and before long, they had felled over 100 trees, marking the official commencement of their construction. With a flick of her wrist, Lele activated her storage soul guide, and various pink and blue silks appear before them. She picked up a small piece of silk and, with a few deft movements, transformed it into a beautiful bow. Soon, 2 small castles, strikingly similar in appearance, rose beside the waterfall, leaving one to wonder who was imitating whom. However, they were missing one crucial element: fish. They were hungry, having worked since morning, and the sun was nearly setting, necessitating food. Xiao Yueban eagerly volunteered, as the waterfall before them was teeming with large fish, and she dove right in. Within a minute, bubbles began to rise from the water, prompting Qin Daoming to spring to his feet, with Lele and Li Qianyu quickly following suit to gaze at the water surface. "Lele, Xiao Lizi, help me out here. I'm going to rescue Fatty," Qin Daoming shouted before plunging into the water. Lele and Li Qianyu exchanged glances, then summoned their weapons, the 7-star sword and the ice jade swan, one on each side. Beneath the surface, while Xiao Yueban had not dived very deep, she suddenly began swimming frantically upwards, with a 10-meter-long shadow rapidly enlarging behind her. As Qin Daoming entered the water, he spotted Xiao Yueban, and with a flash of silver in his eyes, the shadow below paused momentarily. He quickly pulled Xiao Yueban to the shore. At that moment, the shadow's true form emerged from the water, causing all four to shudder and retreat over 100 meters. Xiao Yueban nearly gasped for breath, exclaiming in astonishment, "A dragon! It's actually a dragon." Qin Daoming stepped protectively in front of the others, squinting uncertainly. "It shouldn't be a dragon. It must be a Jiao, flood dragon. In my understanding, dragons have two horns, but this one does not." "Oh, there are human cubs who recognize me?" The shadow unexpectedly spoke, startling the four. As a soul beast capable of speech, must be at least 100,000 years old. Who would have anticipated such a colossal creature lurking beneath the waterfall? While they were alarmed, they were not frightened. At Shrek Academy, they had never encountered true danger, and a 100,000-year-old beast was a novel experience, especially one of dragon lineage. Qin Daoming respectfully clasped his hands and bowed, addressing the Jiao. "Senior Jiao, we did not intend to offend. We were merely seeking to catch some fish for sustenance. We hope you can show us mercy." At that moment, the Jiao revealed its true form, half of its massive body emerging from the water, casting a shadow that seemed to blot out the sun. The crystal-clear water allowed them to see the entirety of the Jiao. It bore white patterns along its neck and had four limbs designed for swimming, with a tail resembling that of a serpent. The Jiao also possessed sharp claws, and its eyes, located on either side, featured captivating sky-blue vertical pupils. In Qin Daoming's understanding, the Jiao was akin to a dragon, possessing a trace of dragon blood. Its form had evolved from that of a python, and while it had a slim chance of becoming a true dragon in the future, it was reasonable for it to reach 100,000 years. And with the right opportunities, it could one day achieve 500,000 years. Attaining 1,000,000 years would require extraordinary fortune and opportunity. The Jiao's deep, gentle voice resonated. "Humans have shown me kindness. I shall not trouble you. Since you have come this far without fleeing, why not stay and converse with me? My solitude over the millennia has been unbearable." Shuelele couldn't help but stifle a laugh, while Xiao Yueban and Li Qinyu also covered their mouths, fighting back smiles. Qin Daoming felt reassured. This amiable elder Jiao should pose no threat, particularly within the confines of Shrek Academy. "What would you like to discuss with us, senior?" Qin Daoming inquired with a smile. The Jiao regarded him thoughtfully and said, "Let me tell you about my origins." The Jiao submerged its body, leaving only its massive head above the surface, resting its jaw on the soft grass by the lake. A glimmer of reminiscence flickered in its eyes. "I was once an inconspicuous little snake in the vast ocean. One day, I stumbled upon a dragon's corpse. Being of serpent lineage, I already had a trace of dragon blood. With the remnants of dragon blood within the corpse, my lineage evolved, allowing my form to transform into that of a Jiao. At the time, I had to shed my skin and was quite weak. Just then, a 100,000-year-old beast discovered me and sought to devour me. In that critical moment, a human appeared from the depths of the ocean and saved my life. In the years that followed, my cultivation soared to 100,000 years, and this place became my territory." The Jiao's tone conveyed a sense of gratitude. To elevate one's cultivation from a mere 1,000 years to 100,000 in such a short span is quite a stroke of fortune, Qin Daoming remarked. The Jiao replied, "Indeed, it was a blessing bestowed by the sea god, allowing me the honor of residing in the sea god's domain." After hearing the Jiao's tale, the four finally felt their anxieties dissipate. Xiao Yueban boldly approached to within 5 meters of the Jiao, sitting cross-legged and asking, "Senior, you mentioned that those who have encountered you fled, correct?" This question had been lingering in her mind for some time. The Jiao responded, "The owners of those 3 wooden houses have seen me before, but they fled at the first opportunity. Why would they run from such a handsome dragon?" Shuelele giggled. "Of course they ran. They were waiting to be eaten." Her jest elicited laughter from the group, even from the Jiao itself. In the ensuing moments, the four and the Jiao engaged in lively conversation, and before they realized it, night had fallen. They bid farewell to the Jiao, determined to rest well that evening in preparation for the tasks awaiting them the next day. Chapter 196, The Chubby Shaoli Zi. Let's return to rest now, Lele. We shall take our leave first. Qin Daoming waved goodbye to Shuelele. Xiao Yueban and Li Qinyu were walking ahead, and upon hearing Qin Daoming's words, They simultaneously turned their heads. Xiao Yueban, with a playful smile, said, "Well, Dao Ming, Xiao Zi and I only prepared 2 beds. How about you squeeze in with Lei Lei?" Just as Qin Daoming was about to refuse, Shui Lei Lei had already stepped forward, grasping Qin Daoming's hand, and said, "They do not welcome you, but I do. I shall give you the floor to sleep on." Thus, Qin Daoming found himself reluctantly sharing a room with Shui Lei Lei. The wooden cabin they had constructed resembled a castle. Albeit small, it merely appeared castle-like from the outside, while the interior contained only a single room. Qin Daoming had not intended to share a bed with Shui Lei Lei, having prepared only a simple cot, so now he had no choice but to sleep on the floor. The floor, my favorite, albeit with a hint of discomfort. As Qin Daoming listened to Shui Lei Lei's breathing gradually steadying, she tossed and turned in bed. Eventually, she made a bold move, gently lifting Qin Daoming and placing him on the bed before shyly lying down opposite him. The warmth of his breath brushed against her face, instantly calming her heart, and she unknowingly drifted off to sleep, a night devoid of words. In the morning, a piercing scream startled the slumbering birds, causing them to flutter their wings and flee this place of chaos. Xiao Yueban and Li Qianyu were also awakened by the commotion, hastily rising from their beds, their gazes directed towards the castle of Shui Lei Lei. Rather than being groggy from their abrupt awakening, they appeared quite alert, with faint smiles gracing their lips, revealing a hint of mischief. Inside Shui Lei Lei's room, Qin Daoming and Shui Lei Lei found themselves leaning against opposite walls. Shui Lei Lei's face was flushed, and she muttered curses under her breath, while Qin Daoming appeared somewhat dazed, pondering how he had transitioned from the floor to the bed. As his thought crossed his mind, a sense of urgency washed over him. Surely, he had not inadvertently done something to Shui Lei Lei in his sleep. At 12 years old, they were in the bloom of youth, and the presence of a solitary male and female could easily lead to complications. Yet, the absurdity of moving from the floor to the bed seemed far-fetched. Besides, he was still fully clothed, right? Lei Lei, I'm sorry. If anything happened, I will take responsibility, Qin Daoming stammered, though his shyness belied the small semblance of maturity. Shui Lei Lei, feeling bashful, replied, "What are you talking about? We did not do anything. You pervert, must be thinking of something wicked." Qin Daoming scratched his head, then why? "Stop, just stop. I only felt bad seeing you sleep on the floor," Shui Lei Lei said, crouching against the wall, her hands covering her flushed face, too shy to meet Qin Daoming's gaze. Realizing the situation, Qin Daoming felt a deepening sense of emotion. Was it possible he had truly developed feelings for her? Casting a complex glance at Shui Lei Lei, he said, "It's all right, Lei Lei. Let's go wake up the chubby and Xiao Zi, and we shall visit the task pavilion." As they made their way, Xiao Yueban and Li Qianyu exchanged curious glances, their expressions a blend of lewd anticipation. Shui Lei Lei attempted to speak several times, but was halted by Qin Daoming, who recognized that these two mischievous friends were eager to see if anything had transpired between them. Chapter 197, Exercising Patience. The 4 of them entered one of the tallest buildings in the outer courtyard, the task pavilion. Upon entering, a young man intercepted them, warmly rubbing his hands together. "Greetings. Junior students, what sort of task are you interested in? I can make some recommendations for you. Perhaps 1 silver soul coin each?" "Not interested," Shui Lei Lei pouted, rejecting his offer. "You greedy merchant." The young man chuckled awkwardly. "I'm not a merchant, just trying to earn a little pocket change." Just as Shui Lei Lei was about to retort, Qin Daoming intervened, retrieving 4 silver soul coins from his storage soul guide and handing them to the young man. "Thank you for your assistance." The young man accepted the coins with a beaming smile. "Not a bother at all. What task are you looking to undertake? I can certainly assist you with recommendations." Qin Daoming replied, "Senior, this is our first time accepting a task. Do you have any good suggestions?" The young man led them forward, and after registering, they arrived at the 2nd floor of the task pavilion. This level contained tasks suitable for soul masters up to the Great Soul Master level, all relatively simple. "Since you seem to be first-year students, you might consider these tasks," he advised. Qin Daoming surveyed the expansive area, nearly 1,000 square meters, where a wide corridor was flanked by numerous columns, each adorned with a brown wooden plaque. Senior, how do we claim these tasks? Do we simply take them? Qin Daoming inquired, noticing that other students were picking them up and leaving. The young man replied, of course not. After selecting the task you wish to undertake, just register on the first floor. Upon completion, if it's a point task, you can collect your points at the points pavilion. If it's a physical item, or if you don't complete it, you must return to the task pavilion to submit or return the plaque. Filled with admiration, Qin Daoming thought to himself, as expected of Shrek Academy. Every detail is meticulously planned. However, he was not particularly interested in the Great Soul Master level tasks. So he requested the young man to take them to the third floor, which was similarly structured but with significantly less foot traffic. After bidding farewell to the young man, the four began to explore this level. Qin Daoming casually picked up a nearby wooden plaque and turned it over, discovering the inscription, Team Level 3-Point Task. The village of Mu Lin has been ravaged by several black-clad Great Soul Masters. Due to the large number of adversaries, this has been designated as a Level 3 task. A team task, Qin Daoming pondered. Given that it was their first time on a mission, it would be too risky for them to venture out alone. They decided to attempt a team task as a trial. Just then, Xiao Yueban approached with a wooden plaque in hand, saying this task seems decent. Daoming, take a look. Qin Daoming took the plaque, reading, Team Level 3-Point Task. Near the border of the Tiando Empire, close to the Sea Rift, herdsmen have reported sightings of a one-eyed monster and require patrols. Qin Daoming shook his head, urging Xiao Yueban to return the plaque. The one-eyed monster was not something they could handle at this time, especially since that area was known for its abundance of such creatures. After some discussion, they ultimately decided on the task chosen by Qin Daoming. Arriving at the counter on the first floor, the attendant registered them, and the four promptly departed the academy, hastening towards the Xinglua Empire. They had only 10 days to complete the task, and Mu Lin village fell under the management of the remote city of Wulvos in the Xinglua Empire, situated quite far from Shrek Academy. With nearly 7 days likely wasted on travel, time was of the essence, and they needed to quicken their pace. Chapter 198. The quartet moved swiftly, yet it still took them a full 3 days to reach Wulvos. Upon witnessing the scene outside the city, they were utterly astonished. Was this truly the Sea Rift? From a distance, all they had seen was a veil of white mist, but now that they were closer to the Sea Rift, they could comprehend its terrifying nature. Towering mountains, thousands of meters high, loomed ominously outside Wulvos, their peaks largely obscured by clouds. Yet even the small portion visible resembled a bloodthirsty beast surveying Wulvos, or perhaps the entire Xinglua Empire. Xiao Yueban remarked, it's terrifying. This is the Sea Rift. What we saw from the Tiando City and Baiwei City was merely white clouds. Now that we're near the Sea Rift, we truly grasp its dreadfulness. It evokes a profound sense of spiritual desolation. Qin Daoming, I too share this sentiment. Perhaps the exhaustion from our 3-day journey has taken its toll. Let us rest this evening and commence our search for clues tomorrow. After a night's respite in Wulvos City, everyone felt revitalized. Upon offering a local a silver coin, they were guided to the ruins of Mulin Village. The scene that unfolded before them left several in shock. The village, though modest in size, was drenched in a blood-red hue, yet not a single corpse could be found. Only fragments of fabric soaked in blood. Even those accustomed to the world turned pale at the sight, and Shuelele found herself crouching on the ground, retching. The local, seemingly unfazed, remarked, Many like you have come this way. Most cease their advance here, too fearful to enter Mulin Village. I see you are young. I advise against proceeding. I shall take my leave. You too should depart swiftly. Qin Daoming refrained from divulging their origins, merely stating they were adventurers. Qin Daoming, thank you for your warning. We shall observe for a moment. With the local gone, the four exchanged glances, uncertain whether to proceed. At the blood-stained entrance of Mulin Village, they lingered for some time. Qin Daoming's gaze hardened. Let us enter. I trust the Academy's judgment. As they stepped into Mulin Village, a robust tree came into view, revealing the village's diminutive scale. Spread out, but do not stray too far. Remain vigilant, Qin Daoming instructed, his demeanor turning grave. A gentle breeze carried a faint metallic scent of blood. Mulan village had been ravaged at least a month prior, with no inhabitants nearby for miles. The relentless sun had long since dried the blood, leaving one to ponder the source of the lingering scent. With Qin Daoming and Shui Lei in front, and Xiao Yueban and Li Qianyu behind, they approached the village's grand tree within a 3-meter distance, their senses heightened. Suddenly, as they entered the tree's shadow, a swift, rustling sound surrounded them. Without time to think, the four hurried closer, only to find themselves enveloped in darkness as 20 figures clad in black cloaks emerged from the shadows. One figure, taller than the rest, stood out, evidently the leader of this group. As expected, the figure spoke. There are no more members of Shrek Academy left. You've sent these mere children to their demise. Qin Daoming's expression sharpened. Only the leader bore the rank of Soul Master, while the others were mere Great Soul Masters. Such arrogance suggested the presence of reinforcements or hidden weapons. Chapter 199. Although unaware of the enemy's origins, Qin Daoming knew he could not show weakness. The battle was one of resolve. Despite their small numbers, they must not falter. Shrek Academy has many members. Yet, dealing with a bunch of cowards who dare not reveal their true faces is manageable, Qin Daoming taunted. Shrek Academy has dispatched individuals here numerous times. What so-called prodigies have fallen before me? Young ones attack, slay them, feast on their flesh, and drink their blood. In unison, the 19 responded, their soul power surging as one brandished a black dagger adorned with a grotesque pattern. What is this? The blood dagger? Shui Lei, as the pampered princess of the Tiando Empire, recognized the weapon immediately. The blood dagger, Shui Lei's voice drew the attention of the three. Yes, the blood dagger is a common martial spirit, known to awaken in infants born from the Sea Rift. Most possess a soul power level above 3. This anomaly has attracted countless eyes. Aside from prominent families, many ordinary people aspire for their descendants to become soul masters. Thus, with the awakening of the blood dagger among the first batch of 6-year-olds, it became the most prevalent martial spirit on the continent. However, due to its nature, it can become bloodthirsty in battle. Prominent families and academies reject such instability, leading the owners of the blood dagger to form a blood association dedicated to researching its complexities. The emergence of this martial spirit has also drawn many ill-intentioned individuals who abduct children and pregnant women from the Sea Rift to cultivate killing machines, forming an evil organization akin to the Evil Soul Masters, known as the Evil Guild. These individuals are likely members of that very guild. Shui Lei spoke rapidly as the cloaked figures closed in. The blood dagger emanated a blood-red glow, intertwining to form a crimson chain, an oppressive aura overwhelming them. The four exchanged glances. Xiao Yueban roared, and the shadow of the black magic gorilla solidified. The first and second soul rings illuminated as his arms became encased in rock, propelling him forward to shatter the chain, sending the others crashing into the nearby structures. As Shui Lei summoned the Ice Swan, a chilling aura swept through the cloaked figures, causing them to shiver involuntarily. In unison, their first soul rings ignited, unleashing a barrage of blood-red light from the blood dagger. With a flap of her snow-white wings, Shui Lei conjured a dozen azure ice crystals that coalesced in midair. As she flapped again, the ice crystals collided with the blood-red beams, creating a hiss of steam as both evaporated. This was her second soul skill, ice condensation. It effectively countered the first soul skills of several great soul masters, showcasing the remarkable strength of Shui Lei's abilities. Li Qianyu, not one to remain idle, took advantage of the black-clad figure's momentary lapse. He executed peculiar footwork, covering a distance of several meters in just 7 steps. The 7-star sword glimmered with a purple light as his second soul ring activated. The cloaked figures, realizing too late, attempted to evade, but it was too late. Chapter 200. The 7-star sword pierced into one figure's abdomen, the fierce purple light slicing through their insides, bringing about instantaneous death. The four, Xiao Yueban, Li Qianyu, Shui Lei, and Qin Daoming, exhibited no signs of horror. Instead, their excitement grew. Shui Lei, as a second soul skill, activated once more. while Li Qianyu engaged 3 opponents. Qiao Yueban grew even fiercer, single-handedly forcing 5 foes to retreat, while Shui Lele continuously harassed the remaining enemies with ice condensation. At this moment, Qin Daoming had already vanished from the center of the battlefield, his sights set on the cloaked leader standing 100 meters away. Students of Shrek always surprise. You appear to be only 12 or 13, yet possess a rank of 30. Truly a prodigy. Your companions are impressive as well. I offer you an irresistible choice. Join my evil guild, and you shall ascend to the heights of power and wealth. The cloaked figure's face, obscured in shadows, twisted into a malevolent grin as he approached Qin Daoming at a leisurely pace. Qin Daoming displayed a contemplative expression, seemingly oblivious to the leader's advance. 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Suddenly, he lifted his head with a smile and replied, "Very well, I accept." The cloaked figure erupted into maniacal laughter. "Remember, the one who will kill you is Yang Taiju." At 2 meters, a mere instant for a soul master, Yang Taiju swung the blood dagger, unleashing dozens of afterimages aimed at Qin Daoming. On one side, Qin Daoming brandished the Jiolong sword, gripping it firmly in both hands to ward off the impending attack. The clash of metal echoed as he stepped back a few paces. Yang Taiju, sensing an opportunity, activated the 3rd yellow soul ring, causing the blood dagger to seemingly gain sentience. It broke free from Yang Tieju's control and, with a flash of crimson light, struck. Qin Daoming swallowed hard as a slender gash appeared on his neck, blood spilling forth, and cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had underestimated his opponent. After all, he was facing a level 39 soul master. He cursed himself silently, but being a seasoned warrior, he seized the moment of Yang Tieju's soul skill cooldown, staunching the flow of blood with his soul power. He illuminated his first soul ring, summoning flames that surged from the Jiolong sword toward Yang Taiju. Yang Taiju, furrowing his brow in frustration, realized he had failed to land his signature throat-cutting technique, which had proven effective against opponents of similar rank in the past. Having just unleashed his 3rd soul skill, he found himself incapable of using it again in such a short span. Controlling the dagger consumed too much soul power, creating a significant gap in his energy supply. As the flaming sword descended upon him, he attempted to evade by rolling. But Qin Daoming would not grant him the luxury of time. A glimmer of silver flashed in Qin's eyes, and in an instant, Yang Taiju felt his body seize up. Before he could comprehend his paralysis, his head rolled away, severed from his body, leaving him forever in bewilderment. After dispatching Yang Taiju, Qin Daoming touched the bloodstain on his neck, realizing how perilously close he had come to death. He vowed never to underestimate any opponent, even one as seemingly unremarkable as a level 39 soul master. 10 minutes later, Qiao Yueban seized an ever-struggling black-clad figure and tossed him to the ground. This individual was the captive they had intended to bring back for questioning. After all, they could not report back without fulfilling their mission. After some interrogation, the black-clad man revealed that they were a minor team from an evil guild. They had remained inconspicuous until one day, a man in a black robe, notably larger than them, offered them 100,000 gold soul coins to eliminate 2 severely injured soul masters in this village. Lured by the gleaming gold, Yang Taiju had eagerly accepted the assignment. However, upon arriving, they found no soul masters and, after a thorough beating, the black-clad man divulged that they were to slaughter the villagers and feign weakness while eliminating anyone who approached. Yang Taiju, fixated on the gold coins, believed that targeting a village near the sea rift would evade the attention of powerful adversaries. Thus he proceeded with the plan. For a month, everything went smoothly until they met their demise today. Upon hearing the black-clad man's account, the 4 were filled with rage, their eyes burning with murderous intent. A palpable sense of dread emanated from the black-clad figure. Qiao Yueban disdainfully led the captive away. They had no time to return to Shrek Academy to report their task. According to the black-clad subordinate, if the obscure black-robed figure continued to systematically target border villages, the ensuing destruction could be catastrophic, possibly even inciting unrest within the Xingluar Empire. He suspected that the one-eyed monster tracks found at the border were likely human-made. There was no doubt about the Xinglu Empire's commitment to border protection. Aside from sudden attacks by groups of one-eyed monsters ranked above gold, it was nearly impossible for others to breach the sea rift. Thus, the existence of these tracks was likely as he suspected, and Qin Daoming sensed the faint whiff of conspiracy. It seemed prudent not to report back to Wolvo's city. Returning to Shrek Academy was the most secure course of action. The four made their way back, retracing their steps, taking 3 days to reach Shrek Academy. As they arrived, the office of Nan Dajing, who recognized their presence, opened the door with a broad smile. Upon seeing the black-clad man in Xiao Yueban's grasp, he inquired curiously, "I heard you completed your mission so quickly. What is this?" "Teacher, you're the only one we know in the academy," Qin Daoming hurriedly replied. "I've stumbled upon a grave secret. Can you take me to the leadership of the academy?" Though he felt that no immediate danger loomed, an inexplicable urgency surged within him. Observing Qin Daoming's anxious demeanor and the somber expressions of his companions, Nan Dajing furrowed his brow. "Very well. I shall fetch the dean of the Outer Academy. Do not fret. Wait for him to arrive so you can clarify everything." In under 2 minutes, an elderly man with a stooped posture and red hair appeared as if materializing from the void, glancing at them. "Is it you who sought me?" Nan Dajing, just catching up, gasped, Yes. They requested to see you about an important matter." "Daoming, please explain." "Certainly, teacher," Qin Daoming responded, marveling internally at the revelation that the black-clad man's teacher held the position of dean. However, he pressed on with the urgent matter at hand, recounting the black-clad man's revelations. The dean of the Outer Academy furrowed his brows, his tone grave. "I understand. This matter is of utmost importance. It must not be disclosed outside. Furthermore, for the time being, you are to refrain from undertaking any missions." With that, he departed. Seeing the stunned expressions on the four faces, Nan Dajing hastily clarified, "The teacher is concerned that you may be targeted by the black-clad individuals, making any missions perilous." Yet Qin Daoming shook his head. "That's not it, teacher. I'm merely curious as to why the dean is familiar with us." Nan Dajing chuckled. "You are all exceptional talents in the elite class. Your portraits have graced my desk numerous times. With his mental acuity, it is quite easy for him to remember you little rascals." The four suddenly understood, and Nan Dajing continued, "In the coming months, remain in the academy to train diligently. It will be best for all of you to reach the Soul Master level. This will greatly aid you in completing the 4th level mission. Once the academy verifies your account, your credits might even be doubled. Do not disclose any details outside." "Understood, teacher." As they walked back to their dormitory, the campus was nearly deserted, with most students attending classes. It seemed that only they, the 4 of them, had a rare moment of leisure at Shrek Academy. Xiao Yueban spoke up. "I plan to acquire my 3rd soul ring soon. My father has already reached out to me, but since we're executing this mission, I also intend to gather more experience. I may have to return home in a few months." "What about you all?" Qin Daoming shrugged. "I'll be quietly cultivating in the academy." "What about Xiao, Lizzie, and Lele?" Li Qianyu replied, "I am already at level 28. I gained some insights from the previous battle and might break through to level 29 in a few days. I also plan to obtain my 3rd soul ring." Shui Lele chimed in, "I might reach level 30 tonight. The effects of the Millennium Grade Fruit could push me to the peak of level 30. My family will also take me to acquire my soul ring." Xiao Yueban waved her hand cheerfully. "Come to my house. My father will take us to get our soul rings together." Shui Lele shook her head. "The soul hunting forest has already offered me a suitable soul beast. I can't just abandon that opportunity." Li Qianyu appeared somewhat tempted, and Xiao Yueban quickly embraced him, grinning. "Then it's settled. Xiao, Lizzie, and I will go together. And Lele can accompany Daoming. We'll meet back in the dormitory in 3 months, shall we?" Shui Lele's face brightened with anticipation as she looked at Qin Daoming, who felt a twinge of anxiety but feigned nonchalance. "That sounds fine. Let us decide on that. We can also take the opportunity to explore the soul-hunting forest." Xiao Yueban and Li Qianyu did not return to the dormitory. Since they had made a pact, they departed without hesitation. Qin Daoming, feeling somewhat helpless, said, "Let us go." "Lele, you also wish to acquire a soul ring, so where shall we head next?" "I shall follow your lead." Shui Lele flushed slightly and replied, "Let us return home first." Qin Daoming glanced at Shuelele, puzzled by her words. Home. Shuelele nearly choked on her breath, realizing that he had misunderstood her. I meant we should go to my house first. I need to pay my respects to my father before I can request entry into the Hunting Soul Forest. Thus, the two hastened away from the academy, arriving at the palace just as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. Under Shuelele's guidance, they encountered no obstacles. Strangely, ever since entering the palace, Shuelele had not uttered a single word to Qin Daoming, leaving him bewildered. They arrived at a secluded hall, where Shuelele, without even turning her head, instructed him, "Wait here for me," and hurried off, as though she had pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 203. Doubts persist. Qin Daoming found a stone bench and sat down, allowing his soul power to circulate as he began a light meditation, all the while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. This courtyard, albeit in a less frequented area of the palace, exuded opulence that rivaled even the task hall of Shrek Academy. Truly, the imperial estate lived up to its grandeur. Moreover, his keen perception detected several pairs of eyes lurking in the shadows. The night had deepened, and aside from a few moonlight stones casting a faint blue glow, it would be challenging for anyone, even a formidable soul master, to remain unnoticed. Yet, Qin Daoming possessed mental acuity akin to that of Soul Sect, allowing him to sense the presence of individuals who were likely at least at the Soul Sect level. Understandably so, as they were in the palace, and the return of the princess warranted their attention. Before long, Shuelele bounced back to Qin Daoming's side, declaring, "Daoming, you may rest here tonight. My father has granted you permission to stay." After speaking, she skipped away once more. Am I on the verge of another breakthrough? Qin Daoming contemplated as he examined his body. His dantian had indeed expanded further. After absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring, he had reached the 33rd level. Logically, he should remain at this level for some time to solidify his foundation, yet signs of another breakthrough had emerged in such a short span. Furrowing his brow, he wondered if his cultivation speed was too rapid. Perhaps it would be prudent to suppress it for now. Advancing too swiftly could be detrimental. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought of an immediate breakthrough. The night passed in silence. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound at the door, Qin Daoming opened his eyes and sighed, Lele, I've yet to dress. Please do not rush me. Outside the door, Shuelele could not help but chuckle, her cheeks flushing slightly as she replied, All right, I will wait for you at the palace gate. My father will be heading there after his morning court. After preparing himself, Qin Daoming met Shuelele at the palace entrance, where they engaged in conversation. In the distance, a middle-aged man clad in a golden dragon robe approached, flanked by two elderly men, one plump and the other thin. In an instant, the trio neared, and Qin Daoming had already deduced their identities. The emperor of the Tiando Empire, Emperor Xuejia. Shuelele bowed respectfully, greeting, Father, may you be well. Greetings to Grandfather Fat and Grandfather Thin. Unfamiliar with royal etiquette, Qin Daoming clasped his hands in salute, saying, Long live the emperor, greetings to the two grandfathers. Ah, rise. You must be Qin Daoming. Indeed, you possess remarkable talent, remarked Tang, his magnetic voice soothing Qin Daoming's turbulent heart. However, this was quickly overshadowed by a formidable pressure emanating from the plump elder, whose temples bulged with veins. The moment he landed, a soul sect-level pressure enveloped the area. Qin Daoming was merely at the 33rd level, and most individuals could only withstand pressure equal to their own level. Such talent was exceptional, yet Qin Daoming, unexpectedly, did not crumble under the sudden pressure of a junior soul sect. This astonished the three high-ranking individuals present. Noticing the change in Qin Daoming, Shuelele rushed forward, gripping his arm anxiously, exclaiming, Grandfather Fat, what are you doing? She then cast a wary glance at Tang, knowing this old man only heeded her father's words. Chapter 204. Tang offered Shuelele a reassuring glance, saying, Do not worry, Grandfather Fat understands his limits. Yet Shuelele remained unconvinced, asserting, Grandfather Fat, if you continue to exert pressure on Daoming, I shall report to my grandfather. The plump elder shivered at her words, prompting a sigh of relief from Shuelele. However, his expression shifted and the pressure intensified once more, this time reaching the 45th level. Qin Daoming felt his body grow heavy, and the 9 dragons' sword manifested. With 9 golden dragons swirling around him like tattoos, a sight known only to him. The pressure escalated, and the 9 dragons' sword throbbed, seemingly striving to resist this overwhelming force. At that moment, Qin Daoming's eyes reddened, veins bulging, his face contorted in agony. The pressure had now reached 49. One step further would elevate it to the level of Soul King. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, while Tang Jie and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from indifference to concern, for they were aware of Qin Daoming's origins. Who were his parents? Shui Lele clasped her hands over her mouth, longing to embrace Qin Daoming, yet an invisible barrier seemed to hinder her from advancing. As his consciousness began to fade, Qin Daoming felt his eyelids growing heavy. Suddenly, the giant egg unleashed its power, an overwhelming force of absorption emanating from its surface. Qin Daoming's body transformed into a super black hole, instantly depleting the soul power within a 100-mile radius. Even before any could flow in from elsewhere, the area of absorption rapidly expanding. The 4 individuals closest to Qin Daoming felt the full brunt of this force. In that moment, it felt as if their very souls were being drawn away. Shui Lele had already fainted on the ground. Tang Jie, recognizing the gravity of the situation, disregarded his astonishment as white snowflakes enveloped Qin Daoming, covering him in an instant, while the plump elder hastily retracted his pressure. As the pressure dissipated, Qin Daoming felt a wave of relief wash over him as he crossed over the 34th level. Attaining the 35th level, the effects of the celestial herb within him had been thoroughly absorbed. He felt no fatigue. Instead, he sensed newfound vigor coursing through his body. At 12 years and 8 months, he had achieved the 35th level. Even the sea god Tang Sand could not compare. Perhaps only the creator god Qin Shi could rival him. Indeed, the giant egg played a monumental role. The intensity of that absorption was terrifying. Yet, it appeared that the egg had merely quivered slightly. If it were to fully exert its absorbing capabilities, it might consume the entire continent, though he too would be at risk of bursting from a strain. Ha ha ha! Truly, a child of the Qin family. Your talent is indeed formidable. Tang Jie chuckled. Brother Magic Wolf, extend an apology to young Qin. The burly elder hesitated before opening his mouth, but Qin Daoming raised a hand, saying, "There is no need for an apology. I am truly grateful for the elder's assistance. Without your pressure, my breakthrough to the 35th level might have been delayed by 3 months." The Magic Wolf, impressed, cast a glance at Tang Jie, who replied, "Since young Qin has spoken, we shall let it be. Allow me to formally introduce them. They are Magic Wolf and Magic Fox. I believe young Qin has heard of their exploits." Qin Daoming had indeed anticipated the revelation upon hearing the term Mo Wolf. It was surprising to learn that these 2 individuals were serving the Tiando Empire. Chapter 205. Qin Daoming had also heard tales of the Mo Wolf and Mo Fox brothers, who bravely ventured thrice into the High Lai Valley and vanquished the one-eyed monsters, only to suffer grievous injuries. The people of the continent believed them to be dead, yet here they were, unexpectedly appearing in the Tiando Empire as subordinates of Emperor Tang Jie. With a jovial demeanor, Mo Wolf remarked, "Young friend, you jest. We too have suffered severe injuries. Had it not been for the Tiando Empire, we would have long since departed this world." Mo Fox added, "We intend to spend the latter half of our lives in the Tiando Empire." He suggested that they refrain from revisiting the past, and, instead, wait for Lele to awaken before heading to the soul hunting forest. Qin Daoming had already lifted Shui Lele in his arms. Hearing Tang Jie's words weighed heavily on his conscience, as he felt responsible for her predicament. Although she seemed unharmed, and Emperor Tang Jie had not expressed any discontent, guilt surged within him, prompting him to contemplate how to make amends with Shui Lele. In the royal flower garden of the Tiando Empire, the emperor remarked, "Indeed, the young master of the Qin family is formidable. It would seem we are the ones fortunate to have him as our future son-in-law." Mo Wolf chuckled, noting that they had spent several years in the Tiando Empire, which they now regarded as their second home, expressing deep concern for its future. Mo Wolf's elder brother cautioned, "Do not underestimate the Qin family. As long as the old master remains, any elder from the Qin family could easily bring our Tian-Do empire to its knees overnight. Otherwise, how could the Qin family be hailed as a deity, recognized as the foremost power on the continent?" Mo Fox and Mo Wolf, not well versed in the dynamics of the outside world and focused solely on their cultivation, were taken aback by Tang Jie's words. The power of the Supreme Emperor had long surpassed the limits of a titled Douluo, and even without his presence, the Tian-Do Empire boasted several titled Douluos, with two at the extreme Douluo level. Thus, it was evident that the Qin family possessed at least as many formidable beings as the Supreme Emperor himself. The title of the continent's strongest was indeed fearsome. Qin Daoming was likely the leader of the younger generation of the Qin family. If not for their ignorance of the Qin family's whereabouts, he would have taken Lei to propose marriage the very next day. However, considering that Lei was a young lady, it would be prudent for her to maintain a degree of modesty. Such matters should be resolved by the youth themselves, allowing fate to take its course. "Daoming, are you all right?" Shui Lei, her petite form pressing down on Qin Daoming, playfully touched him. Observing her worried expression, he found it difficult to push her away. "Lei, I am fine. I merely feel responsible for your situation." "I apologize," Qin Daoming expressed with sincerity. Shui Lei beamed a beautiful smile and replied, "It's nothing to worry about. Oh, don't fret over me." She then playfully gritted her teeth, blaming the fat old man. Qin Daoming reassured her, "There is no cause for concern. Senior Mo Wolf was merely testing me. He meant no harm." Shui Lei pouted, "Isn't it true that father instructed him to evaluate you?" Qin Daoming gently squeezed her small hand, declaring that it was all in the past, and suggested that they seek the emperor, for they were to embark on their journey to the soul-hunting forest. At the mere mention of soul rings, Shui Lei's spirits soared, and glancing at the sky, she mused that her father must have been waiting for them. The five of them swiftly arrived at the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. The soul-hunting forest was jointly governed by the Tian-Do and Xing Luo royal families. The soul beasts within were of relatively lower rank, rendering the forest less perilous compared to the Sunset Forest and Star-Do Great Forest. Chapter 206. Consequently, the soul-hunting forest was a paradise for ordinary soul masters. Many would venture there to hunt soul beasts upon reaching a certain rank. Of course, the royal families would occasionally capture soul beasts suitable for their martial souls, nurturing them with rare materials. Most royal members acquire their first 2 or even 4 soul rings from the soul-hunting forest. One could not help but acknowledge the empire's wealth in utilizing rare materials for cultivating soul beasts. The 2 great empires remained vigilant over the soul-hunting forest, which spanned a considerable area, approximately 1/4 the size of the Sunset Forest. Nevertheless, both empires invested heavily in erecting 10-meter-tall iron walls around the entire forest, with solid iron gates towering over 10 meters high at the entrance. On one side stood soldiers of the Tian-Do Empire, while on the other were those of the Xing Luo Empire. Upon noticing the group, both sides knelt in unison, paying their respects, and the gates swung open, allowing a refreshing breeze to waft through. The trees in the soul-hunting forest were not as dense as those in the Star-Do Great Forest, resembling the Sunset Forest but with smaller trees. Once they entered the forest, the carriage could go no further, and they had to wait at the periphery. Within the soul-hunting forest, the strongest old beasts were around 50,000 years old. In their party, apart from Qin Daoming and Shui Lei, Tang was a titled Douluo at level 93, while Mo Wolf and Mo Fox were both formidable beings at level 95, ensuring that they would face no danger in the forest. Under the guidance of Mo Fox, the 5 of them traversed horizontally around the perimeter for an hour before venturing inward with purpose to locate a small pond. In the pond floated a soul beast approximately 3 meters long, adorned in white feathers with a black beak, and a pale yellow hue from the upper beak to the nostrils. Its long neck comprised about 1/3 of its body length, presenting a sight that was both beautiful and elegant from a distance. Shui Lei was utterly captivated by the soul beast before her, What girl does not yearn for beauty? Moreover, this magnificent white goose seemed to exude a sense of suppression, as though it possessed a bloodline pressure. The soul beast, seemingly unafraid of humans, leisurely glided toward them, its bright eyes sparkling with an intriguing glimmer. Just as Qin Daoming and Xue Lele were eager to engage, Tang Jia and the others suddenly tensed, their bodies slightly bowing as they simultaneously addressed, "Senior." This scene astonished the two youngsters. "Rise, it has been long, Shao Jia." "The emperor must be weary," came the reply. Their astonishment deepened, for the majestic white swan was speaking. Was it not the case that soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest only possessed up to 50,000 years of cultivation? Xue Jia chuckled, "Of course. This time, the old man granted me permission to bring the younger generation along to acquire soul rings, which is tantamount to giving me a holiday." The white swan chuckled, shaking its head with a human-like demeanor. "That old fellow remains unchanged." "Are these two little ones your kin?" the white swan inquired, glancing at Xue Lele and nodding in approval. However, upon seeing Qin Daoming, its mind became a whirlwind of confusion. He is. Moreover, both of them bore the scent reminiscent of that draconic creature. Suddenly, a dense white mist enveloped the white swan, and amidst a dazzling light, a woman clad in a white gown emerged, her skin fair with a hint of rosy allure, captivating to the extreme. The three old men, Xue Jia and company, quickly turned to survey their surroundings, their faces unwittingly flushing. Chapter 207. The woman stepped forward to stand before Qin Daoming, gazing down at him, who was shorter than she, her eyes trembling with recognition of a familiar bloodline aura, even in its juvenile form, exuding a terrifying suppressive force. At that moment, a long-forgotten voice resonated in her chaotic mind. "Do not reveal his identity." The white swan became agitated, gazing skyward, muttering to itself incomprehensibly. Qin Daoming was perplexed by the elder's peculiar behavior. The woman appeared indifferent to him, treating him as a mere innocent Shrek Academy student. Nevertheless, the fragrance emanating from her was undeniably delightful, imbued with a fresh and ethereal essence. After a while, the white swan regained composure, gently ruffling Qin Daoming's hair with a soft smile, uttering words that mirrored his own bewilderment. "What is your name?" The white swan lowered her body, her two peaks as large as buns dazzling Qin Daoming. After steadying his mind, he said, "Greetings, senior. My name is Qin Daoming." "Qin Daoming, what a splendid name. I shall call you Daoming from now on, shall I?" "My name is Bai Tian, so you may address me as Aunt Tian." Qin Daoming felt somewhat troubled. Glancing at Xue Jia, with a twitch of his lips, he inquired, "Senior, won't this hierarchy be confusing?" "Not at all. Little Jia will understand," Xue Jia reassured. With a slight flutter of his eyelids, Xue Jia hesitated to argue, but upon meeting Bai Tian's gaze, he nodded in agreement. "Call me Aunt Tian," Qin Daoming said in a sweet tone. "Such a good boy," Bai Tian responded. Xue Lele, the magical wolf and fox, chimed in sweetly. "May I also call you Aunt Tian?" "Of course, you may call me Xue Lele. I shall call you Lele, as little Jia often speaks of you." Suddenly, Xue Lele felt a twinge of discomfort for having adopted such a lofty title. Meanwhile, the three older gentlemen, feeling neglected, exchanged awkward glances. "Ahem, senior. The old man has given me limited time." Bai Tian shot Xue Jia a glance and replied, "Very well. The soul beast you seek is situated 30 miles ahead. Proceed with caution, and remember not to engage in unnecessary slaughter." After bidding Bai Tian farewell, the five of them traversed across a small lake towards the direction she indicated. "Uncle Xue, why didn't Aunt Tian join us?" Xue Jia, with a knowing look at Qin Daoming, replied, "Though Aunt Tian can assume human form, she is ultimately a soul beast and cannot bear to see her kind hunted. She has provided us with guidance, which shows her regard for us." Qin Daoming nodded in understanding, reflecting on the burdens of wisdom that soul beasts must carry, particularly those of a gentle nature. After all, it is not uncommon for soul beasts to engage in deadly combat, with some malevolent ones preying upon their own kind. Their target this time was the Qinghui bird, a soul beast possessing both healing and ice attributes. Such beings are deemed rare and noble among soul beasts. and the Tiando Empire had expended considerable effort to capture one from the Stardow forest, even attracting 200,000-year-old soul beasts in the process. Truly, Shuejie dotes on his daughter. Qin Daoming mused silently, feeling joy for Shuelele, pondering the remarkable soul skill this rare and powerful soul beast would bestow upon her. Through eager anticipation, they passed through a thicket and beheld a bird-like soul beast, nearly 2 meters tall, adorned with azure feathers that shimmered under the sunlight. The creature, with its red beak and azure claws, exuded an intimidating aura. However, it appeared to be in distress. A bloodied patch marred its left wing, as if it had been attacked by another soul beast. As they laid eyes upon it, the Qinghui bird noticed them as well, emitting a cry reminiscent of an eagle, seemingly attempting to drive them away. Tang Jie said with a smile, Aunt Tian has found a splendid soul beast for Lele. It will greatly aid in her future development. Qin Daoming stepped forward, assessing that the Qinghui bird was approximately 13 to 1,500 years old, making it a suitable opponent for both himself and Shuelele. Uncle Shue, Lele and I will handle this. Very well, I had no intention of intervening. They stood over 30 meters away from the Qinghui bird, which rose to its full height, dwarfing the two with its imposing presence. Sensing their hostility, the Qinghui bird screeched and took to the sky, circling above them as droplets of blood fell from its injured wing. Despite its injury, the bird's flight remained steady, allowing Qin Daoming to easily track its movements. The Nine-Dragon sword manifested, and 3 rings of soul power, yellow, purple, and yellow, slowly ascended. Bending his knees, Qin Daoming leapt 10 meters high, nearly matching the Qinghui bird's altitude. As his first soul ring illuminated, flames quickly engulfed the Nine-Dragon sword. Seeing the audacious human leap, the Qinghui bird swiftly altered its course, diving toward Qin Daoming with its uninjured wing glowing fiercely. In an instant, Qin Daoming found himself momentarily blinded. A line of blood hung, suspended in the air, before falling to the ground. It was Qin Daoming's blood, as the Qinghui bird had slashed him with its sharp wing during the fleeting moment of darkness. Fortunately, the Qinghui bird's injury had compromised its stability, resulting in a shallow wound. As Qin Daoming began to descend, the Qinghui bird charged at him once more. With a slight smirk, Shuelele activated her first and second soul rings, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes towards Qin Daoming's direction. When the Qinghui bird was merely a meter away from him, the ice spikes reached his feet. With a firm push, Qin Daoming launched himself upward an additional meter. The Qinghui bird, unable to halt or turn mid-sprint, was met with no hesitation from Qin Daoming. With the blade of a Nine-Dragon sword aimed downward, he struck true. The Qinghui bird, unable to evade, was pierced through by the sword, its hot blood splattering onto Qin Daoming. The bird could no longer sustain flight and began to plummet rapidly. Shuelele drew a dagger she had prepared beforehand and thrust it into the head of the fallen Qinghui bird. As a ring of purple soul rings gradually coalesced above its lifeless body. The absorption of this soul ring took Shuelele quite some time, and as dusk approached, she completed the process in approximately 5 hours. After bidding farewell to Bai Tian, the 5 set off to return to the palace. However, shortly after exiting the soul-hunting forest, they were confronted by a middle-aged man in white who blocked their path within a small grove. The 3 strongest among them, Shuejie, the magical wolf, and the magical fox, immediately sensed the formidable presence of the man in black, who was at least a limit Douluo. As the emperor of Tiando, Shuejie stepped forward, stating, "Esteemed senior, what brings you here?" "Haha, I'm actually younger than you, so there is no need for such formalities. I have come to take these 2 children," the middle-aged man replied, pointing at Qin Daoming and Shuelele. Qin Daoming instinctively grasped Shuelele's hand, cautiously shifting closer to Shuejie and the others. Upon hearing the man's words, Shuejie felt a weight settle in his heart, yet maintained his composure as he replied, "Respect is due to the strong. If you are indeed stronger than I shall address you as senior. But you cannot take these children." The middle-aged man continued to wear a cheerful expression. "I assure you, I will not harm them." Shuejie narrowed his eyes, preparing for a potential confrontation. "The children cannot be taken from us." As soon as he finished speaking, The magical wolf summoned his spirit, declaring, "What of a limit, Douluo? I shall test you." The middle-aged man regarded the advancing magical wolf and the thousands of soul-power-formed wolf claws with a teasing smile. An invisible, transparent, protective shield materialized around him. Boom! The wolf claws exploded upon contact with the shield, and the magical wolf scoffed. "Limit, Douluo? A trivial challenge." "Oh, is that so?" The middle-aged man maintained his smile, his voice calm amidst the dust. The magical wolf's mocking grin faltered as the dust settled, revealing the middle-aged man unscathed before him. "You are overconfident. Even the weakest limit, Douluo, cannot be slain by one who has not even utilized their soul skill. You may have traversed the abyssal rift thrice, but to me, you remain a mere fledgling. Emperor Shueijia, I will take care of your 2 children. I shall not hold you accountable for the offenses committed by your subordinates." Otherwise, Shueijia furrowed his brow. Although the magic wolf's attack was merely a test, it was evident that the middle-aged man in white was formidable. It seemed unlikely that the 3 of them could withstand even 3 rounds against one another. With this thought in mind, Shueijia softened his tone slightly and inquired, "May I ask from where you hail, senior?" The middle-aged man in white suddenly lifted his head and slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I forgot to introduce myself." He stated his name, Qin Daoming, and then introduced Shueilei and the magic wolf. With composure, he continued, "I am a member of the Sea God Pavilion from Shrek Academy, and I am here by the orders of the Pavilion Master to bring away Qin Daoming and Shueilei." The middle-aged man reported his identity without a hint of nervousness, producing a sea blue token emblazoned with the words Sea God Pavilion on one side and a golden trident on the other, echoing a sound reminiscent of crashing waves throughout the forest. Shueijia was quite familiar with this token, recognizing it as belonging to the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy. His eyes brightened, and he felt a sense of relief, thankful that he had not offended the man gravely. Otherwise, he would have had to alter his attitude, becoming more respectful in light of the man's formidable strength, the identity of the Sea God Pavilion, and the favors that the Sea God had bestowed upon the Tiando Empire and his own Shui family. "Senior, may I inquire about the purpose of taking my niece and nephew?" The middle-aged man replied, "It is a matter of Academy confidentiality." However, a joyful smile spread across Shueijia's face, for the middle-aged man's telepathic communication hinted that these 2 children might soon join the inner academy, which stirred his heart. Turning to the 2, he said, "Daoming, Lei, since it is a senior from the Sea God Pavilion, you should go with him." In Chapter 210, the speed of a limit Douluo was truly experienced by the 2 of them. While accompanying the 2, the middle-aged man's speed was so swift that the wind nearly distorted their faces. Shueilei, who was usually mindful of her appearance, was nearly in tears, while Qin Daoming had to comfort her from the side. They had approached Shrek Academy and informed Nandajing before heading towards the inner academy. The senior left them at the entrance of Shrek Academy, instructing them to enter on their own. "How do we get to the inner academy?" The clear waters of the sea god lake appeared before them. In the distance, a mist hung low, but they could vaguely see some indistinct shadows. Qin Daoming found himself in a quandary. The inner academy was situated in the center of the sea god lake, surrounded by water. How were they to enter? Eager to reach the coveted inner academy, the 2 were impatient. "Should I freeze the water surface so we can walk on it?" Shueilei suggested. Qin Daoming shook his head. "No, even if we freeze the surface beneath us, your soul power would not be sufficient to allow us to reach the inner academy. We might have to swim halfway." He was, after all, a poor swimmer and would likely sink if he entered the water. Shueilei, observing Qin Daoming hesitating, stifled a laugh but said no more. Secretly cursing the middle-aged man, she noticed the surrounding trees, which were now their only resource. Using the Jiolong sword, she severed 5 large trees, cutting them to equal lengths, and bound them with vines, thus crafting a simple raft. Once in the water, Qin Daoming gently propelled the raft forward using his soul power. After a steady advance of 100 meters, he silently increased their speed, and the raft swiftly glided across the surface of the sea god lake, accompanied by the girls' delighted screams. On the shore of the sea god lake, a young man with sword-like eyebrows, clad in a light blue robe, smiled as he gazed at the raft causing ripples on the lake. As the raft drew near the shore, he stepped forward, and Shuelele emerged from behind an ice wall, untouched by the lake's water, whereas Qin Daoming was thoroughly drenched. Shuelele crouched on the ground, unable to contain her laughter, while Qin Daoming scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I thought you would swim in, but I didn't expect this." The young man in blue laughed. Qin Daoming looked up in surprise. "Senior Shun, what brings you here?" Shun Zhichai shrugged. "I am originally from the Inner Academy of Shrek Academy. I was merely executing a task at the Tiando Royal Academy." Qin Daoming replied. "Then you and Senior Liu Bai are also students of Shrek Academy, right? They are both so impressive and friends of yours." "Of course," Shun Zhichai replied. "Liu Bai is on par with me, but Yu surpasses me." Qin Daoming said, "Then they must also be Inner Academy students. You all kept it well hidden. We had no idea you were from our academy for 6 years." Shun Zhichai remarked, "Naturally, but their mission is not yet complete. They're still outside." "Daoming, Lele, what have you done? It's remarkable. Even the Sea God Pavilion has been stirred, convening a special meeting for you." Shuelele replied, "Actually, we didn't do much. We just discovered something while undertaking a third-level task, but I can't disclose more. The Academy leadership asked me to keep it confidential." In her mind, 2 types of techniques flickered like images on a projector, each word shining clearly. Lu Shiran stared unblinkingly, while Nying pondered for a moment before shaking his head with a sigh, causing her to question whether he had lost his senses. "What do you intend to do?" Ling Huzi glanced at Mo Lin, knowing he must have some improper thoughts again. "You guessed correctly, young Master Xiao. You are quite astute. If I hadn't been here today, they would have surely met their downfall." The figure in black was indeed a projection of Hua Xiong, while the golden armored general could not discern the authenticity of this projection. The next day, by evening, the name Yashua Group spread throughout the vast expanse of China. Gazing at the elegant and graceful Betty, he chuckled, realizing that she had woven a story he had told her into this moment, humorously referencing this road, this tree, which was utterly amusing. Seeing Hua Xiong smile, his consciousness stirred, and a stream of light entered Qin Su's body, instantly reaching his primordial spirit. Upon careful examination, Qin Su furrowed his brow, for he could sense no trace of this restriction, as if it were nearly imperceptible. With a sigh, Qin Su felt at ease. According to legend, the Lushan sword was forged by the Chaos Primordial Being, utilizing the souls of 999 individuals, each possessing the strength equivalent to a 9th-tier Master God. Merging them with the ethereal energies of the void and the essence of life, undergoing a meticulous refinement for 900 years. "Have you ever considered your own actions?" Zhao Chong coldly fixed his gaze upon the trapped Li Zili, maintaining his vigilance. The crimes Li Zili had committed here, if judged half a year ago, would have warranted countless death sentences. "Young Master Nya, the Dragon King's son is about to enter the Dragon Pool. Lord Dragon King requests your presence." 5 days later, Qian Exen hurriedly made his way to the palace. Moreover, his Taijiquan, regardless of how it transformed, always contained the foundational principles of the grasp, the sparrow's tail posture. Arriving at the battlefield at a critical moment, a single sword strike unleashed a tempest, instantly dissolving the deadly formation into nothingness. This was the idea of Qianyang. Although she insisted that Sun Yang claimed it was his own idea, Sun Yang could not reconcile himself with it. Using the deceased as bait felt villainous to him. Thus, she became contemplative, wishing to visit the landed temple in Tianzhu to see if she could find someone capable of contending with Xiaoxian. With great effort, despite the application of several special healing agents by others at the wound site, blood continued to flow relentlessly from the injury. The mere thought of the moment when Master Liu pushed him away twisted his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. If he could survive along this corridor and reach the next grand exhibition, would that signify passing the selection and beginning to engage with the legacy? The transport of provisions by Shingbi involved a substantial consignment of 8,000 loads, measured in the local unit of measurement, with 1 load of rice weighing more than a stone, while 1 load of beans was slightly lighter. Within this palace, it was easy to deduce who had the audacity to stride in so boldly. Even without thinking, one could guess the identity of the intruder, although they felt indignation. Lu Ji and the others had no choice but to bow their heads and wait quietly by the side. The left and right Shin's army were stationed at the silver platform gates of the Daming Palace, with the left army closer to the left gate and the right army nearer to the right gate. However, the troops encamped outside the two gates were not from their main forces. The right silver platform gate, closer to the right army, was guarded by soldiers from the left Shin's army, while the left silver platform gate was manned by soldiers from the right Shin's army. The first track of the demo disc was The Storm Tribe by Leslie Chung, and he felt as if the air was being torn apart by the music, his entire being exhilarated to the point of wanting to take flight. In that case, I shall accompany you to the mine, as I am not yet familiar with the conditions within. It would be better for us all to go together for mutual support, Li Jin declared. In certain aspects, Lu Yu appeared cold and indifferent, yet in others, he was fiercely protective. On this night, when Ling Qingqiu had just opened her heart, he encountered such an unobservant fool. Cousin, the lazybones, Ji Xian teased as she stuck her tongue out at Lin Tian before turning to leave. Though adorned with light makeup, her flawless and striking features captivated onlookers, compelling them to gaze in awe, unable to look away. For a family to possess even one or two extraordinary masters of Wuji martial arts is indeed remarkable. You deliberately left them alive, gravely injured, the others remarked. The tigers could neither save these severely injured children nor take them to a hospital, as they were undocumented and their injuries had suspicious origins. Should the hospital alert the authorities, the tigers would find themselves at a loss to explain. The bond between master and servant had been fulfilled. Yuan Yang had done all that she needed to do. If questioned, she could not be said to have betrayed her conscience. The plight of Yue Hong was indeed pitiable, yet it was irrelevant to Yuan Yang. He hoped to resolve this matter today, intending to have people move in over the next few days for some design and renovation work. With a call, Huli bounced over to Fong Ao, and amidst the bewildered gazes of several others, she forcibly pulled a chair and placed it directly between Fong Ao and Fu Yingro. Thus, the advancement of technology undoubtedly bestowed upon humanity a life filled with happiness and harmony, even alleviating all forms of inequity and suffering. Furthermore, skills like the brightness art, which possess extreme luminosity, have successfully suppressed the might of assassins. Zheng Donglio suddenly opened his eyes, filled with confidence, and exclaimed, "Great." He then placed 50,000 taels of silver notes as a wager. Zhang Yifeng and the others promptly followed suit, all placing their bets with eager expressions, anticipating the spectacle that would unfold. His own level remained confined to the realm of alleviating loneliness, while this young man was already reveling in solitude. To endure loneliness is to be exceptionally open-minded. To enjoy it requires a certain level of sophistication. Amo chose not to say more. He had come merely to deliver a message and would depart upon its completion. As he left, he glanced back at the inscrutable smile of Qinjing, feeling a sense of profundity. Resources were prioritized for lower-ranked members, prompting Duan Xiu to directly allocate the two priests, Lan Shui'er and Ming Qi, to them. He was already aware of the power of the sword formation. He simply did not know how formidable the sword formation of the relentless warrior would be. The degree of intensity was truly terrifying. Yet, she was unaware that this was a result of Jingji deliberately moderating the pace, concerned that Song Yu might not adapt. Rest for 2 days? How can that be? While I wish to see you work hard, I do not want to see you continue like this and harm your health. Xiong Xiaobai remarked, noting that An Weichen had undergone too stark a transformation. To be precise, the captivating program began recording the moment the guests set foot on SC's territory. Starting now, after such a delay, was indeed a considerate gesture, allowing them time to react. Su Sahan was also aware of what kind of person Lao Laito was, but today her anger had blinded her to the fleeting strangeness in his eyes. Just moments ago, in Du Mingshang's office, it seemed she had been led by the nose. Now, having calmed down, she realized she could not place all her hopes on Du Mingshang. She had to rely on herself. Making a playful face at An Weichen, Xiong Xiaobai fell silent, lowering her head as she diligently spooned various desserts from her bowl into her mouth. With a mischievous smile, she left up Ganfeng feeling exasperated. However, at that moment, she could only endure, for in the past, she had not been a match for Xuan Yuanya. let alone in her current weakened state. Hai Tao, you are insufferable. Lin Xiaoya suddenly leaned over and rested her head on his pillow, covering her face while turning her back to Wang Haitao, inadvertently revealing her long, luscious legs and the fair expanse beneath her waist. Boss, is what they said true? Huang Yang, seeing that Su Zijin had finished speaking, eagerly sought confirmation regarding whether their guesses on the riddle were correct. Yes, you continue with your tasks. I shall not cause any trouble. How Shifan, the obedient little one, took a seat, appearing as if he were attentively listening in class, with perfect posture and a serious demeanor. It was evident that his relationship with Zhu Li was far from ordinary, as they conversed with a familiarity absent in their usual interactions. Huang Kai's gaze toward Liu Chang lost its previous admiration. Her stunning beauty now appeared more terrifying than that of a devil in his eyes. Why are there significantly fewer boats on this river compared to the upper reaches of the Fana, Dayunha? Lin Xian inquired with a hint of curiosity. The numbers 3 appeared consecutively on the Inferno fire, which had extremely low physical defenses. Xuan Yuan Wudao struck through 3 times in succession. In his hand, the Eileen Beige swept horizontally 3 times. The dark arc sliced through, continuously inflicting damage upon the Inferno fire. The Inferno fire, composed of foul dark stones, shuddered violently. This is too much fun. I could play all day, no, 2 days. Qing Yuan had never encountered such a marvelous thing in her life. Ever since Qin Feng threw the grenade, he had been watching intently until Qin Feng stood at the second-floor window and eliminated an entire squad with a 98K. Only then did he struggle to swallow the saliva in his mouth, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief, which also explained his stuttering. Wu Qian remained calm. While others perceived the situation as tumultuous, he regarded it as nothing more than a few ants. They all floundered in a state of panic, trying to escape. However, after a while, most of them realized that the ground beneath their feet was undisturbed. The shouts of the wild organization leader He Ye and others were of no consequence. Their eyes scanned the vicinity and quickly discovered that Jiang Hao was absent, prompting excitement as they rubbed their hands together. Although their time together was limited, it felt as though this man had successfully invaded her world, igniting everything within her. As she approached slowly, Gong Han closed her eyes and breathed evenly. In that moment, a surge of emotion arose, and a faint blush crept onto Chening's cheeks. Both Dou Buqing and Han Shuangxue exchanged glances, finding this supernatural matter too ethereal and elusive for their understanding. Certainly, once the sliding door of the Qinkuan cabinet is closed, the world within cannot be revealed. Otherwise, with Hu Ye's profound connection to the Greenleaf world, he would have known of its existence through the Qinkuan cabinet long ago. Considering the good mood today, I shall spare you both, but do relay the message to those seeking bounties. If you lack a 4-star rating, do not come seeking your demise. After Li Mu finished speaking, he departed without a glance back at the 2 convulsing individuals. They surveyed their surroundings. Although the guards of the Dujia sect had not yet reached a 3 steps 1 post, 5 steps 1 sentry arrangement, the security was quite tight, with a sentry stationed every few dozen meters, each manned by 2 disciples who could see one another. Should one sentry encounter trouble, the others would promptly respond. Amidst the clamor of their dispute, Zhao Hao's gaze was drawn to the sign bearing the 4 golden characters of the Jixiang gambling house, a sly smile creeping upon his lips. In the first match, James and the other players exerted themselves as if it were their final game, and the Celtics were once again pushed down. So you guessed it. Indeed, you are quite clever. However, even if you uncover my secret, it matters not, for my wooden avatar is the hardest entity in this world, and you cannot harm me, declared the wooden wizard with arrogance. Wang Gu appeared slightly flustered, but maintained a facade of calm as he sat in his chair. How do you know my name? I have never seen you before. Why were you waiting for me at the hotel? How did you know I would come? His barrage of questions unveiled his inner turmoil. Brother Gao, what is the T? What preparations must we undertake? Qin Xiang inquired with curiosity. You think such trifling skills can take my life? Dou Cheng, with a flourish, cast out 108 shards of purple crystal, forming a sealing array. Although he could not cast spells, this array specifically targeted the demon race and might still prove effective. The dark fire has found its way into your hands. This is splendid. You are more suited to wield this sword than my junior sister, Li Qi whispered to Yi Qing. Establishing a connection with GE is tantamount to indirectly linking with tech giants such as Apple and Berkshire Hathaway. My leg, how is it? After Gu Qingwan completed her tasks, Hua Qingfei lifted her gaze, a flicker of anxiety crossing her serene face as she nervously inquired. Mo Fengwu smiled and said, "Indeed, they performed admirably. Alas, they have forgotten. Or rather, you have forgotten. Any martial artist, once they begin their training, will have their meridians, bones, and even flesh differ from ordinary individuals." Chapter 211. Shunji Chai. I spoke out of turn. Qin Daoming smiled wryly. "It's nothing, senior. Initially, I thought the matter was not so significant. But now it seems the implications are indeed vast. As they conversed, they absorbed the increasingly potent life force along the way, which greatly benefited his body. The scenery of the inner courtyard was relatively unchanged compared to the outer courtyard. However, he sensed a hint of spiritual energy emanating from certain plants and small creatures, likely influenced by the life force. Under such enhancement, these species could potentially evolve into soul beasts. Qin Daoming's attention was captured by a massive tree trunk, which radiated a golden hue. Amidst the thick mist above, he could only discern the trunk, which was impressively over 100 meters in girth. "Senior, what about this tree?" Shun Jichai remarked. "This is the foundation of our academy, the golden giant tree. It is said to be a seed left by the sea god Tang, San, during his ascension. After over 2 millennia, it has grown to this size. According to the elders of the sea god pavilion, the golden giant tree is still in its sapling stage, with the surrounding life force emanating from its leaves. Many factions sought to partake in the benefits of our academy, all of whom were denied, including the Tiando Empire, the Xingluo Empire, and the Wan, Mu, and Xiao families. Each faction could only send 3 representatives to study in the inner courtyard for a year every decade, and none were permitted close to the golden giant tree. Moreover, besides the Mu family, other factions had to pay exorbitant prices due to the irresistible allure of life force. Most importantly, the golden giant tree. How remarkable! And this is merely a sapling." Qin Daoming and Shui Lele were thoroughly astonished. The final comment from Shan Jichai was somewhat hesitant, and Qin Daoming wisely refrained from probing further, knowing he would learn more in due time. To steer the conversation away from this topic, Shun Jichai began to describe the immense structure behind the golden giant tree, which housed nearly half of the continent's superpowers and served as the heart of Shrek Academy, the Sea God Pavilion. The Sea God Pavilion was constructed behind the golden giant tree, where he could only see 1,000 steps leading upwards. "This is our destination. The elders of the Sea God Pavilion await you both above. I shall guide you." The golden giant tree towered nearly 300 meters tall, while the Sea God Pavilion was 100 meters shorter. They quickly ascended the 1,000 steps, arriving at a vast open square, at the center of which stood a stone statue. This statue, resembling a human figure, was nearly 5 meters high, adorned with blue gems that formed a suit of deep azure armor, complemented by flowing, wave-like blue hair and eyes that seemed to hold the vastness of the ocean. In its right hand, it bore a golden trident, while droplets of water, resembling tears, floated in its left hand. Despite being crafted from gems, the subtle pressure it emanated felt capable of subduing all things. An inexplicably familiar, yet strange sensation welled up within Qin Daoming as a casual remark from his uncle sent shivers down his spine. It felt as though countless gazes were upon him, though this feeling was fleeting. Qin Daoming's unusual demeanor drew the attention of Shui Lele and Shun Jichai. Shui Lele grasped Qin Daoming's hand, her concern evident. "Daoming, what is wrong?" Qin Daoming shook his head. "It's nothing. I just feel a strange familiarity with this statue. It seems I have seen it somewhere before." Chapter 212. With reverence, they gazed at the blue statue. Shun Jichai spoke solemnly. "Of course you are familiar. Who in the continent does not know of this figure? The first god in the continent's history, the sea god Tang San, our second monster of Shrek Academy." "The sea god? Tang San." Shui Lele's expression mirrored seriousness and admiration. Qin Daoming's gaze was peculiar. His sense of familiarity was not merely recognition, but a sense of kinship, as if he were related. Internally, he harbored an absurd thought. Why was it not the first monster, Qin Shi, standing here? Naturally, this was merely a fleeting thought. For voicing it would be to offend Shrek Academy. Shun Ji-chai continued. The first generation of Shrek's 7 monsters was meant to be together, yet for reasons unknown. The upper echelons separated the statues of the remaining 6. Thus, only the statue of Tang San remains. But the most powerful Qin Shi should also be within Shrek Academy, right? Shuelele queried. Indeed, he is within Shrek Academy, yet Qin Shi has not been immortalized in stone. He established an independent force, the Chuangshi God Pavilion. You should be familiar with that name, but the specifics are beyond my knowledge. Qin Daoming nodded in understanding. As the 3 crossed past the statue, a golden light illuminated their path, revealing a colossal structure entirely in golden hues. At its apex, a dazzling plaque inscribed with 3 sky blue characters read, Sea God Pavilion. Gathering numerous formidable beings, the Sea God Pavilion naturally lacked guards. The expressions of Qin Daoming and his companions turned serious as they slowly pushed open the golden doors. A wave of dizziness washing over them. Shun Ji-chai was accustomed to it, but for Qin Daoming and Shuelele, it was their first experience, and none could have anticipated such a sensation upon entering. The arrival was swift, as was the departure. The sensation of dizziness dissipated quickly, suppressing the urge to retch. I raised my gaze towards the front, where 16 individuals encircled a golden rectangular wooden table. These individuals exuded no discernible aura, appearing akin to ordinary folk. At the far end of the table, the white-clad middle-aged man stood prominently, closest to them. Each face bore a benevolent expression. Yet the 3 individuals seated at the highest position and the first seats on either side were obscured by a veil of white mist, rendering their features indistinguishable. After respectfully bowing, Shun Zikao moved to take his place behind the white-clad man. The middle-aged figure addressed the assembly, stating, Ladies and gentlemen, Qin Daoming and Shuelele have arrived. They're the central figures in uncovering this incident. The most enigmatic person seated at the head of the table cleared his throat and uttered a perplexing phrase. A millennium feels like a dream. This statement seemed directed towards Qin Daoming, yet also bore the tone of soliloquy. Both Qin Daoming and Shuelele were left bewildered, for the mysterious figure's voice was surprisingly clear, reminiscent of a child's. Qin Daoming, Shuelele, as this is your first visit to the Haishan Pavilion, there is no need for formality. The head of the outer courtyard has already shared your previous discoveries with us. Much of the content here reflects your personal insights, particularly regarding the motives of the mysterious figure in black, correct? The white-clad man appeared to possess some knowledge of the situation, seamlessly transitioning into the heart of the matter. Qin Daoming replied, Indeed, esteemed elders, these are merely my conjectures. The borders of the Xingluo Empire are immensely vast, and the threat posed by the Hailai Valley is of utmost significance. From my understanding, the Xingluo Empire maintains strict control over its borders. Ordinary one-eyed monsters cannot breach them. The emergence of any formidable one-eyed monster invariably stirs great commotion. Thus, the presence of such a creature over 1,000 miles within the borders of the Xingluo Empire warrants profound contemplation. Regarding the malevolent guild, my knowledge of this faction is limited. Under the circumstances of the time, I did not delve deeply into it. The small team seemed merely swayed by monetary temptation. However, upon further reflection, I suspect that there may be more insidious plots at play. The younger generation has already articulated all my speculations. Qin Daoming expounded his thoughts in one breath. Aside from the 3 enigmatic figures whose faces remained concealed, the other members of the Haishan Pavilion displayed expressions of admiration. The white-clad man chuckled. The Haishan Pavilion does not convene for trivial matters or individuals. The importance of this assembly is undoubtedly evident, as it pertains to the very existence of the continent. We have summoned you today to invite you to join us in investigating the origins of this matter. The inner courtyard will dispatch 3 individuals, while the outer courtyard will contribute another 3. You are required to assist them in a thorough investigation. I will personally ensure your safety during this endeavor. Are you willing to accept? Faced with the gazes of so many venerable figures, Qin Daoming hesitated, sheepishly stating, "Elders. This must be considered a task, correct?" "Indeed. And what are the rewards?" In this gathering, only Shun Zikao, Qin Daoming, and Shui Lele were juniors. All others were formidable figures of at least level 95. It was audacious for Qin Daoming to propose terms in front of such esteemed company. Shui Lele's eyes widened in disbelief. What manner of individuals were these 16? Surely, such an assembly could easily extinguish an empire. Shun Zikao suppressed a chuckle and silently gave Qin Daoming a thumbs up. Laughter erupted among the elders, with a white-clad man responding, "Of course there will be rewards. Upon successful completion of the task, the Academy will offer compensation commensurate with your efforts." Qin Daoming nodded. "Very well, esteemed elder. I will grant you 1 month for preparation. We will liaise with the Xingluo Empire, who will also assist you when the time comes." "I understand, elder. During this period, you may reside in the inner courtyard. In a few days, your companions will arrive. You must have noticed the vibrant life force within the inner courtyard. It offers significant benefits for your body, mental fortitude, and soul power. Please engage in diligent practice." "Yes, elder." "All right, Zikao, please escort them to their quarters." Shin Zikao promptly stepped forward, replying, "Yes, teacher." Once the three departed, only the assembly of elders remained. The white-clad man no longer concealed his emotions, exclaiming with excitement, "Master, do you believe Qin Daoming is a descendant of that person?" The head of the Haishan Pavilion affirmed, "Yes, the aura of his bloodline is unmistakable. It appears that the individual has erased his memories, allowing him to traverse the continent for training." His voice was equally invigorating, having pursued the footsteps of this individual for centuries. The appearance of his descendant raises the question, how far can he be? At that moment, every seated person breathed heavily. Who among them was not in pursuit of that figure's legacy? Their faces radiated with joyful smiles, a scene perhaps unseen by anyone else. As for my own intentions, my educational background is modest. I ventured into work after completing junior high, having not yet reached adulthood, before being summoned home to attend a local vocational college. I would not call it studying. Rather, it was a period of leisure where I gathered a group of friends and indulged for 2 years. In my 3rd year, I began my internship, having reached adulthood. My family toils in agriculture, enduring hardship, and I sought to return home to assist. The villagers looked down upon me, criticizing my decision to abandon schooling in favor of farming. Under pressure, coupled with the scarcity of work during the autumn harvest, I relocated to the county town, residing in my grandmother's house. Our family once owned property and a vehicle in the county, but due to debts, both were sold. While staying at my grandmother's, I worked in an internet cafe for 2 months, earning over 4,000 yuan, which I diligently saved. As winter approached, I spent all my savings to obtain a driver's license. The winter in our northwestern region last year was exceptionally harsh. I persevered through 2 months of training to acquire my license. In the first half of this year, during my final internship semester, I enrolled in a college, returning home to work in the fields. In June, I registered for the military enlistment in the latter half of the year. June and July were the busiest months, and a week ago, I participated in the physical examination for enlistment. However, the results were less than ideal. My previous indulgence had led to my eyesight deteriorating to over 600 degrees, rendering me ineligible for military service. In the eyes of many, I may not be deemed worthless, yet my future seems confined to a life of farming. They look down on me and my parents. I now deeply regret not studying diligently at that time. The truth is, my failure to gain admission to high school largely stemmed from my own laziness and my infatuation with Douluo, which was the first book I read. Began in the 3rd grade. Counting the years, it has been nearly a decade since, bringing me joy while simultaneously causing my academic performance to decline, ultimately preventing me from entering high school and abandoning a promising path to success. Last year, when I visited the homepage of Chidian, I discovered the writer's assistant and thought to try my hand at writing. Thus, I endeavored to create my first fan fiction of Douluo. With little confidence in myself, I began with a word count of just over 100,000, nervously signing the contract for publication. Alongside it, A plethora of readers arrived, providing both praise and scorn. I was acutely aware of my shortcomings. My writing was abysmal, lacking in education, and I was unable to embellish my content with eloquent phrases, depict character actions, or construct a coherent plot. I was utterly inept in all respects. The only trait I could consider a strength was my relatively amiable personality. So many individuals have hurled insults at me and my book. Regardless of the vitriol, they have surely read at least a few words from its pages. I have maintained a fundamental respect for everyone capable of reading my work, presenting the best disposition, often responding with a smile. For those who have insulted my family, I have taken the liberty to delete their comments and retaliate, as my smile is not a currency to be devalued by certain vile creatures. Nevertheless, I am deeply grateful to the many who have offered encouragement. I appreciate those brothers and sisters. I acknowledge the shortcomings in my writing and humbly request those who find my book lacking to exercise restraint in their criticism. If it does not suit your taste, there are countless other works at Qidian for your enjoyment. The evolution of online literature is currently at its zenith. In this digital age, many elementary and middle school students possess their own mobile devices and computers, making it all too easy to become engrossed. Thus, I share my personal experience with those who have yet to complete their studies. While reading is enjoyable, education must remain paramount. Do not take this lightly, for you may find yourself regretting it in the future. My intention in sharing this is not to elicit sympathy. Many of my peers share similar experiences, and one could inquire among them. Most would undoubtedly express regret. Life is not merely about fate. It is about oneself. There are many paths, yet few succeed in traversing them. However, I am confident that each individual can ultimately live a life uniquely their own and achieve success. In Chapter 214, the teacher specifically instructed that the sect master has opened the internal space of the golden giant tree for you. Shun Jichai was envious. He understood the profound life force within the golden giant tree, having only entered it once for a mere 5 days. During that brief period, he made remarkable gains, his soul power breaking through to level 5, almost a level per day, without any side effects. The life force within was akin to a near-liquid state, a level 5 comparable to the Soul Master rank, meaning that even if Qin Daoming's level was lower and his absorption slower, a month would suffice for them to reach level 40. The internal space of the golden giant tree, Qin Daoming and Shui Lele were puzzled. Shun Jichai elucidated. My teacher communicated that the golden giant tree emits a life force of extraordinary richness. Our sect master negotiated with it and has opened a life space within. Each year, only 5 individuals can enter, and they must be above the Soul Saint rank. Each entry is limited to a day. I was fortunate to have been granted 5 days. Those below the Soul Saint rank risk being overwhelmed by the concentrated life force. Your entry this time is a special exception from the sect master, allowing you a month inside. However, how much you can absorb depends on your own capacity. Remember to digest before absorbing if your body cannot withstand it. Qin Daoming's eyes widened. It was evident from Shun Jichai's expression how precious the internal space of the golden giant tree was. Such a valuable opportunity, a month for absorption, was simply outrageous. Simultaneously, he felt exhilarated. Such a rare chance must not be squandered. Let us go, Senior. The more we absorb, the better. Shui Lele nodded in agreement. Shun Jichai chuckled. Aren't we waiting for Xiao Pongzi and Xiao Lizi? Shui Lele carefreely replied. No need to wait. Let us enter first. Shun Jichai conceded. Very well. I shall lead you to the golden giant tree. How much you absorb is up to you. Proceed with caution. Shun Jichai guided them to the central square before the statue of Tang San. He produced a golden trident from his storage soul guide, identical to the one held by Tang San. Suddenly, the statue began to tremble, and Shun Jichai stepped back as the trident floated in midair. A rift in space appeared, and those outside could feel an intensely rich life force, 100-fold denser than that of the Sea God Pavilion. Shun Jichai retrieved the trident and urged, "Hurry and enter. The rift will only remain open for a minute." Shui Lele and Qin Daoming nodded and stepped into the rift in succession. A wave of dizziness engulfed them. They felt as though their bodies were being torn apart before everything faded to black, and they completely vanished. Upon opening their eyes again, they found themselves in a golden world, with striking green ripples visible. Noticing 5 mats on the ground and the rhythmic pulse of life force, Qin Daoming realized they had entered the internal space of the golden giant tree. He turned to Shui Lele and said, "Lele, the life force here is so rich it's nearly liquefied. I suspect we won't be able to absorb it for long before we need to digest." Shui Lele quietly replied, "All right." Qin Daoming was oblivious to the fact that her face had turned as red as an apple. In Chapter 215, Finding a Mat, Qin Daoming closed his eyes and began to cautiously absorb the abundant life force, wary of overwhelming himself. "Wooden man, iron lump," Shui Lele silently scoffed, wondering why he showed no interest in her despite their solitude. Was it a case of wanting to lure her in? She questioned her own appearance, though young. She believed she was no less attractive than anyone else. Lacking the allure of a mature woman, she still possessed the potential to captivate in the future. Or was it that he simply lacked interest? What was she thinking? Surely he was playing hard to get. With that thought, Shui Lele smiled confidently and moved closer to Qin Daoming, sitting beside him to also attempt absorbing the life force, her heart brimming with anticipation. While Shui Lele entertained these thoughts, Qin Daoming underwent remarkable changes. The life force began to open his meridians. One should not underestimate these subtle shifts. As they expanded his entire network of meridians, already superior to his peers due to numerous rare herbs, now rivaling the strength of the Soul King. In less than a minute of absorption, the effects were akin to that of a 1,000-year-old herb. Qin Daoming felt elated and quickened his absorption. Simultaneously, he activated the Jiolong sword to absorb more. Every bit counted. As for the massive egg, he refrained from using it, fearing he might lose control. Better safe than sorry. The life force not only cleansed his meridians and soul power, but also subtly enhanced his mental and spiritual faculties. Unbeknownst to them, an hour passed as they absorbed. Shui Lele, having absorbed slowly, now felt a sense of fullness and realized she could not continue. She opened her eyes, glanced at the still, meditative Qin Daoming, puffed her cheeks in silence, and chose to digest rather than absorb. Unbeknownst to her, her martial soul, the ice swan, began to change, her eyes shimmering with newfound vitality. As days passed, Qin Daoming remained in meditation, while Shui Lele stood beside him, concerned. After 3 days, he had not moved. The only change was the Jiolong sword, which floated above his head, also absorbing the life force. Why the worry? They were both soul respect ranks, at her fastest absorption rate. She had to digest every 10 minutes. Even if Qin Daoming was stronger, he was still a soul respect, and his absorption speed outpaced hers significantly. How could he continue without digesting? Though she was anxious, she firmly believed that Qin Daoming would not jest with her. The most infuriating aspect was that this fellow harbored no inappropriate thoughts toward her. Was she expected to take the initiative? The potency of life force was undeniably immense. Shui Lele had elevated her soul power by a level within just 3 days. Her meridians significantly expanded, and her soul power had become remarkably pure. Her worries rendered her unable to concentrate on absorbing the life force. Thus, she ceased her attempts, holding her breath as she quietly sat opposite Qin Daoming, lightly tapping her index finger against his handsome cheek. After several attempts, Qin Daoming remained still. Shui Lele took a deep breath and, with a flushed face, gently pressed her lips against his cheek. The rapid thumping of her heart echoed loudly in the stillness of the space, amplifying her nervousness. Still, Qin Daoming did not react. Gathering her courage once more, Shui Lele leaned closer to scrutinize him. Her gaze became increasingly entranced by the sun-kissed beauty and virility he exuded. In a moment of impulsive enchantment, she pressed her sweet lips against his, and despite the accidental nature of the act, the exquisite sensation left her utterly captivated, even if it was merely a fleeting touch. A day later, Qin Daoming slowly opened his eyes, having reached his limit. Most of the life force absorbed over the past 4 days had been allocated to the giant egg, leaving him with little for himself, which explained his steady posture for 4 days. Upon seeing him rise, Shua Lele hurriedly stood up, saying, "Daoming, are you all right? You've been meditating for 4 days. It's quite worrisome." Qin Daoming, feeling a bit shy under her gaze, was acutely aware of her every movement. Indeed, he had genuinely contemplated taking decisive action at that moment. The Jiolong Jian absorbed the majority of the life force. I didn't take much for myself, hence my prolonged meditation. That's good. Lele, your progress is remarkable. Shua Lele replied proudly, "Of course. I'm now at level 35, matching your level. By the way, why hasn't your level increased?" I certainly haven't advanced. All the life force was utilized for expanding my meridians and purifying my soul power, which yielded significant results. "I see," she responded. In the Sunset Forest, the fifth soul ability, Rock Spike, manifested. A massive 10-meter-long rock rapidly condensed in the air, aimed at a nearby, silver-backed giant lizard. The sound of piercing air resonated as the severely wounded creature ultimately met its demise. Dark soul power coalesced above its corpse, gradually forming a ring, a black 10,000-year soul ring. "Cousin Dolly, you're truly impressive. You dispatched a 10,000-year silver-backed giant lizard with a single strike," Xiao Yuebon exclaimed, excitedly shaking her fist. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, his physique was rippling with muscle, his fierce gaze complemented by a weathered appearance, resembling a middle-aged man. This was none other than Xiao Yuebon's elder cousin, Xiao Dolly. At the age of 23, he had already attained the rank of Soul Emperor. This expedition was not only to obtain soul rings for the two of them, but also for Xiao Dolly's 6th soul ring, derived from the severely injured silver-backed giant lizard. Xiao Dolly's hearty voice belied his fearsome appearance. It was merely a severely injured silver-backed giant lizard. "I might not have succeeded against one in perfect condition," he said modestly. Li Qianyo gazed enviously at the 10,000-year soul ring, exclaiming, "Even if it's injured, it's still quite impressive. A 20,000-year soul ring." Xiao Dolly scratched his head, saying, "Please don't flatter me. I'll go absorb the soul ring first. Tonight, I'll treat you to some meat." All right. Xiao Yuebon looked at the silver-backed giant lizard's corpse as if envisioning a feast. 2 hours later, Xiao Dolly successfully absorbed the soul ring without incident, and the trio swiftly returned to the Qiao family's back mountain. "Come on, Yuebon, Xiao Lizi. Please don't mind my home. I'll start roasting meat. Just wait a moment, and I'll ensure you're well-fed before you leave tomorrow. Tonight, we shall drink to our heart's content." Xiao Yuebon and Li Qianyo were deeply moved. They had already received word to return to Shrek Academy and had planned to leave early the next morning. This busy older brother had remembered their departure. After this farewell, meeting Xiao Dolly again would be a challenge. That night, the three drank to excess. The next morning, Xiao Yuebon groggily opened his eyes and nudged the unconscious Li Qianyo, saying, "Xiao Lizi, let us go. We still have quite a distance to reach the academy." Li Qianyo rolled over, expelling the alcohol with his soul power, and the two prepared to depart. Xiao Dolly appeared before them, no longer clad in the patched clothing of yesterday, but dressed in the familiar attire of Shrek Academy, a pristine white robe adorned with the Academy's vibrant green emblem. Observing their bewildered expressions, Xiao Dolly explained, "I'm actually a student of Shrek as well. I haven't returned in quite some time, but today I'll accompany you back. The carriage is ready. We can set off directly." Only then did they comprehend, with Li Qianyo remarking, "I thought, with your high soul power, you couldn't possibly not be from Shrek Academy." Xiao Yuebon excitedly clenched his fists, anticipating their reunion with Qin Daoming and Shua Lele. Their relationship had long transcended mere friendship, yet neither wished to shatter that delicate barrier, often justifying their silence with the excuse of their youth. Qin Daoming and Shua Lele had returned to their previous states. Qin Daoming remained in meditation, while Shua Lele continuously absorbed and digested the life force. 2 days later, Xiao Yuebon and Li Qianyo reunited with them, having sealed themselves within the interior of the golden giant tree for an entire month. Upon learning that Shua Lele had reached level 37, Xiao Yuebon could hardly believe his ears, lamenting his missed opportunities. Recognizing the potential for rapid advancement, they resolved not to squander any more time. Xiao Yuebon and Li Qianyo intentionally distanced themselves from Qin Daoming and Shua Lele. reveling in the smoothness of their breathing and absorption. 10 days passed when a sudden tremor roused them, originating from Qin Daoming's location. Shualele, closest to the source, felt the overwhelming force nearly siphoning her soul. Qin Daoming had vanished, obscured by a black hole that ravenously consumed the life force of the golden giant tree. They could distinctly sense the rapid depletion of life energy surrounding them. Shualele's expression grew grave as she observed the bewildered Li Qianyo and Xiao Yueban, stating, "We must urgently inform the Academy's elders. Daoming has experienced this phenomenon before." Xiao Yueban nodded, "But we cannot exit, due to the devouring force." The golden giant tree visibly began to wither from its branches. The limit Douluo assigned to guard the tree panicked and hastily notified the Sea God Pavilion Master, who responded with reassurance that there was no cause for concern. In the Sea God Pavilion, the enigmatic Pavilion Master stood behind a shadowy figure, smiling. "Brother Xinyuan, Qin Daoming is your great-grandson. After all, Xiaomu, do you not cherish the golden giant tree? Furthermore, I dare not refer to that individual in such a manner." Qin Xinyuan could only smile wryly. Chapter 218. Sun Mu chuckled, "Haha, Brother Qin Xinyuan, I am not particularly worried about the golden giant tree. However, I do sense a hint of concern in his tone, accompanied by a certain naivete. His visage reveals that he appears much like a child of around 6 or 7 years old, yet his hair and long, silvery beard render him akin to a little old man." Qin Xinyuan responded, "Do you truly believe that he would sit idly by? Or do you think that we surpass him in strength?" Sun Mu awkwardly replied, "Haha, I merely jest, I mean no offense. You are growing increasingly powerful. I can hardly gauge your strength anymore." Qin Xinyuan remarked, "The 7th trial has been completed, and the 8th trial is already underway. Indeed, as I have stated, the Sun and Moon continent is isolated from the Sea Rift Valley. The expected collision has not transpired. The situation on the Sun and Moon continent is now dire. Even if they possess the long-lost soul guidance device, it is excessively resource-intensive. I fear that within a year, the Sun and Moon continent will fall. Should we consider offering our assistance?" Qin Xinyuan shook his head. "There is no need. Lord Sea God will not allow a continent to perish. While he cannot intervene in mortal affairs, the fall of a continent poses a threat to the core of Douluo Star. The Sea God will act when necessary. Furthermore, any evil guilds capable of being assimilated should be dealt with, and those that can be eradicated must be eliminated. The awakening of martial souls in the Sea Rift Valley is strictly prohibited. The maritime contract is nearing its expiration, and the Sea God's protection is waning. A great battle is imminent. We must prepare in advance." Summer replied solemnly, "I understand." Within the golden giant tree, Shualele and the others had long since taken refuge, for even the Lord of the Sea God Pavilion had spoken, and they had no reason to doubt. At least their worries were considerably alleviated. Fortunately, the duration of such devouring power was not prolonged. It diminished slowly after 2 hours, and following a sound akin to a satisfied belch, the devouring power gradually faded. Qin Daoming also appeared before them, now resembling a plumper version of himself, barely clothed. His eyes, mouth, and nose were nearly engulfed by excess flesh, and his stomach resembled one filled with 100 balloons, round and pig-like, while his thighs were exaggeratedly thick, surpassing even the legs of a golden giant elephant. "Ah!" Shualele exclaimed, covering her eyes, but concern compelled her to lower her hands. With great effort, she and the others helped Qin Daoming to his feet. Amidst their worry, Shualele could not help but laugh, prompting Xiao Yueban and Li Qianyu to join in. For Qin Daoming's current state was simply too comical. Qin Daoming lamented internally, wondering how he had become like this. It was merely a matter of not suppressing the giant egg. Fortunately, after this absorption, he seemed able to exert control over it. Perhaps this was the only piece of good news. Thankfully, the duration was brief. After just over an hour, Qin Daoming returned to his normal size. Compared to before, he seemed to possess a unique allure, an appeal that resonated with all living beings. Shualele stared at Qin Daoming, and as their eyes met, he sensed something amiss. "Oh no!" Shualele also realized, hastily covering her eyes. Qin Daoming quickly donned a set of clothing, letting out a sigh of relief. "Alele, I'm dressed now. Shuelele replied bashfully, "You rogue, great rogue. I am off to absorb life force." With that, she turned and left. Chapter 219. A month swiftly passed, and all four had made significant gains, each achieving level 40. Qiao Yueban and Li Qianyu had officially entered their 13th year, but most astonishing of all was Shuelele, who, despite initially lagging behind Qin Daoming by 3 levels, was the first to attain the status of a quasi-soul master. In terms of power, Shuelele was naturally inferior to Qin Daoming, who wielded the formidable Jiulong sword, a fact they all keenly felt. After an unexpected wave of dizziness, the three found themselves before the statue of the sea god, bowing respectfully. In the sea god pavilion, only the previously encountered middle-aged man in white remained. "Your progress is commendable. You have already reached the soul master level. When do you plan to acquire your soul rings?" Qin Daoming replied, "Senior, we have amassed a substantial foundation and are ready to break through at any time." The man responded, Good. Therefore, the mission will be postponed. In 5 days, return to your respective homes to obtain your soul rings and hurry back. Enhancing your strength will benefit the mission." All four nodded in agreement, as this was indeed their intention. At the Mu family residence, Qin Daoming burst through the door, exclaiming, "Grandfather, grandmother, I have returned." Mu Tianlong's figure appeared slowly, smiling. "My great-grandson has returned. How can I not welcome you?" A true prodigy, reaching level 40 so swiftly. Qin Daoming replied, "Yes, grandfather. I have reached level 40. I have returned to acquire a soul ring and prepare for the mission." Mu Tianlong said, "Wonderful. I shall personally lead you. For our clan has discovered 2 Qi Shui Jiaolongs. One is over 7,000 years old, just right for your needs, and the other nearly 29,000 years. We must capture them both. They will serve you well once you attain the rank of Soul King." Qin Daoming's eyes brightened. "Excellent, grandfather. Let us pursue the Qi Shui Jiaolong." The Qi Shui Jiaolong is a fire attribute dragon with an exceptionally pure red dragon bloodline, its lineage even surpassing that of the elder dragon from Shrek Academy. The fire attribute will greatly enhance my first soul skill, ensuring that its attack power remains formidable against any adversary below the rank of Soul King, and with reduced soul power consumption. It will be more practical than my third soul skill. With a wave of his hand, Mu Tianlong and Qin Daoming vanished, only to reappear outside Shrek City. After traversing the distance, they arrived at the Stardow Forest. The intensity of the journey caused Qin Daoming to retch, expelling the previous night's meal. Mu Tianlong chuckled as they continued to traverse. Roar, roar, roar. The deafening sounds forced Qin Daoming to suppress his urge to vomit. They found themselves in an unknown part of the Stardow Forest, standing before a volcano, thick smoke billowing upward, indicating that it was an active volcano. At the volcano's mouth, 2 creatures covered in crimson scales, serpentine in shape, yet equipped with a pair of sharp, red claws, were present. Upon seeing the two, they unleashed furious roars, emitting a sound reminiscent of both serpents and dragons, as if warning them to depart. Qi Shui Jiaolong. Mu Tianlong nodded. Indeed. That smaller one is a juvenile Qi Shui Jiaolong, perfect for you. No, grandfather, I wish to try my hand at that larger one, Qin Daoming declared, his resolve unwavering. Mu Tianlong immediately rejected the notion. Do not act impulsively. The vitality of the golden giant tree is indeed robust, but your soul power level remains low. You cannot absorb much. Moreover, that Qi Shui Jiaolong is nearing 30,000 years. You are simply unable to absorb it. Chapter 220. Grandfather. I believe I can do it. Have you forgotten about the mysterious giant egg within me? Mu Tianlong was taken aback. You have activated that mysterious giant egg? Qin Daoming grinned. The giant egg has been subtly transforming my body. My cultivation speed has significantly increased due to it. Previously, in the Tiando Empire, the giant egg fully awakened, and during this encounter with the golden giant tree, I utilized its devouring ability to absorb a great deal of life force. I am absolutely confident that it will suffice for me to absorb a 30,000-year soul ring. Mu Tianlong let out a sigh of relief, expressing his concern for the young man, yet he cautioned, you must not absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Once a soul beast reaches the 10,000-year mark, The soul ring it leaves behind is imbued with the remnants of its violent will upon death. This will surge forth to assault your soul at a critical moment, potentially leading to your cultivation being destroyed, or, at worst, a fate too dreadful to contemplate. Your grandfather understands your desires, but the risks are far too great. Qin Daoming was well aware of the characteristics of a 10,000-year soul ring. While the sea god Tang could absorb such a ring, and the creator god Qin Shi could reach the 10,000-year mark with his third ring, why was it beyond his own reach? Grandfather, I value my life dearly. I truly wish to attempt this. Qin Daoming's resolute voice resonated in Mu Tianlong's mind. With a deep sigh of resignation, Mu Tianlong conceded, "Very well, then let your grandfather procure it for you." Qin Daoming rejoiced, exclaiming, "Thank you, grandfather. I shall succeed." Once the promise was made, Mu Tianlong swiftly subdued the Qi Shui Jiao Long with a single strike, while Qin Daoming wielded the Jiolong sword to end the life of the 2,900-year-old Qi Shui Jiao Long. A circle of black soul rings began to coalesce around the massive corpse. Qin Daoming steadied himself and carefully sat atop the head of the Qi Shui Jiao Long, delicately guiding the soul ring. In an instant, he felt a powerful surge of soul power dancing through his veins. Fortunately, his meridians, having been transformed by life energy, were remarkably resilient, and this intensity was not enough to pose a threat. Mu Tianlong observed Qin Daoming silently, and upon noticing no change in his expression, he relaxed, at least for the initial phase of absorption, which seemed devoid of danger. However, as time passed, Qin Daoming's expression grew increasingly grave. The soul power began to rebel, accompanied by the frenzied consciousness of the Qi Shui Jiao Long, violently assaulting his meridians and charging straight towards his mind. Qin Daoming gritted his teeth, resisting the invader in his consciousness. Waves of aggression surged forth, relentless in their assault. For an ordinary quasi-soul master, such a force would have shattered their mind long ago. Yet Qin Daoming held on. 10 minutes slipped by, and veins bulged on his forehead as his face and body became saturated with blood seeping from his pores due to the immense pressure. "Roar, you little dragon. Outside, I may not match you, yet in my sea of consciousness, you dare to be so audacious." The two ethereal forms of Qin Daoming and the Qi Shui Jiao Long darted through his mental realm. With each collision, the expression on Qin Daoming's physical form contorted in agony, revealing the excruciating pain he was enduring. As the Qi Shui Jiao Long seemed to tire, Qin Daoming seized the moment, bringing down his Jiolong sword with a fierce slash. Just as victory appeared within reach, the exhausted Qi Shui Jiao Long suddenly surged back to life, opening its gaping maw to swallow Qin Daoming's soul. In Chapter 221, Mu Tianlong observed as Qin Daoming approached his limits, ready to intervene should the soul ring absorption falter. Suddenly, Qin Daoming's bloodshot eyes snapped open, unleashing a roar that transcended human understanding. Mu Tianlong's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly formed seals with his hands. 9 circles of extraordinary soul rings, purple, black, and crimson, manifested, emanating an aura that surpassed human limits, instantly suppressing the myriad beasts of the Stardow forest. In his hand appeared a purple flute, his martial spirit, the Ziyu Shao. As the sound waves resonated, the moment Mu Tianlong's 6th soul ring illuminated, gentle waves of purple sound enveloped the fierce Qin Daoming. However, a massive black egg materialized behind Qin Daoming, deflecting the purple sound waves and sending even Mu Tianlong himself flying several thousand meters. Just as he prepared to rush back to save Qin Daoming, a bolt of white lightning struck, obstructing his path. With bloodshot eyes, Mu Tianlong gazed upward, where a figure emerged, the head of the Qin family, Qin Shinyuan. "Do not worry, he will be fine," he declared. Mu Tianlong's heart trembled. He had nearly fallen into madness. "Yet, do you still not trust me?" "Trust. Hold on, you must hold on." This was the singular thought racing through Qin Daoming's mind as his soul was consumed by the Qi Shui Jiao Long. Should the dragon digest his essence, he would be irrevocably transformed into a violent demon, destined for death. Within the soul of the Qi Shui Jiao Long, Qin Daoming's essence flickered and gradually weakened. Just as the light dimmed to the brink of extinction, a searing energy ignited his soul, overwhelming him with a sense of power that compelled Qin Daoming to let out a primal scream, even as he struck the quivering Qi Shui Jiaolong's soul with his sword. This energy was all too familiar. It was the energy of the giant egg, which surprisingly enhanced his soul. Such timely support felt like a miraculous escape from the clutches of death. Mu Tianlong, relieved to see Qin Daoming emerging from danger, exhaled deeply. Having endured the most arduous moment, the subsequent absorption concluded swiftly, resulting in Qin Daoming's soul ring configuration perfectly mirroring that of the sea god Tang San, perhaps even surpassing it. As he gradually opened his eyes, Qin Daoming could feel the stiffness of his body, remnants of dried blood forming scabs. Shattering the scabs and clothing with his soul power, he noticed bloodstains still lingering on his skin. With no water nearby, he retrieved a garment from his storage soul guide to dress himself. Mu Tianlong and Qin Shenyuan descended from the sky, and Mu Tianlong hurriedly approached to inspect Qin Daoming's condition. After confirming he was unharmed, he playfully smacked the back of Qin Daoming's head, chiding, "You really are a source of worry." "I apologize, grandfather," Qin Daoming replied apologetically. "At least you acknowledge me as your grandfather," Mu Tianlong retorted with a huff. Qin Daoming, at a loss for words, could only offer a sheepish grin. Qin Shenyuan remained silent throughout, feeling somewhat exasperated. Mu Tianlong, in his ignorance, had dared to refer to himself as an elder before that distinguished individual. Noting Qin Shenyuan's silence, Mu Tianlong hesitated but refrained from disclosing Qin Shenyuan's true identity, instead opting for friendly address. In Chapter 222, Mu Tianlong evidently misinterpreted the situation. Had Qin Daoming truly been his junior, there would have been no need to conceal his own identity. With the soul ring absorption complete, Qin Daoming prepared to return to the academy. After bidding farewell to Qin Shenyuan and Mu Tianlong, he set off in the Stardow forest toward Shrek Academy. While traversing a densely wooded area, he abruptly halted and turned to look back, sensing an approach. Who goes there? As expected, 15 figures emerged from behind the trees, encircling him in a semicircle. "Huh. No wonder you are a top student at Shrek Academy. Even a mere soul Zune can detect our presence," their leader sneered. "Spare me your mockery. I doubt I possess anything of value for you to pursue," Qin Daoming retorted. Unfazed, the leader replied coolly, "You may lack worth, but my master has ordered me to eliminate you, so you shall die. Attack." "Understood." The 15 surged forward, each summoning their martial spirits. This group was composed entirely of soul emperors, with the leader being a formidable soul saint. Clearly, they did not regard him as a worthy opponent. Qin Daoming, recognizing the dire situation, grasped the Julong sword, activating his first and second soul rings to confront one of them. Given his solitary position against such formidable foes, he knew he could not afford a direct confrontation. As the impending clash with the adversary approached, Qin Daoming's body unexpectedly contorted into a V-shape, retreating a short distance before executing a swift roll to evade the attack from behind. However, the Soul Emperor on his left seized the opportunity, clawing towards his vital points. With furrowed brows, Qin Daoming activated his third spirit ring, a radiant white light enveloping him as 10 ethereal swords circled around, successfully intercepting the lethal strike. Coupled with his second soul skill, a surge of sword intent erupted, and alongside his first soul skill, he managed to repel the Soul Emperor. At that moment, the remaining Soul Emperors charged forward, leaving Qin Daoming overwhelmed. Fortunately, they refrained from employing their soul skills. Otherwise, he would have perished by now. While he defended and retreated, it was not a lack of desire to counterattack, but rather an inability to withstand the barrage of various martial souls. Soon, his first soul skill, though not heavily drained, was insufficient, as maintaining 3 soul skills simultaneously consumed a considerable amount of soul power. With barely a third of his soul power remaining, he clung to this final vestige of defiance, knowing he still possessed a 4th soul skill. The reason behind the adversary's restraint in utilizing soul skills puzzled him. Were they attempting to exhaust him? Unlikely, for they seemed like ruthless killers. Perhaps their intent was to capture him alive. Furrowing his brows, the fourth black soul ring gradually materialized. The pursuing soul emperors widened their eyes in astonishment. An eternal soul ring? This youth had already attained soul sex status, and it was indeed the fourth ring of a millennium. He could potentially become another sea god Tang San, given that they had already offended him. There was no chance of letting him go. Moreover, even if they did, their master would ensure they face consequences. The thought of that person's methods sent a shiver down the leader's spine. Utilizing soul skills, they aimed to swiftly conclude the battle. Instantly, a plethora of vibrant soul skills erupted, visually stunning, but not the time for admiration. As the fourth soul skill charged, the 9 dragons' sword radiated a brilliant golden light, expanding 100-fold before transforming into a colossal golden dragon. The explosions flattened nearly half the woodland. Qin Daoming nodded, acknowledging the might of his fourth soul skill, which had managed to counter the soul power assaults of 14 foes, justifying the near-fatal absorption he had undergone. However, the consumption of soul power was equally severe, with the remaining third of his soul power nearly exhausted. Flee! This was Qin Daoming's immediate instinct. The effectiveness of his fourth soul skill had caught the soul emperors off guard. By the time they regained their composure, Qin Daoming had already distanced himself. Yet, as soul emperors, especially with a soul saint among them, their speed outmatched his. In no time, the gap had significantly narrowed. What to do? Qin Daoming felt a surge of anxiety. His soul power was nearly depleted, making it impossible to maintain his maximum speed, leaving him vulnerable to capture. Behind him, the soul saint toyed with him like a mere plaything, alternating between rapid and slow speeds. He was baffled as to how they were aware of his movements. The only individuals who knew his whereabouts were his maternal grandfather and that senior. With no time for further contemplation, he gritted his teeth and accelerated once more, but ultimately, it proved futile. The soul saint seemed to have lost patience, condensing his soul power into a colossal hand that struck Qin Daoming down from the tree. Blood gushed forth. The soul saint's assault was no mere jest, delivering a grievous blow to Qin Daoming. The soul saint did not spare him another glance, commanding, "Take him. We shall claim our reward. Long live the leader." The soul emperors cheered excitedly. Helplessly, Qin Daoming was dragged by a leg, his body scraping along the ground. An unprecedented sense of humiliation flooded his heart, his eyes burning with a palpable murderous intent. However, to them, he was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly defenseless. They remained oblivious to the existence of the colossal egg. With the aid of the egg, Qin Daoming's soul power was rapidly regenerating. The soul emperors moved swiftly. Excitement etched upon their faces. One soul emperor remarked, "What reward shall our master bestow upon us?" The one holding Qin Daoming replied, "Our master mentioned that upon resurrection, there will be great benefits. With his extraordinary abilities, the rewards will surely be remarkable." The other soul emperors trembled in anticipation, realizing that this individual was the optimal vessel their master required. This time, their master intended to usurp this person's body, not merely control him. "Do not injure our master's handsome visage." The soul emperor carrying Qin Daoming chuckled awkwardly, signaling to a companion to help lift him. Listening to their discourse, Qin Daoming was struck with alarm. Usurpation? What manner of being could maintain their soul in this realm, seizing a new host each time they neared death? Was this not akin to eternal life? Though astonished, he dared not act rashly. Feigning unconsciousness was crucial, for revealing himself now would indeed lead to his demise. His soul power had nearly replenished, and while he initially intended to escape at the opportune moment, he reconsidered. Fleeing was not guaranteed to succeed. However, if they attempted to usurp him, he might possess a chance for retaliation. This was his confidence in the colossal egg. After a brief journey, Qin Daoming felt a sudden chill envelop him. He refrained from releasing his spiritual power to probe, instead deducing that he had been taken to a cavernous location. His assumption proved correct. It was indeed a cave. As they ventured deeper, the chilling sensation transformed into a bone-chilling cold. The soul emperors abruptly halted beside a black stone. their gazes reverently directed deeper within. Qin Daoming's body was handed over to the Soul Saint, who received him with a solemn expression before continuing onward. Clearly, the Soul Emperors were unable to proceed further. Qin Daoming remained in feigned unconsciousness for approximately 10 more minutes, at which point the Soul Saint also ceased movement, gently placing Qin Daoming on the ground, kneeling and murmuring incantations. Qin Daoming soon realized that with the Soul Saint's murmuring, his body began to levitate, followed by a wave of dizziness. He sensed a shift in position. The previously bone-chilling cold dissipated, replaced by a warmth reminiscent of spring. This must be the destination. Filled with tension and fear of the unknown, he opened his eyes to an expansive vista of green, adorned with splashes of red, pink, and yellow. This was a meadow. Contrary to the sanguine imagery he had envisioned, this place exuded tranquility and serenity. How naive he was. Who? The voices from all directions startled Qin Daoming. Do not be afraid, I mean you no harm. Acha, no harm? Qin Daoming scoffed. You claim no harm while leaving me gravely injured and allowing your subordinates to drag me here. The voice was oddly familiar, yet the humiliation of being grievously wounded and dragged along was not something he would easily forget. If the subordinates were so, what sort of being could their master be? The voice sounded taken aback. I have not instructed them to harm you, young one. One may indulge in food carelessly, but one must not speak carelessly. Speak carelessly? He felt disdain in his heart. I owe you no explanations. Also, cease your theatrics and reveal your true form. The true visage of this esteemed being may indeed frighten you, young man. To be candid, I am the inheritor of a secondary divine legacy from the divine realm. Yet I have erred and been slain by the enforcers. Now, upon witnessing your extraordinary talent, I wish to impart my lifelong knowledge to you. What say you? A deity? Qin Daoming gasped in astonishment. You are a god? Yet you were killed. How is it that you converse with me? The voice responded with pride. My divine essence is potent, having lingered here for over a millennium. Now, however, my essence is nearly dissipated, and I seek a successor. I believe you are the one. Enough, enough. Do not say more. You mean for me to be your successor, do you not? Qin Daoming scoffed. What if I refuse? Refuse? After being spurned twice by Qin Daoming, the tone turned hostile. I will kill you, for countless treasures await my inheritor's claim here. Should you decline, I shall ensure you remain here forever. Treasures? Upon hearing this, Qin Daoming hesitated and murmured, if I inherit your legacy, will those treasures belong to me? But outside there the Soul Emperor and Soul Saint. If I acquire those treasures, the voice softened once more. No need to worry, they are merely my puppets. Within the legacy, there exists a method to control them. Surely, you do not fear now. Qin Daoming's breathing grew heavy. Senior, I shall ensure your legacy continues through the ages. Ha ha ha, splendid. At last, I have found a disciple. Death holds no fear, ha ha. Sit upon the ground, relax your spirit, and empty your mind. The inheritance shall be swift. In chapter 225, Qin Daoming sat upon the ground, inhaling deeply as he gradually relaxed. His heart raced with tension. The colossal egg had assisted him greatly, yet he could not guarantee that it would protect him in every crisis, for it was beyond his control. Just as Qin Daoming closed his eyes, an ugly black face slowly emerged before him. The face bore a chilling smile and violently invaded Qin Daoming's consciousness. The cold aura sent shivers through him, as if his mind were on the verge of freezing. Relax, do not tense up, or it will impair the efficiency of the inheritance. The voice, no longer calm, now trembled with a hint of urgency. Qin Daoming did not respond, but continued to communicate with the colossal egg using his soul power. The black face observed Qin Daoming's floating soul with a faint smile, then erupted into laughter, growing louder. He is about to be reborn. The thought brings such joy. To prevent Qin Daoming from resisting, the black face concentrated all its strength, transforming into a dark light that lunged at Qin Daoming's soul. Just as victory seemed certain, the smile on the black face vanished, replaced by sheer terror. As the soul approached, the once still form of Qin Daoming's soul suddenly vanished, replaced by a black hole with a powerful gravitational pull that left the black face in despair. Was this once mighty secondary deity destined to perish here? No. The black face began to writhe, swelling like a balloon. In the external realm, Qin Daoming's expression changed. It was going to self-destruct. The colossal egg seemed to sense the danger, amplifying its devouring power. The black face was instantly consumed by the black hole. How pitiful! Even in death, it could not escape. As the black face was swallowed, the colossal egg trembled slightly, exhausted and on the brink of slumber. A wave of refreshing sensation suddenly surged within Qin Daoming. The weakness dissipated entirely, and he felt his mental power rapidly ascending. A lightness akin to that experienced near the Tree of Life. He had not anticipated that a face composed of mental energy could evoke such feelings. The response from the colossal egg arrived just in time. Before long, the pure mental energy from the colossal egg had been entirely absorbed by him. In that instant, he felt as though the world had transformed. A single drop of water fell from a blade of grass 100 meters away, the sound of its fall resonating clearly in his ears. Everything within 100 meters was vividly perceptible to him, and this sense of control was truly delightful. This was the advantage of enhanced mental power, an experience both wondrous and unique. Simultaneously, he received a portion of the memories from that soul. However, these memories brought him a sense of embarrassment. Why? They were all centered around matters of intimacy between men and women, leaving this emotional novice ensnared in awkward contemplation. At the same time, his earlier confusion was resolved. During a prior mission, the minions of that nefarious guild had mentioned a figure in black whom they controlled, akin to the Soul Saints and Soul Emperors. It seemed that although this individual was dead, his ambitions were far from diminished. After a moment of reflection, Qin Daoming surveyed his surroundings and shook his head. With a forceful step, the grassy ground beneath him seemed to shatter, fissures appearing and then vanishing. After a fleeting sensation of dizziness, he found himself back in the cave. The sudden appearance of Qin Daoming startled the Soul Saint, who had been lost in thought, causing him to kneel on one knee, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Master, on your resurrection." In Chapter 226, within the memories Qin Daoming had received, there were also methods to control those individuals. Since this person referred to him as Master, he felt compelled to comply. Calmly, he nodded. "Rise. I have perfectly inherited this body. Once I elevate its cultivation, you shall be my most loyal followers." The Soul Saint, trembling with excitement, stammered, "Long live the Master." "Very well, I have not breathed fresh air in ages. Take me outside for a stroll." "Yes, Master." The Soul Saint led the way, and as they passed by the Soul Emperors, Qin Daoming ignored them, while they knelt, fervently proclaiming, "Congratulations, Master, on your resurrection." Thus, over a dozen subordinates trailed eagerly behind him. Upon exiting the cave, Qin Daoming was taken aback, stumbling back a few steps. Here stood two majestic mountain ranges, towering like colossal dragons entwined. They were positioned at the edge of the rear mountain range, and looking down revealed a height of at least 100 meters. Below lay numerous circular structures resembling altars, varying in size and arranged with precision. As his gaze traveled upward, the multitude of altars caused Qin Daoming's scalp to tingle. For each altar was surrounded by at least 100 one-eyed monsters. Although he had never encountered one, he recognized them from the descriptions and illustrations in the Academy's texts. Thus, he identified them at once. "Chen Wang, what are those altar-like structures below, and what are those creatures?" Chen Wang respectfully replied, "Master, those monsters are one-eyed creatures, beings from another realm. The altars serve as transportation arrays, specifically designed to summon those monsters." "Who orchestrated this?" "Master, I know not. We were suddenly transported here at your summons. Have you forgotten? Are you questioning me?" Qin Daoming's eyes flashed with purple light. Chen Wang immediately felt a splitting headache, rolling on the ground, hastily declaring, "I have never questioned the Master." With a retraction of the purple light, Qin Daoming continued, "Tell me more." Chen Wang was not doubting. Such abilities could only belong to his master. "For a long time, it has been you who has employed your supernatural abilities to transport us here. Under ordinary circumstances, we would never have reached this place. Even the one-eyed monsters surrounding the altar could easily rend us to pieces." The memories that Chun Wang speaks of were not part of the inheritance from the black-faced entity, indicating that he has indeed missed many memories, likely pertaining to the entirety of Haley Gu. Regrettably shaking my head, I inquired, "Do you know of any means by which I might exit this place? I have completely merged with this body, and my previous strength can no longer be exerted." Chun Wang and the Soul Emperors behind him turned pale. How could they escape? Observing their reactions, although Qin Daoming appeared calm on the surface, he felt an undercurrent of tension within. Was he to be trapped here? Contemplating this, Qin Daoming had already devised a plan for the next steps. He turned to Qin Wang, stating, "The eyes of the one-eyed monsters harbor unusual energy. You shall divide into 3 groups, stealthily hunting the one-eyed monsters and bringing them back." Chun Wang and the Soul Emperors were filled with trepidation. One Soul Emperor, trembling with fear, stammered, "Master, we..." Qin Daoming cast a cold glance at him. "I know what you are thinking. The rewards will be substantial. Remember, if you're discovered by the horde of one-eyed monsters, do not return." Chapter 227. Chun Wang replied, "However, there may be golden or even stronger one-eyed monsters emerging from below at any moment. We fear we cannot cope. Do you fail to comprehend my words?" Upon understanding, Chun Wang fell to his knees, his face ashen. "Let us proceed with the action." "Yes." Once the others had departed, Qin Daoming furrowed his brow, gazing downwards. Though the sight was dim, the terrifying number of one-eyed monsters was enough to instill fear. Furthermore, standing above, it seemed as though those monsters could not perceive their presence. Approaching the location where he had been brought by Chun Wang, his pupils enveloped in a purple hue, a rustling sound ensued. And before Qin Daoming lay a plethora of treasures, the surroundings instantly illuminated by vibrant hues. Astonished, Qin Daoming realized that he recognized few of these treasures and dared not absorb them. Instead, he enveloped them in his mental energy, and the mountain of treasures vanished in an instant, tucked away in his possession. Nodding in satisfaction, he turned to leave. Among the accumulated treasures, he noticed a black cube that had not been absorbed. Curiously, he picked it up. The cube, made of jade with a black and white sheen, appeared unremarkable. However, the moment Qin Daoming held it, his eyes brightened as if he had grasped some understanding. He infused soul power into the cube, and a peculiar scene unfolded. A black glow emanated from the jade cube, detaching from his grasp and floating before him. Suddenly, a pitch-black void opened up. Compared to the devouring force of a colossal egg, this black hole exuded no threat whatsoever. Instead, it seemed to harbor tendrils of smoke, likely leading to some village. Qin Daoming refrained from acting hastily, for the nature of what lay beyond remained unknown. Once he ceased infusing soul power, the cube quickly dimmed, falling back into his hand. After meticulously categorizing the treasures, he discovered over 100 medicinal herbs, including 5 strains of 10,000-year-old celestial grass, which exhibited a hint of sentience. Additionally, there were thousands of hexagonal crystals, which he recognized as the cores of the one-eyed monsters. The majority were bronze and silver, with only a few thousand being gold, and a mere 100 purple ones, while the red ones numbered only a dozen but radiated energy several thousand times stronger than the others. The remaining treasures included several storage soul guiding devices, an assortment of rare unknown minerals weighing about a ton, and a few books. After perusing them briefly, Qin Daoming gleaned that the owner had been an inheritor of a secondary divine rank who suffered an accident during the 8th trial, leaving only a remnant of their soul, which had tormented humanity for millennia before ultimately falling into Qin Daoming's hands. One could not help but lament the misfortune of this individual. Before long, Chun Wang, accompanied by several Soul Emperors, crawled up from below, each bearing varying degrees of injury. Qin Daoming paid them little heed, casually inquiring, "What are the items I requested?" "Master, we have acquired over 1,300 one-eyed monster cores, but they are mostly of bronze and silver quality, with only 3 being gold." Qin Daoming nodded. Not bad. In his hand, he produced a medicinal herb roughly 1,000 years old, along with several 100-year-old herbs, distributing them to Chun Wang and the Soul Emperors. "I hold great hopes for your futures. This modest reward is but a token." Chun Wang and the 7 Soul Emperors were elated, exclaiming, "Master, you are magnanimous. There is yet another task. Complete it, and you shall receive a 1,000-year herb. It requires only one person. Who will volunteer?" Chapter 228. The Soul Emperor level is not weak, yet should danger arise beyond the black hole, he would risk losing these loyal Soul Emperors. He wished to select someone whose loss would not be so grievous. "I will go." One Soul Emperor raised his hand. "What is the task, Master?" Qin Daoming produced the black cube, infusing it with soul power, and the same black void appeared. This object functions similarly to a teleportation array. You need only venture forth to gather information and then return. Without further ado, the Soul Emperor understood his task, nervously nodding before stepping into the black void. Not long passed before the Soul Emperor emerged unscathed from the void, excitedly declaring to Qin Daoming, "Master, beyond lies the continent. We can escape." Qin Daoming's eyes sparkled with excitement. "The continent? Splendid. We're exactly on the continent." Without hesitation, the Soul Emperor responded, "In the mixed zone of Xingdou Great Forest." "The mixed zone, you say? There are soul saints and a host of Soul Emperors present. As long as we avoid the 10,000-year soul beasts, they should be able to escape without significant danger." While pondering this, 3 members of the second Soul Emperor team crawled up, all bearing grievous injuries, their wounds alarming. The leader of the second team rushed forward upon seeing Qin Daoming, exclaiming, "Master, they are all dead. Everyone else is dead. We encountered a purple one-eyed monster. Its power on par with the title Douluo." Qin Daoming stepped back, his voice grave. "And what of the purple one-eyed monster?" "Roar." Chun Wang hastily approached the opening to look down, his face draining of color. 3 purple one-eyed monsters. "Damn it," Qin Daoming cursed, clutching the black cube and plunging into the black void, with the others hastily following suit. "Roar." The purple one-eyed monsters howled furiously towards the opening. Sensing the disappearance of the human presence, left with nothing but impotent rage. The Xingdou Great Forest in the mixed zone was indeed perilous. Qin Daoming surveyed his surroundings, calming his racing heart, and addressed Chun Wang, "Yes, Master." Chun Wang dared not relax. Should Qin Daoming perish, their fates would be sealed as well. In such a dangerous place, vigilance was paramount. After discerning their direction, Qin Daoming led the way out of the Xingdou Great Forest. The immense forest stretched vast, with the mixed zone occupying 1/3 of its radius, approximately 3,000 kilometers. To him, 3,000 kilometers was merely a 3-day journey. In the perilous expanse of Xingdou Dasenlin, the pace of movement could not mirror that of flatland, even with the protection of Soul Saints and Soul Emperors. It would take them at least 5 days to traverse the mixed zone. Presently, they were approximately 2,000 kilometers into this zone, meaning they had yet another 2,000 kilometers to reach the realm inhabited by Millennium Soul Beasts. The first 3 days had been smooth sailing, encountering only a few soul beasts aged 10 to 20,000 years, with no other dangers in sight. Observing the lack of imminent threats, the group's morale relaxed considerably. After 3 days of arduous travel, their spirits began to wane, and even Chun Wang, a soul saint, bore the marks of fatigue under his eyes. Qin Daoming, however, maintained a relatively good condition, as the presence of Soul Emperors and Soul Saints afforded him a degree of ease. That evening, they found themselves merely 200 kilometers from the territory of the Millennium Soul Beasts. Here, compared to the depths of the mixed zone, they enjoyed a significantly safer environment. Thus, they decided to leave only 2 Soul Emperors to keep watch through the night, one for the first half and the other for the latter half. During the first half of the night, the Soul Emperor on watch sat idly on a rock, idly toying with a vine in his hands. Suddenly, a sound pierced the night. The Soul Emperor sprang to his feet, gazing towards the thicket ahead. A howl seemed to respond to his inquiry. From behind the bushes, several white figures emerged, the foremost of which stood nearly 5 meters long and an impressive 4 meters high. Even in the darkness, the Soul Emperor could discern the nature of the soul beast, the Bai Jiatai Lang. Its fur stood like countless sharp swords, glinting with a dangerous silver light in the night. The sight of its menacing tusks sent a chill down the Soul Emperor's spine, his voice trembling as he uttered, Soul Beast. The others, too, could not afford to sleep soundly. At the instant the Soul Emperor's voice rang out, everyone sprang to their feet. The Bai Jia Lang, an 80,000-year-old soul beast, accompanied by hundreds and thousands of its kin aged 100 to 1,000 years, and even a couple aged 50,000 years. Chun Wang, true to his title as a soul saint, quickly assessed the surrounding situation upon spotting the soul beast, prompting Qin Daoming to react swiftly. Split up and flee, he commanded, as soon as the words left his mouth. Qin Daoming had already sprinted 100 meters away at full speed. The others quickly followed suit, scattering in different directions. The leading Bai Jia Lang howled and pursued Chun Wang, sensing him to be a formidable human. The remaining Bai Jia Lang split off to chase after the Soul Emperors, with only a few thousand-year-old soul beasts and dozens of hundred-year-old ones pursuing Qin Daoming. After running a considerable distance, Qin Daoming deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for the Bai Jia Lang to approach. Locking eyes with the dozen or so massive wolves, he felt no fear. During his time as a soul master, he had single-handedly faced 3,000-year-old soul beasts. Now, confronted by several 5,000-year and a few 700- or 800-year-old beasts, he felt no pressure. With the Jiulong sword gripped in hand, the familiar aura of yellow, purple, and black soul rings manifested around him. Notably, the black soul ring sent the previously aggressive Bai Jia Lang retreating a few paces. A smile graced Qin Daoming's face as he activated his first and second soul rings, flames swirling with a fierce sword intent enveloping the surroundings. With a sudden surge of power, he charged forth. The wolf pack, known for their tight-knit unity, displayed their sharp teeth, their bodies poised to charge as they prepared to face Qin Daoming. The Jiulong sword in Qin Daoming's grasp resembled a fiery dragon as it lunged towards the leading 6,000-year Bai Jia Lang. As if to compare the sharpness of their teeth, the Bai Jia Lang opened its gaping maw, the foul stench nearly overwhelming Qin Daoming. The Jiulong sword, extraordinarily sharp, cleaved through the beast with ease. In a flicker of flames, a deep gash appeared along the Bai Jia Lang's flank. The creature let out a pained howl. The searing agony awakened its ferocity. With blood-red eyes fixed on Qin Daoming, its nearly 1-meter-long claws glistened dangerously in the dark as they lunged towards him. Qin Daoming swiftly retreated, and as the claws passed, he executed a powerful upward strike with the Jiulong sword. The Bai Jia Lang's forepaw was severed, blood gushing forth. And without the support of that limb, its body toppled forward uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Daoming delivered a decisive blow, severing the creature's head, which was larger than his own body, as it rolled onto the ground. The remaining Bai Jia Lang howled mournfully, charging recklessly forward, despite their generally lower levels. However, Qin Daoming faced considerable difficulty dealing with their coordinated attacks from all sides. These Bai Jia Lang were astute. They lacked the arrogance of their predecessor. Displaying a newfound caution, they engaged in guerrilla tactics against Qin Daoming, and although he managed to slay several, a few thousand-year-old beasts remained. The newly appointed leader of this small group of Bai Jia Lang let out a long howl, summoning the younger wolves to charge. Qin Daoming, left with no choice, activated his third soul skill, causing 18 swords of varying sizes to float around him, creating an imposing spectacle. The approaching young wolves, bewildered by his stillness, hesitated. The leader's commands were to be followed, and as the 100-year-old Bai Jia Lang approached Qin Daoming, he unleashed the spinning white Jiulong sword. One by one, their heads were severed, yet Qin Daoming emerged unscathed, encircled by an invisible white shield formed by his third soul skill, Jinny Billy. This skill was immensely powerful, but also consumed considerable energy, depleting nearly a third of his soul power within a minute. Maintaining this third soul skill, he quickly activated the first and second soul skills once more, acutely aware of his rapidly dwindling soul power. Determined to conclude the battle swiftly, he advanced with confidence, the protection of the Jinny Billy allowing him to move through the wolves as if they were mere shadows. In less than a minute, he had dispatched the entire pack. Retracting his martial spirit, he felt the familiar wave of weakness wash over him, but he had endured. In such a treacherous place, lingering was unwise. The scent of the slain wolves would surely attract other soul beasts, making departure the most prudent choice. Finding a densely wooded area, he used the Jiulong sword to carve out a pit about 1 meter deep, covering it with leaves to recuperate his soul power. He sensed that his soul emperor subordinates were falling one by one. While it was regrettable, he felt no sorrow, merely the inevitability of death. An hour later, Qin Daoming opened his eyes, shaking off the leaves that clung to him, his gaze shining with renewed vigor as his soul power fully restored. Seemingly sensing something, Qin Daoming glanced back towards the trees. Injured and weary, Chun Wang emerged from behind, accompanied by the two soul emperors. Observing Chun Wang, Qin Daoming felt a profound sense of admiration. For a soul saint to escape from an 80,000-year-soul beast was no small feat. Words of consolation were necessary, and he inquired about Chun Wang's injuries and whether he could navigate out of Xingdou Da Senlin. Chun Wang quickly knelt on one knee, declaring, "Master, we can manage." But the others? His tone grew heavy, a testament to the shared experiences of life and death they had faced together. "May you find solace in your grief. Let us first venture outside the Xingdou Great Forest, as the current surroundings still harbor some dangers. It is another day for the master." Qin Daoming and his companions have finally emerged from the chaotic region of the Xingdou Great Forest, arriving at the territory of the millennia-old soul beasts. Chapter 231. Having reached this area, they were now considered safe, for no millennia-old soul beast dared approach them due to the formidable soul power emanating from Chun Wang. With safety somewhat assured, their pace quickened significantly. Maintain formation, do not falter, and aim for the vital spot of the Liuhe Duzhong. This command came from a middle-aged man, who appeared to be conducting a practical training session. Chun Wang noted that ahead of them, a middle-aged instructor was directing 7 children, roughly the same age as Qin Daoming, in their battle against a Liuhe Duzhong, approximately 2,000 years old. As they caught sight of each other, recognition was mutual. The instructor nodded towards Chun Wang, assuming him to be an elder of Qin Daoming. Chun Wang glanced at Qin Daoming and reciprocated the gesture. Qin Daoming observed the performance of the 7 youths with keen interest. They were all around 13 or 14 years old, comprising 2 soul masters and 5 advanced soul masters. Based on Qin Daoming's observations, they lacked combat experience, and their hesitance in confronting the Liuhe Duzhong was evident. Notably, one girl possessed a healing-type martial spirit. Although she was protected by her teammates, she was unable to provide timely healing when her comrades were injured, revealing her trepidation in the face of soul beasts. Qin Daoming felt a tinge of disappointment. Despite their similar ages, they were evidently weaker. Under the guidance of the middle-aged instructor, the Liuhe Duzhong was already battered and bruised. Although their attacks were feeble, the creature could not withstand the relentless barrage. Angered, it flicked its tongue in fury, and ultimately, when its strength waned, it collapsed to the ground, appearing on the brink of death. The middle-aged instructor approached excitedly, straightening his attire, and remarked, "You all performed remarkably with your skills. You will undoubtedly secure a place in next year's Shrek Academy admissions, and your families will provide you with ample resources." One of the taller boys raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, who are they?" The instructor, realizing his oversight, responded apologetically, "I'm sorry. I got a bit too excited." His words of apology could not conceal the pride etched on his face. Chun Wang chuckled, "It's quite all right. It is only natural for elders to feel joy at the excellence of their juniors." The middle-aged man beamed, "They still have room for improvement. By the way, are you all here in the Xingdou Great Forest to assist the younger generation in acquiring soul rings? This is the territory of millennia-old soul beasts. It seems your junior has also reached the level of soul master." Chun Wang glanced at Qin Daoming, unsure of how to respond. Qin Daoming confidently declared, "Yes, esteemed elder. I am fortunate to have broken through to the soul master level, and my family elder has guided me in hunting for a millennia soul ring." The middle-aged man was taken aback and congratulated him. "What a blessing for your family. You appear to be merely 13 or 14 years old. Achieving the soul master level at such a young age is truly impressive, rivaling the prowess of our own youngsters." Just as Chun Wang was about to speak, the tall boy stepped forward, arrogantly raising his chin, towering nearly a head above Qin Daoming. and remarked, "Hey, you're a soul master too? Let us compare our strengths." Qin Daoming did not lift his gaze, but replied coolly, "You are too weak." Weak? The 6 children accompanying the tall boy erupted in laughter. Chapter 232. Ha ha ha. Teacher, did you hear that? The kid said the boss is too weak. Ha ha, this is hilarious. Yes, indeed. That kid is quite arrogant. Hearing the mocking laughter of the children, Qin Daoming frowned, his expression tinged with mild irritation. Observing the situation, Chun Wang quickly addressed the middle-aged man. "Will you not discipline your juniors? Is it the norm in your family to be so unruly?" As Chun Wang subtly exuded an aura belonging to a soul sage, the middle-aged man's expression shifted drastically. A soul sage. He was merely a soul emperor. Silence. Just because you excel does not mean others cannot. If you continue this commotion, you will be expelled from the team. Douluo, return to the group. Douluo complied, turning away but casting a defiant glance at Qin Daoming. Ignoring the boy, Qin Daoming chose not to exchange further words with the middle-aged man, saying simply, "Let us depart." Understood. After Qin Daoming and his companions left, the middle-aged man was left in a state of uncertainty. Was he not an elder? How could he heed the words of a mere soul master? Once Qin Daoming's group had moved a considerable distance away, Douluo approached the middle-aged man, visibly agitated, and said, "Teacher, I just wanted to fight him and see who was stronger. I didn't expect that coward to run away." Silence. The middle-aged man reprimanded. Suddenly, he felt a tremor beneath him, and a colossal beast loomed behind them. The white-armored iron wolf, the very soul beast that had pursued Chun Wang. The creature barreled through the forest, uprooting trees in its path, its sole intention to hunt down those detestable humans. "Run!" the middle-aged man shouted. The children stood momentarily stunned. Run? Why, teacher? Then they felt the ground shake beneath them, and even a fool could discern the imminent danger. The middle-aged man positioned himself before the hopes of his family, tears welling in his eyes. "You must flee. You are the hopes of our family." Whose expression hardened, his eyes reddening. "No, teacher, if we die, we shall die together. You have given me a second chance at life." The remaining 6 children echoed whose sentiments, their eyes brimming with tears. The middle-aged man grasped Hu and hurled him towards the other 6, shouting, "Run!" With that, 6 circles of soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, manifested, and the 6th black soul ring glowed as they faced the swiftly approaching white-armored iron wolf. After being thrown, Douluo attempted to charge back, but was restrained by his teammates. At that moment, the timid girl transformed into the calmest among them, shedding her fear as she declared, "We must run. The teacher is sacrificing himself to pave a path for us, and he is very powerful. He may not be in danger. Let us return to the family and wait for the teacher." Douluo, feeling helpless, found solace in her words. He turned, leading his teammates at the swiftest pace toward the exit of the Xingdou Great Forest. The white-armored iron wolf, eyeing its delectable prey, opened its massive jaws, ready to devour the middle-aged man. The instructor desperately channeled his soul power. The light of the 6th soul ring intensified, and patches of light green scales sprouted across his body as a colossal turtle materialized behind him, fueled by the burning energy of his life force. This was the incomplete manifestation of his martial spirit. From a distance, witnessing the poignant scene, Qin Daoming exclaimed, "Chun Wang, save him," realizing the gravity of the situation. Chun Wang also understood the importance of action. The 7 rings, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 rose to life. Chapter 233. Behind him, his azure avian martial spirit unfurled its wings as the 7th soul ring illuminated, and Chun Wang's sprouted wings adorned with azure feathers. His body cloaked in scales reminiscent of armor belonging to his martial spirit, and his hands and feet transformed into razor-sharp talons. This was the true form of his martial spirit, the Qinglin Jinshin. The 6th soul ring glowed, invoking the Qinggui Lin soul kill. Chun Wang transformed his body into 6 identical versions of himself, unfurling his verdant wings, taut and sharp as blades, simultaneously assailing the Bai Jia Tai Lang. The Bai Jia Tai Lang, consumed by rage, lunged forward with its limbs, fiercely clawing at the 6 manifestations of Chun Wang, shattering them with 3 successive strikes. A flicker of human-like confusion appeared in the beast's eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Wang's true form had already descended beneath it, his hands morphing into claws that extended a meter. With a pained yowl, the Bai Jia Tai Lang fell to the ground. The middle-aged man, overwhelmed with excitement, retracted his soul energy and approached Chen Wang, intending to express his gratitude. Yet, to his astonishment, the Bai Jia Tai Lang rose once more. Although blood flowed profusely from its abdomen, it had not sustained a truly fatal injury. The beast roared in fury, its foul odor permeating the air, and in an instant, with blood-red eyes, it lunged at Chen Wang. With a swift motion, its massive paw came crashing down, but Chen Wang adeptly leaped back, his left foot, now transformed into a claw, aimed for the creature's head. In its frenzied state, the Bai Jia Tai Lang moved with terrifying speed, lowering its large head to evade the kick, opening its gaping maw in an attempt to devour Chen Wang whole, as it bent its body into a V shape, narrowly avoiding the jaws. Another black claw descended from the air. Sensing the impending danger, the middle-aged man activated his 5th soul skill, enveloping Chen Wang in a protective green shield. Grateful yet weary, Chen Wang's soul energy was nearly depleted, and his martial spirit had vanished. He could muster barely enough strength to evade a few more strikes from the Bai Jia Tai Lang. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man insisted on intervening, acknowledging that the Bai Jia Tai Lang was indeed a consequence of their actions. Although Qin Daoming felt somewhat useless, he too wished to contribute in some way. As the Bai Jia Tai Lang withdrew its paw, the Douluo sword was grasped firmly in hand, its 4th soul ring glowing brilliantly. This elite 10,000-year soul ring from the Qi Shuejiao long granted him an immensely powerful soul skill. True dragon emergence. In his grasp, the Douluo sword moved as though a true dragon swam within, vibrating with increasing frequency as the soul energy surged. Suddenly, the Douluo sword was released, soaring through the air with the might of a dragon, piercing through the Bai Jia Tai Lang's left eye and into its brain. Yet, Qin Daoming did not feel assured of victory. Although the Douluo sword had penetrated the creature's skull, it seemed to have sustained no mortal wound. The beast merely writhed on the ground, blood spilling everywhere, staining its once white fur crimson. Chen Wang urged, "We must flee. The Bai Jia Tai Lang has merely lost an eye. It has not been fatally struck, only injured through its hide." "Very well," the middle-aged man replied without hesitation, hoisting the incapacitated Chen Wang and dashing toward Qin Daoming. As the 3 fled, chaos erupted in the millennia-old soul beast territory. A wrathful one-eyed wolf rampaging until a colossal black dragon, towering 100 meters high, appeared to halt its slaughter. "Children, are you unharmed?" Isklomid da gao, ishlaratid. "Teacher, you are alive." The middle-aged man shot a disapproving glance at Douluo, questioning, "Are you wishing for the teacher's demise?" Embarrassed, Douluo waved his hands. No. We were worried about you. Had it not been for you mentioning your formidable strength, I would have rushed in to save you." The girl named you blushed. "Stomring, the middle-aged man laughed heartily. "Our teacher is not so powerful as to contend with an 80,000-year soul beast. It was thanks to Qin Xiaoyu and Chen Daoyu that you could still see your teacher." Douluo, filled with gratitude, knelt beside the recovering Chen Wang, tears streaming down his face, proclaiming, "Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Please accept my bow." Douluo pretended to bow, but Chen Wang quickly intervened, smiling. "As fellow soul masters, we should assist one another. There is no need for such grand gestures, which are reserved for parents, elders, and mentors." Qin Daoming regarded Chen Wang with a curious expression, but remained silent. "No, we must bow to our benefactor," Douluo insisted, and his teammates rushed over, kneeling in unison to express their gratitude, dismissing Qin Daoming's significance against an 80,000-year soul beast. Chen Wang waved his hand, casting a glance at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man sighed. "All right, children, there are myriad ways to express gratitude. It is not necessary to resort to this." Upon hearing his words, Douluo and the others stood. The middle-aged man turned to Qin Daoming, thanking him. "Thank you. young friend, for your timely intervention. We hail from the Leaf family of the Tiando Royal Academy and would like to invite you both to our home as a gesture of appreciation. Chen Wang looked at Qin Daoming, finding the situation amusing. After all, the Bai Jia Tai Lang had been drawn by them. Yet they now acted as if they were the saviors. The Leaf family of the Tiando Royal Academy, you say? Indeed, we are the leading family of the Tiando Royal Academy, the middle-aged man replied, pride evident on his face. With his father at the helm, the family would forever remain a superpower within the Tiando Empire. Is your family head named Li Gang? Chen Wang inquired. The middle-aged man nodded. Indeed. I did not expect you to have heard of him. He is my father. Unbeknownst to him, the middle-aged man had already begun to regard Qin Daoming as an equal, recognizing that such strength could only be befriended, never antagonized. Qin Daoming smiled. Very well. I too wish to meet the illustrious Douluo of the continent. The middle-aged man beamed with delight. Excellent. Then let us invite Brother Chun and you to join us. Very well. Dahu interjected, visibly displeased. He believed that aside from the Shrek Academy, there were no other geniuses superior to him, and he resented the notion that someone could be of equal standing to him. The desire to compete with Qin Daoming intensified within him. The middle-aged man, feeling angered, recalled how the unwavering support of these students had moved him. Now, witnessing their insistent pressure on their benefactor, he understood that Qin Daoming's prowess was evident, a soul master at 13, possessing a fourth ring of 10,000 years, and an extraordinarily powerful martial spirit. He could hardly be considered an equal. Young friend, let us disregard them. We should set off at once. Teacher, Da Gao exclaimed anxiously. He had always been combative, defeating numerous talents along his journey to rise from an ordinary student at the Tiando Royal Academy to the class leader of the Tiando class. Apologies, this child is simply too combative, the middle-aged man remarked helplessly. Not all, Qin Daoming replied. I, too, am quite combative. I shall match him without my martial spirit and with just one hand. If you can touch me, consider a victory. The moment he uttered those words, he sensed the challenge implicit in his tone. There is no need for you to hold back. Let us begin without delay. The middle-aged man could only sigh in resignation. He was powerless to intervene in this bout. The crowd stepped back, clearing a space for the impending clash. Dahu's martial spirit manifested as a massive tiger adorned in fiery red fur, and as he unleashed it, a blazing royal insignia appeared on his forehead. This was his martial spirit, explosive tiger. It exuded an aura of dominance. Dia, observing Dahu's magnificent stance, gazed at him with admiration. Indeed, Dahu's martial spirit was formidable, and the emblem on his head radiated the essence of a forest king, reminiscent of an imperial presence. For ordinary adversaries, Dahu's martial spirit and its might would surely instill fear. Dahu observed Qin Daoming's indifference and could no longer contain himself. Since you underestimate me, you shall pay the price for your disdain. With a surge of soul energy, 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, and another yellow materialized. Clenching his left fist, he ignited the second soul ring, flames engulfing his hand as he unleashed his second soul skill. Exploding fist. With a mighty swing, a fist of fire hurtled towards Qin Daoming, exploding just 5 inches from his body. Dahu was momentarily taken aback, questioning the sanity of the man who stood there awaiting his demise. His teacher appeared oblivious, which only heightened Dahu's panic. Teacher, I am unharmed. A gentle breeze brushed past, and Qin Daoming stood unscathed, a smile gracing his face, not a speck of dust on his garments. This spectacle astonished everyone, save for the middle-aged man and Chen Wang. How can you be unscathed? Dahu exclaimed, having just worried whether Qin Daoming might be injured, now perplexed by his apparent invulnerability. This shift in circumstances led his teammates to feel as if they no longer recognized their captain. Doubts about his own strength began to creep into Dahu's mind, yet he stubbornly shook his head. Dare you face my third soul skill? Come then. Qin Daoming replied nonchalantly. Dahu glanced at the middle-aged man, who nodded in approval. Gritting his teeth, Dahu activated his third soul skill, warning, don't blame me if you get hurt. Exploding beam. This skill boasted immense single-target damage, capable of instantaneously defeating even high-ranking soul masters if they let their guard down. Witnessing Qin Daoming's unperturbed demeanor ignited a surge of anger within De Hu. The exploding beam shot forth, and just as victory seemed assured, Qin Daoming vanished. Alarm surged through De Hu's mind, but before he could react, a whip-like kick connected with his abdomen, sending him crashing against a tree. The members of De Hu's team were momentarily stunned. Their captain fell by a single kick. The middle-aged man quickly regained his composure, frowning as he approached De Hu, who was merely slightly injured. He sighed in relief, admonishing, "Heed the words of the wise, or face the consequences. Had you listened to me, you wouldn't be in this predicament." Chapter 236, Suppressing His Pain, De Hu exclaimed, "Teacher, what level is he? I refuse to believe a soul master could defeat me in an instant." The teacher replied, "You are not weak either. Among your peers, you are a formidable talent. Do not be disheartened." "Indeed, I am not disheartened. I will take you as my goal. Right, comrades?" De Hu shouted, and his teammates echoed in agreement. The middle-aged man felt a swell of pride. This was indeed the student he had trained. "Shall we set off now?" Qin Daoming smiled slightly. On their journey, Chun Wang departed, seeking vengeance against the two fleeing Soul Emperors. In the Li family of the Tiando Empire, the family resided within the Tiando Royal Academy, just outside Tiando City. During his time at the academy, Qin Daoming frequently visited the Li family. As per Li Hua's account, he had remained in Tiando City for work, seldom returning to his family. Li Hua, the name of the middle-aged man, was the eldest son of Li Gang, the current head of the Li family. Although he possessed weak, innate talent, he demonstrated considerable business acumen and held a minor position in the military. As they traveled, Qin Daoming introduced himself to Li Hua. Upon hearing the name Qin Daoming, Li Hua's expression transformed dramatically. He was a renowned figure at the Tiando Royal Academy, celebrated as the foremost genius. De Hu and his teammates became fervent admirers of Qin Daoming, an experience seldom felt by those of their age. Returning to the familiar academy, Qin Daoming was deeply moved. In the few months of his absence, he had ascended from Soul Master to Soul Sect, now possessing items that would allow entry into the Sea Rift. The two elderly students guarding the entrance recognized Li Hua, while Qin Daoming, having donned a veil, preferred to keep a low profile to avoid causing turmoil within the academy. As they traversed the familiar path, the golden characters of the Li family loomed brightly. "Qin Xiaoyu, Chun Xiong, please," Li Hua gestured. The Li family occupied a modest area within the Tiando Royal Academy, nestled on a quiet hill. Upon arriving at the Li family's conference hall, Li Hua remarked, "Please wait a moment. My father is on his way back." He was overjoyed to hear that Qin Xiaoyu has returned. Even a newly trained team for the Continental Soul Master Elite competition has been set aside to welcome you. There's no need to wait any longer. I have returned, Li Gang announced. "Father, Dean, good. Li Gang's face radiated with joy. "You haven't forgotten your old man, have you? Have you been missing me these past few months?" Qin Daoming waved dismissively. "Who misses you? I've been longing for the academy, and Hua Ge insisted on bringing me here." "Oh," Li Gong inquired. "Huazi, weren't you training with the second team in the Stardo Grey Forest? Why are you at Shrek Academy?" Li Hua explained. "We were indeed training with the second team, but we encountered Qin Xiaoyu and Chun Xiong on the way." "Chun Xiong?" Li Hua pointed to Chun Wang. "He is the one who saved my life while traveling with Qin Xiaoyu." Chun Wang felt his heart skip a beat under Li Gang's intense gaze. "From Shrek Academy?" Qin Daoming replied coolly. "Chun Wang cannot join Shrek Academy. He is part of my trusted circle." Li Gang nodded in understanding. He had not anticipated Qin Daoming to have a soul sage servant, thinking they would at least be accompanied by a titled Douluo guardian. Chapter 237. Qin Daoming did not respond to his remark, merely shaking his head. "I was saved by my master," Chun Wang interjected. "My master granted me life, so I'm naturally devoted to him." Li Gang nodded, disregarding Chun Wang's presence, as a servant failed to pique his interest. He continued conversing with Qin Daoming. "How has your time at Shrek Academy been? I heard from Shun Jizai that you accomplished a significant task. Your status is now quite distinguished. I always said you were no ordinary child. Truly, my judgment is remarkable, reminiscent of my own past." Qin Daoming was speechless, wondering how a compliment had turned into self-praise for Li Gang. Li Gang continued detailing his life story, nearly putting Qin Daoming and the others to sleep. After a brief pause for breath, he intended to resume his tale. Dean, I wish to meet the geniuses of the Tiando Royal Academy, particularly those chosen for the upcoming Continental Elite Soul Master Competition. Qin Daoming hastily interrupted, diverting the topic. Li Gang cleared his throat, seemingly a bit embarrassed. How did we end up on this subject? Allow me to show you. The young talents I selected are quite impressive, albeit not on par with you. I often wonder why I let you go in a moment of righteousness. A moment of righteousness? Qin Daoming inquired with curiosity. Ah, those memories haunt me. I truly regretted your departure after just a few months. If I had known you would have greater opportunities at Shrek Academy for the safety of the continent, alas. It is all regret. Li Gang wore a pained expression. If only you would return, I would handle those old geezers at Shrek Academy. Are you not putting me in a difficult position, Dean? Qin Daoming replied with a bitter smile. Shrek Academy had always been his dream. And now that he had gained admission, the dean, who had shown him particular favor, was asking him to return. It was indeed a dilemma. Leaving Shrek Academy made him feel like he was betraying himself, while staying would mean disappointing the dean who had cared for him so much. He was nearly overwhelmed by his fear of making a choice. Li Gang observed the shifting emotions on Qin Daoming's face and sighed. He understood that Qin Daoming would not return, and he did not wish to impose. To him, the outcome of the competition was not as significant as Qin Daoming's growth. The training ground for the Tiando Royal Academy Elite Competition was located on the back mountain of the academy. It was a place of tranquility, with a rich vitality akin to that found at Shrek Academy's outer campus. As they arrived at the venue, they found a small meadow where 7 individuals, 5 males and 2 females aged around 19 or 20, were training. The group formed a circle around an elderly man with white hair, whom Qin Daoming recognized well. He was the Li family's title Douluo, known as the Dragon Turtle Douluo. In terms of defense, even those with the Xuanwu bloodline could not match him. Upon noticing their arrival, the Dragon Turtle Douluo hurried over. Head of the family, Xiao Huazi. Oh, Daoming has come as well. Li Gang nodded in acknowledgement. Senior Li Hua, he said, rubbing his nose, sensing that Xiao Huazi might be somewhat irritating. Qin Daoming clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Senior, I have returned to see you all. Good, good. The Dragon Turtle Douluo chuckled. It has been a few months since I last saw you, Soul Master. Your growth is indeed impressive. It seems you will soon catch up with me. No. Qin Daoming quickly waved his hands. You are a title Douluo. I still have a long way to go. The Dragon Turtle Douluo smiled even more broadly. I believe you have heard of Qin Daoming, right? A young man standing in the center of the Tiando Royal team spoke up. Junior Qin, your name has echoed in our ears since we returned from external training. Hello, I am Yuxing, the captain of the first team of Tiando Royal Academy. With that, Yuxing extended his rugged hand, calloused from years of training. Qin Daoming also reached out, their hands meeting in a firm shake, which starkly contrasted his smooth palm with Yuxing's rough one. The Dragon Turtle Douluo and Li Gang exchanged glances. The disparity in talent was indeed significant. Hello, Senior, Qin Daoming replied. Just then, a crackling sound erupted as Yuxing unleashed a surge of purple lightning from his hand, which coursed through Qin Daoming's body. Qin Daoming glanced at Yuxing but did not resist, allowing the lightning to ravage his form. The others, except for a cold-faced woman at the back, displayed disdainful expressions. After returning from 6 years of training, their fame had plummeted, while the entire academy spoke of a newcomer named Qin Daoming as the greatest genius in Tiando Royal Academy's history. Yuxing had previously been hailed as the top genius, so naturally, he was displeased to have his title usurped. They had expected Qin Daoming to be formidable. Yet even the captain's lightning power could not be withstood by him. Was he truly the first genius, or merely the first waste? A young man in front of the cold woman scoffed. Qin Daoming is indeed a waste. Captain, please stop releasing your lightning. I fear that waste will be electrocuted by you. Qin Daoming remained silent. Enough, Gao Shuo, Yuxing admonished coldly. Gao Shuo immediately fell silent, his eyes darkening. As time passed, Yuxing's complexion grew pale. He could not understand why his lightning power vanished upon entering Qin Daoming's body. At this moment, Qin Daoming released his grip, shaking his arm, which still tingled from the shock. Senior, your lightning power is indeed overwhelming. Such a vibrant purple. Ah, blue electric Tyrannosaurus, I presume? Yuxing suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Senior, you are indeed remarkable. At 13, you are a sole master of such strength without any pretense. I used to be unwilling to accept anyone surpassing me, but now I find myself leading only in age and soul power. Once you reach my level, I suspect you could sweep through the entire continent's elite competition. I will not disappoint you, Senior. Wonderful. Yuxing, your clarity of thought regarding future developments is highly beneficial. The dragon turtle Douluo patted both of their shoulders. Please introduce yourselves. Yuxing gestured towards the team members. Junior Qin, greetings. I am Tai Li, spoke a quieter young man, standing behind Yuxing. Hello, I am Bai Long, the cold woman said as she stepped forward, stating her name before retreating once more. The remaining seniors introduced themselves one by one. Zheng Jiang, Zheng Xizhou, and Qingjie, and Yi Shi, all members of the Tiando Royal Academy team. Finally, it was Gao Shua's turn. He remained silent for a moment, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Daoming. Yuxing coldly reminded, Gao Shua, introduce yourself. With great difficulty, Gao Shua finally spoke, I am Gao Shua, and then extended his withered right hand. Qin Daoming offered him a smile and took his hand with his left. Crackling sounds erupted, accompanied by Gao Shua's agonized screams. His teammates and several seniors did not intervene. It was his own failure that led to this. Li Gang even questioned how someone like him could have joined the Tiando Royal Academy team. Pushing away the screaming Gao Shua in disdain, Qin Daoming remarked, if you wish to provoke others, you should have the capability to back it up. I truly do not understand how you managed to cultivate to the advanced Soul King. Gao Shua, drained of energy, could no longer speak, but his heart burned with hatred for Qin Daoming, extending to all those present. My apologies, seniors. Did I perhaps strike too hard? Qin Daoming spoke apologetically, yet his expression remained unchanged. Yuxing replied nonchalantly, he is merely a waste, reaping what he sows. No need for apologies. That's good. Let's depart. As everyone left, they paid no heed to the collapsed Gao Shua. Only the earnest Tai Li attempted to assist, but Gao Shua shoved him away. Feeling that Tai Li's pity was an insult, his anger only deepened. Once everyone had moved on, a wicked smile crept onto Gao Shua's face as he emitted a laughter that seemed foreign to him, muttering about seeking revenge through sacrifice. A chilling voice resonated in his mind, reminiscent of something from the heavens, as he echoed the same sinister laughter. If Qin Daoming were to witness this scene, his expression would certainly be one of rich complexity. He was all too familiar with such a moment. Chen Wang, following closely behind Qin Daoming, was filled with confusion. How did the master know so much about Qin Daoming's past? After pondering for a long while, he could not arrive at a conclusion and decided to set the matter aside for now. This encapsulates my experiences over the past few months, Qin Daoming recounted, omitting significant details such as the golden giant tree and the mysterious black cube. Yuxing exclaimed, when Qin Shuiyi left our academy, he was merely a soul master, and in just a few months, he has ascended to soul sect. Truly, hard work must be accompanied by innate talent. At 19, I have only just attained the rank of Soul King. The senior chuckled. You jest. I merely have had my share of fortune. Qin Daoming replied shyly. Yuxing laughed heartily. Had we not already competed, I might have believed you. Enough of this banter. You two need not shiver at each other anymore. Daoming's admission to Shrek Academy is ample proof of his capabilities. And you, Yuxing, do not rejoice too soon. In 5 years, you may very well find yourselves as rivals in the Continental Soul Master Elite competition. Li Hua remarked, Shrek Academy is a bastion of talent, gathering the vast majority of super geniuses from across the continent. My soul power and age are lacking. I am certainly not a match for those seniors in the Inner Academy. Moreover, I cannot remain in the Academy for long. I have several tasks from Shrek Academy that I have long delayed and must return to address. After exchanging a few more words with Yuxing and the others, Qin Daoming departed with Chen Wang back to Shrek Academy. Chapter 240, Shrek Academy, Inner Academy, Sea God Pavilion. Daoming, where have you been? Why have you returned after so many days? Shui Lele tugged at Qin Daoming's sleeve, voicing her complaints. Oh, Qin Daoming candidly recounted his previous experiences. All the elders of the Sea God Pavilion, the pinnacle of combat strength on the continent, stood in astonishment. One elder furrowed his brow and said, "One should not speak recklessly." Qin Daoming shook his head. "I am not speaking recklessly." A moment of silence enveloped the Sea God Pavilion. Qin Daoming produced a mysterious black cube from his fifth ring. At the main seat, Sun Mu suddenly burst into laughter, leaving everyone bewildered. The black cube unexpectedly flew uncontrollably towards Sun Mu, who caught it with one hand. "Excellent. From this day forth, Qin Daoming, Shuelele Qianyu, and Xiaoyueban are officially admitted to the Inner Academy of Shrek Academy. Shortly, take them to receive their Inner Academy uniforms and badges, along with a reward of 10,000 points." Shunji Chai, standing to the side, widened his eyes in shock and gulped, his throat dry. "Lord, are you certain each will receive 10,000 points?" "Of course. You only need to know that this black cube poses a significant threat to the Sea Rift Valley, capable of obliterating it in one fell swoop." Shunji Chai was even more astonished, and the other elders gazed with wide eyes, pondering the immense power required to influence the Sea Rift Valley. The Sea God Pact will expire in 5 years. By then, enough with the excess inquiries. Let's disperse. "Understood, Lord." Upon exiting the Sea God Pavilion, Shun Jichai spoke enviously. "How I wish I could have 10,000 points." "What can 10,000 points exchange for, Senior?" "Quite a lot. For instance, rare medicinal herbs can be exchanged casually for those under 10,000 years. Do you understand?" "Is that so?" Qin Daoming expressed mild disdain, as he already possessed several immortal herbs. Despite the value of 10,000-year medicinal materials, they were not of great significance to him. "So, if I were to exchange items for points, could that be done?" Shun Jichai nodded. "Of course, if you present sufficiently precious items. The Academy may even grant additional points based on the value of the item." "Ah, Senior, I believe 10,000 points is indeed modest. I possess 15 strains of 10,000-year medicinal herbs. That should be worth at least 100,000 points, right?" "That sounds about right." "What? 15 strains?" "Yes, 15 strains." "Wow." Within mere minutes, Shun Jichai was left in awe by a junior. Observing Qin Daoming's earnest eyes, it seemed he was not lying, making it all the more credible. "Chill, Junior. Let us visit the Points Pavilion tomorrow morning. It's too crowded now." "All right, Senior." The next morning, within the Points Pavilion, the 15 strains of 10,000-year medicinal herbs floated in the air, exuding various colors and a unique fragrance of high-grade spirit materials, intoxicating everyone present. Qin Daoming felt indifferent. Having consumed several immortal herbs, the 10,000-year materials seemed somewhat inferior. The steward of the pavilion, having regained his composure from the shock, looked at Qin Daoming and said, "Please wait. I cannot assess such a precious item alone. We should wait for the pavilion master." "No need to wait. I have arrived," the pavilion master declared. "Qin Daoming, you have truly surprised me." The steward lowered his head respectfully upon seeing the person entering. Chapter 241, The Pavilion Master. Senior Dao Feng. Shun Jichai naturally accompanied him. As one of the Shrek's 7 monsters, he held considerable sway, thus offering Qin Daoming some protection. "Senior Dao Feng, you jest. I have merely had a bit of luck." Dao Feng, the pavilion master of the Points Pavilion in the Inner Academy, a super Douluo of level 98 with a martial spirit of a blade, was also one of the elders of the Sea God Pavilion, possessing immense power. "Luck? Ha ha ha. If mere luck could yield such treasures, would not everyone in the world be a titled Douluo? I see the quality of these 10,000-year spirit herbs is remarkably high. Particularly, 2 are on the verge of surpassing 90,000 years. How does 13,000 points sound? I will take them all." Qin Daoming was somewhat tempted. Shun Jichai had mentioned that even 1,000 points was exceedingly precious, with some elders lacking even that. As Dao Feng observed Qin Daoming's peculiar gaze, he chuckled. "As the pavilion master, could I not possess a bit of savings?" Clearing his throat, Qin Daoming awkwardly smiled, then is settled, "Senior." "Excellent. Please present your identity token." A beam of light shot from Dao Feng's waist and entered Qin Daoming's identity token. "Your balance now stands at 139,000 points." In an instant, Qin Daoming found himself transformed into a wealthy individual, grinning foolishly as he gazed at the 14,090 points on his token, momentarily pondering how to spend it. Should Shun Jichai discover this thought, he would undoubtedly receive a good thrashing, for harboring such ideas was perilous. The steward of the pavilion gazed at the 14,000 points in Qin Daoming's hand, his eyes somewhat dazed. He had never witnessed such a substantial accumulation of points before. This was the essence of wealth. Within Shrek Academy, points surpassed all else. 1,000 points could only be earned within the inner academy. Acquiring a single point in the outer academy was a daunting task, often requiring life and death experiences to secure a few. As the steward of the pavilion, he had always been adept at calculating points, thereby managing the pavilion with precision and reaping substantial benefits. The recently acquired 10,000-year spirit herbs paled in comparison to the glaring points. Unavoidably, he felt a twinge of envy and jealousy. The identity tokens of the inner academy bore little difference from those of the outer academy. Only the identity had changed. He also received the exclusive white uniform of the inner academy, adorned with a green Shrek monster on the chest, with the word Shrek Academy embroidered in gold thread below. From a distance, it appeared harmonious, yet up close, it was rather garish. Qin Daoming found himself speechless. Was this the taste of the people at Shrek Academy? Once adorned in the inner academy's uniform, Qin Daoming's innate elegance was accentuated by the white attire, rendering him almost ethereal, exuding an extraordinary aura. Coupled with the identity token hanging at his waist, passers-by in the academy couldn't help but display expressions of envy. Upon returning to the Jifan Pavilion, this time they were not merely exchanging points, but rather items. At the exchange window, a strikingly beautiful woman noticed Qin Daoming and Shun Jichai approaching. Her cheeks flushed slightly, yet her lips curled into a professional smile. "Hello, how may I assist you with your exchange?" she inquired. "Has the Taiyang Liangua been exchanged yet?" Shun Jichai asked hurriedly. "Ah, so does Senior Shun. The Taiyang Liangua has been specifically reserved for you by our pavilion master," she replied. "That's wonderful. I only need 20,000 more points to complete the exchange, so please ensure it is kept safe," Shun Jichai urged. "Rest assured, Senior. The pavilion master has spoken, and no one would dare touch it, especially since you are a senior," she assured him. As she spoke, her words faltered upon noticing Shun Jichai's intense gaze. "This is Qin Daoming, our new junior from the inner academy. What would you like to exchange, Daoming?" Qin Daoming smiled shyly and replied, "Hello, senior. I wish to exchange for Taiyang Liangua." "Oh, is that so?" Shun Jichai was momentarily taken aback. "Daoming, are you sure? I can help you with the exchange first, and you can repay me later when you have enough points." Shun Jichai's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Are you not worried I might not return the favor?" Shun Jichai teased. "Senior, I am well aware of your character, and you have helped me immensely. I see how much you value the Taiyang Liangua, so I believe it is best to exchange for it now to avoid any further delays," Qin Daoming stated earnestly. "Thank you so much, Daoming," Shun Jichai expressed her gratitude. The Taiyang Liangua was a fire attribute spirit herb, and since his martial soul was also of the fire attribute, its effects were nearly equivalent to that of a celestial herb for him. It was essential for him to elevate his power to the level of a titled Douluo, promising a significant transformation in strength. Being at level 91, he could confront a level 94 without issue, and the difference in strength between each titled Douluo rank was immense. To leap 3 ranks was a feat rarely accomplished, with only a few ever reaching such heights. Additionally, there was a possibility of his martial soul undergoing a second mutation, which would further enhance his abilities. If he were to accumulate points himself, it would take him at least 5 years to obtain the Taiyang Liangua. He was already at level 89, just a step away from level 90. 5 years was a long time, and he worried he might not be able to suppress his cultivation. If he were to gain a soul ring and break through during that time, the herb's effects would be diminished by at least half, with no chance of a second mutation. Thus, Qin Daoming's decision was a beacon of hope for his future. However, the Taiyang Liangua requires 30,000 points. The woman began. "Ah, senior, please use my token," Qin Daoming interjected. The woman produced a hefty iron block, with an indentation shaped like the inner academy's token on one side. As she inserted his token, it displayed a balance of 140,000 points. which then adjusted to 111,000 points. Her expression transformed, showcasing a myriad of emotions. Disbelief, realization, envy, and more flashed across her face. Trembling, she handed the token back to Qin Daoming. The rules of the Jifin Pavilion explicitly state that one must not disclose details of the exchanger's points, she murmured, almost exclaiming. Meanwhile, she entertained a mischievous thought. With such a substantial amount of points, perhaps she could entice him to spend more, thus boosting her performance. Junior, what else do you require? With so many points, you could indulge freely, she suggested, her voice laced with temptation and excitement as she tossed a flirtatious glance his way. Cough, Senior, could you please introduce me to the available items? I wish to see what I might need, Qin Daoming replied, impervious to her charms. Having grown accustomed to the presence of beauties like Shuelele. Certainly, our Jifin Pavilion houses a plethora of items, treasures from across the continent, including 10,000-year spirit herbs and even celestial herbs, she exclaimed. What is your martial soul, Junior? I shall check if we have something suitable, she continued. My martial soul is the sword martial soul, Qin Daoming replied, tilting his head. He was now quite immune to the allure of 10,000-year spirit herbs, having absorbed enough celestial herbs. If there were any herbs that suited his martial soul, they might still hold some benefits. Among his 5 celestial herbs, 2 were particularly fitting for his martial soul, offering him a potential enhancement. Though Shrek Academy had stood for many years, the chances of finding suitable 10,000-year herbs for his needs were slim. Sword martial soul? Oh right, 10,000-year spirit herbs would be of no use to me, Qin Daoming added. Ah, the woman was momentarily stunned. It seems Shrek Academy does not possess any celestial herbs suitable for sword-type martial souls. Even if they did, the top-tier ones would likely be claimed. Indeed, there are none, she admitted awkwardly. Then I shall exchange for a 10,000-year spirit herb that enhances sword-type soul masters, as well as 3 ice attribute spirit herbs and 1 10,000-year herb that increases strength. They must be of the highest quality, he specified. Yes, we have those. Please wait a moment, she assured him. The pavilion's supervisor, upon hearing of Qin Daoming's request, narrowed his eyes. 5 herbs would likely cost 50,000 points, meaning he still has at least 50,000 points left. All right, please proceed to find the elder in charge of the treasury. Treat him well. I have some matters to attend to, and I shall add points to your account upon my return. Understood, supervisor. Safe travels. Before long, after completing the points exchange, Qin Daoming received 5 10,000-year herbs in a discreet transaction within a hidden chamber, ensuring that such a large sum of points remained unnoticed by others. For human intentions can be unpredictable. Once outside the Jifin Pavilion, Shun Jichai hurriedly departed, while Qin Daoming returned to his dormitory in the inner academy, feeling somewhat bored. His aim in acquiring the 5 10,000-year spirit herbs was, of course, for Shuelele and her companions. He still possessed 5 celestial herbs, 2 of which were named Sword Intent Grass, resembling 4-leaf clovers with leaves shaped like swords, displaying a vibrant green hue that appeared rather ordinary. Yet, celestial herbs are indeed extraordinary. The remaining 3 included an ice attribute herb known as the Ice Lotus, resembling a transparent blue lotus flower, a strength-enhancing herb called the Great Power Fruit, with a yellowish skin radiating a golden aura, and a poison attribute herb known as the 7 Steps to Death, a notorious poison that had once been wielded by the sea god Tang to obliterate the city of Slaughter a millennium ago. It was evident how fearsome a poison like the 7 Steps to Death could be. Death was inevitable within 7 steps of exposure. The Ice Lotus naturally belonged to Shuelele, the Great Power Fruit he intended for Qiaoyu, while he would keep 1 Sword Intent Grass for himself and give the other to Li Qianyu. The 10,000-year spirit herbs would merely allow them to absorb their benefits in advance, enhancing their future absorption of celestial herbs. The next day, upon returning to the academy, Shuelele sought out Qin Daoming. Upon learning that they had been selected for the inner academy, she was left utterly speechless, overwhelmed with tears of joy. Shrek Academy had never before admitted royalty from the 2 great empires, yet now they had made an exception, perhaps for her sake, or perhaps for Qin Daoming's. She tightly embraced Qin Daoming, her tears soaking his chest as he comforted her. Shuelele donned her attire and stepped outside, filled with confusion. Cough, cough, they noticed. She mused. So what if they did? Eventually, they would have to find out. He. Qin Daoming, rubbing his nose, acknowledged that he was the one feeling shy. The most astonishing aspect was the progress made by the two of them. Among their peers, none could rival his prowess. Their curiosity was interrupted as they both dressed meticulously and ventured out. As Qin Daoming pushed open the door, two thuds echoed through the air. You two fools. Upon realizing the situation, both were consumed with rage. The audacity of eavesdropping at the door was infuriating. Thankfully, they had not been caught in any compromising situation, or it would have been utterly embarrassing. After administering a thorough beating, the two individuals, bruised and battered, wiped their noses. Brother, your strikes are too heavy. The usually quietly Qianyu nearly cried out. The stout one, in tears and snot, wailed about seeking revenge. Upon the revelation of the celestial herbs and the millennium spirit medicine by Qin Daoming, their expressions changed dramatically, excitement bubbling over as they accepted the gifts. They soon forgot about the earlier incident of being thrashed. However, their understanding of the herbs was evidently limited. They merely sensed their martial spirits yearning to leap from within, compounded by the ethereal fluctuations of the herbs. This was the source of their exhilaration. The stout one held a yellowish fruit, identifying it as Xiao Lizzie. Wow! He could not contain an expletive, clenched his fists, and returned the celestial herb to Qin Daoming, saying, Daoming, this is far too precious. It's a celestial herb. Indeed, Li Qianyu chimed in, also returning the millennium spirit material to Qin Daoming, adding, Daoming, we have enough with the millennium. The sword intent herb will significantly enhance your abilities. My usage will surely be less impactful than yours. I should not waste it. Clearly, both bore reluctant expressions, yet the items were simply too valuable. What is a celestial herb? Even Xiao Yueban, the potential heir of the first family of the Tiando Empire, had merely glimpsed one, feeling it was not to be trifled with. No, I have absorbed numerous celestial herbs. Further consumption would yield diminishing returns. Besides, I still possess one, Qin Daoming declared, producing another sword intent herb from his storage soul guide. Now, do you believe me? Quickly take it. Thank you, Daoming. If anything arises in the future, no need for such words. We are brothers. Speaking like that feels distant, Qin Daoming interjected disapprovingly. The two ceased their hesitance and carefully tucked the celestial herbs close, treating the storage soul guide with utmost care to avoid damage. Shuelele, unfazed, insisted, Daoming, I have none. Oh, but you do. Qin Daoming, feeling a sharp pain at his waist, retrieved the celestial herb and millennium spirit medicine designated for Shuelele. This is your celestial herb. Shuelele was taken aback. It was simply too beautiful, the icy blue hue being her favorite color. Daoming, she exclaimed, tightly embracing Qin Daoming, her gaze this time laced with allure, reminiscent of their recent intimate encounter that left them both yearning for more. Qin Daoming swallowed hard. Chapter 255, Daoming, we should retreat. The two uninvited guests wisely took their leave. Do not forget to absorb the millennium spirit material first. Only after that can you take in the celestial herb, or it may harm your body. Qin Daoming did not press for them to stay, offering a reminder as he carried Shuelele into his dormitory. Lele, steady your breath. Calm your mind, do not rush. Gently guide the effects of the spirit medicine. Observing Shuelele, whose face reddened from nearly overwhelming the medicine's effects. Qin Daoming spoke in a low voice. Shuelele's control was impressive, quickly subduing the potent effects as her soul power surged, spreading the medicine throughout her body. Gradually, her flushed cheeks returned to their normal hue. By the time she had absorbed a significant portion of the medicine, nightfall had descended, which suited him well. The moonlight, imbued with chill, was ideal for Shuelele to absorb the celestial herb, especially with the millennium spirit medicine opening her meridians, making the process simpler. As anticipated, as the night deepened, Shuelele successfully absorbed 1/3 of the effects of the ice flower, with the remaining effects gradually assimilating within her. She discovered that since merging with Qin Daoming, Her cultivation speed had accelerated considerably, surpassing expectations in both the absorption of spirit medicine and celestial herbs. At this moment, Shuelele's aura exceeded Qin Daoming's, reaching level 49. However, Qin Daoming sensed that her actual strength was only level 47, with the remaining 2 levels being rather tenuous. Lele, your advancement is too rapid. For the next few days, focus on absorbing the medicinal effects to enhance the purity of your soul power. If you elevate your level too quickly, it could hinder your future cultivation. All right, Shuelele replied, her large eyes twinkling with evident charm. Oh, teasing me now? In the early morning, a series of knocks interrupted their moment. Daoming, Daoming. We must attend the entrance exam for the inner academy. Qin Daoming blinked his drowsy eyes and rubbed a soft spot. Lele. Shuelele also opened her eyes, exclaiming, ugh. I'm so tired. Indeed, it was quite exhausting. Qin Daoming chuckled. TSK, who was acting like a madman last night. A roll of the eyes was inevitable. After dressing, amidst the flirtatious glances exchanged between Xiao Yueban and Li Qianyu, the 4 of them boarded a boat across the Sea God Lake, arriving at the Outer Academy. In the Outer Academy's council hall, the dean rose to greet the 4. Welcome to our little geniuses of the Outer Academy. Congratulations on joining the Inner Academy. You jest. Dean, they replied with laughter. Ha ha, I rarely flatter anyone. By the way, 3 others will join you in the Inner Academy. The dean gestured towards 3 women standing behind him. Wow. Upon seeing the woman in red at the center, Qin Daoming could not suppress an expletive. He recognized her, having only seen her once. She was the red-clad senior who had informed him about the forbidden area. The red-clad senior recognized Qin Daoming as well. She had considered recruiting him and clearly remembered his striking features. Hello, Junior, she greeted warmly. Hello, Senior. It has indeed been a while, Qin Daoming replied, his lips twitching. Hey, Jinbing, do you know this charming junior? The exquisite woman to the left of Wu Jinbing asked teasingly, casting a glance at Li Qianyu and Xiao Yueban, her eyes glowing with admiration as she regarded Qin Daoming and Shuelele. Wu Jinbing chimed in. Do you recall the adorable junior I mentioned? It's her. Wu Jinbing burst into a peal of laughter, her melodious giggles ringing out, devoid of decorum, as she clutched her stomach, wiping away tears of mirth. Qin Daoming felt somewhat speechless. This senior appeared even younger than him. Actually, we were originally designated disciples for this year's Inner Academy, but your presence allowed us to enter early. Who would have thought that Shrek Academy would have individuals with talents akin to ours? Xiao Yueban remarked incredulously, a hint of pride gracing her features. After a night of rest, he had successfully absorbed the spiritual medicine and celestial herbs. The Dali fruit seemed to possess a certain connection to him. At the moment it entered his stomach, he did not experience the anticipated agony. Instead, a delightful sweetness enveloped him, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of strength. The speed of absorption even surpassed that of Qin Daoming, who was assisting nearby, and it felt remarkably effortless. His level soared to 49 without any adverse effects. Li Qianyu, however, faced a different challenge. The celestial herbs bore a spirit of their own, seemingly intent on testing him. He endured a night of excruciating pain, akin to 1,000 swords piercing his heart. At that moment, his once youthful visage had hardened considerably, the masculine aura gradually taking shape around him, along with a sharp, sword-like energy that seemed poised to cleave through space. Clearly, Li Qianyu had entered the initial stage of sword intent, though his control over it remained somewhat lacking, having reached the level of 46. With less than half of the sword intent grass absorbed. Suddenly, the already towering Xiao Yueban became even more conspicuous. Floating at level 49, she remarked, "You must be over 20. I reached level 51 as a soul king at 17, and you, a mere soul sect. How do you dare to boast at such an age?" Wu Wei retracted her smile, her large eyes glaring at the robust Xiao Yueban. "Do I look 20? I'm only 14, all right? What?" Wu Wei exclaimed, her shock echoed by Wu Jinbing and another girl behind her, by Hualu. The 3 were astounded, while Li Qianyu, Qin Daoming, and Shuelele appeared youthful. This individual claiming to be 14 was simply outrageous. "How did you cultivate?" "Guess." The Dean of the Outer Academy chuckled. I trust you now understand my intention for you to team up with him. Team up? Xiao Yueban inquired, perplexed. Of course it's a team. It appears your talents can match ours. Wu Wei lifted her proud head. Who needs to align with you? You're not worthy of us. By your age, I was already a Soul Emperor. Xiao Yueban chuckled, appearing particularly innocent, but her tone grew more serious. You don't even call me senior anymore. It's infuriating. Wu Wei fumed, while Wu Jinbing remained considerably quieter. Junior, don't mind her. That's just her temperament. It's fine, senior. So how exactly do we form this team? Wu Jinbing glanced at the Dean of the Outer Academy. Haha, have you heard of the Shrek 7 monsters? No way. Shui Lei's complexion suddenly flushed with disbelief. I'm here to congratulate you. You 7 are now the reserve team for the Shrek 7 monsters. You must compete against the first team, and should you and the Dean's meaning was abundantly clear. They were on the brink of becoming the reserve team for the most prestigious academy in the continent, representing unparalleled talent. Chapter 257, Goodness. Qin Daoming could no longer contain himself. Dean, do we have a chance to become the Shrek 7 monsters? Yes, the opportunity is within reach. As long as you can defeat the first team. The first team? They must all be seniors from the Inner Academy. Indeed, all Soul Emperors. Shui Lei's excitement quickly turned to despair. Even Qin Daoming and the others were taken aback. Soul Emperors. The strongest among them were likely those 3 senior sisters. All low-level Soul Kings, while the rest were Soul Sects. Facing the Soul Emperors of Shrek Academy left them with almost no chance of victory. After a moment of confusion, Qin Daoming's gaze became resolute, his fists clenched tightly. I believe we can give it a shot. Wu Jinbing, Wu Wei, and Bai Hualu regarded him with astonishment. Their eyes filled with admiration. Even the Dean's gaze softened. This was indeed the spirit of a Shrek Academy disciple. All right, you have 2 years. After 2 years, the Academy will arrange your battles. Overall, you have ample time, but remember, while you are improving, others will be as well. Do not let your guard down, but do not rush to achieve results. Do you understand? Understood, Dean. Wu Jinbing and the others replied in unison. Their pride transformed into a new perspective towards Qin Daoming and his companions. With such monstrous talent combined with this mindset, failure would be a challenge. At that moment, in Wu Jinbing's eyes, Qin Daoming had already become a future powerhouse. Welcome to our team, senior. Qin Daoming said with a smile. Wu Jinbing snapped back to reality, extended her right hand to grasp Qin Daoming's outstretched hand. Shui Lei, however, fixed her gaze intently on their clasped hands. It is you who should join us. Wu Wei scoffed. Xiao Yueban stepped forward. With our numbers, it's only natural that you join us. Cut it out. We are all Soul Kings, stronger than you. Oomph. I am also at level 49. Who is inferior? Xiao Yueban retorted. Enough, fatty. We are all on the same team. Let's not have any discord. Oh, then I won't argue with this lady. Who are you calling a lady? I'm talking about you. What is the matter? Care to fight? Wu Wei gritted her teeth in anger. Let's fight then. Daoming, you all step back. All right. Qin Daoming sighed, wondering what had gotten into Fatty today. A circle formed around them, and with the Dean present, the two could freely engage in battle. Xiao Yueban let out a mighty roar as a 5-meter-tall black magic gorilla materialized behind him, and patches of black first sprouted on his body, albeit sparse. This spectacle caused the Dean's eyes to widen. He understood the implications all too well, casting a glance at Shui Lei and Li Qianyu. Could it be that they were not ordinary? He was aware of their identities, but in Shrek Academy, they could hardly be considered exceptional. Were they concealing something? While the Dean pondered, Wu Wei summoned her martial soul. Blood-colored vines, an exceedingly rare martial soul on the continent, rivaling the Plant King, Blue-Silver Emperor in certain aspects. It was one of her pillars of strength. Yellow, purple, and black 5 circles of soul rings emerged alongside her martial soul, particularly the black 10,000-year soul ring, rendering Xiao Yueban's yellow, purple 4 circles somewhat insignificant. Yet, Xiao Yueban showed no signs of fear. Chapter 258. He pounded his chest twice, activating his first soul ring. His arms gradually petrified, palms raised to the sky. A series of 10 stones, each a diameter of 50 centimeters, coalesced. As his third soul ring suddenly illuminated, he forcefully hurled his hands, resembling boulders rolling down a mountain, shadowy figures descending upon Wu Wei's head in an instant. Boom! 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 The ground erupted in clouds of dust as Xiao Yueban roared once more, charging into the haze. Others would find it impossible to see through the dense dust, even unable to open their eyes. But Xiao Yueban moved through it as if in an uninhabited realm, swinging his massive fist directly at the bewildered and blinded Wu Wei. As they came within a meter of each other, Wu Wei smirked. Two thick black vines adorned with blood-red patterns emerged from the ground, ensnaring Xiao Yueban and rendering him a helpless bundle on the ground. As the dust settled, it revealed a black and red bundle and Wu Wei's figure. Wu Wei raised his long leg, ready to kick Xiao Yueban away, when suddenly a crack swiftly spread across the blood-red Zongzi. The smile on Wu Wei's face faltered. Xiao Yueban, meanwhile, was enveloped in a coat of earthy yellow armor, particularly his fists, which had grown several times larger than his head, and his arms had lengthened considerably, radiating a brilliant aura. This was Xiao Yueban's fourth soul skill, Tu Fu Jia Jia, a defensive soul skill that could render him immune to 50 of physical damage while enhancing his strength by 30. You will soon find out if this works. The second soul skill ignited, causing his fists to swell again. Huh! Xiao Yueban shouted, his massive fist mercilessly poised to strike Wu Wei's abdomen. Boom! Another cracking sound echoed as Wu Wei's third soul ring lit up and the blood-red shield before him shattered. However, Wu Wei suffered no harm, for this shield had completely absorbed Xiao Yueban's force. Unyielding, Xiao Yueban clenched his left fist, leaning forward to unleash another blow. The two were barely 2 meters apart, and as Xiao Yueban leaned slightly forward, the shadow of his giant fist loomed over Wu Wei's head. Wu Wei cried out, her fourth soul ring illuminating. Blood rained thorns. Hundreds of tendrils surged from beneath Wu Wei's feet, their sharp tips seemingly aimed to pierce Xiao Yueban. Xiao Yueban remained unfazed. The Tu Fu Jia Jia endowed him with unwavering confidence. It might sting a bit, but defeating a Soul King Senior would surely be far more fulfilling. Wu Wei's expression shifted as the tendrils aimed at Xiao Yueban adjusted direction. Just as his fist descended, the tendrils shielded Wu Wei's head. But this merely caused Xiao Yueban to hesitate momentarily before his fist continued its descent. In that instant, Wu Wei had already bent down to evade the blow. As the dust settled, a half-meter-wide crater appeared where Xiao Yueban had stood. Cold sweat broke out on Wu Wei's forehead. She clearly had lost. Although she had yet to employ her fifth soul skill, using it against a mere soul sect was somewhat humiliating, and it might be wiser to concede. I admit defeat. Junior, you are formidable. Xiao Yueban shook his fist, ready to continue the battle, fully focused on embracing the baptism of a 10,000-year soul skill. When Wu Wei's words left him bewildered. Senior, let us continue. Wu Wei thought, should I reveal my reasoning to avoid being underestimated by the junior? Not a chance. Chapter 259. I concede, perhaps we should join you. Yet, he remained spirited, thinking, why not let it go? We won. Why care about the rest? Indeed. Shui Lele chimed in, tightly clutching Qin Daoming's arm in agreement. Xiao Yueban might not withstand the 10,000-year soul skill. That's true. Then I, Xiao Yueban, warmly welcome the seniors to join us, he chuckled. Wu Wei regarded his smile, biting her silver teeth in frustration. Wu Jinbing stated, since we are now a team, potentially the future Shrek 7 monsters, we need a captain and cooperation from each member. Let's vote to decide on a captain. Wu Wei immediately raised her hand. I nominate Xiao Bing. Bai Hualu also raised her hand. I second Xiao Bing. Xiao Yueban and Li Qinyu raised their hands almost simultaneously. We nominate Daoming. Of course I would nominate my man. Shui Lele naturally raised her hand, and Wu Wei noticed the implication in her words. Surprised, she asked you all. Qin Daoming was at a loss for words. Wu Jinbing shot Wu Wei a glance, and she chose not to press further. Since you have the most votes, you shall be our captain. Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Wu Jinbing, a disciple of the Inner Academy of Shrek, a level 55 assault system Soul King, with a martial soul Fire Phoenix. Fire Phoenix. Just like the legendary Phoenix, Zhenhong. Xiao Yueban exclaimed, impressed. What a magnificent martial soul. Shui Lele echoed in astonishment. I am Wu Wei. My martial soul is Bloodvine, a level 51 control system soul king. Greetings, I am Bai Hua Lu, a level 52 auxiliary healing system soul king with a martial soul flower staff. An auxiliary healing system, indeed a rare and powerful martial soul, Li Qianyu remarked, a flicker of unseen sorrow crossing his eyes as he spoke first. I am Li Qianyu. You may call me Xiao Lizi. My martial soul is 7-star sword. A level 46 speed system soul sect. I am Xiao Yueban. My martial soul is Black Magic Gorilla, a level 49 defense assault system soul sect. I am Shui Lele. My martial soul is Ice Jade Swan, a level 49 control assault system soul sect. Hello, senior. I am Qin Daoming. My martial soul is 9 Dragon Sword, a level 47 assault system soul sect. Excellent. The Outer Academy Dean nodded with satisfaction. The Academy has arranged a team task for you 7. Here it is. He produced a task wooden plaque. Qin Daoming took the plaque. 6-star mission, 7-person team task. Protect the Grand Princess of the Xingluo Empire and obtain her 6th soul ring. Task location, Sunset Forest. Task reward, 100 points and 7-century-old medicinal herbs. A 6-star mission? This task the Academy has assigned us is quite fitting. Qin Daoming smiled. The dangers of Sunset Forest are considerably lower than those of Stardew Forest, and the rewards are generous, perfect for honing our teamwork. All right, Dean. When shall we commence this task? You may set out tomorrow. Today, you have the Inner Academy Assessment. Upon hearing about the Inner Academy Assessment, the group perked up. The Inner Academy Assessment consists of 2 parts. First, you must reach the soul power of a soul king or possess strength comparable to one. I trust you have no issues with that. Chapter 260. The second part is to dive into the Sea God Lake. Although the lake is merely 100 meters deep, due to the life force, descending just 1 meter is akin to diving dozens of meters in the ocean. The Academy requires each of you to dive below 50 meters. This task mimics one of the Sea God Assessment challenges. While not overly difficult, one must not be complacent. Yes, Dean, can we dive now? Wu Wei asked eagerly. You may dive. I will assess you. Also, remember, do not use your soul power underwater. Otherwise, it will be treated as cheating, no matter how extraordinary your talent. You will lose your chance to join the Inner Academy for life. As soon as the Outer Academy Dean finished speaking, Wu Wei had already vanished. Plop, plop. They were beside the Sea God Lake, and after Wu Wei dove in, everyone followed suit. The water of the Sea God Lake was warm and slightly sweet, and remarkably, the 4 girls appeared not to have wet themselves. They remained dry even in the water. Qin Daoming touched Shui Lele's head, discovering that her hair was also dry upon contact. Meanwhile, the 3 boys were thoroughly soaked. While it was inconsequential, the disparity in treatment was striking. However, upon realizing that the 4 girls were wearing skirts, Qin Daoming understood. The Academy truly is considerate. As soul masters, they could hold their breath for at least 10 minutes underwater, so they needed to surface for air every 10 minutes, which was a challenging aspect of this assessment. 10 meters, 20 meters. During the initial 20 meters, everyone felt at ease, and only 2 minutes had elapsed. If the pace continued thus, the assessment would nearly conclude. Could it truly be that effortless? Certainly not. At 21 meters, the pressure suddenly intensified, but fortunately, they could still endure it. At 25 meters, a thunderous roar echoed in their heads. The pressure surged alarmingly, particularly affecting the 4 women, who were caught off guard and suffered varying degrees of psychological trauma. Qin Daoming fared relatively well, yet Xiao Yueban appeared to have lost considerable weight, while Li Qianyu, not as resilient as Qin Daoming, had a flush complexion, with veins slightly bulging on his forehead. Adjust yourselves, hold your breath, let us descend further, they decided. As they continued their descent, Li Qianyu was the first to succumb at 30 meters, followed by Wu Wei Bai Hualu at 32 meters and Wu Jinbing at 33 meters. At 35 meters, Xiao Yueban also reached her limit and swam upwards. Under Qin Daoming's protection, Shui Lele managed to descend to 37 meters, but ultimately had to swim back up once she hit her limit. At 40 meters, the water pressure equated to a depth of over 1,300 meters in the ocean. Even a Soul Emperor could only withstand this depth. And as they descended beyond 40 meters, Qin Daoming noticed the pressure multiplying once more. He had already reached his limit at 40 meters. He could not go deeper and had been underwater for nearly 10 minutes. Time to surface for air. Upon reaching the surface, Shuelele and the others rushed to greet him. The look in Wu Jinbing's eyes had shifted from one of admiration to astonishment. The Soul Sect had managed to endure down to at least 37 meters. A talent so extraordinary it was almost otherworldly. This was, of course, relayed by Shuelele, who believed Qin Daoming could descend to approximately 39 meters. I only reached 40 meters. The pressure at 41 was a bit overwhelming, and I could not go deeper, Qin Daoming remarked with a wry smile, acknowledging his lower rank. Chapter 261. Is it really that terrifying? The faces of the group turned somber. Such terrifying pressure made it implausible for them to reach the bottom within a single day. Indeed, the Academy had allotted only one day, but in the face of such pressure, it was rather unreasonable. They were not even afforded the opportunity to improve. Let's prepare to continue, Qin Daoming suggested. The Academy has provided us with this challenge. They must have a method. We should quickly descend to our limits, practice, and after taking a breath, resume our descent. This was the only strategy Qin Daoming could devise. Wu Wei scoffed, saying, that won't suffice. One day is simply too short. If what you say is true, then a depth of 50 meters would require at least a soul sage to achieve. The Academy is intentionally making this difficult for us. Bai Walla concurred, indeed, it is a challenge. However, Daoming has a point. The Academy must have its intentions. Let us try Daoming's method first. With unanimous agreement, they all jumped into the water. This time, Shuelele had to descend without Qin Daoming's assistance, reaching 33 meters. Qin Daoming, however, managed to reach 40 meters again. He crossed his legs, the immense water pressure bending him slightly. But he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and began absorbing the soul power from the sea god lake, entering a state of cultivation. However, he immediately sensed something unusual. A substantial amount of life force from the lake seemed to emanate a welcoming aura, rapidly flowing into his body. As the influx of life force increased, Qin Daoming was astonished to discover that the water pressure was diminishing. Did the life force have the capacity to alleviate pressure? Recognizing the opportunity, Qin Daoming descended another meter. 41 meters. The life force became even more concentrated, and the absorption rate quickened. Qin Daoming's face lit up with joy. If this continued, reaching the bottom would pose no problem. Everyone, absorbing life force can alleviate pressure. Do not resist its entry into your bodies. The group did not respond verbally, but nodded in agreement. Indeed, after cautiously experimenting and descending another meter, they proceeded steadily downward. Qin Daoming's absorption rate was rapid, and he had now reached 49 meters. The water in the lake was dim, the visibility limited, and, even nearing the bottom, he could not discern the full extent of the lake's bed. Finally, a minute later, Qin Daoming felt a soft sensation under his feet, signifying he had passed the trial. Subsequently, one by one, the 7 of them succeeded, and none had needed more than 2 descents to clear the challenge. The Outer Academy's dean was quite astonished. This must be the fastest team to pass the Inner Academy's trial, breaking the record of Shrek Academy. Excellent. I did not anticipate your speed in passing. Congratulations. You are officially entering Shrek Academy's Inner Academy. The competition here will be even fiercer, and your images have already spread throughout the Inner Academy. Nearly every student within has come to recognize you, and some may harbor resentment towards your Shrek Academy reserve team. Do not underestimate any Inner Academy student. All right, I shall stop here. You may proceed to report to the Inner Academy. I have other matters to attend to. As soon as the Outer Academy dean finished speaking, he vanished without a trace. Inner Academy, here we come. They had entered the Inner Academy before, so they were quite familiar with the route. Chapter 262. Inner Academy Reporting Station. Qin Daoming had already obtained the Inner Academy's token and uniform and knew the location of the reporting station. Hey, why are you being unreasonable? I already said we are here to collect our Inner Academy uniforms. Even if you're a senior, you should not act so unreasonably. Xiao Yueban glared at the chubby youth who stood 2 heads shorter than him. You've soiled my floor and angered me, so you are not welcome here. Get lost. I have matters to attend to, the chubby youth replied disdainfully, eyeing Xiao Yueban, a tall figure, and his companion, a delicate face, both mere soul sex. It was amusing to see them make an issue out of something trivial. After all, the reward was 1,000 points. Qin Daoming's expression darkened as he stated, "We are here for the examination set up by the Sea God Pavilion to join the Inner Academy. Are you sure you wish to impede us with such a feeble excuse?" Xiao Yueban rolled up his sleeves, signaling to Qin Daoming. Seeing Xiao Yueban's gesture, the chubby youth scoffed even more. "Oh, you want to fight?" "No, we do not wish to fight. Senior, you are a peak Soul King. While we are mere Soul Sex and a few low-ranking Soul Kings, we are no match for you. We shall simply leave." "Good. Now you are behaving. However, considering your earlier insolence towards me, I will retain these for young ladies as punishment. Since you are all men, I shall not make it difficult for you." As soon as the words left his mouth, the chubby youth felt a chill sweep through him, involuntarily shivering, and he turned to see Qin Daoming's gaze growing increasingly frigid. He felt a pang of fear. What kind of talent could instill such dread in a soul sect? "Then you may all leave. I shall not pursue you further." The chubby youth, although greedy for the beauty of the 4 women, did not wish to provoke further trouble. From Qin Daoming's demeanor, he could tell that he was anything but ordinary. "No, Senior," Qin Daoming said with a smirk, "we no longer wish to leave. I would like to accept the punishment. We are a team, after all, right everyone?" Of course, they all echoed in unison. "Oof, do you think I fear you?" As the vibrant hues of yellow, purple, and black swirled, a crimson-hued boar's spirit emerged, adorned with 2 sharp tusks extending a meter from its mouth. The 5 soul rings rotated around it, showcasing its formidable power, which dispelled any fear from the stout young man. With a challenging gaze directed at the onlookers, he taunted, "Come on, are you afraid?" Observing their indifference, he grew increasingly arrogant. "Who dares to step forward?" Qin Daoming inquired coldly. "We shall," replied Wu Jinbing, Bai Hualu, and Wu Wei as they stepped forward, their eyes gleaming with unmasked intent to kill. "Very well, I entrust this to you. Remember, do not kill him. He still holds value." Bai Hualu remarked with a smile. Wu Jinbing nodded in agreement. With a resonant cry, the crimson flames ignited around Wu Jinbing, her wings stretching over 5 meters, the blood-red feathers appearing even more vibrant against the backdrop of the flames. This was the manifestation of her spirit, the Fire Phoenix. Following suit, Bai Hualu brandished her spirit, a golden staff with a light green crystal floating several centimeters above it, the Hualu Zhang. Wu Wei's blood-red vines erupted from the ground. "Wu Wei, contain his position. Do not let him escape." "Bai Lu, wait for the right moment to heal him," Wu Jinbing commanded, her 5th black soul ring suddenly glowing. With a powerful flap of her wings, Wu Jinbing ascended from the ground, conjuring hundreds of fireballs around her as she unleashed the Phoenix meteor shower. The stout young man was momentarily taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the attack. However, as a student of the Inner Academy of Shrek Academy, his reflexes were swift. "4th soul skill, meet shield," he exclaimed, his skin rapidly swelling until he was encased like a balloon. As the fireballs rained down, dust erupted, and the sound of the stout young man's cough pierced through the haze. Wu Jinbing flapped her wings, dispersing the dust, only to be met by a barrage of gray-white spikes resembling long spears. Fire coalesced in front of Wu Jinbing as her 4th soul ring activated, summoning the Phoenix's protective spirit. Behind her, the ethereal figure of the Fire Phoenix shielded her body, and the piercing sound of long spikes whistling past was accompanied by the crackle of melting projectiles. The stout young man's pupils dilated in disbelief. "Impossible!" he roared incredulously. "What spirit is this, similar to the Firebird? The flames, seemingly lacking in temperature, could evaporate my 5th soul skill? This is a 10,000-year soul skill. Yet it is thwarted by a mere 1,000-year soul skill. Nothing is impossible. A mere wild boar does not deserve to stand against Jinbing's Fire Phoenix." "What? Does he wish to take my sister Bing, this precious cabbage?" Wu Wei interjected. "Enough with the nonsense." Wu Jinbing's eyes twinkled with amusement. "Who wouldn't wish to be complimented for their beauty? Fire Phoenix, so that is it. I had mistakenly thought that spirit was the Firebird. The stout young man realized the truth, his murderous intent flickering momentarily. I apologize. I did not intend to trouble you. Please come forward. I will issue you the inner academy uniforms. Did you not intend to trouble us? Qin Daoming replied with a cold smile, a glint of silver flashing in his eyes. With a swift motion, the stout young man's head fell, his expression still filled with disbelief. Dead? Dead? Wu Jinbing's voice trembled. If he is dead, then so be it. Such rubbish should not be allowed to live. Killing someone who insulted Shui Lele and offending the academy. What of it? Moreover, this stout fellow undoubtedly has someone backing him. Yet, I am puzzled. I do not recall having offended anyone. Do you understand the gravity of killing within the academy? The lightest punishment is expulsion, while the heaviest could lead to— Wu Jinbing trailed off, as Qin Daoming comprehended her unspoken words. Those who have insulted me are already dead. Allowing him to live a few extra minutes was merely out of respect for the academy. The eyes of Wu Jinbing, Wu Wei, and Bai Hua Lu flickered with emotion. Shui Lele embraced Qin Daoming, exclaiming, Daoming, if we must go, let us go together. If we must die, let us die together. Qin Daoming smiled gently, ruffling Shui Lele's hair, reassuring her, what do you think my status is? The worst that can happen is expulsion from the academy. Shui Lele nodded dazedly, as if coming to a realization. Then I shall accompany you in being expelled. And us, Xiao Yueban and Li Qinyu chimed in, each patting Qin Daoming's shoulder. Their expressions resolute. Wu Jinbing hesitated momentarily, add me to the list. Bai Hua Lu raised her hand, I will stand with you. Wu Wei chuckled, how could I be left out? However, Qin Daoming shook his head. I was impulsive. There is no need to involve you all. Shrek Academy is the dream of countless individuals, and I am sure it includes you. There is no need to abandon your aspirations for my sake. Moreover, the Academy is not yet aware of the situation. Perhaps the outcome will differ. Let's first collect our uniforms. The inner academy was sparsely populated, and this was not the time for fresh blood recruitment. Only the 7 of them and the stout young man were present. So the incident regarding the young man's death remained a secret known only to them. After burying the stout young man and dissipating the scent of blood with soul power, the 7 exited the registration office, appearing unfazed. Within the Hall of Points, a sinister smile crept across the face of the cabinet director. Though we have lost a dog, it has served its purpose. Giling, even if he has connections, what of it? The news of Qin Daoming's act of murder gradually spread throughout Shrek Academy. From 10 to 100, in the span of a single night, the incident of a fatal sparring match among inner disciples reached every corner of the academy. Even the Sea God Pavilion. Each individual who heard the news was taken aback. For one of the most critical rules of Shrek Academy was the prohibition against killing fellow students. The consequences of such an act were severe. In Qin Daoming's dormitory, all 7 gathered. Xiao Yueban's expression was grim. What on earth happened? Only we 7 know. No one else should be aware. Wu Jinbing commented, this is undoubtedly a conspiracy. Daoming, have you offended anyone? Qin Daoming shook his head. No, I do not know many people in the academy. And those I do are all on good terms with me. I have never offended anyone. A loud knock echoed at the door. Law Enforcement Hall, please open the door and cooperate. The authoritative voice boomed from outside. Li Qinyu opened the door, and dozens of individuals swiftly entered, surrounding the 7 of them. A burly man entered last, his physique comparable to Xiao Yueban's. His sharp gaze swept over the group. Who is Qin Daoming? I am Qin Daoming. He stepped forward. Come with us. You must know what this is about. I understand, Qin Daoming replied as he walked outside. Shui Lele tugged at his sleeve, and he offered her a reassuring smile. With an imposing presence, the Law Enforcement Hall departed. Wu Jinbing patted Shui Lele's shoulder. Daoming will be fine. Yes. Shui Lele replied with a smile, though her concern remained evident. Jifa Gu, in contrast to Jifeng Gu, appears rather understated, lacking the grandeur of the latter. The atmosphere is somewhat tense, particularly with the imposing figure of Qin Daoming beside a formidable man, heightening the tension within Jifa Gu. The decor, rendered in stark black and white, features 3 tiers of semicircular tables and chairs, all filled to capacity. On the uppermost tier, 3 individuals sit, among whom Qin Daoming is relatively familiar. These three are none other than the head of Jifa Ge, Hong Ji, and his two vice heads, all of whom are titled Douluos of level 95 or higher. Qin Daoming has previously encountered the head, Hong Ji, at the Sea God Pavilion. Upon seeing the head, Lady Biao acknowledges him with a nod, but Hong Ji's gaze suddenly sharpens as it fixes upon Qin Daoming. Inner courtyard disciple Qin Daoming. Are you aware of your crimes? The voice reverberates in Qin Daoming's mind, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him. I'm unaware, he responds, firmly believing he has committed no wrongdoing. Then why the act of murder? He insulted my family and deliberately obstructed us from obtaining our inner courtyard uniforms. That does not justify the murder of my brother, a rotund man interjects, tears streaming down his face as he cries out. Observing their appearances, Qin Daoming swiftly deduces their connection and retorts with a cold smile, your brother insulted my family and my beloved. Why should he not face his fate? Each disciple of the inner courtyard is a pillar of the academy, a hope for the future of both the academy and the continent. Without sufficient justification, you shall face the academy's regulations, Hong Ji asserts gravely. The exceptional talent of Qin Daoming undeniably surpasses that of the deceased, yet the academy's rules must be upheld. For the integrity of Shrek Academy is at stake. Head, I, Qin Daoming, do not wish to explain, nor do I deem it necessary. I have never desired to harm anyone. My heart is singular. I believe someone here understands the reason clearly. This is a setup, he scoffs, confident that the academy will uncover the truth. Hong Ji narrows his eyes, though he is not fully acquainted with Qin Daoming's talents and character. The qualities displayed during the Sea God Pavilion meeting were extraordinary. Indeed, no one would wish to relinquish such a prodigy, especially given the prominence of the Mu family. Rest assured, the academy will investigate promptly and provide you with a response. However, until the matter is resolved, your activities will be closely monitored. The Biao, you shall accompany him. Understood. The Biao he please loudly. This is unacceptable, head. The weeping man protests. He has murdered my brother. You must seek justice for him. Another individual, witnessing the rotund man's escalating agitation, quickly intervenes, whispering calming words, gradually easing the man's expression. Yet, his gaze towards Qin Daoming remains filled with malice and underlying implications, unnoticed by most, but clearly perceived by the three titled Douluo heads. Hong Ji's eyes narrow as he appears to grasp a deeper understanding of the situation, recognizing that the person speaking to the rotund man could provide crucial information. Let's disperse. As the most rigorous institution of Shrek Academy, we shall investigate this matter thoroughly. Onzi déclaré. Qin Daoming smiles, reassured by the head's words. Very well, you may depart. Upon returning to his dormitory, Qin Daoming is met with the concerned gazes of his companions, stirring a profound sense of gratitude within him. Their feelings are undeniably genuine, as even the three newly joined women harbor affection for him. De Biao glances at Wu Jinbing, his expression shifting as he shakes his head. Anyone chosen by Wu Jinbing is surely remarkable, and the unusual glint in her eyes further solidifies his belief in Qin Daoming's innocence. Shui Lele shoots a glance at De Biao, questioning, what brings you here? Do you intend to take my Daoming away? Under the intense scrutiny of the others, De Biao feels a chill run down his spine, hastily shaking his head. No, the head has ordered me to protect him. Protect? Xiao Yu asks, puzzled. We suspect that the incident involving Qin Daoming was orchestrated, and we are concerned that someone may act in the shadows, hence my assignment to accompany him. The group turns their attention to Qin Daoming, who nods in affirmation. This arrangement had been established in advance, and through their exchanges, he has gained insight into De Biao's straightforward character, a person who values principles over personal connections. The following day, with the consent of the Sea God Pavilion, Qin Daoming and his companions finally managed to exit Shrek Academy, albeit with considerable difficulty. It is now midday. Their original plan to depart in the morning and reach Xingluo Empire before afternoon has been delayed by several hours, and they arrive in the empire as the sun begins to set. Entering the capital of Xingluo Empire, the group finds that this is not their first visit, including Wu Jinbing and the three women. After orienting themselves, They arrive at the palace gates. When asked which of the two great empires, Xingluo or Tiando, is more formidable, every individual on the continent would undoubtedly declare Xingluo Empire. With a history spanning millennia, Xingluo Empire has consistently embodied hegemony, with each generation of royalty asserting absolute dominance, resulting in an enduringly powerful empire. In contrast, Tiando Empire adopts a much simpler governance style, being more open and possessing a greater overall economic strength than Xingluo Empire. The palace is a restricted area, prohibiting entry. Qin Daoming and his companions are dressed in casual attire, not donning the Shrek Academy uniforms, and the guards do not recognize them. Wu Jinbing steps forward stating, "Greetings. We are the inner courtyard disciples of Shrek Academy, invited by the princess to safeguard her in obtaining spirit rings." Presenting the mission document, the guard examines it carefully, his demeanor shifting from sharp scrutiny to respectful deference, promptly bowing at a 90-degree angle. "Esteemed talents of Shrek Academy, please enter. I was unaware of your identities." The appearance of Shrek Academy's outer courtyard disciples often stirs significant disturbance in the region, let alone a group of inner courtyard disciples. The guard's transformation and attitude takes everyone by surprise. Upon entering the palace gates, they are greeted by an unending expanse of palatial structures, with a magnificent golden palace at the center. In the distance, the sound of hurried footsteps draws near as a girl in a purple dress rushes towards them, followed by a group of elegantly dressed men and women who appear to treat her with great respect. "Apologies, everyone. The princess, have failed to welcome you properly." A melodious voice rings out. Wu Jinbing smiles, stepping forward to say, "My princess, you look splendid today." "What are you saying?" The princess embraces Wu Jinbing's arm, exclaiming, "You are a distinguished guest now. My father has instructed me to treat you well. These few must be your teammates, yes? Please introduce them to me." Each person takes turns introducing themselves. "Seventh sister? You are the seventh sister? Wow, I hardly recognized you." The princess and Shuelele share a moment of familial recognition. After learning everyone's names, the princess falls silent, having only heard of Li Qianyou's name before. Wu Wei by Hualu, elite disciple of Shrek Academy's outer courtyard. Qiao Yu, son of the Qiao family's head. Shuelele, seventh princess of Tiando Empire. Qin Daoming, the foremost genius of Tiando Royal Academy, elite disciple of Shrek Academy's outer courtyard. "Thank you all for coming to support us." Douluo expresses his gratitude. Qin Daoming said, "Your Highness, we have arrived late today and have not yet had the chance to apologize." Douluo replied, "The soul ring can be acquired at any time. It is already late today, and tomorrow will suffice." Once again, on a bright morning, the group of 9 set forth, their destination being the Luri Sunlin, where Douluo sought a 5th soul ring from a 20,000-year-old soul beast. Chapter 267. The 5th soul ring requires courage or strength to absorb, which is rare among the talents of Shrek Academy. Safety during absorption is also paramount. Locating a 20,000-year-old soul beast within the Luri Sunlin is relatively easy. Yet after hunting several, they failed to find one suitable for Dai S by whom martial spirit. Thus, the day passed unnoticed, and as night descended, the group erected tents and scattered some special herbs to ward off soul beasts. Li Qianyu volunteered to keep watch. In the depths of the night, Li Qianyu sat cross-legged on a rock not far from the tent, the Qixing sword emitting a soft glow, mirroring the light of the moon, with 7 silver points flickering, enhancing the sword's beauty. Gently caressing the Qixing sword, his gaze softened. Perhaps once he reached the rank of soul saint, he could catch up with the others. As if in response to his thoughts, the Qixing flickered, seemingly affirming his words. Suddenly, his gentle expression sharpened as the Qixing sword dimmed, radiating a menacing aura, with sword energy swirling around him. "Everyone, wake up. There is danger." The group jolted awake, hastily emerging from their tents. A pair of blood-red eyes glimmered a few meters away, and with the enhancement of their soul power, they recognized the source. 10-meter-long Baiying Shi, its body covered in white scales, flicking its azure tongue. The Baiying Shi, a non-attribute snake-type soul beast, is among the rare non-venomous snakes. However, It possesses immense strength and speed. Unlike the typical gray scales of its kind, this one was white, indicating a mutation. In front of the Bai she lay a pile of rubble, where Li Qianyu had just been sitting. Now he had already moved closer to the others, as the snake's vital point was clearly visible. This Bai she had evidently reached the 20,000-year mark. Yet snake-type soul beasts were evidently unsuitable for the Baihum martial spirit. This is the soul beast I want. I shall absorb its soul ring, Douluo exclaimed. Visibly excited, its speed and power were the perfect matches for her Baihum martial spirit. His declaration overturned Qin Daoming's thoughts. In hindsight, it did seem that the Bai she was indeed quite compatible with his martial spirit. With this realization, the Julong sword materialized in his hand, and Dai Luo's body trembled, sword intent. It was an exceptionally powerful sword intent. Dai Luo began to understand why Qin Daoming was recognized as the leader by Wu Jinbing. Chao Yueban, Shuelele, and Li Qianyu subsequently summoned their martial spirits. Qin Daoming alone could easily dispatch a 20,000-year soul beast. However, appearances must be maintained. The Bai she continued to threaten with its flicking tongue, but Qin Daoming had already lunged forward, sensing the threat of the Jiulong sword. Instinctively, the Bai she lowered its head to evade the sword's thrust. Mid-air, Qin Daoming abruptly halted, his body shifting from a charge to a downward strike. True to its nature as a snake-type soul beast, the Bai she exhibited astonishing speed, twisting its robust body to narrowly evade Qin Daoming's attack. First soul skill, Flame Reap. Second soul skill, Sword Intent Ascendant. The crimson flames merged with the soaring sword intent, intensifying the flame's vigor. In an instant, Qin Daoming transformed into a fiery warrior, while the Bai she, flicking its tongue, swung its head like a hammer. As the Bai she approached, a glint of silver flashed in Qin Daoming's eyes. In an instant, the Jiulong sword morphed into a golden dragon, the red and silver sword energy cleaving through the air. The Bai she crashed to the ground. Chapter 268. Yet, as the dust settled, it merely grazed the scales of the Bai she, drawing a trickle of blood. What terrifying defense! Shuelele marveled. She was aware of Qin Daoming's prowess. Neither of his two soul skills had inflicted significant harm on the Bai she, indicating its defense was notably superior to that of many 20,000-year soul beasts. Qin Daoming would not grant the Bai she a moment to react. He raised the Jiulong sword, flames swirling around it. Fourth soul skill, True Dragon Emergence. The Jiulong sword transformed into a golden dragon, engulfed in searing flames. With a mighty swing, the golden dragon shot forth like an arrow, and upon seeing it, the Bai she felt an instinctive terror from its bloodline. Unable to summon its usual speed, the golden dragon swiftly ensnared the Bai she. Your Highness, act quickly. Dai Luo, a prodigy in her own right, reacted promptly, astonished that a sword martial spirit could possess such control, capable of subduing a 20,000-year soul beast. Without time for astonishment, for soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, rose from her. Shuelele immediately froze part of the Bai she's body. Bai Huligongbo. A wave of white energy followed, and with the golden dragon's suppression and Shuelele's freezing, the Bai she found itself with no escape. After unleashing 3 Bai Hu Ligongbo, the Bai she finally ceased to radiate life. Dai Luo, panting, gained a new understanding of her team's strength, envisioning each of them standing atop their respective peaks. The 10,000-year soul ring could only persist for 2 hours, and Dai Luo had already spent nearly an hour restoring her soul power. Quickly absorb the soul ring. If we delay, its quality may diminish, Wu Jinbing said with a smile. All right, Dai Luo replied, taking a deep breath as she approached the soul ring, drawing it closer. The initial phase of soul ring absorption proceeded smoothly, taking merely the time of an incense stick to bring it close to her body. Just as Qin Daoming settled down, he heard rustling sounds. Everyone, wake up. Something is coming. Wu Jinbing and the others gathered around Dai Luo, glancing toward Qin Daoming's position. What is it? Rimian Mo Zhu group. As Qin Daoming's words fell, the group grew solemn. The Rimian Mo Zhu, known as the Killer Spider, is a nightmare for soul beasts, humans. and various beings. It is said that the sea god Tang San acquired an external soul bone from a Renmian Mo, which proved immensely beneficial during his subsequent battles and ultimately became his wings when he ascended to godhood. In their mature stage, Renmian Mo can survive independently at 1,000 years of age, yet some powerful individuals remain to protect the clan's reproduction, often at the 10,000-year level, and typically more than one. Now, within Qin Daoming's line of sight, there were at least 3 10,000-year Renmian Mo. Renmian Mo are seldom encountered under normal circumstances. Even in the sacred land of soul beasts, the Xing Dota Sunlin, the appearance of a swarm here is undoubtedly a rare occurrence. Soon, over 1,000 Renmian Mo emerged, with 10 at the 10,000-year level. However, throughout this time, none of the Renmian Mo initiated an attack. Chapter 269. As Qin Daoming had surmised, a 30,000 Renmian Mo king appeared before them, a female Renmian Mo, presumably the leader of the swarm. The female Renmian Mo possesses relatively low combat prowess, hence they only need to focus on the 10 ancient male counterparts. However, to capture the leader, the female Renmian Mo becomes their primary target. Lele, Xiao Lizi, and Jin Bing cover me. Fatty, you, and Hualu Wu Wei protect Princess Douluo. With this, Wu Jinbing's respect for Qin Daoming increased slightly. As Qin Daoming forged ahead, he swiftly dispatched each Renmian Mo with a single stroke, while Shuelele and the others unleashed a flurry of attacks, clearing the surrounding Renmian Mo and stalling the ancient ones. Suddenly, a purple web obstructed his path. As 2 ancient Renmian Mo continuously spewed webs, exuding a putrid stench. While evading the webs, he inched closer, and with a glint of cold light in his eyes, Qin Daoming activated all 4 soul rings. The fiery golden dragon sword intense surged, stirring up dust around him. In a flash, he severed the spider legs, and dark purple blood gushed forth like a fountain, leaving 2 Renmian Mo lifeless on the ground. Seizing the moment, Qin Daoming intensified his soul power, elevating his might even further. The female Renmian Mo began to panic, its grotesque visage contorted as it raised its sharp legs, aiming to pierce Qin Daoming. Yet, he would not grant its wish. The brief moment of control had sealed the fate of the female Renmian Mo. With the leader down, the remaining Renmian Mo lost their resolve and scattered in fear. Wu Wei attempted to pursue, but Bai Hualu quickly restrained her, warning of potential danger. Hualu is right. We should not chase, Qin Daoming concurred. Princess Douluo is still here. We must eliminate the stench of blood to avoid attracting more formidable soul beasts. After hastily dealing with the corpses of the Renmian Mo, Qin Daoming hesitated upon noticing a faint glimmer at the creature's mouthparts. A soul bone? What? The soul bone, belonging to the Renmian Mo, appeared to be a mouthpart soul bone. As a distinguished student of Shrek Academy, soul bones were a rare sight, yet a mouthpart soul bone hardly piqued his interest, being the very thing that had expelled the webs moments ago. Wu Wei exaggeratedly mimicked a gagging motion, stating, "Those soul bones are precious. I prioritize my reputation. I would rather not use a foul-smelling spiderweb in a fight." Observing the mixed expressions of anticipation and distaste among the group, Qin Daoming chuckled. "Let us store it for now. Regardless of its origin, a soul bone is exceedingly valuable. Since it seems unappealing to everyone, we can exchange it for something we prefer or for contribution points upon returning to the academy." However, Wu Jinbing shook her head. "This old beast is yours to claim. While we yearn for soul bones, what is yours is yours. You need not concern yourself with our feelings. No, we all discovered it together. Besides, I am not in need of contribution points." With that, he retrieved the soul bone and tossed it to Wu Jinbing, saying, "You may divide it. I have no need for it." Shuelele secretly rolled her eyes, thinking, this guy is truly generous. Chapter 270 Yet. Wu Jinbing still wished to protest, but Qin Daoming waved his hand, saying, "There is no need to discuss it further. If I say it is yours, then it is yours." Wu Jinbing hesitated, but ultimately nodded, accepting the soul bone. An hour later, Princess Douluo successfully absorbed her fifth soul ring. She had been aware of the recent soul beast attack, having used her mental energy to observe her surroundings, and gained a newfound appreciation for Qin Daoming's combat strength. Thank you all for your hard work. Now that we have secured the soul ring, let us depart for the palace, where I shall host you for a warm welcome. Douluo said with a cheerful smile, a new idea blooming in her mind. In the palace of the Luo Empire, the sovereign proclaimed, "Long live His Majesty. All distinguished talents from Shrek Academy, please rise. I, as the representative of the Luo Empire, extend a warm welcome to you all." The speaker was none other than the Emperor of the Luo Empire, Dai Tianxia, a level 98 super Daw. Having been accustomed to the presence of Sea God Pavilion's esteemed figures, the sight of a level 98 super Daw did not intimidate them. Everyone maintained their composure. As the captain, Qin Daoming naturally took the lead in addressing the Emperor. "Your Majesty, you jest. We merely possess more resources and opportunities than others, given the same circumstances. Anyone would perform comparably, especially Princess Douluo, whose fifth soul ring is already 2,000 years, a feat unattainable by countless geniuses." Dai Tianxia, unfazed by Qin Daoming's calm demeanor, was instead encouraged by his praise, repeating good thrice. Suddenly, the tone shifted as Dai Tianxia's expression grew serious. "Young friend Qin, I wish to inquire about something. May I have your answer?" "Of course, Your Majesty, please proceed. It concerns your origins. Is your father named Qin Jinhu?" "Yes, Your Majesty," Qin Daoming affirmed with a nod. Upon receiving this confirmation, Dai Tianxia's gaze toward him transformed. "Young friend, what are your thoughts on Xiao Luo?" "She is wonderful. Her fifth soul ring is already 2,000 years old," Qin Daoming replied. "I mean, what is your impression of Xiao Luo?" Dai Tianxia pressed, and, at this, all present exchanged glances, including Douluo, their eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of expectation. Lele tensed, gripping Qin Daoming's arm with considerable force. She is quite impressive. Princess Douluo has received the finest education in the empire, enjoys the best resources, and works diligently." Dai Tianxia, finding no progress after 3 inquiries, sighed and shook his head. As an emperor, he was no stranger to manipulation, yet as a father, he yearned for a good match for his only daughter. With Qin Daoming standing before him, a talent unparalleled on the continent, he was determined not to see his daughter wed someone she did not cherish. He could only endeavor to unite the two. "You and your friends should stay within the palace for a few days. Allow Xiao Luo to show you around our Luo Empire." Glancing at the sky, Qin Daoming thanked the emperor, saying, "It is indeed getting late. It is not suitable to remain outdoors. Princess Douluo, we shall not impose on you tonight." Douluo, lost in thought, took some time to respond, finally managing a flustered, "Not a bother." Chapter 271. The group lingered within the Luo royal palace for 3 days, indulged with lavish hospitality. Qin Daoming found himself somewhat unaccustomed to such treatment and realized the emperor's intentions to unite him with Princess Douluo. Content with Lele by his side, his heart had no room for any other girl. After a brief farewell, they strolled through the bustling streets of Luo City, where the girls reveled in freedom, nearly sweeping away an entire year's worth of attire. The boys, meanwhile, became free laborers. Not far off, 2 figures clad in black crossed paths. Qin Daoming had emerged, heading toward the outskirts of Luo City. "Pay heed to any ambush. Do not reveal our presence," one black-clad figure whispered before departing. With Qin Daoming as wealth, the girls quickly amassed a year's worth of clothing without a single duplicate. "Let us go. Tonight, I shall reward you for your efforts," he declared. Lele embraced Qin Daoming, exhaling warm breath onto the only exposed part of his neck. Initially sullen, Qin Daoming suddenly brightened, while a few individuals grazing nearby expressed their discontent. At the forefront, Xiao Yueban muttered, "Shameless." Lele responded with a playful grimace, retorting, "TCH, why don't you catch up with Sister Wu Wei first?" Her earlier eagerness to fetch something for Wu Wei had been quite evident. This remark flushed both Xiao Yueban and Wu Wei, while Li Qianyu, maintaining a serious demeanor, interjected, He lacks the capability. The group erupted in laughter, yet Wu Wei, who should have spoken, bowed her head in silence. Xiao Yueban, however, engaged in frantic rebuttals, but ultimately, it was impossible to sway public opinion. Glancing at the sky, they realized that at their current pace, they could exit Xingluo Empire and enter the territory of Tiando Empire before nightfall. Yet, some forces were determined to impede their progress. Shortly after departing Xingluo City, they were confronted by a group of masked individuals clad in black. The leader, standing at the forefront, spoke, causing Qin Daoming's brow to furrow. As the steward of the Points Pavilion, do you think we're merely wandering? Surrender your points, and I can escort you back to Shrek Academy. Otherwise, this will become your burial ground. Compared to their first encounter, the steward's demeanor was far from polite, and his voice was jarring. Xiao Yueban surveyed the surrounding black-clad figures, disdainfully challenging. Are you unaware of our identities? You dare lay hands on us? Huh, should I be afraid of you? Since you've chosen this path, I need not consider the consequences. Your meager strength is hardly noteworthy. Realizing they coveted his points, Qin Daoming understood that revealing their identities would not spare them. Surrendering their points would not guarantee their safety. Understood? Make your move, commanded the steward. The air vibrated with the presence of soul rings, revealing a formidable group of soul emperors, with the steward himself being a soul sage. Seeing their strength, Qin Daoming narrowed his eyes. Pair up for a frontal assault. Fatty and Qianyu, you two engage from the sides. Wu Wei and Lei Lei, control the situation while I lead the attack. Jin Bing, provide protection and assistance. With this, they swiftly formed their ranks. Xiao Yueban and Li Qianyu flanked the sides. Qin Daoming stood at the forefront, with Shuai Lei and Wu Wei in the center, and Bai Hua Lu and Wu Jinbing at the rear, as their soul rings gradually manifested. Particularly, Qin Daoming's fourth black soul ring astonished all the black-clad figures present. Chapter 272. The steward's eyes widened in panic, yet he remained composed, fixating on the necessity of eliminating this individual. The presence of a fourth 10,000-year soul ring significantly diminished the opposing group's morale, precisely as he had anticipated. Charge! Qin Daoming gripped the Jiulong sword and surged forward, the ground beneath him collapsing slightly under his explosive force. The others followed closely. Those soul emperors who had previously displayed disdain now wore furrowed brows, their expressions considerably grave. Block their escape. Do not let them flee. Despite a desire to retreat, they understood that this individual was a prominent figure from Shrek Academy. Retreating now would lead to their demise after the battle, for the first rule among those who take money for favors is to fulfill their obligations. A dozen soul emperors launched their attack simultaneously, their combined might far exceeding that of ordinary soul emperors. Fourth soul skill, Blood Red Cage. Blood red vines surged from the ground under Wu Wei's control, rapidly coalescing in the air to form a wide cage that descended upon their foes. Seizing the moment, Shuai Lei, her hands emanating an icy chill, swiftly formed seals. A soul emperor advancing towards her felt a sudden chill down his spine. Looking down, he discovered that his feet were ensnared by azure ice crystals, slowing his movements. Just then, a shadow descended from above, enveloping him. Qin Daoming quickened his pace, activating his fourth soul skill, the Jiulong sword transforming into a golden dragon, slicing horizontally towards the cage. Observing this, the adjacent soul emperor activated his fifth soul skill, a slender green figure shooting forth like an arrow to intercept Qin Daoming's strike. Suddenly, a sense of danger surged within him. In the next moment, his feet were ensnared by blood-red vines. His first instinct was to break free, but a frigid aura enveloped him, freezing his legs in place. At this juncture, Qin Daoming had already approached, panic evident on the Soul Emperor's face as he struggled to escape. A flash of silver light appeared, followed by a spray of blood, a head rolling to the steward's feet. The steward's eyes glinted with greed. These were his subordinates, strong in their own right. Yet he had underestimated Qin Daoming's prowess and their coordination. The fleeting silver light ignited his avarice. Meanwhile, Xiao Yueban and Li Qianyu were locked in a fierce struggle with their opponents. After dispatching 3 soul emperors in front of them, The steward could no longer watch. 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black emerged, unleashing a terrifying pressure that caused Qin Daoming's expression to grow serious, drawing the attention of all around. Halting their battles momentarily, the steward raised his hands, a fireball gradually coalescing, then thrusting it forward, transforming it into countless smaller fireballs that scattered like a meteor shower. However, the ominous pressure made it clear that this was no beautiful sight. Boom! Crater after crater formed as the indiscriminate fireballs engulfed everyone. Gather! Qin Daoming shouted, urging everyone to unite quickly. Shuelele frantically created ice shields while Wu Wei encased them in blood-red vines. 10 golden long swords dispersed, forming a unique defensive formation. 3 minutes later, the steward's face had turned pale, yet his expression betrayed his excitement. For he was on the verge of acquiring a soul bone and a terrifying quantity of points. Chapter 273. Even a century-old soul soul bone is not easily damaged, especially one nurtured by a genius for an extended period. Its quality is undoubtedly exceptional. This was also the reason he could maintain his 6th soul skill for such an extended duration. A genius always possesses some means of survival. This 3-minute bombardment could easily claim the life of an ordinary soul Douluo, and given the extensive area, escape was impossible. As the dust began to settle, the uneven ground gradually revealed itself. The steward's expression shifted, disbelief washing over him. For Qin Daoming and his companions, aside from minor damage to their clothing, exhibited little injury, while the steward's soul power had considerably waned, leaving his soul emperors severely weakened. Indeed, quite capable, the steward thought grimly, but I am a soul sage. With that, he activated his 7th soul ring, fire-red armor enveloping him. His martial soul, a rare and extraordinary flame type, made him appear as a fiery war god. 5th soul skill, Flame Ray. The steward inhaled deeply and unleashed a column of flame towards Qin Daoming and his companions. Qin Daoming glanced at Wu Jinbing, who nodded in affirmation. The phantom of the fire phoenix flapped its wings, instilling a deep-seated fear within the steward, as if confronted by something terrifying. Even the speed and intensity of the flame ray diminished significantly. Sensing the shift, Qin Daoming activated his 4th soul skill, True Dragon Emergence. The True Dragon collided with the flame ray, the explosion of flames radiating golden light. Qin Daoming staggered back 3 steps, while the steward retreated 5. The remaining soul emperors widened their eyes in astonishment. Even a soul saint, who had expended considerable soul power, was still a soul saint. The clash between a soul saint wielding their martial spirit's true form and a member of the mixed sect resulted in a setback. Even Shuelele, who was well acquainted with Qin Daoming, found it hard to believe. The butler shook his head frantically, utterly unable to accept this reality. Soul power coursed through his body, and the flames grew ever more fervent. Veins bulged on his forehead as he leaped into the air, subsequently crashing down like a meteor. This was his self-created soul skill. Flame Meteor. Everyone retreat, Qin Daoming bellowed, as the opponent was clearly charging towards him, and Shuelele and the others nearby would only be collateral damage. If we don't retreat, what will happen to you? Shuelele perceived the might of this technique. They were merely on the periphery, while Qin Daoming was unmistakably in the center and could not escape. Jinbing, take him away. Wu Jinbing glanced at Qin Daoming, grasped Shuelele's hand, and retreated. Li Qianyu and Xiao Yueban remained silent, but did not depart. Instead, they wore smiles, united in their resolve. We 3 brothers will face this together. Qin Daoming nodded silently, vowing to protect them from harm. He had already begun to subtly guide the colossal egg, awaiting that crucial moment to devour. With a roar, Qin Daoming lost consciousness. The subsequent scene sent Shuelele and the others into a frenzy. A vortex resembling a colossal abyss appeared, akin to a massive maw. The imposing butler was instantly engulfed by the abyss, and Qin Daoming's body crashed down from midair. Daoming! Everyone cried in despair. Shuelele held Qin Daoming tightly, bursting into tears, while Li Qianyu and Xiao Yueban clenched their fists, tears streaming down their faces. Chapter 274. Only by Hua Lu noticed something unusual. Grasping Qin Daoming's left hand, she felt a faint pulse beating. Surprise illuminated her face as she hurriedly informed the others, "Daoming is fine. He merely exhausted his soul power." "Is that true?" Shuelele lifted her head, her voice filled with joy. "Indeed, without a doubt. That's wonderful." Tears continued to flow down Shuelele's face. But this time they were tears of joy and excitement. The atmosphere was no longer oppressive. At that moment, Xiao Yueban directed her gaze towards the remaining Soul Emperors. Exchanging a glance with Wu Jinbing, almost simultaneously, they sprang into action. The injured Soul Emperors were no match for them, and within a few exchanges, they were subdued. Yet their lives were spared, evidence of their encounter. At Shrek Academy, Sea God Pavilion, upon hearing Xiao Yueban's words, Sun Mu abruptly stood up, expressing indignation. How shameful! In the millennia-long history of Shrek Academy, such an incident has never occurred, especially involving a talented disciple from our inner court. The Points Pavilion must provide an explanation for me, these children, and everyone at Shrek Academy, or face the consequences. Understood. All officials from the Points Pavilion lowered their heads. In the presence of the furious Sea God Pavilion Master, their usual arrogance evaporated. They did not even dare to meet his gaze. This was the authority of the Sea God Pavilion, the dignity of Shrek Academy. Simultaneously, they comprehended the gravity of the situation. The butler would likely implicate his entire clan. After discussing various matters, the enraged Sun Mu gradually regained his composure. His tone softened. Upon leaving the Sea God Pavilion and bidding farewell to the others, Qin Daoming hastily returned to his dormitory. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he examined his body and noticed faint cracks forming on the colossal egg, surrounded by increasingly terrifying gray energy. The Julong sword, which had coexisted with the egg, now cowered in a corner, devoid of its previous brilliance, even emanating a sense of dread towards Qin Daoming. This piqued his curiosity about the true origin of the colossal egg. The egg must hatch. Observing the fissures indicated that hatching was nearing completion, which instilled in him a sense of maternal anticipation. A night passed in silence. The following morning, members of the Points Pavilion delivered a 1,000-year medicinal herb and an apology worth 10,000 points, revealing that the butler's kin had been slaughtered the previous night. The speed and manner of this resolution left Qin Daoming feeling a chill. A small clan typically contained several hundred members, and to slaughter them without hesitation was a testament to Shrek Academy's reputation. Naturally, Shuelele and the others also received apologies from the Points Pavilion, though not as generous as Qin Daoming's. This could be regarded as an unexpected boon. 3 years later, with rewards, the pace of their advancements accelerated dramatically. Qin Daoming reached the 57th level as a powerful attack-type Soul King. Shuelele achieved 56 as a control-type Soul King. Li Qianyu also reached 56 as a powerful attack-type Soul King. Xiao Yueban attained 57 as a defense-type Soul King. Wu Jinbing rose to 63 as a powerful attack-type Soul Emperor. Bai Hualu reached 62 as a support-type Soul Emperor. Wu Wei achieved 63 as a control-type Soul Emperor. Tomorrow marked the qualification round to determine if they could join Shrek's second team. If victorious, they would march towards the elite Soul Master competition across the continent with unwavering glory. If defeated, they would be eliminated, forever barred from the second team of Shrek. The opposing team seems formidable, Wu Jinbing remarked gravely. Chapter 275. Indeed, they are formidable, but we are not weak, Wu Wei replied, a proud expression gracing his face. Soul Emperors at the age of 20 are exceedingly rare on the continent. The emergence of one signifies a place among the pinnacle of genius. We must not underestimate them. They are all Soul Emperors. Among us, only you, I, and Hualu are Soul Emperors, and Hualu's martial spirit lacks offensive capabilities. They possess 3 attack-type Soul Emperors above level 65, 2 defense-type Soul Emperors, and 1 support-type Soul Emperor, showcasing their comprehensive prowess. Wu Jinbing spoke with gravity, her delicate face reflecting helplessness. The opponents, all young geniuses aged around 23 or 24, had spent considerable time in the inner court, possessing greater combat experience and soul power levels than they. Qin Daoming took the paper that Wu Jinbing handed him, which detailed the opponent's basic information. Nanshan, 65 level defense type, Soul Emperor, Martial Spirit, Golden Armored Xuanwu. Nanbei, 66 level defense type, Soul Emperor, Martial Spirit, Golden Armored Xuanwu. Xiao Xiao, 68 level attack type, Soul Emperor, Martial Spirit, White Dragon Spear. Li Xiaotian, 69 level attack type, Soul Emperor, Martial Spirit, Lava Lord. Shi Jinkai, 67 level attack type, Soul Emperor, Martial Spirit, Magnet. Zheng Xin, 65 level support type, Soul Emperor, Martial Spirit, Sea and Sky Spirit. Wulu, 67 level control type, Soul Emperor, Martial Spirit, Diamond Rope. Below, their identities and battle records in the inner court were also noted. They are indeed strong, but we are not weak, Qin Daoming exclaimed with excitement. Over the past 3 years, they have faced numerous battles, and most of the upperclassmen in the inner court have been defeated by them. Overcoming this hurdle would almost ensure their place among the Shrek's 7 monsters. Let us go. Qin Daoming extended his hand forward. The others gathered around, with Shui Lele first grasping his hand and cheerfully saying, "Let us go." As their hands stacked together, they chanted, "Let us go. Let us go." This had become their ritual for boosting morale over the past 3 years. A night passed. As dawn broke, a purple aura traversed the horizon, and a thin mist enveloped the surroundings. This time marked the peak of life force in the inner court, and at this hour, every diligent disciple was typically engaged in quiet cultivation. Today, however, the scene is markedly different. At the heart of the inner courtyard-esque Grand Plaza, the arena has been divided, with 7 individuals positioned on each side, their expressions grave and their soul power pulsating with anticipation. Over 200 disciples from the inner courtyard have gathered below, representing nearly the entirety of the Academy's elite, underscoring the significance and spectacle of this competition. As expected, discussions abound regarding which side will emerge victorious: the formidable team of those under 25, or the newly formed team of young talents averaging 17 or 18 years of age. Some have even covertly initiated a betting pool based on points, though the majority seem to favor the current strongest team of the inner courtyard, primarily due to the undeniable advantage of age. For ordinary individuals, a year or 2 might not seem substantial, but for prodigies, a mere month of missed training can lead to significant setbacks, let alone a gap of 5 or 6 years. The disparity of 7 to 1 reveals the Academy's skepticism regarding Qin Daoming and his companions. "These seniors and juniors do not believe in us," Xiao Yueban remarked, shaking off the tension in her shoulders, her tone tinged with displeasure. "Do not mind their opinions. We shall proceed according to the plan." Chapter 276. Qin Daoming surveyed the opposing 7, his gaze fixated on the individual at the center. They had seen the corresponding portraits, and this central figure was their primary concern. The captain of the opposing team, Li Xiaotian, a level 69 Soul Emperor wielding a formidable offensive martial soul, the Lava Lord. This fire attribute martial soul ranks among the most powerful, comparable to the martial soul of Yin from the golden generation of the Spirit Hall a millennium ago. Furthermore, his ability to command such talented soul emperors and his peers speaks volumes of his prowess and intellect, having carved out a significant reputation within the Academy and beyond. Standing to the left rear of Li Xiaotian was a young man with a square jaw, exuding maturity beyond his years. His explosive musculature was evident beneath his attire. Shi Jinkai, the wielder of a magnetism martial soul. This exceedingly rare martial soul had never before been documented in the annals of the continent's history. The fact that the opponent lacked knowledge of his martial soul contributed significantly to his burgeoning fame. A team composed entirely of soul emperors versus one with only 3. Who could doubt which was superior? All were prodigies from Shrek Academy's inner courtyard, their capabilities and tactics far surpassing those of ordinary soul emperors. Although Qin Daoming had vanquished numerous soul emperors, he still felt the weight of pressure emanating from the opposing team. At that moment, the host, adorned with a pair of white wings, appeared between teams, and the 8 spirit rings, yellow, purple, black, flickered in rapid succession. The host calmly inquired, Are both sides prepared? Qin Daoming and Li Xiaotian nodded in unison. Ready. Good. Please unleash your martial souls. A sharp aura, the heat of blazing flames, and the sound of clashing chains filled the arena. As a vibrant spectrum of light illuminated the stage, Qin Daoming and his companions assumed their formation, with Qin Daoming positioned at the forefront, directly facing Li Xiaotian. Their eyes locked, and both shouted simultaneously, Lei Wu Wei, engage. Shi Jinke, Wu Lu, engage. In a flurry, Shi Jinkai and Wu Lu unleashed their martial souls in perfect harmony. Dozens of chains shot forth from Wu Lu's hands like long spears, aimed directly at Qin Daoming. Shi Jinkai's magnetism martial soul activated, causing hundreds of black stones to levitate in the air, spinning in a mesmerizing dance. At that instant, Wu Li's third soul skill surged forth, transforming the obsidian chains into a shimmering golden hue, seemingly fortified in their resilience. Qin Daoming stood resolute, while Shui Lei activated her fourth soul skill, summoning an etherealized swan that spread its wings. The chilling winds of her ultimate technique swept across the arena, causing those with lower soul power to shiver involuntarily. Wu Wei's soul rings materialized as crimson vines stealthily encircled the battlefield for both sides. At this moment, a smile crept onto Shi Jinkai's face as he subtly raised his hands. The chains, previously under Wu Lu's control, suddenly shot skyward. Then, with a slight pressure from Shi Jinkai, the target shifted, causing Bai Hualu to furrow her brow as she glanced at Wu Jinbing. Fiery breath. Wu Jinbing unleashed her fourth soul skill, causing the fire phoenix to curl into a swirling inferno, from which a robust golden breath erupted. The chains were engulfed, char-black, and crumbled to the ground in fragments. Huh! Wu Wei exclaimed as two crimson vines ensnared the core defensive soul masters, Nanshan and Nanbei, firmly. Chapter 277. A glimmer of determination sparked in Qin Daoming's eyes as he activated his fourth soul skill, True Dragon Emergence. With a resounding roar, the faint aura of a true dragon radiated outward. The nine-dragon sword was hurled forth, aimed directly at Li Xiaotian. Li Xiaotian paused, bewildered, despite being the strongest. Why was the attack directed at him first? Additionally, he believed that a fourth soul skill would pose no threat to someone as prepared as he was. Lava eruption. Li Xiaotian's third purple soul ring illuminated as he struck the ground, causing a fiery pillar to erupt before him, just as the true dragon forged from the nine-dragon sword closed in. Suddenly, Li Xiaotian's expression changed, and he leaned back, as the momentum of the nine-dragon sword, now lacking its former might, whizzed past his nose, embedding itself not far behind him. Cold sweat dripped from Li Xiaotian's forehead, and even the host, who had been closely observing the battle, was taken aback, for from his vantage point, the nine-dragon sword had appeared to have lost all power, yet it still had residual force. At that moment, the massive stone that Xiao Yueban had been gathering was released, while the crimson vines had finally been freed by Nanshan and Nanbei. Chains were flung into the air by Wu Lu, controlled by Shi Jinkai, while fiery rays erupted from Wu Jinbing, obliterating the iron chains. Li Qianyu followed closely behind. The nine-dragon sword reappeared in Qin Daoming's grasp as his second, third, and first soul rings activated in succession. Qin Daoming surged forward as if traversing an unchallenged battlefield, akin to a general wielding overwhelming force. His intent was clear, to cut through the rear lines. Xiao Yueban and Li Qianyu aimed to stall Li Xiaotian momentarily, and with Shui Lei's support and by Hualu's enhancement, Qin Daoming's speed remained unimpeded. As a level 69 Soul Emperor, Li Xiaotian was not one to be easily delayed by just two Soul Kings, and Nanshan and Nanbei were no pushovers either. While their offensive capabilities may have been slightly lacking, their defenses were nearly impenetrable, rendering Li Qianyu's 7-star ineffective. Seeing Qin Daoming advance, Li Xiaotian wasted no time, unleashing his fifth soul skill to send Xiao Yueban flying and charging forward. The absence of speed-oriented soul masters on either side made the role of supporting soul masters particularly crucial. Realizing the opportunity to cut the rear lines had slipped away, Qin Daoming resolved to engage in battle instead. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he recognized that both were combative prodigies. Upon witnessing the intensity in Qin Daoming's gaze, Li Xiaotian laughed heartily as his fifth soul ring flared to life, summoning the lava fist. Flames erupted from Li Xiaotian's left hand, coalescing into a blazing fist that surged forward. Qin Daoming exhibited no signs of fear as he unleashed the full potency of his four soul abilities. With each clash, the combatants found themselves evenly matched, eliciting exhilarated cries from the spectators. The battle between the Soul King and the Soul Emperor, both prodigies, culminated in a stalemate. Even their teammates were incredulous, particularly Xiao Xiao, who wielded the white dragon spear soul. During their training sessions, Li Xiaotian's prowess had always left him in awe, yet here was the Soul King, Qin Daoming, standing toe-to-toe with him. However, why did the disparity between their ranks seem as insurmountable as the heavens? It was simply due to the absence of one soul ability. You are commendable, yet the Soul Emperor remains the Soul Emperor. The chasm between us is as vast as the universe itself. Perhaps in a year or two, once you ascend to the rank of Soul Emperor, I may find myself at a disadvantage. But for now, you must attribute your defeat to your insufficient soul power. Li Xiaotian's countenance bore no joy. Instead, his brows furrowed in concern. This junior was indeed formidable. As the two sides diverged, Li Xiaotian glanced back at his teammates, who nodded in agreement. They swiftly disengaged from the skirmish with Shuelele and leaped off the stage. Xiao Yu and her companions felt a sense of unease, momentarily at a loss. Before their gazes gravitated towards Qin Daoming. You all may step down. Let Senior Li and I determine the outcome, he declared. Yet, Shuelele interjected with worry. But Senior Li is a Soul Emperor. Daoming, do not underestimate him. It was not a lack of faith in Qin Daoming's abilities. The gap between a high-ranking Soul Emperor and a Soul King was immense, with several multiples in soul power and an additional soul ability. From any angle, Qin Daoming's chances seemed slim, and should he manage to secure a victory, the cost would be exorbitant. Qin Daoming's arsenal of tactics was vast, yet under overwhelming strength. All strategies appeared futile. Moreover, the consumption of his fifth soul ability was substantial, leading him to momentarily weaken. Nonetheless, the might of the soul abilities should not be underestimated. If he failed to incapacitate Li Xiaotian in a single blow, defeat would be inevitable. She had no desire to witness Qin Daoming get harmed. Aware of Shuelele's concerns, Qin Daoming shook his head. Remaining here would only increase the risk of injury. Did you not notice that their teammates have retreated? It was evident that Li Xiaotian's sixth soul ability, Finale, was formidable. Do not worry, Lele. I will safeguard myself. You may go. Once only the two of them remained on the stage, a sudden tremor shook the arena. Centered around Li Xiaotian, the ground began to sink. Sixth soul ability, Yanbao, he announced, revealing a powerful area attack soul ability that could converge and explode, wielding tremendous destructive force. In an instant, the arena transformed into a hellish inferno of deep crimson flames. The flames bubbled and churned like lava. With a deafening roar, the stage was engulfed by towering flames, followed by the violent sound of an explosion that reverberated throughout the inner courtyard. The Soul Douluo referee's expression changed as he unleashed his formidable soul power, conjuring a translucent barrier to shield the arena. Dust enveloped the area, emanating from the ruptured defensive shield. Given that the Soul Douluo had hastily formed the barrier, its destruction was to be expected. The explosion even roused the senior members of the outer courtyard. Everyone focused intently, as the arena had become a mere pit. And this was the largest arena in the inner courtyard, specifically designed for large-scale, 7-person battles. It had withstood countless years without a scratch. Yet today it had been flattened by Soul Emperor. It was indeed astonishing. What Qin Daoming? The dust had yet to settle, and their safety was not a concern. Numerous esteemed figures were observing from the shadows, ensuring no true danger lurked. What about the outcome? As the dust slowly cleared, the once proud arena was now a gaping hole, revealing the figures of Li Xiaotian and the tattered-clad Qin Daoming standing in opposition. Li Xiaotian, as if awakening from a dream, conceded, "I have lost." He acknowledged his defeat gracefully and turned to leave, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Daoming. The overwhelming power he had just experienced emanated from the depths of Qin Daoming's gaze. He refrained from voicing the truth. Everyone had their hidden cards. "I hope we can meet again," he said before departing amidst the company of his teammates. Shui Lei and the others rushed forward, and upon catching a whiff of her comforting fragrance, Qin Daoming felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Once Qin Daoming and the others had departed, the surrounding disciples of the inner courtyard erupted into chaos. Why? The majority had wagered on Li Xiaoyin's team. With odds of 1-9, it seemed the upperclassmen would be facing significant losses. The onlookers were in an uproar, lamenting their lost points. "Damn, my score. It's all your fault for misleading me. I said nothing. Don't accuse me. I hit the jackpot." "Me too, but I only bet 10 points. At least you made a profit." The inner courtyard students clamored, some lamenting their losses while others excitedly praised Qin Daoming's performance. They were oblivious to the scene unfolding 3 days later. As Qin Daoming groggily lifted his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. After 3 years of effort, he had finally succeeded. The title of Shrek 7 Monsters, Team 2 resonated within him. "Lele," Qin Daoming began, his throat parched and hoarse. Snow Lele, who had accidentally dozed off with her head resting on the table, jolted awake. "Oh wow, Daoming, you're awake," she exclaimed, clinging to his arm in a playful manner. Through the window, the full moon hung in the sky. "How long have I been asleep? You have no idea. It worried us sick. You've been asleep for 3 days. During that time, many healing soul masters examined you and concluded that you fainted from soul power depletion." 3 days? Qin Daoming gasped. Depleting soul power shouldn't necessitate such an extended recovery. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression shifted as he hurriedly delved into his inner sea. The Jiulong sword gleamed brilliantly at the center of his consciousness. Yet the colossal egg that had once suppressed it had vanished without a trace. Perplexed, Qin Daoming's immediate reaction was one of dismay. How could the colossal egg, which had coexisted with him and provided countless benefits, enhancing soul power, accelerating cultivation, controlling time, and even saving his life multiple times, suddenly disappear? It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no sorrow. The colossal egg had never been under his control. "Lele, have you ever seen anything fly out from my body?" "No. How could something emerge from a person's body?" Shualele was somewhat puzzled by Qin Daoming's question. "No. I just wanted to ask, what about the others?" "The others have all gone to train. After seeing your performance, they felt inadequate and are all striving to improve." "So, has the Academy conferred upon us the title of Shrek's second team?" "Yes," Shualele replied, her expression brightening. She took out a token from her storage soul tool and said, "This is our insignia for participating in the Continental Soul Master Elite competition. In a year, we shall compete in the tournament. Well, our efforts shall not be in vain. Let's work hard this year and strive to secure the 32nd championship for the Academy. Indeed, the Lord has asked to see you after you awaken, but is quite late now." Shualele winked at Qin Daoming, her cheeks slightly flushed. Qin Daoming understood instantly and wrapped his arms around her. It was an indescribable night. Early in the morning, he exclaimed, "Ah, my energy has just returned, and yet it is already being depleted. How troublesome. It's not my fault that my Lele is so captivating." Qin Daoming yawned widely, revealing heavy dark circles under his eyes, and chuckled. "Humph." Shualele rolled her eyes at him, almost losing her composure. Yet he still felt somewhat inadequate in both spirit and ability. After a night of tumult, he couldn't resist giving her a gentle peck on her rosy cheek. At the Sea God Pavilion, Qin Daoming performed the customary greeting to the pavilion master, who was enveloped in mist. "Please take a seat." The calm voice prompted him to unconsciously occupy the last position in the hall. He instantly regretted it. This was the Sea God Pavilion. Noticing Qin Daoming's unease, Sun Mu chuckled and said, "There is no need to be nervous. Do you know why I've called you here?" "I'm unaware." 3 days ago, your performance was unexpectedly remarkable, and along with the items you brought back for the Academy after deliberation during the Sea God Pavilion meeting, it has been decided to admit you into the inner circle of the Sea God Pavilion, ranking you as the 18th member. The significance of the spatial soul tool you retrieved exceeds all expectations. Based on merit, you could have ranked within the top 5. However, considering your age, I shall temporarily assign you the 18th position. Qin Daoming was bewildered. What was happening? He had unexpectedly become a member of the Sea God Pavilion. His heart raced, and his hands trembled. Calm down. Control yourself. I am no child. Lord, my strength is insufficient. I fear I am unworthy of being a member of the Sea God Pavilion. After the initial excitement faded, he regained his composure. Typically, only titled Douluos were qualified for membership, and, as a Soul King, he certainly did not meet the criteria. How modest, he thought. Can one afford to be modest? The pressure is immense. Indeed, strength is paramount. But since the founding of the Sea God Pavilion, merit has always been the foremost criterion. For millennia, no one beneath the rank of titled Douluo had achieved the necessary merit. Thus the rumors circulating outside. Now, a young prodigy has emerged, and your merit is indeed sufficient. I thank you, Pavilion Master. Upon exiting the Sea God Pavilion, Shui Lele eagerly awaited him. When she saw Qin Daoming emerge, she hurried over and inquired, Daoming, what did the Pavilion Master say? Guess. I want to guess. I'll just guess that you want to guess. The Pavilion Master merely spoke about the future trajectory of our Shrek's second team. He did not want anyone to know about his joining the Sea God Pavilion. This news was more shocking than their formal recognition as Shrek's 7 monsters. In the resplendent hall of the Radiant Church, a cacophony of voices echoed. The elder in a black robe seated at the main position surveyed the surroundings, his eyes flashing with cold light as his dry hands drummed against the chair. The master has arrived. Instantly, the noisy hall fell silent, all eyes turning to the figure coalescing at the main seat, none other than Sun Mu, who had rushed from the Sea God Pavilion. What are your thoughts on this matter? Is it true or false? Below, everyone fell silent, and an elderly man with white hair stood, frowning as he saluted. Master, we must deliberate further. Those rogues cannot be trusted. They have always prioritized their own interests. When have they ever provided us with information for free? Another young, stout man rose, casting a glance at the white-haired elder. Master, I believe those rogues can be trusted. This concerns the survival of the continent, and their lives are at stake. Without our Radiant Church suppressing this soul outlet, how can they contend with the one-eyed monsters? Their meager possessions may very well cost them their lives. Sun Mu nodded. Both had valid points. The human heart has always been difficult to gauge, and that rogue faction consists merely of scattered individuals. They are hardly worth my concern. As for the matter of the Sea Rift Valley's exit, I shall personally investigate. All departments, prepare for battle, just in case. Suddenly, the hall trembled violently as 4 supporting pillars collapsed in an instant. Fortunately, all present were powerful soul masters and titled Douluos, so no damage was incurred. As he released his spiritual awareness, Sun Mu's expression changed. The exit of the Sea Rift Valley was swarming with countless one-eyed monsters surging towards the continent, their numbers at least in the tens of thousands. All departments, heed my command. Return to the battlefield. War is upon us. Grim expressions adorned the faces of all as they departed. Sun Mu felt the square object that had appeared in his hand. It is time. At Shrek Academy, the tremors reverberated across the entire continent. That's hard. Shrek Academy felt the disturbance. Nearly everyone looked up towards the distant exit of the Sea Rift Valley. Urgent voices echoed throughout Shrek Academy as all disciples, both from the inner and outer courtyards, assembled. The vice president of Shrek Academy and vice pavilion master of the Sea God Pavilion, Tang Xiao, gazed down at the gathering of thousands of disciples, representing half of the continent's elite. Her calm voice resonated for over 2,000 years. Shrek Academy has maintained peace across the continent, eradicating countless evil forces and malevolent soul masters. Now, with the Sea Rift Valley's upheaval, with hundreds of thousands, and countless monsters emerging to invade the continent, Shrek Academy cannot lag behind. My thousands of disciples, you shall fight for the continent and obliterate the Sea Rift Valley. Her voice, though composed, continued, you may choose for yourselves. Once on the battlefield, the chance of survival is less than 10%. If you fear death, you may leave now. Shrek Academy has never coerced anyone. With a sweeping glance, she saw each youth and young adult clenching their fists, and not a single person departed. To the death. Unbeknownst to whom, a cry rang out, to the death, to the death, to the death. All right, outer courtyard disciples. You are to calm the populace within Shrek City, while inner courtyard disciples shall proceed to support the two great empires. This scene unfolded not only at Shrek Academy, but also within the two great empires, among various families and sects, all preparing. For the exit was the first battlefield. Within the vicinity of the Sea Rift Valley, countless one-eyed monsters emerged from the mountains like wolves, swiftly descending to bloodbath the villages. In an instant, the borders of the two great empires were engulfed in flames of war, and the cries of anguish echoed continuously. In the wake of the monsters, all life was ruthlessly slaughtered. Blood stained the borders. Yet many civilian soul masters managed to delay the one-eyed monster's advance, resulting in relatively minor losses before the two great empires could provide support to the borders. Chapter 282. The human heart cannot be withstood. Upon learning of the upheaval in the High Ligu, the two great empires and several towns and villages beyond their domains were engulfed in a state of anxiety. Despite the attempts of the empires and the academy, along with various sects to offer comfort, the fear and trepidation within the hearts of the people could not be easily quelled. The total number of soul masters across the continent was merely several hundred thousand, with only a little over 200 being titled Douluos and merely over 5,000 soul Douluos. The majority comprised low-ranking soul masters below the rank of Soul King. The armies of the two empires consisted of 99% ordinary people. In response to the sudden turmoil in the High Ligu, the two great empires clandestinely united with most sects and families to form a regiment composed solely of soul masters. A mere 20,000. Yet, this assembly included all the continent's formidable figures, excluding the wandering soul masters. Every member was a powerhouse of at least the rank of Soul King or above. These 20,000 stood in the Tian-Do Empire. In the Tian-Do Empire, an elderly man clad in white with a flowing white beard surveyed the more than 20,000 individuals on the high platform. He was the supreme emperor of the Tian-Do Empire, Shuehuang. The gentle aura that usually surrounded Shuejie, who stood behind him in battle attire, had vanished, replaced by a chilling aura tinged with excitement. Shuehuang's voice, calm yet commanding, resonated. Esteemed guests, the continent has suffered from the encroachments of the High Ligu for many years. Through the collective efforts of various families, sects, and the two great empires, alongside the Shrek Academy, we have established an invincible army of 20,000. Today, the sudden uprising of the High Ligu represents both a calamity and an opportunity. We have the chance to eradicate the High Ligu. Do you possess confidence? Yes, yes, yes. The crowd responded fervently. Shuehuang smiled with satisfaction and expressed gratitude on behalf of the Tian-Do Empire to all sects and families. Then his expression turned serious. Now, as previously arranged, we shall provide support across the continent. Those of rank Soul Sage and above will head to the main battlefield. Depart. Upon his command, countless beams of light erupted, overwhelming even the sun's brilliance under the pressure of soul power. Dao Ming, what shall we do next? We shall remain in the Tian-Do Empire while we provide support at the borders. Our strength is limited, and for now, this is all we can manage. With a sigh, Qin Dao Ming reflected on the abruptness of the situation. The academy had arranged for all students above the rank of Mengzun to be stationed in the Tian-Do Empire, though a portion of those above Soul Sage had indeed gone to the main battlefield to offer support. Those of us who are Soul Kings and Soul Emperors can only provide assistance at secondary and tertiary fronts. Organized into small teams of 7, this arrangement was clearly deliberate. Perhaps only the Shrek Academy possessed the audacity to dispatch its future pillars to the battlefield. He had also heard that the royal academies of the two great empires had only sent students above the rank of Soul King, who had sufficient self-defense capabilities, to the battlefield, while the rest remained within the academy for further training. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, the academy would still have some embers to carry on. It seemed that only the Shrek Academy had truly mobilized its elite. At the northwestern border of the Tiando Empire lay a major city, Xian Lancheng. Due to its remote location and scarcity of resources, Xian Lancheng had a permanent population of fewer than 100,000, with only a few tens of thousands of transient residents. In contrast, Tiando Cheng boasted a population exceeding 1 million. The disparity between these major cities was stark. Presenting the Shrek Academy's insignia at the city gates, they approached Xian Lancheng amidst envious gazes. Chapter 283. Though the population flow was modest, the atmosphere was lively, bustling with vendors hawking their wares, painting a scene of warmth and camaraderie. It appeared that the people remained oblivious to the events beyond the city's walls. Xiaoyu leaned closer to Qin Dao Ming and whispered, "Perhaps we should visit the city lord's mansion." The city lord's mansion served as the core of governance, with the city lord being the highest authority within the town. They moved swiftly and, having spent a few silver soul coins, soon located the mansion. "How humble!" Wu Wei exclaimed loudly, her straightforward nature often leading to unintended provocations. Not far from the entrance of the city lord's mansion, 7 striking young men and women caught the attention of many, including the 2 guards stationed at the entrance. Wu Wei's voice reached their ears clearly. A flicker of anger crossed their faces. Having served as guards for many years, they had learned to discern the significance of appearances. The youth and maidens, adorned in splendid attire and exuding an exceptional demeanor, were clearly of distinguished lineage. One of the armored guards approached with a clanking stride and said, "You seem to come from an illustrious background, but this is not a place for idle chatter. Please leave." His tone was gentle, yet laced with subtle threats and caution. Qin Dao Ming stepped forward, drawing Wu Wei behind him. "My apologies. My companion speaks without restraint, and I extend my sincerest apologies." He produced several gold soul coins as a gesture of goodwill, but to his surprise, the guard refused to accept them and took a step back, visibly irked. "You must be outsiders." "Ha! Leave those things outside. Xian Lancheng does not indulge in such practices. Please take them back." "Oh." Qin Dao Ming regarded the guard with a quizzical expression, his face lighting up with understanding. "You refuse to accept gold soul coins intended for an apology?" "Apology?" The guard's face flushed. He had assumed a bribe was being offered. Scratching his head, he sheepishly smiled. "My apologies. I misjudged you." "Not at all. In fact, I find myself somewhat admiring you. It's rare to encounter officials as principled as you. Such recognition belongs to our city lord." 5 years ago, Xian Lancheng was a lawless place, rife with violence and chaos, while the previous city lord was consumed by indulgence and neglectful governance. The guard chuckled as he continued, "The empire could no longer tolerate such disorder, so they dispatched our current city lord. Upon his arrival, he publicly executed several notorious criminals and even eliminated several high-ranking officials. Under his leadership, Xian Lancheng has regained its vitality, all thanks to the benevolence of our city lord." The guard's respect for the city lord was palpable. "Oh, I'm genuinely curious about this esteemed city lord." Xiaoyu, having lived in Tiandocheng for many years and possessing some knowledge of governance, understood the daunting challenges of revitalizing a fallen city. It required ample funds, a robust workforce, and effective strategies. Each element was indispensable. The city lord truly intrigued Qin Daoming. "Excuse me, sir, might you lead us to meet this city lord? Please inform him that we are students from the Shrek Academy." With that, he handed the insignia to the guard. The guard, taken aback, quickly accepted the insignia and respectfully stated, "Please wait a moment." Without further ado, he hurried off to find the city lord. Chapter 284. It wasn't long before a middle-aged man, clad in white with white hair and a square jaw, emerged with hasty steps, muttering something to himself. Qin Dao Ming stepped forward, smiling as he clasped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, city lord. I am Qin Dao Ming, a disciple of the Shrek Academy." "I am Xiaoyu Ban." "Hello, I am Yang Tian Hong, a disciple of the Shrek Academy." "Greetings, my junior brothers and sisters." "Haha, I never expected to meet my juniors from the Shrek Academy in my lifetime." Yang Tian Hong laughed heartily, clapping Qin Dao Ming on the shoulder. "Junior brother?" Everyone was bewildered. All right, junior students, please come in quickly. I understand your questions. Let's discuss them inside." The confused group of 7 made their way into the city lord's mansion. The mansion appeared somewhat shabby, with several holes and a dark, scurrying rat hastily disappeared into a crevice as they entered. Ahem, junior students, please do not mind the somewhat unkempt environment, Yang Chengzhu said. Please, take a seat while I serve you tea. You must be aware of why I refer to you as junior students. Indeed, I am Yang Tianhong, a graduate disciple of the Shrek Academy's inner courtyard. After my graduation, I took a position in the Tiando Empire, and through years of hard work, I eventually became the lord of this remote main city. I had thought I would spend my life here, but unexpectedly, I have the pleasure of encountering you. Yang Tianhong Siged. I always said, aside from our esteemed seniors from Shrek Academy, who else could be so exceptional as to rejuvenate a dilapidated main city in just 5 years? Xiao Yu half shouted. Upon noticing the disdainful gazes from the crowd, Xiao Yu rubbed her nose and smiled awkwardly. Yang Tianhong, however, was overjoyed. The praises from these outstanding junior students genuinely made him happy. You have no idea, after graduating, Yang Tianhong continued to recount his arduous experiences until he became parched, pausing to take a sip of water, eager to continue speaking. Qin Daoming, seeing this, quickly interrupted him, saying, Yang Xuezhang, I hope you don't mind me addressing you this way. Of course not, Yang Tianhong replied, beaming. You must be aware of the purpose of your visit. Yang Tianhong nodded, retracting his cheerful expression, his demeanor turning serious. Today is the last day the city gates will be open. We in Xinlan City are preparing to seal the city in anticipation of those monsters. I see the citizens outside remain unaware. The streets still appear harmonious. Qin Daoming expressed his confusion. Indeed, even in Tiando City, a place bustling with heroes, there was panic upon hearing of the upheaval at the Hailia Valley. One could only imagine the state of this underdeveloped main city, even closer to the chaos. Some information has reached the populace, but I fabricated a simple explanation to avoid an uproar. However, today marks the first day, and I fear I cannot conceal it for long. Even if we seal the city, news will inevitably leak. This morning, I dispatched 1,000 guards to support Chiang Pass. We still hold some advantage due to the terrain. Indeed, Chiang Pass is known to be easy to defend and hard to attack. The plains beyond it stretch for hundreds of miles, providing ample time for even lower-tier monsters to traverse, Yang Tianhong mused. Other cities had already begun their desperate battles, and he felt a tinge of relief that Xinlan City remained the safest, even keeping the citizens largely in the dark. Without mentioning how terrifying the one-eyed monster was, it would take considerable effort to calm the panicked populace. Just then, a flustered voice rang out from outside, followed by armored soldiers stumbling into the Grand Hall, breathlessly reporting, City Lord, foreign merchants have brought news of the Hailia Valley upheaval into Xinlan City. The citizens are in a state of panic. Many are clamoring to leave the city. We have already sealed the city. What? Yang Tianhong exclaimed, his gentle face suddenly contorted with rage. Quick, arrest those merchants spreading rumors. Yes, my lord. The soldiers hurriedly departed. Yang Tianhong turned to Qin Daoming and the others, apologizing. I must attend to some urgent matters. Please make yourselves comfortable. I will engage in a lengthy discussion with you once I have resolved this issue. Not a problem, Yang Xuezhang. If you need assistance, just call on us. All right. With that, Yang Tianhong rushed off. Wu Jinbing suddenly interjected. I believe we can assist Yang Xuezhang in addressing this matter. If handled improperly, he may lose the people's trust, and Xinlan City will descend into greater chaos. Indeed, Qin Daoming nodded. Wu Jinbing was correct. Those merchants must be dealt with. But it should not be Yang Tianhong who executed the deed. West Street, the most bustling area of Xinlan City, was teeming with people. From a distance, one could see a few prominent figures among the crowd, with the leader holding a large megaphone, shouting, Hailia Valley upheaval. Hailia Valley upheaval. The Xianxia Merchant Association has specially dispatched a soul sage to escort people out of the city, destination Tiando City. 10 gold soul coins per person. No limit on numbers. Sign up quickly. Upon hearing of the soul sage's escort, the surrounding crowd became frenzied, even resorting to physical altercations, as several individuals were lost amid the throng. I want one. Me too. Count me in. I have 10 gold soul coins. All right, everyone take turns. There's enough opportunity for all. The leading man grinned widely, relishing the prospect of a lucrative venture for the Xianxia Merchant Association. Yang Tianhong observed from a distance, anger bubbling within him at the sight of their smug faces. Thousands of soldiers swiftly took control of West Street, silencing the previously chaotic crowd. However, even amidst this, some still discreetly handed 10 gold soul coins to the megaphone man. Furious, Yang Tianhong clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. Ultimately, he restrained himself from acting. So, the Xianxia Merchant Association, you will return the gold soul coins to the people and leave Xinlan City immediately. I shall not hold this against you. The megaphone man trembled at Yang Tianhong's cold gaze, recalling the soul sage behind him, straightening his posture. You are the lord of Xinlan City, right? Our Xianxia Merchant Association upholds humanity above all, rescuing citizens in this perilous border city. Now that the Hylia Valley is in turmoil, Xinlan City and its surrounding main cities will surely be the first to suffer. How can your city lord's office conceal such a grave danger? What do you think of the lives of these common people? The more he spoke, the more fervent his tone became, inciting the surrounding populace to erupt in outrage, condemning the moral decay of the city lord's office. Lord Yang, you must be unaware of the Hylia Valley upheaval, right? Someone must have concealed the truth from you. Come, join the Xianxia Merchant Association in leaving. Yes, Lord Yang, the upheaval at Hylia Valley is no small matter. We should leave quickly. Yang Tianhong's anger intensified as he listened to their words. This lord has stated there is no upheaval, so there is none. Do you truly believe the words of an outside merchant association over the assurances of your city lord? Upon hearing this, some individuals displayed evident hesitation. Indeed, for many years, we have witnessed Lord Yang's efforts. The prosperity of Xinlan City is a testament to his leadership. Who could be more trustworthy than Lord Yang? Wang Jinzheng involuntarily took a step back, but after catching the soul sage's gaze behind him, he steadied himself and declared, Our Xianxia Merchant Association has always prioritized integrity, and these matters can be confirmed in any city outside. Don't you all find it strange that a well-functioning city would suddenly seal its gates? Yang Tianhong's fists tightened further. The sealing of the city was indeed difficult to explain, yet he could not resort to violence. A mere soul sage posed him no threat. What truly concerned him was the panic among the populace. What to do? Yang Tianhong found himself momentarily speechless. Wang Jinzhen laughed heartily. City Lord Yang, do not remain silent. Please elucidate the situation for the public. How can one explain this? He was at a loss for words, not wishing to see the fruits of 5 arduous years of labor squandered. Regardless of whether the turmoil would subside, if the populace were to abandon the city, could it still be deemed a city? Did the Shrek Academy require the interference of a mere merchant association during a city lockdown? Just then, Qin Daoming and the others arrived, and upon seeing the golden emblem of the Shrek Academy's inner court in Qin Daoming's hand, they erupted in laughter. Ha ha! Are you attempting to amuse me? A few young boys and girls posing as the inner court's super talents? By that logic, I might as well be the president of the Shrek Academy. He then turned to the elder of the Soul Sage rank, flashing a charming smile. However, upon witnessing the elder's expression, a jolt of fear coursed through him. The Soul Sage, unfazed by the potential threat of a titled Douluo city lord, now exhibited a countenance of trepidation before a group of youngsters. Wang Jinzhen, being merely a great soul master, could not discern the authenticity of the badge. Yet the Soul Sage, having roamed the continent for years, could distinguish between the genuine and the counterfeit. It was evidently the true emblem of the inner court. Clearing his throat, the Soul Sage stated, Since the Shrek Academy has sealed the city, we of the Xinxia Merchant Association shall take our leave. With that, he stood to depart, only to hear Qin Daoming's calm voice. No, since the city is sealed, you shall not leave. Young, do you not think those spreading detrimental rumors about the empire should be imprisoned for 3 months? Yang Tianhong, now grasping the situation, waved his hand, and the soldiers swiftly moved to disperse the civilians, encircling the Soul Sage and Wang Jinzhen. The Soul Sage's expression darkened. Being captured might cost him his life. Contemplating this, he summoned his 7 soul rings representing the soul sage, illuminating in white, and with a swift motion transformed into a white light, attempting to flee. Yang Tianhong would not grant him that opportunity. He instructed his subordinates to calm the populace, while the rings of yellow, purple, and black glowed around him, revealing Yang Tianhong as a titled Douluo. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Where do you think you're going? After causing such chaos in Xinlan City, you still wish to escape? And your companions should step forth as well. I do not wish to waste time. The soul sage's pupils constricted. The enduring strength of the Xinxiao Merchant Association lay in the presence of 2 titled Douluos, each controlling half of their resources. Today, one of their titled Douluos, the 92nd level Hua Dao Doa, had come to secure a final lucrative deal before the impending disaster. They were merely representing the Hua Dao Douluo. To his astonishment, the city lord had discovered the Hua Dao Douluo's position, indicating formidable strength. The mere presence of that blood-red soul ring was sufficient to instill fear. Indeed, a city lord of a major city, discovering my presence at the 91st level is quite impressive. However, you shall not detain my subordinates today. Retreating is a wise choice. Young man, a dismissive voice echoed from a void. Moments later, an elder with short red hair, clad in a crimson robe and wielding a gleaming silver blade, emerged from the air. Younger man, do not speak nonsense. I have endured for far too long. Yang Tianhong retorted scornfully. What, the 92nd level? That means little to me. I have slain before. The realm of titled law is akin to divine retribution. It applies to ordinary folk, but for those of Shrek, it is merely that. This was the pride of Yang Tianhong as a Shrek individual. The Hua Dao Douluo's expression darkened, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as the standard 9 soul rings materialized behind his silver blade, flames erupting instantaneously. The silver transformed into a vivid crimson, infused with the hue of blood. 7th soul skill, martial spirit, true body. 8th soul skill, explosive flame, sky blade slash. The Hua Dao Douluo ascended, activating his 7th and 8th soul rings in succession. The blood-red flames painted the sky as he brought the fire blade crashing down, unleashing a crescent wave of flames that descended with the force of a falling sun, exuding immense power. The soul sage had already retreated to a safe distance. However, he remained, recognizing the significant growth potential from witnessing the battle between titled Douluos. In his heart, he believed in the Hua Dao Douluo's inevitable victory, for the difference in levels was considerable. Yet, the next scene left him astounded. The once vibrant Hua Dao Douluo's complexion drained of color, fear overtaking his features as Yang Tianhong smirked. As the wave of flames approached, it veered off course, the once assured strike failing to connect. Could you be? Shrek. Hong Tian Douluo. Both the Hua Dao Douluo and the observing soul sage exclaimed in unison. Hong Tian Douluo, a name well known yet rarely seen, wielded a demigod-level spiritual, martial soul, obliteration. Cold sweat poured down the soul sage's back as he realized he had unwittingly provoked this harbinger of death. Had he truly lost his mind? In that moment, the soul sage turned and fled without a backward glance at the formidable Hua Dao Douluo. The Hua Dao Douluo, slumped on his weapon, appeared lifeless, devoid of spirit. Yang Tianhong approached, speaking softly. Were it not for the need for manpower, I would have ended your life. Consider yourself fortunate to be a puppet today. From this day forth, I appoint you as the deputy city lord of Xinlan City. Serve me well, and I shall lift your mental seal in 5 years. Yes, my lord, the Hua Dao Douluo replied, his expression stiff and strained. On the ground, all remnants of the previous chaos had been cleared by Qin Daoming, with all those who spread rumors executed. The citizens of Xinlan City were left in shock, each one retreating in silence, some muttering curses over their losses, lamenting the 10 gold soul coins they had lost. Who wouldn't lament such a loss? In a Xinlan City Lord's office, the assembly hall was abuzz with noise. City Lord, you always make the decisions, but this time, you cannot dictate the course. These mere children, they will be no match for those monsters. Indeed, City Lord, I support Vice City Lord Wang's suggestion. Children are children. They lack experience, and in battle, they would likely falter. Yang Tianhong sat at the head of the table, flanked by the two opposing Vice City Lords. Oh, then who do you propose to send to Qiyang Pass? His demeanor remained unperturbed as the Hua Douluo behind him cast a stiff glance at the two. Wang Dashan, what do you say? The figure seated to Yang Tianhong's left was one of the naysayers. Wang Dashan cleared his throat and replied, I recommend myself, along with two of my elite subordinates, all of whom are soul sages. As a soul, Douluo myself, with the support of 100,000 soldiers at Qiyang Pass, we shall surely return with good news. Wang Dashan spoke passionately, as though victory were within reach. And what of Fanlei? Who do you recommend? Fanlei rose from his seat and cast a glance at Wang Dashan, addressing Yang Tianhong. City Lord, I recommend Vice City Lord Wang Dashan. His strength is formidable, and his two elite soul saints are equally powerful. Vice City Lord Wang is undoubtedly the best choice. Oh, what about the others? Do they all support Vice City Lord Wang? Among the assembly, nearly half fervently endorsed Wang Dashan, while the other half remained neutral. Very well, Vice City Lord Wang. You shall stay behind to defend the city. You're already at level 89, so refrain from the battlefield. Focus on breaking through. A title to low-level combat power is far more critical than your presence on the front lines. Wang Dashan was taken aback. How could he leave when two Vice City Lords and half the council had voted for him? Yang Tianhong sneered inwardly. Wang Dashan had long coveted his position as City Lord, despite his exceptional strength. His origins at Shrek Academy meant he would never truly become part of the core of the Tiando Empire. Wang Dashan's ambition was clear. If he led the army to a decisive victory at Qiyang Pass, the Tiando Empire would acknowledge his contributions and use them to suppress Yang Tianhong. Thus, he would rightfully ascend as the City Lord of Xinlan City. Wang Dashan was aware of his own limitations. His potential as a high-level soul Douluo had been reached, and any further advancement would require the resources available only to a City Lord. Such ambition is perilous. This was but one of his motivations. The other stemmed from his son, who had committed countless atrocities, showing no mercy even to elderly women. Yang Tianhong had imprisoned Wang Dashan's son, Wang Shaoshan, 2 years prior. Once Wang Dashan became City Lord, he would be the first to release him. City Lord, my strength can no longer advance through mere cultivation. I must engage in battle to have a chance at breaking through to title Douluo. Indeed, Fanlei hastily supported Wang Dashan. Fanlei's heart was heavy. He had no desire to oppose a title Douluo, but given the benefits Wang Dashan had provided, he could not refuse. 5 strains of 10,000-year spirit herbs, all suitable for his cultivation, were too tempting to decline. Thus, he found himself reluctantly defending Wang Dashan. Wang Dashan's lips curled upwards. Surely this time it would go his way. The position of City Lord is mine for the taking. However, Yang Tianhong's resolve was unyielding. This City Lord has already made his selection, and I must regretfully inform you, Vice City Lord Wang, that you have disappointed me. Wang Dashan stood in shock. City Lord, I have secured half the votes. According to city regulations, you cannot dictate the choice. True, but do not forget that according to national regulations, every City Lord possesses decision-making authority. Do you mean to challenge the royal authority? Yang Tianhong raised an eyebrow, relishing the thought of using the royal decree against him. Wang Dashan was momentarily speechless, and even his supporters fell silent. Then Yang Tianhong continued, I have another matter to address. We will appoint a new Vice City Lord, who is none other than Hua Dao, standing behind me. Let's welcome him. Greetings, City Lord Hua Dao. The title nodded stiffly. Hello, everyone. I am Hua Dao. A brief silence ensued. Then Wang Dashan roared, as Vice City Lord, I do not consent. You need not consent, Fanlei interjected calmly. City Lord, this is somewhat inappropriate. Adding a new Vice City Lord is a significant matter that requires consultation with the imperial capital, and I doubt the other council members will agree. Indeed, this was no trivial matter. Appointing a new Vice City Lord meant that their interests would be diluted, and depriving them of their benefits would be more painful than a bitter pill to swallow. With Fanlei speaking up, the other council members began to murmur among themselves. As a title Douluo, Yang Tianhong heard their discussions clearly. It seems the city lord intends to suppress Vice City Lord Wang. Indeed, it appears Vice City Lord Wang's days will be challenging. We cannot speculate on the city lord's intentions. We shall observe quietly. However, our finances will take a hit. This sentiment resonated with the other council members, who nodded in agreement. While a thinner purse could be replenished, losing one's life was irreplaceable. Even those who had previously supported Wang Dashan remained silent. The matter had transcended their influence, and offending anyone would bring no benefit. Given the ongoing turmoil, the imperial capital had no time to manage their trivial concerns, and Hu Dao had already consented to serve as a guest elder of Xinlan City. According to national regulations, a title level guest elder was sufficient to serve as Vice City Lord, and as a guest elder, the Vice City Lord held little actual authority. I understand your concerns. Hu Dao's appointment will not disrupt your lives, Yang Tianhong stated coolly. It was evident that had he not offered such reassurances, these two old fellows would have resorted to desperate measures. Though he was unafraid, losing the strength of two soul Douluos would still be a significant blow to Xinlan City. Thus, it was decided, Vice City Lord Hu Dao would accompany the 7 student from Shrek, and I shall dispatch my 1,000-strong elite guard to assist. As for others, I will arrange matters subsequently. For now, we are in exceptional times, and I expect no disruptions. Otherwise, do not blame this city lord for being unyielding. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Yang Tianhong's eyes, and the entire hall fell silent, a testament to his status as a titled Douluo. Upon exiting the conference hall, they proceeded directly to arrange accommodations for Qin Daoming and the others. Junior brother Qin, you all should rest today. I have arranged matters for the expedition to Qiang Pass. My 1,000 elite guards and guest elder Hu Dao will accompany you. Hu Dao, that name sounds familiar, Xiaoyu pondered. Wait a minute, Xiaoyu suddenly exclaimed. Hu Dao Douluo, Indiet, Yang Tianhong Smilet. These few junior brothers and sisters were not ordinary. They were entangled with nearly half of the continent's formidable forces. Thank you, senior brother. I assure you that our expedition to Qiang Pass will not disappoint you, nor will we bring shame to Shrek Academy. Very well, you all should rest now. I have many matters to attend to and cannot linger. The elite guard will assemble tonight, and you can set out first thing tomorrow morning. Qin Daoming felt his eyelids grow heavy at the mention of chatting. Senior brother, please go about your business. After Yang Tianhong departed, the others stared at Hu Dao, who stood there in silence. Titled Douluo Hu Dao, I hope you'll be accommodating during this journey, Qin Daoming remarked. Hu Dao remained silent for a moment, then replied, I will organize the elite guard, leaving the group in a state of bewilderment. Although Hu Dao was somewhat imposing, as a subordinate of their senior brother, he was deserving of their trust, making the upcoming expedition to Qiang Pass considerably easier. Indeed, I have heard our senior brother speak of Qiang Pass. It is easily defensible yet difficult to assault, with only 2 narrow canyons no longer than 5 miles traversable. The cliffs above present a formidable barrier, meaning if we can secure these 2 canyons, Xinlan City will face little threat. Furthermore, the canyons were riddled with treacherous terrain and boulders that had tumbled from the cliffs, making progress exceedingly difficult. Even a physically formidable one-eyed monster would be hindered, ensuring that any position would favor the defenders. On the morning of the second day, the contingent of 1,000 set forth. Qiangguan serves as the closest route from Hailiegu to Xinlancheng, surrounded by dense forests. It is said that these woods are a branch of the Xingdo da Senlin, teeming with formidable soul beasts. For the Ouyingguai, traversing the flanking forests poses a daunting challenge, as they must navigate through the territories of soul beasts while also facing the defenses established by humans. Thus, Qiangguan emerges as their most viable path. Yang Tianhong's elite guard consists entirely of soul masters, all at the soul sect level, with 5 captains being low-level soul Douluos, representing a formidable force. Yang Tianhong has already incurred significant losses. The group, comprised solely of soul masters, moved with remarkable swiftness, allowing them to discern the outline of Qiangguan by noon. Indeed, it is a location that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Without Douluo, proceed ahead to negotiate with the army. Each main city is permitted only a garrison of 13,000, while the remaining forces are stationed troops directly under the jurisdiction of the Tiando royal family, beyond the control of these main cities. Therefore, prior negotiations are essential. Douluo nodded and vanished from sight. The group continued onward, soon spotting a squad of 11 clad in the distinctive white attire of the Tiando Empire's army. Upon seeing the rapid approach of 1,000 individuals, the leader's expression turned grave, prompting the 10 soldiers behind him to swiftly spread out. Their 3-meter-long spears aimed at the approaching force. What brings you here? Passage near Qiangguan is prohibited. Greetings, we hail from the Xin Launch and Garrison, sent by the city lord for support. Here is the city lord's order. Qin Daoming presented the token given to him by Yang Tianhong before his departure. The soldier leader glanced at it, nodded, and his tone softened considerably. Are you the leader? Yes, I have already dispatched someone to communicate with General Qin Shengxing. Is it that old man? He carries a large blade on his back. That is correct. You may proceed. Qiangguan welcomes you. Thank you. The 1,000 men moved on quietly. The soldier leader finally exhaled in relief. Leader, why the long face? You might not discern it due to your lower ranks, but I could tell at a glance that those individuals were all at least soul sect level, faced with over 1,000 soul masters, or even those above that level. How could I not be tense? If they were our enemies, our few high-ranking soul masters would hardly stand a chance. What? The soldier's eyes widened in excitement. So we have a powerful reinforcement. Our brothers might lose fewer lives now. The 11 men fell silent. Indeed, every battle is brutal for those devoid of any soul power. Without soul power, facing the one-eyed monsters feels akin to lambs entering a wolf's den, leaving them with no capacity for response. They had witnessed a small team of 1,000 encounter over 50 one-eyed creatures, brutally slaughtered without the slightest resistance, with not even a whole corpse left behind. Even these low-level soul masters could only employ human wave tactics on the battlefield to barely preserve their lives. After a moment of silence, the soldier leader raised his head. Continue the patrol. Yes, the commander of the Qiang army, Qin Shengxing, is a formidable soul Douluo. Within the general's tent, Qin Daoming's squad, along with 10 other generals, gathered with Qin Shengxing and Douluo, who stood behind Qin Daoming. Upon learning that Douluo was a title Douluo, the generals collectively gasped. And when they discovered that Qin Daoming's team hailed from the Shalake Academy South Inner Court, the air in the general's tent grew thick with tension. The faces of the 10 generals beamed with smiles. Young heroes, esteemed scholars from Shalake Academy, thank you for coming to this desolate border. Your presence is indeed a blessing in our time of need. One general remarked cheerfully. You do us too much honor. You are the true heroes. Our academy bears a heavy responsibility, and this time we have mobilized to support various regions across the continent, leaving only a few members behind. Ha ha! Let us not engage in mutual flattery. General Qin Shengxing interrupted the chatter, his tone turning serious. The current situation on the continent is exceedingly perilous. Years of peace have left many regions merely a shell, internally decayed, hollowed out by corrupt officials, rendering their armies devoid of combat capability. Many cities have already fallen to one-eyed monsters, yet thankfully, the main cities have not suffered significant losses. This is the only good news. The main battlefield is fierce, with 3 titled Douluos having already fallen. Various sects and families have provided timely support, so there are presently no major issues. However, the expanse of Hailiegu is vast and boundless, making certain areas nearly impossible to defend. Our Qiang army has suffered nearly 10,000 casualties, and this is only the first day. Qin Shengxing sighed, and the other generals echoed his sentiments with weary sighs, their brows furrowed in resignation. If the emergence of only a small number of one-eyed monsters has led to such devastation, one can only imagine the severity in other areas. May I inquire, General, how many troops remain in the Qiang army? About 40,000, including the injured and us old fellows. How many soul masters are there? Counting those with at least 1 ring? Over 3,000, but that number is quite limited. Most are only at the 1st ring, with a few at the 2nd and 3rd rings, and only a scant handful at the 4th and 5th rings. Along with just the 11 of us, 10 soul sages and myself as a soul Douluo. Qin Shengxing reported the situation candidly, without any concealment. Few, that is rather few, Qin Shengxing said with a bitter smile. Indeed, soul masters are scarce on the continent. Most have gone to the main battlefield, while others are either afraid or are scattered individuals. Having 3,000 is already quite a feat, Qin Daoming pondered for a moment. Then let us concentrate all the soul masters together, with them as the main force, and the ordinary soldiers assisting in defending against the one-eyed monster's attacks. What do you think, General? We have considered the idea of soul masters as the main force, but previously it was unfeasible. Now, with your support, it should be manageable. Then let us proceed as you suggest. Deputy General, gather all soul masters with soul rings. We will assign everyone to guard the 2 breaches. A general stood up and exited. Under the unified command of General Qin Shengxing, the 2 breaches at Qiangwan were manned by 4,000 troops, each split in half to guard 1 breach, with several soul sages stationed at each. The remaining ordinary soldiers were also distributed to both sides. However, to minimize casualties, the army's carpenters quickly crafted powerful crossbows, as only these could provide some interference against the one-eyed monsters. On the 3rd day of the Hai Liegu outbreak, aside from a few isolated sightings of one-eyed monsters, there were not many casualties. At the Qiang army's encampment, in the general's tent, Qin Shengxing remarked, "No doubt. Esteemed scholars from Shalake Academy, you have dealt with quite a number of one-eyed monsters in these past 2 days." Qin Daoming humbly replied, "They were merely ordinary ones. The more formidable have yet to appear." Over these 2 days, the 7 of them had split into 2 groups to engage with the one-eyed monsters. These creatures, while possessing frightening strength, were akin to mindless brutes, lacking any remarkable attributes. Thus, they were relatively easy to handle, merely bronze and silver-gray monsters. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in, stumbling over his feet. Qin Shengxing frowned. "What is it?" In a state of urgency, the great general was informed of a catastrophic situation in the city of Sairamos, where thousands of monsters had caused grievous casualties. "What?" The distance from Sairamos to Xinlan City is merely over 100 miles. Both cities are considered relatively secure, with Sairamos even more developed than Xinlan. Yet now, it has come under attack. Having served as a general for many years, Qin Shengxing remained composed, quickly devising a plan. He immediately issued orders for the Shrek Academy's 7-member team, accompanied by the 5th and 7th generals, to lead 10,000 soldiers of the Qiang army to assist. Thus, a contingent of 1,000 elite troops was assembled and set forth toward Sairamos. An hour later, amidst a vast expanse of forest, over 10,000 figures lay concealed without a sound. The front line, led by Qin Daoming and his companions, was taken aback by the scene before them. At the city gate of Sairamos, the walls were almost drenched in blood, while muscular figures, their bodies shimmering with a faint bronze glow, leaped nimbly from the ramparts. The soldiers stationed on the walls were quickly replacing their fallen comrades, who had been torn apart by a cyclopean beast. Above the walls, a dark figure and a purple silhouette clashed rapidly. Before the soldiers lay a battlefield already stained crimson with blood. How should we face these monsters that threaten our very existence? "Kill, kill, kill," shouted the soldiers. Onward. Suddenly, tens of thousands surged forth from the side of the city, catching even the formidable cyclopean monsters off guard. The 2 Soul Saint generals engaged in battle, while Qin Daoming and the 7 others formed their ranks. Xiao Yu stood at the forefront, flanked by Wu Jinbing and Qin Daoming, with Li Qianyu and Wu Wei at the rear, while Bai Hualu and Shuai Lele positioned themselves to provide support. The 7 moved strategically around, tasked with eliminating some silver-ranked cyclopean monsters to grant ordinary soldiers a better chance at survival. Healing Flower. Bai Hualu's 5th soul ring blazed to life, and a healing staff flew skyward under her guidance. The Millennium Soul ring spun in the air, transforming into a delicate green blossom that released tendrils of green light towards each ordinary soldier, enveloping over 100 of them in an instant. "I feel invigorated," exclaimed one soldier as the wounds on his bloodied arm healed visibly. "Brothers, charge! Let's slaughter these bastards." Hundreds of soldiers, invigorated as if by a stimulant, charged towards the cyclopean monsters. On the walls of Sairamos, the city lord, on the verge of despair, suddenly focused his gaze. Reinforcements had arrived. The lord, filled with excitement, stood from the stone bricks and shouted, "Everyone, look! It's reinforcements!" This cry resonated throughout the walls, and nearly everyone turned to follow the lord's gaze. Indeed, reinforcements had come. "Brothers, let us go." The soldiers did not cheer. Instead, their determination intensified, driving back the cyclopean monsters that were nearly at the walls. "The soldiers of the main city have spotted us. Pair up and move towards the main city." Qin Daoming and Shuai Lele broke away from the group and dashed towards the city. "Lele, let's clear the path." Shuai Lele's expression sharpened as she conjured ice crystal spears, igniting her first and second soul rings. With a flurry of movements, ice crystals showered like raindrops into the cyclopean horde. Followed by the activation of her fourth soul ring, ice explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The ice spears detonated almost simultaneously, and the air filled with horrific screams, eliminating hundreds of bronze, cyclopean beasts, leaving the majority of the silver ones severely injured. Qin Daoming gazed at Shuai Lele in astonishment. Could this control type be more formidable than the attack type? Shuai Lele cast a proud glance at Qin Daoming, as if to say, "Aren't I impressive?" With a slight twitch of his lips, Qin Daoming activated his four soul rings. Yellow, purple, black, and the aura of a nearing soul saint surged forth. The Lord of Cyramos, Shuai Yoxing, was one of the 5 princes of the Tiando Empire, the second brother of the current emperor, Shuijia. His innate talent was poor, now over 40. He remained a sole emperor, unable to thrive in the imperial capital, so he became the lord of this remote city. Throughout his tenure, he diligently garnered the loyalty of many powerful soul masters and, without the arrogance typical of a prince, won the affection of many. Yet now, faced with the rampaging cyclopean beasts, he found himself powerless. Qin Daoming's timely support was nothing short of perfect. 5th soul skill, sore control of all. His 5th soul ring blazed brightly, surpassing the previous 4, and floated above his head. The atmosphere trembled as all iron objects within a kilometer began to levitate, merging and reshaping into sharp swords. A soldier looked up, feeling a chill as thousands of swords hovered above. Sword intent soaring. With a wave of his hand, the swords, now alive with energy, descended upon the battlefield, reaping the lives of the cyclopean beasts. Coupled with Shuai Lele's earlier clearing, the attacking cyclopean monsters, drawn by the clamor, charged forward in frenzy. The pressure at the gate lessened considerably. With Qin Daoming and his companions paving the way, the ordinary soldiers following behind suffered minimal casualties, mostly coming in to deliver the final blows. "Be cautious." Suddenly, a piercing scream from Bai Hualu caught Qin Daoming's attention. He focused to see 2 golden-ranked cyclopean monsters flanking Bai Hualu and Li Qianyu, with many bronze and silver beasts surrounding them. Bai Hualu, lacking offensive power, could only frantically bestow buffs upon Li Qianyu. "Lele, let's assist. 1 each for the golden beasts." "All right." Qin Daoming and Shuai Lele fought their way through, blood staining their weapons and clothes, remnants of the cyclopean monsters. Li Qianyu Fronut, dodging attacks from the 2 golden cyclopean beasts while simultaneously dispatching several bronze monsters with swift sword strikes. The golden cyclopean beasts had gained intelligence, akin to that of a 3 to 4-year-old child. Seeing Li Qianyu eliminate several of their minions, they roared in anger, their fists striking even faster towards the human before them. Under Bai Hualu's buffs, Li Qianyu maneuvered skillfully between the 2 golden beasts in a moment of opportunity. Shuai Lele unleashed her 1st and 2nd soul skills, freezing one of the golden cyclopean beasts. With a flash in his eyes, Li Qianyu activated his 7-star sword, igniting 7 brilliant points of light as he pierced towards the creature's armpit. 5th soul skill, 7-star convergence. After 5 flashes, the golden cyclopean beast's arm was severed, and with a decisive strike, Li Qianyu cleaved off half of its body, blood and ice shards scattering across the ground. The final star, Li Qianyu unleashed his sword intent, and with a crisp sound, the golden cyclopean beast's head fell, rolling to the ground. The golden cyclopean beast at the rear was pierced through the heart by Qin Daoming's 1,000 swords. Chapter 295. After the collective efforts of the group to eliminate the golden and silver tier Cyclopean beasts, fewer than 3,000 bronze tier monsters remained on the battlefield. Meanwhile, cheers erupted from the city walls, as survival remained the paramount truth. Although there were still Cyclopean beasts charging from a distance, their presence was no longer concerning. Half an hour later, ordinary soldiers and several fire attribute soul masters began to clear the corpses, as failure to do so would lead to decay and the onset of various plagues. Hence, the bodies needed to be removed. The fallen warriors were transported back to the main city's cemetery, where individual tombstones were erected for each. Qin Daoming and his companions encountered the Lord of Silamos. Xue Liuxing. Welcome to Silamos. We are grateful for your long journey to provide support, especially to these young brothers. Your prowess is truly commendable, Xue Liuxing exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Qin Daoming's shoulder. He had just noticed that this 10,000-strong force was led by Qin Daoming, who, despite appearing to possess only the strength of Soul King, had wreaked havoc among the Cyclopean beasts. Prince Liuxing, you jest. We are merely contributing to the continent, Qin Daoming replied. By the way, regarding those in the sky. It appears that none of you are over 20 years old, yet you possess such courage and formidable strength. Aside from Shirlai Ka Academy, I cannot fathom where else such exceptional soul masters could be nurtured. Those in the sky are a title Douluo sent from Tiando City, along with several soul Douluos from my city. The purple beasts are indeed fearsome, particularly their physicality. Even a level 93 title Douluo, accompanied by several soul Douluos, could barely contend with them. Is it truly that terrifying? Xiao Yuebon gasped, and even Wu Jinbing, usually taciturn, furrowed his brow, mirroring the reactions of Wu Wei and others. The two soul sage generals at the rear had begun pacing back and forth, deep in thought. If their physical strength is so formidable that we cannot breach their defenses, those few will eventually exhaust their soul power. Sooner or later, they will lose. Should they descend, none will be able to handle them. Indeed, I share your concerns. I dispatched someone to Tiando City for reinforcements long ago. They should have arrived by now. Though I am uncertain if the imperial capital can spare attention for our remote region, Xue Liuxing replied with a bitter smile. The resource-rich areas of the Tiando Empire must be defended at all costs. If lost, the consequences would be dire. Yet, this situation may lead to some distant cities being unable to provide support, given that the high-level combat forces from the imperial capital are also limited, especially with some already dispatched to the main battlefield. Qin Daoming pondered for a moment before turning to the two generals, saying, you two should return to Xiang Pass first and summon Huidao Douluo to come here. Then, remain behind, as a portion of soldiers will also return later. The two generals nodded and departed. Tiando City, Tiando Imperial Palace. Xue Huang sat in the high seat, with Xue Jie and various pillars of the Tiando Empire seated below. Among them were the 7 titled Douluos and several soul Douluos, alongside Xue Huang and Xue Jie, totaling 9 titled Douluos. Such a formidable assembly could dominate anywhere on the continent, yet every face was etched with anxiety. Chapter 296. The 5 major cities were in distress, with those near the coast transformed into hell on earth, the death toll exceeding 1 million. Numerous small cities had fallen, and if this continued, the casualties would be incalculable. Panic gripped the populace in every region, significantly complicating the defense of the cities. The purple-tier Cyclopean beasts had already appeared in droves, colliding with major cities, and the military suffered severe losses, the situation dire. Xue Huang sighed and pressed his hands down, stating, we cannot provide support to so many places. The main battlefield is in urgent need of high-end combat power, yet I cannot mobilize. The red-tier beasts may appear at any moment. I must remain vigilant. It seems you cannot limit yourselves to the nearby cities. 5 of you venture forth to provide assistance across various regions, specifically targeting high-tier assassinations. The 5 titled Douluos nodded and swiftly departed. After receiving a report from a soldier, Xue Jie returned to his seat, saying, Father, a purple-tier beast has appeared in Silamos. Should we send support? Xue Huang nodded. Those young men are there. You should go at once, swiftly, for we cannot afford to lose our home. At the same time, Star Luo City was experiencing similar turmoil, with events even more severe than in Tiando City. On the main battlefield, the sounds of battle and roars echoed throughout the canyon, with dozens of lives extinguished every second. At a height of 1,000 meters, the pressure from the tidal Douluos enveloped the entire battlefield. More than 100 exuding a terrifying aura, their 9 rings of soul rings spinning vigorously. If Qin Daoming were present, he would recognize the leading figure as his long-lost father, Qin Zhenhu. At that moment, Qin Zhenhu radiated an overwhelming aura, reaching the level of 97. Clad in a black robe, his gaze fixed intently on the red-armed cyclopean beast before him. Opposing him were numerous purple-skinned cyclopean beasts, with hundreds in their ranks. The leader had crimson arms and prominent horns, exuding a more terrifying presence than those of the purple beasts. Silence enveloped both sides, yet the oppressive atmosphere continued to clash, threatening to crush anyone caught in between. Accompanied by thunder and lightning, at one moment, the horned beast swung its massive hand, uttering an obscure incantation. In the next second, the two sides collided, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Tang si odin, shina mu din long, vedupna shun. And Qin Shinyin, whom Qin Daoming had only seen twice, stood atop the Church of Light, their gazes fixed not on the battlefield, but toward the depths of the sea rift, where countless cyclopean beasts roared with fury. Below, hundreds of unmoving tidal Douluos also gazed into the distance. White Dragon breaks the heavens. Qin Zhenhu roared, wielding the white dragon sword, transforming into a white dragon as his 8th soul ring ascended, aiming a thrust toward the neck of the crimson-armed beast. As he neared, the beast raised its arms above its head, forming a miniature sun that shimmered like a blazing star. It then swung its arms toward Qin Zhenhu, and the miniature sun clashed with the white dragon, causing the surrounding space to tremble as if it were on the verge of tearing apart. The crimson-armed cyclopean beast lifted its left arm, clenched its fist, and its massive form abruptly vanished. The next moment, it reappeared behind Qin Zhenhu, who was straining against the miniature sun. Yet, his expression remained unchanged, as if he had foreseen this outcome. Chapter 297. A slight smile graced his lips. The same move thrice. Although the cyclopean beast possessed immense physical strength, its attack methods were monotonous. Qin Zhenhu had fought this monster twice without success, but this time, he activated his 9th soul skill. With a swift turn, he blocked the heavy fist with the white dragon sword, redirecting the force downward. At that moment, the white dragon's illusory form, which had been colliding with a miniature sun, vanished. Boom! The miniature sun struck the cyclopean beast fiercely, and Qin Zhenhu's 9th soul skill was fully charged. A rift in the void appeared above the cyclopean beast, and Qin Zhenhu plunged the sword's tip downward. From within the rift, a colossal white dragon transformed into a 100-meter-long sword, slashing down. With a roar from Qin Zhenhu, the giant sword cleaved the one-eyed monster in half before it could react. Blood spewed from Qin Zhenhu's mouth, staining his chest, and his complexion turned pale. Yet, a smile graced his face. After catching his breath, he surveyed his surroundings. The Bailong sword solidified once more, and the ethereal form of the Bailong, which had nearly dissipated, materialized again. The 8th soul skill was activated, and he thrust his sword into the fray, targeting the disadvantaged battlefield. The victorious aerial battle instantly lifted the morale of the ground forces as the sound of war drums echoed throughout the field. Qin Shenyuan Smilat Gudlat. Everyone had witnessed Qin Zhenhu's years of dedication on this battlefield, from his initial steps as a tidal Douluo to achieving level 97 in less than 5 years. His accomplishments were undeniably commendable, placing him ahead of all tidal Douluos. In the previous generation, during his father's era, nearly all top-tier combatants had perished within the depths of the sea rift. In this generation, Qin Zhenhu had already shouldered his own banner. The 9th soul skill. Water dragons roar. In the sky, all the water molecules within a radius of several thousand meters around the tidal Douluo were absorbed, coalescing into a 100-meter dragon that roared as it lunged toward the purple-tiered one-eyed monster. The purple-tiered creature possessed intelligence comparable to a human. It could distinctly sense the threat posed by the dragon. Raising its arms above its head, it conjured a radiant purple sun nearly 5 meters wide. Although it was considerably less formidable than the red-armed one-eyed monster, the title Douluo's expression grew serious. At the moment of collision between the dragon and the sun, he had already formed a 3-meter-long water blade, cleaving downward. The dragon and the sun clashed like water against fire, vaporizing each other inch by inch, enveloping the sky in white mist. The 8th soul skill, Water Blade Slash. The title Douluo wielded the water blade, emerging from the mist within mere moments. Now less than 10 meters from the one-eyed monster, he spun in midair and struck fiercely at the creature's neck. The one-eyed monster finally reacted, raising its left arm to seize the seemingly frail water blade. However, the excruciating pain that followed revealed to it that the water blade had severed one of its arms before dissipating into water molecules. Roar! As the water blade scattered, the title Douluo, propelled by inertia, found himself approaching the one-eyed monster, which raised its right claw in an attempt to grasp him. At this moment, the 4 observing soul Douluos had already prepared, unleashing a relentless barrage of their 8th soul skills upon the one-eyed monster. Such intensity of assault would likely overwhelm even a super Douluo. Yet, this one-eyed beast endured for several seconds before being reduced to fragments. One must concede that the creature's physique was indeed formidable. Chapter 298. This was merely a purple-tiered monster, and it had already compelled 4 soul Douluos and a level 93 title Douluo to exert their utmost to be vanquished. One can only imagine the capabilities of a red-tiered monster, which might even pose a challenge to an extreme Douluo. How many extreme Douluos exist in the continent? There are barely 30 at most in the open, and even in this remote area, a purple-tiered monster has emerged, let alone on the main battlefield, where red-tiered monsters are likely abundant. With the aerial battle concluded, the title Douluo nodded at Shuel Yoshing before departing to assist other cities. The 4 soul Douluos, pale and exhausted, returned to their respective quarters to recover their soul power, for they knew not when the next wave of monsters would arrive. The crisis had not been averted, and none dared to relax their vigilance. Before long, Douluo arrived late, astonished to find the battle concluded. However, he said little, as he and Shuel Yoshing exchanged pleasantries before departing with Qin Daoming and others. Of course, they left behind 5,000 Qiyang troops along with Xiao Yueban, Li Qianyu, Wu Wei, and Bai Hualu, while Qin Daoming, Shuel Lele, the somber Wu Jinbing, and 3,000 Qiyang troops returned to Qiyang Pass. The remaining Qiyang troops had long since surrendered their lives to this land. The subsequent month saw Qiyang Pass relatively tranquil, aside from occasional encounters with one-eyed monsters. No significant events transpired. Although a purple-tiered monster reappeared in Selema City, it was swiftly dealt with by Hoi Dao and the supporting title Douluo, resulting in a situation that was more alarming than dangerous. The main battlefield had also reported consecutive victories, with numerous titled Douluos falling. Yet humanity had developed methods to counter the one-eyed monsters, such as their aversion to water when facing lower-tiered variants. General, I believe Qiyang Pass will not witness any more formidable monsters. We need not linger here. There are many places across the continent suffering greatly. Your presence here is sufficient, and we shall provide support elsewhere, suggested one of the officers. General Sheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Qiyang Pass had indeed posed little danger over the past month. Rest assured with us here, the continent still requires your assistance. If it were not for the necessity of personnel here, I would have already set out to support various regions. After a brief tidying of their belongings, Qin Daoming and Shuel Lele set forth, first to Selema City to rendezvous with Xiao Yueban and the others, then directly to the surrounding cities. 2 years passed in a flurry. The calamity of the one-eyed monsters persisted, claiming countless lives throughout this unprecedented disaster that spared no corner of the continent. The 6th soul skill, Abyss of 10,000 Dragons. A circle of black expanded rapidly beneath Qin Daoming's feet, halting only when its radius reached 10 meters. Countless black blades erupted forth, piercing through every one-eyed monster within the area, leaving none unscathed. Moreover, this black vortex moved in tandem with Qin Daoming. As the relentless slaughter had become their daily routine over the past 2 years, with 7 individuals managing to hold a city, a human miracle. Their rapid advancement over these 2 years had garnered them considerable fame, elevating them to celebrity status within the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. I have reached level 70. Bai Hualu's delighted voice echoed from behind. Qin Daoming's smile broadly retreat. Chapter 299. They now found themselves in a remote village within the Tiando Empire, where numerous one-eyed monsters had gathered. The titled Douluos of humanity were primarily occupied on the main battlefield, rendering any soul Douluos who ventured here mere sacrificial pawns against the one-eyed monsters. Their purpose for being here was chiefly for Bai Hualu. As their soul power dwindled, they prepared to depart. Thus, all 7 of them broke through to the soul sage level, requiring only a soul ring to become formidable soul sages. The progress made over these 2 years was nothing short of remarkable, with elevations of over 10 levels achieved, attributable not only to their innate talents, but also to the relentless honing through daily battles. The 4 young women exhibited newfound resolve and a subtle air of lethal intent. The 3 young men, particularly Qiao Yueban, whose already robust physique had become even more formidable, emanated a killing intent capable of solidifying the air ahead. Though merely in their 20s, they had already reached level 70, an achievement that rivaled the legendary sea god Tang Sanavur, if not surpassing him. Even the creator god Qi might find himself challenged by them. The group retreated to a nearby small city's inn, where a table adorned with a feast awaited them. Yet, none of them made a move to partake. Everyone, we have reached level 70. Once we absorb our soul rings, we shall become true soul saints, stepping into the realm of high-end combat power on the continent. Qin Daoming raised his glass with a faint smile and continued. The efforts of everyone over the past 2 years have not been in vain. Let's drink to this, and our next destination is the Xingdo Great Forest. I trust you all have made your choices regarding your 7 soul rings, so I shall say no more. Cheers! The crowd raised their glasses, and after a clink, they tilted their heads back and drank heartily. They had spent 5 days in the Xingdo Great Forest, during which Qiao Yueban, Bai Hualu, Shuai Lele, Wu Wei, and Wu Jinbing had successfully acquired their 7 soul rings, while Qin Daoming and Li Qianyu had yet to find suitable ones. Qin Daoming glanced at the crimson sky, shook his head, and said, "Let us set up camp here for the night. I will take the first watch." Qiao Yueban turned to Wu Wei with a playful grin, eagerly assisting in setting up the tent. Wu Wei shot her a sideways glance, pouting, but ultimately not refusing her help. Wu Jinbing and Bai Hualu went off to gather firewood, while Li Qianyu ventured alone to hunt for food, hoping to catch a century-old soul be sufficient for several meals. Qin Daoming and Shuai Lele spread some beast-repelling powder around the campsite, as stronger soul beasts might sense their powerful aura and avoid them. However, weaker soul beasts, with their limited intelligence, would often wander into their vicinity at night. While they posed no real threat, their presence was nonetheless bothersome. "Daoming, how long will we continue this way? I'm starting to grow weary of this relentless cycle of killing," Shuai Lele said softly, leaning against Qin Daoming's arm. He smiled and shook his head, clasping her small hand tightly. "I too am weary, but there is no alternative. If we were to abandon this fight, we might survive. But what of the weaker soul masters and ordinary people? They would not be so fortunate. While our contributions may seem small, they help as much as we can. Life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by the heavens. The rest is left to fate." Shuai Lele gazed at Qin Daoming with a penetrating gaze, her tones softening. "Then I shall stay by your side." Indeed. Chapter 300. Bai Hualu, what are your thoughts on Qianyu? Wu Jinbing asked, leading the way through the forest. Bai Hualu, caught off guard by the question, chuckled and replied, "Of course he is impressive. Who in our team is not a gifted prodigy?" Wu Jinbing rolled her eyes. "That is not what I meant. Are you truly so oblivious? Quit pretending." Bai Hualu pouted playfully. "Oh, Jinbing, do you really not know? You have to ask me. Of course, I have feelings for him, but I wonder how he feels about me." After a pause, she continued, "Perhaps Qianyu does not like me." Her voice trembled slightly, her eyes filled with uncertainty. "That is not the case," Wu Jinbing reassured her, shaking her head. Bai Hualu blinked in confusion. "Why do I sense a hint of excitement in your voice?" "Because Daoming mentioned it to me." He said that Xianyu wants him to help connect you too. Really? Of course it's true. Yay, that's wonderful. Now you can rest easy. I will help you as well. Thank you, Jinbing. Bai Hua Lu exclaimed joyfully, hugging Wu Jinbing's arm and shaking it enthusiastically. Oh, by the way, get this. What is it? Wu Jinbing turned, her body tensing as she anticipated Bai Hua Lu's next words. Do you not know what I am about to say? Bai Hua Lu playfully retorted. No, I maintain that Dao Ming and I are merely teammates and friends, nothing more. Oh, I see, Bai Hua Lu said with a nonchalant expression, shrugging and choosing not to press further. She knew that Dao Ming was currently with Shuelele, and she did not want Jinbing to sacrifice her youth for him. The group quickly organized their sleeping arrangements for the night and retreated to rest. In the dead of night, a full moon hung in the sky, casting a serene yet eerily quiet atmosphere over the forest. Qin Daoming and Shuelele sat on a stone just large enough for two, cultivating their soul power, which was being absorbed and refined within their bodies. Suddenly, Qin Daoming's eyes shot open, followed closely by Shuelele's as she curiously asked, "What is it, Daoming?" "A soul beast is approaching. Its aura is wild, and it carries a scent of blood. Wake everyone." After rousing the others, a groggy Qiao Yueban asked Daoming, "What is happening? I do not sense any soul beasts." "No, there is indeed a soul beast, and it is less than 6 or 7 miles away. Its scent is strong, and its aura is extremely volatile. It may be 100,000 years soul beast." 100,000 years. Qiao Yueban's eyes widened in shock. Wu Wei, who had been prepared to complain, also felt a wave of confusion wash over her upon hearing those words. "We are not in the core area yet. How could 100,000 years soul beast appear here? I do not know. Prepare for battle. That soul beast is likely injured and attempting to return to its lair after a failed attempt to seize the core area. We just happen to be resting in its path. Perhaps this is my chance for the 7th soul skill." Qin Daoming squinted his eyes. His 6th soul skill came from a 9,700-year soul ring of a black dragon, reaching the limit of a 10,000-year soul ring. He had intended to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast to obtain his 7th soul skill. As the sound of breaking branches drew closer, the expressions on everyone's faces grew increasingly serious. "Prepare yourselves. The soul beast is drawing near." 4 ordinary soul saints. 100,000-year soul beast might be insurmountable. However, they were not just anyone. They were the geniuses of Shrek Academy, among the continent's elite. Each of them possessed strength that could not be measured by the standards of ordinary soul saints. Upon hearing Qin Daoming's command, the group was already prepared, their soul power surging and illuminating the dark sky. In the distance, a dark figure rushed forward, suddenly raising its head to reveal blood-red eyes, fixating on the vibrant display of soul power lighting up the area. Clearly, it was enraged that a beast dared to enter its territory. With an enraged roar, it charged toward its domain, its massive, bloodied form barreling forward. "Attack!" Qin Daoming shouted as he gauged the distance, raising his voice just as the others unleashed their prepared soul skills toward the approaching shadow. "Huff, huff! You despicable humans dare to act so recklessly in the territory of Old Pig. Huff, take this." It braved the initial wave of attacks, its massive quills standing erect, launching itself into the air like a rocket, then veering toward the group with ferocity. 2nd soul skill, Sword Intent Ascendance. 3rd soul skill, Sword Intent Barrier. The 9 dragons' swords swiftly split into hundreds of great swords, swirling in the air. With each collision against the massive quills, they would ricochet off, yet Qin Daoming's 2nd and 3rd soul skills could hardly withstand the power of those quills. Shuelele conjured several thick ice walls in front of the group, while Wu Wei entwined blood vines to form a protective cage around them. Boom, boom, boom. After the explosive sounds, the ice walls and the cage could no longer sustain themselves, and the group had already retreated. The area they had just occupied lay in ruins. At last, the 100,000-year soul beast revealed its true form, a colossal spiked porcupine. Qin Daoming wore a joyful expression. The bloodline of the giant spine porcupine was not particularly high, but that was only for those below 100,000 years. Once a soul beast surpassed the age of 100,000 years, its bloodline would undergo an upgrade. Even a soul beast with an ordinary bloodline would become extraordinarily potent after this threshold. Aside from the rare and powerful bloodlines like the dark gold Terrorclaw bear and those of the dragon lineage, there is virtually no distinction in strength among the bloodlines of 100,000-year soul beasts. The giant spine porcupine lacked a dragon bloodline, yet it possessed its own formidable strengths, particularly in its fierce attack and defense, which would significantly enhance its 9-dragon true body. Brothers, it's settled. Let us encircle it. Its abdomen and back are injured, so we shall strike at those wounds. I will deliver the final blow. Blood Vine true body, Ice true body, Black Magic true body, Ice Phoenix true body, Heavenly Staff true body, 7-star flash. The group exerted nearly all their strength, further weakening the already battered giant spine porcupine. Regret began to creep into its heart. It was already gravely injured and, under normal circumstances, would have fled upon encountering humans. However, the confidence stemming from its 100,000-year status had emboldened it, leading it to challenge the core circle and abandon its previous trepidation upon seeing humans. This shift in mindset was what fueled its regret. With fear filling its large eyes, it attempted to flee, but Qin Daoming seized the opportunity. The mere thought of escape would lead to a lapse in its defenses. Timing his move perfectly, he navigated through the defensive spines of the creature, reducing the distance between man and beast to less than 100 meters. Chapter 302, Abyss of 10,000 Dragons. The giant spine porcupine felt a powerful suction drawing it backward. True dragon emergence. The 9-dragon sword transformed into a golden dragon and lunged toward the giant spine porcupine with its massive jaws wide open. In an instant, the 100-meter distance was closed. Even a 100,000-year soul beast could not react in time, as the dragon pierced through its body, resulting in its demise. On its corpse, a crimson soul ring began to coalesce, exuding an overwhelming pressure that caused soul beasts within dozens of kilometers to cower in fear. I will absorb the soul ring. You all keep watch. Xiao Yu nodded slightly, though her concern was evident as she glanced at Qin Daoming. Daoming, this is a 100,000-year soul ring. It is said that absorbing such a ring requires battling the soul beastess will in the spiritual realm. A misstep could lead to peril. Indeed, Daoming, after all, it is a 100,000-year soul ring, Wu Jinbing remarked, her gaze fixed anxiously on the crimson ring. Shui Lele stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Qin Daoming's, giving him a playful wink and a soft kiss on the cheek. She understood that he had made his decision and should be fully supported, placing unwavering faith in his choices. There's no need to worry. I value my life, Qin Daoming replied with a smile, turning to approach the 100,000-year soul ring. Sitting cross-legged above the giant spine porcupine's corpse, and began to gently draw in the soul ring. Shui Lele settled a few meters away, her eyes glued to Qin Daoming, her concern no longer concealed. Xiao Yu and the others spread out, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Wu Jinbing moved to a distance, but when Wu Wei attempted to follow, Bai Hua Lu stopped him, shaking her head. Let her go alone. Wu Jinbing perched atop a large tree, quietly gazing at the night sky, her beautiful eyes occasionally darting toward the closed-eyed Qin Daoming. Under the crimson light, he resembled a stoic Shura, exuding an irresistible charm. You human, ambushing without honor. Within Qin Daoming's sea of consciousness, a diminutive version of himself, surrounded by 9 golden little dragons, stood bewildered atop a mountain. As he looked at the opposing mountain, a twitch formed at the corner of Qin Daoming's mouth. How fortuitous! Since the giant egg had developed a crack, it had ceased to progress. Now, the absorption of the 100,000-year soul ring had stimulated the giant egg, causing it to crack further. The giant egg required energy, and it would not absorb its masteress. Thus, the giant spine porcupine, as an external entity, was a fortuitous boon. As the giant spine porcupine was gradually absorbed by the giant egg, it finally split open. To Qin Daoming's astonishment, a heart the size of a cow emerged from within, pulsating twice before the surrounding shell disintegrated into golden light, consumed by the heart. In his perception, this enormous heart seemed to beat in sync with his own. At that moment, several golden characters materialized in his mind. 9 Meridians Divine Heart. What could the 9 Meridians Divine Heart be? Is it another martial soul? Just then, the frenzied soul power within the 100,000-year soul ring surged into Qin Daoming's body. With no time to ponder the nature of the 9 Meridians Divine Heart, he focused entirely on absorbing the violent soul power. Chapter 303. Wu Jinbing noticed Qin Daoming's face suddenly flush red, his body tensing as if ready to spring into action to rescue him. Shuelele also stood up, unleashing her martial soul in preparation. Bai Hua Lu had already drawn near, anxious for Qin Daoming's safety, for they had no experience with 100,000-year soul rings, and unforeseen issues could arise. After an hour had passed, Qin Daoming gradually regained his composure, the tumultuous soul power within him dissipating, replaced by an overwhelming pressure of soul saint-level might, which even suppressed Wu Jinbing and the others, who had already attained the soul saint rank. In the shocked gazes of his companions, Qin Daoming opened his eyes. The 9 dragon swords swirled around him as if it had come to life, and with each heartbeat, it felt as though he were undergoing a baptism by the tree of life. The sensation was exhilarating. Rising to his feet, his white robe billowing without wind, Qin Daoming inhaled deeply and declared, "I have become a soul saint. Indeed, it is a qualitative enhancement." Shuelele embraced Qin Daoming joyfully, exclaiming, "Daoming, show us your 100,000-year soul ring." All right. Upon finishing his sentence, the previously dissipated pressure surged forth once more. 7 soul rings, purple, black, and red, rose from beneath him, leaving everyone, including Qin Daoming, astonished. What in the world? Why did the soul ring change color? Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock. Purple, black, 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 red. Are you still human? Li Qianyu could hardly contain his surprise. Qin Daoming raised his hands in a gesture of uncertainty, his own expression mirroring joy. I have no idea what is happening. It was said that 1,000 years ago, the first generation of Shrek's 7 monsters at the Sea Goddess Island during the Sea Goddess trial had their soul ring configuration rapidly enhance within a short span. Daoming, could it be that you have been chosen by the divine? Bai Hua Lu covered her mouth in disbelief. In unison, the group exclaimed, could it be that the divine has taken notice of you? Cough, cough. Do you think that is possible? Qin Daoming replied, somewhat speechless. I am merely a soul saint. Not to mention whether divine legacies exist in this world. Even if they do, the chances of encountering one are exceedingly slim. They likely wouldn't even consider me. Moreover, there are so many exceptionally talented geniuses on the continent. How could I possibly be chosen? Wu Jinbing's gaze flickered, her delicate countenance reflecting a complex array of emotions. She opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words. Qin Daoming had already surmised part of the truth, which was the credit due to the giant egg. Its hatching had catalyzed a transformation in his soul ring, consequently elevating its tier. However, it was prudent for such matters to remain shrouded in secrecy, and Qin Daoming had no intention of divulging this to his teammates. Thus, he concocted a casual excuse to deflect their inquiries, and the group, unwavering in their trust towards him, gradually accepted this incredulous development. Days later, after vanquishing a 50,000-year-old saber-toothed Tiger King, Li Qianyu finally acquired his 7th soul ring. At this juncture, the team consisted entirely of soul sage-level members, an arrangement that was nothing short of formidable. In terms of their age group, they were indeed invincible. The levels of the members were as follows. Qin Daoming, level 72. Shuelele, level 72. Li Qianyu, level 71. Bai Hualu, level 71. Wu Jinbing, level 72. Xiao Yueban, level 72. Wu Wei, level 71. Their next objective was to head to the main battlefield. Indeed, soul sages represented a significant force on the main stage. And as long as they were not titled Douluos or the most elite of soul fighters, their prowess would allow them to navigate the battlefield with relative ease. In recent years, the one-eyed beasts surrounding the Empire had been largely eradicated, leaving only a few stragglers to be dealt with by the Imperial forces. Chapter 304. Main Battlefield. The Hall of the Light, God esteemed colleagues. The current situation has stabilized, with both sides possessing comparable top-tier combat capabilities. However, this equilibrium cannot persist indefinitely. The one-eyed monsters are rapidly enhancing their strength, while human cultivation of elite fighters lags significantly. In a few short years, this balance will surely be disrupted. It was Qin Shinyuan who spoke, contemplating for a moment before continuing. To alter this situation, after extensive collaboration, we have proposed 3 strategies. First, an incentive-based system. Teams of 5 to 7 members composed of fighters below the soul Douluo rank can carry a specially crafted soul symbol. Each monster they slay will automatically register points via the symbol, which can be exchanged for valuable items. This would undoubtedly enhance human motivation to combat the one-eyed beasts, fundamentally altering the battlefield dynamics. Second, we could absorb soul masters of rank Soul King and above at a significant cost to participate in the war, employing a human wall to gradually wear down the one-eyed monsters. Humans are inherently complex creatures, and not all soul masters align with official factions. In fact, common soul masters constitute the majority. In such dire circumstances, some may succumb to fear or reluctance to engage, creating an awkward scenario where unwilling common soul masters act as neutrals, belonging to one side, yet refusing to take the field. Given that officials are preoccupied with deploying personnel and resources, many cities have been left unattended, emboldening those common soul masters to disrupt societal order, with acts of violence becoming commonplace. If we wish to bring these reluctant common soul masters to the battlefield, the officials must offer exorbitant incentives to achieve results. Thirdly, we must invoke the divine. Upon mentioning the divine, nearly all heads turned toward Qin Shinyuan, their eyes shimmering with a myriad of emotions. Since the sea god Tang San and the creator god Qin Shi, there have been no reports of divine manifestations on the continent. 10 years ago, I encountered a deity atop the Thunder Mist Mountain and was fortunate enough to catch their attention. After enduring countless trials, I ultimately faced the 9th trial. Yet I failed a year ago and became a divine messenger. At this juncture, aside from a few who were already aware, nearly everyone was left speechless, gazing at Qin Shinyuan in disbelief. One titled Douluo trembled as he asked, "Elder Qin, are you saying this is true?" The hall fell silent, save for the rapid breaths of the titled Douluo present. Deities are said to possess boundless lifespans. Those with higher cultivation fear death more than others, a timeless truth. Among those seated in the hall, who among them was not a titled Douluo, who had not aspired to become a deity? Yet reality is harsh. Their innate talents limited them, preventing divine favor. Indeed, it is true. I would not deceive you. The reason I share this with you is that a month ago, a deity unexpectedly issued a directive to me, urging me to select exceptionally gifted individuals to participate in the Thunder God trials. The hall erupted in a flurry of whispers. As someone inquired, "Elder Qin, what do you mean by this?" Qin Shinyuan smiled and replied, "The Thunder God imposes no limits on participants. If we consider who on the continent stands the best chance of attracting divine attention, it is undoubtedly those present here. Therefore, I decree that every faction with a titled Douluo must participate, and each titled Douluo may bring 3 disciples from their ranks to the Thunder Mist Mountain. What say you?" Chapter 305. Indeed, what a marvelous opportunity for us to aspire to divinity in our twilight years. True, though the odds may be slim, we can still bring our talented kin along, greatly enhancing our chances. My family boasts several exceptionally gifted individuals. The assembly unanimously expressed their agreement. Qin Shinyuan smiled slightly. "Very well, I shall first take the extreme Do-level individuals to participate in the divine trials. Should none be selected, you will form the next group. So remember to bring your young ones along. Now, all extreme Do-level and above, follow me as we depart for the Thunder Mist Mountain." The crowd dispersed energetically, each hastening to contact their young ones. At the border of the Xinglua Empire, Qin Daoming and his companions were on the verge of crossing into the northwestern region of the continent, the location of the Hall of the Light God and the main battlefield. At that moment, approximately 5 to 6 miles away, a thunderous roar was followed by the gradual ascent of a mushroom cloud. Qin Daoming's expression sharpened. He sensed it was a battle at the soul Douluo level and reminded everyone to conceal their soul power. The group nodded in agreement. swiftly advancing towards the source of the conflict. Their speed was remarkable. 5 or 6 miles was covered in mere minutes. Before them stood a one-eyed beast, its body enveloped in a pale purple hue, while facing it was an 87-rank Douluo, seemingly at a disadvantage. The one-eyed beast bore only faint scratches, whereas the Douluo's garments were drenched in blood, and the light in his eyes had dimmed. Qin Daoming gestured to Qiao Yueban and Wu Wei. Fatty Wu Wei, you two flank from behind to control the situation. We will confront the beast head-on to relieve the pressure on the Douluo. Fatty nodded, leading Wu Wei stealthily to encircle the beast from behind. Meanwhile, Qin Daoming and the others approached boldly. Upon seeing them, the Douluo initially felt a flicker of hope, but his expression quickly turned grim, though an urgent desire to protect remained evident. Run, quickly. You soul sages cannot contend with it. The Douluo shouted anxiously. His 8 soul rings shone fiercely, as if he were prepared to perish alongside the one-eyed beast. Senior, please rest. We are more than capable, Qin Daoming reassured him confidently, aiming to instill some faith. Yet the Douluo shook his head. No, you are still young. The road ahead is long. You must leave at once. Qin Daoming chose not to respond. He understood that such individuals were often stubborn, and further dialogue would yield no fruitful outcome. The soul rings of the group simultaneously activated, and with a swift motion, Qin Daoming hurled the Julong sword towards the one-eyed beast, propelling himself forward as if teleported, arriving before the creature in an instant. The one-eyed monster let out a furious roar, its massive hand crashing down. Qin Daoming narrowly evaded the blow. Fatty! Before his voice had faded, the ambushed Fatty and Wu Wei sprang into action from the thicket behind him. The one-eyed monster had focused all its attention on Qin Daoming, completely oblivious to what was happening behind it. Fatty, possessing immense strength, launched a flurry of punches, enhanced by his martial soul, striking down like raindrops upon the rocky surface. Despite the monster's formidable defense, it merely bent its waist under the barrage of hundreds of blows. Seizing the moment, Wu Wei clenched his hand, binding the one-eyed monster in a cocoon of blood vines. Simultaneously, Lele exhaled a chilling breath, freezing the blood vines into ice blocks, while Wu Jinbing conjured a colossal fireball that resembled a blazing sun. Chapter 306. Li Qinyu had long since joined Qin Daoming, brandishing the 7-star sword that radiated a sharp aura. Ice explosion, Lele cried out, unleashing her 6th soul skill. Qiao Yueban swiftly retreated with Wu Wei, while Wu Jinbing shouted as well, accompanying the descent of the enormous fireball with her 6th soul skill, Starfall. A thunderous roar erupted, leaving a massive crater in the ground. The one-eyed monster stood at the center, roaring incessantly, its sturdy legs coiling with energy, creating shockwaves in the air as it launched itself skyward towards Wu Jinbing, who had inflicted the most damage. With her experience in battle, Wu Jinbing evaded the monster's punch with a flap of her wings, swiftly outpacing it. Deprived of its downward momentum, the monster plummeted to the ground, and Qin Daoming's eyes gleamed with determination. 4th soul skill, True Dragon Emergence. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, he thrust his sword into the descending one-eyed monster. Blood gushed forth, splattering everyone present, leaving them momentarily stunned. Qiao Yueban burst into laughter. Ah, Daoming. That strike was incredibly precise. Indeed, Qin Daoming, aiming for a lethal blow, had struck at the monster's vital points. His overwhelming soul power shattering its insides and bringing it to a swift demise. Lele and the others stifled their laughter, finding the scene somewhat embarrassing. Even the typically composed Li Qinyu chuckled. Geniuses, you are all geniuses. The Douluo's tone held astonishment, marveling at the meticulous coordination and arrangements that unfolded before his eyes. Qiao Yueban interjected, Senior, no need for flattery. It is only natural for us 7 soul saints to surpass you. The Douluo nodded in agreement. How old are you all? 20, came one response. 28, another added. Oh, that's acceptable, he acknowledged. 20 years, Qin Daoming clarified. The Douluo blinked in surprise. Wait, you're only 20 years old? Yes, we are all freshmen from Shrek Academy. It has only been 2 years since we arrived. This is true genius. The soul, Douluo marveled, relieved to learn of their prestigious background. By the way, this is the edge of the main battlefield. Did you come here to participate in combat? The Alliance of Light would not allow such talents to enter the main battlefield. Qin Daoming smiled slightly. We have roamed between the two great empires for 2 years, raising our soul power from Soul King to Soul Saint. The one-eyed monsters in the two empires have been largely cleared, which is why we came to the main battlefield to lend our strength, hoping to bring this calamity to an end sooner. I see. Your generation's mindset is far superior to ours, the Soul Duo remarked with a hint of admiration. Not at all, Qin Daoming responded modestly, then asked Senior, will you join us? We are heading to the Church of Light, and given your current injuries, it would be safer to accompany us. No, thank you. The Soul Duo replied with a wry smile. I'm not alone here. I have my own team. We were initially clearing the one-eyed monsters in this area, but encountered a purple-level beast, so I instructed them to leave, and we agreed to regroup at a designated tree hollow. Very well, Qin Daoming nodded. Then, Senior, please go find your team. We shall take our leave. Be cautious on your journey, he advised. Chapter 307. After a day of travel, Qin Daoming's team finally arrived at the Church of Light. Following an identity verification, they stepped into the Grand Hall. Upon entering, a chilling atmosphere enveloped them, with hundreds of eyes fixated on the seven, causing them to momentarily catch their breath, though they quickly regained their composure. Greetings to the esteemed ones of Shrek Academy. The highest-ranking official, Qin Xinyuan, greeted with a slight smile. The new generation is nearly ready to take the stage. Qin Daoming returned the smile, unaffected by the oppressive atmosphere. We have just attained Soul Saint. We are still quite weak in your presence. Then allow me to offer you an opportunity to grow stronger. Would you be interested? What? Qin Daoming inquired curiously. Gather in the Grand Hall tomorrow morning. I will take you there. The following day, the group arrived on time, many accompanied by their family elders. The seven stood alone amidst the crowd. Let us set off, Qin Xinyuan smiled. Thunder, Mist Mountain, lay far from the Church of Light, spanning nearly the entire star Luo Empire. However, with the lowest soul power among them being Soul King and under the guidance of their family elders, they reached their destination in just 3 days. Gazing upon the towering purple peaks, the young ones gasped in awe. Is this Thunder Mist Mountain? The purple hues are like lightning. It looks terrifying, one youth remarked, though his trembling legs betrayed his bravado. His elder admonished him with a firm slap on the head. There is little danger. With dozens of titled Douluo present, you need not worry. Many of you likely understand our purpose for coming to Thunder Mist Mountain. I will elaborate further, the elder continued. Within Thunder Mist Mountain lies a divine inheritance. Each of you will enter the mountain individually, and if chosen by the divine, you will soar to great heights. After a pause, Thunder God Yuan added, Now, you may enter at your leisure. Remember to follow the divine's guidance once chosen. And the deeper you go, the greater the potential. Understood, the crowd responded. The group split into two and entered the mountain, which had been tranquil until the arrival of these young adventurers. Inside Thunder Mist Mountain, Qin Daoming and Shuai Lele walked together, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed behind them as a black bear charged toward them. Qin Daoming snorted coldly, unleashing the 9-dragon sword to deliver a piercing blow to the bear. 1,000-year soul beast? Qin Daoming did not relax. Instead, his brow furrowed. They had only traversed a mere fraction of Thunder Mist Mountain, which was but a minuscule portion of its vastness. If they were encountering a 1,000-year soul beast here, what might await them deeper within, 10,000-year or even 100,000-year beasts? Sensing Qin Daoming's unease, Shuai Lele whispered, If the danger becomes too great, we can always withdraw. We cannot sacrifice our lives for the sake of divine inheritance. You are right. We must exercise caution, he agreed, and they continued onward. As anticipated, at the moment twilight descended, the two encountered a 20,000-year-old soul beast. This time, it was Shuai Lele who took action, swiftly and decisively slaying the beast. Lele, darkness has fallen. I shall scatter some beast-repelling powder around us. Let us rest here. Since the ancient soul beast was still frozen by Shuai Lele's ice, the scent of blood did not permeate the air. Instead, The oppressive aura of the 10,000-year-old soul beast could help fend off numerous lower-tier soul beasts. Chapter 3:08 The following day, as dawn broke, Qin Daoming and Shui Lele rose to continue their journey. This time, their pace was noticeably slower, as the path ahead remained uncertain. Hush! Qin Daoming suddenly halted, and Shui Lele looked at him in confusion. What is it, Daoming? A mile ahead, there are 2 humans and a dozen soul beasts. Should we assist them or circumvent the encounter? Qin Daoming pondered briefly. After all, they were both prodigies, the pillars of the future continent. And he could not simply turn a blind eye. Let us investigate. If danger arises, we shall withdraw. If we can help, we will do our utmost. All right. The 2 moved cautiously, treading lightly and holding their breath as they approached. It's over for me, the young man, filled with resentment, lamented. He possessed remarkable talent. Having reached the rank of Soul Emperor at merely 27 years of age, destined to become a top-tier title Douluo. Yet today, he was surrounded and slain by dozens of soul beasts. Just as a thunder wolf approached him with its maw agape, Qin Daoming appeared in the nick of time. A flash of sword light severing the ancient beast in 2. The young man, bewildered and incredulous, gazed at the arriving Qin Daoming and Shui Lele. Though he should have been elated, he instead urgently exclaimed, "Thank you, brother. Could you rescue my other clan brothers who are encircled by the soul beasts? Rest assured, I will reward you handsomely afterward." Qin Daoming nodded. While the number of soul beasts was considerable, they posed little threat to him. "Lele, take action." Shui Lele nodded, and the 2 flanked the group of soul beasts. Upon seeing the impending rescue, the remaining individuals erupted with newfound strength, unleashing their soul skills with reckless abandon. Qin Daoming obliged their fervor, invoking a myriad of dragons that swiftly vanquished all foes. Thank you, brother. Had it not been for you, we would have surely become the soul beast's meal," expressed Gu Yi. Lin Songxing smiled gently. "No need for thanks. It is all in pursuit of opportunity. What danger can one speak of without risk? Indeed, yet the peril of Thunder Mist Mountain is exceedingly high. To encounter so many ancient soul beasts on the second day is quite alarming," remarked the young man Qin Daoming first saved, offering a wry smile. "Our strength is too feeble. Perhaps fortune is not meant for us." As he was about to say more, Qin Daoming suddenly had a thought. "How about this? You all join us. Strength in numbers is paramount." This unexpected suggestion from Qin Daoming brought surprise to the young men, who quickly shook their heads. "No, we would only be a burden. Such divine opportunities require one to be alive to seize them. You are strong. We shall take our leave to preserve our lives." "Nonsense. I can guarantee your safety. If danger arises, we will retreat," Qin Daoming insisted. Shui Lele regarded him with surprise. This was not characteristic of his usual demeanor. Though they were inclined to help others, such a level of commitment was unexpected. Nevertheless, she trusted that his decision held purpose. "Very well. We shall accompany you." "Excellent. Please restore your soul power. I shall provide you with protection." Afterward, the 4 young men sat down to recover their energy. Observing them in meditation, Shui Lele curiously asked, "Daoming, why the sudden decision to include them? As we venture deeper, the risks multiply. Wouldn't bringing them along amplify the danger?" Chapter 309 This is not a spur-of-the-moment decision. I was suddenly reminded of a voice in my mind, compelling me to bring them along. It stated that all whom we save on this journey must accompany us. It benefits both ourselves and others. Most importantly, the voice informed me that if we can rescue enough individuals, the one-eyed monster plaguing the continent will be purged within a year. Shui Lele furrowed her brow. "Do you find this voice credible?" "I harbor doubts about its reliability, yet it is worth a try. Moreover, you are aware of my capabilities. Even if danger arises, I am well equipped to handle it." "Of course I trust you," Shui Lele teased playfully. Before long, the young men had fully restored their soul power. Qin Daoming learned that the leader among them was Sun Xiang, hailing from a prestigious family in the Xingluo Empire, supported by 3 titled Douluos. The others were also of the same clan, though they were from a branch lineage of talents, and thus he refrains from introducing each of them individually. In the days that followed, they encountered little danger. Rather, their numbers grew from 6 to 14, including everyone from their Shrek team. As they ventured inward, the risks would undoubtedly escalate. Sun Xiang took charge of reconnaissance, possessing acute sensitivity to danger, which sent shivers down their spines. Sun Xiang sensed the danger. And Qin Daoming did as well, merely shaking his head. You must decide. Should you choose to enter with us, I cannot guarantee your safety. However, the opportunities within will be beyond your reach. If you enter, danger and opportunity will coexist. Though Lin Songxing was uncertain whether further exploration would yield opportunities. Anything related to the divine was worth pursuing. After all, who could predict the circumstances of a legacy? It could just as easily fall upon anyone. After hearing Qin Daoming's words, Sun Xiang gritted his teeth, hesitating for a moment before conceding. Forget it. My strength has its limits. Perhaps I am unworthy of such fortune. Very well, Qin Daoming conceded, unable to sway his choice. Ultimately, only the members of Qin Daoming's team opted to venture further, while the others chose to remain behind. Opportunity belongs only to those who are alive to seize it. As their numbers dwindled, the remaining group quickened their pace. After several days of continuous travel, what is happening? Do we misjudge? How could there be not even a mosquito here? Xiao Yu pondered in bewilderment. Indeed, we have traversed nearly 100 kilometers without sighting a single soul beast. Only vast forests and towering boulders remain. Unlike the others, Qin Daoming kept his gaze fixed inward, sensing an impending opportunity. Not far now. Sure enough, after traversing less than 10 more miles, a colossal altar, roughly the size of 2 football fields, came into view. The altar emanated a deep purple hue, surrounded by 9 golden-hued stone pillars that stood like giants guarding it. At the center of the altar, a 2-meter-high stone pedestal floated a mesmerizing energy sphere radiating a bewitching purple glow. Concurrently, a voice resonated in the minds of all present. Mortals, welcome to the Thunder God altar. Approach the central core of the Thunder God and seek his approval. The Thunder God altar. Excitement, exhilaration, and myriad emotions surged within them, causing their breaths to quicken. Xiao Yu was the first to eagerly approach the Thunder God altar, his towering stature allowing him to reach the core effortlessly. Chapter 3:10 Xiao Yueban's hand gently touched the purple sphere of light, causing it to radiate brilliantly. From within the glow, a voice of a middle-aged man resonated. Xiao Yueban, 21 years old, soul sage. Exceptional talent. Achieved the 7th trial of the Thunder God. The crowd's eyes brightened at this revelation. In the era of Tang San and Qin Shi, it was said that the divine trials consisted of 9 assessments, and those who passed all 9 would inherit the powers of a deity. The fact that Xiao Yueban had attained the 7th trial was a testament to his remarkable abilities. With a beaming face, Xiao Yueban descended from the altar, exclaiming, "The 7th trial. I'm a 7th trial. Ha ha ha." He was fully aware of the significance of this achievement. This auspicious beginning ignited excitement among the onlookers, as many possessed considerable talents themselves. Perhaps one of them might even achieve the 9th trial. Who shall be next? Qin Daoming inquired, glancing at the crowd. I shall go, Wu Wei declared, taking a deep breath as he ascended the altar and placed his hand on the purple energy. Wu Wei, 22 years old, soul sage. Exceptional talent. Achieved the 6th trial. Only the 6th trial? Wu Wei's disappointment was palpable, a mix of expectation and resignation. Wu Jinbing consoled him. It's all right. Being a year older might have influenced your result. Your talent is still commendable. Haha, it's just the 6th trial. Once I pass the 7th, I will protect you. Xiao Yueban patted his chest. Though a well-meaning remark, it sounded like a provocation to Wu Wei. Go to hell, Wu Wei retorted, spinning around to deliver a playful jab at Xiao Yueban's side. Ouch! Xiao Yueban's face flushed red from the playful strike. After their playful banter, Wu Jinbing was the third to step onto the altar. Wu Jinbing, 22 years old, soul sage. Exceptional talent. Achieved the 6th trial. Surprise rippled through the crowd at Wu Jinbing's result. She smiled, seemingly accepting this outcome in the brief moments that followed. However, her gaze lingered on Xue Lei, conveying unspoken thoughts. The next to step up was Li Qianyu. Li Qianyu achieved the 8th trial. Wow! Both Xiao Yueban and Wu Wei exclaimed in astonishment. 8th trial? Are you cheating? Xiao Yueban remarked, feeling a mix of admiration and envy. Well, I suppose I will still need my brother Qinyu to look after me. A faint smile appeared on Li Qinyu's face, yet internally he felt a tumult of emotions. If he had achieved the 8th trial, what of the talent of Qin Daoming? Next was Shui Lele, who undoubtedly achieved the 7th trial. Finally, Qin Daoming made his entrance. Xiao Yueban's eyes widened as he watched Qin Daoming ascend the altar. Indeed, the moment Qin Daoming touched the purple sphere, golden light flooded the surroundings, illuminating the trees, the altar, and the faces of the crowd in a resplendent hue. Qin Daoming, Thunder God, 9th trial. The Thunder God assessment officially begins. The voice echoed in the minds of all present. Simultaneously, the altar began to tremble violently, the purple energy sphere sinking into Qin Daoming's forehead as 6 golden rays shot forth, striking the foreheads of everyone but him. Boom! The altar shook once more, and the 9 stone pillars transformed from gold to purple, resonating in unison. In the air, a purple portal opened, and the crowd vanished from the ground, entering the portal. A wave of dizziness enveloped them. The first trial of the Thunder God, the thunder forging of the body. All candidates, prepare for the thunder to enter your bodies. As the voice concluded, the candidates beheld their surroundings. They found themselves above a sea of thunder. Beneath each individual stood a purple pillar. Chapter 311, Let the Assessment Commence. Candidates, sit cross-legged and prepare for the thunder to enter your bodies. Everyone get ready. Though sudden, the participants remained silent, settling into a meditative position. Crackling and sizzling sounds echoed in the darkened sky as bolts of lightning illuminated the atmosphere, sending shivers down their spines. Suddenly, a bolt of thunder descended from the heavens, striking Qin Daoming and inflicting an excruciating pain that contorted his face into a grimace. Veins bulged on his forehead, rendering his expression grotesque. Before the others could express their concern, additional bolts of thunder fell, as it seemed each candidate was experiencing the same ordeal. Day 1, Day 2, Day 3, Day 20. The participants gradually acclimated to the sensation of thunder entering their bodies, the initial agony subsiding into mere discomfort. Remarkably, 20 days had passed without food or water. It appeared that these purple bolts of thunder were indeed extraordinary. After the 49th day, the thunder entering their bodies concluded, and the first trial was passed, granting rewards, an increase of 1,000 years to their soul ring's duration, an elevation of soul power to level 80, and the receipt of a divine soul ring. Voices resonated in the minds of each participant, but Qin Daoming seemed to be treated differently, receiving an additional 10 points of affinity with the deity. This special privilege was likely due to his achievement of the 9th trial. When his affinity reached 100, it would signify the moment he inherited the title of the Thunder God. The 2nd trial commenced, shattering the Thunder God chains. Candidates were required to break the thunder chains affixed to their bodies within a designated time frame, or they would fail the assessment. Time limit, 1 month. This is a timed mission, Qin Daoming announced. We are all in this together, Shui Lele replied. When will we absorb the divine soul rings? Not yet. We should wait until we have fully adjusted to the surge of power before proceeding. At that moment, purple chains suddenly wrapped around their bodies, accompanied by the numbing sensation of lightning. However, after experiencing the thunder entering their bodies, this discomfort seemed less severe. Qin Daoming tugged at the thunder chains, which felt quite tight. A month seemed ample time, but it was evidently more challenging than anticipated. Indeed, the following day, they all felt the chains tighten considerably, leading to discomfort. A month later, the chains were shattered by all participants. The 2nd trial was passed, yielding rewards of 500 years added to the soul ring's duration, an elevation of soul power by 1 level, and an increase of 10 in compatibility with the Thunder God. Though the rewards were modest, the participants were satisfied, especially since, apart from Qin Daoming, who had shattered his chains on the 10th day, the others had completed it on the last day. The group was unified, receiving rewards based on their collective completion. In the Divine Realm, the Creation Divine Palace, Qin Shi held onto Qian Renshua, and knowing their son was undergoing the Thunder God assessment. And once completed, he would join them in the divine realm. Must he necessarily inherit the powers of the Thunder God? Our family has plenty of deities. Why worry about our son? What then? We can't just bring him up directly. Our son has been away from us since childhood. As parents, we have done nothing for him, and now he must endure this arduous assessment. Then let's just bring him up. Wouldn't that be a bit unethical? Qin chuckled, as he had a good rapport with the Thunder God. Unethical or not, it is what it is. If you won't go, I will. Qianren appeared somewhat irritated. All right, I will go. Qin relented, transforming into a beam of golden light and departing. In the Thunder God Palace, the Thunder God remarked, "How do you see it? Your son should be directly sent to the divine realm, considered a gift from me, his uncle." The Thunder God's lips twitched slightly, feeling compelled to agree, especially with that imposing golden divine sword looming in the background. Simultaneously, the memories that Qin Daoming had long sealed away have been unveiled. A millennium after Tang San ascended to divinity in Douluo, the new generation of the Shrek 7 monsters once again radiates their unique brilliance. Synopsis: transcending into Douluo. Qin, well-versed in the original narrative, finds himself in a state of panic. A rarely seen system. And a Qin who has been taken in by Tang Hao. Tang San is my elder brother, Tang Hao is my father, and my beloved is still in the womb.